on a large truck heading to an unknown destination. Joe slowly opened his eyes. He was lying in the truck bed, with a handsome man smoking a cigarette beside him. Awake, the man noticed him and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Joe. Joe shook his head, and the cigarette was put away again. "Where is this?" Joe asked, his face filled with confusion. He had been bedridden for years. How had he suddenly appeared in a place like this? The man didn't answer directly, only staring at Joe in a way that made him uncomfortable. After exhaling a mouthful of smoke, the man muttered, "Someone actually spent 50 points to drag you into the game. Unbelievable." "Points? What's that?" Joe asked. The man didn't immediately explain, instead taking another drag on his cigarette and looking outside the truck. Following his gaze, Joe's eyes widened and could no longer look away. Outside, it was as if they were in another world. A grim sky, blood and flames covering the ground, severed limbs scattered all around. This place. Joe stared outside, his face turning pale. The man beside him let out a sneer. "All right, rookie, I bet you know nothing about anything. Listen up. This is called the Holy Grail game. We're currently in a waiting space. What you see outside are projections. The more battles you experience, the more brutal the scenes become." Joe fought back his nausea, looking at the man in bewilderment. The man sighed. "The Holy Grail War is a game created by some unknown entity, designed to make humans fight for its entertainment. The game rules are similar to a battle royale. The winner gets the Holy Grail, each one worth 1 point. The losers, however, have their lifespan deducted. If it reaches 0, they die." Hearing this, Joe began to understand. The Holy Grail game was like the main god space, and he was now heading into a dungeon. The man glanced at him and continued, "Points can be exchanged for equipment, skills, longevity, and so on. But..." The man's tone shifted. "No one is stupid enough to spend them like that. If you accumulate 100 points, you can make a wish." Joe looked puzzled. "That's right," the man confirmed. "Any wish you can think of. But today I've seen a ghost. Someone actually spent 50 points just to force you into the game." The man was visibly angry. As the vice president of a major guild, he couldn't see anything particularly special about Joe. But from his words, Joe detected a hint of jealousy. "Listen, rookie, I don't care who's behind you. I just need you to follow my orders. Immediately call upon the Holy Grail system and check your talent. Tell me. I spent 5 points to hire someone to keep you alive through the first round. If you mess this up, I won't go easy on you." The man's face became menacing, a stark contrast to his earlier friendly demeanor. Joe instinctively called out to the Holy Grail system in his mind. A cold, mechanical voice responded. "Welcome, player number 520, to the Holy Grail War. The system will guide you. You, BZZT, beep, BZZT. Warning, BZZT." The mechanical voice stuttered, breaking off intermittently. Was the signal bad? Joe was baffled. The man noticed and asked, "What's wrong? What's your talent?" It hasn't shown up yet. The system signal's unstable, keeps cutting out." Joe answered honestly. The man rolled his eyes. Xiang Lei was about to explode. He regretted taking a job worth only 5 points. He had experienced countless Holy Grail wars, but this was the first time he had seen a system with a poor signal. Suppressing his frustration, Xiang Lei kept reminding himself, "This is a client. Don't lose your temper. Don't lose your temper." Watching Xiang Lei clench and unclench his fists repeatedly, then finally relax, Joe couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Uncle, are you in a hurry to use the restroom?" Xiang Lei's newly recovered composure froze instantly. "Uncle, in a hurry to use the restroom." Seeing Xiang Lei's awkward expression, Joe couldn't hold back his laughter. At that moment, the mechanical voice in his mind returned. "Successfully infiltrated the Holy Grail system. Loading infinite random talent templates. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, loading complete. Random SSS level talent selected. Activation upon official entry into the battlefield." As the string of information unraveled, Joe was completely stunned. What was this? A cheat code? Xiang Lei shook Joe by the shoulders. "All right, hurry up and tell me, what's your talent? Is it A level, B level, C level, or D level?" Xiang Lei was done talking, his tone brimming with exasperation. Joe snapped out of it and rubbed his nose. "E level," he guessed, scratching his head. "Don't tell me it's the worst F level?" Xiang Lei was on the verge of losing it. This guy was nothing but dead weight. If this game went south, he might end up dying along with him. "Fine, I'm not counting on you anymore. Once the game starts, stick close to me and don't get yourself killed." This round should be a cold weapons battlefield. There won't be any powerful ranged weapons. Just hold your ground, and you'll be fine. With that, Xiang Lei lit another cigarette, pausing for a moment. If you have any questions, don't ask me, ask the system. He lit the cigarette, clearly worried Zhou would say something else to drive him up the wall. Zhou awkwardly rubbed his nose. This guy was so petty, he was hard to deal with. Sitting back down in the truck bed, Zhou began questioning the system. System, what are the rules of this Holy Grail war? Players will fight on a battlefield designated by the system. Each war involves 100 players. Killing one player grants a temporary all-attribute boost and 100 tokens. With each kill, all attributes temporarily increase by 3 points. Tokens can be exchanged for equipment, items, lifespan, skills, talent upgrades, or attribute enhancements. Hearing this, Zhou understood why Xiang Lei had earlier said those who spent points on such things were fools. As the number of victories increases, more diverse battlefields will become available for player competition. Start the match. Xiang Lei suddenly said after finishing his cigarette. The system's voice echoed in Zhou mind. Ding! High-ranking player detected in the team. Continue matching? Zhou glanced at Xiang Lei and nodded. Continue. Beginning matchmaking. Everything went dark. When Zhou opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different place. Blood-soaked ground came into view. He was no longer on the truck. Zhou looked around and saw numerous corpses dressed in ancient soldier uniforms lying in pools of blood. Clearly, this was an ancient battlefield. He stared blankly at the scene before him, struggling to process it. The system's cold voice rang out. This matches SSS level talent, Marksman Master. When holding a ranged weapon, you gain the skills, infinite ammo, infinite durability, auto-aim to the head. With each kill, attack range and bullet speed increase by 50%. Initial attack range is 100 meters. After hearing the prompt, Zhou fell into contemplation. So this is an SSS level talent? It's practically a cheat. Infinite bullets and auto-aim, he couldn't be more familiar with that. If only there were X-ray vision, it would be perfect. In shooting games, this skill is unbeatable. What's more, this is the era of cold weapons. TSK, while others are fighting desperately with swords, he can just headshot someone from 100 meters away with an arrow. It's downright unfair. Zhou stood there in a daze. What are you standing there for? Xiang Lei's voice thundered in his ears like a clap of lightning. Zhou snapped back to reality and saw Xiang Lei clad in the armor of a fallen soldier. He gripped a long sword, looking exceptionally valiant, and the bloodstains on his armor made him appear fierce and menacing. Why are you still standing around? Hurry up and find some gear. Haven't you played Battle Royale games before? Xiang Lei frowned at Zhou. To him, this rookie was nothing but a burden, seriously delaying his progression. Zhou nodded in response, then started scanning his surroundings. Seeing this, Xiang Lei was so exasperated that he struck Zhou hard with the back of his sword. Search their bodies. Don't you even know that? Zhou remained silent, looking at the corpses, and muttered under his breath, respect for the dead. Ignoring Xiang Lei's shouting, he turned away to search the battlefield for weapons. After searching for a while, he didn't find any ranged weapons. This was a melee battlefield, ranged weapons were probably further away. Zhou pondered for a moment. He picked up a long sword, and its attributes popped up. Weapon, longsword type, melee grade, E-attack power plus 10 durability, 100/200. He then picked up a bloodied helmet and put it on. Armor, helmet grade, E-head defense plus 5 durability, 58/100. The equipment was all in poor condition. After scouring the battlefield and finding no more armor, Zhou had no choice but to give up and started walking towards Xiang Lei. At this moment, Xiang Lei was already fully armed and ready. He glanced at Zhou and said meaningfully, "In this game, you won't last long. Stick close to me." Zhou followed closely behind, his eyes scanning the surroundings constantly. Corpses littered the ground, and the battlefield was filled with an air of brutality. Looking ahead, Zhou couldn't even see the end of the battlefield. It was impossible to imagine how vast it truly was. They hadn't gone far when Xiang Lei suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" An arrow flew straight toward Zhou face. Xiang Lei swung his sword, splitting the arrow in half. Ahead of them, two individuals clad in fallen soldier armor stood menacingly. One wielded a longbow, the other a long sword, their eyes fixed fiercely on Xiang Lei and Zhou. The one with the longbow slowly drew another arrow from the quiver on his back and knocked it, ready to fire again. Xiang Lei kicked Zhou aside. Bang! The arrow struck the ground. Xiang Lei's face darkened as he recognized the two opponents. They were none other than Hawkeye Luolan and Melee Beast Rod. Xiang Lei turned and shouted, "Find a place to hide on your own, leave this to me." "Just my luck." Xiang Lei's expression was grim. He wasn't afraid of dealing with these two, but with Zhou Wen dragging him down, he had to divide his attention to protect him. Clenching his teeth, Xiang Lei charged forward with his sword. Zhou Wen, who had been kicked to the ground, froze for a moment. When he saw the longbow in the opponent's hands, a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. A good ranged weapon was right in front of him. Zhou Wen scanned his surroundings. This area was filled with melee fighters, the ranged ones had long retreated. Finding a ranged weapon was nearly impossible. This was his chance. As long as he got his hands on that longbow, he could dominate this battlefield. Steadying himself, Zhou Wen quietly retreated and began sneaking around. The man with the longsword was already charging at Xiang Lei. The two clashed, blades flashing in an intense battle. The man with the longbow continued knocking arrows and firing, aiming at Xiang Lei while keeping an eye on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen changed direction, using the uneven battlefield terrain to stealthily approach the archer from behind. The man was still shooting arrows to disrupt Xiang Lei when Zhou Wen swallowed hard, drew his sword, and slashed down fiercely. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. Luolan, holding a long sword, turned to look at Zhou Wen with a smile. Down on the battlefield, Xiang Lei was nearly fuming with rage. This rookie. Although Hawkeye Luolan was a ranged specialist, his close combat skills were far from weak. Rod's attacks were fast and ferocious, leaving Xiang Lei barely able to keep up. On the upper battlefield, Luolan continued attacking, showcasing his solid melee combat skills. As a novice, Zhou Wen stood no chance. He stared at the longbow on Luolan's back, gritted his teeth, and made a desperate gamble. Deliberately exposing a flaw, Zhou Wen let Luolan's blade slice into his right arm. But Zhou Wen felt no pain, just a sharp drop in his health by 25 points. Nearly half his health was gone. Seizing the moment, Zhou Wen grabbed the longbow from Luolan's back. He quickly retreated, creating some distance. Weapon, longbow type, ranged master effect, range 100 meters grade, E-attack power plus 10 special effect, critical hits on vital areas master effect, infinite durability. Luolan laughed. "Do you think you can outshoot me?" He set his longsword aside and tossed his quiver of arrows to Zhou Wen, saying arrogantly, "Here, take those and shoot to your heart's content." Zhou Wen smiled back. "All right, I'll shoot one arrow, then." Luolan's face was full of disdain. "Even if I give you 100 arrows, 1,000 arrows, 10,000 arrows, you'll never hit me." Why? Because he had an A-rank talent, Hawkeye, which guaranteed his vision and reaction speed. Within 100 meters, he could see everything with perfect clarity. His agility was at 18 points. From their earlier exchange, Luolan was certain Zhou Wen was just a rookie. Even if Zhou Wen were a real-world shooting champion, he wouldn't be able to hit him here. Zhou Wen smiled faintly and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated. The arrow shot out like lightning. "Impossible! I can't dodge it!" Luolan exclaimed in shock, feeling as though he'd been locked onto. His Hawkeye talent was utterly useless. The arrow moved as fast as a small hunting rifle bullet. He panicked. With a muffled thud, the arrow pierced through Luolan's head. The arrowhead exited through the back of his skull. "You dealt a critical hit. You killed target number 4395. Gain temporary +3 to all attributes. Earned 100 tokens. Attack range increased by 50%. Arrow flight speed increased by 50%. Your current attack range is 150 meters. Down on the battlefield, Rod noticed his teammate's name turning gray. His heart sank, and he instinctively turned to look back. The figure of the younger brother had vanished, replaced by a box. A perfect opportunity. Xiang Lei sighed inwardly and swung his blade straight at Rod's chest. Rod's health bar dropped rapidly. He turned hastily, using his knife to block the attack. Above the battlefield, Zhou Wen licked the box left behind by Luolan after her death. There was nothing good inside. He turned his gaze toward the two combatants below. Drawing his bow, he loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow splitting the air rang out. Xiang Lei felt the ferocious assault in front of him abruptly cease. Looking again, he found Rod's head pierced by the arrow. "You have dealt a fatal blow. You have killed target number 4396. Temporary increase in all attributes by 3 points. You have earned 100 tokens. Your attack range has increased by 50%. Arrow flight speed has increased by 50%. Current attack range, 230 meters, rounded. You earned a double kill." Below the battlefield, Xiang Lei stared at Rod, who had turned into a box of white light before his eyes, dumbfounded. That rookie actually headshot Rod. The famous Hawkeye and Close Combat Beast brothers had died just like that. Xiang Lei was stunned. Though the two weren't exceptionally strong, even he would have needed time to deal with them. Zhou Wen ran down and gave Xiang Lei a faint smile. Wiping the blood off his face, Xiang Lei said blankly, "Not bad." He didn't question how Zhou Wen had done it, but guessed inwardly that this rookie might be an archery champion in real life. After all, someone summoned for 50 points wouldn't be an ordinary character. Xiang Lei felt a newfound respect for Zhou Wen. He pulled out 2 blood-soaked buns from his chest pocket and tossed one to Zhou Wen. "Eat this to recover some health." Zhou Wen didn't refuse, accepting the bun. Recovery item, blood-stained bun. Positive effect, restores 25% of maximum health. Negative effect, peculiar taste. Don't spit it out, or it won't work. The Holy Grail battlefield blocks pain sensations, but not taste. Just bear with it. Seeing Xiang Lei frown while eating his bun, Zhou Wen forced another bite into his mouth. "By the way, check your stats now." "Stats?" Zhou Wen had just started to ask when a blue virtual panel popped up in front of him. It read, "Player ID, 520. Tokens, 200. Character attributes. Strength, 8+6. Agility, 7+6. Stamina, 6+6. Mentality, 11+6. Intelligence, 11+6. Zhou Wen relayed the stats to Xiang Lei. Xiang Lei's expression grew complicated, quickly dismissing the notion that Zhou Wen was an archery champion. Taking a deep breath, he said slowly, "The numbers on the left are your base stats. For an average adult male, it's around 10 across the board. I can't imagine strength at 8, agility at 7, and stamina at 6 being of much use. That's elementary school level." Zhou Wen remained silent and didn't respond. Seeing this, Xiang Lei didn't press further but instead patiently explained, "Strength determines your attack damage. Stamina multiplied by 10 equals your health points. Agility affects your movement and attack speed." Zhou Wen nodded and quietly finished the metallic-tasting bun, then grabbed another to continue recovering health. Xiang Lei didn't say more. "Let's go. Keep exploring." Zhou Wen nodded and followed Xiang Lei as they moved forward. Before long, the battlefield took a sudden turn. They watched as all the soldiers' corpses rapidly withered, converging into a crimson shadow. Xiang Lei bared his teeth and grinned. "Time to collect some gear." "What is that?" Zhou Wen asked. "You can think of it as a wild monster or a yen beast. Defeat it, and we'll earn equipment and skills." At that moment, the Crimson Shadow stats appeared in front of Zhou Wen. Wild monster, blood fiend. Formed from the resentment of fallen soldiers on the battlefield. Health, 1000/1000. "Alright, I'll engage it first to hold it off. You stay on alert from behind." Zhou Wen nodded, drawing his bow and scanning the surroundings. Xiang Lei charged forward, slashing at the blood fiend with his blade. -28, remaining health, 972/1000. Numbers popped up as the blood fiend roared in fury, locking into battle with Xiang Lei. From the damage of the longsword, Zhou Wen deduced that Xiang Lei's strength was at least 18. So powerful. Zhou Wen couldn't help but exclaim. Xiang Lei's base attributes were several times Zhou Wen's. Even after Zhou Wen had killed 2 people, his strength still didn't match Xiang Lei's base level. Is this the gap between experts? Zhou Wen wondered, curious about how many tokens Xiang Lei had spent to boost his strength. He stayed vigilant, surveying the area and ready to shoot at a moment's notice if anyone appeared. Just then, another blood fiend emerged. Seeing Xiang Lei already locked in battle with one, Zhou Wen couldn't sit still. He immediately loosed an arrow at the newly appeared blood fiend. The arrow flew swiftly, striking the blood fiend's head in an instant. -72/-96. Hidden effect triggered, precision strike. Quadruple headshot damage. Consecutive hits on the same head location. Damage multiplier, x4. Margin of error, less than 2 mm. Special enemies cannot be killed with one blow. Remaining health, 832/1000. Zhou Wen was startled. Holy crap! This damage is higher than Xiang Lei's slash. Precision strike. Margin less than 2 mm. So insane. The blood fiend flew into a rage, roaring as it charged at Zhou Wen. Terrified, Zhou Wen quickly retreated, running while knocking arrows. His firing speed wasn't slow, managing about 3 arrows every 2 seconds, excluding the time to load them. Hearing the blood fiend's furious roars behind him, Xiang Lei glanced back and inwardly cursed Zhou Wen. Didn't he see how much trouble I'm having with just one blood fiend? How could someone with stats barely above an elementary schooler provoke another one? Gritting his teeth, Xiang Lei increased the intensity of his attacks, silently praying that Zhou Wen wouldn't die too quickly. Zhou was his protection target for this game. If Zhou died, he wouldn't get any bonus rewards. Meanwhile, Zhou kept running and shooting, but the Blood Fiend quickly closed the gap. His face turned pale. This thing is way too fast. Watching Xiang Lei earlier had made it seem easy, and Zhou assumed he could handle it too. Now he realized there was no escaping. Cursing inwardly, he wondered just how high the Blood Fiend's agility was. The Blood Fiend raised its massive hand, preparing to strike down hard. Zhou had fired 6 arrows, but the Blood Fiend still had half its health left. This is it, Zhou thought. One hit from the Blood Fiend, and he'd be done for. He found himself trapped in a dire situation. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. The Blood Fiend's attack landed squarely on Zhou's longbow. Durability 0, a system notification popped up, and Zhou let out a sigh of relief. As expected, he had noticed a broken small round shield on the ground earlier. Suddenly, he realized that there must be a blocking mechanic in this game. Without wasting any more time, he used his longbow to block the Blood Fiend's attack. The result? Simple, he survived. He only staggered back a few steps and took the opportunity to fire a few arrows in quick succession. The Blood Fiend's health quickly dropped to below half. A few seconds later, Zhou successfully dragged the Blood Fiend to its death. The Blood Fiend turned into a beam of white light, and in its place appeared a treasure chest. Zhou exhaled deeply, almost scared to death. Looking at the longbow in his hand, he couldn't help but laugh. Unlimited durability can be used like this? Genius! After catching his breath, he walked over and opened the treasure chest. The chest's properties popped up. Grade D treasure chest, formed after the Blood Fiend on the battlefield dies. Contains 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book. Open. Zhou commanded the chest. Please select one item from the following 3 options. The system notification appeared. Zhou raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but complain, so stingy. He looked at the 3 items. Weapon, fine long sword, melee type, grade D, attack power plus 20, durability 300/300. Armor, fine helmet, grade D, head defense plus 20, durability 300/300. Skill, swiftness, passive skill, grade D, effect, increases movement speed by 20% after attacking, stackable with other skills. Seeing these 3 items, Zhou gasped. Amazing! He immediately ignored the longsword and helmet, locking his gaze on the swiftness skill book. Select swiftness. This skill suited him the best. He was most afraid of close combat, and with this skill, at least he'd have more room to maneuver. After making his choice, 4 slots appeared at the bottom of his interface. In the leftmost slot, an icon of green boots appeared. It was the swiftness skill. So, only 4 skills can be equipped at most? Zhou looked at the skill bar, pondering. Boom! A loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Zhou turned his head, only to see another Blood Fiend raising its massive arm high and smashing it down towards Xiang Lei. Zhou quickly knocked an arrow and shot. 3 arrows flew like lightning, striking the Blood Fiend's head. -72, -96, -96. 3 damage numbers popped up. Xiang Lei, who had been parrying, froze in shock. That damage was insane. Who shot that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows flew out, hitting the Blood Fiend's head again. The Blood Fiend let out a miserable cry, its health bar instantly emptied. It turned into a beam of white light, leaving behind a chest on the ground. Xiang Lei turned around and saw Zhou casually walking toward him. It was you! Xiang Lei exclaimed in surprise. How are you okay? He had just seen that pale Blood Fiend raise its massive arm and slam it down toward Zhou. Zhou shrugged and smiled. Same as you used a blocking skill, hee hee. Xiang Lei immediately retorted, impossible. Blocking skills consume at least 90% of your weapon's durability. If you really blocked, how could you still shoot those arrows? Besides, you need to learn that skill. How could a newbie like you know it? Zhou scratched his head and said, well, I don't know about that. Just open the chest already. He changed the subject. Seeing Zhou dodge the question, Xiang Lei frowned, sighed, and stopped pursuing the matter. After all, he was just a hired hand, knowing too much wouldn't help him anyway. He turned his attention back to the treasure chest. Open! Xiang Lei shouted. 5 seconds later, the chest disappeared, and a fine longsword appeared in his hand. Let's go, keep heading north. The poison circle's closing in. Poison circle? What's that? Check the map yourself. Stop asking me everything. Xiang Lei still looked at Zhou as if he were some kind of exotic creature. He couldn't figure it out. How could Zhou deal 96 damage so easily with a longbow? Typically, ranged arrows only dealt triple damage when hitting the head or weak points. Zhou Wen's total attack power was only 24, yet he managed to deal 4 times that. It defied all logic. Watching Zhou Wen walk confidently at the front with his longbow in hand, Xiang Lei was filled with questions. Was this person really as simple as he appeared? No one could give him an answer. Nor did he know that Zhou Wen's innate talent was an SSS tier top-level ability. Most newcomers awaken talents below D tier unless they were exceptionally gifted. Even Xiang Lei's A tier talent had been enhanced post-awakening. Hearing Xiang Lei's words, Zhou Wen opened the map in his mind. A terrain map instantly appeared before him, spanning about 1,000 kilometers by 1,000 kilometers. He and Xiang Lei were marked with red dots, positioned on the left side of the map. A large circle was drawn on the map, and they were both outside of it. Not far outside the circle, a black mist was slowly closing in. Zhou Wen immediately quickened his pace, breaking into a run. He absolutely didn't want to be harmed by the poison circle, let alone eat those awful blood-flavored buns. While running from the poison, Xiang Lei followed closely, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, afraid that Zhou Wen might be taken out by some strange talent or skill. He had to secure those 5 points, no matter what. Not far from Zhou Wen and Xiang Lei, a man and a woman were also fleeing the poison. The man saw Zhou Wen and Xiang Lei, and raised his middle finger. Zhou Wen estimated they were about 300 meters apart. He took the initiative to run toward them. The man across the way, seeing Zhou Wen heading his direction, continued to run while making obscene gestures. Zhou Wen's face remained expressionless. When the distance closed to about 230 meters, Zhou Wen quietly drew his longbow. While running, he aimed in their direction. The man and woman froze in place, the man laughing uncontrollably as his pace visibly slowed. Xiang Lei frowned and said to Zhou Wen, "Don't rush to fire. Get inside the circle first. Ancient longbows don't have that kind of range, you won't hit them." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Wen flashed a warm smile. Thwack! The bowstring twanged. An arrow flew out. Thud! 230 meters away, the man's head was pierced through by the arrow. He slowly collapsed, a flash of white light, leaving behind a chest. You dealt a critical hit. You killed target number 2158. Temporary all-attribute boost, +3. 100 tokens acquired. Attack range increased by 50%. Arrow flight speed increased by 50%. Current attack range, 345 meters. You achieved a triple kill. The woman beside the man had already been petrified with fear. Whoosh, an arrow pierced straight through her skull. The system notification sounded. Zhou Wen's attack range had expanded to 518 meters, and his attack power increased to 30 points of damage per arrow to non-vital areas. Looking at the 2 enemies who were shot in the head from a distance, Xiang Lei was utterly thrown into chaos. Did Zhou Wen even need his protection? If it were him, there was no way he could block that. This is just too absurd, completely illogical. Xiang Lei shook his head, unable to hold back his inner complaints. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Zhou Wen was akin to looking at a monster. Once the 2 entered the safe zone, Xiang Lei took the initiative to suggest splitting up. Why? Zhou Wen scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Xiang Lei responded seriously, "You don't need my protection at all. Your archery skills are ridiculous. Even at my peak condition, I could barely keep up with your pace." He paused for a moment, then added, "If it weren't for the fact that there's no anonymity in the Holy Grail game, I'd suspect you were some hidden identity of a top-tier player." Xiang Lei felt a mix of emotions. He originally thought he would be the one carrying Zhou Wen to victory, but now it was clear Zhou Wen had no need for him. The disparity was hard to stomach. The most critical thing was that Xiang Lei needed to kill others to activate his talent, but so far, he hadn't killed a single person. He wanted to personally kill a few enemies to regain some confidence. Alright, then let's do that. Seeing that Xiang Lei had made up his mind, Zhou Wen didn't push further. He reminded him, "Just be careful. If you encounter someone you can't beat, retreat quickly. Don't stray too far from me, I'll back you up." Zhou Wen's face was full of warmth. Xiang Lei couldn't help but shiver. When Zhou Wen killed those 2 people earlier, this was exactly the expression he had. It was a bit creepy. Hearing Zhou Wen's words, Xiang Lei's feelings became even more complicated. He, who was usually a chicken dinner champion, was now being advised to stay safe by someone else. It felt like he had hit rock bottom. What was this? Like being nagged by a grandmother? Seriously, what a blow. Xiang Lei couldn't bear to stay any longer. His spirit had taken a heavy hit. He turned and left. Zhou Wen felt a wave of loneliness. Looking at the map, he followed the main road toward a place called General's Camp. After walking for a while, a region filled with decrepit tents unfolded before him. Campfires burned there, and a few large monsters roamed about. Zhou took aim and noted that they were within his attack range. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows shot forth. Wild monster, General's soul. Level, C. Description, the vengeful spirit of a deceased general. HP, 2000/2000. -90. -120. Zhou triggered the hidden effect of precision strike. The general's soul noticed Zhou and turned, charging toward him. But Zhou was 400 to 500 meters away, and it would take the monster over 10 seconds to reach him. Thwack, thwack. -120. -120. Zhou continuously drew his bow and released arrows, pulling them from his quiver without even aiming. The arrows automatically found their mark when he let go. Ah! With a resentful wail, the general's soul collapsed. Zhou didn't rush to open the treasure chest but instead turned his attention to the other 2 generals' souls nearby. In less than a minute, all the generals' souls had been slain by Zhou. Only then did he slowly approach to open the treasure chests. Weapon, 100 forged blade. Type, melee. Level, C. Attack power, +30. Durability, 300/300. Armor, General's helmet. Level, C. Head defense, +40. Durability, 350/350. Armor, General's armor. Level, C. Full body defense, +30. Durability, 400/400. Zhou opened 3 treasure chests, but there weren't any good skills, so he chose all equipment. At this moment, he was fully clad in the general's set, with a gleaming blade hanging at his waist. His fair face, paired with the imposing armor, created such a stark contrast that it was impossible not to take a second glance, drawn in by his unique aura. I don't need this blade. I'll give it to that handsome uncle. After all, Xiang Lei had said he was here to protect Zhou. Zhou's 2 arrows earlier had probably been a huge blow to him. Zhou glanced at the 100 forged blade at his waist. Of course, Xiang Lei had no idea that, in Zhou's eyes, he was considered a handsome uncle. If Xiang Lei knew, he would definitely retort that he simply looked fierce. Just as Zhou was preparing to find Xiang Lei and give him the blade, the red dot representing Xiang Lei on the map suddenly turned into a black cross. Your teammate has died. Zhou froze. What happened? He's dead. I didn't even get to ask his name. I didn't even give him the blade. So many important things I didn't get to ask. Zhou stood there in a daze, his heart filled with anger. After a moment of silence, he raised his head, and a radiant smile unexpectedly appeared on his face. An incomparably gentle smile, revealing 8 teeth, radiating warmth. Zhou smiled. I'll avenge you. His voice was soft, as gentle as the spring breeze in March. Zhou headed in the direction of Xiang Lei's death, still wearing that faint smile on his face. A few minutes earlier. Snap! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. The fine blade Xiang Lei held broke into 2 pieces. Before him stood a short man, his hands emanating a faint, eerie glow. The man carried no weapons, he attacked Xiang Lei barehanded. Xiang Lei's equipment kept breaking apart. B-class talent, corrosion. Effect, when attacking barehanded, damage increases by 1.2 times, while also reducing enemy equipment durability by 30 points. Xiang Lei's face turned pale. His talent couldn't fully activate, leaving him utterly suppressed by his opponent. It's over, trash. The short man revealed a sinister grin, reaching out to strike Xiang Lei on the head. Xiang Lei's HP dropped to 0. He closed his eyes. Goodbye. To that employer whose name I never even learned. In his final moments, Xiang Lei thought to himself. He sighed, realizing he hadn't even figured out Zhou's name. Forget it. With an employer this strong, he'll probably win in the end. These 5 points of credit were hard-earned. This time, Xiang Lei had lost everything. Remaining players, 60. He was about to lose 60% of 36 months of his lifespan. And since he hadn't killed a single person, he'd only earn about 100 tokens after the match, barely enough to exchange for 1 month of life. A flash of light signaled Xiang Lei's transformation into a white glow, becoming a loot box. Xiang Lei's consciousness was ejected from the battlefield. The short man scavenged Xiang Lei's loot box and spat on the ground. What a piece of trash! Not even a single potion. What bad luck! The short man cursed under his breath, stomping angrily on Xiang Lei's box. Just then, from a distance, a young man with a clean and handsome face, clad in a general's armor, approached. A faint smile adorned his face. The young man asked cheerfully, "Brother, have you seen a very handsome gentleman around here?" The short man stared at Zhou, who was dressed in D-grade equipment, and his face twisted into a cruel grin. He stomped on the box beneath his feet. Isn't this him right here? This your teammate? I gotta say, what a piece of trash. The short man shook his head mockingly, clearly underestimating Joe-won. Impressive equipment? To him, Joe-won was nothing more than a weakling. Joe-won straightened himself up, pulled out his longbow, and smiled faintly as he looked at the short man. He raised his bow and shot an arrow into the air. Without waiting to see the result, he turned and walked away, leaving only a cold remark, "Then go to hell." The short man burst into raucous laughter at Joe-won's seemingly pointless gesture. His hands began to glow ominously as his face contorted with malice, preparing to ambush Joe-won. Thud! An arrow descended from the sky, piercing straight through his skull. In his final moments, disbelief filled his eyes. How is this possible? Before his body even hit the ground, it disintegrated into a beam of white light, leaving behind a box. You dealt lethal damage. You have slain target number 3157. By now, Joe-won's attack range had reached 777 meters. Glancing at the mini-map, he saw that the second safe zone shrink was underway. Joe-won moved toward the safe zone at an unhurried pace. This time, he would fight alone. He sighed, cherishing the brief time he had spent with Xian Lei. In reality, bedridden and isolated, Joe-won had almost no friends. It seemed that if he couldn't secure first place, dying early would come at an even greater cost. With these thoughts, Joe-won observed the safe zone, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from the toxic circle. He was confident that many players would still be scrambling to escape the shrinking zone, and he planned to take a few more down. His gear was decent for now, though his attribute points were somewhat lacking. As Joe-won ran, he continuously fired arrows into the sky. With auto-aim targeting the head, he didn't even need to aim manually, just shooting upward was enough. Within a few arrows, Joe-won had already killed 5 more players, earning him 500 tokens and 15 all attribute points. His attack range expanded to a terrifying 5,900 meters. At this range, the speed of his arrows reached 340 meters per second, essentially the speed of sound. He wondered how many players could still withstand his attacks. With his increased range, Joe-won didn't stop. He continued firing arrows into the sky. Your attack was resisted. Your attack was resisted. The system notifications came repeatedly, and Joe-won frowned. It was only then that he realized his longbow's attack power was too low to penetrate defenses. The nearby players should be cleared out by now, he thought. Better head into the zone and look for better equipment. Given the situation, he needed a stronger ranged weapon, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal any meaningful damage to his opponents. Once inside the safe zone, Joe-won opened the map. In front of him lay a rugged terrain named Burial Horse Pit. The area was riddled with gullies and scattered with the bodies of fallen horses of various colors but all stained with blood. This place is perfect for an ambush, Joe-won thought. If someone were hiding beneath the piles of horse corpses, waiting to strike as he passed, it would be nearly impossible to dodge. With this thought, Joe-won began shooting wildly into the sky, hoping to flush out any hidden enemies with his arrows. Your attack was resisted. The system notification popped up again, and Joe-won reluctantly abandoned the idea. His longbow was too weak. He continued shooting in intervals, timing the delays between firing and feedback. The shortest delay was about 4 seconds, indicating no nearby enemies. Letting out a breath of relief, he turned his attention to the large pits scattered around. Inside, there were some pieces of equipment lying about, and Joe-won began inspecting them one by one. None of them were better than his current D-grade gear. Why aren't there any skills? After searching for a while and finding no skill-bearing items, Joe-won wondered if only treasure chests could yield skills. When he questioned the system, it confirmed his suspicion, and his gaze shifted toward the distant edges of Burial Horse Pit. He tried searching for roaming monsters but found no trace of them. Recalling the earlier system notifications, he guessed that the monsters in this area had already been cleared out by other players, who likely had decent gear themselves. After a fruitless search, the next safe zone shrink began, the third toxic circle. With no time to linger, Joe-won had to abandon his search and head toward the safe zone. At this point, only 43 players remained in the game. As soon as he entered the new safe zone, a tall, burly man suddenly burst out of a nearby bush. Wielding a massive sword, he shouted loudly, "Heavy leap strike." Joe-won reacted swiftly, raising his longbow to block the attack. The burly man sneered inwardly at Joe-won's move. A mere longbow? That piece of junk can't possibly block my D-grade skill. But what happened next caught him completely off guard. The longbow didn't shatter, and Joe-won wasn't cleaved in half. Instead, the longbow firmly withstood the attack, and Joe-won was merely pushed back 2 steps. Impossible. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. Skill blocked. Longbow durability -0. Zhou Wen was equally surprised. Without his innate talent, he would have been doomed just now. He raised the tempered blade in his hand, realizing how dangerous the situation had become. In his quest for ranged skills, he had neglected the risk of close combat. The burly man charged again, his massive blade held horizontally across his chest. His attributes were roughly on par with Zhou Wen's, but with each strike, Zhou Wen could feel the man's strength growing. Anxiety gripped Zhou Wen. This opponent was clearly a close combat talent player. He had underestimated his adversaries in this match and was now paying the price. After several exchanges, Zhou Wen's blade suddenly shattered, its durability reduced to 0. The burly man grinned wickedly. "Come on, what other gear do you have? I'll keep playing with you." His massive blade was now enveloped in a red glow, clearly enhanced by a weapon protection skill. Zhou Wen had no choice but to toss aside the broken blade and pick up his longbow again. The burly man's expression changed, recalling how his earlier skill had been blocked. Zhou Wen continued to use the longbow to fend off the burly man's attacks, occasionally dealing small amounts of damage. Despite the ongoing assault, the longbow remained intact. "This is absurd," the burly man cursed internally. "Why hasn't his longbow broken yet? How does it have such high durability?" Frustrated, the burly man realized his massive blade's durability was nearing its limit. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen focused intently on the fight, fully aware of the shortcomings of his specialized build. His passive skill, agility, was completely useless in this scenario. "If I'd known, I would have brought some close combat skills," he muttered bitterly. Just as the two were at a stalemate, a sudden sword aura flew over and decapitated the burly man. The man transformed into a white light and turned into a loot box. Before Zhou Wen could react, another sword aura came his way. He quickly raised his longbow to block it. A woman emerged from the nearby bushes, waving her long sword. Another sword aura shot out. Thwack! The sword aura struck Zhou Wen's longbow. He was forced back a step. The woman approached him, her gaze cold and piercing. "Newbie?" Zhou Wen nodded, cautiously watching the indifferent yet exquisitely beautiful woman. Leng Qianxuan understood immediately. Any veteran player who saw her would have run away by now. Only clueless newcomers like Zhou Wen would dare to stay put. "You can go. I won't kill you," Leng Qianxuan said, sheathing her sword and looking at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had encountered someone kind. Noticing the danger zone was still far away, he sat down and started munching on a steamed bun to recover his health. Seeing Zhou Wen sitting there so fearlessly, Leng Qianxuan's lips twitched. B-rank talent, Sword Soul Pursuit. When chasing a target, unleash 400% lock-on sword aura. However, damage is reduced by 90% in direct combat. Zhou Wen's refusal to flee rendered her talent completely useless. That's right, she was a cunning player through and through. Few knew the specifics of her talent, those she killed only remembered her strength. Faced with someone like Zhou Wen, who met her head-on, she was utterly at a loss. Zhou Wen noticed Leng Qianxuan staring straight at him and was momentarily stunned. He pulled out another steamed bun and handed it to her. "Not at full health either?" Zhou Wen asked with a sunny smile. Leng Qianxuan suddenly felt her face heat up, as if she were sunburned. She felt like a dark, insignificant insect under Zhou Wen's innocent gaze. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of her at all. In fact, that earlier sword aura had actually helped him a lot. Since Leng Qianxuan had said she'd let him go, he trusted she wouldn't harm him. Zhou Wen couldn't have been more wrong. At least, for now, his life was safe. Leng Qianxuan remained motionless, feeling a bit awkward. She finally took the steamed bun. "You're new, who's your teammate?" "A cool-looking uncle who smokes a lot and is great at close combat." After hearing Zhou Wen's description, Leng Qianxuan thought for a long time but couldn't figure out who he was talking about. "What rank are you, by the way?" Zhou Wen asked, curious about her earlier sword strike. Leng Qianxuan coughed twice. "Not high. Just silver rank." At the same time, she stole a glance at Zhou Wen, hoping to see shock in his eyes. Zhou Wen nodded. "Not bad." Leng Qianxuan's lips twitched, she felt like hitting him. This was silver. Out of 10,000 players, only the top 1,000 could reach silver rank. The Holy Grail war was incredibly competitive. The top 100 were elite experts, the next 900 were gold rank, and players ranked between 1,000 and 3,000 were silver. The remaining 7,000 were all bronze. The fact that Leng Qianxuan ranked around 1,900 meant she was already a formidable player. Silver rank? Zhou Wen marveled inwardly. If silver was this strong, it was terrifying. He didn't even know what rank Xian Lei was, but his mind wandered to the cool uncle again. Zhou Wen kept chatting away, driving Leng Qianxuan to the brink of madness. Her icy image was on the verge of shattering. Ah! Zhou Wen, still munching on his steamed bun, noticed tears welling up in Leng Qianxuan's eyes and was startled. Are you okay? Leng Qianxuan stood up angrily. See you in the final zone. Without another word, she stormed off. Zhou Wen scratched his head, wondering if he had offended her somehow. Oh well. Zhou Wen finished his steamed bun, restored his health, and continued running toward the safe zone. Along the way, he encountered no monsters, they had all been cleared out by other players. So this is what silver rank matches are like? Everyone's reactions are so quick. Zhou Wen looked around at the ground, which appeared to have been stripped bare by locusts, and couldn't help but marvel. When he finally entered the safe zone, only 29 players remained. The rest were all elites. Throughout his journey, Zhou Wen hadn't found any ranged weapon better than his longbow. He began to wonder if there were even stronger ranged weapons on this battlefield. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhou Wen realized that while his stats weren't inferior to others, they all had melee skills. He had none, so he had to avoid close-quarters combat entirely. What a loss. Just then, an arrow wrapped in red cloth landed in front of him. What's this? Zhou Wen froze, unsure what to make of it. Bayou bayou. A plump carrier pigeon flew over, clutching a red cloth bundle in its beak. It dropped the bundle in front of Zhou Wen. Whoa, could this be an ancient version of an airdrop? Zhou Wen picked up the red cloth bundle. Airdrop C rank. Open to receive all rewards. Not bad. An airdrop falling right into his lap. When Zhou Wen saw the words receive all rewards, he couldn't help but grin. He opened it at once. Weapon, powerful crossbow. Type, ranged. Grade, C rank. Attack plus 30, attack speed plus 3. Durability, infinite. Range, 5,900. Skill, toxic. Grade, C rank. Effect, adds poison to attacks. Upon hitting a target, deals 30 fixed damage per second for up to 2 stacks. Universal healing patch, restores 75% health. He collected everything. The powerful crossbow appeared in Zhou Wen's hands. Though compact, Zhou Wen knew this weapon was a game changer. His attack speed was already an insane 5 arrows per second. The crossbow didn't require frequent reloading. At this moment, Zhou Wen essentially had an automatic rifle. Equipped with the toxic skill, Zhou Wen was ready to unleash chaos. You there! Put the airdrop down. A man in standard soldier gear suddenly jumped out. Listen up. I'm from Noah. The veteran guild Noah. The man even flashed a badge, his face brimming with smugness. It seemed he expected Zhou Wen to immediately kneel, surrender the airdrop, and hand over his gear. Zhou Wen stepped closer for a better look. The man held a finely crafted badge. Its blue background featured a white ship surrounded by waves that seemed to rise and roar. The back of the badge displayed a serial number and a name. Serial number 9621, name, Zhao XX. The full name seemed protected, Zhou Wen couldn't see it. Got a good look? I'm a member of the Noah Guild. Hand over the airdrop, and I'll let you off. Zhao XX boasted arrogantly. Zhou Wen, however, was confused. Noah? A guild? What was that? Zhao XX saw Zhou Wen's puzzled expression and assumed he was scared stiff. He grew even more brazen in his threats. Now, kneel and bow twice, hand over your gear, and I won't put you on our guild's blacklist. Listening to this, Zhou Wen's face broke into a smile. Can I take a closer look at your badge? I have the talent for identifying items, Zhou Wen lied sincerely. Zhao XX wasn't the least bit afraid. This badge was something he'd bought with real gold and silver from a member of the Noah Guild. Using it, he'd managed to intimidate quite a few people. He handed the badge over to Zhou Wen, waiting to see him panic and kneel in fear. But Zhou Wen, after taking the badge, casually slipped it into his pocket, while his crossbow was suddenly aimed at Zhao XX's head. Zhao XX froze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Target number 9621 has been killed. Zhou Wen played with the Noah Guild badge. When someone dies, their personal belongings don't disappear? He stared thoughtfully at the badge in his hand. This repeating crossbow is really handy, Zhou Wen said, glancing at Zhao XX's equipment box with a sigh of admiration. 5 bolts per second, each one a headshot. The damage was instant and lethal. Forget it, this is getting boring. Zhou Wen pointed the crossbow at the sky and began firing rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. System notifications popped up repeatedly. The remaining players couldn't withstand Zhou Wen's storm-like attacks. Leng Qianxuan sneered while chasing and slaughtering nearby players. Her terrifying sword aura sent everyone fleeing in panic. Run! The more you run, the happier I am. Lang Qianxuan maintained her cool demeanor, slashing with her sword. By UBU. Suddenly, a series of crossbow bolts flew in, directly taking off Lang Qianxuan's head. Who is it? She roared in fury, almost having her kill stolen by someone else. At that moment, she noticed the remaining player count dropping rapidly. System notifications flooded the screen. Player number 520 had instantly killed over a dozen people. Lang Qianxuan was terrified, her anger replaced by a sense of dread. Meanwhile, another volley of crossbow bolts hurtled toward her. Desperate Guardian C grade grants 0.75 seconds of invincibility upon activation, one-time use only. Seeing the green bolts flying at her from all directions, Lang Qianxuan broke out in a cold sweat. It was horrifying. At the same time, the poison zone began to shrink, leaving only 2 players on the field. Oh, there's still one left? Zhou Wen looked at the system prompt, slightly surprised. But he raised his crossbow again, remembering his saying, if you can't solve it, just shoot a few more bolts. With countless attacks and fully stacked passive agility, Zhou Wen could run 40 meters in a single second. As he raised his crossbow, someone suddenly dashed into his line of sight. It was none other than Lang Qianxuan, scrambling to avoid the poison zone while dodging bolts, and accidentally stumbling near Zhou Wen. Big boss? The two locked eyes. Lang Qianxuan froze, her face turning pale as she noticed the crossbow in Zhou Wen's hands. You're number 520? Lang Qianxuan's voice trembled. Zhou Wen nodded. Hey, what a coincidence, boss. See you in the final zone. Lang Qianxuan wanted to slap herself. Why did she set up that stupid flag earlier? Big boss, show me all your tricks. Zhou Wen declared with a determined look. You saved me, so I won't kill you instantly. I'll give you a chance. Lang Qianxuan was dumbfounded. What the hell? You should go. I'll kill you after the next zone shrinks. Hurry and loot some equipment and skills. Lang Qianxuan tried to maintain a superior demeanor, hoping to trick Zhou Wen into leaving so she could hunt him later. Zhou Wen shook his head. I'm already prepared. You go first. Damn it. Lang Qianxuan's eyes filled with tears as she cursed herself for saving Zhou Wen. Gritting her teeth, she said, I don't bully the weak, and charged straight into the poison zone. She knew she couldn't possibly win against Zhou Wen in direct combat. Better to maintain her image. Cursing Zhou Wen in her heart for being so cunning, she died in the poison zone. No one else remains alive. Congratulations on becoming the champion of this Holy Grail war. Zhou Wen? He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This woman really had guts. A crystal-clear glass cup gently descended from the sky. So this is the legendary Holy Grail. Zhou Wen caught the Grail steadily. This round of the Holy Grail war is over. Beginning token settlement. 28 kills, 2,800 tokens. Slaughter bonus, 300. Assists bonus, 10. Search bonus, 6. Survival bonus, 100. Total performance score, 416. Tokens earned, 416. Player obtained the Holy Grail. Rewards doubled, earning 4,160 tokens. Total tokens earned this round, 6960. Preparing to exit the battlefield. Darkness enveloped Zhou Wen's vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting in a small truck. Around him, the bloody battlefield had vanished, replaced by a serene landscape filled with flowers and green grass. Animals roamed leisurely, creating a harmonious scene. In the truck bed lay a shining Holy Grail. I won. Uncle Handsome can suffer a little less now, Zhou Wen muttered. But how do I leave here? Feeling trapped on the truck, he circled around several times but couldn't get off. System, I want to exit. Detected a large number of tokens. Would you like to use them to enhance your attributes? What? No. I want to get out. Exiting the Holy Grail war. A flash of light later, Zhou Wen found himself back at home, sitting in his wheelchair. Looking at his still paralyzed legs, Zhou Wen felt a pang of disappointment. Was it all a dream, he murmured to himself? Everything he had just experienced felt so real. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noticed that half an hour had indeed passed. What's going on? Would you like to log into the Holy Grail war? The familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Is this 2 different worlds? His confusion quickly cleared up. 100 points to trade for 1 wish? The wish to regain his health. Looks like I'll be spending a lot of time in the game, Zhou Wen said with a smile. At least there was hope. He checked the time. 1 more round. Enter the Holy Grail war. As streams of data flickered before his eyes, Zhou Wen was pulled back onto the small truck. He lightly hopped, confirming that his legs were functional in this world. 2 worlds, after all. Detected a large number of tokens. Would you like to enhance your attributes? The system prompted again. Enhance? A dazzling interface of items appeared before him. At the very top were Zhou Wen's attributes, each with a plus sign next to it. 500 tokens for 1 attribute point. 100 tokens for 1 month of lifespan. Below that, 1 point of score could be exchanged for 1,000 tokens. Zhou Wen glanced at it and thought, who would be foolish enough to make that trade? Further down were 3 categories: equipment, skills, and talents. He clicked into the menu to check it out. The equipment, skills, and talents he had used before were all listed there. SSS level talent shooting master exchange price, 5 points plus 1 million tokens. What? Zhou Wen was stunned upon seeing the price. 5 points, this was no small matter. He thought of how difficult it was to earn points. He then looked at the prices of other equipment. E-level gear cost 2,000 tokens for 1 day of use or 200,000 tokens for permanent ownership. D-level gear required 4,000 tokens for a day or 400,000 tokens for permanent ownership. For C-level gear, the system displayed, rank insufficient, cannot exchange. So expensive. Zhou Wen concluded. He earned only about 6,000 tokens per game. To exchange for a C-level talent, he would have to play 80 matches. The price for an SSS level talent was even crazier, downright insane. Players will unlock more token earning opportunities upon reaching higher ranks, the system helpfully reminded him. Alright, that's fair enough, Zhou Wen muttered. Then he asked, System, is there any way to repair my real-world health? Only through making a wish, the system replied. Fine. Zhou Wen glanced around but found no gear or items he wanted to exchange for. He exited the equipment menu and returned to the attribute menu. Exchange attributes, he said. After the earlier match, Zhou Wen had become acutely aware of his weaknesses. His basic stats were below the average level of an ordinary person. You have 6,960 tokens. Exchange 10 attribute points. Exchange successful. Character attributes. Strength, 8 plus 2. Agility, 7 plus 4. Stamina, 6 plus 4. Mental power, 11. Intelligence, 11. This distribution was, in Zhou Wen's opinion, the most reasonable after careful consideration. At the very least, his overall stats had now reached the average baseline. Remaining tokens, 1,960. One more match. Zhou Wen said excitedly. Start matchmaking. Entering solo queue sequence. Zhou Wen was eager to rack up points. With the SSS level talent, he was confident he could win chicken dinner after chicken dinner. A blue light curtain flashed, and Zhou Wen arrived at the new battlefield. When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the urban atmosphere heavy and oppressive. But when he saw his starting position, Zhou Wen panicked. Why am I starting on the rooftop of an 18-story building? He exclaimed. And the door is locked. He tried pushing the iron door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. Left with no other options, he fell into deep thought. Ding! Random talent activation successful. SSS level talent, magnetic control? SSS level talent, magnetic control? Details: gain the ability to manipulate magnetism within a range of 100 meters, with a maximum controllable weight of 100 kilograms. For each enemy killed, range and maximum controllable weight increase by 50%. As soon as the talent activated, Zhou Wen expressionlessly raised his hand toward the iron door. Boom! The iron door flew toward him. Off you go. Zhou Wen controlled the magnetic force and hurled the door away. You have killed target number 5321. Temporary all-attribute boost, plus 3 points. Earned 100 tokens. Magnetic range and maximum controllable weight increased by 50%. Zhou Wen froze in disbelief. What just happened? Had he just accidentally crushed someone to death with the iron door? He silently mourned for the poor soul. Killed at the very start, 3 years of lifespan wasted for nothing. No, I can't keep using falling objects to kill people, it's too underhanded. Zhou Wen declared. As an upright young man, he couldn't stoop to such tactics. After thinking it over, Zhou Wen used his magnetic ability to retrieve the iron door. He then stood on it and attempted to take off. After a couple of tries, he began to rise slowly. Not bad. Magnetic control is pretty strong, Zhou Wen said as he hovered mid-air, effortlessly supported by the iron door. He flew around, scanning the ground for good equipment. Suddenly, he spotted a uniquely designed handgun. I'll take that, he said, pulling the gun toward him with magnetic force. The firearm, with its fiery red body and sleek, streamlined barrel, flew into his hand. Inferior handgun F level. Attack power, plus 5, 50% chance of jamming per shot. Ammo capacity, 5 rounds. Durability, 50-50. Joe Wen's face darkened. This gun was absolute trash. Remembering his earlier lesson, he decided not to rely on falling objects anymore. Instead, he stashed the pitiful handgun away. Protecting the environment was everyone's responsibility, after all. He picked a direction and set off to hunt some wild monsters. Upon reaching a monster spawn zone, Joe Wen descended slowly. He sat on the iron door, waiting. Whoosh! A bullet suddenly sped toward him, only to be blocked by his magnetic field. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots followed, but both were similarly intercepted. The attacker tried to keep shooting, but Joe Wen sneered. Sneaking around isn't a good habit. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed magnetic interference. Boom! The enemy's gun exploded, blowing off their hand and rendering them defenseless. Joe Wen then controlled a bullet with magnetism and sent it flying straight through the attacker's body. You have killed target number 6931. Temporary all attribute boost, plus 3 points. Earned 100 tokens. Magnetic range and maximum controllable weight increased by 50%. Joe Wen floated over to inspect the loot box dropped by the enemy. On the ground, glowing red fragments shone brightly. Wow, this could have been a deadly weapon. Joe Wen muttered, glancing at the handgun strapped to his iron door. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Good thing he hadn't used it. Injuries in the game couldn't be healed by medicine. Just then, a rumbling noise came from behind. Joe Wen frowned. That sound. He turned to look and saw the source. Monsters had spawned. Vibrating pickup truck E-level. Don't ask why, it just vibrates. Health, 300/300. Raising his hand, Joe Wen made the truck wobble slightly using magnetic control. Looks like my control needs more work. He scanned his surroundings and manipulated a pile of iron objects, smashing them into the truck. -30. -10. -8. -50. Damage numbers flashed above the truck as it angrily charged at Joe Wen, who nimbly dodged out of the way. After several rounds of attacks, Joe Wen finally defeated the vibrating pickup truck. E-level treasure chest. Please choose one of the following 3 items. He opened it. Weapon, handgun P1911. Level, E-level. Attack power, +10. Ammo capacity, 749. Durability, 200/200. Armor, dinosaur onesie. Level, E-level. Full body defense, +5. Durability, 200/200. Skill, quick reload E-level. Reload speed increased by 12%. After reviewing the options, Joe Wen casually chose the dinosaur onesie. The handgun's damage was still inferior to his magnetic weaponry, and the skill was of no use to him. Donning the onesie, Joe Wen sat atop the battered iron door, soaring through the skies, radiating brilliance. What is that thing? A player? Or a monster? The other players stared at Joe Wen flying through the air, utterly baffled by what they were witnessing. Some players, unwilling to believe in superstition, fired at Joe Wen. However, the bullets were all controlled by Joe Wen and rebounded back. Since the game had just started, the weapon damage was still low, and it couldn't even kill those players. Joe Wen flew far away, leaving behind the legend of an A-ranked wild monster. Bro, look at that dinosaur monster in the sky. It's an A-ranked wild monster. For real? Rat-tat-tat. Ah. While fighting, some deliberately leaked the information to disrupt their opponent's mindset. Joe Wen ignored all of this. At this moment, he was doing something incredibly crafty, using his magnetic ability to attract all the bullets on the map. Fighting and killing is so boring. Looking at the crowd fighting below, Joe Wen revealed a savior-like smile on his face. Yet, a trace of darkness lingered in his eyes. Reduce killing. War is terrifying and cruel. We must oppose war. Wherever Joe Wen passed, only weapons remained, and no bullets were left. He was cleaner than a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind. Inside an office building, a young man was hiding. He wore a green t-shirt and pants, and even his hair was dyed green. At this moment, he was wolfing down a bread. Bread restores 20% of maximum health. Huff. Huff. His health wasn't fully restored yet, but he was already out of bread. Li Ba's eyes were full of helplessness. Am I really going to crash and burn in the second round? In the last round, he had good luck, hiding in the top 10 without losing much health and even stealing from a few people, earning some extra cash. Remaining players, 93. If he died this round, he'd have to suffer a penalty of 93% times 36 months of his lifespan. He regretted it deeply. Originally thinking the game was set on an ancient map, he had dressed entirely in green and even dyed his hair green. But it turned out to be a modern urban gunfight. Everywhere were white walls, and he had become a living target. His intestines were twisting with regret. Now he was in a desperate situation, with no bullets or recovery items left. Rat-tat-tat-tat. As soon as he moved, a barrage of bullets rained down from the opposite side. Totally helpless, he was waiting for his opponents to reload. Click click. The opportunity arrived. Li Ba rushed out. Click click. The opponent reached for their ammo pouch. Damn it! Why doesn't it show the bullet count like in the game? It was also the opponent's first time playing a modern map, and they were clearly inexperienced. Just as they pulled out a box of bullets and were about to reload, the bullets flew away by themselves. The opponent was dumbfounded. Li Ba broke through their blockade. Shit! There's no way ahead. He sprinted to the stairwell, his face pale as he stared at the blocked passage. Jump! Li Ba made a decisive choice. He had no equipment on him, staying put would mean certain death. Crash! With a loud crash, Li Ba shattered the glass and jumped out. Jumping might still leave him alive, after all, the Holy Grail war didn't have a bone fracture mechanic, at most he'd lose some health. In the air, Jo-Won was aimlessly flying, manipulating a large number of bullets to collide with each other and deplete their ammunition. Plop! Suddenly, Jo-Won was enveloped by a shadow. What's this? Thud! A person landed right next to Jo-Won. Jo-Won? Li Ba opened his eyes and muttered internally, why did I hit the ground so quickly? And I didn't even lose any health? He looked around. A big dinosaur was sitting next to him, staring at him. Ah! Terrified, Li Ba backed away, but his hand slipped, and he fell off entirely. Jo-Won? Why is this guy so enthusiastic? Running away the moment we meet? Jo-Won had clearly forgotten he was wearing a dinosaur onesie. He manipulated an iron gate to catch the falling Li Ba just in time. After experiencing a high-altitude fall, Li Ba had calmed down significantly. When he was caught by Jo-Won, he finally realized it was just a dinosaur onesie. Thank you, bro. Li Ba's expression hadn't fully recovered yet. Without any weapons in hand, he naturally had nothing to fear. A kill? Whatever, whoever wants it can take it. Jo-Won took off his hat. Hello, buddy, I'm Jo-Won. He greeted with a warm smile. I'm Li Ba. Li Ba? Jo-Won squinted slightly. That name sounded a bit odd. Thank you, bro. You can take the kill. Li Ba smiled indifferently, treating life and death with a casual attitude. At worst, he'd just earn it back in the next round. Li Ba was a tough guy, fearless of anyone. Jo-Won scratched his head. I'm not that interested in kills. I'm mainly on a peacekeeping mission. Li Ba? Not interested in kills? Peacekeeping mission? What nonsense is this? Li Ba felt like he had encountered a weirdo. When he looked around and saw his situation clearly, he nearly jumped up in fright. Holy crap! Bro, what's that? Is it your ability? It's insane. Li Ba stared at the dense mass of bullets above, colliding with each other and exploding, leaving him utterly stunned. Gradually, he began to understand what Jo-Won meant by peacekeeping mission. Bullets automatically flew toward the sky, and the surrounding gunfire suddenly seemed to be muted. Li Ba's expression turned strange. Then, he suddenly clung to Jo-Won's leg. Boss, please spare me in the end. Jo-Won was utterly confused. Let go of me. I'm not a boss, I'm just a newbie who's been through a war. Li Ba instantly understood. Bosses like to act like newbies. With such an incredible ability, he must be a top-tier player. This guy in front of him was definitely a true big shot. No wonder he wasn't interested in kills. Seeing Li Ba's expression of I believe you, Jo-Won felt a bit patronized and could only helplessly shrug. Li Ba was brimming with enthusiasm. Boss, what's our next move? Jo-Won scratched his head. First, let's destroy all the bullets in Zone Z. Li Ba gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Zone Z was the largest area on the map, essentially the center of the map. The poison shrink would definitely start from Zone Z. Watching Jo-Won destroy bullets at such a speed, Li Ba could already imagine the screams of those players when the poison shrink began. Li Ba couldn't contain his excitement. Boss, let's add each other as friends and queue together next time. Friends? What's that? Jo-Won looked puzzled. System notification, friend grouping feature available. Players reaching higher ranks can form guilds. The system helpfully responded. Seeing Jo-Won's lack of reaction, Li Ba grew a bit anxious. Boss, my ability is amazing too. I have a B-level ability, data analysis. I can see the details of abilities lower ranked than mine. Jo-Won had just finished reading the system notification when he heard Li Ba's introduction. Oh, not bad. He was a bit surprised. This talent turned out to be quite powerful for support. Li Ba, eager to show off, pointed to a person not far away who was staring blankly at them. Boss. That guy's talent is E-grade human sword. Human sword E-grade description, you turn into a sword with no durability. Its attack power is equivalent to an ordinary E-grade sword. Li Ba relayed the information to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was shocked. This talent was terribly disadvantageous for his peaceful mission. He immediately sprinted toward the person. The man, noticing Zhou Wen's approach, instantly became alarmed and bolted. Trying to run? Li Ba grabbed a small fiery red handgun hanging on the iron gate. Bang bang! The man was hit but ran even faster. Zhou Wen stared at Li Ba in horror. Li Ba looked bewildered, not understanding why Zhou Wen was staring at him. When he saw the small handgun in his hand, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh no! Li Ba shouted and flung the handgun far away. Zhou Wen caught up, wanting to verify if Li Ba was telling the truth. Thus, at the edge of Zone Z, a bizarre scene unfolded. Two figures sat atop a large iron gate, a dinosaur and a little green man. Above them, a dense array of bullets collided mid-air. Players hiding in various spots watched as their bullets flew skyward, utterly powerless. Seeing their opponents experiencing the same, they exchanged wry smiles. Zhou Wen and Li Ba continued chasing the player with the human sword talent. Behind the player, the sky was thick with black bullets. Nearby players didn't dare to show themselves, silently mourning the hunted man. The player was on the verge of a breakdown. In his mind, he kept thinking, those two on the iron gate are insane. They had been chasing him for ages. Zhou Wen and Li Ba had already pursued him through 2 streets. And it seemed they intended to keep going. Finally, the player stopped, turning to Zhou Wen and Li Ba with anger. This is illegal teaming. Say it. What on earth do you want? His tone was filled with grievance and fury. Zhou Wen scratched his head awkwardly. Nothing. I just wanted to ask about your talent. The player snapped. You chased me for 2 streets just to ask that? You're insane. Go ahead and ask. The player knelt on the ground, tears streaming, unable to comprehend what he had done to deserve this. Zhou Wen awkwardly said, aren't talents supposed to be confidential? Screw confidentiality. It's human sword. My talent is human sword, a trashy human sword. Is that enough? The player was about to break down, emotionally unstable. Don't get so worked up. Calm down. Zhou Wen felt he might have gone too far. How can I calm down? The player was on the verge of tears, utterly aggrieved. He had done nothing, yet he was relentlessly chased for 2 streets, let alone the incessant sound of bullets clashing behind him, as though someone was firing non-stop. Who could endure such psychological pressure? Zhou Wen's face showed embarrassment, while Li Ba's expression turned pale green. Zhou Wen noticed Li Ba's unusual reaction and felt a bit puzzled. Whenever Li Ba got nervous, his face would turn green, an old quirk of his. Could it be this kid has some hidden ailment? Zhou Wen speculated while looking at the clueless Li Ba. Li Ba, realizing Zhou Wen was staring at him, turned even greener. No! He couldn't let the boss know about this issue. What if he looked down on him? Li Ba instinctively tried to hide it. Zhou Wen observed Li Ba's evasive gaze and figured out the truth. He patted Li Ba on the shoulder, speaking in a tone of understanding, as if to an old friend. No worries, I get it. Zhou Wen, being disabled himself, naturally understood such hidden issues. Li Ba, unsure how to explain, froze upon hearing Zhou Wen's words. What? You get what? Then, a terrifying thought struck him. Could it be, the boss knows? Oh my god. At this moment, Zhou Wen turned to the player below, smiling as he said, brother, you can go now. This was all our fault. The player became even angrier. You think you can just walk away like that? I demand compensation for emotional distress. The player began to extort them. Bang bang. A barrage of bullets hit the player, causing him to vanish. You have killed target number 9784. Temporary attribute increased by 3 points. Earned 100 tokens. Magnetic range and maximum control increased by 50%. Zhou Wen? The deceased player? I was just joking about the emotional compensation. Zhou Wen scratched his head, attempting to explain to the fading player. Sorry, bro, I didn't mean it. The bullets were entirely random and had nothing to do with me. The player slowly turned into white light, his parting words echoing in the air. I don't believe you. Number 520, I'll remember you. Li Ba silently watched everything unfold, swallowing hard. Terrifying. From chasing to letting their guard down, to an instant kill, it was too frightening. What cunning. This was true ruthlessness. Zhou Wen glanced at Li Ba. I swear it wasn't on purpose. I believe you. Totally believe you. Li Ba was scared stiff. This boss played at an entirely different level. He didn't dare entertain his earlier suspicions anymore, too scared. Zhou stared at Li Ba for a long moment, feeling like he was being humored. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Ba with enthusiasm. Fantastic! Your talent is incredibly useful. Hearing Zhou praise, a wave of pride surged in Li Ba's heart. Unexpectedly, even the boss's gaze toward him had changed. Ha ha ha! Not bad, huh? This talent. Li Ba pretended to be humble. But as soon as he said it, he realized Zhou was a boss who had surely seen talents far more impressive than his. Damn! He must be playing me. Li Ba immediately caught on, quickly changing his tone and flattering Zhou. But my little talent is nothing compared to how amazing you are, boss. Li Ba's face broke into a goofy smile. Zhou shuddered slightly, then smiled, patting Li Ba on the shoulder. You and I together, we're unbeatable. Li Ba's talent was perfect for supporting him. Zhou manipulated the large iron gate, continuing to scour the streets for ammunition. The figures of Zhou and Li Ba left a deep impression on the players below. On the streets cleared by Zhou, all the players behaved exceptionally friendly, with arms around each other's shoulders, heading toward the safe zone. Players in other areas, seeing this scene, widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this still the battlefield full of slaughter? It felt just like a group of brothers finishing a barbecue outing together. Later, when they ran out of bullets, they underwent the same transformation. Exchanging glances, they joined the squad running shoulder to shoulder to escape the toxic zone. And the mastermind behind all of this was none other than Zhou. At this moment, Zhou stopped a girl who was sprinting at full speed. This girl had a grade C talent, the ability to forge weapons from iron. Grade C talent, forge weapons from iron. Asterisk allows the user to transform iron objects into weapons. The weapon's grade depends on the grade of the iron material, asterisk. Stop. Stop right there. Don't run. You can't outrun us. Li Ba, sitting on an iron gate, had somehow acquired a piece of paper and rolled it into a makeshift megaphone, shouting incessantly. Bai Qianqian, however, acted like she hadn't heard a thing and continued to run at full speed. She wore a form-fitting athletic shirt and shorts, her fair, slender legs catching everyone's attention. Seeing her speed up, Zhou manipulated the surrounding iron materials to form a wall, blocking her path. Ha ha ha! Li Ba sneered maliciously. Run! Why aren't you running now? After 2 laughs, he suddenly realized how foolish he sounded. His expression shifted, and he quickly retreated behind Zhou. Bai Qianqian refused to give up. She manipulated the iron wall into a series of blunt-edged blades, preparing to break through and escape. But Zhou wouldn't let her leave. Using magnetic forces, he controlled the blunt blades, firmly suppressing Bai Qianqian. Zhou and Li Ba floated 2 meters in front of Bai Qianqian. You can have the kill credit. But if you dare to try anything else, don't blame me for being ruthless. The cold voice carried a warning. Ha! Anything else? Zhou, who was always straightforward, fell into deep thought. Bai Qianqian's face blushed slightly, realizing that her phrasing might have been inappropriate. Clearing her throat, she adjusted her tone to sound more serious. If you dare humiliate me, I'll put a bounty on you for the entire game. By humiliate, she was referring to tying up female players and verbally harassing them. The Holy Grail system explicitly forbade physical contact. Of course, such actions were both disgusting and lowly. But in the Holy Grail game, such things still happened occasionally, as the system couldn't fully prevent them. That's why the bounty system existed. Victims could offer rewards in evidence. Someone would inevitably take the task. Usually, the rewards weren't too generous, but they provided a mysterious attribute that circulated among players. Afterward, the system would place the task taker and the offender in the same game. In that match, the offender would face harsher penalties compared to usual. Li Ba, well aware of this, leaned in to explain it to Zhou. Zhou nodded, understanding Bai Qianqian's concerns. With sincerity, he said, I'm sorry, but your talent is forge weapons from iron. This means that even without bullets, you can still fight. That's why I hope you can eliminate yourself. I just want peace. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qianqian stared at Zhou with a dumbfounded expression. Self-eliminate? Is he crazy? Her expression darkened. In the Holy Grail game, suicide came with severe consequences. Impossible, she said coldly. Zhou frowned inside, directing bullets above her head to fire at her. Seeing this, Bai Qianqian transformed the iron wall restraining her into a thick shield, deflecting all the bullets. Don't like what I say, so you're trying to kill me? Looks like you're no saint either. She stared at Zhou with icy disdain. She had seen many people like him, individuals who only cared for themselves, some even criminals. In reality, she was a military officer, having captured numerous criminals like Zhou Wen, these so-called idealists. Li Ba's heart tightened upon hearing her words. He stole a glance at Zhou Wen, trying to gauge his reaction. Zhou Wen's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard a word. But he did stop shooting. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Wen said, "You're right. My goal is to create a peaceful battlefield, but using violence to coerce others goes against my principles." His actions had been too extreme. Li Ba was shaken to his core. Was this the legendary idealistic villain? How terrifying! Li Ba shivered, his face turning pale. Bai Qianqian sneered, transforming the iron wall into iron sand and slipping away with ease. She didn't spare Zhou Wen a single glance. Zhou Wen didn't attack again but instead began reflecting on his motives. He had wanted to quiet the battlefield, to eliminate the sound of gunfire. But this was, after all, an urban battleground. Watching the wounded bleed from gunshots made the immersion too intense. In truth, he was afraid. Afraid of this gunfight-ridden city. It reminded him too much of his deeply buried memories. He was simply scared. "What's wrong, boss?" Li Ba, noticing Zhou Wen suddenly fall silent, couldn't help but ask. Zhou Wen smiled faintly. "Nothing, I just feel like I've forgotten something important." Li Ba didn't understand, but seeing Zhou Wen lost in thought, he decided not to press further. Changing the subject, he pointed to a beam of light in the distance. "Boss, is that where an airdrop or high-level monster might appear?" Zhou Wen snapped out of his thoughts and looked in that direction, pondering for a moment. "Let's go check it out. That's a place we haven't cleared yet." Hearing this, Li Ba glanced at the nearby street, ablaze with gunfire and chaos. He secretly gloated while feeling a twinge of pity for the war-obsessed players. Encountering Zhou Wen in this game was truly the unluckiest thing that could have happened to them. Rat-a-tat-tat. The intense gunfire continued as more players gathered. Less than 10 meters ahead, something was slowly descending. Before anyone could see what it was, their bullets suddenly began to rise into the sky. What was going on? Everyone froze, staring upward in utter shock. It was a dense cluster of bullets, colliding with crisp metallic sounds, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. What was that? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene before them. Throughout the journey, Zhou Wen spoke very little. Li Ba, walking beside him, felt increasingly puzzled, wanting to ask but unsure how to start. No way. Did the boss just give up? Aren't villains supposed to be unwavering? Li Ba stared at Zhou Wen with a confused expression, the atmosphere growing awkward. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Startled, Li Ba quickly shook his head. No, nothing. Boss, let's go grab that airdrop. Zhou Wen nodded, controlling the massive iron gate to soar toward the descending airdrop. The players below were utterly dumbfounded. First their bullets vanished, and now a giant iron gate flew toward the airdrop. Suddenly, one player's face turned pale. Could it be that he's the rumored peace maniac? What is a peace freak? The players suddenly lost their fighting spirit and began whispering among themselves. One player spoke up. What I heard was news coming from the eastern side of Zone Z. All the bullets there have been destroyed. Everyone behaves like friends, with no hatred at all. How is that even possible? Someone questioned doubtfully. The player chuckled. Why not? Aren't we behaving the same way now? The doubter was momentarily stunned. It's true, they do seem very united now. Who exactly is that person? Is their ability to control bullets a natural talent? If it's a talent, it must already be top tier. The audience began speculating about Zhou Wen's abilities. But no matter how hard they guessed, they couldn't imagine that Zhou Wen possessed an SSS-level magnetic control talent. The murmurs grew louder. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen and Li Ba remained silent, patiently waiting for the airdrop to descend. Not far away, Bai Qianqian, hiding in a corner, also spotted Zhou Wen and Li Ba. She sneered. What peaceful intentions? It was just a pretty excuse to cover up their true motives. She had encountered too many people like Zhou Wen. Such people were extremely dangerous. If she ever met him in the real world, Bai Qianqian would never let him go. High above, Zhou Wen and Li Ba watched as the airdrop descended along a pillar of white light, eventually landing on the ground. The players on the ground, of course, didn't want to miss this opportunity. Good equipment meant powerful weapons. Zhou Wen and Li Ba's threat was naturally underestimated. They firmly believed that such an abnormal talent as Zhou Wen's must come with many limitations. It couldn't possibly be that strong. After all, this was just an ordinary bronze advancement match. How could such an outrageous ability appear here? They couldn't even fathom that Zhou Wen's talent was the SSS-level magnetic control. Everyone lost their rationality and charged madly toward the airdrop. The treasure chest slowly landed. Chest, Grade C. Opening it will grant all 3 items. The airdrop information appeared before Joe 1. Below, a group of players charged toward the airdrop like wild horses let loose. Joe 1 raised his hands, controlling the nearby iron objects, instantly surrounding everyone rushing toward the airdrop and locking them in tightly. "What are you trying to do?" someone roared in anger. The crowd was utterly furious. Joe 1's actions had incited public outrage. People began hurling curses, furiously attacking him with their words. But Joe 1 seemed oblivious, controlling the iron barrier as he walked toward the airdrop with Li Ba. Everyone watched him open the treasure chest. Armor, military helmet. Grade C. Head defense plus 30. Military bulletproof vest. Grade C. Full body defense plus 25. Skill, minor bullet lock. Grade C. Can adjust bullet trajectories, making it easier to hit targets. Joe 1 reviewed all the equipment and selected what he needed. He casually handed the bulletproof vest and skill to Li Ba, putting on the military helmet himself. Although the dinosaur pajamas offered only minimal defense, they were barely sufficient, so there was no need to change equipment. Most importantly, he could now fully control incoming bullets, so he didn't have to worry about getting injured. Li Ba, standing nearby, gratefully accepted the equipment. This was his first time getting airdrop loot. In the previous match, he hadn't even fought for an airdrop and had survived to the end purely by luck. After putting on the equipment, Li Ba glanced at the players trapped by Joe 1's iron barrier. "Boss, what's the plan now?" Joe 1 glanced at them, released the iron barrier, and said calmly, "Leave." Hearing Joe 1's words, the people below stared at him in shock, completely unable to understand why he would let them go. He could have easily eliminated all of them in one go, yet he chose to let them leave. Just then, on a distant building, a man in a silver robe aimed his sniper scope at them, smirking as he pulled the trigger. Joe 1 didn't say anything more, demonstrating his stance through actions. The iron walls scattered outward like sheets of metal, freeing the trapped players. Everyone on the scene was stunned. Just as someone was about to speak, a player with a detection skill suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Above Joe 1's head, among the incoming bullets, a hand grenade suddenly appeared, flying straight into the crowd. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Everyone trapped within the iron barriers was blasted to pieces, blood and severed limbs flying everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the smoke from the explosion. The scene fell into a suffocating silence. After a moment, the exploded fragments turned into streaks of white light, leaving behind a pile of boxes on the ground. Angry shouts erupted from other game spaces. "Shameless scumbag! Cunning bastard! I'll remember you, number 520. The eliminated players were livid with rage. Upon death, they all received the same notification: "You were killed by number 520. Looking at the pile of boxes before him, Joe 1's face showed a rare hint of surprise. But the system notifications kept popping up. He had just eliminated 11 people in one go. All his attributes had increased by 33 points, and the range and maximum control of his magnetic control had expanded to cover half of Zone Z. In the distant building, the silver-robed man chuckled softly. "Consider it your lucky day." Poof! With that, he disappeared in a flash. Behind a building near the battlefield, Bai Chanqian peeked out and witnessed the entire scene. Her eyes burned with intensity. This man, despite his words, was deceitful and ruthless. A flood of thoughts surged through her mind like waves. Joe 1 was an extremely dangerous and insane, cunning individual. She clenched her teeth, formulating a plan, and turned to leave. At this moment, Joe 1 was silent. Beside him, Li Ba watched the grenade explosion scene. Even someone like him, who enjoyed thrills, couldn't help but lick his lips nervously. It was terrifying. The blood-soaked ground. If not for the Holy Grail system's protection, anyone with weak mental strength might have fainted on the spot. He swallowed hard and said, "Big brother, I believe you. Grenades, you pick them up and detonate them on the spot every time." Throughout their journey, whenever Joe 1 used his magnetic power to pick up a grenade, he would immediately detonate it. Joe 1 slowly shook his head, controlling the bullets floating in the air to fly out of the danger zone. He no longer cancelled them out by making bullets collide, instead directly sending them out of the battlefield. He was afraid of any further accidents. He pulled the hood of his dinosaur pajamas back over his head. The image of the grenade explosion felt like a knife stabbing into his mind. Sealed memories began to stir, memories he didn't want to revisit. "Let's go. Time to outrun the danger zone." After a moment's pause, Joe 1 regained his composure, a faint smile returning to his face. Li Ba couldn't help but shiver. No matter how he looked at it, that smile was unsettling. Alright, alright, alright. He snapped out of it and followed Zhou, climbing onto the massive iron gate. Instinctively, he glanced at the map. There was still some time before the toxic zone would shrink. He wanted to ask something, but recalling Zhou's earlier state, he swallowed his words. He felt that something might go wrong and dared not press further. Li Ba obediently sat on the iron gate, like a well-behaved child, waiting for Zhou to maneuver the gate toward the safe zone. At this moment, the battlefield in Zone Z was divided into two parts. On one side, a smaller area housed fully equipped individuals armed with melee weapons. On the other side, there were only two people. They sat atop a massive iron gate. As the toxic zone shrank, Zhou sent all his bullets outside the danger zone. Boss, are you sure this will work? A young man dressed in full armor, holding an iron longsword, asked Bai Qianqian with a hint of admiration in his tone. Such a strong woman had a fatal allure for someone like him. Bai Qianqian had evidently gathered the remaining players into an alliance. There were 61 players left. Besides Zhou and Li Ba, the other 59 were clustered in that small area. Bai Qianqian ignored the young man's question, instead keeping her eyes fixed on Zhou, who was sitting atop the iron gate. She seemed to be calculating something in her mind. Boss, aren't we going to make a move? Being stared at by so many people, Li Ba's face turned greener by the second. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Zhou shook his head and said, "No rush." He looked calm and composed. Li Ba had nothing more to say. He could only stare at the opposing group from afar, locking eyes with them. Then, he even raised his middle finger. Zhou knew the real reason he hadn't taken further action. This urban battlefield kept awakening his most painful memories. 10 years ago, he had been injured during a bank robbery. That scene slowly came to life before him in this battlefield. The images from a decade ago surfaced in Zhou's mind. In the dimly lit bank hall, 4 or 5 robbers pointed guns at the hostages. In a corner, a high school student was pale-faced and trembling all over. The lead robber was negotiating conditions with the military but was met with refusal. Enraged, he suddenly opened fire. A young man right in front of Zhou had his head blown off, blood and brain matter splattering all over Zhou's face. The robbers and soldiers had been locked in a standoff for a long time. After several grenade explosions, the bank hall turned into hell. Severed limbs, organs, and blood filled the air with a suffocating stench. Boom! A grenade exploded right next to Zhou. Zhou sighed as he gazed at the urban battlefield around him. The smoke and gunfire stirred up his deepest, most painful memories. Elsewhere, a figure in a silver robe stood in the scene but was not clad in iron armor. Those around him seemed almost unaware of his presence. Is this all you've got? Let me add something more thrilling. 50 points aren't trivial, you're making it hard for her. The silver-robed figure emitted a faint glow as Zhou's emotions were stirred. Bai Qianqian tirelessly crafted weapons from the iron materials within buildings, distributing them to the people below her. Time passed, and everyone was now fully armed. Looking at the weight of their equipment, Bai Qianqian nodded in satisfaction. It should be sufficient. The maximum weight an A-grade talent could bear wouldn't exceed this limit. She guessed everything correctly. She was confident because she had studied the data on A-grade talents. Now, the final battle was at last approaching. Bai Qianqian led the charge, heading straight toward the location where Zhou and Li Ba were. Boss, they're coming at us. What do we do? Li Ba was panicking. Having just experienced a round of the Holy Grail war, seeing over 50 fully armed, black-armored enemies charging directly at him, exuding murderous intent, was terrifying. A faint glow silently coiled around Zhou. Zhou seemed dazed. He couldn't understand why, after stopping the gunfight, other players were still fighting tooth and nail. Why did they want to kill him? At this moment, Zhou was struggling to distinguish between the game and reality. He had already started treating the game as the real world. He had forgotten that this was the Holy Grail battlefield, and everyone's goal was to be the last one standing. Why is it like this? Zhou muttered softly, unable to comprehend the behavior of the other players. The glow enveloped him tightly, provoking emotions he rarely displayed. Anger and resentment, frustration and silence. A decade of suppressed negativity erupted. Zhou smiled. Li Ba, who had been nervously watching from the side, shivered as he noticed Zhou suddenly reveal a sinister smile. What's wrong with the boss? Then he saw Zhou extend both hands. Everyone on the ground was suddenly lifted into the air. The silver-robed figure observed this and spoke to the ethereal Holy Grail system. Begin full spectrum recording. This will cost 10,000 tokens. Confirm? Confirm. Recording successfully initiated. The silver-robed figure watched Zhou, who was losing control of his emotions, with a cold smile and a trace of jealousy in his eyes. Carrying the weight of dozens of kills, Zhou attributes and talent control had reached an astonishing level. What on earth is happening? The players below were in chaos, and Bai Qianqian was utterly shocked. Impossible, she exclaimed. As part of the military, she had access to information unavailable to outsiders. They all had some understanding of the Holy Grail system. She had only guessed that Zhou had an A-grade talent, but the reality far exceeded her expectations. The equipment she assembled for these 50-plus people, combined with their body weight, had long surpassed the normal carrying capacity of an A-grade talent. And now, Zhou face bore a strange smile as he stared fixedly at her. Then, Zhou crooked one finger. A player in the air, clad in iron armor, was compressed into a ball of metal, mixed with red and white matter, and sent to Bai Qianqian's feet. Bai Qianqian's face turned pale instantly. Zhou gave her a modest smile, then crushed another player, handing it to her. The number of remaining players dwindled rapidly: 41, 36, 28, 21, 19. Zhou continued crushing players and delivering them to Bai Qianqian. By now, Bai Qianqian's entire body was trembling, her face deathly pale, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Before her lay a pile of iron balls mixed with blood and organs. Though they would eventually turn into white light boxes, the bloodstains and bodily fluids remained. Li Ba had already retreated far away from Zhou in fright. He was utterly shocked inside. My God! The boss is terrifying. So violent and gory, so thrilling. Although Li Ba's face was green with fear, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In reality, he was a rich second-generation heir. He had experienced every luxury imaginable. For the sake of excitement, he had been indulging in extreme sports, trying to numb his hollow heart with adrenaline. Today, he finally witnessed it. It was utterly thrilling. Bai Qianqian knew in her heart that Zhou was demonstrating his power this time. He was no different from those ferocious terrorists she had encountered before. She had been on the front lines and had seen more brutal methods than Zhou, but this was the first time she had seen someone kill so calmly after the act. What exactly are you trying to do? Bai Qianqian questioned, her face pale. In front of her, more than 20 iron spheres intertwined with boxes had been placed. Zhou did not answer, he merely continued to wear that eerie smile. He was killing, venting years of pent-up anger. His emotions were extremely unstable. A decade of fury erupted all at once. The ghostly glow from the silver-robed man below grew even more intense. At this moment, Zhou only wanted to destroy everything related to the urban battlefield, starting with these players. The system notifications chimed continuously, but Zhou blocked them all out. One player after another was crushed by him, their blood turning into white light and transforming into boxes. Bai Qianqian's expression became serious. She didn't understand why Zhou was acting this way. It was obvious he had been provoked, causing him to lose control. She glanced around and began to form a guess in her mind. Bai Qianqian removed all her equipment and walked toward Zhou. As she walked, she said, "I'll be the hostage. Let the other players go." Zhou's memory suddenly stirred, as if he had heard similar words before. Someone had said them just before a grenade exploded. But when he thought carefully, it was as if it had never happened. Why? Why can't I remember? Zhou's head throbbed painfully. Even though the Holy Grail battlefield had blocked his sense of pain, he could still feel a faint sting. His consciousness seemed to enter a pitch-black void, surrounded by infinite darkness. Nearby, someone seemed to be whispering softly. The silver-robed man laughed maniacally below, unseen by anyone. "I'll make sure you have no place to stand in the future," he spat venomously, his eyes filled with rage. The magnetic force around Zhou began to intensify. Apart from him and the silver-robed man, all the players on the urban battlefield were lifted into the air. They were encased in metal by Zhou, forming a massive steel sphere completely isolated from the outside world. Everyone was in a state of panic, overwhelmed by the darkness and the terror of confinement. Ah! Many players screamed. They were just ordinary people in real life. "I want to quit." Some trembled in fear, their screams echoing continuously. The sight of Zhou crushing others was utterly horrifying. Li Ba's face grew increasingly pale, but inwardly, he was cheering wildly. This was exhilarating. His eyes shone with fervor. One by one, everyone was crushed. Before her death, Bai Qianqian recalled something Zhou had once said, "I just want peace." A flash of white light, and apart from Zhou and the silver-robed man, all other players had perished. In a certain residence, on a pristine white bed, a woman suddenly appeared. Her face was pale, and her heart was filled with confusion. It was Bai Qianqian. You were killed by player number 520, ranked 6th in this round. 6% times 36 lifespan penalty deducted. Player number 520, I'll remember you. Bai Qianqian murmured softly. The ending scene of the game was still vivid in her mind. Zhou Wen's crazed expression and that eerie smile continued to haunt her. Despite years in the military, this was the first time she had encountered such a bizarre killer. Yes, a killer. In Bai Qianqian's mind, Zhou Wen had become synonymous with a psychopathic murderer. This was the urban battlefield, where all restrictions on gore were lifted, making it no different from reality. If Zhou Wen could kill so calmly here, he was likely capable of doing the same in real life. No, I must report this to my mentor. Bai Qianqian took the matter very seriously and decided to inform her mentor. Her mentor was none other than the president of the Order Guild in the game, player number 637. In this Holy Grail war, all other players were eliminated. You are the champion. Game settlement in progress. Zhou Wen woke up. He seemed to have had a terrifying dream just now. Li Ba? What's the situation now? He called out a few times, realizing he had already exited the Holy Grail war. He hadn't checked the system messages yet. At this moment, he found himself sitting in the small truck. The crystal-clear Holy Grail floated before his eyes. What's going on? Zhou Wen stared at the system messages and the Holy Grail in his hands, his face full of shock. He couldn't believe it. He had clearly just fallen asleep. How could he possibly have one? He looked at the game rewards he received, dumbfounded. Holy Grail war has ended. Token settlement in progress. 81 players killed in this round. 8,100 tokens awarded. Slaughter performance score, 500. Assist performance score, 0. Search performance score, 10. Survival performance score, 100. Total performance score for this round, 610. Tokens awarded, 610. Player obtained the Holy Grail. Rewards doubled. 6,100 tokens awarded. Total tokens earned, 14,200. 81 people? Zhou Wen was completely stunned. How is that possible? What exactly happened? He had no idea what had transpired while he was asleep. System, is there a replay? None. Zhou Wen became even more bewildered. Killing 81 people? This made no sense at all. Ding! A friend request popped up. Player number 008 has sent you a friend request. Note, Big Boss, it's me, Li Ba. Zhou Wen clicked accept. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, Li Ba came online. What exactly happened? Zhou Wen asked, his face full of confusion. Meanwhile, the environment around the small truck began to change. The roots of the green grass turned crimson, and the bodies of small animals running by seemed to be missing chunks of flesh. Zhou Wen remained completely unaware of all this. In a grand hall, a silver-robed figure appeared, clutching a crystal ball, his eyes filled with manic excitement. I've got it. You're finished. Why should she sacrifice so much for you? Why? The silver-robed man's face contorted, gripping the crystal ball tightly as he stared at a portrait in the center of the hall. His breathing was ragged, his face flushed unnaturally, and his eyes were filled with dread. Suddenly, he crouched down, sobbing uncontrollably. Why? How am I inferior to him? You're going to betray me? Why? Why? At this moment, Zhou Wen's token balance had reached 16,160. This was an astonishing amount, equivalent to what other players would earn after playing 8 rounds of Battle Royale. And this was all from just one game for Zhou Wen. His progress was far ahead of other players at the same level. Entering the exchange section, Zhou Wen glanced around but didn't find any skills or equipment he wanted. So, he decided to spend all his tokens on improving his attributes. Zhou Wen directly exchanged for 30 attribute points, distributing them evenly, increasing each attribute by 6 points. Attribute exchange successful. Remaining tokens, 1160. The enhanced attribute interface appeared before his eyes. Now the stats are pretty decent, aren't they? Character attributes. Strength, 10 plus 6. Agility, 11 plus 6. Stamina, 10 plus 6. Spirit, 11 plus 6. Intelligence, 11 plus 6. Zhou Wen pondered secretly. If veteran players saw his attributes, they would definitely be so shocked their jaws would drop. These stats were ridiculous. Absolutely not something a newbie who had only played 2 rounds of survival wars could achieve. Zhou Wen stretched lazily. That's enough for now. Xiao Yun should be coming back soon. Zhou Wen exited Holy Grail War as his younger sister Zhou Yun was about to return home. If she came back and didn't see Zhou Wen in his wheelchair, she would definitely panic and search all over the streets for him. Thinking about how anxious his sister might get, Jo-won couldn't help but smile. The scene went black for a moment, and Jo-won was back in his wheelchair. He glanced at the clock on the wall, pushed his wheelchair to the door, and waited quietly. Click! The door opened, and a youthful, beautiful girl appeared in front of Jo-won. She was dressed in a blue and white school uniform, wrapped up tightly, with only her fair neck exposed. She looked quite young, but her graceful demeanor already hinted at the extraordinary beauty she would become in a few years. Xiao-yun, welcome home, Jo-won greeted her warmly with a smile. As soon as Jo-yun saw Jo-won by the door, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. Big brother, didn't I tell you not to wait for me outside all the time? Her angry expression carried a touch of cuteness, leaving Jo-won momentarily dazed. Big brother, why are you spacing out? The girl pouted unhappily and poked Jo-won a couple of times before pushing him back to the living room. Jo-won snapped out of it and changed the subject. So, what did you learn today? Ugh, still the same stuff, like 3D geometry, solving triangles, and whatnot. Jo-yun couldn't help complaining. But just as she finished speaking, she abruptly stopped. Jo-won said calmly, it's pretty tough. It took me a long time to learn that stuff back then. Ever since the accident, Jo-won had struggled to accept the reality of his paralysis. His mood had been downcast, and he hadn't continued his studies. As a result, he only had a middle school education. Are mom and dad working overtime again? Jo-yun nodded. The company's super busy lately, so they won't be coming home again today. Jo-won's parents were executives at a publicly listed company, always busy and rarely home. That made Jo-won's family relatively well off financially. Big brother, what are we eating tonight? Anything's fine. How about shrimp? Sure. After dinner, Jo-won returned to the Holy Grail wargame. This was his third match, and winning it would let him rank up. Third match, start. Map for this game, gigantic battlefield. Reminder, don't draw too much attention to yourself, and avoid catching someone's eye. This match is a bronze rank promotion match. Higher power limits are unlocked, and the poison circle mechanism is removed. The promotion match is here. Light flashed before Jo-won's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Enormous plants reached into the clouds, tree trunks over 30 meters thick lay in front of him, and shadows flitting across the sky made his heart race. So this is the gigantic battlefield? When he realized the shadows were enormous flying ants, he quickly hid behind a giant blade of grass. This match is SSS level talent, Melee Master. SSS level talent, Melee Master? When unarmed, every attack is a guaranteed critical hit. Initial critical damage, 150%. Targeted attack, every strike will hit the head, damage times 3. For each enemy killed, critical damage increases by 20%. Combat experience, after each battle, all attributes increase by 3 points. Melee Master possesses unparalleled proficiency in all techniques. Skill slot limitations are removed for this match. Using skills has a chance to trigger a combo. This is a growth-type talent? After reading the description, Jo-won realized this match was entirely different from the last two. The previous matches relied on killing enemies to level up and ascend rapidly. This time, he needed to gradually nurture his strength. It looked like he would have to take his time and develop carefully. Glancing at the map, Jo-won saw he was near the edge of an ant nest. Pushing through the dense and massive underbrush, he struggled his way to a path. Why is there a path here? The ground was unusually hard, and its color was darker than the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. The ground began to tremble, small stones bouncing up from the vibrations. Jo-won found himself unable to stand steadily. A massive, pitch-black cricket leaped into view. Cricket, C rank. HP, 2000/2000. Damn! A C rank monster. Jo-won's face turned pale, and he bolted without hesitation. At the start of a match, dealing with D-rank monsters was manageable, but encountering a C-rank monster was a death sentence. In fact, high-level monsters usually had armor or magic resistance, which were hidden attributes invisible to players unless they had special talents. Jo-won sprinted along the path for quite a while. When he turned back and saw the giant cricket hadn't followed him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a cold, stick-like object jabbed toward Jo-won. He froze, swallowing hard. Could it be? Jo-won dodged to the side just in time as an icy gust of wind brushed past him. A large red ant lunged at him aggressively. Red soldier ant, E rank. HP, 500/500. Even a little ant dares to bite me? Seeing the sneaky creature, Jo-won angrily punched downward. -24. The damage number popped up. Seeing this, Jo-won felt a bit frustrated. The damage was so low. With his initial strength of 16 and a critical hit multiplier of 150%, the resulting damage was only 24 points. The red ant seized the opportunity while Zhou was attacking to bite him furiously. Fortunately, Zhou's agility was decent, allowing him to run 3 or 4 meters per second. But it was no use. The ant was too large and still managed to hit him. -31. This hit reminded Zhou of his early days in the game. Damn! The damage is so high. Zhou was startled. With his attributes already quite high, getting hit this hard meant other newbies wouldn't stand a chance. After chasing him for a while, the giant ant revealed a flaw. It only spun around in circles as it tried to attack. Zhou thought for a moment and then leaped onto the ant's head. The ant began spinning around wildly. Whoa, that was easy? Zhou was speechless, feeling as if his intelligence had been insulted. He clenched his fist, ready to strike down. You have killed a red soldier ant. Combat experience triggered, all attributes increased by 3 points. Accompanied by the painful screams of the giant ant, it collapsed onto the ground. Treasure chest, grade E. Opening it allows you to choose one item from 3 options. Weapon, giant ant foreleg. Type, melee club. Grade E, attack power plus 15, restores 10% HP upon consumption, durability, 300/300. Armor, giant ant helmet. Level, E, head defense plus 10, restores 10% HP upon consumption, durability, 300/300. Skill, ant clamp. Level, E, a powerful dual-hand clamp attack, dealing 1.5x strength damage to the enemy and restraining the enemy for 1 second. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Zhou stared at the pitch-black ant foreleg in the ferocious ant head, falling into thought. This stuff can actually be eaten? Could this be some unique specialty of the giant battlefield? In the end, Zhou chose the skill ant clamp. This skill wasn't particularly strong, but at least it was practical. He glanced at the small fortress not far away. That must be the ants' ground fortress. The fortress, built with massive stones, was essentially the entrance to the ants' nest. Though it was called a fortress, it was merely a rudimentary defensive structure built by the ants. Zhou reached out, touched the structure, and quietly approached an isolated ant. With a swift flip and leap, he landed directly on its back. Hisses. The ant furiously spun in circles in an attempt to shake him off. He. Zhou flashed a mischievous grin. Ant clamp. -128. A burst of damage erupted instantly. With a critical hit multiplier of 3 times and enjoying a 150% critical damage bonus, Zhou felt ecstatic. -86, -86. 2 more punches landed consecutively. A third of the ant's health vanished in an instant. Hiss. The giant ant collapsed in pain. Weapon, giant ant horn. Type, whip. Grade E, attack power plus 10, restores 10% HP upon consumption, durability, 100/100. Armor, giant ant breastplate. Level, E, defense plus 15, restores 10% HP upon consumption, durability, 400/400. Skill, giant ant perception. Level, E, can perceive a 5-meter radius for 5 seconds. No cost, cooldown, 5 seconds. Upon seeing this skill, Zhou's eyes lit up. Perception skills were excellent. And this one had no real cooldown. This would be incredibly helpful for his upcoming exploration of the ant nest. Without hesitation, Zhou chose giant ant perception. Low-level equipment isn't that useful anymore, they're everywhere. Collecting skills should be the priority. As a melee combat master, Zhou's biggest advantage was not having to worry about weapons. He only needed to focus on finding armor and skills. Zhou carefully advanced, gradually approaching the ant nest. Da-da-da-da. The distinctive rapid gunfire of a modern firearm suddenly rang out. Zhou tilted his head to look. A tall, blond Caucasian man was frantically firing at the ants. The bullet struck the ants' hard shells, barely making an impact, leaving only shallow marks. The ants, now enraged, began to swarm out of the fortress. Hiss. A mass of ants charged at the man. Now was the moment. With the defenses of the ant nest weakened, Zhou's opportunity had come. He rushed toward the ant nest and activated giant ant perception. The entire 5-meter radius around him became clear. How's there another Caucasian? Within his perception range, 5 meters beyond the other side of the fortress, was another Caucasian man holding a machine gun, just like the first. What kind of skill is this? Clone technique? Zhou adjusted his position and suddenly dashed forward. The Caucasian man froze at the sight of an unexpected Chinese man appearing out of nowhere. Ant clamp. Jolwyn launched his attack, his hands clamping down like pincers onto the man's head. -128. A shocking damage number appeared. What the F*******. The American was terrified, letting out a string of OMGs in panic. Before the man could react, Jolwyn followed up with 2 punches, knocking him down instantly. The Caucasian disintegrated into a white light, leaving behind a box on the ground. You have killed target number 1258. Temporary all attributes +3. Combat experience triggered, all attributes increased by 3 points. Gained 100 tokens. Critical damage increased by 20%, now at 170%. Looking at the box left behind by the Caucasian, Jolwyn couldn't help but laugh. So pitiful, can't even curse properly. Meanwhile, the Caucasian surrounded by ants continued to scream miserably. A bloody battle soon broke out. Jolwyn didn't have time to collect the loot. He quickly dove into the ant nest. Upon entering the nest, he was greeted by multiple 3 to 4 meter high, spiraling tunnels. These underground passages gaped like the jaws of a ferocious beast, and Jolwyn's adrenaline surged instantly. He suppressed his excitement, thrill, and fear, activating giant ant perception as he cautiously moved forward. Once he left the entrance, darkness engulfed him. The deep recesses of the ant nest emitted a dense, eerie rustling sound, sending chills down Jolwyn's spine. He swallowed hard and leaned against the cold walls. This was a massive dungeon, and everything in it triggered Jolwyn's most primal fears. After walking for a long time, he finally arrived at a spacious area. Baby ants? HP? Non-attackable. A group of baby ants appeared before him. The baby ants stared intently at him, making Jolwyn break out in cold sweat. Frightened, he instinctively swung a fist at one of the baby ants with ant clamp. Non-attackable. The system notification flashed, he couldn't attack them? Were these not regular monsters? Could it be because their level was too low? The sheer number of baby ants, their unblinking gaze locked onto him, made Jolwyn feel a chill run down his spine. Stop staring at me like that, he shouted in panic. But the baby ants continued to stare, seemingly more amused. Jolwyn's expression darkened. Fine, very well, you forced me. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed some damp dirt from the ground and smeared it onto the baby ant's eyes. The baby ants immediately quieted down, trembling violently. Don't panic. I'm doing this for your own good. You're still young. With all these ants coming and going, what if you see something you shouldn't? You should be thanking me. Jolwyn muttered as he watched the trembling baby ants. Without their stares, he noticeably let out a sigh of relief. Swish, swish. Footsteps echoed from the end of the passage. A frail red ant, clutching a large piece of food in its pincers, crawled over. The ant froze for a moment when it saw Jolwyn. This was an opportunity. Taking advantage of the ant's daze, Jolwyn leapt forward and struck its head fiercely. Ant pincers. -168-112-112 hiss hiss hiss. Before the ant could finish its cry, Jolwyn killed it with a single punch. Combat experience triggered, all attributes increased by 3 points, A-grade treasure chest, dropped. Jolwyn ignored the weapons and armor, and directly checked the skills. When he saw them, he was so happy he almost jumped up. Holy crap! This ant nest is done for. Skill, Earthshaker, level, E-grade. Skill effect, shakes the ground, releasing a shockwave that stuns enemies within a 3-meter radius for 2 seconds, cooldown, 100 seconds, a control skill. Jolwyn was overjoyed. He had initially been worried about failing, but now it seemed there was nothing in the ant nest that could stop him. System. Display character. Attributes. Character attributes: Strength, 31, Agility, 32, Stamina, 31, Mentality, 32, Intelligence, 32. This was Jolwyn's current state, achieved through 4. Combat experience boosts and 1 kill-based attribute increase. Keep moving forward. He followed the dark tunnel, heading deeper underground. Rustle rustle. 2. Red soldier ants were transporting supplies when they suddenly noticed Jolwyn. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. They dropped the supplies and quickly surrounded him. Hiss hiss hiss. So annoying. I've had enough of you. Jolwyn roared in anger and activated the Earthshaker skill. The shockwave blasted toward the 2 red soldier ants, stunning them instantly. Combo triggered. Next skill has no cooldown. A strange sensation spread throughout his body. Ha! The combo triggered. Jolwyn noticed that the skills in the skill bar had turned purple. Ant pincers, giant ant perception, and Earthshaker had all turned purple. With a thought, he activated Earthshaker again. Boom! A purple shockwave erupted from his body. The nearby red soldier ants had their stun duration extended. Ha ha ha. Ant pincers. Minus 237. A massive number appeared above one red soldier ant's head, instantly having its health. Jolwyn followed up with 2 consecutive punches. Minus 158 to 158. One red soldier ant fell. The damage is insane. Jolwyn was ecstatic. Now, with his skill combo, red soldier ants couldn't last more than 2 seconds. The other red soldier ant was about to recover, so he quickly jumped forward and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Hiss hiss hiss. The just awakened red soldier ant was instantly killed by Jolwyn's storm-like assault. Combat experience increased, all attributes +3, combat experience increased, all attributes +3, the system messages flashed, displaying 2 notifications. Combo feature unlocked, ding. Melee master bonus applied, combo probability greatly increased. Combo, each skill mastered increases combo probability by 10%. Melee master bonus multiplies by 100, original was 0.001, current combo rate, 30%, woohoo. Take off. Seeing the new system notification, Jolwyn was overjoyed. If he could collect 10 skills, wouldn't control skills make others completely obedient to him? As expected. This round is all about playing the skill flow. Jolwyn had already figured everything out in his mind. Open the chests. Open the chests. After the 2 red soldier ants died, their bodies disappeared, leaving behind 2 treasure chests. Treasure chest E-level. Treasure chest E-level. Jolwyn rubbed his hands together, eagerly hoping to unlock a top-tier E-level skill. First chest, weapon. Giant ant claw type, hook level, E-level attack power +15, consuming restores 10% HP durability, 200/200 armor. Giant ant knee guard level, E-level knee defense. +17, consuming restores 10% HP durability, 300/300 skill, acceleration level, E-level increases agility by 20% for 3 seconds cooldown, 60 seconds. Wow. Jackpot. Jolwyn shouted excitedly. This was a top-tier E-level skill. Acceleration might seem ordinary, but it boosts agility by 20%. What does that mean? If Jolwyn could throw 3 punches per second, activating the skill would increase it to 3.6 punches. Over 3 seconds, he could throw 11.8 punches, an extra 2.8 punches. Don't underestimate those extra 2.8 punches. Jolwyn's current punch damage is 37, so 2 punches deal 74 damage. Most players have a maximum of 200 HP, meaning 2 punches would take out a third of their health. Against opponents without enhanced stats, those 2 punches could be fatal. Even more importantly, Jolwyn's skill stack, allowing for infinite combos. This acceleration skill was simply explosive. Thinking about it, Jolwyn could only say, awesome. Let's keep going. Riding the wave of good luck, Jolwyn opened another treasure chest without hesitation. Weapon, giant ant unknown part type, unknown level, E-level attack power 0, consuming reduces 10% HP durability, 1/1 item, giant ant's abdomen level, E-level consuming restores 20% HP durability, 1/1 Jolwyn. As soon as he opened the chest, he saw 2 strange items. Unknown part? Abdomen? Seeing these bizarre effects, Jolwyn's expression changed, and he felt uneasy. The Holy Grail system is terrifying. Continuing to look further, skill, armor level, E-level grants a shield equal to 10% of stamina, lasting 5 seconds cooldown, 300 seconds. Jolwyn muttered softly, as ordinary as it gets, pretty useless. It was equivalent to adding 10% to his HP. Not very useful, only good as a backup skill in storage. Shaking his head, Jolwyn continued to venture deeper. The further he went from the surface, the colder it became, sending chills through him. He couldn't help but shiver. So cold. Why does the Holy Grail system still retain this kind of sensation? Earlier, it was the strange taste of blood buns, now, it was the icy cold feeling. If he encountered a volcano map or that Ollie give big pit, players would freeze to death instantly. Thinking about the battlefield Ollie give big pit, Jolwyn shivered even more. Turning a corner, Jolwyn clearly saw the ground turning blue. What the? A greater fear surged in his heart. This guy. His face turned pale, adrenaline pumping wildly, filling Jolwyn with excitement. My kidneys aren't even healed yet. Stop overproducing adrenaline. System. Can you stop making my adrenaline spike? My heart's about to jump out of my chest. Cannot be cancelled. This is also a feature of the gigantified battlefield. The system replied coldly. Jolwyn rolled his eyes, suppressing his emotions. He kept telling himself, I have control skills, I'm not afraid. But the instinctive fear ingrained in his genes couldn't be quelled by mere self-suggestion. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in anger. Entering the tunnel, the darkness grew even thicker. Hiss! A faint sound echoed. Joe felt a chilling cold rush toward him. Earthquake, he shouted, quickly, activating his skill. At the same time, information about the ambushing wild monster appeared. Mutated Ice Ant D-Level HP 1000/1000 skill. Ice Path leaves an icy trail wherever it passes, capable of freezing enemies. The first enemy is frozen for 3 seconds, dealing intelligence times 0.3 damage every 0.5 seconds. A giant ant suddenly appeared before Joe. The ant was entirely ice blue, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Seeing its skill, Joe was startled. If he were frozen by this ice ant, he would either die or be severely crippled. You dare ambush me? Joe was furious. Ant pincer. -283-189-189 combo triggered. Luck was on his side, and Joe triggered the combo effect. Earthquake. He unleashed another earthquake skill, then jumped onto the ice ant's head, attacking it frantically. At this moment, Joe's attack speed was 3 punches per second, dealing over 500 damage per second. Just as the ice ant's stun was about to end, Joe delivered a final punch, shattering it. The ice ant's body broke apart, transforming into specks of white light and forming an ice crystal treasure chest. On the ground. Combat experience increased, all attributes +3 treasure chest level, D-level choose 1 item from 3 options in the chest open. Joe willed it, and the chest opened in response. Weapon, Ice Ant. Leg type, short staff level, D-level attack +35, consuming restores 30% HP durability, 200/200 armor. Ice Ant breastplate level, D-level defense +29, consuming restores 130% HP durability, 400/400 skill. Resistance level. D-level effect, grants resistance equal to 0.3 times own spirit passive skill. Joe stared at the resistance skill and couldn't help but ask the system, what does this resistance mean? The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. The control effects of certain talents and skills are influenced by resistance. The specific calculation method is the caster's spirit minus the target's spirit difference. If the result exceeds the resistance value, resistance fails. If less, resistance succeeds. Upon successful resistance, the actual control duration is reduced based on the percentage of the resistance value. The system explained clearly, and Joe suddenly understood. He realized that his control skills weren't as strong as he had imagined. It seemed that improving his own attributes was the key. Resistance-type skills were rare, after all, and enhancing attributes was more reliable. This was the conclusion Joe reached after some thought. Looking at his own talents, he patted his head and mocked himself. Isn't this just putting the cart before the horse? I have the brawler master talent now, with a flurry of attacks. Who cares about control or not? One word, fight. Adjusting his mindset, Joe continued down the tunnel radiating icy cold air, heading deeper underground. Not far ahead, the tunnel walls were covered with glowing microorganisms. My goodness! Upon seeing them clearly, Joe was stunned. It's actually a giant battlefield. These microorganisms can also grow larger? Following the faint glimmers emitted by the microorganisms, Joe saw the creatures ahead. 2 ice ants, 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary red soldier ants, with their entire bodies encased in hard shells, appeared before him. The system data popped up simultaneously. Guardian Ice Ant B-Class HP, 3000/3000 skill. Guardian Domain, any damage taken within the domain is reduced by 50% skill. Attack Domain, any damage dealt within the domain is increased by 50%. Damn! Joe's face turned pale after reading the data. These Ice Ants were actually B-Class. Too strong. With these 2 skills, they could both defend and attack, making them nearly unbeatable. Joe stared from a distance at the 2 sleeping Guardian Ice Ants, completely clueless about how to deal with them. Looking down at the domain described in the Guardian Ice Ants skills, he saw a circle of blue light surrounding them. The 2 Ice Ants were very close to each other, and their domains overlapped. Joe calculated that the radius of one Guardian Ice Ant's domain was about 3 meters. Should he charge in? He weighed the success rate and shook his head, giving up. Rushing in directly would definitely wake them up, leading to an immediate counterattack and certain death. Too reckless. After thinking for a moment, Joe came up with a good plan. He activated acceleration and began frantically using skills to trigger combos. Currently, Joe's combo trigger rate was 50%, and the system was set so that every 2 skill uses would guarantee 1 combo trigger. Combo skills also counted as skill uses, which greatly increased the combo trigger rate. These 2 Guardian Ice Ants were too monstrous to defeat. Since they were guarding something, it must be something important. Based on biological common sense, there had to be a queen ant behind them. Simulating the success rate in his mind, Joe gritted his teeth, activated the acceleration skill, and simultaneously turned on armor defense. Combo effect triggered. The system's voice sounded right on time, and the skill panel in front of Joe turned purple again. Joe chose acceleration. During the duration of the first acceleration skill, he quickly activated the second acceleration skill. His agility skyrocketed, and within a second, he had rushed to the side of the Guardian Ice Ants. Then, he unleashed the earthshaking skill, triggering the combo effect, and immediately activated the third acceleration skill. Your stun effect was resisted. Your stun effect was resisted. 2 consecutive notifications sounded. In less than a second, the 2 Guardian Ice Ants woke up and immediately launched an attack on Joe. However, Joe's agility had already increased significantly. With 320% acceleration stacks, his movement speed was incredibly fast. He dodged lightly, easily avoiding the range of the 2 Guardian Ice Ants' pincer attack. He dashed straight into the cave they were guarding. That was where the Queen Ant was located. Just as Joe had predicted, as soon as he entered the cave, he saw a massive, bloated Queen Ant lying in the center. Surrounding her were countless red soldier ants. Joe's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to farm combat experience. Seizing the remaining time of his acceleration skill, he began a frenzied sweep. With his ultra-fast attack and movement speed, the red soldier ants couldn't stop him at all. They hissed one after another and fell in quick succession. Combat experience increased. All your attributes increased by 3 points. Combat experience increased. All your attributes increased by 3 points. The notifications flooded the screen, so Joe simply muted them. By the time he had cleared out all the red soldier ants, his attributes had skyrocketed. When Joe killed all the surrounding red soldier ants, the system emitted a notification sound. He had already slain 11 red soldier ants, increasing his total attributes by 33 points. In the dim ant nest, the corpses of the red soldier ants slowly disappeared. However, no treasure chest dropped on the ground. System, what's going on? Why is there no treasure chest here? Joe was very puzzled, even a bit agitated. The skills dropped by the 11 red soldier ants should have allowed him to easily accumulate his combo to 100%. The system replied coldly, the maximum number of E-level wild monster treasure chests has been reached for this round. Maximum number? What does that mean? Joe asked, confused. The system patiently explained, this battlefield is a special enlarged battlefield with a high number of wild monsters, so treasure chests are limited. You can obtain a maximum of 5 treasure chests for each level. Joe calculated and realized he had indeed already obtained 5 E-level treasure chests. He felt a bit frustrated. His painstakingly accumulated 100% combo plan was now ruined. At that moment, a loud noise came from the entrance of the cave, and Joe's expression changed. Not good, those 2 guard ice ants are coming in. He turned to look at the ant queen in the center of the nest. The ant queen's information appeared before Joe's eyes. Ant Queen Sea Level, HP, 10000/10000, Skills, Command Swarm, Control all ants within the nest, Mother Insect Trait, Unable to attack, 10,000 HP? Joe was stunned. How long would it take to defeat her? However, killing 11 red soldier ants had increased his total attributes by 33 points, significantly boosting his strength and agility. Now, Joe's attack speed had reached 6 punches per second. The guard ice ants outside were closing in. He gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Ant Pincer. -558 critical headshot normal attack. Whoosh 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 whoosh, -372 -372 -372 -372. Joe followed up with 6 consecutive punches, attacking the Ant Queen. Hiss hiss hiss. The Ant Queen let out a painful sound. At this moment, the entire ant nest began to tremble. The Ant Queen was controlling the swarm within the nest. Joe knew he had to speed up. If he couldn't quickly kill the Ant Queen and obtain a powerful skill, this round would likely be over. The guard ice ants outside began charging into the cave. This was exactly what Joe feared the most. I'm hitting. He kept punching, each punch dealing 372 damage, 6 punches per second. He continuously unleashed skills, triggering combos, and repeatedly used the ant pincer skill. The Ant Queen's HP dropped rapidly, like a flood breaking through a dam. Finally, the Ant Queen let out an extremely painful scream. Battle experience increased, your total attributes increased by 3 points. Treasure chest sea level, you can choose one item from 3 options. The treasure chest appeared, and Joe was overjoyed. Open. Weapon, Ant Queen's Maw, type, special weapon, level, sea level, attack. Power plus 40, absorbs 30% of its own HP with each attack, ***, equipment durability, 300/300, armor, Ant Queen's Crown, level, sea level, defense power plus 20, can control 3 red soldier ants, equipment. Durability, 400/400, ***, skill, headbutt, grade, D level, next attack deals physical damage equal to strength times 2, can combo up to 3 times, cooldown, 30 seconds, seeing this skill, Joe's face lit up with excitement. Now, he no longer had to worry about the domain of those 2 guard ice ants. Joe immediately activated his acceleration skill. At the same time, the 2 guard ice ants also charged into the cave, and Joe confronted them head-on. He quickly unleashed his headbutt skill. Combo effect triggered. The interface in front of Joe turned purple, and the combo effect was activated. He used his combo triggering technique again, but this time he didn't choose the acceleration skill and instead continued using headbutt. Combo effect triggered, combo triggered again, headbutt. This meant Joe's next physical attack would deal 8 times the damage. He leaped high into the air, activated the ant clamp skill, and smashed it fiercely onto the head of one of the guard ice ants. 2325-194-194. A string of astonishing numbers appeared. Joe followed up with a flurry of punches, instantly killing the guard ice ant. He quickly retreated to dodge the attack of the other ice ant and then began a frenzied assault. Within seconds, the second guard ice ant also fell. 2 B-grade treasure chests immediately dropped in front of Joe. Awesome! Looking at the 2 glittering treasure chests before him, Joe finally understood what true joy felt like. At this point, other players were still struggling to fight D-grade wild monsters and didn't even dare to touch C-grade ones. Yet Joe not only easily defeated C-grade monsters but had also taken the lead in killing B-grade ones. He stepped forward to open the treasure chests. Put it down. A loud shout came from behind. A dark-skinned man holding a large ant leg in his hand stared greedily at Joe's treasure chests. His eyes were fixed on the chests in front of Joe. Kid, put those 2 treasure chests down. Joe showed a surprised expression. What was going on? Just now, the Ant Queen had clearly summoned all the soldier ants in the nest, so how did someone suddenly appear here? At this moment, the man was filled with excitement. He had just stumbled upon the soldier ants' ground fortress and was about to enter. Suddenly, a swarm of soldier ants rushed out of the nest like a tidal wave, scaring him out of his wits. Thinking back, he still felt a chill down his spine. Only after all the ice ants had left did he dare to enter the nest. As soon as he entered, he sensed that something precious was hidden underground. This was his innate talent. D-grade talent. Treasure hunting detects precious items within a 50-meter radius. This talent had helped him find many top-tier skills and equipment. He rushed underground and saw a young, unarmed man standing in front of 2 glittering treasure chests. At the same time, the information about the treasure chests appeared in his vision. My God! These were B-grade treasure chests, something he had rarely seen. With these 2 chests, he was sure to win this round. That was the backstory of the scene just now. Are you robbing me? Joe's face carried a playful smile. The man, however, threw his head back and laughed, shamelessly saying to Joe, Young man, you don't understand, do you? This entire ant nest was cleared out by me. I had just gone out to chase down a red soldier ant and didn't have time to open these 2 treasure chests, which is why you got lucky. So, this isn't robbery. Understand now, young man? The man's tone was full of confidence, as if this were truly the case. But he swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the treasure chests with a greedy expression, making him look utterly ridiculous. Joe slowly pulled out a treasure from his pocket. He took out a badge with a delicately painted small boat and showed it to the man. The man was visibly stunned, his face instantly turning pale with fear. No, a guild member. His voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, the man collapsed to the ground and fled in terror, practically rolling away. Is the Noah Guild really that powerful? Joe scratched his head, finally realizing what had happened. Damn, my life. He hurriedly chased after the man, only to find that he had already disappeared without a trace. Zhou Wen cursed a few times, put the badge away, and turned to open the treasure chest. Weapon, Judgment of the Guardian, type, Greatsword, grade, B, attack power plus 53, restores 40% HP upon use, equipment skill, each attack inflicts a bleeding effect, dealing damage equal to the target stamina times 0.1 per second for 1 second, durability, 600/600, armor, Guardians. Armor, grade, B, defense plus 55, restores 40% HP upon use, equipment skill, reduces damage taken by 20% when attacked, durability, 400/400, skill, flurry. Punch, grade, B, unleashes 3 rapid punches, each dealing damage equal to strength times 0.75, capable of triggering attack effects. Punch speed is influenced by agility. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Weapon, Power of the Guardian, type, polearm, grade, B, attack power plus 55, restores 40% HP upon use, attack speed reduced by 2, each attack inflicts a shock effect, stunning enemies for 0.5 seconds, no cooldown, durability, 700 out of 700, armor. Guardian's Shield, grade, B, defense plus 59, restores 40% HP upon use, equipment skill, grants 90% damage reduction for 0.5 seconds, durability, 400/400. Skill, damage reduction, grade, B, grants a damage reduction effect lasting 3 seconds, 20% in the first second, 40% in the second, and 60% in the third. Cooldown, 300 seconds. As soon as he opened the 2 treasure chests, Zhou Wen's eyes widened. Wow! These 2 B-grade skills are amazing. At this point, he could practically walk sideways with confidence. His combo rate had already reached an impressive 90%. The most crucial part was that flurry punch could trigger attack effects. In other words, Zhou Wen's flurry punch could deliver 3 consecutive hits with no cooldown. Who could withstand that? System, show me the character stats. Zhou Wen summoned the system. The character stats were clearly displayed before him. Character stats. Strength, 79, Agility, 80, Stamina, 79, Spirit, 80, Intelligence, 80. At this moment, Zhou Wen's stats were incredibly high, making him capable of easily defeating 21 people. His growth rate was truly astonishing. Alright, the exploration of the ant nest is pretty much done. Time to leave, Zhou Wen muttered to himself, preparing to leave the dark nest and return to the sunlit surface. After all, ordinary B-grade and C-grade wild monsters were no longer worth his attention. He could take them down with a single combo, earth-shaking strike. Headbutt. Flurry punch. If the enemy still wasn't down, he'd follow up with another flurry punch. If they tried to run, Zhou Wen had a speed-boosting skill. If someone tried to ambush him, they probably wouldn't even be able to break through his shield. At this point, Zhou Wen was practically invincible. As he passed by the ant larva incubation room, Zhou Wen saw the little ants again. They shook the dirt off their bodies and stared straight at him. Upon realizing it was Zhou Wen, they quickly averted their gaze. Zhou Wen chuckled. This little ant is quite clever. Zhou Wen left the ant nest and returned to the surface. The surroundings were overgrown with sharp, dense weeds. On the dark dirt path, a box could occasionally be seen. At this moment, 71 players remained in the game, and the situation was becoming increasingly stable. It seems that after the baptism of 2 rounds, the players who advanced have grown quite a bit, Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Help! Help! Someone, please help me! A desperate yet somewhat cute female voice came from not far away. Zhou Wen's heart stirred, and he jumped onto the weeds to look into the distance. A girl dressed in yellow and black bee armor, wearing bee goggles, and holding a curved stinger was running for her life. Tears and snot streamed down her face. Behind her, green liquid splattered continuously, sizzling as it hit the ground and emitting white smoke. Zhou Wen instinctively looked at the wild creature and was immediately startled, blurting out, "What the hell is that monster?" A fat yet unnaturally agile white maggot was closing in. Its grotesque mouthparts were constantly spraying green liquid. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wen couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Hey, help me. How about we take it down together?" The girl spotted Zhou Wen and hurriedly invited him to team up. Zhou Wen had been noticed. Seeing that he hadn't moved, the girl added, "I can give you whatever drops from the treasure chest." Her tone was sincere, tinged with a hint of panic. Zhou Wen slid down from the grass. "Forget the treasure chest for now, helping people is more important." With that, Zhou Wen unleashed a series of punches from a distance, hitting the white maggot. With a pop, The white maggot exploded, and its sticky bodily fluids splattered everywhere. The B-girl turned pale with fright and screamed. Joe, already prepared, quickly pulled out a large leaf from behind and used it to shield himself from the maggot's splattering fluids. Combat experience increased, all attributes +3. The B-girl wasn't so lucky. Her entire body was covered in the maggot's transparent fluids. Ah! What is this stuff? The girl completely broke down, sitting on the ground in a frenzy. Her gaze toward Joe was filled with hope and a plea for help. Joe understood her look, his expression darkened, and he sighed lightly. Then, he unleashed another series of punches. -302, -302, -302. A number suddenly appeared above the girl's head, and she was instantly shattered. A box was left on the ground. Combat experience increased, all attributes +3, target 9999 killed, temporary all attribute bonus +3, critical damage increased by 20%, current critical damage 190%. Joe sighed helplessly. I understand how you feel. Being trapped by those disgusting things, of course you'd want to quit the game. My condolences. He bowed deeply to the B-girl's disappearing box and then silently walked away. In a cozy bedroom, a girl in a white shirt sat on a pink-sheeted bed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. You've got to be kidding me. I was shattered with just one punch. This was the B-girl from the game. At this moment, she was utterly devastated. Earlier, she had asked Joe to help clean off the strange liquid on her, but unexpectedly, Joe had shattered her with a single punch. What the heck is wrong with you? The girl was full of frustration. This death not only prevented her from advancing from the bronze level but also cost her a significant portion of her lifespan. She had suffered a huge loss. She pouted, fuming with anger, still shouting, "Next time, don't let me run into you, or I'll smash you too." After saying this, he raised his small fist in a threatening gesture. Deep within the massive battlefield, in a dense forest, a bronze gate over 100 meters tall slowly opened. A sneaky man cautiously peeked inside, but a fierce slash came flying toward him, scaring him into fleeing immediately. If Joe saw this sneaky man, he would definitely shout, "Jiao so and so." Joe left the previous location and sprinted toward a flashing point on the map. That was where the airdrop was about to appear. Unlike the previous rounds, this time the airdrop shone like a diamond on the map, making it very conspicuous. I wonder what level this airdrop will be, Joe thought curiously. After all, he had just encountered a B-level wild monster. Based on past experience, the airdrop level was usually one level higher than the highest level wild monster. Then it should be an A-level airdrop. Joe speculated. A-level. The thought made him excited. I wonder if there will be any more powerful new skills. He moved quickly and arrived at the airdrop point in the blink of an eye, only to find it already surrounded by 20 or 30 players. What's going on here? Seeing the players seemingly getting along, Joe was filled with confusion. At that moment, he spotted the gloomy-faced man who had fled earlier. Joe walked over and patted him on the shoulder. The man turned around, and upon seeing Joe, his face turned pale. "Boss, I was wrong. Please don't kill me, don't drag me into your guild. I really don't want to join." The dark-faced man fell to his knees, crying miserably. He was terrified, knowing he had encountered a truly formidable opponent. The surrounding players cast curious glances, not understanding what was happening. Upon hearing his plea, one player's expression changed, and he whispered, "Could he be from the Noah Guild?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. The surrounding players quickly distanced themselves from Joe. Their eyes filled with wariness. Seeing this, Joe was stunned. Could the Noah Guild really be that powerful? Powerful enough to scare off so many players? Some novice players nearby looked confused and asked veteran players about the Noah Guild. The Noah Guild is a terrifying organization, made up of top-tier players. They crazily recruit ordinary players, brainwashing them and treating the Holy Grail game as Noah's Ark, making people completely abandon their real lives. Players who join the Noah Guild are almost always brainwashed and become utterly addicted to the game. They desperately earn points and tokens in the game, ultimately dying when their lifespans run out. That's the scariest thing about the Noah Guild. After hearing the veteran player's explanation, the newbies turned pale. They looked at Joe with fear in their eyes. Joe was equally baffled by what he heard. "This guild, it's basically a scam, isn't it?" The dark-faced man trembled, his eyes filled with terror, as if awaiting Zhou Wen's final judgment. Zhou Wen forced a laugh, putting on a gentle smile. But in the dark-faced man's eyes, that smile was no different from the cruel sneer of a demon. "What are you all waiting here for? What exactly is going on?" Zhou Wen tried to appear friendly, hoping to ease the tension. The man froze, not expecting Zhou Wen to ask so many questions. He feared this might be the latest brainwashing tactic of the Noah Guild, so he immediately shut his mouth, covered his ears, closed his eyes, and pretended he hadn't heard anything. Zhou Wen looked at the man in front of him, who acted as if he saw nothing and heard nothing, and couldn't help but sigh. He turned to look at the others around him and asked, "What exactly is going on now?" The people around him saw Zhou Wen turn around and immediately mimic the gloomy-faced man, covering their ears, closing their eyes, and shutting their mouths. Zhou Wen was speechless, his brow twitching, almost wanting to punch all the players present out of sheer frustration. This was truly exasperating. He rubbed his temples and turned his gaze toward the area where the airdrop had landed. The other players had formed alliances and dared not approach the area, which was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Otherwise, those players who only cared about their own interests would never be so united. A voice in Zhou Wen's mind told him, there must be a very powerful monster there, which was why these players had grouped together to defend against it. This wasn't intuition, but a familiar feeling Zhou Wen had. Suppressing other thoughts, Zhou Wen, full of confidence, walked straight toward the area where the airdrop had landed. The surrounding players, afraid of being ambushed, squinted their eyes and kept a close watch on him. Seeing Zhou Wen's actions, their faces showed surprise. Is he crazy? He's actually daring to go in. Shoo! Don't say anything, don't let him know. If he dies, we'll be safe, a novice player couldn't help but complain. A veteran player next to him immediately covered his mouth and sternly warned him. Zhou Wen heard their conversation and turned his head to look. He saw the novice trembling all over, clearly afraid of him. The veteran player, on the other hand, kept his eyes tightly shut, his face serious. Zhou Wen didn't insist further and continued walking into the area that other players dared not enter. The path gradually opened up, and the yellowish-brown ground was covered with lush green vines. Zhou Wen felt a bit uneasy as he looked around. Is this a garden? So many vines. As Zhou Wen stepped forward, the vines gently moved. When he took another 2 steps, the vines began to slowly wrap toward him. This immediately made Zhou Wen realize that these were wild monsters, most likely plant-type creatures like flower monsters or grass monsters. Zhou Wen frowned. These plant monsters lacked nerve perception but had extremely strong vitality and might possess passive skills that reduced damage. The area covered by these vines was vast, likely indicating a B-level monster. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen's face lit up with excitement. Since it was a B-level monster, it meant a B-level skill was waiting for him to claim. He was just one move away from completing his combo skill. Suddenly, a vine lunged at Zhou Wen, its movements swift and fierce. The green tendril moved as fast as a venomous snake. Zhou Wen's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and he easily dodged it. His agility had now reached a speed of 30 meters per second. To him, the vine's attack was as slow as walking. This dodge seemed to provoke the entire area, as if he had stirred up a hornet's nest. The vines in the entire region went berserk. Green and yellowish tendrils danced wildly, trying to turn the intruder into nourishment. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen was too fast, and the vines couldn't touch him at all. The players outside the garden heard the commotion inside and exclaimed one after another. This guy is really gutsy. He's completely fearless. At the same time, they secretly felt relieved. If this member of the Noah Guild ended up dead, they could finally relax. Zhou Wen dodged while studying the attack patterns of the vines. He knew these vines were controlled by plants, with low intelligence, and their attacks must follow a pattern. Sure enough, after a few close encounters, Zhou Wen figured out the vines' attack methods. Now he no longer had to worry about their attacks. He followed the vines deeper into the garden. Not far ahead, a giant cabbage appeared before him. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. Judging by its texture and color, it was clearly a growing cabbage. Information quickly flashed before his eyes. Cabbage B-level HP, 10,000/10,000 skill, photosynthesis, restores 5% HP per second. Skill, forgiving green light, forcibly controls other creatures for 5 seconds. You have successfully resisted the forgiving green light skill of the cabbage. After the information popped up, Zhou Wen's face darkened. Forgiving green light? I'm doomed. he leaped high into the air and activated his acceleration skill. Combo effect triggered. Headbutt. Combo effect triggered again. Headbutt. Consecutive punches. Combo effect triggered. Consecutive punches. Zhou Wen's right hand seemed to transform into a Gatling gun, as 3 blue streaks of light simultaneously shot toward the cabbage. A series of red numbers exploded. -1505, -1505, -1505. Immediately, 3 more blue streaks followed, accompanied by the same numbers. -1505, -1505, -1505. Zhou Wen's damage output was simply off the charts. This level of damage was definitely not something a bronze-tier player could achieve. Outside the flower bed, a woman sat on the ground, eyes closed, gripping a mantis blade. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She glanced in Zhou Wen's direction, stood up silently, and left as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen, who was furiously attacking, noticed nothing. At this moment, he could throw 6 punches per second, with the combo effect triggering continuously, delivering astonishing power. The melee master talent was truly insane. Even without considering the critical damage, the combo effect alone was already overwhelming. Once the skill was fully stacked, there was almost no cooldown time. It was incredible. Zhou Wen now had an urge. He really wanted to redeem the melee master skill. The feeling of landing punch after punch was just too satisfying. He believed no man could resist this exhilarating sensation. Every punch landed solidly, accompanied by the enemy's dying screams, perfectly matching the vast battlefield's atmosphere. The primal fear it evoked was simply unparalleled. Zhou Wen stopped using skills and relied solely on his punches. Sweating profusely, he delivered a series of punches that finally killed the cabbage. Standing atop the cabbage, Zhou Wen's face was filled with excitement. Suddenly, whoosh! A green figure shot out from beneath him, slamming Zhou Wen away. -500 a number popped up above Zhou Wen, startling him into quickly activating his armor and damage reduction skills. Regaining his composure, he saw the attacker was green. Caterpillar B-level HP, 8000/8000 skill, ambush. The next attack outside the enemy's vision is guaranteed to critically hit skill, sanctuary, immune to damage while the cabbage is alive, inactive. The sanctuary skill had turned gray, with inactive written below it. Seeing this green caterpillar, which was at least 5 or 6 meters long, Zhou Wen's eyes widened. This guy is so insidious. He dared to bet that those players outside trying to attack the cabbage would definitely be strangled by the vines first. The remaining few would all be ambushed and instantly killed by this green caterpillar. Too insidious. Zhou Wen only has 790 health points. The reason he could instantly kill the cabbage was entirely due to his fast attack speed and high damage. If not for that, encountering a sneak attack from the green caterpillar would have been a disaster. The damage from this attack is simply outrageous. Unless it's a top-tier player who has already killed more than 30 enemies or someone with a special talent, they're basically doomed. The green caterpillar slowly retracted into the cabbage, waiting for its next strike. But it absolutely didn't anticipate the existence of the Holy Grail system. The cabbage gradually turned into white light and transformed into a golden, glittering treasure chest. The green caterpillar also fell out of the cabbage, writhing on the ground. Zhou Wen didn't say much, triggering a combo with a series of headbutts, followed by 2 rapid punches. Rat-a-tat-tat. Blue light flashed from his fists. His attack speed was lightning fast, like a humanoid Gatling gun. The caterpillar's blood flowed as quickly as a woman's. Special monthly period. Zhou Wen gave his attack style a name, hemorrhage. The green caterpillar let out a painful groan and was killed. After a while, it turned into a beam of white light, leaving behind a sparkling B-grade treasure chest. Zhou Wen walked over and opened the 2 treasure chests. Outside the flower bed, the man with the gloomy face suddenly felt a new prompt from his talent. Inside the flower bed, there were 3 precious items. One was the original airdrop. The other 2 had suddenly appeared. The dark-faced man was startled, his body trembled, and he bolted. The surrounding players were shocked, thinking something terrifying had appeared. Everyone cautiously looked around. But finding nothing unusual, they were all puzzled by the dark-faced man's reaction. Zhou Wen opened the 2 B-grade treasure chests. Weapon, power of vegetables type, long sword grade, B attack power plus 50, restores 40% health when used. Equipment skill, greening, aura effect, influences surrounding enemies' durability. 700/700 armor, flexible leaf grade, B defense plus 50, restores 40% health when used. Equipment skill, reflection, reflects 25% of magic damage. Equipment durability, 400/400 skill, Vine Frenzy grade, B deals magic damage equal to spirit times 1.5 to surrounding enemies and binds them for 1 second cooldown, 100 seconds. The skill from the first treasure chest was decent, but compared to that, the two pieces of equipment seemed rather ordinary. Joe opened the second treasure chest. Item, Caterpillar's Love type, Soul grade, B restores 99% health. Note, the Caterpillar's Love is deep and profound. Armor, Caterpillar Armor grade, B defense plus 60, restores 40% health when consumed. Equipment skill, Selfless Love, distributes damage taken proportionally to teammates. Each use consumes 100 durability. Equipment durability, 500/500 skill, Ambush rank, B. If not in the opponent's line of sight, the next attack is guaranteed to critically hit. Cooldown, 60 seconds. After some thought, Joe chose the Green Worm armor instead of the Ambush skill. This was because he had the Melee Master talent, which guaranteed a critical hit with every attack, making the Ambush skill unnecessary. Therefore, the Ambush skill was of no use to him. Joe donned a well-fitted green armor, looking full of energy. He headed toward the brightest spot on the map, the airdrop location. Joe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, A-rank airdrop, here I come. Airdrop A rank. You can obtain all 3 items from the airdrop: armor, Gigantification fragment type, helmet rank, A head defense plus 70. Equipment skill, Gigantification reduces head damage by 30% and prevents fatal hits. Equipment skill, shatter damage received will bleed out over 3 seconds. Equipment durability, 600/600 footwear, battlefield scout rank, A movement speed plus 70. Equipment skill, Scout blink within a 10-meter radius, cooldown 300 seconds. Equipment skill, rapid speed grants 40% evasion while moving. Equipment durability, 400/400 skill, growth rank, A effect, increases all attributes by 1 point per minute, up to a maximum of 15 points. Seeing these 3 pieces of equipment, Joe was overjoyed. Now this was A rank gear. 2 equipment skills were already incredibly powerful, and the base stats were excellent as well. That A rank skill was overwhelmingly impressive. Looking at the skill descriptions, Joe gradually understood that the innate talents each person had in the Holy Grail War were equivalent to skills of the corresponding rank. So, those with good luck and high-level initial talents were essentially starting with advanced skills. In the Holy Grail War, killing enemies could provide advantages unimaginable to ordinary players. Joe put on the 2 new pieces of equipment and walked out of the flower garden. The players outside saw him unharmed, clad in gleaming armor, and their faces showed greedy expressions. Some calmer players immediately turned and ran. "Brothers, take him down. We'll split the gear," a player, blinded by greed, shouted. Under his lead, the other players rushed toward Joe, hoping to take him down together. But what they didn't know was, after shouting, the leading player quietly retreated to a distance and activated his talent. B-rank talent, between life and death effect. When a player within your line of sight dies, you can steal 1 point of their all attributes. The player smirked. His talent was incredibly strong. As long as someone died, he could significantly boost himself. Once he developed enough, he wouldn't fear even the strongest opponents in direct combat. For every person he killed, he gained 4 points in all attributes. If he could snowball, killing 10 people would be equivalent to others killing 13. The 10 points in all attributes would provide a substantial boost. Joe looked at the group of players blindly charging at him and sighed. He felt sorry for their foolishness. However, this was the perfect opportunity to test his new skill, Vine Frenzy. Combo effect triggered. Joe unleashed Vine Frenzy again, triggering combo effect again. Now, every time Joe uses a skill, it triggers a combo. In other words, his skills have no cooldown. Green giant vines sprouted from Joe's side, wildly entangling the surrounding players, slamming them to the ground and hitting them hard. The health of the nearby players dropped rapidly. A few players with escape talents finally came to their senses and activated their talents to flee. Some lucky players with life-saving skills also activated their abilities, desperately running away. Only a small number of fools without escape talents or life-saving skills were instantly killed by Joe's large-scale skills. The leading player hiding not far away turned pale. Instantly terrified, he bolted, his mind filled with shock. How is that guy so strong? And his skills have no cooldown? This is absurd. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Joe. Joe smiled as he looked at the man, just about to ask him a few questions. The man jumped in fright, suddenly remembering that Joe was from the Noah Guild. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the cricket forelimb in his hand and stabbed it fiercely into his own chest. He actually committed suicide. Before dying, he stared at Joe with an extremely mocking expression. Joe was dumbfounded. Seriously? He hadn't even made a move yet, and the guy killed himself? Wasn't the consequence of suicide supposed to be particularly severe? Joe felt speechless, his mind a whirl of confusion. Just how terrifying is the Noah Guild? Joe's curiosity about the Noah Guild instantly skyrocketed. Alright, once I get out, I must add that Zhao XX is I. Friend. Zhao XX's badge was now in Joe's possession, and there was a string of numbers on the badge, likely Zhao XX's ID. Joe began hunting down the players who had greedily tried to kill him earlier. In a state with no cooldown. Although the acceleration skill was weak, its effect was exceptionally evident. Joe's movement speed kept increasing. He could run hundreds of meters in a second. This speed was beyond anyone's imagination. More importantly, Joe kept passing by players struggling against low-level monsters. As a young person of the new era, a role model for helping others like Lei Feng. Of course, Joe had to lend a hand. As he passed by, a flurry of punches sent the monsters' souls scattering. He also saved those players in the process. Combat experience kept triggering, and Joe's attributes soared once again. Joe disappeared into the distance at high speed, leaving behind the corpses of defeated monsters and a group of ecstatic players. He silently thought to himself, guys, we're all human, of course, I have to help with such small favors. The rescued players all had happy smiles on their faces, though they couldn't stop complaining. At hashtag asterisk hashtag added hashtag asterisk. Hashtag after all, Joe had wiped out so many low-level monsters that they no longer dropped treasure chests. And these players had worked so hard to fight those monsters, only to gain nothing in the end. It was a complete waste of their development time and health. As for the lightning-fast figure before them, the rescued players affectionately nicknamed him Lightning Blind. These 3 words carried both their blessings and their teasing. They hoped he truly became blind, because with his incredible speed, he was bound to achieve great results. At this moment, Zhao XX had only 3 words in his mind: over the moon. He had encountered Joe again in the bronze promotion tournament. In the first match, he had pretended to be from the Noah Guild, but Joe had taken his badge, leaving him unable to scare others with a fake identity. In subsequent matches, after several rounds of poor rankings, although he hadn't lost much lifespan, he hadn't gained anything either. So, when he saw Joe, he was overjoyed. Life. It's just so full of surprises. Zhao XX was also a victim of lightning blind. Joe darted swiftly across the massive battlefield, turning all the low-level monsters into tools for farming experience. Ha! Isn't that Zhao XX? Joe casually smashed a monster and noticed that the player fighting it looked somewhat familiar. That familiar yet sneaky demeanor. Despite wearing tattered armor, holding a centipede leg, and donning a fly-eye mask, Joe recognized him at a glance. It was Zhao XX. Joe stopped. Zhao XX, full of excitement, watched as his monster was punched to death by a kind-hearted pro. But upon realizing no treasure chest had dropped, his face instantly darkened. Damn it! What the hell? So what if you're Strone? Zhao XX trembled with anger. At that moment, the figure returned. Crap! Zhao XX felt a chill in his heart and dropped to his knees with a thud, not expecting to kneel faster than Joe could run. Zhao XX. A voice filled with surprise called out. Zhao XX, who was now regretting his decision to kneel, looked up upon hearing his name. It was that kid from the last round who had killed him and stolen his badge. Zhao XX jumped to his feet. Give me back my badge. Joe blushed, pretending not to hear, but a happy expression appeared on his face. Great! I was just looking for you. Hey! Don't change the subject. Zhao XX was furious, but Joe acted as if he didn't care. He lightly patted Zhao XX on the shoulder, appearing particularly familiar, and said, Brother, I have something to ask you. Zhao XX was about to brush Joe's hand off, but upon hearing this, he stopped and instinctively put on a money talks expression. Well, everyone knows Zhao XX is a famous know-it-all. We're old acquaintances, after all. I can give you a discount. But you have to return my badge first. I want to ask about the Noah Guild. Zhao XX's eyes darted around upon hearing this, and he smiled. Noah, huh? Most of the guilds' affairs are hidden in the upper circles. So, the price might be a bit steep. How about this? give me 5,000 tokens and return my badge, and I'll tell you the latest news about the Noah Guild. 5,000 tokens? Joe hesitated. Zhao XX, seeing his hesitation, started to regret. Was the price too high? Winning a round of the Holy Grail War only earned about 5,000 tokens. Zhao XX really hoped Joe would haggle so he could save face and still close the deal. Joe thought the price wasn't actually that high. How about 4,000? Deal, 5,000 tokens. Zhao XX felt a chill in his heart when Joe agreed so readily, thinking he'd made a huge loss. Damn, I set the price too low. But at this point, he couldn't raise the price again without losing face. Alright, after this game, add me as a friend, transfer the tokens, and I'll tell you. Zhao XX reached out for the badge. This badge had cost him a fortune to buy from a Noah Guild member. Joe frowned and said, I want to know now. Zhao XX shook his head. We in intelligence always take the money first before sharing any information. You're really breaking the rules here. Joe thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a good solution. He was desperate to learn about the Noah Guild. He sighed and grabbed Zhao XX. Hey, where are you taking me? Zhao XX was terrified by Zhou speed, suddenly recalling how Zhou had just obliterated a D-level wild monster with a single punch. Within seconds, Zhou had brought Zhao XX to a highly dangerous area. The surrounding weeds were draped with glimmering silk threads, leading to a massive spider. Its bright red eyes stared at the two of them, filled with obvious hunger. Zhao XX was scared out of his wits, thinking Zhou was about to throw him to the wild monster as food. Zhou set Zhao XX down and charged at the spider. Combo triggered, 3 punches per second, continuous strikes, damage numbers popping up repeatedly. The spider was instantly killed, transforming into a treasure chest. Zhou looked at Zhao XX and said, this treasure chest is yours. Now tell me the information about the Noah Guild. Zhao XX swallowed hard, staring blankly at Zhou, who had just taken down a B-level spider in seconds. He recalled the first time he met Zhou. Back then, a cold crossbow was pressed against his forehead, and he was instantly killed. He shivered, coughed twice, and said, "B brother, we're old friends, aren't we? I'll just give you this information for free." Zhao XX's expression changed so quickly it was frightening. Just moments ago, he had demanded 5,000 tokens, but now he was offering the information for free. Alright, go ahead. Zhou found a rock to sit on. Zhao XX opened the treasure chest, coughed mysteriously twice, and began to speak. The Noah Guild is incredibly powerful. It's said. Their guild leader is a god-tier player. Speaking of god-tier, you should know the goal of entering the battlefield, right? The goal of the Holy Grail battlefield? Isn't it just to survive until the end? Zhou looked puzzled. Zhao XX thought it was obvious, but seeing Zhou's confused expression, his face froze. No way, he doesn't know? He's so strong, could he be a rogue player? Zhao XX controlled his expression, afraid of angering Zhou and getting punched to death. There were still 43 players left in the game, and if he died now, it would be a huge loss. After all, he hadn't spent much time sabotaging others this round, he'd mainly been focusing on developing at the temple. In this game, besides surviving until the end, there's another goal, and that's to obtain the fragments of divine power scattered across this battlefield. Fragments of divine power? What are those? They're the source of power in this battlefield, as valuable as Holy Grail points. Of course, obtaining them isn't easy. Are you willing to team up with me to get the fragments of divine power? As valuable as Holy Grail points? Yes. Alright, deal. Although Zhou didn't fully understand what Holy Grail points were, since they were equally valuable, he agreed to Zhao XX's proposal. Tell me about the Noah Guild. The Noah Guild is an established guild. They've collected over 100 fragments of divine power, and it's said they even have god-tier players among them. Those are the top players among tens of thousands, roughly 1 in 1,000. Even the current major guilds can't compare to them, they were one of the earliest guilds established. Later, for some reason, the Noah Guild began frantically recruiting players, brainwashing them, and forcing them to earn tokens and points for the guild. So, in the eyes of veteran players, the Noah Guild became synonymous with a bad reputation. Now, no one wants to join the Noah Guild, but the remaining members are still quite intimidating. That's all the information about the Noah Guild. Next, let's go get the divine power fragment. Zhou followed along. Zhao XX was secretly delighted, he had finally found a top-tier fighter. He couldn't enter the temple himself, but with Zhou Wen, he could obtain the divine power fragment. After getting the fragment, he planned to deal with Zhou Wen. In secret, after all, his talent was A grade. Divine power fragment. Zhou Wen kept repeating the words in his mind, now filled with curiosity about the fragment. Seeing Zhou Wen's gaze, Zhao Xx's face darkened, and he said, "Even though you're strong, I have principles too. Give me back my badge first, and then I'll tell you about the divine power fragment." Zhou Wen smiled awkwardly, took the badge out of his pocket, and tossed it to Zhao Xx. After confirming it, Zhao Xx nodded in satisfaction and said, as he walked, "You can think of the divine power fragment as a one-time use item, a domain-type tool. Once used, the rules within a certain range around you will transform into battlefield rules. For example, in this gigantification battlefield, if you obtain a gigantification divine power fragment and use it, the battlefield rules around you will turn into gigantification battlefield rules. Each divine power fragment lasts only 10 minutes, and fragments with different attributes can counteract each other or produce some unknown reactions. Divine power fragments are primarily used in guild wars and are extremely valuable. A one-time use domain-type tool? Zhou Wen suddenly had a thought and continued to ask, then, do god-level players have their own domains? Zhao Xx rolled his eyes at him and said, what makes players truly powerful is their talent. I've heard that the talents used by god-level players in each match are all SS grade. As for domains, I don't know much about them. Hearing this, Zhou Wen's expression turned strange. He confirmed again, are you sure it's SS grade? Zhou Wen was completely stunned. Zhao Xx looked at his dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. This kid was scared silly, it seemed his own talent wasn't that great. Zhao Xx felt a bit frustrated, he really couldn't understand why Zhou Wen was so strong. Zhou Wen was thinking, god-level players' talents are only SS grade, but my current talent is SSS grade. The gap is just too big. He revealed a faint, inexplicable smile, which startled Zhao Xx beside him. Zhao Xx muttered, what's wrong with you now? Let's go, we're almost there. Under Zhao Xx's guidance, Zhou Wen arrived at a dense gray forest. Due to the effects of gigantification, the so-called forest was actually a mushroom forest. Mushrooms of various colors were crowded together. Zhao Xx led Zhou Wen through the mushroom forest, and a massive bronze door towering into the clouds appeared before them. The door was at least 100 or 200 meters tall. Is this where the divine power fragment is? Zhou Wen was astonished. The scene before him was an eye-opener. Zhao Xx nodded, that's right, this is the entrance to the temple. Zhou Wen quickly ran toward the door. Zhao Xx followed closely behind, his expression gradually becoming serious. Stop! Zhao Xx called out in warning. Beneath the massive door, 3 people were sitting, 2 men and 1 woman. A middle-aged man in a brown coat, exuding a mature demeanor, was silently smoking. Beside him, a young man, wearing at least B-grade armor, sat upright with his eyes closed. A woman sat cross-legged, her eyes slightly shut, with a mantis blade resting across her lap. But this wasn't what Zhao Xx was most worried about. What made him uneasy was that each of them bore a badge. They were from the 3 super guilds, Order, Blossoms, and Balance. The 3 noticed Zhou Wen and Zhao Xx. The smoking middle-aged man and the woman opened their eyes. Zhao Xx took out the Noah badge Zhou Wen had given him and, pretending to be calm, asked, everyone, what's the situation in the temple now? The man in the brown coat glanced at the badge in Zhao Xx's hand, recognized it as belonging to the Noah Guild, and ignored him. Zhou Wen noticed that the badge of the smoking middle-aged man was a silver cross. The young man in the ornate armor didn't even look at Zhao Xx, keeping his eyes closed the entire time. The woman holding the mantis blade seemed to sense something, her expression changing as she spoke to Zhao Xx. We just went in to investigate. There's a particularly strong B-grade wild monster inside. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we can't defeat it. So we're waiting here for people from other guilds. The young man next to her stretched lazily. Why bother saying so much? Let's just take them out. A 6-point all attribute boost is better than wasting words with them. Zhou Wen's mind was filled with countless speculations. Be careful. There's a B-rank demon hound here. As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of wind rushed toward them. A massive hound, 40 to 50 meters tall, pitch black with blood-red eyes, appeared before the group. Demon Hound A rank HP, 100,000/100,000 skill. Demon Flame deals 100 fixed damage per second to all nearby enemies. Skill, Pursuit performs a distance-ignoring slash on the track target, cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill, Guardian attributes double when inside the temple. What's going on? Why did it become A rank? The expressions of the three who had entered changed drastically. Let's test it out, the middle-aged man shouted. Fall back, the mantis blade woman warned. Suddenly, purple flames ignited within a 20-meter radius around the demon hound. The group reacted quickly, retreating from the range of the flames. Who has strong control skills? The middle-aged man looked at Joe 1 and Zhao XX. None, Zhao XX replied. Joe 1 also shook his head. Strong control skills require a minimum control duration. The middle-aged man jumped onto a stone table and said to the group, "You hold off the demon hound, I'll charge up." He pulled a cigarette but from his pocket, clasped his hands together, and emitted a faint, gentle glow. The mantis blade woman had clearly worked with him many times before. Taking over command, she shouted to the young man, Joe 1 and Zhao XX, "Hold off the demon hound and buy old Fu some time." With that, she charged forward, shouting, "Blade Thousand Splendor." Shadows of mantis blades appeared around her, slashing at the demon hound in a crisscross pattern. The young man also rushed forward, but his attacks were targeted. He threw a series of punches, shouting the name of a skill Zhou Wen was most familiar with. 3 consecutive punches landed, and blue fist shadows flashed. Damage numbers appeared above the demon hound's head, -391, -391, -391. Seeing the damage numbers, Zhao XX was so shocked he couldn't speak. Could he be a rookie from the Balance Guild? The A-rank melee specialist, Wan Jun? Meanwhile, the woman wielding the mantis blades moved fluidly, her blade light flashing as a string of damage numbers quickly appeared. -287, -287, -287. So she was the rising star of the Blossom Guild, Long Yu. And the middle-aged man was Fu Yuanshan from the Order Guild. Zhao XX's expression was filled with complexity. These three were all newcomers to the Holy Grail War, yet their strength was exceptionally formidable. They all had A-rank talents. Why am I so unlucky this round? Of all people, I had to run into these top-tier experts. Zhao XX cried out in frustration. Beside him, Zhou Wen scratched his head and asked, "Who are they, exactly?" Zhao XX replied bitterly, "Haven't you checked the forums?" "What forums?" Zhou Wen looked puzzled. Every player unlocks the forums in shop after completing a round of the Holy Grail War. Didn't you notice? Zhao XX's tone was full of exasperation. Zhou Wen was even more confused. It turned out he hadn't received any system notification about the forums. "Come help me!" Long Yu shouted. The mantis blade shadows around her suddenly disappeared, clearly indicating her skill duration had ended. Zhao XX and Zhou Wen quickly moved into the demon hound's vicinity. The demon hound's attacks were agile and unpredictable. Its powerful body, combined with the occasional bursts of its demon flame skill, caused significant trouble for the group. Zhou Wen tentatively used his ant pincer skill to attack the demon hound. A sizable damage number popped up on the screen. -855. And this was without activating any amplification. Skills, the damage was already far higher than the others. Cold Moon's eyes lit up, and she said to Zhou Wen, "Good damage, back off quickly and wait for the skill." Cool down. Cold Moon possessed the A-grade talent Moonlight Perception, which allowed her to sense all details within 100 meters and display the information in text form before her eyes, making her extremely effective in combat support. Wan Jun, standing nearby, squinted and also noticed Zhou Wen's damage, which was almost on par with his own. However, he still had other skills unused. Once he unleashed his combo, the damage would surely be astonishing. "Get out of the way!" Fu Yuanshan shouted. Everyone turned their heads to see him clasping his hands together, releasing a blazing beam of light that struck the demon hound fiercely. The demon hound instantly lost 20,000 health points. Even Zhou Wen widened his eyes in shock. What kind of skill was this? It was too powerful. A-grade Vital Energy Qigong, charge for 10 seconds to deal true damage, equal to 20% of the target's maximum health. Can only be used once per creature. This was Fu Yuanshan's ultimate skill. Despite his age, this talent earned him the title of a supernova. The demon hound howled in pain and angrily swiped a claw, sending Cold Moon flying. A terrifying damage number appeared on her body, -500. She quickly retreated in fear. The demon hound continued its frenzied assault, striking Fu Yuanshan and Wan Jun with 2 consecutive claws, sending them flying as well. Its tail launched A sneaky attack, knocking Zhao XX away too. Zhou Wen, relying on his high speed, pretended to be knocked back. At this moment, everyone's health dropped sharply, and Fu Yuanshan's face was filled with terror. "Run," he shouted urgently. "This demon hound has gone mad." The group quickly retreated. How could this happen? Fu Yuanshan's face was ashen. The last time they entered the temple, the demon hound was only B grade, and its damage wasn't this fierce. How had it become A grade now? Could the temple adjust its difficulty based on the number of people? "Let's go," Cold Moon said decisively. "It seems the divine power fragment is out of reach. We might as well focus on leveling up and wait for the final battle." Since they couldn't obtain the divine power fragment, wasting time was meaningless. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhou Wen. Seeing no reaction from him, Cold Moon took her mantis blade and walked off into the distance. However, after only a few steps, she hid behind a mushroom. Fu Yuanshan glanced at Wan Jun and changed direction to leave. After the two left, Wan Jun revealed a sinister smile, staring at Zhao XX and Zhou Wen. "You two, leave your heads behind." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Jun charged forward, unleashing a triple punch. Blue fist shadows rapidly struck toward Zhou Wen, who was the closest. Zhou Wen's earlier damage was on par with his, so while Zhou Wen's skills were still on cooldown, Wan Jun had to take him out first. Facing the incoming attack, Zhou Wen smiled and also unleashed a triple punch. When Wan Jun saw the three blue fist shadows coming from Zhou Wen, his expression twisted. "What a fool!" Zhao XX quickly warned, "Don't engage him in close combat. His A-grade melee specialization makes him unbeatable in hand-to-hand fights." Before he could finish, Zhou Wen's three fist shadows shattered Wan Jun's fist shadows. "What?" Wan Jun was so shocked he couldn't speak. "Impossible. No one can beat me in close combat." "You brought this on yourself," Zhou Wen said calmly. Uttering just 4 words, Wan Jun's face turned bright red, feeling utterly humiliated. Immediately after, Zhou Wen delivered a single punch that shattered Wan Jun's head. "You have killed player number 2121. Temporary all attributes +3. Combat experience triggered, your all attributes +3. You have gained 100 tokens. One punch? It was just one punch?" Zhao XX was so shocked his mouth hung wide open. He had long thought Zhou Wen was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. One punch to take down the supernova Wan Jun. Zhao XX was overjoyed. This was already the second match, and Zhou Wen was still this incredible. He was simply more dazzling than the supernova. The news of Wan Jun's head being blown apart with one punch would definitely make waves. Zhou Wen shook his fist. Ever since he exited the Bronze Gate, he had already used the headbutt skill 3 times in a row. He had long decided to take down his opponent. With 8x attack power combined with his terrifying attributes at the moment, no player could withstand such damage. Long Yu, who had just left not long ago, returned. She hadn't gone far. Her instincts had been warning her all along that Zhou Wen was no ordinary person. Seeing Wan Jun killed with a single punch, she immediately turned back. "Hello, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Long Yu, from the Wanhua Guild. I hope we can enter the temple together again." Long Yu stated her purpose directly upon returning. To be able to kill Wan Jun with a single melee punch. Zhou Wen was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Zhou Wen didn't pay much attention to her. His impression of Long Yu was just average. Regardless of how many people there were, the demon dog was easy for him to handle. After some discussion, the three of them entered the stone chamber behind the bronze gate once again. The demon dog appeared again, and Zhou Wen unleashed a series of punches, shocking everyone with the damage. -6840, -6840, -6840. Long Yu, who was looking for an opportunity to deal damage, twitched at the corner of her mouth. The difference between Wan Jun's damage and Zhou Wen's was like heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Long Yu's curiosity about Zhou Wen's identity grew even stronger. Just how powerful was this person? After taking massive damage, the demon dog launched a frenzied attack. Its hatred was entirely locked onto Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen activated his acceleration and footwork skills, boosting his agility to an astonishing level. The demon dog chased Zhou Wen madly around the spacious stone chamber. After a long chase, the demon dog actually stopped to catch its breath. Zhou Wen didn't stop. He circled around, ran up to the demon dog, and flicked its nose hard. The demon dog flew into a rage and started chasing Zhou Wen again. Zhou Wen sprinted ahead, and after a while, the demon dog couldn't keep up and stopped. To rest again. Zhou circled back and flicked its nose hard once more. The demon dog howled in pain and continued chasing Zhou. Zhou ran swiftly ahead, and the demon dog, unable to catch up after a long chase, had to stop again to pant, tongue hanging out. Zhou wouldn't let it off, continuously circling around it and flicking its nose. After several repetitions, the demon dog actually whimpered. It lay on the ground, tears streaming like a fountain. Seeing this, Zhou was dumbfounded, and so were Lang Yu and Zhao XX. At this moment, Zhou system issued a warning. Warning! Please stop your actions immediately. Warning! Please stop your actions immediately. If you continue, your player status will be revoked. The system warning startled Zhou so much that he didn't dare flick the dog's nose again. What was going on? It was just a few flicks on the nose, why was it so serious? Zhou slowly approached the demon dog. The moment it saw him coming closer, it shrank back in fear, whimpering incessantly. Lang Yu looked at Zhou with a speechless expression. She began to doubt whether Zhou was even human. He was just too mischievous. Noticing the gazes of Lang Yu and Zhao XX, Zhou scratched his head awkwardly. He said to the demon dog, "Where is the divine power fragment? Hand it over, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, humph." Zhou struck a finger-snapping pose. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon dog widened its eyes like a human and burst into tears, wailing miserably. The sound was utterly heart-wrenching. The system issued another warning. Player number 520, please cease threatening behavior. Player no. 520, please cease threatening behavior. This time, the warning was broadcast across the entire Holy Grail battlefield. Lang Yu and Zhao XX were stunned. Zhou was too wicked. He actually dared to threaten the dog. The players outside the temple were also dumbfounded, their minds filled with question marks. Who was this player number 520? Who was he extorting? How did he even provoke a full system warning from the Holy Grail system? Zhou felt extremely embarrassed. He took a few steps forward, intending to comfort the demon dog. But as soon as the demon dog saw Zhou approaching, it immediately backed away in fear. Zhou's expression darkened, and he instantly sped up to chase after it. The demon dog, seeing Zhou in pursuit, let out a series of terrified howls. Lang Yu and Zhao XX exchanged glances and fell silent. When they finally caught up, they saw the A-rank demon dog cowering in a corner, trembling. Zhou stood in front of it, gently patting its head while murmuring, "What a good child." Tears of regret welled up in the demon dog's eyes. It couldn't understand why it had provoked Zhou. It might not be human, but Zhou was truly terrifying. Thinking of this, the demon dog couldn't help but wail again. Zhou casted a faint glance, and the demon dog immediately fell silent. When Zhao XX and Lang Yu walked over, Zhou took out a purple fragment and showed it to them. He asked, "Is this the divine power fragment you were talking about?" Lang Yu instinctively nodded, while Zhao XX rushed over excitedly, his eyes shining as he muttered, boss, let me see. Let me see." This was Zhao XX's first time seeing the legendary divine power fragment mentioned on the forums, and he was beyond thrilled. Zhou handed the fragment to Zhao XX without any concern that he might run off with it. Zhou was confident that, on this Holy Grail battlefield, no one could outrun him. His current strength was terrifying. Lang Yu, equally curious, walked over to examine the divine power fragment closely. She could hardly believe that the precious divine power fragment her sister had spoken of was obtained so easily. After staring at it for a while, Zhao XX reluctantly returned the divine power fragment to Zhou. Zhou scratched his head and said to Zhao XX and Lang Yu, "There's only one divine power fragment, so we can't split it." Zhao XX, being sharp, shook his head and said, "Boss, I didn't contribute much, so I don't want the divine power fragment. I just hope you'll kill me a little later." Having witnessed Zhou's terrifying strength, Zhao XX had given up on resisting. He only hoped Zhou would delay clearing the field. Zhou turned to Lang Yu. After a moment of thought, Lang Yu said to Zhou, "Can I trade something of similar value for the divine power fragment?" "What is it?" Zhao XX's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "The battlefield ruins," Lang Yu blurted out. Zhao XX stared at Lang Yu in shock, his eyes filled with questions. "You?" Zhao XX wanted to say something but ultimately held back. He turned to Zhou and said, "You can trade with her. The battlefield relics are more useful to you now than the divine power fragment." "What are battlefield relics?" Zhou asked curiously. Zhao XX explained, Battlefield relics allow you to select a specific type of Holy Grail battlefield to enter. This way, you can experience higher-level Holy Grail battlefields even at lower ranks. You can go crazy collecting equipment and skills inside, and, even if you die, you can use tokens to redeem the equipment and re-enter the game, gaining a stronger advantage. What if I win? Zhou Wen asked. Lung Yu added, if you win, all the equipment and skills in the battlefield will be unlocked for you as a low-rank player. But honestly, your chances of winning are almost zero. You'll encounter players who are 1 or 2 major ranks higher than you. Basically, you'll be instantly killed. After hearing this, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. He currently had more tokens than he could spend, and his previous equipment was mediocre, not even worth redeeming. If he could enter higher-level battlefields through the battlefield relics and obtain powerful weapons, wouldn't the low-rank battlefield become his playground? Even if he encountered development-type talents, his starting point wouldn't be too weak. I agree. To the trade, Zhou Wen said, tossing the divine power fragment to Lung Yu. Lung Yu was momentarily stunned, then shook her head with a smile. Only the last surviving first-place player can take the divine power fragment. Giving it to me now is useless. Zhou Wen didn't mind and continued petting the demon hound, saying, you guys stay here for now. I'll go clear the field outside. I'll give it to you when I return. Zhou Wen was very confident and trusted his companions. He firmly believed in the principle of trusting people fully or not at all. After petting the demon hound, Zhou Wen intended to have it lead him outside to clear the field. At that moment, the system issued another warning, please stop this behavior immediately. Stop now. Zhou Wen's game interface began flashing red, with a large warning banner popping up. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, fine, no need to make such a fuss. I'm not easily scared. Talking to himself, Zhou Wen left the temple and activated his acceleration skill. Instantly, dust flew up, and the sound of breaking wind echoed across the battlefield. Not good. That player with ID 520 has appeared again. Players who had been tricked by Zhou Wen before turned pale, their large blades halting mid-swing, their eyes filled with anger. This time, Zhou Wen's target was no longer the wild monsters but these players. No one could withstand a single punch from him, they all fell one by one. Player ID 520's name kept flashing in the public system notification bar. Almost every 10 seconds, a player was killed by him, and the remaining number of players rapidly decreased. Fu Yuanshan also noticed the unusual situation. Who on earth is this guy? He immediately became alert, pulling out a circular smoke shield to envelop himself. His A-grade talent was highly versatile, ranking among the top of A-grade talents. Whoosh, smack. You have been killed by player ID 520, ranked 23rd. Fu Yuanshan? Zhou Wen was too fast, Fu Yuanshan didn't even get a clear look at his face before falling. Filled with confusion, Fu Yuanshan left the battlefield, still wondering who ID 520 was. Zhou Wen was killing with excitement, clearing the field in just a few minutes. His attributes had reached astonishing levels. With every kill, his overall attributes increased by 6 points. Too powerful, Zhou Wen increasingly wanted to redeem the hand-to-hand combat master skill as soon as possible. With a good skill, he would be invincible. Returning to the temple, Zhou Wen found Zhao XX and Leng Yu fighting, with only the 3 of them left in the arena. Zhao XX and Leng Yu were fiercely competing for 2nd or 3rd place. Leng Yu was strong, and after exchanging more than a dozen moves, Zhao XX was defeated by him. After taking down Zhao XX, Leng Yu threw the divine power fragment to Zhou Wen. He was about to say to Zhou Wen, come and kill me, when a shadow of a fist flashed by. System prompt, you have been killed by player number 520. Your ranking is number 2. Leng Yu. Not a shred of gentlemanly conduct. After killing Leng Yu, Zhou Wen exited the game. A person appeared in the stone house. The demon dog saw him and affectionately ran over, rubbing against his pant leg. The demon dog whimpered, as if trying to say something. Oh, a player like this? I understand now. The man gently stroked the demon dog's head with his sturdy hand, his gaze fixed on the distance. In this survival war, no one survived except you. Congratulations on achieving No. 1. This round of Holy Grail War has ended. Starting token settlement, you killed 24 people in this round, earning 2,400 tokens. Kill performance score, 280, assist. Performance score, 0, search performance score, 300, survival performance score, 100, total performance score, 680, tokens earned, 680, player has obtained the Holy Grail, rewards doubled, tokens doubled to 6,800. Total tokens earned, 7,200, token balance, 8360, you have completed the promotion match. Current rank, Bronze. Triggering. The next promotion match requires top 10 rankings, 0 out of 5. System is uploading your information. The Bronze leaderboard will open in a few hours. During the upload period, you cannot match games. 3 friend request approval notifications popped up. They were from Zhao XX, a player with the Noteby girl, and Long Yu. Zhou Wen. Approved the friend requests one by one. At that moment, Lang Yu sent a trade request. Trade content, player number 520 exchanges the Divine Power Fragment, Gigantification, with player number 1600 for the Battlefield Relic. Zhou Wen placed the Divine Power Fragment into the trade window and clicked agree. 2 seconds later, trade successful. Zhou Wen now held an ancient map in his hand. He tried opening the map. Would you like to use the Battlefield Relic to select a battlefield? Zhou Wen clicked no. I'll use it later. After browsing through it, he exited the game. In real life, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Zhou Wen washed up and, passing by Zhou Yun's room, saw the light still on and reminded her, Xiao Yun, go to bed early, don't stay up late. Got it, big brother, she replied cheerfully. Zhou Wen shook his head and returned to his warm little bed. A night passed. The next day, Saturday, Zhou Yun made a hearty breakfast for Zhou Wen. After eating, Zhou Yun changed into casual clothes and said to Zhou Wen, big brother, I'm going to a classmate gathering. Where is it? Downtown, I'll be back in the afternoon. Alright, be safe. I've been your age before. Don't let your guard down. Zhou Wen's words carried a deeper meaning, and Zhou Yun paused slightly before smiling and saying, oh, I won't, I'm heading out now. Although it sounded like a refusal, whenever Zhou Wen brought it up, Zhou Yun would always be more cautious. This was the tacit understanding between him and his sister Zhou. Wen pushed the wheelchair back to the bedroom, placed his phone by the bed, and closed the door. Enter the Holy Grail War, he murmured softly. Logging into the Holy Grail War login successful. Zhou Wen's vision went black, and in an instant, he was back in his small truck. At this moment, he still had quite a few tokens in hand and wasn't in a rush to exchange them all for attribute points. He planned to save them for now and wait until he completed the Battlefield Ruins mission to exchange for better equipment or skills. A small Holy Grail had appeared in the truck, making a total of 3 now. The truck's body had also turned blue. He tapped on the truck's body and said with a smile, is this the mark of advancing to the bronze rank? If I reach the gold rank, will the whole truck turn gold? Interesting. After advancing to bronze, Zhou Wen's player list unlocked more content, such as the bronze section of the Holy Grail War Forum. It contained many things he had never heard of before. For instance, there was a post titled The Truth About the Battlefield, which only cost 10 tokens to read, a bargain. He clicked on it. The post was authored by someone named Brand Gilbenhard. Hello, newcomers. First of all, congratulations on advancing to the bronze rank, bringing you one step closer to dying in the survival war. Now, I want to tell you the truth about each game battlefield. Every war map you enter was left behind by previous players. The ranks of these players are so high that you can't even imagine, not even I can compare. They were able to exchange a small world from the Holy Grail system, and the worlds you fight in are theirs. For example, the gigantic battlefield belongs to the French entomologist Fabre, and that bloody and terrifying ancient battlefield you experienced belongs to Bai Qi, a famous general from the pre-Qin era. At this point, you might be shocked, but I want to tell you, the history of the Holy Grail War is far older than you think. So, anything is possible. After all, the idea of fulfilling a wish with just 100 points is unrealistic in itself. Whether these players are still alive, we do not know. They're small worlds have become maps for the Holy Grail War, and parts of their power have transformed into divine power fragments. Divine power fragments are tools the Holy Grail system uses to incentivize your competition. In the system's exchange list, 1 divine power fragment equals 1 point. If you can win a match and obtain divine power fragments, you can earn up to 2 points per game. What I'm telling you might seem far off for now, but the core is this: if you want to go further in the Holy Grail War, you must fight for them. Don't be afraid of sacrificing your lifespan. As long as you have tokens, you can exchange for it. Of course, most of your tokens should be used to strengthen yourself. Whether it's skills, equipment, talents, or attributes, there's no absolute right or wrong. You can carve out your own path. So, strive to survive, whether you're young or middle-aged. The post ended with a big smiley face. So this is the truth about the battlefield? Those famous figures, they were all players in the Holy Grail War? Joe was so shocked he couldn't speak. What does it mean to open the door to a new world? This was opening the door to a new world. He eagerly continued browsing through the forum posts. After watching for a while, I learned a lot of information, such as, the guild president must be at least in the gold rank to create a guild. Solo matchmaking is a loss, it's better to team up in pairs or groups of 4. When the number of players drops below 10,000, the Holy Grail system will randomly select new players from humans worldwide at the beginning of each month. Players whose lifespan runs out will encounter various accidental deaths in reality. The uses of points are far more extensive than people imagine. There were also some warning posts, such as, don't trade points with untrustworthy people. Joe continued browsing the forum and found that his rank information hadn't finished uploading, so he chose to exit the game. By then, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At that moment, his phone rang. Sir, do you need a loan? A sweet, mature woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Joe was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Scammers these days are using such outdated tricks. Sure, I need a loan. Why don't you lend me 10 billion first? The person on the other end was clearly taken aback, then laughed, her voice still pleasant. However, her next sentence made Joe's heart tighten. Sorry, sir. We only loan points here, not 10 billion. Points? Joe's heart jolted. What points? Of course, Holy Grail points. Upon hearing this, Joe's expression changed, and a sudden thought struck him. Who are you? How? Do you have my phone number? The woman on the other end suddenly giggled, as if playing a prank. Then, she hung up the phone directly. Joe held the disconnected phone, his face dark and grim. Who was that person? This matter was significant and related to the Holy Grail War. How did she have his phone number? Just then, Joe's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Joe answered the call. Are you Zhou Yun's brother? Come pick up Xiao Yun, she's. The voice on the other end sounded flustered. We're at Royal City KTV. In the background, there was noisy music, the clinking of glasses, and people urging others to drink. The call ended abruptly. Something's wrong. Something must have happened. Joe anxiously pushed his wheelchair and took the elevator straight downstairs. He hailed a taxi and rushed to Royal City KTV. His heart grew increasingly tense. He could already guess what might have happened. Driver, please hurry up. Joe urged the driver anxiously. What happened? Is something wrong? The driver asked kindly, speeding up. My sister attended a classmate gathering and drank too much. The driver snorted. Young people. These days, their minds aren't very reliable. Hold on tight. I'm speeding up now. The driver also sensed the urgency of the situation. 2 minutes later, Joe arrived at the entrance of Royal City KTV. He pushed his wheelchair and went inside. This KTV was luxuriously decorated, with off-key singing coming from inside, though the soundproofing was decent. The security guards at the entrance exchanged glances but didn't stop him. As Joe entered, one of the guards sneered, a disabled person coming here to have fun. This KTV didn't have proper credentials, but it was protected by someone, so no one had ever intervened. Joe approached the front desk and asked the receptionist, Excuse me, which room is a group of students in? The receptionist glanced up at him but said nothing. Joe took 200 yuan out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. The receptionist accepted the money and whispered, Gentle Bamboo. Joe pushed his wheelchair and headed inside. The Gentleman Bamboo private room was considered one of the better spots in this KTV, located further inside, making it convenient for certain activities. After a few turns and passing the restroom, 2 small-time thugs inside were smoking and chatting. Do you think young Master Zhang can pull it off this time? Of course. We just helped him stage a hero saving the beauty act. Didn't you see how the other female students were looking at him with stars in their eyes? That girl named Zhou Yun will definitely fall for it. Girls at this age are the easiest to deceive. Don't worry, young Master Zhang is really lucky. He. Zhou overheard their conversation and quickly grasped the situation. He hastened his pace. At the corner, a girl dressed innocently was anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, she quickly said, Xiaoyun was just harassed by a few thugs. And Zhang Junwen saved her. The others started egging her on to toast Zhang Junwen. Now Xiaoyun is already drunk, and Zhang Junwen said he would take her home. This girl was Zhang Yanbing, Zhou Yun's good friend. Got it, thank you. Zhang Yanbing pushed Zhou Wen to the entrance of the gentleman bamboo room. Just as they reached the door, they heard the commotion inside. Young Master Zhang, Zhou Yun is drunk. You should take her home. Zhou Wen immediately recognized the voice as Zhou Yun's close friend, Wang Ying, and frowned deeply. The other students were also chiming in. Yeah, young Master Zhang, you like her so much, why not take her home? Isn't this inappropriate? Someone began to sense something was off. What's inappropriate? Exactly. We all trust young Master Zhang's character. Besides, he just stood up for Zhou Yun. Are you saying you want to take her home instead? That's not what I meant. Everyone trusts young Master Zhang. Right, everyone. Yeah. Sorry, I don't trust you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Zhang Junwen, who had been pretending to decline, was also stunned. Who is it? One of Zhang Junwen's lackeys asked, looking over. Zhou Wen pushed open the door to the gentleman bamboo room, and Zhang Yanbing wheeled him inside. The room was dimly lit, with flashing lights. Several girls had flushed faces, clearly drunk. A few boys were leaning close to the girls, their expressions lewd. At the center of the room was Zhou Yun, her eyes glazed and her consciousness blurred. Among the group was a boy dressed extravagantly, his outfit clearly carefully chosen. His face bore a fake smile, but his eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Zhou Yun. The sudden interruption left the students who had been making a racket momentarily stunned. The boy at the center turned pale instantly. Everyone turned toward the door to see a man in a wheelchair entering. Zhang Yanbing pushed Zhou Wen to the center of the crowd. Zhou Wen spoke calmly to the boy, I'm Zhou Yun's brother. There's no need to trouble you with taking her home. This unexpected turn of events left Zhang Junwen furious. The opportunity that was almost within his grasp was slipping away. He shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yanbing, who stood beside Zhou Yun. Zhang Yanbing wasn't afraid at all. She and Zhang Junwen were cousins, and she knew his true nature well. One of Zhang Junwen's lackeys reacted quickly and asked, how can you prove your? Before he could finish, Zhou Wen turned to the short-haired girl next to Zhou Yun. It was Wang Ying, the one who had just suggested Zhang Junwen take Zhou Yun home, and one of Zhou Yun's close friends. Wang Ying, you've met me before and even stayed at my house. Why yes, he's Zhou Yun's brother. Wang Ying nodded awkwardly, not daring to look directly at Zhou Wen. Zhang Junwen sneered and signaled to a student in the crowd with his eyes, mouthing the words, go call someone. The student understood and slowly left the private room to find those thugs from earlier. Zhang Junwen's face carried a cold smile. Forget about your sister, you're not leaving today either. Zhou Wen pushed the wheelchair closer to Zhou Yun and took out her phone, discovering it was turned off. He slowly powered it on, the battery was still around 80%. He didn't ask who had turned off the phone, simply looking at everyone quietly. He said, my sister has had too much to drink. I'm taking her away now. If there's nothing else, please step aside. His tone was gentle, and his face bore a faint smile. Some female students began whispering among themselves. He's clearly disabled. How is he going to take Zhou Yun away? Let Junwen take her home instead. Yeah, Junwen wouldn't do anything to her. These girls looked at Zhou Yun with jealousy, while a few more maturely dressed girls had a sinister glint in their eyes. They knew exactly what would happen if Zhang Junwen took Zhou Yun away. Zhou Yun was beautiful, excelled academically, had a good personality, and was the president of the student council. Teachers liked her. If her reputation were ruined, they would naturally be pleased, even thinking Zhou Yun might be so ashamed she'd consider suicide. Their eyes held a trace of anticipation as they looked at Zhang Junwen. Zhou Wen heard these remarks. He slowly pushed his wheelchair over to the girls who were speaking. Slap! With a smile on his face, Zhou Wen delivered a hard slap to one of the girls who had been talking. Ah! You! The girl covered her face, her eyes wide with shock. Her eyes quickly reddened, and tears welled up. Her boyfriend rushed forward, ready to hit Zhou Wen. Don't hit him! Stop! Zhang Yanbing and Zhang Junwen shouted simultaneously. Zhang Yanbing frowned, he's disabled, how dare you hit him? Zhang Junwen walked over and pulled the girl's boyfriend back. This guy was one of his underlings. He whispered in his ear, don't rush, wait a bit before making a move. After calming his underling down, Zhang Junwen turned back and said, it's fine, it's fine. Disabled people usually have bad tempers, it's understandable. The surrounding students listened, their gazes filled with disdain. Who would have thought Zhou Yun has such a good personality, but her brother has such a bad temper? Well, he is disabled. True, haha. Low murmurs came from the back, loud enough for everyone to hear. The people present all showed strange expressions. Zhang Yanbing bit her lip, wanting to say something. Zhou Wen waved his hand, ignoring it. Before the accident, he had been a wealthy young master and understood exactly what Zhang Junwen was scheming. Bang! The door to the gentleman's bamboo private room was suddenly kicked open. A group of thugs stormed in. One red-haired thug held a steel pipe, glaring viciously at Zhou Wen. Was it you who hit my underling? Just now? Behind the red-haired thug stood a bruised and battered man. Zhou Wen clearly recognized the two people who had appeared near the restroom earlier. He glanced sideways at Zhang Junwen, whose face still bore a fake smile, pretending to be uninvolved. As long as Zhou Wen was taken away by these thugs, wouldn't Zhou Yun still end up being taken away by him? Zhang Junwen sneered inwardly. Don't say you're disabled, even if you were a normal person, you'd still fall here today. After this game, he hoped the Zhou family would be sensible enough to pay some symbolic compensation. If not, the Zhou family would lose its standing in Pingqing City. Zhang Junwen was the top thug in Pingqing City. What woman could escape him? It was only because Zhou Yun had been ignoring him that he resorted to this dirty trick. However, if things escalated, he had already recorded a video. If she didn't cooperate, he would release the video directly and see how she could hold her head high. Several small thugs had already surrounded Zhou Wen. The faces of the other students nearby turned pale. They usually stayed in school and had never seen such a frightening scene. Everyone was tense, afraid something would happen. The one who had just hit that small thug was clearly Zhang Junwen. The crowd couldn't help but look at Zhang Junwen. Zhang Yanbing pointed at him. He's the one who hit your underling. The thug leader grinned and looked at Zhang Junwen. Hey, isn't this young Master Zhang? Young Master Zhang wouldn't hit my brother for no reason. Then, Red Hair stared at Zhou Wen, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're already injured like this, and you still dare to touch my brother? He then turned to Zhang Junwen. This guy hit my brother, are you going to stop me? Zhang Junwen knew this person, everything was a show they were putting on for the crowd. To save face, Zhang Junwen stepped forward. His expression was calm, exuding an air of authority, and several girls nearby began to secretly feel attracted to him. This was the so-called tension that makes the heart race. Brother, give me some face and let him go, Zhang Junwen said. The thug leader waved the steel pipe in his hand and replied to Zhang Junwen, if it were something else, I'd give you face. But not today. He hit my brother. If I give face now, who will give me face in the future? Tiger Bro will be here soon. Red Hair looked determined. Zhang Junwen had no choice but to temporarily back down. He spread his hands helplessly and said to the crowd, sorry, I've done my best. Several female students in the crowd exchanged ambiguous glances. Zhang Junwen stood in stark contrast to the trembling male classmates and boyfriends around them. Seeing that the effect was about right, Zhang Junwen stepped back and looked at Zhou Wen mockingly. Red Hair walked up to Zhou Wen and stared at him fiercely. Kid, what do you say? What are you going to do? In this situation, even if Zhou Wen offered money, it wouldn't work. They were determined to take him away to prevent him from interfering with Zhang Junwen. Of course, if Zhou Wen gave money, that would be ideal. The group of thugs put on an aggressive front. Zhou Wen's face remained expressionless. Having endured 3 survival battles, the ancient mass grave, the modern urban gunfight, and the giant mutant insects, the impact of those experiences far surpassed anything these thugs could muster. At that moment, Zhou Wen's phone rang. He saw it was the woman who had previously wanted to borrow points calling. Zhou Wen directly hung up. A text message popped up. Need help? Just a few points will do. At the same time, the Holy Grail system interface suddenly appeared before Zhou Wen's eyes. Even though he was in the real world, this screen still appeared. It was a transaction window. Transaction details. Player number 520 spends 1 point to request real-life assistance from player no XXXXXX. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse and chose to confirm the transaction. He set aside his doubts. In this situation, he truly couldn't solve it on his own. His heart was calm, yet there was a surge of anger. If this were still the Holy Grail war, Zhou Wen's smile became somewhat peculiar. He felt stifled. Transaction completed. By the way, my name is Hiko. Hold them off for now, they'll be here soon. 2 more text messages popped up. Zhou Wen stared expressionlessly at the small gangsters. Hiko, at that moment, the door to the private room in Junzizu was suddenly kicked open. A flamboyantly dressed man was kicked inside. Ouch! Ouch! The man clutched his stomach, groaning in pain. Entering the room was a stunning woman in her 20s, dressed in a professional suit, with a curvaceous figure. She stomped forcefully on the man's head. Faced with this sudden scene, everyone was stunned. Red Hair's face changed drastically when he recognized the man, shouting, "Tiger bro!" Zhang Junwen, standing nearby, felt a pang of unease seeing the man beaten like this. Dare to touch my big brother. Brothers, charge! Red Hair's eyes turned red as he led his men to attack the woman. But as soon as they approached, they were immediately kicked away. 1 kick per person, showcasing what could only be described as the art of violence. The previously arrogant Jie Himiko heard the phone ringing, gently got off Zhou Wen, and sat beside the dazed Zhou Yun, crossing her legs. She said to Zhang Junwen, "How many people do you still know? You'd better call them all over now. Otherwise, there won't be a chance later." Her eyes glimmered with a strange light, her voice soft and seductive. Zhang Junwen instantly felt his mouth go dry, his gaze filled with greed. Time ticked by. 5 minutes later, the sound of cars parking and a large group of footsteps came from outside. Finally, they're here. Those 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Zhang Junwen. Hearing the noise, he couldn't help but imagine taking the woman in front of him and Zhou Yun away to entertain them properly. The thought made his face flush, and he swallowed hard, a fire of desire igniting in his eyes. "Who dares to touch my people?" A furious roar came from the entrance of the Junzizu private room. Then, a group of people stormed in, led by a burly man with a fierce expression. He was shirtless, with a black dragon tattoo coiling around his shoulder. The moment he entered, he exuded an oppressive aura. Those around him stepped aside, trembling, their legs weak. Wang Long stared intently at the woman on the sofa with her slender legs crossed. He swallowed hard. This woman wasn't someone to mess with. It was best to avoid provoking her. Himiko glanced at Wang Long, a faint gleam flashing in her eyes. Wang Long shuddered slightly, feeling as if he had lost control of himself, but his face remained fierce as he pointed at Himiko, who was sitting in the center, and asked, "You're the one who hurt my brother, aren't you?" Himiko slowly stood up, pretending to be scared as she hid behind Zhou Wen. "Husband, he's so scary," her pitiful demeanor made the men present feel a pang in their hearts, as if they wanted to fight for her. Himiko turned her head, her eyes innocent, and said, "I'm the one who hurt them." A sinister smile appeared on Wang Long's face. "Since you hurt my brother, you'll have to pay the price. That cripple is your husband, right? What's the matter? He can't satisfy you? Let me help you have some fun?" Ha ha ha. Wang Long felt panicked inside, like an outsider unable to move. His gaze roamed over Himiko, filled with wickedness. Himiko blinked and leaned close to Zhou Wen's ear, whispering softly, "Husband, he's saying you're not capable." Zhou Wen's mouth twitched. This Himiko was truly a drama queen. Wang Long let out a lewd laugh, walking toward Himiko, reaching out to touch her flawless face. But suddenly, he felt something cold and hard against his lower body. Looking down, he saw a black handgun gleaming coldly. Wang Long froze, cold sweat breaking out on his back. "Husband, he insulted you. Should I help you?" Himiko's voice was soft and lazy, like a lover's whisper. Wang Long, under Himiko's control, retreated step by step. Everyone saw the gun in her hand. The air froze. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Wang Long fell to the ground, writhing in pain, blood flowing from his leg. Someone screamed. Himiko had shot him in the leg. "Husband, I'm so scared." Himiko's body went limp as she leaned against Zhou Wen, whispering, "As long as you don't kill them, you can handle it however you want." Himiko handed the gun to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took it, a faint smile appearing on his face. He turned and pointed the gun at Zhang Junwen, speaking slowly, "You wanted to lay a hand on my sister?" Zhang Junwen, staring down the barrel of the gun, broke. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile. "No. I just wanted to take her home. She drank too much." Zhou Wen sneered disdainfully. "Still trying to play the hero saving the damsel in distress?" Zhou Wen walked up to Zhang Junwen, patting his terrified face. Hearing this, Zhang Junwen's expression turned panicked, as if he'd seen a ghost. The other students nearby, upon hearing these words, all showed incredulous expressions. Even the hero act was your set up. Several students, whose family backgrounds were no worse than Zhang Junwen's, began to curse him. Have you been blinded by desire? Damn it! These spoiled brats. All had fiery tempers, and their words were sharp. Zhou Wen frowned. Bang! He fired a shot into the air. A few girls screamed, and the KTV instantly fell silent. When I speak, I don't like being interrupted, Zhou Wen said with a gentle smile, looking at the brats who had just been cursing. At this moment, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zhou Wen's gaze. Thinking of having improper thoughts about my sister? This matter is very simple. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Zhang Junwen's 2 most important parts were gone. Blood slowly flowed out, pooling at his feet. The people around were too scared to move. Zhang Junwen's lackeys trembled and knelt down, fearing Zhou Wen might shoot them too. Wang Long, writhing on the ground in pain, was filled with terror, but his body acted out of Khan. Returning home, Zhou Wen opened the door and saw Zhou Yun lying on the sofa, with a bowl of brown liquid placed on the coffee table. GZ fed Zhou Yun a few spoonfuls, and Zhou Yun slowly opened his eyes, looking at GZ in front of him with a somewhat confused expression. Then he realized he was at home. What happened? Zhou Yun's memory was a bit hazy. Zhang Nianbing ran over, angrily saying to Zhou Yun, that bastard Zhang Junwen drugged your drink. Wang Ying even egged him on to send you home. Hearing this, Zhou Yun felt upset. I told you long ago, that Zhang Junwen is no good. Don't pay attention to him. Zhou Yun instinctively hugged himself tightly, then looked at GZ beside him. Who is she? GZ smiled brightly, looking at Zhou Yun and said, you should call me sister-in-law. Didn't Zhou Wen tell you? Sister-in-law. Zhou Yun was so shocked he couldn't speak. Zhou Wen, feeling a headache, pushed his wheelchair over to GZ, tugged at her, and then returned to his room. GZ glanced at Zhou Yun, smiled at him, stood up lightly, and walked into Zhou Wen's room. As soon as she entered, Zhou Wen stared at her seriously. GZ closed the door, a seductive smile on her face as she looked at Zhou Wen. What's wrong, hubby? Do you need some special service? GZ approached Zhou Wen, and he caught that alluring fragrance again. The serious expression he had tried to maintain instantly disappeared. Zhou Wen sighed helplessly. Who exactly are you? How do you have my contact information? Didn't I already tell you? My name is GZ. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, staring intently into GZ's eyes, and asked, was it you who pulled me into the game? GZ's eyes curved into a smile as she slowly leaned closer to Zhou Wen. Their breaths almost intertwined. Zhou Wen couldn't help but blush. It was me. Zhou Wen's heart raced with excitement. Or maybe it wasn't me, or maybe it was, or maybe it wasn't. GZ's words were baffling. Then she said to Zhou Wen, our transaction is complete. Your points have already been transferred to me. Suddenly, a blue virtual frame exclusive to the Holy Grail system popped up in front of Zhou Wen. Transaction complete. Your 1 point has been transferred. GZ slowly walked toward the door, her hand resting on the doorknob for a moment before turning back to Zhou Wen and saying, I also offer point loans here. But you need to reach the silver rank first. She paused and added, I remember the Holy Grail system allows wishes to synchronize the body in the game with reality. As soon as she said this, Zhou Wen froze, his breathing quickening. GZ walked into the living room and said to Zhang Nianbing and Zhou Yun, I'll be leaving now. I'll come find you again sometime. Zhou Yun was full of questions, but GZ simply waved at him, gave a meaningful smile, and left the Zhou household. Points loan? Silver rank? Listening to GZ's parting words, Zhou Wen fell into silence. From the looks of it now, it was highly likely that GZ had pulled him into the survival game. But they weren't familiar with each other. Why would she spend 50 points to specifically pull him in? Zhou Wen truly couldn't figure it out. At that moment, Zhou Yun pushed the door open and walked in. Zhou Wen looked up, only to see Zhou Yun's face cold, his gaze sharp and piercing. Not bad, Zhou Wen. When did you find such a beautiful sister-in-law? Zhou Yun asked sarcastically. Zhou Wen coughed lightly. No, she's just my friend. She was joking with you. Don't take it too seriously. Really? Really? Have I ever lied to you? No. Then that's good. Zhou Yun's face showed a hint of doubt. Zhou Wen quickly changed the subject. Where's Zhang Nianbing? Nianbing went back. Zhou Yun suddenly remembered something and became nervous. Big brother, I heard from Nianbing that sister-in-law shot someone. What should we do? Zhou Wen's face darkened. I told you, she's not your sister-in-law. You don't need to worry about this. She'll handle it herself. From now on, I'll take you to and from school every day. The Zhang family definitely won't let you off easily. Zhou Yun responded blankly, then added, sister-in-law's hangover soup is amazing. After drinking it, I didn't feel dizzy at all. At this, Zhou Wen pushed his wheelchair over to Zhou Yun and flicked her forehead hard. What did I tell you before you went out? To be careful. Why did you still drink alcohol? Ouch. Zhou Yun's eyes welled up as she covered her head and said, I didn't drink much, just half a glass. It was Zhang Junwen who drugged you, wasn't it? Zhou Yun's face showed anger. Next time you go out, be more vigilant. Yourself. Thinking about what had just happened, a shadow flickered in Zhou Wen's eyes as he warned Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun nodded. Big brother, are you hungry? I'll go make you some food. Zhou Yun returned to her usual silly self. Zhou Wen flicked her forehead again. Go ahead. After this incident, Zhou Wen believed that Zhou Yun would at least have some way to handle similar situations in the future. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. His sister was usually too naive, unaware of the dangers of the world. After Zhou Yun left, Zhou Wen sat alone in his wheelchair. A strong desire rose within him, a desire for power. After dinner, Zhou Wen returned to his room. He silently recited in his mind, logging into the Holy Grail game. Holy Grail game logging in, Holy Grail game login successful. Zhou Wen's vision went dark, and he returned to the familiar small truck. Player information uploaded successfully. You can now proceed with matchmaking. Finally done. 5 rounds of chicken dinner. The promotion matches begin. Zhou Wen kept replaying Himiko's words in his mind. Zhou Wen prepared to start matchmaking. A message popped up in his friend list. It was from Li Ba. Are you there, boss? Let's team up for matchmaking. Zhou Wen was about to refuse when he suddenly remembered what the forum had said. Team matchmaking offers more rewards than solo matchmaking. Li Ba sent another message. Boss, let's get chicken dinner together. I'll pay you 200,000. Zhou Wen? 200,000 for one chicken dinner? No need. Don't be polite, boss. I have plenty of money. Li Ba even sent a panda slapping its chest emoji. The fact that emojis could be sent in this chat was so convenient. Boss, hurry up and send me your bank account number. I'll transfer the money to you right away. No need, let's match first. If we win, you can pay me then. Although Zhou Wen's family was middle class and on the rise, the siblings didn't have much pocket money. He planned to treat this 200,000 as extra income. He clicked the invite button. Li Ba also clicked agree. In another small truck, Li Ba shouted excitedly. Awesome! With Zhou Wen in this match, chicken dinner is guaranteed. The final scene of that match was still vivid in Li Ba's memory. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Unstoppable. Li Ba turned into a stream of data, and when he woke up, he found himself on a small truck. Right next to him was Zhou Wen. The two exchanged glances. Zhou Wen said, I'll drive. Li Ba nodded vigorously. This time, he was ready to win effortlessly. Zhou Wen's vision gradually darkened. When he opened his eyes again, he felt a sea breeze carrying the salty scent of seawater. Zhou Wen's heart tightened. This place, could it be the smell of the sea? He quickly got up and looked around, finding it somewhat different from what he had imagined. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. In this round, he was born on a small island, surrounded by an unobstructed view. Waves crashed against the beach with the tide. This round's survival game battlefield foresees conquest every 5 hours. The entire map refreshes positions, no longer restricted to specific areas. Defeat opponents to earn exclusive currency. Silver coins can be exchanged with local residents for items. You are born in the North Sea. Starting ship, change ship randomly. Obtaining an SSS level talent. Congratulations on obtaining SSS level talent. Weather control. No additional skills can be acquired in this round. You start with 4 skills. Unlock more skills by obtaining ocean treasures starting with 1 sea chart, which needs to be unlocked. Unlocked skill, Lucky Lightning, every 100/60/20/1 seconds, you can release lightning on enemies within a range of 100m/200m/300m/unlimited. Enemies will randomly be inflicted with one of 4 negative effects: 10 seconds of blindness, 5 seconds of immobilization, 3 seconds of knockback, or 1 second of paralysis. You can control the outcome of the draw upgrading Lucky Lightning with Ocean Treasures unlocks the next skill, Super Tornado. After reading the skill description, Joe gasped. This talent was too powerful. The late-stage Lucky Lightning was practically invincible? Although the other skills were still unclear, SSS-level talents never disappointed him. The interface in front of him displayed two C charts. One was provided by the system, showing his birthplace. The other was locked with a golden chain. Joe clicked on it with his mind, and a line of information popped up on the screen. Successfully evade a Sea King's pursuit. Wants to unlock the Sea Chart 0 out of 1. Boss, where are you? Li Ba's shout came from not far away. Seeing Joe, Li Ba hurried over, his face full of excitement. Boss, did we randomly enter the One Piece battlefield? One Piece? What's that? Joe found the term somewhat familiar. Li Ba was shocked. No way. Boss, One Piece. Devil Fruits. Haven't you watched it? Li Ba made strange noises and waved his arms. Joe shook his head. I really haven't watched it. Alright then. Li Ba instantly lost interest, as if the fun of joking had disappeared. Seeing Li Ba deflated, Joe asked him, blindness, immobilization, knockback, paralysis, which one do you like? Li Ba? A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the clear sky. Li Ba froze for a moment, as a lucky roulette appeared before his eyes, and the pointer stopped. Li Ba suddenly collapsed, twitching on the ground. Ugh. The startled Joe, who was testing his skill, quickly helped the fallen Li Ba up, looking embarrassed. The electrocuted Li Ba's eyes were full of helplessness. Boss, what kind of skill is this? Too amazing. Although Li Ba had just been electrocuted and collapsed, the sensation left him exhilarated. Seeing Li Ba's face full of excitement, Joe couldn't help but take a few steps back. He had originally thought this kid just had a minor quirk, but it turned out he was a full-blown perverted masochist. Li Ba was feeling delighted. Inside, the electric shock just now was simply thrilling. Unfortunately, it was too brief. He couldn't help but show a dissatisfied expression, which made Joe shiver. Joe coughed twice. Let's go. Ignoring Li Ba's little grievances, Joe walked straight toward the seaside. Li Ba, seeing Joe ignoring him, shouted, toward the sea, come out. Wanli Sunshine. Suddenly, a delicate little boat appeared out of thin air, landing heavily in the water, splashing waves that soaked Li Ba's clothes. The scene was truly magical. Li Ba was beside himself with excitement. He quickly climbed aboard the boat, jumping around. The boat's attributes came into Joe Wen's view: E-class linked boat, material, coconut wood, feature, link effect. When connected to another boat, defense doubles, can link up to 2 boats, boat. Attributes: defense, 20, agility, 20, durability, 200/200. Boss, you should summon a boat too. Li Ba, still caught up in his childish fantasies, insisted on dragging Joe into playing along. Joe ignored him, focusing on the linking feature, and followed the instructions to summon his own small boat. With a click, the 2 boats merged into one, forming a linked warship. Seeing the 2 boats combine, Li Ba became even more excited. He ran around shouting, amazing! I've merged with the boss. I've merged with the boss. Although his words were technically correct, Li Ba's lewd expression made Joe unable to resist striking him with a freshly cooled Lucky Lightning. A bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, sending Li Ba flying 3 meters high before he crashed heavily to the ground. This time, Joe tested the knockback effect. Ouch, ouch. Li Ba rolled on the ground, clutching his backside, looking pitiful. Boss, you're so mean. It hurts so much, my butt. Li Ba glared at Joe with a resentful look. Joe cleared his throat and pointed at the linked warship, saying, let's go. We're setting off. At the word set off, Li Ba's spirits immediately lifted. He patted his backside and quickly climbed aboard the boat. Then, Joe and Li Ba began an awkward stare-off. Li Ba suddenly thought of something. No way. Boss, you don't know how to sail, do you? Joe laughed. As if you do. Li Ba scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, he had always hired people to operate boats for him during water activities in the past. Thus, the 2 clueless individuals began fumbling around on the system-provided small boat. Boss, this is the rudder. I know. Boss, this is the sail, it controls the speed. I know. After examining everything, they still couldn't find the engine's start switch. Joe sighed, there's a rudder, but no power system? Isn't that too unreasonable? Li Ba suddenly slapped his forehead and said to Joe, boss, we're born in the North Sea, and the boat has a linking feature. Could it be that the boat doesn't have a switch at all? Do we need to row? Joe thought about it and felt Li Ba's reasoning made sense. Maybe the design of boats varies by birthplace, and the special attributes are different. Joe could only speculate this way. Li Ba nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a drumbeat, absolutely certain. He jumped off the boat, ran to the small island, chopped down a tree, split it in half, and handed it to Joe Wen. Grinning foolishly, he said, "Boss, let's row the boat together." Joe looked at the felled tree and fell into deep thought. This defied logic. Completely. Defied it. Generally speaking, the survival war maps were not supposed to be destructible. Unless, only certain special skills or talents could make it possible. Li Ba noticed Joe staring at the wood and spoke up, "I have an A-level skill. I got it during the last promotion match by helping an NPC." An A-level skill? Joe was stunned, realizing that this was indeed the case. He hadn't expected it to be an A-level skill. In the Holy Grail system, an A-level skill costs 32,000 tokens per day, and a permanent acquisition requires 3.2 million tokens. Helping an NPC to get 3.2 million tokens? That was outrageous. Li Ba showed Joe the skill details. A-level skill, collapse can destroy battlefield items but cannot open treasure chests, boxes, airdrops, etc. After reading the skill description, Joe stroked his chin, lost in thought. He was pondering something important. Why were there NPCs in the Holy Grail War? And these NPCs could even grant players skills? Suddenly, he recalled the magical dog in the stone house during the promotion match. Thinking back, wasn't the intelligence of that magical dog too high? Completely unlike the insects on the battlefield. Initially, Joe thought the dog's intelligence was simply because it was a dog. After all, scientific research shows that a dog's IQ is roughly equivalent to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. But now, it seemed the matter wasn't so simple. What exactly is going on? Joe asked Li Ba. Li Ba raised his head, his gaze directed toward the sky, his chin slightly tilted upward at a 45-degree angle to the horizon. In a voice tinged with melancholy, he slowly began, "It was a dark and windy night." "You mean the Holy Grail War took place at night?" Joe couldn't help but interrupt. Li Ba's expression changed, realizing he had misspoken. Maybe not." Joe held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear blue sky. The lightning paralyzed him for a second. Then he saw a blissful smile appear on Li Ba's face. Joe suddenly realized. This guy must be leeching off his lightning. Damn it! He'd been tricked. After being struck by the lightning, Li Ba obediently sat on the ground and began recounting his experience in the bronze promotion match. "At the time, I was searching for equipment in the horse burial pit when I suddenly saw a horse stand up. I was startled. My expression changed, and I raised the broadsword in my hand, ready to strike the horse. Just then, an old man suddenly appeared in the horse burial pit, his face full of sorrow, gently stroking the horse. For a moment, I didn't move, just watched the old man stroke the horse. After a while, the old man waved his hand, and the horse turned into a beam of white light and disappeared. Just like when a wild monster dies. But it didn't leave behind a treasure chest. The old man saw me. He silently walked over. Really, I was terrified at the time." The old man paused for a moment, then looked up at the sky and sighed several times. He said I reminded him of himself when he was young. Then the system notified me that I had obtained this A-level skill. After hearing Li Ba's account, Joe fell silent, thinking of Li Ba's peculiar condition where his face turns green whenever he's nervous. Joe seemed to understand something. He sighed. That old man must have had quite an extraordinary experience. This Holy Grail War is truly unusual. Coupled with the posts he had seen on the forum, Joe speculated that the Holy Grail War they were experiencing was actually a small world created by a supreme being. Joe's eyes sparkled as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. "Let's go. It's time for us to set off." Setting aside his doubts, Joe prepared to embark. Captain." Li Ba immediately perked up. On the vast, azure sea, a chain boat slowly moved forward. On board, 2 people were rowing with all their might. "We're almost there. Just a little more effort. We'll soon reach the island marked on the map." Joe and Li Ba saw on the system's built-in map that there was a small island 3 kilometers ahead. Joe had checked the chain boat multiple times but couldn't find any propulsion device, so he had no choice but to row together with Li Ba. After a long while, the two finally reached the island marked on the map. As soon as they disembarked, Li Ba collapsed on the beach, looking utterly exhausted. He asked Zhou Wen curiously, "Boss, why aren't you tired at all? What's your strength attribute?" Li Ba's strength attribute was 12 points, as he hadn't used tokens to enhance it. In reality, Li Ba enjoyed extreme sports and had decent physical fitness. 16 points. Zhou Wen recalled that he hadn't enhanced his attributes after the last round of Battle Royale, saving the tokens instead. 16 points? No way. That's so high. Li Ba speculated that unless Zhou Wen was naturally this strong in real life, he must have spent a significant amount of tokens to boost his attributes. "Alright, boss, you're truly extraordinary." Li Ba was deeply impressed. He rolled over on the sand, got up, and ran ahead into the unknown island. Zhou Wen followed closely behind. Li Ba's data analysis talent gave him an edge in exploration. Not long after they started walking, Zhou Wen spotted a few items placed on a large rock. Upon closer inspection, it was a small pile of equipment. Weapon, small shell type, consumable grade, E attack power +5, disappears. After being thrown armor, shell necklace grade, E defense power +5 equipment durability, 10/10. Although the attributes of these items were low, they were better than nothing. Zhou Wen picked up the equipment and continued forward. "Wow! Boss, save me!" Li Ba started shouting for help, and Zhou Wen rushed over. He saw an E-grade wild monster chasing Li Ba. Shallow sea crab E-grade HP, 1000/1000. It was sunbathing and got disturbed, now it's very angry. After glancing at the monster's attributes, Zhou Wen felt helpless. He struck it with a lucky lightning bolt, blinding the crab for 10 seconds, and seized the opportunity to attack it furiously. Seeing Zhou Wen pummeling the crab, Li Ba, who had run far away, quickly picked up a large rock and started smashing it wildly. As the blindness effect was about to wear off, Zhou Wen swiftly retreated. Li Ba, however, foolishly continued throwing rocks at the crab. Suddenly, there was a loud "awo." Just as Zhou Wen had predicted, Li Ba got pinched by the crab and let out a series of miserable screams. Li Ba lost a third of his health but finally managed to defeat the crab. The crab turned into a beam of white light, leaving behind a treasure chest on the ground. Li Ba rubbed his hands and called Zhou Wen over. "Boss, hurry and open this treasure chest." Because Li Ba had an A-grade skill, he couldn't open any treasure chests. While this skill had its advantages, its downside was immediately apparent in this situation. Zhou Wen opened the treasure chest, and 2 pieces of equipment and a blueprint fell out. Weapon, pattern shell type, special item grade, E +10 mental power. Staring at the patterns for a long time causes a 3-second hallucination. Durability, 200/200 armor. Discarded spiral shell grade, E +15 defense, requires a resistance check each use. Failure results in a 2-second sadness state. Losing combat ability. Durability, 400/400 blueprint. Custom small boat deck grade, required materials, shallow leaf shell plus beach old stone. Plus crab leg small boat deck defense +15. Zhou Wen ignored the 2 useless pieces of equipment and directly chose the blueprint, tossing it to Li Ba. "Go gather the materials." This game is called Four Seas Conquest, so even the boat needs to be well equipped. In this game, Zhou Wen didn't need overly powerful equipment. As long as the boat was well equipped, he could easily win with his innate skills. Li Ba took the blueprint, and after seeing the required materials, immediately ran toward the outskirts of the island. Zhou Wen, on the other hand, began observing the surroundings. A few small trees and shrubs were growing lushly. He tried grabbing a handful of soil, but the system prompted, "You do not have permission to do this." He couldn't proceed. This was a restriction of the Holy Grail battlefield. Li Ba, however, could destroy terrain thanks to his A-grade skill. This skill is so broken. "Help! Boss, save me!" While Zhou Wen was still looking for materials, he heard Li Ba shouting for help. Again. He immediately rushed over. He saw 2 people wielding massive battlefield swords chasing after Li Ba. From this, it was clear that Li Ba's agility wasn't low either. The 2 pursuers were relentless but couldn't land a hit on him. Li Ba was holding a giant shell in his hands, the shallow leaf shell required by the blueprint. "Wow! Boss, save me!" Li Ba, upon seeing Zhou Wen, ran even faster. The 2 players behind him were going crazy. How could this noob run so fast? Zhou Wen aimed at the one running in front and used lucky lightning. A large roulette wheel appeared in front of the player, and he froze for a moment. Seeing the options on it, he began muttering. Repeatedly, paralyze, paralyze. The roulette was divided into 4 sections: 10 seconds of blindness, 5 seconds of immobilization, 3 seconds of knockback, and 1 second of paralysis. He guessed this was the opponent's innate skill or ability. Among these 4 negative effects, the only one he could accept was 1 second of paralysis. 1 second was short. What he feared most was 10 seconds of blindness. After all, 10 seconds was enough time to be killed by the enemy. But just as he was despairing, the roulette pointer stopped at 10 seconds of blindness. No way? A 1/4 chance, and he was this unlucky? He had no idea that the negative effect was entirely controlled by Zhou. What? His vision went dark, and he quickly stopped, raising his sword to defend. Zhou rushed forward. "Watch out," his teammate warned. Hearing the warning, the player swung his sword in a spinning motion, moving at high speed. Zhou didn't dare get too close and could only attack from a distance. Li Ba watched the scene unfold from the side. Ga. Garen. The player, thinking he was clever, began spinning in circles on the ground. But after a few spins, he collapsed to the ground. Zhou. Li Ba. Teammate. Zhou walked over and snatched the sword from his hand. He swung it down toward the player's head. Zhou's initial stats weren't very high, so his damage and attack speed were limited. The teammate of that person saw the situation and immediately charged over with a large blade. Seeing this, Li Ba dropped the giant shell, picked up a massive rock, and rushed over to block the blade for Zhou. The blinded player struggled to endure for 10 seconds. As soon as the time was up, their vision cleared, only to be met with Zhou's large blade. Ah! The player let out a miserable scream, their health points dropped to 0, and they turned into a beam of white light, exiting the game. You have killed target number 3124. Temporary all attribute increase by 3 points. Gain 100 tokens. Gain 1000 silver coins. At this point, only the other player wielding a large blade remained. Li Ba's face lit up with a sly smile as he hurled the rock fiercely at the player's head. The player was stunned on the spot. "Boss, go for it." Seeing Li Ba's move of stunning the opponent with a rock, Zhou fell into thought. This skill was truly unusual, but then again, most people couldn't even lift the rocks on the battlefield. Zhou handed the large blade to Li Ba. "You take this kill. We'll count our kills separately." In this round, Zhou mainly relied on his skills to dominate, and his attributes weren't high enough, so taking too many kills wouldn't be beneficial. He just needed to ensure he could collect the C's secret treasure and unlock all his skills. Li Ba was momentarily stunned, then accepted the large blade with a touched expression and slashed fiercely at the player. After 2 strikes, the player recovered from the stun and began a fierce battle with Li Ba. The two exchanged blows back and forth until Li Ba deliberately exposed a weakness, landing a strike on the opponent's head, triggering triple damage and ending the fight. Li Ba picked up the 2 large blades, hung them at his waist, hoisted the giant shell, and ran toward the shore. Zhou found some old stones and crab legs on the beach and returned to the ship. The two began assembling and crafting according to the blueprint. After working for a while, Li Ba suddenly froze and said to Zhou, "Boss, I think there's something wrong with my talent." "What happened?" Li Ba told Zhou that a progress bar had appeared on his game interface, with the words "Data Analysis in Progress." "What is that?" Li Ba shook his head, looking puzzled. He didn't know either, only that the progress bar appeared after they finished crafting the item from the blueprint. Zhou thought for a moment and said, "It might be a function of your talent. Wait for it to finish loading, maybe you'll understand then." Li Ba nodded. The two finished crafting the item, which turned out to be a gel. Small boat gel defense plus 15. They applied the gel to the linked small boat. With a flash of light, the boat's overall attributes changed. A-class linked boat, linked state, material, coconut tree feature, link effect, can connect boats, defense doubles, max connection count, 2 boat attributes at defense 55, agility 20, durability 400/400. The two continued navigating according to the map. Zhou kept pondering the sea chart that came with his talent. The unlocking condition was to survive being hunted by a sea king. But the problem was, where was the sea king? The system's help feature also provided no hints. Forget it, take it one step at a time. Although the situation was urgent, Zhou had no idea where the Sea King was and couldn't make further preparations. On the shimmering sea surface, Zhou suddenly felt like swimming. Since the accident at age 16, he had been in a wheelchair for 10 years. Zhou smiled and said, "Li Ba, do you think we can go swimming in the sea?" Li Ba blinked, only now realizing the question, then he voluntarily jumped off the boat, diving headfirst into the sea, creating a splash. His diving skills were really not great. Zhou Wen couldn't help but criticize. On the calm surface of the sea, Li Ba's big head emerged. Li Ba swam leisurely in the water. "Boss, come down." "2. It's fine." Zhou Wen's throat moved slightly, and he also jumped into the sea. The warm seawater surrounded him. The current gently pushed his limbs, and Zhou Wen started swimming stiffly. Gradually, muscle memory returned, and he became more agile. Swimming for the first time in 10 years, Zhou Wen felt a long-lost joy. Swimming in the sea, Zhou Wen didn't feel tired at all. After 10 years of not entering the water, he rediscovered boundless happiness. After swimming for a while, Zhou Wen climbed back onto the boat, feeling particularly good. In his mind, Himiko's words resurfaced. To reach the silver rank. Loan points. Synchronize with the game. Zhou Wen clenched his fist, silently making up his mind that he must reach the silver rank. He had to achieve it as quickly as possible. He wanted to restore his body. Zhou Wen solidified his goal. The two took turns rowing the boat, and after an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at a vast and silent stretch of sea. Not far away, a small boat appeared, getting closer and closer. Zhou Wen and Li Ba both smiled, because they saw two people on the opposite side submerged in the water, pushing the boat forward. Ha ha ha. Li Ba couldn't help but laugh. "Two idiots." The two players on the opposite side heard the laughter, poked their heads out of the water, and saw Zhou Wen and Li Ba holding oars in their hands. Their eyes immediately turned red. They abandoned the small boat and desperately swam toward Zhou Wen and Li Ba's boat. "Hand over the oars. Hand over the oars, and we might let you go." The two looked extremely exhausted, clearly having pushed the boat for a long time and on the verge of collapse. Their speed suddenly increased, and they quickly swam to the side of the small boat. The two poked their heads out of the water, shadows looming over them. Li Ba smiled at them. The two were slightly stunned at the sight, awkwardly smiling and saying, "Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding." Then they started retreating. The reason was simple. As soon as they surfaced, they saw Zhou Wen and Li Ba each holding an ancient broadsword, smiling at them. The two retreated faster than they had swum forward, quickly returning to the side of their boat. As soon as they climbed aboard, they hurriedly fled, making Zhou Wen and Li Ba laugh. They picked up their oars and chased after them. On the boundless sea, a strange scene unfolded. Two players frantically pushed their boat to escape, while two others leisurely rowed after them. "Big brother, what will it take for you to let us go?" The two players in front couldn't take it anymore, nearly going mad. They were already exhausted, but the two guys behind them seemed completely fine, relentlessly pursuing them. "It's simple. Stop and hand over your heads, and we'll let you go," Zhou Wen said casually, the open sea putting him in a good mood. One of the players in front said to his teammate, "I can't take it anymore. If I die, I'm taking them down with me." "Don't." The teammate's face changed drastically, completely unsure whether the opponent was dead or not. Regardless, his teammate was definitely doomed. There were all kinds of monsters in this sea. The player emitted a radiant glow, and Li Ba quickly used his B-level talent, data analysis. The player's talent immediately appeared before his eyes. Li Ba's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Holy crap! Run, boss!" He shared the player's talent data with Zhou Wen. B-level talent. Feeding the tiger with one's body. Use oneself as bait to attract a wild monster. Earn double rewards after killing the monster. Zhou Wen's face changed upon seeing this. What kind of wild monsters were lurking in this sea? The two grabbed their paddles and rowed desperately. But it was already too late. A shadow appeared beneath the clear seawater. Cold sweat streamed down Zhou Wen's face as two players behind them began pushing their boat in pursuit. One of them shouted arrogantly, "Chase us! You dare chase us? Aren't you so powerful? Come on, chase us." These days, everyone gets their turn to rise. Don't underestimate the young. They were trying to slow Zhou Wen and Li Ba down. The shadow beneath the sea grew clearer. A massive whale surfaced, letting out a deep, resonant sound. Zhou Wen and Li Ba's eyes displayed its information. Sea King Class, Deep Sea Giant Whale B-Level HP, 30,000/30,000. Seeing the data, Zhou Wen's face lit up with joy. This was an opportunity. Li Ba hurriedly rowed. "We just need to be faster than those two players." "Don't worry, boss. This was a classic survival rule. When danger strikes, you only need to run faster than others." Just as Li Ba finished speaking, he was shocked to see the two players behind them suddenly unleash all their strength, pushing their boat at an incredible speed and overtaking Zhou Wen and Li Ba. The two players even flipped them off and made faces. Row faster. Row faster. Ha 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 ha. The whale behind them drew closer and closer, while the two players ahead were smugly triumphant. Damn it! Zhou Wen was furious. Lucky lightning! He activated his skill, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the clear sky, hitting the two players' boat directly. The two were startled by the strike, simultaneously triggering the lucky spin. Zhou Wen selected 5 seconds of immobilization for them. The two players, stunned by the lightning, froze in place. Then they realized their boat wasn't moving, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to push the boat with all their might. One of the players felt a twinge of worry, fearing the opponent's talent might have caused a problem. Then, they witnessed a shocking scene. No matter how hard they pushed, the boat simply wouldn't budge. This is bad. They must have set a trap. The player's face turned pale. If the boat broke, they would be eliminated. In this boundless sea, losing the boat meant slow death. Zhou Wen and Li Ba overtook the two players, while the massive whale behind them opened its black hole-like mouth and swallowed the two players whole. At the same time, Zhou Wen's system notification sounded. You have killed player number 2998. You have killed player number 0961. All attributes +3. All attributes +3. Silver coins +2000. After devouring the two players, the enormous whale lost interest and no longer pursued Li Ba and Zhou Wen. The two of them rowed out of the dangerous waters. Li Ba collapsed onto the boat, shouting, "I'm exhausted." Those two earlier were complete lunatics. At this moment, Zhou Wen glanced at the innate sea chart he possessed. On the blue virtual interface, a golden chain slowly shattered with a crack, and a new area map unfolded. Finally unlocked. This time, unlocking the map was purely luck. Just as the map opened, another map wrapped in golden chains appeared beside it. Written on it were the words, "Unlock conditions can be met after obtaining the sea's secret treasure." Still need to unlock? Zhou Wen's gaze shifted to the chain-bound map. This map clearly pointed to the Western Sea. Let's go to the Western Sea, Zhou Wen said to Li Ba. Oh. Li Ba was momentarily stunned. The Western Sea? Where's that? It was then that Zhou Wen remembered that the system's default map range couldn't cover the map he had unlocked with his innate ability. It's in that direction, Zhou Wen said, pointing to the marked location on his innate map. Li Ba turned the boat around and began rowing in that direction. He didn't ask Zhou Wen how he knew it was the Western Sea because he trusted Zhou Wen completely. If Zhou Wen said it was the Western Sea, then it was the Western Sea. The two of them rowed toward the Western Sea. After a while, Li Ba noticed a figure appearing on the horizon and quickly patted Zhou Wen. "Boss, there seems to be someone ahead." Zhou Wen looked up, and as the distance closed, they could make out the figure. It was an old man sitting on a massive, pristine white shell, his face obscured. Zhou Wen asked Li Ba, "The Holy Grail game wouldn't select an old man as a player, would it?" Li Ba nodded. "Elderly people generally don't have long lifespans, and if they were chosen for the Battle Royale game, they might die on the spot. To avoid such situations, the Holy Grail game never selects the elderly." After saying this, Li Ba suddenly shivered and said to Zhou Wen, "Boss, I bet he's definitely an NPC." The unexpected encounter in the previous round had given Li Ba a taste of good fortune, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Zhou Wen was speechless. As the old man slowly approached, a virtual frame appeared in front of Zhou Wen, displaying the old man's identity information. Identity, ocean merchant, faction, neutral, function, can exchange items with him using silver coins. Zhou Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them slowly rowed their boat closer to the old man. Upon getting near, they realized the shell was even larger than they had imagined. After disembarking and stepping onto the massive shell, they found it to be incredibly solid. The old man saw them and extended his withered finger, tapping the shell lightly twice. A long pink tongue emerged from the water, laden with various goods. Zhou Wen stepped forward to inspect them. Li Ba spotted something and scrambled over on all fours, exclaiming "Wow!" repeatedly. Ignoring Li Ba, Zhou Wen began examining the items one by one. Material, deep sea shell. Description, a shell from the dwelling of an ancient deity in the deep sea. Using it can cause mysterious changes to the ship. Price, 5,000 silver coins. Material, hardwood plank. Description, can be used to replace the ship's wooden planks, increasing defense. Price, 2,000 silver coins. Item, Sailor's Joy Cup. description, adds a bit of fun to the monotonous journey across the endless sea. Price, 3,000 silver coins. Item, shipboard cannon. Description, attack range of 100 meters, average damage, requires additional purchase of ammunition. Price, 6,000 silver coins. Feels like there's something strange mixed in here? Joe was a bit puzzled. After looking around, Joe thought that only the lowest grade hardwood plank seemed practical, and the price wasn't too high either. He picked it up, walked to the old man, and took out a silver coin from his pocket to hand it over. After waiting for a while, Joe said to Li Ba, "Time to go." Joe turned to look for Li Ba, only to find that he had changed his outfit and was standing at the bow of the boat. He had a dark green headscarf tied around his head, a long sword in his mouth, and a long sword in each hand. One of his eyes was half closed, and he was rhythmically saying something strange. Joe listened closely. It sounded like Japanese. He was utterly baffled, not understanding what kind of stunt Li Ba was pulling this time. Li Ba jumped over, waving the three swords in his hands. At first, Joe thought they were equipment, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were all toys. "Li Ba, why did you buy these?" Joe truly couldn't understand what Li Ba was up to. Li Ba, however, shook his head and said proudly, "Boss, you don't get it. This is my passion, or rather, the sentiment of our generation." Joe gave an awkward smile. "As long as you're happy." After paying the silver coin, Li Ba returned to the boat, overjoyed. He kept speaking Japanese and waving the three swords. Once he was done playing, he hung the swords at his waist and tied the dark green headscarf around his left arm. Joe ignored Li Ba and took out the hardwood plank he had just bought from the ocean merchant, preparing to upgrade their small chain boat. This upgrade will replace the ship's material, defense plus 20. Seeing the upgraded stats, Joe was very satisfied and clicked confirm. The small wooden boat suddenly began to rumble, and wooden planks started falling from the top. Li Ba, who was in the middle of showing off, was startled by the scene. "Boss, what's going on? Is our boat falling apart?" Li Ba asked nervously, his face turning as green as his headscarf. The old planks that fell off were replaced by darker hardwood planks. Before long, the entire boat's color deepened, and its stats improved. A-class chain boat, material, hardwood plank, feature, chain effect, connects. Boats, doubles defense, max chain count, 2, boat stats, defense, 95, agility, 20, durability, 400 to 400. Li Ba, seeing the changes in the boat stats, immediately asked, "Seriously, how does the ocean merchant still have stuff like this for sale?" Joe was speechless. Clearly, it was because Li Ba had been too busy playing to seriously check the equipment, yet now he was asking so earnestly. "It's fine, as long as you're happy." Although the boat was now sturdier, Joe still hadn't found a power source. In other words, the boat still had to be rowed by two people. While rowing, Joe noticed Li Ba with a long sword in his mouth, rowing furiously with both hands. "What are you doing?" Joe's mouth twitched. Li Ba mumbled, "I'm practicing the three-sword style." Joe resisted the urge to use Lucky Lightning on him, thinking to himself, "This guy definitely wants to leech off my lightning. No way I'm letting him succeed." Calming himself down, Joe could only shake his head and say, "As long as you're happy." Following the map, Joe steered into the Western Sea. Black smoke drifted in the sky above the Western Sea, and the surface of the sea was shrouded in thick fog, making it look unusually gloomy. So this is the legendary Western Sea? After entering the Western Sea, their visibility gradually decreased. Li Ba couldn't help but complain, "Boss, the pollution in the Western Sea is really bad. It's not as clean as our Northern Sea." Joe looked at the smoke in the sky, feeling that something was off. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a round object flew past them, splashing a large wave of water. Joe's face changed drastically, feeling that the thing resembled a cannonball. He shouted, "Li Ba, run!" Li Ba froze, and another cannonball shot over from the distance. This time, it landed directly on the deck of the chain boat. The system prompted that the chain boat's durability had dropped by 5 points. The boat's defense was 95, and 5 points of durability were lost. This meant the cannonball's attack power was at least 100. If it hit a person, there would be no chance of survival. Li Ba's face turned green in an instant. "Damn! Boss, run! Someone's bombarding us with cannons." Joe was speechless. At this moment, Li Ba couldn't care less about the sword in his mouth and tossed it aside. He grabbed the oars and started rowing desperately. Under the threat of cannonballs, Li Ba unleashed his inner potential, rowing as fast as the two players they had encountered earlier who were pushing their boat. In the blink of an eye, they had rowed dozens of meters. Zhou was astonished. He hadn't expected Li Ba to have such potential. It was like breaking through genetic limits, as the legends said. Whoosh! Another cannonball flew over, narrowly missing their small boat. The surrounding fog grew thicker and thicker, and Zhou suddenly realized something terrifying. He smacked Li Ba on the head hard. You're rowing in the wrong direction. Why are you rowing toward them? Do you want them to hit us? Li Ba was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He quickly changed direction and continued rowing. But Zhou had already spotted a small ironclad boat not far away. On the boat were two people, one aiming a cannon at them, and the other handing over an iron ball. Old Six, can you do it or not? How can you miss at such close range? We're almost out of cannonballs. Old Four, why are you so anxious? Didn't I just hit one shot? One more shot and their boat will fall apart. You said the same thing about the last shot. Didn't you read the Four Seas Conquest Guide on the forum? Reading is one thing, but have I ever fired a cannon before? Stop yelling at me, don't rush me, let me aim properly. But Old Six, I feel like their boat doesn't look like it's from our West Sea. What's so strange about that? It must be a chain boat sent from the North Sea. Hurry up and aim. If you can't do it, let me try. I know, stop rushing me. I'll definitely hit them. Old Six loaded the cannonball, aimed again at Zhou and Li Ba's small chain boat. Li Ba looked at the cannon on the ironclad boat, his face darker than his headscarf. He stammered, "B-boss, what do we do? Why was their boat made of iron? And it even had a cannon?" Zhou stared at the ironclad boat, his expression turning serious. He said to Li Ba, "Quick, use your data analysis to check the attributes of that boat." Zhou couldn't see the attributes of the ironclad boat, but he believed that although Li Ba's talent was B-level, there must be uses for it that he didn't know about. Li Ba used his B-level data analysis to scan the ironclad boat and sent the results to Zhou. E-class. Cannon boat, material, ironclad, feature, equipped with a cannon ammunition, 10 cannonballs, each dealing a fixed 100 damage to the hull. Boat attributes. Defense, 60, agility, 5, durability, 600/600. After reading the attributes, Zhou immediately understood that this boat had high attack power and strong durability, but its speed was extremely slow. If it weren't for the foggy environment, they could have easily stayed far away and avoided it. But now, no matter how they rode, it would be difficult to escape the attack range of the ironclad boat in a short time. The iron-hulled boat across the way was already preparing to fire its cannon. Zhou gritted his teeth. He wasn't sure if the boat could conduct electricity, but he used lucky lightning on Lao Lu aboard the iron-hulled boat. Just as Lao Lu was aiming and about to fire, a lucky spin wheel suddenly appeared before his eyes. He froze, watching the pointer spin rapidly before finally stopping on knockback. Knockback? A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the black mist over the western sea, hitting Lao Lu. The current didn't dissipate but spread across the entire boat through the iron hull. Lao Lu was electrocuted and flung over 3 meters into the air, and Lao Si was also sent flying. Before they could react, the entire boat lifted 3 meters off the water. Lao Lu's face changed drastically, and he shouted to Lao Si, "Abandon ship." They were well aware of the boat's weight. Although they didn't understand what was happening, it was definitely the work of the two players on the other side. Before Lao Si could respond, Lao Lu had already jumped into the sea. The iron-hulled boat crashed down heavily, creating massive waves. The boat, which was barely afloat to begin with, sank immediately. You have killed player number 4421. All attributes. Plus 3 silver coins plus 1000. The system only gave one notification, indicating that only one of the two players on the other side had died. Suddenly, Lao Lu's figure appeared from behind. He kicked the stunned Li Ba, causing him to lose his balance and fall into the water. Lao Lu saw the 3 long swords on the boat and immediately grabbed one. Finally, he had a weapon. Lao Lu breathed a sigh of relief, full of confidence, thinking he could easily deal with Zhou and Li Ba now. His combat talent was sea level. Li Ba poked his head out of the water and shared the information he had obtained with Zhou. Sea-level swordsmen when equipped with sword-type weapons, gain a 10-point sword damage bonus. Lao Lu drew his sword and pointed it at Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Buddy, are you seriously planning to make a move?" Lao Lu swung his sword, pointing it at Zhou Wen. Li Ba, who had just surfaced, saw the scene and fell silent. Zhou Wen silently pulled out a large blade from behind. Li Ba climbed back onto the boat and sat to the side, ready to watch the show. Lao Lu suddenly felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Today, I'll kill both of you. Lao Lu's face twisted into a ferocious expression. His eyes turned cold as he raised his sword and thrust it straight at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen slowly raised the large blade in his hand. Li Ba hurriedly shouted, "Boss, don't damage my longsword." Zhou Wen shook his head helplessly. Lao Lu slashed down. His sword strike was fierce. Zhou Wen didn't counterattack. Lao Lu was overjoyed. The sword struck Zhou Wen hard, but he immediately realized something was wrong. The sword hadn't hurt Zhou Wen at all. In other words, the strike had caused no damage whatsoever. Li Ba picked up the other two swords and swung them around energetically. Then he handed the swords to Lao Lu. "Buddy, try these too." Lao Lu took the swords and slashed at Zhou Wen. Once again, there was no damage. Li Ba, gloating on the side, laughed and asked, "Lao Lu, how is it? Fun? Toy swords?" Lao Lu was dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that these three swords had no equipment attributes at all. He was so angry he almost spat blood. Zhou Wen advanced with his blade. Lao Lu snorted coldly and shouted loudly, "A real man knows when to bow his head." Then he threw away the long sword and knelt on the ground. "Heroes, spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize you two. Please let me go. My teammate is already dead. Rank is low again, deducting. Too much lifespan. I don't want to be as unlucky as him." Zhou Wen. Li Ba. Seeing how quickly Lao Lu's attitude changed, Zhou Wen sighed. In the survival war, everyone was indeed smart. Li Ba picked up two swords and placed them against Lao Lu's neck. "Speak. What exactly is going on with your West Sea?" Although Lao Lu knew these two swords couldn't harm him, he still pretended to be terrified. "May I ask which sea you two heroes are from?" "North Sea." Zhou Wen put away his broadsword. "North Sea, huh?" Lao Lu's face showed an "I knew it" expression. "What about it?" "Actually, on the forum, there are detailed guides for the bronze rank battlefield, including the locations of the temples with divine power fragments. In the Four Seas conquest, the ships from the North Sea are said to be the weakest. However, in other seas, it's 2 people per ship. Only in the North Sea, it's 1 person per ship, but they can be chained together into a large ship. Your ships don't have propulsion devices, but ours do. Your ships have no attack capabilities, but ours do. In short, your ships are pretty lame." Lao Lu revealed some insider information that Zhou Wen and Li Ba hadn't heard before. Zhou Wen looked at Li Ba. "You didn't check the forum?" Li Ba shook his head. "After I finished the promotion match and advanced to bronze rank, I uploaded the information and saw you, the big boss, online. I immediately invited you. Where would I have had time to browse the forum?" Li Ba looked aggrieved. Zhou Wen couldn't say much either. When he browsed the forum himself, he only looked at some beginner posts and didn't pay attention to those rank guides. After learning about the Four Seas conquest and the temples, Zhou Wen decided to let Lao Lu go. He gave Li Ba a look. Li Ba immediately understood. He kicked Lao Lu into the sea with one swift motion. Zhou Wen. He had meant for Li Ba to deal with Lao Lu, not to kick him into the sea and leave him to fend for himself. "Hey, brothers, don't leave me behind." Lao Lu flailed in the water. Without a boat, he'd sink to the bottom once his strength was exhausted. Zhou Wen signaled to Li Ba. Again, Li Ba sped up his rowing. The chained ship accelerated instantly, leaving Lao Lu far behind. Zhou Wen was completely speechless. It seemed there was indeed a gap in thinking between him and Li Ba. Li Ba shivered inwardly. The big boss was terrifying, throwing an enemy into the boundless sea to let him fend for himself. It was just like the ruthless henchman of a villain. So thrilling playing survival war with Zhou Wen was way more fun than playing alone. Zhou Wen lowered his head, thinking about the information Lao Lu had just shared. To enter the West Sea from the North Sea, one must pass through a heavily fortified area. Many West Sea players guarded the place, waiting to catch those coming from the North Sea. Because the North Sea had too few resources, players who wanted to develop had no choice but to venture into other seas. With no one having sea charts, the West Sea was the closest place to the North Sea. As a result, many players flocked there. The sea was shrouded in thick fog, with visibility only about 5 meters. It was hard to discern direction, not to mention the hidden reefs and those players with water-based talents lying in ambush for sneak attacks. Li Ba rowed desperately. Suddenly, a wooden box floated by slowly, with a red smiley face painted on it. Li Ba noticed it and quickly called out to Zhou Wen. Boss, there's a box floating over. Zhou Wen looked at the box. The Holy Grail system gave no prompts. Li Ba, analyze this box and share the information with me. Li Ba nodded and focused on analyzing. Shortly after, he sent the box's information to Zhou Wen. Item, bomb gift box, effect, contact causes mental value damage of 20 by 1.5, handmade. By player 6969, seeing the last line, Zhou Wen immediately understood. This was definitely a trap set by another player. Who wouldn't be curious enough to investigate? This ability was too insidious. Even on other battlefields, this kind of skill could disguise itself as a treasure chest dropped by a wild monster or an airdrop. A moment of carelessness, and you'd fall for it. Worse still, the mental damage could cause dizziness, loss of balance, or even loss of self-control. Once hit by this, you were basically done for. Mental value could only recover slowly over time after reaching full health. The recovery speed depended on the player's mental attributes. Stay away from it, Zhou Wen ordered. Li Ba nodded and steered to the other side. Zhou Wen and Li Ba paddled into the difficult-to-attack, easy-to-defend area that Old Six had mentioned. As they ventured deeper, the thick fog gradually dispersed. A vast sea unfolded before them, split in two by a long, narrow island. On either side of the island, a large group of ironclad boats was docked. They were waiting for prey from the North Sea. These players had already signed a truce agreement. After all, the ironclad boats and ammunition provided by the system were limited, and fighting each other brought no benefits. So, they first agreed to a ceasefire and worked together to hunt the impoverished players from the North Sea. Just as Zhou Wen and Li Ba appeared, the players on the ironclad boats spotted them. Boom! Boom! The roar of cannon fire erupted as a barrage of shells filled the sky. Li Ba's face turned pale with fear. A massive wave of steel ball shells rained down, and Zhou Wen couldn't fend them off in time. He activated Lucky Lightning, trying to repel the shells, but since the shells weren't enemies, the lightning had no effect. Zhou Wen cursed under his breath, am I really going to die this quickly? At this point, there were still 84 players left in the game, and dying now would be a huge loss. 2 shells struck the boat, reducing its durability. Remaining boat durability, 380/400, warning. Durability below 85%. Every 100 meters traveled will reduce durability by 10 points. It was over. The boat's durability was continuing to drop. In this critical moment, Zhou Wen remembered Li Ba's A-grade skill. He said to Li Ba, use your fists to block those steel ball shells. Li Ba was stunned. Boss, are you serious? These shells can only damage the boat. Your collapse skill should be able to block them. A steel ball shell hurtled toward them. No time to explain, just do it. Looking at the watermelon-sized steel ball shell, Li Ba grinned. In the end, he chose to trust Zhou Wen and leaped up to meet the shell. Head on. Li Ba used his body to block the steel ball shell. The shell lost its momentum and was caught by Li Ba, and the two of them fell into the sea together. It worked. Seeing that he was unharmed, Li Ba's face lit up with joy. The players controlling the ironclad boats in the distance stared at him as if they'd seen a ghost. Is this for real? Is he a monster? How is this possible? They were dumbfounded. Keep firing. 3rd Battalion Commander, fire the cannons. We're out of ammo, boss. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone else hear. Boom! Boom! A few players continued firing, while Zhou Wen grabbed the oars and quickly rowed backward. Li Ba stood at the stern, ready to intercept the next wave of shells. After catching a few more shells, Zhou Wen and Li Ba rowed back into the foggy area. They finally escaped the attack. Range of the players at the western sea border, the drenched Li Ba climbed onto the deck, lying down to catch his breath. The joy and relief of surviving filled his heart. Luckily, I didn't die. This is so great, hee. But, boss, why was I able to block cannonballs with my body? Li Ba was deeply puzzled by what had just happened. Zhou Wen said to him, your A-level skill collapse is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. But this is just my guess. If we mess up, both of us are done. 4. Zhou Wen spoke calmly. Li Ba. Zhou Wen felt that Li Ba's skill and talent were described too vaguely. The scope of his abilities was likely very broad. This reminded him of the river god in a fairy tale, who could turn a broken axe into a silver axe and a gold axe. That river god always appeared in that small river, but no one could confirm whether it was a regional god or a conceptual god. If it was a regional god, its abilities would be limited to that small river. But if it was a conceptual god, it could be summoned in any place with the word river, such as the Milky Way or the Star River. Thus, Joe speculated that Li Ba's talent and that A-level skill both fell under the conceptual category. As long as it fit the concept, the skill could take effect. After all, an A-level skill was definitely not simple. Moreover, it was gifted by a high IQ NPC on the battlefield. In any case, Li Ba, make sure to develop your skill well. An A-level skill won't be this simple. Li Ba simply responded with a no. Then he asked, "Boss, where are we heading next? Back to the North Sea?" Actually, Joe wasn't sure what to do now. His talent map only recorded part of the West Sea's ocean treasure. The maps of other sea areas were still locked. He needed to find the West Sea treasure first to unlock the other areas. But the route from the North Sea to the West Sea was blocked by a group of players, making it impossible to pass. As Joe was pondering, he didn't notice a shadow appearing under the bottom of the ship. Li Ba, lying on the deck resting, suddenly felt a strange movement in his talent. He froze for a moment, looked at the shadow under the ship, and his pale face turned green. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his cheek. He thought of that big thing, and stammered, "B-boss, I think there's something big under us." Joe, deep in thought, was jolted by these words. Something big under their feet. Could it be a sea king creature? Just as Joe suspected, many tentacles emerged from the sea, tightly wrapping around Joe and Li Ba's chain ship. A round-headed giant octopus surfaced from the water. Li Ba froze for a moment and screamed. Could this be the legendary Kraken? Kraken? Joe also thought of the mythical giant octopus monster. The virtual interface popped up with information about the octopus, Sea King class, Little Kraken level, D-level description. The second son of the deep-sea overlord Kraken, hasn't mastered its skills, reputation exceeds its strength. After reading the information, Joe calmed down. This octopus was much weaker than the giant whale they encountered last time. Moreover, its level wasn't high. They still had a chance to win. At that moment, the octopus slowly opened its large mouth, preparing to swallow Joe, Li Ba, and the ship all at once. Joe threw the large sword in his hand to Li Ba and said, "It's up to you, Mr. Three-Sword Style." Li Ba? He froze again. What? I'll first immobilize this octopus monster. Take the chance to cut off its tentacles. Since your skill can destroy things on the battlefield, you should be able to sever its tentacles too, Joe speculated. From the previous rounds of the game, it seemed that ordinary players couldn't dismantle wild monsters so thoroughly. Currently, Joe hadn't found any ocean treasures and was quite weak. Tasks like dealing with small monsters and driving away players could only be entrusted to Li Ba. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Go, Li Ba! Li Ba grabbed the large blade and charged at the octopus's tentacles. Don't aim for the head, cut the ends. Following instructions, Li Ba rushed to the tail end of the octopus and swung the blade. The tentacles were severed like foam. The octopus trembled all over but couldn't move. Joe's immobilization spell was still in effect. Taking the opportunity, Li Ba raised the blade and stabbed fiercely at the octopus's head. After several strikes, the blade failed to penetrate, and with a crack, the blade broke. The weapon was ruined. Just then, Joe's immobilization spell wore off. The octopus sank into the sea, struggling to move and attempting to escape. Li Ba pulled out another large blade and chased after the octopus, continuing to hack at it. Before long, Li Ba emerged from the water and shouted to Joe, "Boss, boss. Come quick. I killed the octopus. It dropped a treasure chest. Hurry and grab it." Hearing this, Joe immediately jumped into the sea and swam toward the treasure chest. Treasure chest, D-grade. You can choose one of the 3 items inside: weapon, tentacle, damaged, type, long whip grade, E-grade attack power, +5, suction. Power of the suckers increases with each attack description, can help sailors relieve some peculiar fetishes. Durability, 0/300 item, goggles grade, E-grade. Allows you to see clearly within a 50-meter range when equipped. Durability, 400/400 map, Island of Triss grade, B-grade. Marks the location of the Island of Triss. Description: due to some rule, this poor octopus was stuffed full. Seeing the tentacle, Joe's breathing noticeably quickened. This thing was too awkward. So disgusting. If it were Li Ba, he would definitely choose this. Li Ba noticed Zhou Wen staring at him and looked puzzled. Zhou Wen continued reading. The last treasure was clearly the most valuable. Zhou Wen immediately chose the treasure map. Swimming back to the ship, he unfolded the map. A detailed chart appeared before his eyes. Li Ba was stunned. Boss. Could this be the legendary treasure map? Zhou Wen didn't reply, focusing intently on the map. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he said to Li Ba, this treasure map is for our North Sea. Hearing this, Li Ba's eyes lit up like light bulbs. It's in our North Sea. Zhou Wen nodded. Looking up, he saw that Li Ba was already seated at the oars. What are we waiting for, boss? Let's go. Let's set off now. Li Ba began singing joyfully. Zhou Wen sighed helplessly, a black line forming in his mind. The two rowed furiously toward the location marked on the treasure map. Before long, a blurry island appeared in the distance. Zhou Wen took out the map to compare and, after confirming it was the target island, put the map away. He and Li Ba docked their small chained boat and disembarked. As soon as they stepped ashore, Li Ba grabbed Zhou Wen and pointed at footprints on the island. Boss, someone has clearly been here before. Zhou Wen examined the footprints. They looked like they were made by someone walking barefoot. He patted Li Ba on the shoulder. Don't worry, it might just be left by a gorilla. Li Ba was speechless. The two of them went ashore on the island. Zhou Wen cautiously scanned the surroundings, gripping the lucky lightning tightly in his hand, ready to discharge it for self-defense at any moment. As they ventured deeper, Zhou Wen noticed smoke rising in the air. He realized there must be human activity in this area. It was likely the natives. The two advanced slowly, and suddenly, an arrow landed at their feet. They looked up to see a healthy-skinned native man who resembled an Indian. His face was painted with 3 streaks of oil paint, and 3 feathers were stuck in his hair. He had his bow fully drawn, aiming warily at Zhou Wen and Li Ba. Li Ba quickly raised his hands to show they meant no harm. The native took out a conch shell and blew it slowly, the sound traveling far. Soon after, footsteps came from the bushes. A group of short, healthy, wheat-skinned native women and warriors appeared. They were dressed in animal skin clothing with colorful patterns, their faces heavily painted with oil, making it almost impossible to see their true features. These warriors held long spears, surrounding Zhou Wen and Li Ba. The scout who had drawn the bow lowered it and turned to speak at length to a female native. Zhou Wen and Li Ba couldn't understand a word. The system provided no hints either. After the scout finished speaking, the female native also spoke at length, her gaze falling on Zhou Wen and Li Ba. When she looked at Zhou Wen, she visibly paused for a moment. Then she glanced at Li Ba, but only briefly, without paying much attention. The female native walked up to the two of them and rattled off a string of words. Seeing no reaction from them, she gestured with her hands for a while. The general meaning seemed to point to the treasure map. Zhou Wen took the map out of his pocket. The moment the female native saw it, she suddenly became excited. She turned and spoke at length to a nearby warrior. The warrior ran off somewhere. Before long, he returned with several fruits in his hands. The female native picked up one end, held it to Zhou Wen's mouth. Zhou Wen raised his hand to take it, but the other warriors immediately pointed their spears at him. The female native again held the fruit to his mouth. Zhou Wen froze. Was she going to feed him? He was filled with doubt. Looking at the native woman with her face covered in paint, Zhou Wen couldn't discern her expression. He had no choice but to awkwardly bite into the fruit from her hand. Zhou Wen chewed a few times. A system notification popped up. Acquired limited time. Skill, you can now understand and speak the language of Triss. Remaining time, 11 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds. Finally, Zhou Wen understood her intentions. Beside him, Li Ba was also staring at the woman, opening his mouth as if waiting for her to feed him. But to his surprise, the woman directly tossed the fruit into Li Ba's mouth, as if feeding a monkey at the zoo. Afterward, the female native dismissed the surrounding soldiers. Li Ba was almost in tears. No way, such obvious favoritism? Is it because I'm not handsome, so the treatment is so different? Li Ba also bit into the fruit and gained the same limited time skill. Welcome, fortunate guests, a voice with a hint of cuteness said. Zhou Wen turned to see it was the female native. What is this place? Li Ba asked. Why do you call us fortunate guests? Zhou Wen also caught on to the key point in her words and asked. This is Triss Island. We are the people of the great ocean god. Every time the Holy Grail war begins, we hide the map marking. Our location inside a sea creature's body. As for whether this map will be found by others, that's not up to us to decide. That's why we say you are lucky guests. Hidden inside a body? Li Ba asked in surprise. You actually know about the Holy Grail War? The native woman nodded. We have a Holy Grail system interface just like you, but our permissions are much higher. That's also the reason we've survived. Zhou thought of Li Ba's A-level skill collapse. It seemed these natives also possessed powerful permissions. Let's go, lucky guests. According to the rules, we will help players who arrive here. Zhou Wen and Li Ba followed the native woman into the island. What surprised them most was that all the buildings here were in a modern Western style. Moreover, the clothes worn by the island's inhabitants were identical to those of modern Westerners. This puzzled Zhou Wen and Li Ba. Why were the patrolling soldiers on the outskirts and the native woman in front of them wearing colorful animal skin clothing? Strange, isn't it? The native woman seemed to see through their thoughts. It's the rule here. Those on duty must dress like this. But the animal skin clothing is just outerwear. Underneath, it's still regular fabric clothing. After saying this, she led the two of them further along. Other soldiers arranged for Li Ba and Zhou Wen to enter a residence. The native woman herself left. The two were taken into a meticulously cleaned house. Inside, there was a sofa, a coffee table, and everything else one might need, but no electrical appliances. On the table were several strange stone slabs. Zhou Wen felt that this place resembled the private world of some advanced player, where the tech tree had likely gone astray. They wandered around for a bit. At the bedroom door, two neatly made beds came into view. Li Ba flopped onto one of the beds. The bed wasn't soft, underneath was a wooden frame, but Li Ba still rolled around on it. He was exhausted, not just physically but mentally. Rowing aimlessly on the vast ocean, with no sense of time or direction, would wear anyone out. Zhou Wen looked around the bedroom. It was pretty decent. Then he returned to the living room and sat down to organize his thoughts. At that moment, the door opened, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl walked in. As soon as she entered, she asked, "How is it? How's the room?" Zhou Wen was taken aback. Judging by her heightened voice, he guessed she was the native woman from earlier. Could it be the legendary transformation? Looking closely, the little girl's skin was fair, completely different from the healthy, painted skin of the woman from before. Noticing Zhou Wen staring at her, the little girl's face turned slightly red, and she said shyly, "That's another kind of fruit. We ate it, and it can change our skin color." After saying this, she took a brown fruit out of her pocket and handed it to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen examined it. No attribute panel popped up, so he could only guess based on its appearance and color. The little girl seemed to notice his confusion and shared the information. Tris series, color-changing fruit, grade, common, after use, changes skin color to wheat-colored. Note, people with wheat-colored skin should not eat. The fruit's information appeared directly in Zhou Wen's vision. Little friend, give it a try. Take a bite. The little girl took out another white fruit and handed it to Zhou Wen, simultaneously sharing the detailed information of this fruit with him. Tris series. Restoration fruit level, ordinary effect, restores original skin color. Special note, for those originally with dark skin, consuming it will revert their skin to flesh color. Seeing this, Zhou Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried he wouldn't be able to return to normal. So, he put the brown fruit into his mouth. It tasted a bit sour at first, but after a few seconds, the flavor became rich, like cocoa. Zhou Wen's skin color quickly changed, turning into a healthy wheat tone, the transformation visible to the naked eye. He rubbed his skin in surprise. It didn't fade or peel. Truly amazing. The little girl stared at Zhou Wen in a daze, as if she'd discovered a treasure, and pulled out more fruits from her pocket, intending to hand them to him. At that moment, Li Ba walked out of the bedroom and immediately saw Zhou Wen holding a bunch of fruits in his hand and looking healthy. Li Ba was instantly embarrassed. Across from him, the little girl's eyes sparkled adorably. Slurp, a sound came from nearby, and Zhou Wen and the little girl simultaneously turned to look in the direction of the noise. Li Ba was staring at the little girl with a strange expression. Zhou Wen clearly saw transparent liquid hanging from the corner of Li Ba's mouth. His heart tightened instantly. He hadn't expected Li Ba to not only have physical issues but also this kind of peculiar habit. The little girl noticed and squinted her eyes slightly. In an instant, she dashed forward so fast it was hard to see directly, shoving a stick-shaped fruit into Li Ba's mouth. Zhou Wen. Li Ba? Li Ba made a few incoherent sounds from his mouth. Then, his face suddenly turned greenish. This change startled the little girl. The stick-shaped fruit dissolved quickly in Li Ba's mouth. His lips swelled up rapidly, the transformation visible to the naked eye. Zhou Wen abruptly stood up. How is this possible, he muttered to himself. How could a player experience physical changes? Aside from visible injury effects, why would even the lips change? Li Ba seemed to have lost the ability to speak, only able to let out painful howls. What's wrong with him? Zhou Wen asked. The little girl, however, remained calm, seemingly intrigued by Li Ba's green complexion. It's fine, he'll be back to normal in 10 minutes. The little girl circled around Li Ba. Li Ba thought she was about to shove something strange into his mouth again, and his face turned even greener with tension. The little girl's eyes sparkled as if she'd discovered a new toy. With a mischievous grin, she pulled out a few more fruits from her pocket, eager to try them out. Li Ba's face turned even greener in fear. He looked helplessly at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't bear it anymore and cleared his throat. Ahem. He pulled the little girl aside. As the two got closer, the little girl's face inexplicably turned red for a moment. Li Ba, seeing this from across the room, was so shocked he pointed at the little girl, making broken sounds from his mouth. Behind him, the little girl half lowered her eyelids and silently pulled out an even larger and thicker stick-shaped fruit, glaring at Li Ba threateningly. Li Ba's eyes widened as he pointed at the little girl. Zhou Wen turned to look at the little girl. She quickly stuffed the fruit back into her pocket, her face adorned with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Wen looked at Li Ba in confusion. The little girl pulled out another fruit. Li Ba, seeing this, forced a smile and shook his head, pretending to be very happy. The little girl ignored Li Ba, turned to Zhou Wen, extended her hand, and said, "Hello, my name is Triss." Zhou Wen glanced at the little girl and suddenly remembered that the name of this island also seemed to be Triss. The little girl, as if knowing what Zhou Wen was thinking, smiled and said, "I am the daughter of the island's administrator. Every administrator's daughter is named Triss. Although I don't really understand why, it's the rule of the island." Zhou Wen suddenly understood and was about to ask how long the history of Triss Island was. Before he could speak, the little girl preemptively told him, "Our history is already 500 years old." Zhou Wen was shocked. 500 years. The technological development here was clearly different from Earth's. He suddenly realized why the little girl could read his thoughts. The little girl looked at him with a mischievous smile. "I don't know either." Zhou Wen was speechless. "Our technological path is indeed different from Earth's. The population here isn't large, and our development doesn't rely on electricity or industry." Nearby, Li Ba, not understanding what Zhou Wen and the little girl were talking about, made some meaningless noises, trying to get their attention. But the little girl pulled a fruit out of her pocket. Li Ba's expression immediately changed, and he tried to back away, only for the little girl to forcibly shove the fruit into his mouth. No matter how much Li Ba struggled, he couldn't make a sound. Zhou Wen looked at Li Ba and sighed. "How dark is your heart?" Li Ba looked confused. MMMPH. Li Ba tried to grab Zhou Wen. "Come on, I'll show you around the island," the little girl said, taking Zhou Wen's hand before he could respond. Zhou Wen didn't think there was anything wrong, but the little girl's face turned slightly red. Seeing this, Li Ba dared not say another word, his eyes full of helplessness and resentment. He stood alone on the side, trying to strike up a conversation with the nearby soldiers. One of the soldiers had his hand in his pocket, but when the little girl passed by and glared at him, he awkwardly withdrew it. Watching this, Li Ba felt his heart shatter. Holding the little girl's soft, delicate hand, Zhou Wen was reminded of the times he used to hold Zhou Yun's hand in the past. However, this little girl was much more well-behaved than Zhou Yun, who had been like a mischievous little monkey back then. A glimmer of light flashed in the little girl's eyes, as if she had understood Zhou Wen's thoughts. Zhou Yun? The little girl committed the name to memory. As they left the house, the island's residents greeted the little girl warmly along the way. She responded enthusiastically. But when the residents noticed Zhou Wen, their expressions varied. Some looked grim, some seemed to gloat, and others appeared sympathetic. These reactions left Zhou Wen puzzled. He had no idea what was going on. The little girl, holding Zhou Wen's hand, was brimming with excitement. "Hey, Triss, do you really believe in the prophecy of the island's ritual? Already offering yourself up so soon?" A mocking voice came from behind. Triss's expression changed slightly, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Joanne turned around to see another little girl, about the same height as Triss, standing with her hands on her hips, staring at Triss. Seeing this little girl, Joanne was stunned. Most little girls were innocent and pure, but this one seemed far more open, perhaps even bold when it came to emotions. Joanne's worldview was completely overturned. This could almost be described as baby-faced but unfinished. What's it to you, Eileen? Triss's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Irene snorted and said to Joanne, that outsider, you might not know yet. Triss is 21 years old this year. But she's still like this, nothing special. Her tone carried mockery and a sense of superiority. Oh, this? 21 years old? Really? Hearing Irene's words, a few words flashed through Joanne's mind, legal, adult, oh no. So awkward. Triss heard Joanne's inner thoughts, and her face immediately turned red. Joanne broke out in a cold sweat. I was thinking too fast just now. Triss probably didn't hear it, right? As he thought this, he suddenly froze. I'm doomed. Triss definitely heard it. Triss suddenly wrapped her arm around Joanne's. Using a coquettish voice, Triss said, darling, that old woman over there still doesn't have anyone who likes her. Darling? Joanne was surprised. But the biggest reaction came from Irene across from them. How am I old? I'm just 1 year older than you. Joanne looked at Irene, then at Triss beside him, and fell silent. Just 1 year? Triss tugged on Joanne's arm, ignoring Irene's mockery. After walking a short distance, Triss blushed and looked at Joanne. Joanne, however, felt nothing. His younger sister used to act like this too. Thinking of this, Joanne reached out his right hand and gently ruffled Triss's hair. At that moment, he felt the atmosphere around him suddenly grow quiet. The townspeople on the street stopped what they were doing and stared at Joanne. Their gazes were strange, shifting, and filled with a sense of reverence. Joanne was baffled. Beside him, Triss felt her face burning and her body going weak. She quickly covered her face and ran off. Joanne was left standing there. What on earth was going on? Joanne scratched his head in confusion. The island tour wasn't even finished, and the guide had run off. Joanne had no choice but to return to the house Triss had arranged earlier. As soon as Joanne entered, he saw Liba sitting at the door with his lips swollen like sausages, his eyes vacant and lifeless, looking as if he had completely lost hope in life. What's wrong, Liba? Your lips still haven't healed? Why aren't you going inside? Liba shook his head and curled up into a ball. His face looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought to himself, another little girl came in and stuffed something into my mouth? Only then did Joanne remember that Liba couldn't speak. He could only shake his head helplessly and walk into the room. Just as he entered, Joanne saw the baby-faced, well-endowed woman he had encountered on the street earlier suddenly pounce on him. A strong impact hit him, and as Joanne fell to the ground, a thought flashed through his mind: using your body to tackle someone is the most effective. Meanwhile, Triss, her face flushed, ran to a corner. She casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground and began tearing off its leaves, muttering as she did so, he likes me, he doesn't like me, likes me, doesn't like me. Finally, she tore off the last leaf. He likes me. Thinking of this, Triss's face turned red again. If the island's residents saw this scene, they would surely find it unbelievable. The little witch Triss was actually falling for someone. She waited in the corner for a while but didn't see Joanne coming. Why isn't he chasing after me? A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her small face. Triss left the corner and returned to the street. The townspeople around her didn't look at her but continued with their tasks. However, their slightly trembling hands revealed that their hearts were far from calm. The sound of footsteps echoed. The soldier guarding the door of Joanne and Liba's room walked over to Triss and said, "Miss, Irene just entered the guest room." The conflicted expression on Triss's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a stiff look. Flames ignited in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and spat out, "Daring to steal my man?" With that, she burst forth with a speed that defied her stature, rushing to Joanne and Liba's house in the blink of an eye. Liba, squatting at the door, saw the sprinting Triss and was about to speak when a sharp pain hit his throat. Triss shoved that stick-shaped fruit into his mouth again. Just as his mouth had started to recover, it swelled up like a sausage. Once more. Liba cried again. Who did I even offend? Triss pushed the door open and saw Joanne lying on the ground, with Irene's massive spheres in front of him. The doorknob was forcibly broken by Triss. Hearing the commotion, Irene looked up and saw the furious Triss. Her heart tightened, realizing she might have gone too far this time. Joan struggled to free himself from Irene's embrace, gasping for air, nearly suffocating. When he looked up, he saw Triss with a gentle smile on her face. In an instant, Triss's expression changed. Irene trembled in fear on the side. "Hey, Triss, where did you go just now?" Joan asked her. Triss felt Joan's gaze lingering on her, and her inner thoughts immediately became dramatic. "Ah, he's looking at me. No, this won't do. What should we name the baby?" Finally, she shyly said to Joan, "I just suddenly remembered that the rabbit I raised gave birth to baby rabbits, so I hurried back to check on them." Joan nodded in understanding. "How are the baby rabbits?" "Quite tasty, crispy, and crunchy." "Joan?" Triss seemed unaware of her slip of the tongue and instead gazed at him affectionately. Irene slowly stood up, preparing to leave. "Ah, Irene, you're here too?" It's nothing. I was just curious. Now I'm not curious anymore. I'll leave." "First." Irene's voice trembled as she spoke. Triss smiled and nodded. Irene quickly opened the door and ran out. "No way, does Triss really believe what the Curse Island priest said? Ugh, so scary." Irene trembled, recalling Triss's terrifying expression just now. Passing by Liba, she pulled another fruit from her pocket and angrily stuffed it into his mouth. The innocent Liba suffered again. After Irene left, the room fell silent once more. Triss blushed, lowering her head and fiddling with her skirt hem. Her mind was filled with imagination, and she had already started thinking about names for their future children. Joan broke the silence. "Can you tell me how you survived in this war?" Triss nodded. "Time flows differently here compared to the outside world. In one day, we experience about 3 Holy Grail wars. Before each one starts, the Holy Grail system notifies us. About once a month, we encounter a player who can enter Triss Island. Daily life is actually quite simple. There are plenty of fish in the sea, though you players can't see them. We also grow our own crops." After finishing, Triss suddenly asked, "What is the outside world like?" The little girl tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes clear and filled with curiosity about the unknown. Joan fell silent, since Joan and Liba did not have permission to rest. The two could only take a short break in the room prepared for them by Triss, while also taking the opportunity to observe these technological achievements that were completely different from those on Earth. At this moment, the system issued its first location reporting signal. First location reporting begins. All player positions are exposed for 10 minutes. The system's built-in sea chart now displayed numerous red dots, which were constantly moving. This location reporting will last for 10 minutes. The next location reporting will last for 30 minutes. All players' virtual interfaces received the system notification. After resting, Joan prepared to leave. Since he did not see a large number of players on the system's North Sea chart, only a few scattered ones, it indicated that most of the departing players had gone to the West Sea or other regions. Optimistically, these players might have consumed a large amount of ammunition from the West Sea players, opening a breakthrough for Joan and Liba. Less optimistically, these North Sea players might have gone elsewhere. Joan walked out of the bedroom and patted the despondent Liba. "We should get going." Liba's eyes were moist. He was finally about to leave this place that terrified him. He still didn't know who he had offended, but he had been force-fed 4 rod-shaped fruits in a row. Now, he was deeply traumatized. Joan first greeted the guard soldiers, who told them to wait while they went to report. Joan waited for a while but didn't see the soldier return. Instead, he saw Triss. Triss was dressed in a military uniform. Although she was a petite girl, she exuded a heroic aura in her combat attire. The little girl hurriedly ran up to Joan. Liba, upon seeing Triss, couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Joan, are you leaving?" "Yes, the system's location reporting just ended. There are far fewer players in the North Sea now, so I'm planning to head to the West Sea. The North Sea has too few resources." Triss nodded and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Upon hearing this word, Liba was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Joan turned to look at the panicked Liba, feeling a bit puzzled. Triss glared fiercely at Liba. Liba quickly explained, "It's nothing, I just accidentally tripped." Joan sighed helplessly. How could a grown man trip on flat ground? Liba looked miserable, wanting to say something, but under Triss's imposing presence, he could only swallow his Words. Is it okay? If you're coming along too. Jo-won didn't refuse. During their earlier conversation, Jo-won had told Triss quite a bit about the outside world. Although time was tight and he didn't say much, Triss was still left wanting more when the conversation ended. Triss nodded vigorously. No problem, we'll go together. Jo-won hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Triss was overjoyed and eagerly grabbed Jo-won's hand, pulling him toward the shore. The neglected Lee Ba stood to the side, sobbing. His status on the ship had plummeted. Jo-won followed Triss to the seaside and was stunned. Was this ship in front of him really their small chain boat? How about it? I had someone help you modify it. Impressive, right? Amazing. Jo-won looked at the gleaming silver warship in front of him, unable to find the right words to describe it. C-class chain ship material, silver wood feature, chain ability, can connect ships, doubles defense, maximum of 2 ships can be chain ship. Attributes: at defense 195, agility 60, durability 600/600. Jo-won gently squeezed Trixie's small hand and said solemnly, "Thank you, Trixie." Trixie's little face turned slightly red, and her inner drama began to play out again, imagining how she would go to school in the future. In fact, Jo-won had no other intentions, he simply regarded Trixie as a younger sister. Adults taking children seriously can easily make them feel recognized. Having raised a younger sister for over a decade, Jo-won deeply understood this. But he forgot that the little girl in front of him had a perfectly legal status. However, in some ways, this approach still worked. Jo-won and Trixie boarded the ship. He saw Trixie step to the helm and begin to operate it. Jo-won's eyes lit up. Is the power system resolved? Trixie nodded. I used the cursed stones from Curse Island as fuel. There's still some stock on the ship, which should be enough. She pointed to a box in the cabin. Jo-won opened it and saw neatly arranged stones inside, but he couldn't see any information about them. Trixie shared the information with Jo-won. Curse stone, acceleration increases ship agility by 20 points. While providing energy details, a mysterious item from Curse Island, very rare to come across. Your player's rules are different from ours as natives. To us natives, everything has an attribute panel, but you players only see specific equipment and skills. As long as we share the information with you, you can use these abilities. It was just as Jo-won thought. Players have their permissions, and natives have theirs. It seemed the greatest treasure of the North Sea was this Trixie Island. After adjusting the power, Trixie set the small boat in motion. The speed was just right. Jo-won felt the sea breeze brushing against him and looked into the distance, suddenly feeling as if he had forgotten something. On the shore of Trixie Island, Lee Ba knelt in the seawater, watching the small boat gradually disappear into the distance, his heart filled with sadness and anger. Why? Why? Have you forgotten your old love now that you have a new one? Boss, that's just too unfair. Just then, the small boat that was moving farther away suddenly turned around and slowly sailed back. Jo-won waved from the boat, and tears streamed uncontrollably down Lee Ba's face. As expected, the boss still cared about him. Once on board, Lee Ba was so excited he ran around like a husky. Boss! Boss! This is so advanced, so advanced. He was like a child who had never seen the world. To be honest, Lee Ba really hadn't seen these things before. But in reality, hadn't he seen all kinds of luxurious cruise ships? The fact that the entire ship's power relied on just a small piece of stone was truly unbelievable. Trixie, who was admiring Jo-won's side profile, found Lee Ba too noisy and slowly took out a stick-shaped fruit, stuffing it into his mouth. MMMPH. Lee Ba was silenced again and obediently quieted down. Jo-won and the others had just set sail not long ago when an incredibly luxurious ship departed from Trixie Island. An elderly man with a cane disembarked from the ship, surveying the surroundings. He asked a trembling soldier beside him, "Where is Trixie?" Reporting to the old island master, "Sir, the young lady left with the player." What? The old man's beard quivered. He grabbed the soldier's shoulder tightly and roared, "What exactly happened?" The soldier, trembling, recounted the events to him. The old man shook all over. The hardwood cane in his hand was snapped in two by his sheer strength. "That brat dared to take my granddaughter." In the North Sea waters, a sleek silver ship was speeding along. At this pace, not even two Lee Bas at full strength could catch up. Jo-won stared at his innate sea chart, pondering whether he could enter the Western Sea before the players. Guarding its edge opened fire. Beside him, Triss gazed at Jo-won's profile with dreamy eyes, captivated. This scene was caught by Lee Ba not far away. Li Ba muttered to himself, I didn't expect the boss to even attract such a young little girl. Why can't I do that? I'm so empty now that all I have left is money. Sigh. Li Ba sighed, pounding his chest in frustration. His actions disturbed Triss. She merely glanced at him lightly, and Li Ba immediately froze, then proactively walked over to her, taking the stick-like fruit she handed him and stuffing it into his mouth. It melted instantly, and the spiciness numbed his throat. Zhou Wen watched Li Ba's transformation from passive to proactive and couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, people who enjoy being mistreated really have something wrong with them. The mist over the sea gradually thickened. Zhou Wen and his group entered the Western Sea, stepping into that easily defensible but hard-to-attack territory. On both sides of the long, narrow island, the players stationed there turned red-eyed as soon as they saw the approaching ship. Holy crap! What a fine ship! Did they find treasure? Kill them all, burn them all, rob them blind. Charge, brothers! Almost instantly, those players loaded their bullets and opened fire. Damn, why are they so fast? Can you do it or not? If not, let me. A man never admits he can't. Watch my shot, I'll definitely hit. As soon as they entered the Western Sea, Zhou Wen had Li Ba ready at all times. But Triss walked to the helm, gave Zhou Wen and Li Ba a devilish smile, and said, you two better hold on tight. Then, Triss did something, and the ship suddenly accelerated, racing across the sea and leaving a white wake behind. The players, who already found it hard to aim, went berserk. How is this ship so fast? They must be using cheats. No, they're from the North Sea. Are you kidding? Those poor bastards from the North Sea? They found Triss's island. The players who had read the strategy guides immediately revealed the truth. Now everyone understood. So this is how they got that luxurious ship? Are we just going to watch them pass by? The first player to speak frowned and shouted, brothers, charge together. That player activated his innate ability first. Instantly, white smoke billowed from all their ships. Their speed surged. And since they were already guarding the entrance, they now lined up side by side, ready to block Zhou Wen completely. Seeing this, Triss frowned as well. It looks like we can't get through. The enemy ships were lined up tightly, with no gaps between them. Zhou Wen was silent for a moment. Do you believe in divine punishment? Triss looked puzzled. Divine punishment? Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, hitting a player on the far left ship directly. Lightning rapidly conducted along the metal boat. Immediately after, all the ships were violently flung into the air and then crashed heavily into the sea. The once crowded surface of the water instantly became deathly silent. Triss widened her eyes, completely unable to believe what she was seeing. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Those ships had all been enemy units. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen's system notifications kept popping up. He had gained a large amount of silver coins and attribute points. Although the attribute points were temporarily useless since this round was mainly about ship battles, the silver coins were crucial. Let's go, head to the West Sea, Zhou Wen said casually. As he turned around, Triss stared blankly at Zhou Wen, as if mesmerized by him. So cool. Zhou Wen ruffled her hair. What are you thinking about? Triss blushed and snapped out of it. Nothing, let's go. Where to? Zhou Wen glanced at the Talon's sea chart and pointed in a direction. Triss steered the ship that way. The earlier scene had been witnessed by Li Ba, who had been sulking on the deck. He kept muttering to himself, terrifying, absolutely terrifying. NPCs these days are way too strong. At that moment, he recalled the old man he had encountered in the mass grave, and the warmth of that memory brought tears to his eyes. After handing over command to Triss, Zhou Wen wandered around idly. Noticing Li Ba crying, he walked over to comfort him. Don't be scared. I can understand if you have some peculiar preferences. Li Ba was dumbfounded. Watching Zhou Wen say such strange things, Li Ba cried even harder. What peculiar preferences? Wah? Zhou Wen sighed and patted Li Ba on the shoulder. The modified small chain ship was very fast. Before long, they arrived at the location indicated on Zhou Wen's Talon sea chart. As the ship approached, Triss's expression changed drastically. She quickly tugged on Zhou Wen's sleeve. Are you sure this is the place? Zhou Wen thought for a moment. There are a lot of sea kings gathered here. We might be able to get in, but there's no way we'll get out. Up ahead is a narrow waterway, and the sea kings are blocking it. Are you sure? You want to try? Triss spoke seriously. This place is very dangerous. We could lose our lives. Hearing her words, Zhou Wen became cautious. After all, both he and Li Ba were players. If they died, they could respawn. But if Triss died, it would be permanent. Sensing his concern, Triss said, I have something to protect my life. I won't die. The problem now is how we get out after going in. Zhou Wen's gaze shifted to the skill he was about to unlock, Super Tornado. He asked the system, can I see the detailed description of this skill first? The system did not refuse. A blue screen appeared before Zhou Wen, displaying the details of Super Tornado. Skill, Super Tornado. Description, after a brief charge, release 2/4/unlimited massive tornadoes. The tornadoes will continue to grow larger, with a maximum travel distance of 20 meters/50 meters/unlimited, and will pull in any players they touch. Cooldown, 60 seconds/20 seconds/1 second. Lucky lightning can target the tornadoes. After reading it, Zhou Wen smiled and said to Triss, let's go. We're heading in. At the entrance to the West Sea's one-line sky. A silver ship sped across the sea, constantly dodging tentacle attacks and high-pressure water jets from behind. The chain-linked boats stirred up huge waves on the surface, drifting, flipping, and showcasing a series of dazzling maneuvers. Zhou Wen felt dizzy, while Li Ba beside him was exhilarated. So thrilling! So thrilling! Following a pro is just different. Behind them, the Sea King was in hot pursuit. Hold tight, Triss said seriously, pulling a stone from her pocket and pressing it onto the ship's helm. Immediately, the chain-linked boats at the stern exploded, propelling the ship swiftly into a narrow canyon and landing heavily on the sea surface. Zhou Wen and Li Ba were first stunned by the ship's explosive speed. Then, as they saw the wreckage of the boats behind them, they froze. Zhou Wen took a deep breath, looked at Triss, who had just relaxed, and asked, is this the place you can enter? But can't leave you mentioned? Triss nodded in confirmation. What else could it be? Zhou Wen felt a headache coming on. He had thought Triss meant they couldn't leave because the Sea King outside was blocking the way, but it turned out the ship had been destroyed. Ship durability remaining, 200/600, ship about to be scrapped. The ship's durability continued to decline. Triss pulled out a bottle of liquid from her pocket and poured it onto the deck. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up as the chain-linked boats' durability skyrocketed, increasing by a full 100 points. Ship durability, 300/600, ship entering adhesive state, durability decline halted, lasts for 1 hour. What is this stuff? Zhou Wen asked curiously. Triss sent the bottle's information to Zhou Wen. The mage's aged savings. Description, this mage lived a lonely life, and his savings are sticky, making them excellent materials for repairing ships. Mage? Zhou Wen was about to take the bottle when he saw the information, and his expression immediately turned serious, hesitating to touch it. At that moment, Li Ba excitedly snatched the bottle from Triss, opened it, and sniffed. Zhou Wen quickly sent the detailed information about the liquid to Li Ba. Upon seeing it, Li Ba's face changed, and the bottle slipped from his hand as he jumped straight into the sea. Isn't it amazing? Triss said proudly with a smile. Zhou Wen looked at the bottle's remaining liquid and nodded. It really is impressive. Triss continued explaining, after a mage dies, they only leave behind this small bottle of liquid, which is extremely precious. She then sent detailed information about mages to Zhou Wen. Creature, mage, description, the king among turtles, born as a mage, capable of using spell stones. Their blood is known as the mage's savings. After reading the information, Zhou Wen finally understood that he had misunderstood the true purpose of the liquid. He glanced at Li Ba, who was still rubbing his hands in the sea, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to tell him the full details about mages. Considering Li Ba's masochistic personality, perhaps he might even enjoy it. Zhou Wen couldn't help but shiver. Since the ship lacks wooden planks, this liquid can only temporarily maintain durability. We need to find materials to repair the ship. I wonder if there are any here. Triss was unfamiliar with the situation in the narrow West Sea region. Zhou Wen checked the Talon Sea map for guidance, and before long, the group arrived at a small island. On the island stood several sturdy trees. Seeing this, Triss finally breathed a sigh of relief. The chain ship could be saved. Zhou Wen looked at Li Ba, who was still rubbing his hands in the distance. Li Ba, are you ready? If you are, hurry over and start chopping trees. Li Ba's face was streaked with tears. Boss, I'm dirty. I'm dirty. Zhou Wen sighed helplessly and sent the mage's information to Li Ba. After reading it, Li Ba shuddered and quickly ran over. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything, he took the initiative to start chopping trees. Joe 1, on the other hand, expanded the Talon Sea map and walked deeper into the island. Not far away, he discovered a small temple, about 20 square meters in size. Entering the temple, he saw a stone placed on the central altar. This was the sea treasure Joe 1 had been searching for. Picking up the stone, Joe 1's skill interface immediately popped up. Super Tornado unlocked successfully. The journey had been tough, but he had finally obtained this sea treasure. The second mission point began. The system's built-in sea map was now covered with red dots. Having just unlocked the Super Tornado, Joe 1 couldn't resist the urge to test it on some players. Returning to the shore, he saw that the silver ship had already been repaired, and Triss was gleefully teasing Ba. Seeing Joe 1 return, Triss immediately stopped what she was doing and ran over with a cheerful smile. Joe 1 said to her, "Let's go. It's time for us to leave this place." Triss's face showed concern. Beyond the narrow strait, it's all sea kings. If we use the same method of blowing up the ship to escape, we might be chased down by the Sea King himself. Joe 1 gave a confident smile. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Seeing Joe 1's confidence, Triss felt a surge of excitement. Beyond the narrow strait, two players sat on an iron boat. "Boss, those two players must have found treasure in the narrow strait." The boss patted his subordinate's head. "Of course. A place guarded by so many sea kings must be hiding something valuable. When they come out, use your skill to ambush them. We'll take their treasure, upgrade our ship, and fight for the title of King of the Western Sea. Once we claim the title of King of the Western Sea, we'll take out the players in other seas. This game will be in the bag. Our Western Sea isn't like the Northern Sea, where those poor guys run around the world looking for resources. As long as we eliminate the other players in the Western Sea and become the King of the Western Sea, the system will definitely reward us with an A-grade warship. Once we get the ship, we'll enter the temple and seize the fragments of divine power. That's when we'll really strike it rich. The divine power fragments from the Four Seas battle are the key weapons that can decide the outcome of guild wars. Big guilds will definitely pay a high price for them." Yes, the boss is absolutely right." The subordinate nodded and flattered him, his face full of obsequiousness. Joe 1's ship slowly sailed out of the narrow strait. The sea kings that had been chasing them had already locked onto Joe 1's position by sensing the movement of the sea water. Crabs, octopuses, sharks, and whales, all of them exuded a murderous aura. Joe 1 looked at the dense swarm of sea kings ahead, but his face carried a smile. "Everyone's so eager to welcome me? Then let me make you fly for a while." Skill activated, Super Tornado. Joe 1 gathered two small whirlwinds in his hands. The whirlwinds gradually grew larger. Triss's long hair was gently lifted by the breeze. The sails on the chain ship also billowed with the wind. Joe 1 gave a light wave, sending the two whirlwinds toward the group of sea kings. The whirlwinds rapidly expanded in the air, growing 3 times their size after traveling just 2 or 3 meters. When the whirlwind approached the sea kings, it had already transformed into a massive tornado 3 meters in diameter and 10 meters high. The tornado swept all the sea kings into the sky. Joe 1 then unleashed Lucky Lightning, choosing a 10-second blinding effect. 2 arm-thick, azure blue bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning precisely entered the tornado, enveloping all the sea kings. The group of sea kings was instantly blinded and, in their panic, began attacking each other. "Go! Speed up, 10 seconds is enough for us to escape." Joe 1 had no intention of killing this group of sea kings, he hadn't unlocked his attack skills yet. Triss maneuvered the large ship quickly out of the narrow passage. Behind them, one of the fallen sea kings, an enraged orca, was furiously biting its companions. The ocean overlords, having never suffered such humiliation, began fighting among themselves. The injured and weaker sea kings quickly fled. Not far from the narrow passage, behind some rocks, an iron-hulled boat was parked. A lackey nudged his boss. "Boss, are we still going to rob them?" The boss's legs trembled slightly as he swallowed hard and smacked the back of the lackey's head. "Are you out of your mind? That player just sent all those sea kings flying into the sky. If our iron boat gets flung up and crashes down, it'll definitely sink. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Ha!" The boss smacked the lackey several more times. The lackey looked at the boss with a face full of grievance. Then, "Boss, shouldn't we run? The alert timer hasn't expired yet. If they see us, we're as good as dead." The boss finally came to his senses and gave the lackey a hard kick. "Start the boat, now." The lackey steered the boat and fled into the distance. Zhou glanced at his talent sea chart and found it sealed again. The unlocking condition was to obtain the ship cannon of the King of the Western Seas, Morris's gift. He instinctively looked at the system's built-in sea chart. Players in the Western Sea were gathered in the center, with dense clusters of red dots. Every so often, a red dot would disappear. What were they doing? Triss, do you know the King of the Western Seas? Zhou asked. Triss, who was steering the ship, showed an angry expression. The King of the Western Seas is a title. Every time a survival battle begins, those Western Sea players fight over it. The goal is to claim the ship left by the King of the Western Seas and dominate the entire server. The King of the Western Seas was a notorious pirate who used to bully the people on our island. After his death, we joined forces to wipe out his pirate gang. Why, Zhou? Are you planning to compete for the title of King of the Western Seas? Zhou shook his head. What I want is the ship cannon on the King of the Western Seas ship, Morris's gift. Triss was momentarily stunned, then a playful smile appeared on her face, as if she understood his intentions. To talk about seizing the King of the Western Seas ship so calmly, impressive. Triss was deeply impressed. Not hard. Let's go, I know where those Western Sea players are fighting. With that, Triss waved her hand, and the chain ship headed toward the gathering point of the Western Sea players. The two players hiding behind the rocks saw the silver ship pass by without attacking them and, instead heading in another direction. The lackey let out a sigh of relief. Boss, we're safe. The boss looked in the direction Zhou and his group were heading, his expression changing drastically. Not good. They're going to fight for the title of King of the Western Seas. The lackey immediately panicked. Boss, we should hurry up. And go too. If we're late, we might not get anything. The boss rolled his eyes. Although the younger brother was obedient and had decent talent, his mind just wasn't sharp. Enough. The older brother gave him a hard slap on the back of his head. Are you stupid? They're so powerful. If we go, we're just throwing our lives away. Oh. The younger brother nodded. The older brother's face darkened as he stared at the system's built-in sea chart. Let's go. To the North Sea. The North Sea? Isn't that the most desolate sea area? What are we going there for? That ship just took down the King of the West Sea. They'll definitely go crazy attacking other sea areas. The North Sea has fewer people. If we go there, we can survive a bit longer and lose less health. Got it? The younger brother nodded, half understanding. Following the older brother's orders, they steered their small iron ship straight toward the North Sea. Meanwhile, Zhou was piloting a silver ship at high speed and soon arrived at a circular island. This is it. This circular island has only one entrance. Once players enter, they'll fight each other, and the last one standing becomes the King of the West Sea. The system will airdrop an A-class warship from the sky. Zhou thought this was a unique kind of airdrop mechanism, passing through the circular islands. Entrance, Zhou entered the battle zone for the King of the West Sea. As soon as he entered, the deafening sounds of cannon fire, screams, and ships breaking apart made Zhou's heart tighten. On the battlefield, a large number of players were simultaneously maneuvering their ships and firing cannons like mad. Running out of ammunition meant elimination, and ships that couldn't retreat in time were blasted to pieces, leaving their crews dead. On the deck, Li Ba, who was usually withdrawn, suddenly became spirited and overly excited. Zhou noticed Li Ba acting as if he were on a stimulant, and an idea popped into his mind. He decided to assign Li Ba an important task. Zhou walked over to Li Ba, staring at him with a serious expression. Li Ba, seeing Zhou approach and fix his gaze on him, immediately felt his fighting spirit ignite. Boss, he finally remembers me. Li Ba glanced at Triss, who was steering the ship, and whispered to Zhou, Boss, don't get too caught up in beauty, it's bad for your health. And that 3 years guaranteed profit, even if you die it's worth it mindset of yours is way too dangerous. Zhou was utterly confused. He had no idea what Li Ba was talking about. Without turning her head, Triss pulled a stick-shaped fruit from her pocket and shoved it directly into Li Ba's mouth. MMPH. Li Ba was instantly reminded of the terrifying experience of being dominated by that stick-shaped fruit. In the Four Seas King battle zone, a player was desperately swimming on the sea's surface, shouting for mercy. No! Please spare me! His voice was so loud it nearly drowned out the sound of cannon fire. The battling players paused their attacks and turned to look at him. Behind him was a silver ship, painted with the image of a delicate little boat. On the bow stood a cold-faced man, and beside him was a submissive-looking female player with her head lowered. Are those people from the Noah Guild? Several players froze. They had encountered members of the Noah Guild before and had some impression of them. The player in the water cried out, "Please save me. I'm begging you, help me. My teammates have already been bewitched by him." His face was full of panic, his eyes glistening with tears, as he pointed at the submissive female player by the ship's side. The surrounding players swallowed hard, their eyes filled with sympathy. After shouting for a long time without anyone helping, some players even took a few steps back. The player in the water was none other than Li Ba. And the people on the silver ship were Joe 1 and Tris.at. This moment, a sharper and more striking ironclad ship than the others sailed down, and a man jumped into the water. He swam over to Li Ba on his own initiative and carried him on his back. It's actually him, Fu Yuanshan from the Order Guild. Is he crazy? What if this guy is in cahoots with the Noah Guild? The surrounding players were puzzled by Fu Yuanshan's actions. Fu Yuanshan glanced at Joe 1 on the deck, his expression serious. In the last battle, he had been killed by a single punch from Joe 1. After his death, he had privately chatted with Lang Yu and learned about Joe 1's strength. He hadn't expected to encounter Joe 1 again in the Four Seas conquest. What terrible luck! After rescuing Li Ba, Fu Yuanshan quickly steered the spiked ironclad ship toward the outer perimeter, not daring to get close to Joe 1. This left the other ordinary players stunned. No way? The rising star Fu Yuanshan actually backed down? They had been competing for a long time, and, barring any surprises, the title of King of the Western Sea was most likely to go to Fu Yuanshan. Now, he actually wanted to leave. This shocked the other players. They quickly adjusted their ships and retreated toward the outer perimeter of the ring-shaped island. Joe 1 and Tris advanced unimpeded. Joe 1 only needed to stand at the bow of the ship, using his aura to intimidate the other players into retreating. Joe 1 also noticed Fu Yuanshan and recalled the man who had used a single energy cannon to instantly deal 20,000 damage to the Demon Hound. Seeing Fu Yuanshan save Li Ba, he thought to himself that the man wasn't too bad and decided to delay taking action against him this time. Of course, there were always a few stubborn players or newbies who hadn't heard of the Noah Guild's fearsome reputation. They aimed their ship cannons at Joe 1's silver ship, preparing to fire. Joe 1 gathered two small whirlwinds in his hands, adjusted the distance, and gently tossed them. In an instant, two massive tornadoes swept through, lifting those stubborn players into the sky, while their ironclad ships sank one by one to the bottom of the sea. System notifications popped up. Again. The players who had retreated early breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they hadn't acted impulsively. Fu Yuanshan stood to the side, shocked. This guy was way too strong. He remembered that Joe 1's talent in the last round was close combat, so how could he summon tornadoes now? Though puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. Just then, another spiked ironclad ship approached. It's Wang Yifei, the rising star of the Balance Guild. Seeing the ship, Joe 1 frowned. Another stubborn fool. Unfortunately, his skills were still on cooldown, and even using Lucky Lightning to blind the opponent for 10 seconds wouldn't buy enough time. If he backed down, these players would definitely push their luck, and the fear factor would completely disappear. At that point, the situation would become very dangerous. At this moment, the rescued Li Ba's eyes darted around as he had a sudden idea. This was his chance to make a contribution. He suddenly shouted, "For Noah," and kicked the unsuspecting Fu Yuanshan off the ship. Immediately after, he detonated Fu Yuanshan's spiked ironclad ship. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ship blew up. Li Ba was thrown into the air by the shockwave, while Fu Yuanshan, utterly bewildered, fell into the sea. Li Ba, exhilarated, continued shouting, "For Noah," as he swam furiously toward Wang Yifei's ship. This sudden turn of events left all the surrounding players dumbfounded, and panic quickly spread. The players screamed and fled toward the exit of the ring-shaped island. Wang Yifei saw Li Ba swimming over but completely ignored him, directly starting the boat and speeding away. Joe 1 didn't chase after him, while Li Ba was still shouting frantically in the sea. "For Noah! For Noah!" Within just a few minutes, all the players fled quickly, leaving not even a shadow behind. 5 minutes passed, and the group of players still hadn't returned. The system notification popped up. Congratulations on obtaining the title of King of the Western Sea title, King of the Western Sea level, honor description, you are the overlord of the Western Sea, the ruler. Of the Iron Pirate's skill, Western Sea Overlord within the Western Sea, damage received by the King of the Western Sea is reduced by 20% within the Western Sea. Enjoy unlimited ammunition within the Western Sea. Ship movement speed increases by 40% in 10 seconds. You will receive an A-grade warship, King of the Western Sea. Li Ba's maneuver left Zhou Wen in awe, utterly impressed. Once again, he felt the immense power of the Noah Guild. Even Triss was stunned by Li Ba and Zhou Wen's bold moves. After scaring everyone away, Li Ba returned to Zhou Wen's ship. "How was it, boss? Wasn't my move super awesome?" Li Ba grinned smugly. Zhou Wen nodded, showing his approval. Looking at the title of King of the Western Sea, Zhou Wen suddenly felt something was off. Based on the skill description, as long as he didn't leave the Western Sea, wouldn't he be invincible? Unlimited ammunition, long-range bombardment, damage reduction, speed boost. This balance was way too skewed. Just as Zhou Wen was deep in thought, a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared above the ring-shaped island. A massive shadow slowly descended. The shadow landed. It was a steel warship. The ship's body was adorned with a giant cannon, exuding an imposing aura, with its streamlined barrel resembling a dragon. A-grade King of the Western Sea material, steel of the King trait, King effect, ship attributes doubled plunder effect, silver coins obtained from killing Western Sea players doubled ship attributes at defense 300, agility 60, durability 40,000/40,000. Zhou Wen gasped in shock. This A-grade warship was incredibly powerful, and it even came with 2 additional skills. Zhou Wen maneuvered his ship directly toward the King of the Western Sea warship. "Li Ba! Coming! Coming!" Li Ba ran over excitedly. "Help me dismantle that cannon." Li Ba busied himself for a while, then came back carrying the cannon. Zhou Wen took the cannon. Morris's gift type, cannon details. From the King of the Western Sea, the golden chains entwined on his talent sea chart immediately shattered. A new sea chart emerged before him. Judging by its appearance, it was a map of the Southern Sea. "Alright, let's set off. Destination, Southern Sea." Li Ba froze for a moment. "Boss, aren't we taking the King of the Western Sea warship with us?" Zhou Wen glanced at the warship and shook his head. "It's too shabby. Don't linger, let's go." Hearing Zhou Wen say this, Li Ba was speechless. Wasn't this massive steel beast cool enough? Standing nearby, Triss began to let her imagination run wild. Could it be that Zhou Wen liked the ship I gave him? She blushed foolishly and broke into a wide smile. Splash, splash. On the sea surface, Fu Yuanshan was still struggling to save himself. Zhou Wen suddenly remembered him. "Fu Yuanshan," he shouted, "steer the boat toward Fu Yuanshan and pull him aboard." Seeing the 3 people on the boat, Fu Yuanshan's heart tightened. The Noah Guild was terrifying. Was Zhou Wen going to make a move against him? He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, covered his ears, and huddled to the side. Zhou Wen looked at him and helplessly patted his shoulder, moving his hands away from his ears. "You misunderstood." He pointed at Li Ba. "This is my teammate, and as for him, he's a local of this world." Li Ba and Triss both nodded in agreement. Fu Yuanshan squirmed. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're all in this together." Watching this 40-something-year-old man trembling on the deck, Zhou Wen was speechless. "Forget it, we've known each other for a while now. This warship of the King of the West Sea is yours." Fu Yuanshan was stunned. He thought it was a trap set by Zhou Wen and didn't dare to move. Seeing this, Zhou Wen could only sigh helplessly. Li Ba directly hoisted him onto the King of the West Sea. "Let's head to the South Sea." "Alright." Li Ba carried Fu Yuanshan, threw him onto the King of the West Sea, and then ignored him, returning to the chain ship. The 3 of them departed. Zhou Wen transferred the King of the West Sea's cannon, Morris's gift, onto the chain ship. After some tinkering by Triss, the chain ship was also equipped with a cannon. Although the cannon was just for show, Zhou Wen didn't mind. The 3 of them sailed away from the contested area of the King of the West Sea. As soon as they exited the gap in the ring-shaped islands, a circle of players surrounded them, watching. Seeing that Zhou Wen hadn't sailed out with the King of the West Sea, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They assumed Zhou Wen wasn't interested in the King of the West Sea. As expected of someone from a powerful guild, they don't even care about an A-class warship. So strong. Some sharp-eyed players noticed the fierce cannon added to Zhou Wen's ship inside. Looks like he wasn't satisfied with the King of the West Sea's hull. At this moment, Supernova Wangy Face suddenly felt something was off. His intuition told him he might have been tricked. He steered his spiked ironclad ship toward Joe-1. He had the strength and confidence to challenge Joe-1. Standing at the bow of the ship, his hand stroking Morris's gift, Joe-1 looked at the approaching ironclad ship and chuckled. What a fearless guy. Boss. That's Supernova Wangife, and he's pretty strong. Let's get out of here, Li Ba said nervously. After advancing to the bronze rank, he had read up on Supernova's exploits in forums. They were powerful new players, and ordinary players were no match for them. Joe-1 extended a finger and gently wagged it. Suddenly, 2 small whirlwinds appeared in his hands and began to gather. Just as Wangifei's ship entered the attack range, Joe-1 threw the 2 small whirlwinds. They intertwined, rapidly, growing larger and visibly expanding, instantly engulfing Wangifei's ship. Wangifei was swept high into the air. This catastrophic scene left everyone dumbfounded. How is this possible? Is this someone from the Noah Guild? Too powerful. Good thing we didn't act recklessly. Watching the raging, surging tornado, Wangifei gritted his teeth and shouted, Sin descends. He activated his A-class talent. But immediately, a large spinning wheel with a jumping pointer appeared before his eyes. The pointer swept across the wheel, emitting a piercing sound, and then stopped on knockback. Wangifei's warship, caught in the tornado, began to spin. Wildly, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, and the warship charged directly toward the heavens. When it fell again, the heavy steel giant had already sunk deep into the seabed. You have defeated player number 4687. All attributes +3 earned 1000 silver. Coins effect of the King of the Western Sea title. Silver coins earned from defeating Western Sea warships are doubled the last. Reward was brought by the King of the Western Sea title. Seeing Joe-1 effortlessly defeat the Supernova Wangifei in one move, the surrounding players were all panic-stricken and fled for their lives. Joe-1 glanced at the remaining number of players, only 54 were left. In this Western Sea battle, there were truly only a dozen players with real strength, the rest were small fry, not worth his attention. His goal was clear: quickly unlock skills and dominate the entire ocean. This was what Joe-1 should be doing. Li Ba and Triss exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This battle was simply too thrilling. Li Ba couldn't help but laugh. With a pft, he stuffed another stick-shaped fruit into his mouth. Li Ba looked incredulously at Triss beside him. Triss yawned. Your smile just now was too creepy, I couldn't help but laugh. Sorry. Seeing Triss' obviously unnatural expression, Li Ba immediately understood, she did it on purpose. After Joe-1 left, a ferocious steel beast sailed into the Western Sea battlefield. Other players exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. The sharp-eyed ones even noticed a person standing on the beast. It was Fu Yuanshan. Players who had a good relationship with the Order Guild sailed closer to Fu Yuanshan. What's going on, brother? Fu Yuanshan shook his head and said, he let me go and even gave me this ship. Everything that had just happened, Li Ba desperately bombing the ship, Joe-1 passing the King of the Western Sea title to him, felt like a dream. Stay away from him. Don't go near him. Nearby players hurriedly warned. The player froze, not understanding what was happening. Fu Yuanshan, do you know where the people from the Noah Guild went? He said he went to the Southern Sea. As soon as Fu Yuanshan spoke, the player's face changed dramatically, shouting to those around him, get out of here quickly. The Noah Guild always brainwashes lone players and never shows mercy. Fu Yuanshan has already been brainwashed. He doesn't even know it himself. Hearing this, the players near Fu Yuanshan froze, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Right, if Fu Yuanshan wasn't brainwashed, why would that Noah Guild member give him the King of the Western Sea title and tell him where to go? No. Fu Yuanshan tried to explain. Run. He's been brainwashed. The surrounding players were terrified and quickly sailed away. Only Fu Yuanshan was left alone, stranded in the Western Sea. After entering the Southern Sea area, Joe-1 saw a shadow approaching ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was an ocean merchant. Perfect, I can upgrade the ship. Due to system restrictions, Triss hadn't upgraded Joe-1's ship much, it was just at an ordinary level. The group approached the ocean merchant, disembarking onto the hard shell. Triss looked curiously at the ocean merchants. These local natives, lacking silver coins, were not eligible to buy anything from the ocean merchants. Triss stared intently at the displayed goods, unable to look Away Zhou turned to the raw materials section and began searching for the required wooden planks. Material, grade B silverlite. Wood description, can be used to upgrade ship's price, 6,000 silver coins. The price wasn't too high, so Zhou decided to buy it. Just as he turned around, he saw Li Ba clinging to his leg with a pitiful expression. Zhou sighed, his head full of black lines. What is it this time? Li Ba pointed to an item on the shell of the ocean merchant. Zhou leaned in to take a look. Fruit, flame. Fruit grade C description, grants flame abilities upon consumption but causes fear of seawater. Skill, Fire Fist deals mixed damage with a multiplier of 1.5 to strength and spirit cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill, Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring unleashes spirit power times 3 damage, repelling nearby enemies. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Price, 5,000 silver coins. You want this? Li Ba nodded vigorously. Zhou didn't think the fruit was particularly powerful. He sighed, took the fruit down, and handed it to Li Ba, saying, I'll pay for it later. Just hold on to it for now. Li Ba immediately jumped for joy, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zhou turned to look for Triss. He noticed her gaze fixed on an antique wooden bracelet. Zhou glanced at the price and found it wasn't expensive, so he casually picked it up. Triss was instantly surprised. When she looked up, she saw Zhou's warm gaze. It's not. Triss blushed, trying to explain something. But Zhou patted her head and said, It's okay. If you like it, wear it. After all, you've helped me so much. With that, Zhou turned to find the ocean merchant to settle the bill. At that moment, Triss's eyes were a bit dazed, and her heart was racing. In truth, she hadn't fully believed the prophecy of the Curse Island priest, but the first time she met Zhou, her heart had skipped a beat. She nodded, clenched her small fists, as if cheering herself on. After paying, Zhou tossed the fruit to Li Ba and personally put the wooden bracelet on Triss's wrist. Triss admired the bracelet, unable to put it down. Is this the style from your side? She asked. Zhou was momentarily stunned before realizing she was referring to the traditional style of huaxia. He nodded. Triss gazed at the wooden bracelet in fascination, her curiosity about Zhou's world growing. Just then, Zhou's system interface popped up with a warning, you have been remotely cursed. In 1 hour, you will lose all skills and attribute points. Defeat the caster within 1 hour to lift the curse. Zhou's expression changed drastically. What's going on? In the distant waters of the South Sea, a small boat made of wood and grass floated quietly. The boat had no sails or propulsion system, but a few stones engraved with patterns were placed on it. At the bow, a person held a stone in their hand, which instantly turned to ash. Beside him, a teammate was holding a telescope. Did the curse succeed? Someone asked. It succeeded. Upon hearing the news, he put down the telescope and let out a long breath. Earlier, he had seen a ship approaching, its bow equipped with the cannon of the King of the Western Sea. He immediately understood that this person was the King of the Western Sea. He quickly instructed his teammate to cast the curse at the cost of losing all skills and half of their attribute points. Let's go. As long as we last this 1 hour, we'll have one less formidable enemy. The player who had just used a curse nodded. Where are we going now? To the East Sea. The resources there are abundant, and the combat pressure is low. How many curse stones are left? 9 pieces. That's enough. Let's go. The player picked up a stone and activated the cyan flowing cloud pattern on it. Their small wooden grass boat suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, heading toward the East Sea. On the chain boat, Zhou's face was grim. He shared the information about the long-range curse with Triss and Li Ba. Li Ba immediately became nervous, his face turning pale. Triss lowered her head in thought, suddenly realizing something. She said to Zhou, lift the curse. Simple. We'll just go directly to Curse Island. The High Priest of Curse Island can lift all curses, after all, they invented them. Triss's tone was somewhat peculiar, as if she was hiding something. Hearing this, the three set off again. During this time, Li Ba hesitated while holding the purchased fruit. Should he eat it or not? Triss reminded him, you can eat it. Other than not being able to go into the water, there are no side effects. Li Ba knew this well. Triss added, in the upcoming battles, you don't need to exert yourself. Just relax. Li Ba was speechless but still conflicted. Finally, Triss lost patience and directly stuffed the fruit into Li Ba's mouth. MMPH. System notification, Li Ba has awakened a sea-level skill but has gained a negative effect, he cannot touch water. After obtaining this skill, Li Ba felt both conflicted and excited. Zhou Wen looked at Li Ba's expression and shook his head helplessly. Ace. This is the flame fruit. Li Ba pouted, deep in thought. Ahead on the sea, 3 small boats woven from wood and grass were fiercely cursing each other. A middle-aged man cast a vicious curse on a young man on the opposite boat. I curse your right arm to lose its strength. The young man's right arm immediately went limp. He glared angrily, his eyes wide. How dare you curse my wife? I curse you with high blood pressure. The young man immediately cursed a player on another boat. I curse your child to take my surname. The player on the third boat froze, reluctantly shouting, grandson. The young man was speechless. The players on the 3 boats kept cursing each other back and forth, and their teammates had already become grotesquely deformed. Clearly, they had suffered a crushing defeat, and the chaotic battle was about to erupt. The bizarre curses made Zhou Wen shiver involuntarily. Are all the players from the South Sea this strange? Trish shook her head. It's said that players born in the South Sea always get particularly shabby boats, but their abilities are extremely peculiar. Every time they cast a curse, they have to use a curse stone. Since they can't find high-grade curse stones, their curses aren't very powerful and usually wear off in about 10 minutes. However, if there's an expert among them, they can use the conflict between curses to kill their opponents. After the 3 players finished a round of curses, it was the turn of the player on the 3rd boat. He sneered, took out a shiny stone, and cast a curse on himself. My child dies young. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man on the 2nd boat immediately dropped dead. Triss explained, the curse cast by the young man conflicted with the curse cast by this player. Moreover, the latter used a high-grade curse stone, so he died instantly. Zhou Wen was speechless. These South Sea players really know how to play. Li Ba, who was watching the battle from his ship, couldn't hold back and was the first to jump onto the South Sea player's ship. Seeing the sudden enemy, the 2 remaining South Sea players quickly grabbed their curse stones, preparing to team up and take down Li Ba. Li Ba took a deep breath and shouted, Flame Emperor's great flame ring. Flames erupted around him, startling the 2 South Sea players. Their teammate reassured them, don't worry, he can't burn our ship, at most he'll burn himself. Just keep your distance and you'll be fine. Hearing this, the 2 players relaxed. The flames spread, and a few damage numbers popped up on the players. -30, the damage isn't much, keep going. They breathed a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, the ship suddenly caught fire, and its durability dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, both ships were reduced to ashes. The combination of the A-rank skill collapse and the flame fruit was a nightmare for these South Sea players. After these ordinary players died, there wasn't much of value in their loot boxes. Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to search further and continued steering the ship forward. Suddenly, he remembered something he had forgotten. Turning around, he saw that Li Ba, the guy who had burned the ships, had nowhere to stand and was sinking into the sea, barely alive. Zhou Wen rolled his eyes and dove into the sea to fish Li Ba out. Rescued, Li Ba was full of energy again. This flame fruit is amazing. Li Ba was so excited that he wanted to continue developing its abilities. Triss kicked him in the butt and stuffed a stick-shaped fruit into his mouth. You idiot, do you want to burn our ship too? With the fruit stuffed in his mouth, Li Ba immediately quieted down, making Zhou Wen think of an old saying, spare the rod, spoil the child. But on second thought, it didn't seem quite appropriate here. Zhou Wen sighed. Triss was very familiar with the route to Curse Island, clearly a frequent visitor. The 3 of them landed on the island, which was desolate, covered in withered yellow weeds, and eerily silent. There weren't even insects under the rocks. This Curse Island is so bleak. That was Zhou Wen's first impression. Comparing the Talent Sea map with Curse Island, he realized that the island seemed to hide the sea's secret treasure. Triss walked ahead, shouting loudly, Grandpa High Priest, I've come to see you. Her voice echoed across the empty island, and suddenly a coughing sound came from behind Li Ba. An emaciated old man appeared, leaning on a staff that looked like a giant fishbone. The old man's hand emitted an eerie black glow, not at all like a human hand. Hearing the sound, Li Ba turned pale with fright, almost wetting his pants. The high priest, seeing Li Ba's reaction, paused and gave him a meaningful look. Triss, what brings you here? The old man forced a smile. There's nothing good left here. Every time Triss came, she would take away a pile of cursed stones from the high priest. Blushing slightly, she said shyly, Grandpa High Priest, I really met the person you predicted. Hearing this, the high priest was shocked. He recalled the words he had used to trick Triss into leaving last time. After the next survival war, the player who finds Triss's island will be your destined one. The high priest looked at Li Ba, then at Zhou Wen. Finally, his gaze settled on Zhou Wen. What terrible luck! In the Western Sea domain, a massive steel behemoth floated on the sea. A chain-linked warship sailed alongside it. Not bad. Old Fu. Someone got the king of the West Sea, and hasn't even equipped it with cannons yet. On this chain warship stood a young man. His tone toward Fu Yuanshan was full of mockery. Since the two of them were born in the West Sea, he had taken out a team of players, seized their ship, and directly charged into the North Sea. Now, he had upgraded his ship to Class B, defeated numerous Sea King-level players, and even modified the ship. With his talent, he could practically dominate the seas. Returning to the West Sea, he heard some rumors from players. Fu Yuanshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. That player is no ordinary person, definitely not someone we can deal with. He recalled the scene from the last Holy Grail War, where Zhou Wen had obliterated someone with a single punch. He also thought of how Wang Yifei had just been instantly defeated by Zhou Wen. The young man snorted disdainfully and muttered under his breath, "Getting old really makes you useless, yet you still won't admit it. Alright, you stay here, I'll go meet him." Hearing his teammate was about to throw himself into danger, Fu Yuanshan quickly stopped him, saying, "You can't beat him." The young man, full of youthful arrogance, paid no heed to Fu Yuanshan's words. He rudely pushed Fu Yuanshan aside. "With your useless burst talent, how could you possibly compare to my strength?" Fu Yuanshan wanted to say more, but he saw the young man walk away without looking back. He sighed, thinking, it might be good for the young man to learn a hard lesson. Meanwhile, on Curse Island, the high priest listened to Triss's words, sighed, and turned his gaze to Zhou Wen. "I already know your purpose for coming." The high priest then took out a box from his robe and handed it to Zhou Wen. "This is what you need." Zhou Wen opened the box, revealing a colorful stone inside. This was the sea secret treasure he had come to the South Sea for. Sea secret treasure, primal curse stone. Zhou Wen was overjoyed and picked up the sea secret treasure. A system notification popped up. Skill unlocked, Flame Hailstorm. Zhou Wen successfully unlocked Flame Hailstorm. Skill details: inflicts dual fire and frost attribute mental damage, damage value equals mental power times 3 effect, drops 5 hailstones from the sky per second, lasting 5 seconds. Skill cooldown, 20 seconds. Congratulations, the cooldown times for Lucky Lightning and Super Tornado have been adjusted to 20 seconds. The number of Super Tornado releases has been increased to 4. This was a powerful damage skill. With the acquisition of the third secret treasure, all of Zhou Wen's skill cooldowns were now 20 seconds. If used properly, he could continuously take down enemies. Triss unceremoniously tugged at the high priest. The high priest sighed helplessly and took out a disc from his pocket. This disc can help you locate the player who cursed you. Zhou Wen accepted the disc. At this moment, he felt a bit embarrassed, having taken 2 items in succession. The high priest's deep gaze seemed to see through his concerns. He said, "I hope you can do me a favor?" Zhou Wen nodded earnestly. "As long as it's within my ability, I will help. Follow me." The high priest led Zhou Wen into the depths of Curse Island. Triss wanted to follow, but the high priest tapped his staff twice on the ground, freezing her in place. The high priest led Zhou Wen into a dry and tidy cave. "Sit down." He pointed to a few cylindrical stones in the cave. After Zhou Wen sat down, the high priest stared into his eyes and said, "The small world is about to collapse. I hope you can take Triss away from here, to the real world." Zhou Wen was shocked. Triss, who was confined to the spot, didn't know how long she had been waiting when she finally saw Zhou Wen walking out alone. "Where did Grandpa High Priest go?" Zhou Wen scratched his head. "He said he's fine and won't be coming out." Triss pouted. "He must be afraid I'll ask him for something again." Zhou Wen felt a bit awkward. "Let's go and deal with the source of the curse." Triss stretched her body and coldly glared at Li Ba, who scurried away like a frightened rabbit. Triss stuck out her tongue. "So boring." Zhou Wen and the others boarded the ship. The disc given by the high priest unfolded in Zhou Wen's hand, forming a simple little map. Zhou Wen's location was marked with a blue light dot. On the map, there was a red dot moving slowly, likely the source of the curse. Without Zhou Wen needing to say anything, Triss was already steering the chain warship straight toward it. Third burst point begins, duration 1 hour. The system notification sounded. Several red dots appeared on the sea chart that came with Zhou Wen's System, showing that a few players happened to be on the same route as Joe 1. Fate works in mysterious ways. These players were about to have some bad luck. After obtaining the third sea treasure, the cooldown time for all of Joe 1's skills was significantly reduced. At the same time, he gained a new talent, Sea Chart. The unlocking condition this time was to upgrade the chain warship once. This was simple, he just needed to collect some materials along the way. On the sea chart provided by the talent, a red dot was rapidly heading toward Joe 1's position. Joe 1 noticed it and looked surprised. Li Ba, standing nearby, sighed helplessly. At this point, someone was still determined to cause trouble for Joe 1. Such persistence. Before long, the ship chasing them caught up. Joe 1 saw the approaching vessel and realized it was also a chain warship. Could it be a player from the North Sea? Standing at the bow of the ship was a young man with an expression full of defiance, his eyes brimming with arrogance and conceit. Seeing him, Joe 1 was reminded of Wan Jun, whom he had defeated with a single punch. The young man snorted coldly when he saw Joe 1. So, you're one of Promise's people? I'm Li Yuan, the rising star of the Order Guild. I'm also Fu Yuanshan's teammate. Let me tell you, just because you used some underhanded tricks to beat that useless teammate of mine doesn't mean you can dominate the entire battlefield. Joe 1 found this nonsense annoying. This guy was seriously interfering with his efforts to lift the curse. With a thought, Joe 1 summoned a bolt of lightning from the clear sky. The young man's vision went black, and he was left disoriented. The sky eerily began to hail. Some of the hailstones emitted a bone-chilling cold, glowing deep blue, while others were enveloped in intense heat, resembling miniature suns from a distance. The two types of hailstones fell simultaneously, encircling the young man. Li Yuan was plunged into darkness, completely unaware of what was happening. He felt alternating sensations of cold and heat, followed by relentless impacts on his body, as if he were being struck repeatedly by a tennis racket. -276 -276 Li Yuan's health continued to drop, with each attack, leaving him dazed and increasingly confused. Not good. Could this be a mental attack? Realizing he was being affected, Li Yuan hurriedly raised his arms to shield his head, trying to fend off the invisible assault, but the onslaught of flame and hail was ferocious, and Li Yuan couldn't withstand it at all. -276 The final hailstone struck him, and Li Yuan was smashed to death on the spot. The rising star of the Order Guild, Li Yuan, was taken down by Joe 1 without even having the chance to use his talent. This SSS level talent is truly extraordinary. You have killed target number 8731. Temporary all attribute increase by 3 points. Gain 100 tokens. Gain 1000 silver coins. Joe 1 opened the system attribute panel. Character attributes: Strength 91, Agility 92, Stamina 91, Spirit 92, Intelligence 92. Now that his spirit value was so high, ordinary players encountering him were essentially walking into their doom. With an attack skill in hand, Joe 1's confidence soared. When testing the flame hail and seeing the damage per second, he was very satisfied. Locking onto the source of the curse on the disc, the silver boat unleashed its full firepower and charged forward. A white wake was stirred up on the sea's surface. Nearby South Sea players were dumbfounded. On a small boat made of wood and weeds, a pile of cursed stones was placed, appearing before Joe 1. According to the red dot on the disc, the source of the curse was this small boat. The player carefully steering the boat turned pale when he saw the silver chain boat suddenly appear behind them. Not good. The king of the West Sea has caught up. Bai Yuanqing, who was studying the cursed stone inscriptions, suddenly looked up. Seeing Joe 1, his hand holding the cursed stone couldn't help but tremble. He whispered, "Don't panic, he might not know we cast the curse." But in the next second, Li Ba directly stood at the bow of the boat and shouted, "Fire Fist." His right hand spewed flames, forming a giant fist that smashed fiercely toward Bai Yuanqing's boat. The boat immediately caught fire, and Bai Yuanqing's face changed drastically, his eyes widening. How is this possible? Joe 1 showed no mercy either, directly covering them with flame hail. The high damage per second instantly wiped out the teammates whose attributes had been reduced by 50%. You have killed target number 1368. Temporary all attribute increase by 3 points. Gain 100 tokens. Gain 1000 silver coins. Bai Yuanqing, having lost his boat, looked grim. He then pulled out a cursed stone from behind him. After using it, the cursed stone in his right hand emitted a glow. His figure instantly disappeared from the sea surface. Triss's expression changed. That's a cursed stone personally crafted by the High Priest. It's an A-grade item. How does he have it? An A-grade item. Joe was also shocked. What does that thing do? This item can teleport the user to a safe place. After teleportation, the user's luck value will temporarily increase to 50 points. If lucky enough, they might even be teleported to a hidden location and gain unexpected opportunities. That's incredible! Li Ba exclaimed, his mouth agape. Alright, since the source of the curse has been dealt with, let's head to the East Sea. Triss nodded and adjusted the course. But Joe didn't notice the trace of worry that flashed in Triss's eyes. On a nameless deserted island, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Bai Yuanqing. Damn it, I wasted an item for nothing. Where is this place? Bai Yuanqing looked around and immediately revealed a look of joy. Several massive stone tablets were inscribed with various mysterious runes. Bai Yuanqing was ecstatic. This time, he had a chance to make a major comeback. Because his talent was A-grade language expert. Once he deciphered these runes, he would become the most terrifying existence on this battlefield. These situations were completely unknown to Joe and his group. After entering the East Sea, Joe didn't encounter any unexpected events. The sea was calm, almost no different from the desolate North Sea. Why is it so quiet here? Something felt off, and Joe immediately heightened his vigilance. The North Sea used chain-linked ships, the West Sea had ironclad ships, and the South Sea used rafts made of wood and grass. So, what was special about the East Sea? Just then, a few barrels floated over the surface of the sea. Painted on the barrels were smiling faces in red paint. Those were. Joe immediately recognized them, bombs capable of causing mental damage. It seemed that the person with this ability was in this very region of the East Sea. Joe had a premonition that a tough battle was about to begin. He carefully avoided the floating barrels and steered toward an open area. In the distance, he could vaguely make out the dark silhouette of a small island. After docking and going ashore, Li Ba began to scream. So many devil fruits. What's going on? Why are there so many devil fruits here? Joe looked at the fruits and thought they resembled the one Li Ba had eaten earlier. Triss's expression turned serious as she said to Joe, the East Sea is under the control of demonic forces. Players born here all receive a barrel and a fruit. They don't have ships, only barrels. Joe's heart tightened. So, those floating barrels were the marks of players? It seemed there must be a big boss in the East Sea, ruthlessly killing ordinary players and turning their barrels into mental bombs. Joe looked at his talent sea map. He needed to upgrade his chain-linked ship one more time to locate the treasure of the East Sea. Time is running out. Let's quickly find the upgrade materials. Joe pulled the wailing Li Ba off the ground and rushed into the island's forest to search for materials. Triss, meanwhile, stared at the devil fruits. On the ground, her eyes glinting with mystery. She reached out and crushed one of the fruits, its juice dripping through her slender fingers. Closing her eyes and focusing intently, she somehow recreated an identical fruit in her hand. Triss's gaze gradually darkened. On the island, a massive tree monster swung its sturdy arms, roaring incessantly. Joe dodged and used his lucky lightning skill to blind it. Hailstones the size of chestnuts rained down from the sky. A few seconds later, the giant tree monster collapsed with a pain howl. As the white light dissipated, a B-grade treasure chest appeared. Joe picked it up and opened it but didn't find the materials he needed. He casually grabbed a blueprint and tossed it to Li Ba. Li Ba continued to analyze the blueprint slowly, making little progress. Joe pressed on, slaughtering wild monsters across the island. The 20-second cooldown on his skill recovered quickly. After killing 2/3 of the monsters, he finally obtained the upgrade materials. Joe brought the materials back to the ship and handed them to Triss. Triss began upgrading the ship. Once the upgrade was complete, the chains on the Talon's sea map emitted a cracking sound, pointing to an island in the East Sea. Joe briefly described the island. Triss blinked and said, "That's a place East Sea players often go to farm monsters." The growth of East Sea players is different from other regions. They enhance their fruit abilities by continuously killing wild monsters. Li Ba, standing nearby, suddenly shuddered and leaned in to look at the blueprint. He seemed particularly interested in this place. Triss glanced at Li Ba and said, "If we go now, we might encounter many powerful players." Joe waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned that he believed that no one could leave alive under his combo of tornadoes, lucky lightning, and fiery hail. After reaching the island, apart from the continuous bursts of fire and loud noises from the center of the island, the surroundings were filled with treasure chests. Li Ba, standing nearby, was ecstatic. Big brother, I want to give it a try. Zhou Wen nodded. Li Ba let out a strange cry and charged toward the center of the island. Zhou Wen docked the boat, passed through a dense forest, and finally saw the legendary sea treasure. His heart burned with excitement. After so much effort, he was finally about to unlock all his skills. He could already imagine how powerful he would become after unlocking all the skills. Will of XXX, details, the treasure of the East Sea, of extraordinary significance. Zhou Wen picked up a straw hat and put it on his head. A system prompt popped up. You have collected all the sea treasures, unlocking the final skill, Ocean Control, Master the Seas. From now on, you are the king of the four seas. A refreshing and clear sensation spread throughout his body, and Zhou Wen felt an indescribable connection between himself and the surrounding ocean. Due to obtaining all the sea treasures, all skill cooldowns reduced to 1 second. Seeing that all skill cooldowns were now only 1 second, Zhou Wen let out a long breath. The upcoming battles would be much easier. He walked directly toward the intense battle at the center of the island. He saw Li Ba engulfed in flames, fighting fiercely against wild monsters, with 3 other players attacking alongside him. Zhou Wen observed for a while and noticed that these wild monsters were special creatures that wouldn't drop treasure chests. Suddenly, Li Ba's body trembled, and the flames erupted violently, instantly sweeping across the center of the island. The island began to burn. The other players stared in shock, their mouths agape. This is impossible. Their attacks clearly couldn't damage the island, so how could this newcomer destroy it? Zhou Wen yawned, thinking that Li Ba's skill was indeed impressive. Li Ba was extremely excited, while the surrounding players exchanged glances and decided to team up to defeat him. Seeing the crowd closing in on him, Li Ba revealed a smug smile. Come on, just in time to test my elemental transformation. Fire Fist. Li Ba waved his hand, and a massive flaming fist blasted out, forcing the surrounding players to dodge. Immediately after, a player with lightning fruit powers erupted in purple currents, forming a leopard shape that pounced on Li Ba, biting furiously. Upon contact, Li Ba's body instantly turned into flames, burning the leopard to ashes in return. The other players were dumbfounded. One player transformed into a massive minotaur and attacked Li Ba furiously with powerful hooves, but Li Ba easily blocked every strike. Is that all you've got? Li Ba sneered. Then, his entire body flared up, releasing a ring of fire outward. The minotaur's skin was instantly scorched. How is this possible? I'll handle this. Another player's mouth suddenly grew enormous, taking a deep breath and unleashing a terrifying air cannon. Li Ba didn't dodge, letting the air cannon hit him, destroying half of his body instantly. But flames quickly reignited, instantly repairing his body. Li Ba was disappointed in these players. Their fruit abilities were too weak. Their initial levels were probably only E grade. While he had just at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Not far away, and a yellow flash flew over. The flash dissipated, transforming into a person. Li Ba recognized it, the glint fruit. Oh, you're a fan of the sea too? The newcomer glanced at Li Ba in surprise, pointing at him with a wide-open mouth and exclaimed, you actually have my flame fruit. His face twisted into an expression that was clearly a mix of jealousy, envy, and hatred. Zhou Wen squinted his eyes. This expression was intriguing. With a snap, the player instantly appeared behind Li Ba and shouted, Lightspeed kick. Li Ba was sent flying. Then, the player yelled, Ain no Murakumo sword. A lightsaber appeared in his hand, and he swiftly dismembered Li Ba. Li Ba's body slowly turned into flames and merged back together, a wicked smile on his face. Is that all you've got? The player continued his assault, while Li Ba gathered flames to fight back. Suddenly, the player unleashed a transparent shockwave. Li Ba bled from his 7 orifices, his gaze vacant. He then turned into a beam of white light and disappeared. The sudden turn of events left Zhou Wen stunned. A system notification appeared before him, your teammate has been slain. Seeing the notification, Zhou Wen knew that Li Ba had been defeated by the player in front of him. The final explosive sound rang out, and Zhou Wen immediately recognized the opponent's identity. The creator of the mental bomb. Zhou Wen's eyelids drooped weakly. Zhou Wen examined the nautical chart. Battles were frequent in the East Sea, and only a few East Sea players remained on that island. He glanced at the mini-map and directed the giant wave toward the South Sea. At that moment, on an unnamed island in the South Sea, a player stood with a triumphant smile, trembling all over. In front of him, a massive stone tablet glowed with the light of a curse inscription. It's done! I've finally deciphered it. The curse inscriptions covering the stone seemed to come alive, slithering like snakes from the player's feet to his entire body. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in black curse markings. At the same time, the system notification popped up: "Congratulations on breaking the Curse Island's inscriptions. You have obtained the permanent A-level skill, Origin of Curses." Countless curse techniques flooded his mind, and he felt as though he had become a god. This was by Yuan Cheng. He threw his head back and let out a long howl, slowly rising into the air. "Who can stop me in this war now?" He thought of Zhou Wen. His gaze turned cold as he began devising curses that wouldn't be fatal but would cause extreme pain, intending to test them on Zhou Wen first. He muttered to himself. Boom! Boom! A thunderous noise echoed. He glanced toward the source of the sound and immediately froze, his mouth agape. On a giant wave over 10 meters high, two figures floated, rushing toward him. Impossible! Bai Yuanqing recognized Zhou Wen, and his expression turned vicious as he prepared to cast a curse. But Zhou Wen struck first. Lightning bolts rained down from the sky. A lucky spin wheel appeared before Bai Yuanqing, but the pointer remained fixed on the day's icon. His vision went black, and his body became paralyzed. He tried to cast a curse, but it was completely ineffective. It's over. This is a forced control skill. The giant wave engulfed him. Bai Yuanqing was drowned alive by Zhou Wen in the seawater. You have killed target number 1124. Temporary all attribute increase by 3 points. You have gained 100 tokens. You have gained 1000 silver coins. Controlling the giant wave, Zhou Wen tried to sense the battlefield. Logically, he should have been able to control the entire sea area. However, the system issued a warning: mental value too low to control a large volume of seawater. I only have 98 mental points, and it's still not enough? Zhou Wen immediately understood that controlling the entire ocean would indeed require more than 98 points. He had no choice but to give up. He turned his attention to the scattered players remaining in the South Sea. Summoning multiple massive tornadoes, he trapped them. Then, he unleashed his flame hail skill, with the tornadoes scattering the flaming hailstones in all directions. After checking the map to confirm that the tornadoes covered the battlefield, he finally relaxed. Holding Triss's hand, he headed toward the West Sea. The red dots in the West Sea were sparse. Zhou Wen locked onto a target and approached. When he saw the person, he was stunned. It was Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan, seeing Zhou Wen standing atop a wave over 10 meters high, couldn't help but smile wryly. Did my teammates go looking for you? Are you talking about that guy named Li Yuan? Fu Yuanshan smiled helplessly. Are you planning to go after the divine power fragment next? Take me with you. Zhou Wen didn't refuse. A wave swept Fu Yuanshan over. Zhou Wen began clearing the battlefield, with fierce winds and giant waves sweeping across the entire West Sea, leaving no players behind. They returned to their starting point, the North Sea. The giant waves rolled, and the young man on the small island looked at the dark mass in the distance, scratching his head. Boss, take a look at what that is. The boss was lying on a large rock, a blade of grass in his mouth, basking in the sun. Hearing the shout, he raised his head and looked into the distance. The blade of grass in his mouth suddenly fell. His face was filled with terror. Run! Run! A tsunami is coming. The North Sea isn't safe anymore. He glanced at the system map, and his expression instantly turned grim. The entire North Sea only had 2 red dots left at his location, and another red dot was rapidly approaching. He looked at the remaining number of players, only 4 were left. Oh no! This round must have encountered a pro. The giant waves surged forward. The young man and the boss were swept into the depths of the sea, becoming food for the Sea Kings. Before the boss died, you have been killed by player number 520. 520? The boss firmly remembered this number. At this moment, only 2 players remained. One was Zhou Wen, and the other was Fu Yuanshan. Let's go find the divine power fragment now. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't kill him, Fu Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Wen nodded and headed toward a small island. Upon landing on the island and walking to its center, a massive altar came into view, adorned with colorful runes. The 3 stood on the altar, and the runes seemed to breathe, flickering with light. The altar appeared to sense their arrival, and the light grew increasingly intense. With a swish, the 3 were transported to a dimly lit cave. I am the guardian here. If you want the divine power fragment, you must defeat me. An aged voice echoed from all directions. Using the faint sunlight above, Zhou Wen took in the surroundings. The cave was filled with jagged rocks, and countless figures in black robes surrounded them. Zhou Wen sneered and unleashed a massive tornado, quickly creating several small whirlwinds on the ground. At first, the black-robed figures were indifferent, but as the tornado grew larger, they began to panic. "Hey, stop! Kid! Stop right now!" Zhou Wen ignored them. The tornado rampaged, destroying the cave, and some black-robed figures were swept away. Sunlight once again poured into the cave. Zhou Wen looked around and felt a sense of familiarity. Triss suddenly charged at one of the black-robed figures, swiftly kicking him in the leg. "Ouch, ouch!" The black-robed figure cried out in pain. "Grandpa High Priest, why are you here? Isn't this Curse Island?" Zhou Wen suddenly realized. At the same time, Triss tore off the black-robed figure's cloak. The High Priest's aged face and hands appeared before them. "High Priest, what are you doing here? Are you the guardian of this Four Seas battle arena?" The High Priest coughed. "That's right, I am the guardian of the divine power fragment in the Four Seas battle." "Alright, you've passed the test. I can give you the divine power fragment, but don't forget our agreement." The High Priest pulled a sphere from his robe and tossed it to Zhou Wen. The attributes of the divine power fragment appeared before Zhou Wen's eyes. "What agreement?" Triss stared at Zhou Wen, sensing that this was important. "It's nothing," Zhou Wen casually brushed it off. At that moment, fiery hail suddenly began to fall from the sky, striking Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan, you have earned the title of the sole survivor of this survival war, ranked first. This Holy Grail war has ended. Starting token settlement, killed 33 people, earned 3,300 tokens, kill performance score, 330, assist performance score, 60, search performance score, 100, survival performance score, 100, total performance score, 590, earned 590 tokens, player obtained the Holy Grail, rewards doubled, tokens doubled to 5,900, duo team mode, tokens doubled, total tokens earned, 18,400, token balance, 26,760, triggered next promotion. Match ranking requirement, 1 out of 5, Zhou Wen's vision went black, and he returned to the bumpy small truck. Another shiny Holy Grail appeared in the truck bed with Zhou Wen. His points also increased to 3. Li Ba sent a few congratulatory messages. After his death, he had been watching Zhou Wen eliminate the remaining players one by one through the spectator system. After chatting briefly with Li Ba, Zhou Wen exited the game. Back in his bedroom, he glanced at the clock on the wall and breathed. A sigh of relief. Only a short time had passed in reality. After a quick wash, he lay down to rest. A night passed. Zhou Yun had to go to school again. "Xiao Yun, let me take you." Zhou Yun, who was about to change shoes and head out, stopped. "What's wrong? Brother, why do you suddenly want to take me?" "Nothing. Just want to see you off." "Alright then." Zhou Yun ran over to help push Zhou Wen's wheelchair, and the two took the elevator out of the residential complex. On the way to school, a few scattered students were walking around them, whispering to each other. "Did you hear? Something big happened this weekend." "What happened?" Zhang Junwen asked the student council president, Zhou Yun, out and even brought some thugs to try to force her. "What? Zhang Junwen is that despicable? TCH, you don't know the half of it. This guy has a history of messing around with women." After this incident came out, the school forum was flooded with dirt on him. "It's really juicy, you should check it out." And then? What happened next? Everyone got excited at this point. Let me tell you, it gets even crazier. You know Zhou Yun has a brother, right? Yeah, isn't he a disabled guy in a wheelchair? But his sister-in-law is a total beauty. What does his sister-in-law's looks have to do with this? Ha, that's where you're clueless. After Zhang Junwen brought those thugs over, Zhou Yun's sister-in-law pulled out a gun, bang bang, and took a few of them down. Seriously? Isn't owning a gun illegal in our country? I thought the Zhou family didn't have much of a background either. I don't know about that, but nothing happened afterward. Instead, the Zhang family moved out of Pingqing City. Not only that, but all the thugs in Pingqing City disappeared. That intense? Now there's a new legend in Pingqing City, Zhou Yun's sister-in-law. Whoa, that's badass. On the way to school, Zhou Wen heard this rumor countless times. He dropped Zhou Yun off at the school gate. A girl with red, swollen eyes walked up to Zhou Yun. It was her best friend, Wang Ying, the one who had suggested Zhang Junwen take Zhou Yun away. "Xiao Yun, I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Zhou Yun hadn't responded yet. "Enough. Wang Ying, do you have any sense of shame?" A cold, angry voice came from behind them. It was Zhang Nianbing. Zhang Nianbing angrily walked up to Wang Ying, his gaze fierce. Zhou Wen pushed a wheelchair and emerged from behind Zhou Yun. As soon as Wang Ying saw Zhou Wen, her expression changed instantly, her eyes filled with fear. Zhou Wen didn't look at her and said indifferently, "Sorry, on behalf of my sister, I decline your kindness." "Xiao Yun, let's go." Zhou Yun quickly followed, ignoring Wang Ying. But Zhou Wen could sense her pain from her breathing. Wang Ying and Zhou Yun used to be good friends, but now Zhou Yun had almost been betrayed by her friend. Zhou Wen said calmly, "You have to learn to grow through experiences." Then he stopped at the school gate, turned to Zhou Yun, and smiled, "We're here, Xiao Yun. Go to class and don't overthink." Zhang Nianbing held Zhou Yun's hand, a sweet smile on her face. "Let's go, Xiao Yun." Zhou Yun nodded, waved goodbye to Zhou Wen, and entered the school. Across the seas, Triss watched Zhou Wen gradually disappear into the distance, silent. The high priest stood beside her. "Do you want to go find him?" Triss nodded. The high priest held Triss's hand and chanted a spell. A demon fruit appeared in her hand. "You must understand, in the eyes of the players outside, you're just a machine. Whoever gets you, their guild will dominate the peak." Triss said nothing, her eyes fixed on the sea. Seeing this, the high priest sighed. Everything depends on his choice. Zhou Wen turned his wheelchair around and walked back along the path. Not far away, in a small alley, a man poked his head out, his gaze fierce. "The target has appeared, prepare to act." Behind him were two young men dressed plainly. Their eyes were cold and ruthless. Upon hearing the man's words, the two young men slowly pulled daggers from their sleeves. "Offending the Zhang family, you're bound to die sooner or later." As Zhou Wen got closer, the man also drew a dagger. "Just 3 people? Isn't that a bit too few?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The man instinctively responded, "3 people are enough." But he quickly realized something was wrong and turned around hastily, only to see a beautiful woman smiling at them. The man squinted and gave a low command, "Attack." The two young men brandished their daggers and charged forward. The woman shook her head with a smile, "How foolish." She gently raised her hand. Then, the man witnessed a shocking scene. The two young men who had rushed forward suddenly collapsed as if crushed by an invisible weight. Their bodies began to ooze blood, and before they could even scream, they turned into 2 bloody piles of flesh in an instant. The man could still see white bones and some unidentified yellow matter. He suppressed his nausea, but his heart was filled with fear. His hand trembled, and the dagger fell to the ground. The woman walked toward him step by step. The man trembled and retreated, finally falling to the ground, his eyes full of terror. "This has nothing to do with me. I'm just following orders." The man shook all over, crawling backward repeatedly. Suddenly, he bumped into something. When he turned around, it was Zhou Wen. Passing by the alley, Zhou Wen saw the chaos inside. He was momentarily stunned, then noticed the daggers on the ground and Himiko, instantly understanding what had happened. Himiko glanced at the man. The man's eyes became vacant. He stood up, walked to Himiko, picked up the dagger on the ground, and stabbed himself to death. A fragrant breeze blew by. Himiko approached Zhou Wen warmly. "What's wrong?" "Not planning to thank me," she said, striking a seductive pose. Zhou Wen nodded. "Thank you." The tone was very serious. Himiko rolled her eyes, so boring. What exactly is going on? Zhou Wen thought that since Himiko had actively sought him out, it must be something important. Himiko smiled as she walked behind him and started pushing his wheelchair. "What? Is it wrong for me to visit my husband?" Zhou Wen said nothing. Himiko pushed him along the street. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at Himiko several times. Seeing the two of them so close, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Himiko paid no attention to the gazes of others, but Zhou Wen found it a bit unbearable. Himiko was the kind of true beauty whose every movement was full of allure. The stares of the pedestrians seemed to tear Zhou Wen apart. He smiled bitterly and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Himiko deliberately put on a pitiful expression and shouted loudly, "You kicked me out of the house. Won't let me go back, and now you're asking me what's wrong." Her voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear. Several young men looked at her with envy and jealousy. Some middle-aged men greedily glanced at Himiko before silently leaving. A young man, encouraged by his companions, stepped forward to try and strike up a conversation with Himiko. "Miss, can I get to know you?" Himiko tidied the hair by her ear and, in a pitiful tone, said to Zhou Wen, "Honey, someone's trying to hit on me." This made the young man so angry he wanted to stomp his feet. How could such a beautiful woman be kicked out of her home? It was simply unbelievable. Joe smiled bitterly in his heart. He really couldn't figure out Himiko's plan. Himiko took out a gun and handed it to Joe, a sly smile on her face. The young man saw the gun and froze for a moment, then laughed. Is this a toy? It looks so real. Joe smiled faintly, took the gun, said nothing, and directly pointed the muzzle at the top of the young man's head. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed the young man's hair and flew past. He instinctively touched his hair and felt a trace of warmth. His face instantly turned pale, and a puddle of unknown liquid appeared at his feet. He screamed and ran away. The surrounding pedestrians heard the gunshot and screamed as they scattered in all directions. Joe helplessly handed the gun back to Himiko. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? Himiko's eyes sparkled with a complex light. She wrapped her arms around Joe's neck and whispered softly in his ear, how many more matches do you need to reach silver rank? Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Then, she quietly traced circles on Joe's chest with a fair finger, complaining, hurry up and rank up to silver. If I hadn't been by your side, you might have already died. Hearing this, Joe unconsciously clenched his fists. Himiko gently kissed his cheek. Then Himiko pushed Joe back home. Opening the door, Himiko brought Joe into his bedroom. Suddenly, a prompt box popped up in front of Joe's eyes. Player ID XXXXX invites you to team up, accept? Joe looked at Himiko. She had a shy smile on her face, as if the two of them were planning some secret scheme. Without hesitation, Joe clicked accept. Himiko winked at him, and then her figure gradually disappeared. A voice echoed in Joe's ear. I'll be waiting for you in the game. He glanced at the clock on the wall, then entered the game as well. Joe opened his eyes and found himself still sitting in the bed of a small truck. Standing beside him was none other than Himiko. He instinctively glanced at the environment outside the truck bed. There was nothing unusual, still the same lush green grassland, with a few small animals running around. Joe felt very surprised. He remembered that the first time he teamed up with Xiang Lei, the outside was filled with severed limbs and remains, like a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He thought that teaming up with Jeezy would also show him such a tragic scene, but it turned out to be nothing like that. Help me. Play a game, and I'll give you points after entering the game. Joe vaguely heard Jeezy's voice. Points? That's right. Points. Joe's face immediately lit up. Current game mode, conflict winning first place will grant an additional chance. In the promotion match Joe and Jeezy entered the game. Joe regained his vision and looked around. He was standing in a massive open-air arena, surrounded by circular stone-carved seats. The ground was filled with a strong stench of blood. This was the Colosseum of ancient Rome. Number of participants, 100. Game mode, conflict drawing SSS level talent for this match. Ding. Mode, conflict battlefield, Colosseum player kills in this match will not increase attribute points. Talent successfully drawn, SSS level talent, Beast SSS level talent, Beast passive skill, unyielding recovers 20% of lost health per second. Passive skill, desperate struggle when near death, consumes 10 layers of morale to delay death by 2 seconds, during which all attributes are multiplied by 5. Passive skill, king, for every player who dies nearby, gain 5 layers of morale. Each layer increases all attributes by 1%. Passive skill, unstoppable at 10/20/30/40 layers of morale, gain 30%/50%/80%/100%. Attack penetration respectively. Details, at this moment, you represent the beasts that died here, tear them apart. Beast. Talent? Joe muttered to himself as he stared at the description on the screen. Jeezy stretched lazily and said to him, take your time playing, I'm going to rest for a bit. Joe was stunned, then saw her slowly disappear before his eyes. At the same time, the system showed the remaining player count drop from 100 to 99. A few seconds later, the count returned to 100. Joe couldn't figure out what was going on. He sat on the Colosseum's stone floor, waiting for the war to officially begin. Jeezy instantly appeared in a small room. Inside, a circle of people was seated, with a massive wooden board divided into 100 sections. In front of them, each marked with a player's number. When these people saw Jeezy, they sneered, though a few gave her a polite smile. Jeezy pulled a handful of coins from her pocket. The coins were crystal clear, with a Holy Grail engraved on the front and a goddess on the back. She placed a coin on the section marked 520, whistled, and found a spot to sit. Joe, resting on the ground, waited for a while. Round 1 of conflict officially begins. Players are divided into 25 battlefields, 4 players per battlefield. Battle start. Joe Win's body began to glow and was then teleported away. He opened his eyes and found himself on a small combat platform, still inside the arena. As soon as he entered, Joe Win immediately felt countless gazes fixed on him. Looking up, he saw the circular seats filled with people. They were dressed in black robes, most adorned with emblems, with only a few exceptions. Seeing the emblem designs, Joe Win's heart tightened. These spectators were all guild members. Joe Win's mind raced, quickly calculating his options. His gaze fell on the 3 opponents. The closest was a tall, burly man with well-developed muscles, who appeared honest and straightforward. Further away was an ordinary-looking man with no distinguishing features. As for the remaining player, he was small and thin, with sharp, glinting eyes that vigilantly observed the others. A countdown appeared on the virtual panel in front of Joe Win. 3, 2, 1, battle begins. Show your strength, young challengers. The system's cold voice carried a hint of encouragement. Joe Win tensed his muscles, keeping a wary eye on his opponents. The small player took the initiative to approach the ordinary-looking man and said, "Brother, let's form an alliance and take out the other 2 first." The ordinary player showed no expression, merely nodding silently. The burly man beside Joe Win waved him over. Joe Win walked over and stood next to him. The man exuded a gentle demeanor that made people instinctively want to approach him. "Friend, let's team up to deal with them." The man had a determined look on his face. "Let's go," he growled, charging forward and leaving his back exposed to Joe Win. He was the first to engage the ordinary player, their fists colliding. Bang! The sound of fists meeting was heavy. The burly man took a punch and immediately retreated, his expression serious. Joe Win also rushed forward and threw a punch. At that moment, the burly man's face changed, revealing a sinister expression. He growled, "Thunder Palm." Purple electric sparks coiled around his palm. This sudden attack caught Joe Win off guard. He was in the middle of fighting the ordinary player when the burly man struck him from behind. -26. Joe Win's health instantly dropped. He quickly retreated, calmly observing the situation. Soon, his passive skill Unyielding activated. +5 +4. His health gradually recovered. Joe Win looked at the burly man who had just ambushed him. The man's gentle face was gone, replaced by cold cruelty. "He just took my Thunder Palm, his health is low." Let's all Himiko switch to the combat perspective of 927 and saw a player with a large scar on his face who had already defeated 2 opponents. Just as Himiko was watching him, he killed a 3rd opponent, successfully advancing to the next round. The man in the black robe let out a couple of smug laughs. Himiko curled her lips slightly. "So ugly, just like you." "You." The man in the black robe wanted to lose his temper but held it back. "Don't let a slip of the tongue cause trouble." After Joe Win took a few more punches, the burly man quietly circled behind the ordinary player. He shouted loudly, "Move aside." The player quickly dodged. The burly man struck the player's back with a thunder palm, sending him staggering. The player glared at the burly man, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gritted his teeth. "You're asking for death." The burly man sneered and pursued relentlessly. Joe Win slowed his attacks, engaging in a back-and-forth fight with the small-framed player, occasionally leaving deliberate openings for the opponent to land a couple of punches. These hits didn't harm him. Before long, Joe Win's health was fully restored. The small-framed player gave Joe Win a meaningful look, and Joe Win understood. Both of them simultaneously slowed their attacks. The small-framed player quietly circled behind the ordinary player. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an ordinary dagger. This was his talent, a sea-level talent, accompanying dagger. The ordinary player, still locked in fierce combat with the burly man, hadn't noticed the danger. The cooldown for the burly man's Thunder Palm had reset, and he shouted, "Thunder Palm." This time, the player was prepared. Suddenly, his entire body glowed red, blocking the Thunder Palm. -13. The burly man reacted quickly. After landing the Thunder Palm, he followed up with 2 punches aimed at the player's head. -6. After the 2 punches, the player still didn't fall. The red glow around him gradually faded, transforming into a layer of black light. D-level talent, Selfless Recklessness. Selfless, physical damage taken is halved for 2 seconds. Recklessness, physical damage taken is doubled for 5 seconds after 2 seconds cooldown. 100 seconds. The player's expression immediately turned cautious. He quickly sidestepped twice, moving out of the burly man's attack range. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a cold glint suddenly flashed. A chilling dagger stabbed into his lower BB level talent. Thunder Palm description: the palm releases lightning, dealing damage equal to strength times 2. Cooldown is halved when used with one hand. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Both of his hands were simultaneously covered in purple currents. What? He's attacking with both hands. It was always assumed that the burly man could only use Thunder Palm with one hand, but he had kept this hidden. The speed of this strike was astonishing, and the thin man couldn't dodge in time, taking a heavy hit. -42. The dagger was knocked away, and the thin man spat blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? He lost 42 health points. Meanwhile, Joe 1 calmly endured the burly man's attack. 42 + 8 + 7. He took a few deep breaths, quietly waiting for his health to recover. The burly man glanced at the fallen thin man and looked at Joe 1 in confusion. What's going on? I just used 2 Thunder Palms in a row, and you didn't go down? The burly man knew well that the power of Thunder Palm was immense. Even with high defense, it was impossible to take 2 strikes unscathed. Joe 1 remained silent and stepped forward. Although he lacked attack skills, his passive talent King granted him a 5% boost to all attributes. Though not much, the effect was significant at this moment. Joe 1 punched the burly man, whose expression changed slightly. The damage from this attack was higher than before. The burly man suddenly realized that this player's talent was likely growth-oriented, possibly even A-level. Quick battle. The burly man gritted his teeth and used Thunder Palm again. Joe 1 steadily took the attack, remaining silent, then took a deep breath and continued to counterattack. At this moment, the thin man retrieved his dagger and hid in the back, ready to strike at any moment. While fighting Joe 1, the burly man whispered, "Let's take out this player first. He was just illuminated by the system's beam, so he must have gained some benefits. What do you think?" Hearing the burly man's words, the thin man's leg muscles instantly tensed, ready to flee at any moment. Joe 1 snorted coldly, his face showing anger. "You ambushed me earlier, how could I possibly cooperate with you?" He blinked. The burly man froze, then understood. The thin man couldn't see Joe 1's expression, but hearing his words, he breathed a sigh of relief, cursing him as an idiot in his heart. "Once this burly man dies, Joe 1, you'll be next." "Ha!" Joe 1 shouted, and his attack speed suddenly increased. "What are you waiting for? Help me!" Coming! The thin man jumped in, seizing the opportunity to stab the burly man's waist with a triple strike. The burly man endured the 3 hits, grabbed the thin man's shoulder with one hand, and unleashed Thunder Palm with the other like lightning. The thin man was struck stiff, and Joe 1 seized the opportunity to punch his head. The thin man's head was instantly shattered, turning into white light and disappearing. You have witnessed human infighting, gaining 5 layers of morale. All attributes increased by 10%. Another beam of white light shone down on the arena. A skill window suddenly popped up in front of Joe 1. Skill: Mighty Punch Level D. Description: a basic punching technique effect, deals physical damage equal to strength times 2, cooldown time 100 seconds. Joe 1 stretched lazily, his gaze falling on the burly man, a mocking smile on his face. The burly man showed no fear. "I just hit you with 2 Thunder Palms and fought with this player for a while. How much stamina do you have left now?" Upon hearing this, Joe 1 glanced at his fully restored health but showed a trace of panic on his face. "Oh, I'm so scared." The electric current of the Thunder Palm crackled across the burly man's body. His eyes rolled back as he charged fiercely at Joe 1, arcs of electricity flying everywhere. Joe 1 felt a tingling numbness on his skin. Boom! The burly man struck Joe 1 heavily with his palm. -52. Joe 1 was sent flying. The burly man panted heavily, his shoulders trembling with each labored breath. He should be dead now, right? That strike dealt 52 points of damage. Although he couldn't see Joe 1's health bar, logically, Joe 1 shouldn't have survived. The burly man calculated in his mind, the first 2 strikes dealt 68 points, and with this final 52 points, that totaled 120 points of damage. Adding the health Joe 1 had likely lost while fighting that scrawny player earlier, there was no way Joe 1 could still be alive. He stared suspiciously at Joe 1, who lay motionless on the ground. +10 +9 +8. Joe 1 was silently regenerating health, recovering a significant amount every second. The burly man's 52 points of damage were nothing to Joe 1. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, Joe 1 could outlast him. A few seconds passed, And the burly man cautiously took 2 steps back before suddenly rushing to Zhou Wen's side. He threw a punch at Zhou Wen's head. -39 + 6 + 5. Zhou Wen lost 39 health points instantly. This time, he must be dead. The burly man let out a sigh of relief, only to see Zhou Wen suddenly open his eyes, a mocking smile on his face. Is that all? Brother, did you skip breakfast? The burly man was startled. Zhou Wen flipped himself upright and landed a punch squarely on the burly man's face. Daring to ambush me. Using such underhanded tactics. Before the burly man could react, Zhou Wen delivered a powerful punch to the top of his head. -32. The burly man instantly turned into a beam of white light and fell to the ground, dead. You have witnessed the mutual slaughter of humans, gaining 5 layers of morale. All attributes increased by 15%. Cheers erupted around the dueling arena. And a sense of glory surged in Zhou Wen's heart. He looked around and noticed that the figure in the black robe remained silent. The cheers came from the battlefield itself. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Zhou Wen. He felt as though he were soaking in warm water, an indescribable comfort washing over him. His spirit quickly recovered to its maximum state. Congratulations on surviving this battle. Please claim your reward. A virtual treasure chest appeared before him, and Zhou Wen opened it with his mind. A paper helmet popped out, faintly glowing with magical runes. Armor, beginner's helmet grade, D head defense. +18 durability, 400/400 description, a creation by an apprentice in magical forging, ordinary and unremarkable. Zhou Wen put on the helmet, and another beam of light shone on him. This was the reward for defeating the burly man, a passive skill. Old Wang's escape technique grade, D description, base agility increases by 5, and agility increases by 10 in combat details. Only by approaching death can one truly understand life. This is the famous saying left behind by Old Wang after he was discovered hiding under a bed and escaped with astonishing speed. Zhou Wen's agility now reached 22 points, and in combat, it rose to 27 points. Not bad. With this skill, even if most of his health was depleted, he could temporarily escape and recover slowly. Next match begins in 10 minutes. This duel is 1v1. Zhou Wen glanced at the remaining players, only 25 were left. The system displayed a prompt: since the number of players is odd, one player will be randomly selected to sit out. Zhou Wen was stunned. He initially thought sitting out was a good thing but suddenly realized the problem. Each time a player is killed, rewards are given, which means that apart from the one sitting out, the remaining 24 players will gain improvements as they determine the winner. The one sitting out, however, remains unchanged. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to player number 3328 for obtaining the right to sit out. The competition will resume in 10 minutes. Players, please take this time to rest. In the corner, a player shouted angrily. He was the lucky one sitting out. Having not killed anyone this round, he was deeply dissatisfied. It was purely luck. After 2 players perished together, the system deemed him the survivor. He had no equipment, no skills, and sat dejectedly on the floor, feeling utterly powerless. In the mysterious space, the black-robed figures observed the results. On the wooden board before them, 75 sections turned black. These points were evenly redistributed among those who had placed bets. Many black-robed figures stormed out in anger, slamming doors as they left. Others took out their points, preparing to bet on the next round. The blood-eyed black-robed figure, seeing his points increase, was in high spirits. He glanced at GZ and noticed that the player she had bet on was still alive. He couldn't help but sneer. What a lucky guy. Beside him, GZ, unfazed, pulled out another handful of points from her pocket and continued betting on Zhou Wen. The blood-eyed black-robed figure snorted coldly at her actions. Earlier, he had also observed Zhou Wen and speculated that his talent was defense-oriented. But in this arena, defensive talents wouldn't get far. The blood shadow black-robed figure, full of confidence, focused on the player he had bet on. That player was his nephew, a rising star. He had spent 50 points to get him into the arena, and his talent awakening was exceptionally strong. This time, the blood shadow figure intended to use the opportunity to make his nephew famous, establishing him as the new leading figure. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the new round of combat began. Zhou Wen started drawing his opponent. A player appeared not far in front of him. Both the blood shadow and blood-eyed black-robed figures smiled. The blood shadow figure, in a consoling tone, handed GZ 2 points. Oh dear, you might lose big this round. He had noticed that GZ had bet the maximum amount of points in both rounds. Losing would be quite painful for them. GZ raised an eyebrow and squinted at the blood-eyed black-robed figure. "Good luck to you," she said, then accepted the 2 points handed to her. "How generous of you, Blood-Eye," casually tossing out 2 points. Seeing GZ's actions, Blood-Eye's face darkened. He had thought GZ would return the points to him. How frustrating. The more Blood-Eye thought about it, the more stifled he felt. He sent a telepathic message to his nephew: "Finish the fight in 3 moves. He added, "Make it brutal, make it cruel." Joe-Win's opponent appeared before him. It was a burly man, shirtless, with a large knife scar across his face. His lifeless eyes swept over Joe-Win, turning cold and ruthless. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a dead man. The man, unarmed, took a step forward and said in a flat tone to Joe-Win, "The president told me to finish you in 3 moves. So, prepare to die." Hearing this, Joe-Win felt a twinge of emotion. The tone was as if he were talking about something unrelated to himself, yet it was essentially a death sentence. Joe-Win smiled. "Who do you think you are?" The scar-faced man's pupils contracted, and his figure instantly disappeared from Joe-Win's sight. A voice echoed in the air, "First move." The air trembled, and a sharp pain and chill struck Joe-Win's head. The scar-faced man appeared like a ghost, not far in front of him. Joe-Win instinctively touched his head, only to feel some fragments. His helmet had been shattered. A single blow with 400 durability was broken. Joe-Win murmured in shock. "That speed is too fast." The scar-faced man's first move seemed like a test, not using his full strength. After landing the hit, he stood still, clenched his fist again, and his figure disappeared once more. Joe-Win only caught a glimpse of a shadow. Before his vision blurred, a voice came from the air, "Second move." Joe-Win turned and swung his fist toward the direction of the sound. His fist hit nothing but air. That's right, it struck only air. In the small room where the black-robed figures were watching the match, mocking smiles appeared. The blood-eyed black-robed man glanced provocatively at Himiko. Himiko's expression remained calm, unperturbed. With a thud, a sharp pain erupted from Joe-Win's stomach. -80 HP. He involuntarily opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Breathing became painful, and a burning sensation spread to his stomach. Joe-Win's HP dropped by half, leaving him severely injured. If the scar-faced man landed another punch, Joe-Win would likely die. The scar-faced man's strength was overwhelming. It was simply unreasonable. Could he have an S-rank talent? Joe-Win couldn't help but fall into It's my turn now. Joe-Win's figure flickered, his speed far surpassing the scar-faced man. Suddenly, a fist appeared out of nowhere, landing directly on the scar-faced man's stomach. -90. The scar-faced man was sent flying by the punch, sliding 2 or 3 meters on the ground before coming to a stop. Joe-Win had only used a tenth of his strength. The scar-faced man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How did he suddenly become so strong? Then, Joe-Win delivered another heavy punch, directly piercing through the top of his head. -247 counterattack successful. Joe-Win completed the reversal. In the ancient Colosseum, the scar-faced man lay motionless on the stone floor. Joe-Win panted heavily, the wound on his chest healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5-fold attribute boost instantly restored his stamina to full capacity. He exhaled slowly, his life force recovering within 2 seconds thanks to the skill he had activated with all his might. Of course, the cost of triggering the skill was the loss of 5 layers of morale. But that no longer mattered. The scar-faced man was simply too strong. Joe-Win still felt lingering fear in his heart. Without the help of his passive skill, if he had relied on any other talent, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the scar-faced man. Exhausted, Joe-Win sat on the ground to rest, waiting for the beam of light from the sky to descend. At this moment, he resembled a weary old wolf. Bang! In the mysterious room above the Colosseum, the blood-eyed man in the black robe slammed the table. How is this possible? Seeing Joe-Win finally defeat the scar-faced man, Kiko let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her face. She tossed 2 coins over. Go back and comfort your nephew properly. After all, we are old friends, aren't we, Blood-Eye? The blood-eyed man's face instantly darkened. The wooden board in front of him turned half black again as the coins were redistributed. The blood-eyed man was furious, reaching out to grab Kiko. A cold glint flashed in Kiko's eyes. A system notification popped up. Attacking other participants is prohibited in this mode. Kiko dodged nimbly, while the blood-eyed man seemed to be surrounded by an electric current, his body trembling. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Kiko with hatred. System, I request a review of the match data just now. He was convinced that Joe Win's survival was definitely related to Kiko. The blood-eyed man stared intently at Kiko, trying to find a trace of panic in her eyes. But he failed. Kiko's gaze remained as calm and composed as ever. System review complete. No anomalies found in the previous match data. What? The blood-eyed man grew even angrier. Impossible. He must have cheated, he roared, pointing at Kiko. Behind him, other black-robed figures who had also bet on the scar-faced man were equally frustrated. They all knew the scar-faced man's innate strength. In this mode, he was practically invincible. No one could defeat him. They all believed Joe Win had won because Kiko had cheated. At this moment, the system's voice carried a hint of coldness. No anomalies were found in this review. Then the system continued, players with 0-point coins, please exit the betting room. Repeating, players with 0-point coins, please exit the betting room. Hearing this, the blood-eyed man was filled with rage. But he could only grit his teeth and endure, swallowing his anger. The guy in front of her was too cunning. He must have used some trick to deceive the system. Good. Truly impressive. The black-robed man with blood-red eyes pointed angrily at Hiko. We'll settle this later. Then he stared at the number of the player Hiko had bet on. Joe Win. Game number 520? I'll remember that. He is now the mortal enemy of our Blood-Eye Guild. With that, the black-robed man stormed out of the small room in a rage. Hiko, however, acted as if nothing had happened, sitting on the sofa and continuing to bet all her points on Joe Win. Yet her hand clenched slightly, betraying her hidden tension. In the arena, as the beam of light descended, Joe Win's stamina and mental energy quickly recovered. As a reward for defeating the scar-faced man, the system directly granted him an A-rank skill. Congratulations on obtaining the A-rank skill, Mystic Eye skill, Mystic Eye rank. A description, from a mysterious eye, grants insight when used. Details, no cooldown time, can only be used in non-combat states. What? A-rank skill? Joe Win was utterly shocked. All players have received an A-rank skill. Hearing the system's explanation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that in the second round of battles, all players who defeated their opponents would receive an A-rank skill. Joe Win focused his attention on the A-rank Mystic Eye skill, but after reading the description, he was full of confusion. What use does this skill have? Joe Win couldn't understand. Rest period, 5 minutes. A new round of buys will be drawn in 5 minutes. The next battle is about to begin. Players, please make the most of your rest time. In the mysterious small room, Hiko also looked puzzled when she saw Joe Win obtain the A-rank Mystic Eye skill. What exactly was the use of this skill? 5 minutes passed quickly. The player with a buy this round is game number 520. What? Joe Win, who was sitting on the ground, jumped up abruptly. What is going on? This meant that his passive skill couldn't continue to accumulate morale. He couldn't further enhance his strength. Meanwhile, other players would surely receive system rewards after defeating their opponents, becoming stronger. As for him, Joe Win, he might very well end up being defeated. Thinking of this, Joe Win's expression darkened. The battles had already begun, but Joe Win was still sitting on the stone slab in the arena. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said to the system, I use the skill, Mystic Eye. In an instant, Joe Win felt his perception range expand significantly. He could see the battle scenes of other players. With this skill, Joe Win could only sigh. At least he could observe the attack techniques and trump cards of other players. The next time he faced them, he would be able to deal with them more easily. Joe Win glanced at the players on the field and suddenly felt that their skills were quite average, and their talents weren't particularly strong. Until he saw a burly creature, and he was stunned. A colossal figure, 5 or 6 meters tall. Is that a player? Joe Win was utterly shocked. The others were no match for that scar-faced player. At this moment, a male player with a small braid caught Joe Win's attention. He was holding a strange weapon that looked like a wrench. Joe Win couldn't tell if it was given by the system or if it was part of his innate talent. The braided player swung the wrench, moving slowly, but lightly tapped the shield his opponent had formed. A tearing sound was heard. The player's shield instantly shattered. What? How is that possible? The player was terrified, fully aware of his own abilities. Yet now, his shield had been easily shattered by someone wielding nothing more than a wrench. It was utterly unbelievable. The player raised his fist to strike at the man with the small braid, but the braided man didn't react. He continued to swing his wrench slowly, attacking the opponent. Suddenly, the player dodged the attack with a strange movement. Then, his entire body split open, and blood poured out like a river. How was this possible? Even Zhou, who was watching, couldn't believe what he was seeing. At this moment, the system notification sounded. By watching other players' battles, understand your opponents, and increase your odds of success. You have gained insight into other players' attack methods. Morale increased by 5 layers. Hearing this, Zhou was momentarily stunned, then a joyful smile appeared on his face. This was great. With this, the 6 surrounding players would be defeated. Wouldn't that mean he could gain 30 layers of morale? Zhou couldn't help but feel excited. The man with the wrench, the one with the small braid, seemed to sense something and stared directly in Zhou's direction. Zhou was startled, thinking the man had spotted him. But when the braided man looked toward Zhou, there was a hint of confusion in his gaze. Then he casually adjusted his clothing and quietly awaited the system's reward. As Zhou finished watching the battles of the other players, just as he anticipated, his morale increased by 30 layers. With the morale stacking, Zhou's overall attributes were significantly enhanced. Now, he had 45 layers of morale. You possess 45 layers of morale, resulting in a 45% increase in all attributes. You have unlocked the 100% attack penetration skill. Go forth. Tear your enemies apart. Unleash your fury. Zhou immediately unlocked the 100% attack penetration skill. This meant he could completely ignore his opponent's defense skills and equipment, delivering 100% direct damage to his enemies. He glanced at his strength stat, 23 points. A quick calculation told him that one punch could deal 69 points of damage. This was true damage. As the other players were illuminated by beams of light, Zhou deactivated his skill and returned to his position. In a mysterious chamber, a man in a black robe, with a lifelike, translucent soul floating near his collar, approached Himiko. Himiko glanced at him indifferently. What is it? The black-robed man chuckled. How about we make a bet? Hearing this, Himiko felt a sense of relief and a tinge of excitement. Finally, someone had taken the bait. Himiko frowned slightly. What kind of bet? The black-robed man shifted his gaze to Zhou. This is the Noah Guild's new recruit, right? Let's bet on whether he can defeat our newcomer, Li Feixian. He brought up a screen, which displayed Li Feixian, the player with the small braid. What are we betting? Himiko feigned hesitation. One small territory, your Noah Guild's territory. Himiko immediately put on an expression of shock and shouted sternly, impossible. The black-robed man squinted, smiling. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll wager a golden invitation. How about that? Himiko's expression darkened. A golden invitation. Seeing her reaction, the black-robed man burst into laughter. He summoned the Holy Grail system as a witness and established the wager, awaiting Himiko's signature. With masterful acting, Himiko displayed a mix of desire for the golden invitation and fear of losing the territory. In the end, she gritted her teeth and signed the agreement. The black-robed man smirked smugly, while Himiko cheered internally. This old fool had finally taken the bait. Himiko turned her gaze to Zhou, who stood below the arena. Zhou, don't let me down. A new round of competition began. All the black-robed individuals fixed their eyes on the man with the small braid, eagerly placing their bets. Himiko, however, stuck to her choice and supported Zhou. In a corner of the room, a black-robed figure with plum blossom embroidery on her collar nervously held a small stack of point coins, clearly anxious. She wanted to bet on the man with the braid but hesitated upon seeing Himiko's unwavering confidence in Zhou. After all, she knew Himiko. Himiko noticed her gaze and turned to give her an okay hand gesture. The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment before finally placing her point coins on Zhou's number grid just before the betting window closed. A new round of battle begins. The lucky player for this round is 0651. As soon as the system notification sounded, the black-robed individuals who had bet on the man with the braid sighed in disappointment. Still, they didn't give up, confident in the braided man's seemingly invincible capabilities. In their eyes, he was almost guaranteed to advance this round. Those who had placed bets on him knew they wouldn't lose. Observing all this, the black-robed figure with plum blossom embroidery on her sleeve grew even more uneasy. Himiko waved her over to sit nearby. The other black-robed individuals cast complicated glances at her. Taking a deep breath to steady her trembling body, she walked over and sat next to Himiko. Relax, he's going to win, Himiko said calmly, her words carrying an air of conviction that immediately soothed the black-robed figure's nerves. Meanwhile, Joe sought his new opponent, a player wearing a patterned chest plate and red and green shoes. The opponent glanced at Joe, a smug grin spreading across his face. So you're the one who got a bye in the last round, the player exclaimed. You sure are lucky. But this is as far as you'll go. Stop arguing. He's just a player with a defensive talent, combined with a powerful punch. To defeat this guy in front of us, it would take at least 3 or 4 punches. While everyone was debating how many punches Joe would need to defeat the player in front of him, one of the players looked at Joe's face and inexplicably felt it looked familiar. He kept thinking he had seen Joe somewhere before. You have gained 40 layers of morale. Your attack penetration rate has increased to 100%. Joe threw a punch at the player's head. With a loud bang, the player's head exploded like a watermelon under Joe's punch, splattering yellow and red liquid everywhere. You have defeated a player and gained 5 layers of morale. Some female players in the stands felt nauseous, but the remaining players were thrilled. Seeing Joe take down his opponent with a single punch, the black-robed man who had found him familiar earlier felt even more certain that this scene reminded him of something. He was lost in thought when his companion nudged him and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before." "That's normal. We play so many survival games every day and see hundreds of people a day. It's normal to feel familiar." Hearing his companion's words, the man in the black robe felt he might have been overthinking and nodded without saying more. Joe took down another player with a single punch. A beam of light descended from the sky of the arena and entered Joe's body. The beam quickly restored his energy and stamina, and then skill information appeared before his eyes. At that moment, Joe acquired a new skill. Looking at it, a faint smile appeared on his face. This time, victory was in the bag. After resting, Joe prepared for the next round of battle. This time, his opponent was a 1.9-meter tall obese woman. Joe estimated she weighed over 400 pounds, truly intimidating. The fat woman froze for a moment upon seeing Joe, then licked her lips. "Oh, a handsome guy," she said. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Wang Yunyun looked at Joe as if she had spotted a delicious prey. Joe felt a chill run down his spine when he saw her licking her lips. In the stands, the man in the black robe recognized her. "Ha ha, isn't that the mountain boar, Wang Yunyun? I've seen her fight before. She's like a shield below the gold rank. As long as it's not a mental attack, she can beat her opponents until they don't recognize themselves. This time, it seems her fate is sealed. Defensive players who encounter someone with even stronger defense are bound to lose." The battle began. The fat woman's muscles swelled, and her body expanded like an inflating balloon. In an instant, she transformed into a giant beast over 3 or 4 meters tall. My God! Joe's jaw almost dropped. It was terrifying. These survival game players were practically all kinds of monsters. Among 10,000 people, there were all sorts of gifted freaks. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. Despite her massive size, the fat woman was not slow. She quickly charged at Joe and threw a punch at his forehead. Joe was knocked to the ground, dust flying everywhere. -8 to Joe's surprise, he wasn't seriously hurt. This level of damage was nothing. Once his health dropped, his regeneration per second would be enough to offset her attacks. The female player looked at Joe lying on the ground with a sympathetic expression. She softly said, "Handsome, don't be afraid. I'll help you." Drool dripped from her mouth, and many of the black-robed male players in the stands couldn't help but shudder. It was terrifying. In the mysterious cabin, GZ's face showed displeasure as she watched the scene. Beside her, Suji began to speculate. The burly Wang Yunyun extended her large hand, pulled Joe up from the ground, and brought her drooling mouth close to his face. Joe was horrified. He quickly struggled to break free from her grasp. Wang Yunyun was fast, but her attack power wasn't high. Joe focused his energy and delivered a fierce punch to the tank-like female player. -7. Negligible number appeared, and Joe was a bit surprised. With his current stats and penetration, he could only deal such low damage. His expression changed. After being punched by Joe, the female tank's face lit up with a blissful smile. She began to act coy again. "Handsome, were you just touching me? Yuner, I'm so excited." "What the hell?" Joe was almost nauseated. He never imagined that a 3 or 4 meter tall fat monster would act coy with him. let alone hearing the name Yuner, which immediately made him think of Zhou Yun. His mind involuntarily connected Zhou Yun's face with the monster before him. Zhou Yun couldn't take it anymore. He felt utterly humiliated. Flames of anger burned in his heart. Zhou Yun lightly tapped his feet a few times, climbed up the female tank's arm to her neck, and began furiously punching her head. 6-6-6-6 Even with triple damage bonuses, Zhou Yun's attacks still caused very limited harm. That kind of negligible pain made her stretch out a large hand, as big as a wash basin, and start grabbing at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun was already prepared, dodging nimbly while counterattacking continuously. Finally, after exhausting a great deal of stamina, he was utterly fatigued. He was completely speechless. This female monster was impervious to his attacks and kept harassing him. He was on the verge of collapse. In the mysterious cabin, Himiko silently took out a crystal ball, specifically used for recording. She aimed it at Zhou Yun in the monster's battle, secretly recording everything. That's right, Himiko planned to upload the footage to the Holy Grail system after the fight, letting the system punish this monster. Little brother, here I come. The female tank charged at him again. Zhou Yun's expression changed drastically. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. He started running, but the female tank was agile. After a while, Zhou Yun was still caught by her. He was on the brink of a breakdown. It was unbelievable. Zhou Yun's agility was so high, yet she still managed to catch him. He was furious. Enough. Get lost. Zhou Yun used all his strength and kicked the female tank several meters away. She fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the view of Zhou Yun and the black-robed figures. From within the dust came a soft sobbing sound. Why do you treat me like this? What did I do wrong? Zhou Yun was about to lose his mind. What did you do wrong? You're completely in the wrong. After a while, the crying suddenly stopped. The black-robed figures in the stands perked up, one of them saying to his companion, Wang Yun is about to get serious. This kid is in danger now. From this moment on, he'll remember this forever. This will become the most terrifying shadow of his life. Some of the black-robed figures began to gloat, knowing the upcoming scene would be intense. From within the dust, Zhou Yun suddenly heard a strange sound. It was like the sound of stepping on freshly paved asphalt. B-grade talent, Mountain Boar 2nd stage unlocked. Description, a top-tier skill among B-grade talents. Close to A grade. Upon evolving to A grade, it grants the power of the ancient Boar King. First stage effect, activates the body, projecting the vitality of an ancient boar. Second stage effect, gains the immense strength of the ancient boar, transforming into a terrifying creature of the earth. Note, as the talent unlocks, the power begins to reveal its edge. Second stage transformation. From within the dust came Wang Yun's powerful voice. Her figure grew even larger. A massive black shadow, 5 to 6 meters tall, appeared before Zhou Yun. As the dust settled, Zhou Yun's expression changed drastically. Oh my god! A giant wild boar with brown skin and bristling steel-like spines appeared before Zhou Yun. Oh my god! Zhou Yun stared in shock at the creature before him. What kind of talent was this, to turn a person into a wild boar? Before he could react, the wild boar swung its hoof, and a layer of white light flashed across its body. Someone in the stands recognized the skill. This kid is done for. Wang Yun activated the shockwave skill. I bet he won't last 10 seconds. Not necessarily. This kid has a defensive talent, he can probably hold out for at least a minute. Experienced players analyzed Zhou Yun's strength. The wild boar's 4 hooves danced as it charged at Zhou Yun. The ground trembled slightly, and Zhou Yun began losing health. -8-8-8. Although the health loss wasn't much, it was very peculiar. After transforming into a giant wild boar, Wang Yun's agility dropped significantly. She couldn't catch up to Zhou Yun and could only stomp the ground near him. The shockwaves continued to affect Zhou Yun. When his health dropped to 170, his recovery rate balanced out with the rate of health loss, stabilizing his health. He rushed to the wild boar's side and delivered a heavy punch. -8. The wild boar let out a painful cry. Zhou Yun glanced at the damage he had caused and couldn't help but feel speechless. This wild boar had such thick skin and tough flesh that he couldn't hurt her. The wild boar's eyes turned red, and it roared loudly, gathering all its strength to charge at Zhou Yun. On the stands, a man in a black robe sighed. This is Wang Yun's second ultimate skill, Rampage. Players hit by it are almost always instantly killed. The wild boar suddenly accelerated, and Zhou Yun felt a powerful force slam into him. He was sent flying, sliding several meters across the ground, leaving deep marks on the surface. 100 plus 20 plus 16. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggled to stand, and took a deep breath as his health began to recover slowly. This was unbelievable. A single hit from a wild boar could cause him to lose so much health. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's morale boost kept his stamina sufficient. If it had been an ordinary player, one hit from this wild boar would have been the end. The wild boar, seeing Zhou Wen unharmed, grew irritated. Saliva dripped from its mouth as it glared at him fiercely. Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he felt a wave of nausea but forced himself to endure it. The wild boar charged again, and as it neared Zhou Wen, it suddenly slammed its front hooves into the ground, sending Zhou Wen flying. "Is this a forced control skill?" Zhou Wen exclaimed. At that moment, the wild boar accelerated again, and Zhou Wen felt a gust of wind, before being violently struck and sent flying once more. 100 plus 20 plus 16. He flew several meters through the air and landed heavily on the ground. His whole body ached, and it felt like his bones were about to fall apart. "This is too much." Zhou Wen glared angrily at the wild boar. At this point, Wang Yunyun had charged twice in a row and was clearly in poor condition, panting heavily. Zhou Wen looked at the accumulated damage he had taken, which was already close to twice his stamina. He took the initiative to approach the wild boar. The wild boar used its shockwave skill again, and Zhou Wen's health began to drop slowly. A few seconds later, the damage Zhou Wen had endured reached twice his health. He looked at the drooling wild boar and revealed a faint, sympathetic smile. He coughed twice. "Sorry, but this is the end." The wild boar suddenly became alert, noticing the blazing light erupting from Zhou Wen's hand. The moment the light touched the wild boar, it was like snow meeting the scorching sun. "Awoo!" The wild boar began to howl madly, its massive body rapidly shrinking from 5 or 6 meters tall to less than 2 meters. Wang Yunyun, now out of her wild boar form, collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. On the stands, the man in the black robe frowned and said to his companion, what he just used was a mental attack. His companion nodded solemnly. The mental damage was no small matter. Wang Yunyun twitched a few times on the ground before finally going still. Zhou Wen had taken her out directly with a mental shock. Skill, Spirit Art of the Contrarian level, B description: when you attack a contrarian, you will suffer their mental backlash. Utterly disgusting. Details: after the accumulated damage reaches twice your stamina, counterattack with mental damage. This was the skill Zhou Wen had obtained in his previous battle. For ordinary players, it might be useless, but for a beast player like him who can regenerate health, it's practically a skill tailor-made for him. A beam of light shone down on Zhou Wen in the duel arena. He immediately felt his stamina and spirit significantly restored. You have killed player 4465. Congratulations on gaining 5 layers of morale. Current morale accumulated 50 layers gained. 50% all attribute boost. Zhou Wen's attributes skyrocketed once again. Immediately after, a new skill and a piece of equipment appeared on the panel. Seeing these two items, Zhou Wen's face darkened. No way? System, are you kidding me? Inside the mysterious cabin, seeing Zhou Wen defeat Wang Yunyun, Suji let out a sigh of relief. She had heard of Wang Yunyun before and thought Zhou Wen would lose this round. She never expected him to actually take down Wang Yunyun. The betting board in front of the black-robed man shattered instantly, leaving only 2 wooden plaques, one representing Zhou Wen's 520 template and the other representing the braided player. These 2 plaques slowly grew larger, occupying the space of the previous 100 slots. The betting coins were returned to their respective owners. Suji glanced at GZ, hesitating for a moment. Although Zhou Wen hadn't displayed overwhelming strength like the braided player, he managed to win every beast duel. Her sixth sense told her that choosing Zhou Wen would not be a mistake. Under GZ's gaze, Suji nodded and placed all her remaining betting coins on Zhou Wen. Skill, Amlin's aura level, B description: with me, Amlin, here, you'll always have confidence. A tool specifically for showing off. Details: triggers various effects during combat based on different attack methods. Armor: a set of tattered, broken armor. Grade: E defense, plus 0 durability, 10 out of 10. Description: after countless battles, it has finally reached the end of its journey. Zhou Wen? This is too ridiculous. What's going on? Zhou Wen reluctantly put on the armor. It was still better than wearing nothing. In that mysterious room, the black-robed, semi-transparent soul walked up to GZ's ear and whispered with a laugh, "Get ready to hand over the territory permissions, ha." The final round of the contest was about to begin. As Soon as Zhou appeared, the beast arena erupted in excitement. The black-robed man in the stands froze for a moment, then pointed at Zhou's armor and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, I recognize that. Armor. It's a completely broken piece of junk. Many black-robed men's faces darkened, they had suffered under that armor before. This match is a foregone conclusion. That kid is definitely going to lose. Using such broken armor, was the system blind? Zhou couldn't hear the mockery from the stands. His eyes were fixed on the opponent across from him, the player with the braided hair. That person was dressed in luxurious brocade robes, his braid coiled at the back of his head. His features were delicate, almost like a girl's. But in fact, he was a man. When the braided player saw Zhou, he suddenly pulled something out of thin air. It was his strange weapon, a mysterious tool resembling a wrench. As soon as Li Feixian took out his weapon, Zhou's passive skill Anlin's aura activated. His outstretched hand turned pink, and beautiful cherry blossoms floated around him. The scene instantly fell silent. Li Feixian's expression froze, and the wrench in his hand began to tremble. The black-robed men in the stands exchanged bewildered glances. A player who had suffered greatly from this skill couldn't help but scream, "Not this damn skill again." Anlin aura. The player sent the skill information to the other black-robed individuals. After reading it, their expressions turned strange. No way. This kid actually got both this armor and this aura at the same time? Is this still the finals? If he still manages to win, I'll blow a 5-speed fan backward. As soon as the words were spoken, the recording orb flickered, capturing everything that had just been said. You're from the Balance Guild, right? I've got my eye on you now. If this kid wins and you don't blow a 5-speed fan backward, we'll all look down on you. All the black-robed individuals nodded in agreement. The player from the Balance Guild's face darkened. He had originally intended to record Zhou's battle, but now someone had made such a bold statement, turning him into a living witness. Look, something's happening, someone shouted. The black-robed individual's gazes refocused on the arena. Li Feixian gripped his wrench tightly, his whole body trembling as pink cherry blossoms slowly drifted down. You must die. Li Feixian gritted his teeth and spat out the words, charging at Zhou. Wav. As the wrench swung, cherry blossoms scattered in all directions. The scene was incredibly bizarre, as if he were holding a magical girl transformation wand. In the mysterious room, Jizi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the black-robed individual who had bet on his disciple looked grim. He had pushed Li Feixian forward to lead the charge for the Rising Stars, not to become a laughingstock. Still, as long as they could seize the Noah Guild's territory, this newcomer could be sacrificed. After all, the Noah Guild's territory. Zhou saw the braided player launching an attack and was well aware of the wrench's power. He entered combat mode, activating Old Wang's escape secret. His agility increased by 5 points. With a quick sidestep, Zhou narrowly avoided the braided player's attack. Seeing his opponent dodge, Li Feixian swung the wrench again, scattering a large number of cherry blossoms. This strange attack felt unsettling. The black-robed individuals in the stands laughed so hard they leaned forward, only to be met with angry glares from Li Feixian's teammates, which quickly silenced them. Li Feixian's gaze turned cold, and his speed suddenly increased. Zhou had no choice but to focus his strength, channeling it into his right fist. He unleashed a powerful punch. The Anlin aura erupted once more, enveloping Zhou's right fist in blue lightning, with the shape of a thunder dragon's head emerging. Li Feixian was shocked and quickly retreated. Zhou's punch landed on Li Feixian's shoulder, forcing him back 2 steps. -48. Seeing the damage number drop, Li Feixian's expression changed drastically. Damn it! In the stands, that's the aura's special effect. He thinks it's Zhou's powerful skill? Ah, what a wasted opportunity. Zhou was stunned by the special effect of his attack, his mouth agape in surprise. Wow, this aura effect is insane. When Zhou triggered the Thunder Dragon effect, the black-robed individuals in the stands exclaimed in amazement. The effect was simply explosive. So envious. Don't be. This aura effect triggers randomly with each attack. I remember last time someone used a soundwave skill, and their mouth spewed out a bunch of weird stuff. A player who had used the skill before chimed in. The black-robed individuals imagined the scene and immediately swallowed nervously. Never mind, not envious anymore. Li Feixian decided to end the fight quickly. Suddenly, his pupils transformed into double pupils. The black-robed individuals in the stands recognized his skill. That's an A-rank skill, distraction. his attack speed will double. This kid is in big trouble now. Go for it, kid. After seeing you take down Wang Yunyun, I'm rooting for you this time. Some of the black-robed individuals who had been bullied by Wang Yunyun were fully supporting Li Feixian. Just as Li Feixian activated his multitasking skill, that annoying Anlin aura was triggered again. A cloud of green gas emerged behind Li Feixian. The black-robed players in the stands held their breath. My god! This fight has a certain flavor to it. Zhou Wen's face turned pale the moment he saw the green gas. What is that? Oh no! Zhou Wen could almost smell a sour stench wafting in front of him. Li Feixian's body trembled, and the multitasking skill he had just activated was almost suppressed by himself. He took a deep breath, his sharp eagle eyes locking onto Zhou Wen, his gaze filled with a murderous intent to tear him apart. Then, he noticed a hint of disdain on Zhou Wen's face. His previously calm demeanor instantly exploded. You must die. Li Feixian's speed surged as he launched a fierce attack on Zhou Wen. The moment they clashed, Zhou Wen felt as if he were being attacked by two people simultaneously. Li Feixian's relentless strikes left Zhou Wen struggling to keep up. At this moment, the Anlin aura acted up again, and every defensive move Zhou Wen made was accompanied by heart-shaped bubbles. Even worse, Li Feixian's multitasking skill caused the Anlin aura's effects to trigger twice with each attack. The double cherry blossom effects almost completely obscured his vision. Damn it! Li Feixian's expression changed as the overwhelming cherry blossom effects made it hard for him to see clearly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Wen landed several heavy punches imbued with thunder dragon effects. Li Feixian was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand why the battle had turned out this way. Realizing the dire situation, he had no choice but to deactivate his multitasking skill and revert to a single focus state. The cherry blossom effects immediately diminished, and his vision returned to normal. Zhou Wen continued to defend himself, his body constantly emitting various bizarre effects. Li Feixian calmed down and focused on the fight. But just then, one of Zhou Wen's punches, enhanced by the Anlin aura, transformed into a 20-centimeter-long object. The black-robed spectators in the stands collectively held their breath, as the punch was aimed directly at Li Feixian's face. Oh my god! Li Feixian is going to lose it. No, this time he's definitely going to lose it. This Anlin aura is terrifying. The black-robed individuals imagined themselves in Li Feixian's position, suddenly facing such a thing flying straight at their face. Who could handle that? On the battlefield, Li Feixian's body froze, his face filled with terror. Zhou Wen was equally dumbfounded. What on earth was this 20-centimeter-long thing? He looked at Li Feixian, wanting to explain, but Li Feixian's expression darkened, and he suddenly went berserk. Blood spurted from his mouth, and the wrench in his hand transformed from an illusory state to an incredibly heavy one. A strong sense of danger enveloped Zhou Wen. He instinctively stepped back, feeling that he couldn't withstand this wave of attacks. Die! Li Feixian erupted completely, willing to consume half of his stamina to forcibly lift the seal on the soul-correcting wrench. He was an A-rank talent user who had already undergone one talent enhancement upon reaching the bronze rank. Now, as a silver rank, he had long since gained the opportunity for a second talent enhancement. Today marked the first time he was unleashing the full power of his second talent enhancement, A-level talent, companion weapon soul-correcting wrench, second stage release. Description: the legacy of the mysterious organization, Soul Correctors, first stage release, can summon a wrench from the void at any time. Second stage release, temporarily materializes the soul-correcting wrench. Note, a discarded weapon of the Soul Correctors, but still possesses immense power. Li Feixian gripped the heavy wrench tightly, venting the fury in his heart with abandon. He had heard before that some players could awaken companion weapons like flying swords, and at the time, he was ecstatic. But when his own awakening came, he ended up with a companion wrench. At that moment, he nearly broke down. Later, on the survival battlefield, whenever others saw him pull a wrench out of his pocket, they would always mock him. Go to hell! Li Feixian's wrench struck with astonishing speed, slamming down on Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen's entire body trembled as a shockwave from the depths of his soul reverberated through him. His vision suddenly shifted, and he found himself looking at his own back. His soul had been knocked out of his body by Li Feixian's wrench. Zhou Wen was utterly stunned. This talent was too powerful. A surge of crisis welled up in his heart. Li Feixian swung the wrench again, striking at the air. But to the black-robed figures in the stands, Li Feixian's attack seemed to hit nothing. Yet in Zhou Wen's eyes, the wrench smashed directly onto his soul's head. In an instant, Zhou Wen dropped dead. He was completely and utterly dead. This was a fatal attack on the soul level, a special form of mental damage. Most players feared mental damage because the pain it caused was excruciatingly unbearable. Although recovery was possible afterward, the agony was unforgettable. Seeing his wrench shatter Zhou Wen's soul in one blow, Li Feixian exhaled slowly, his face turning pale. To outsiders, it seemed he had only lost half his health. But only he knew that he had also endured significant mental exhaustion. In other words, the mental torment Li Feixian experienced was no less severe than Zhou Wen's. He returned the wrench to his spatial storage and let out a sigh of relief, quietly waiting for the system's light beam to descend and restore his spirit and stamina. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhou Wen's corpse beginning to spark. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's body seemed to undergo a phoenix-like rebirth, and a clear phoenix cry echoed in the air. Zhou Wen moved. How was this possible? Li Feixian was utterly shocked. He had shattered Zhou Wen's soul. How could Zhou Wen still be alive? What? He's moving again. The black-robed figures in the stands were even more astonished than Li Feixian. They could see Zhou Wen's health bar. It was clearly at 0, yet he was moving. Then, they watched as Zhou Wen's health rapidly recovered, fully regenerating within a second. But in the next moment, Zhou Wen clutched his head in unbearable pain. Li Feixian's mental damage had still taken its toll on him. Seeing Zhou Wen recover, Li Feixian roared, "Impossible! What kind of talent is this? What kind of skill?" Li Feixian assumed Zhou Wen had used some powerful ultimate ability, but only the black-robed figures outside the arena knew that the Phoenix rebirth effect was merely a visual feature of the Yanlin aura. Unwilling to accept this, Li Feixian summoned his wrench again. If one strike wasn't enough, then he'd strike twice. This time, Li Feixian activated his talent once more, and the Yanlin aura no longer displayed any peculiar effects. His wrench suddenly grew massive, resembling a warhammer. The warhammer smashed down fiercely onto Zhou Wen's head. After the previous encounter, Zhou Wen understood just how terrifying that wrench could be. His figure flickered and instantly teleported 3 meters behind Li Feixian. This time, Li Feixian had gathered an immense amount of vital energy and spirit, ensuring that his attack would certainly land. Even with Zhou Wen's astonishing speed, it was difficult to evade the wrench's strike. Moreover, the effective beast's final struggle had ended, and Zhou Wen's attributes had returned to normal. The wrench automatically adjusted its direction, hurtling straight toward Zhou Wen. As the massive wrench closed in, Zhou Wen felt his soul being shaken loose from his body once more. Just like before, the wrench struck the top of his head. He shattered like a piece of glass, breaking into countless fragments. Li Feixian, using all his strength, launched a second strike before collapsing to the ground, his face pale. The wrench vanished back into the void. This time, he's definitely dead, Li Feixian thought to himself. But at that moment, he froze in place, shouting in terror, "Impossible!" His expression turned frenzied. Zhou Wen's seemingly lifeless body began to move again, despite being plunged into annihilation. The same scene replayed itself. Flames surged into the sky, and the clear cry of a phoenix rang out. Zhou Wen was reborn in fire once more. From the stands, voices erupted. How is this possible? What kind of talent does he have? Even the black-robed figures were dumbfounded. They had seen with their own eyes that Li Feixian had killed Zhou Wen twice in rapid succession. How could he possibly revive? Is this some kind of game glitch? This can't be happening. Everyone was in utter shock. Beast's final struggle triggered again, consuming 5 layers of morale. This time, armed with the experience from before, Zhou Wen endured the excruciating pain in his head and charged at Li Feixian. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly for Li Feixian's head. At this moment, the power of the Anlin aura was in full effect, making the very air seem to tear apart, creating a stunning effect of void shattering. While it appeared impressive, it was actually just a special effect of the Anlin aura. Zhou Wen's punch landed squarely on Li Feixian, knocking him out instantly. After Li Feixian collapsed, Zhou Wen let out a sigh of relief but showed a pained expression. The mental damage inflicted by Li Feixian had not yet subsided. He sat on the ground in agony, clutching his head with both hands. Just then, a pillar of pure white light descended from the sky, dispelling Zhou Wen's pain and restoring his mental and physical strength. The black-robed figures in the stands fell into a deathly silence, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The victor was Zhou Wen. He had actually withstood 2 soul-correcting mental attacks from Li Feixian and, in the end, shattered Li Feixian's skull with a single punch. Inside a mysterious chamber, upon seeing the result, Jeezy let out a sigh of relief, stretched lazily, and patted Suji, who was beside her. Let's go. The rest of the rewards are ours. The black-robed figures who had bet everything on Li Feixian were all dumbstruck, unable to accept the fact that he had lost. They became agitated, demanding the system replay the fight. There must be something wrong. Request a system replay. After the replay, they found no irregularities. But no matter how hard they tried to reason, they couldn't figure out how Zhou Wen had managed to turn the tables. They hadn't even considered the possibility that Zhou Wen's talent was SSS level. The flood of betting tokens on the wager board poured into Jeezy's account like a tidal wave, with a small portion flowing to Suji. Stroking the tokens in her hands, Jeezy's face lit up. With a delighted smile. Wonderful, finally some money to spend. She glanced at one of the trembling black-robed figures and smiled. The golden invitation, at last, it's mine. Above the arena, Zhou Wen gradually began to understand. The effects of the Anlin aura had not yet faded. He seemed to see many animals appearing in the Colosseum, all roaring at him in unison. Then, these animals knelt and bowed to him. Their movements astonishingly human-like. What is going on? Zhou Wen was so shocked he couldn't speak. Just as he was puzzled, the system sent another message. You have represented the beasts and won the battle, earning their admiration acquired rare item. Beast King, you ranked first in this round of the conflict system. Rewards have been distributed. Illegal team mode detected. Rewards successfully distributed. Player ID XXXXX has received them. Seeing the message, Zhou Wen was stunned and filled with curiosity about the randomly appearing SSS-level talents on the battlefield. Suddenly, his vision went black, and he was transported to a mysterious small room. The room was filled with people in black robes, all glaring at him angrily. Standing before him was Himiko. Himiko excitedly took out a card, which flashed with a light. She grabbed Zhou Wen's hand, and with some unknown power, the two of them instantly disappeared from the room. When Zhou Wen opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his small truck. A fragrant breeze brushed past, and he felt a warm, moist sensation on his cheek. He stared blankly at Himiko. After a few seconds, Zhou Wen finally realized what had just happened. Himiko's rosy lips left him momentarily stunned. Himiko nonchalantly said to him, "That was your reward just now. Do you want more?" Her voice was full of allure. Zhou Wen immediately lost his composure. "You did great," Himiko said excitedly, as if she wanted to say more. But suddenly, her expression turned serious. "I have something to take care of. I need to go." She said no more and prepared to teleport away. Zhou Wen hurriedly shouted, "What about my reward?" He was referring to the reward mentioned in the Holy Grail War. Himiko paused, a strange expression appearing on her face. "Didn't I just give it to you? Damn it!" Zhou Wen was furious, but Himiko had already disappeared, leaving him alone in the small truck. What is this supposed to mean? Zhou Wen smiled bitterly. Had everything he just did been for nothing? Suddenly, a message popped up. Ding! You ranked first in the Supernova Conflict Achievement unlocked, King of the Supernova. For more details, please check the achievement panel. Elsewhere, in the stands of the Colosseum, a man in a black robe suddenly remembered who Zhou Wen was. The moment Zhou Wen was teleported away. It's him, the cold, ruthless executioner. He recalled the terrifying scene where Zhou Wen had used planetary devastation to massacre all the players in the final circle. Thinking about it still sent chills down his spine, making him tremble all over. His companion noticed his fearful expression, tugged at his robe, and asked, "What's wrong?" The black-robed man, his face complicated, said, "I finally remembered who that person was. I once teamed up with him. His methods were so ruthless they sent shivers down my spine." Just as he was about to share more details, a notification popped up on the player forum. At this moment, the player forum was in an uproar. A bloody video was rapidly going viral. In the video, a blurry figure wielded an iron weapon, slaughtering madly. The player forum was now dominated by two trending topics. One was the discussion about the strongest supernova of this tournament. The conflict had ended, and the ultimate Zhou Wen's final video became the focus of discussion. Question: what exactly is the talent of the strongest supernova? Resurrection? The strongest supernova? Blood? I Guild, we do not welcome him. The strongest supernova suspected to be from the Noah Guild. Exclusive reveal. The strongest supernova registered through Noah's quota. On the other hand, another hot topic also revolved around a leaked video of Zhou Wen. Spectators saw through the video a scene of an urban battlefield, with Joe sitting on an iron gate, flying in the air. He controlled iron weapons to ruthlessly hunt down players, leaving the scene drenched in blood. In the end, he even used planetary devastation to blow all the players into pieces. Such brutal methods sparked intense debate among the players below. Holy crap! Too ruthless. Scared me to death. Someone like this doesn't deserve to be a player. Bloody and violent, way over the line. Stop being jealous. If you had the ability, who wouldn't want to do this? The post's comments section was in chaos. Half supported Joe, while the other half criticized and insulted him. Some even uploaded the video to the Holy Grail system, hoping for a judgment. But the Holy Grail system gave no response. Later, a player noticed that the protagonists of these two hot topics looked very similar. After a detailed comparison, they were shocked to discover it was the same person. Thus, a new post emerged out of nowhere. The strongest supernova, the king of supernovas, is actually a cold-blooded executioner. The post exploded immediately, with views surpassing 7,000. Considering there were only about 10,000 players in the survival game, and the strongest players rarely checked the forums, this meant over 70% of players had seen the post. Joe became a sensation among all players. This guy is just an executioner. He must be sniped. A player from the Balance Guild spoke up. I suggest everyone team up to snipe him and let him taste what it's like to be crushed. This comment came from the Blood Eye Guild. With these two massive guilds speaking out, the forum erupted again. These two super large guilds were already preparing to target Joe. Joe was absolutely doomed. At this moment, a sharp-eyed player, after watching the video, raised a question: what exactly is the talent of the strongest supernova? However, Joe was completely unaware of all this. The strongest supernova? Joe looked at the achievement in front of him, utterly confused. Achievement: King of Supernovas, Moon King. You achieved first place in the September 2020 Supernova Conflict Tournament. You are the champion of September 2020. With this certificate, you are eligible to participate in the 2020 Annual Kings Championship in January 2021. I just participated in the Supernova Tournament? Joe was extremely surprised. Why didn't I see Fu Yuanshan, Long Yu, and the others? He opened the participant list, and indeed saw their names, but they had all been eliminated in the first round. Joe scratched his head. Am I this strong now? Right, what exactly is that artifact? With a thought, a golden badge appeared in his hand. The badge depicted a group of beasts surrounding Joe, as if protecting him. Artifact: Beast King. You have gained the recognition of the beasts. Just 2 short lines, and that was it? Joe didn't understand its purpose and could only store the badge in the truck. Suddenly, someone contacted Joe. You're about to be sniped. I suggest you voluntarily give up your player status. Joe glanced at the player ID, 6371. Seeing how arrogant this person sounded, Joe frowned directly. He closed the chat window and immediately blocked 6371. In the Order Guild. While browsing the intelligence sent by Chanshan, the Order Guild leader was also watching the battle footage of Joe in the War of Discord. His brows were tightly furrowed because a message popped up in the chat box: you and the other party are not friends. Please add them as a friend first to chat. He actually dared to block me. This is quite interesting. A hint of amusement appeared on the Order Guild leader's face. Other than complete newcomers, who didn't know that 6371 was the leader of the Order Guild? He carefully reviewed Joe's brilliant performance in the War of Discord. Again, when he saw Joe driving his opponent to a mental breakdown, his expression turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, this guy is indeed dangerous. He needs to be dealt with properly. The leader pulled up the interface and swiped his finger. Not just anyone can become a player so easily. On the player forum, the Blood Eye Guild and the Balance Guild had already issued assassination orders against Joe. At this moment, the forum exploded. The Order Guild leader, 6371, had personally issued a kill order. It was well known that players who received a kill order would have a significantly higher chance of encountering the target player. Killing the target player would also grant double token rewards. Conversely, if the targeted player managed to counter-kill the assassin, they would receive double the assassin's tokens. With this, the vast majority of players set their sights on Joe. Some went solo, others teamed up in pairs, and some formed 4-person squads. They queued for matches in chronological order, greatly increasing their chances of encountering Joe 1. The system even provided these players with minor assistance to help them locate their target. This was the rule of survival wars. The system didn't care whether you got sniped, it only cared about cultivating the strong. That was the purpose of the kill function. After being blocked by 6371, Joe glanced at his remaining tokens and decided to spend some to acquire a new skill. Token balance, 26760. Promotion match progress, 2 to 5. He thought this skill was very practical and had a wide range of applications. He found the skill, yes, it was Old One's escape secret. It added 10 points to agility during combat, which was very useful for Joe 1. Old One's escape secret grade, D effect, base agility +5, additional +10 in combat. Description: only by hovering on the edge of death can one truly understand the meaning of life. A famous quote from Old Wang after he was discovered hiding under a bed and made a lightning-fast escape. Cost for one-day use, 4,000. Cost for permanent use, 4,000,000. One-day exchange successful. Remaining tokens, 22760. After exchanging for the skill, Joe glanced at the fact that Li Ba hadn't logged in yet and decided to queue for a random teammate himself. At that moment, an invitation popped up on the screen. Joe stared at the player ID that had invited him and fell into deep thought. Player ID 7777 has invited you to form a team. Seeing this ID, an image of a girl in a bee-themed armor with a cleanliness obsession immediately surfaced in Joe's mind. He recalled the scene of defeating her with a single punch back then and felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps her thoughts at the time were different from his. Joe sighed. Since that's the case, let me take you to win a chicken dinner. He clicked agree. On a pink little truck sat a cute girl, her cheeks puffed up in anger like a steamed bun. Is this guy coming or not? She recalled the moment when he had defeated her with a single punch. No way, this guy is definitely a pro. If I get the chance, I must stick with him, Xiaoqi thought to herself. Suddenly, someone appeared beside her. Xiaoqi froze, recognizing it was Joe and jumped up excitedly. Wow! You really agreed. Joe was teleported to the pink little truck where Xiaoqi was. He looked around, momentarily unsure of what to say. Why was the bee girl's vehicle pink? Hello, big shot, my name is Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi introduced herself excitedly. Joe glanced at her indifferently and then looked out at the surroundings. The area was clean and tidy, with no signs of slaughter. He nodded to himself internally. It seemed Xiaoqi wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. In that case, I'll help her out. We can start now, Joe said to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was thrilled and immediately added Joe to her team. The two began matchmaking. A few seconds later, their figures suddenly disappeared from the pink little truck. At the same time, in a grand and opulent hall filled with players, two of them broke into excited smiles. I've locked onto him. It's in the ghostly abyss battlefield. As soon as the words were spoken, the two were teleported away. In another guild territory, which resembled an office space with individual cubicles and desks, two players suddenly exclaimed excitedly to those around them. We've locked onto him. As soon as they finished speaking, they too were teleported away. Similar scenes played out in the halls of many guilds. Joe, however, was completely unaware of this. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange and eerie place. The soil beneath his feet emitted a dim black glow, and not far away was a small wooden bridge. The water flowing on either side of the bridge was also black, resembling obsidian from a distance. The entire battlefield exuded a chilling and sinister atmosphere. The plants and trees around Joe were all withered, some even appearing as if they had been struck by lightning, charred and blackened. The sky was oppressively low and gloomy, and the distant scenery was obscured. What kind of battlefield is this? Joe asked the system in a low voice. Battlefield, Ghostly Abyss, rules, melee combat is prohibited. Details: in this battlefield, you must not only guard against other players but also beware of special monsters, ghostly entities. Warning: suffering 5 consecutive scares of the same level will result in forced death. Fear levels: soul-shattering, heart-stopping, pants-wetting. Extreme terror, shock, goosebumps. Warning: soul-shattering is equivalent to instant death. Time was too tight, and Joe had forgotten to check the forums for information. Player detected entering the Ghostly Abyss battlefield. Random talent allocation begins. Randomization successful. Talent will activate in 3 seconds. SSS level talent. Reverse side. Description: after surviving numerous battles, you feel weary. Today, your wish will be granted. Go forth. You will no longer be an ordinary person. Joe 1? Details: your role will shift from player to monster, granting you access to information about the monsters in this battlefield. This battlefield is the ghostly abyss. You are about to transform into a ghostly entity. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Activate talent. Joe felt his body lose control, and then his whole being became light, as if some kind of restraint had been lifted. He felt a gentle coolness enveloping his entire body as he moved toward the riverbank, only to discover that he no longer had legs. Instead, he was floating. Yes, floating. Joe floated to the riverbank and saw his approximate appearance reflected in the jet-black, ink-like river water. A blurry figure composed of several wisps of black mist hovered in the air, looking somewhat eerie and terrifying. He stared again at the information about the talent he had acquired. So, the monster I've turned into is this ghostly shadow? At that moment, the system sent a message. Player identity, top tier E-level ghost. Top tier E-level ghost, shadow ghost description, you are the strongest existence among E-level ghosts. Acquired skill, hidden in the shadows. Ghost skill, hidden in the shadows. You can choose a player to form a contract with. Their back will become your strongest refuge. You can return to the contracted player's back at any time. Entering a shadow state, immune to physical damage, and recovering 1% of your maximum health per second. Rule, hunger period. Upon entering the hunger period, you must absorb fear emotions through intimidation within 30 minutes, or you will starve to death. Joe finished reading the information inside. Great, if he were still a player, he could survive as long as he wasn't scared. But now that he had become a ghost, he had to rack his brains to frighten others. This was truly troublesome. At that moment, Joe thought of Xiaoqi, who was in his team. He looked at the system's built-in map and floated toward Xiaoqi's location. After being teleported into the battlefield, Xiaoqi saw the eerie and terrifying environment and immediately felt nervous. She lowered her voice, tiptoed, and softly called out, "Boss, boss, where are you?" But there was no response. The surroundings were deathly silent. The system pushed the battlefield information for this round to Xiaoqi, and her face instantly turned pale. Ghosts. She swallowed hard, feeling even more tense. Her legs trembled as she cautiously scanned her surroundings, afraid that a ghost might suddenly jump out from behind a dead tree. As she carefully moved forward, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi. Hearing the voice, Xiaoqi instinctively looked at the system map, where the red dot representing Joe appeared behind her. Xiaoqi, who had been somewhat nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing someone call her name. It seemed that person was indeed a capable ally. She turned around excitedly, her face still wearing a smile, only to see a black shadow suddenly appear in front of her, smiling at her. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the forest. In the distance, a flock of black crows perched on the trees was startled into flight, their eyes blood red, as if filled with veins. As if triggered by some signal, these crows followed Xiaoqi's scream, flying high into the sky and far away. Xiaoqi's scream became the fuse that ignited chaos in this ghostly battlefield, as shrieks erupted one after another, plunging the area into instant turmoil. "Don't come near me!" Xiaoqi, seeing the ghost that had suddenly appeared in front of her, was so frightened that tears streamed down her face. She fell to the ground and scrambled backward desperately. Congratulations, triggered, extreme panic. Joe won. Seeing this scene, Joe couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoqi's courage was way too small. He cleared his throat, coughed twice, and said to Xiaoqi, "Don't be afraid, this is my special ability. I'm not a ghost." Hearing Joe-Wen's words, Xiaoqi froze, her face full of disbelief. Trembling, she reached out a finger, wanting to touch Joe-Wen. Joe-Wen frowned and took a step forward. "Ah!" Xiaoqi screamed again in fright. Congratulations, trigger, extreme panic. Fear energy required for E-level ghost collected successfully. Joe-Wen was speechless. This courage was just too small. He had only scared her twice, and the energy needed for an E-level ghost was already fully gathered. Seeing Xiaoqi sitting on the ground, too frightened to move, Joe-Wen could only sigh helplessly and activate the skill Shadow Stealth. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and silently moved behind Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, still shaken, waited for a while and, realizing nothing was happening, cautiously opened her eyes and peeked through her fingers to look around. After scanning the area and not seeing Joe-Wen, she let out a sigh of relief. She opened the system's built-in map to locate Joe-Wen, but only saw her own marker. In reality, the two were so close that their markers overlapped, leading her to mistakenly believe she was alone. No way? The boss is dead just like that. A trace of sadness flashed in Xiaoqi's eyes. Joe-Wen? That ghost must have died earlier. The boss sacrificed himself to save me, perishing together. With that ghost? Thinking of this, Xiaoqi's eyes grew moist with emotion. She solemnly bowed deeply toward the spot where the ghost had appeared. Boss, rest in peace. I will definitely avenge you. With that, she clenched her fists, full of determination. This time, I will win. Xiaoqi's spirited demeanor made Zhou, hiding behind her, first darken his expression, then feel a sense of relief. This kid might not be the sharpest, but she had a kind heart. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, in an unknown location, two players appeared. One of them held a spinning wheel, its red pointer indicating a direction. He's over there. Let's go take him down together. These two were snipers. Similar scenes were playing out repeatedly. Zhou and Xiaoqi, however, were completely unaware. Thus, Xiaoqi began her arduous journey of survival. After crossing a small wooden bridge, she arrived at an overgrown area. From a distance, she saw faint yellow lights emanating from the grass ahead, which immediately put her at ease. Zhou, hiding behind Xiaoqi, saw the light and felt a hint of danger. Xiaoqi first cautiously scanned her surroundings, and, after confirming there were no ghosts, she mustered her courage and carefully approached the yellow light. What she saw was a dilapidated temple, its walls crumbling. The yellow glow came from the plaque above the temple gate. A faint yellow light, like a protective barrier, enveloped the entire temple. Zhou clearly saw wisps of black smoke drifting near the temple. Those were likely low-level ghosts, he thought to himself. Xiaoqi felt the warm glow emanating from the plaque, as if she were soaking in warm water, and even heard the sound of chanting. She turned back and saw a few wisps of black smoke flash by, scaring her into rushing into the temple. Zhou felt the shadowy power surrounding him grow stronger and immediately followed her into the temple. Several E-level ghosts saw Zhou enter and immediately chased after him. Hiss, the ghosts were instantly burned to ashes. So this is the strongest E-level ghost? Quite interesting, Zhou remarked as he looked at the plaque. Inside the temple, Xiaoqi didn't feel the chill of the outside. Instead, it was filled with Buddhist light, warm and bright. She patted her small chest and whispered, "Boss, don't worry, I've reached a safe place. Once I become stronger, I'll definitely avenge you." Suddenly, Xiaoqi thought of something, frowned, and muttered to herself, "Wait. You disappeared along with that ghost, so I can't avenge you at all." Zhou looked at her speechlessly. Xiaoqi shrugged. "Forget it, let's summon my companion first." Zhou, who was attached to Xiaoqi's back, curiously poked his head out. In his shadowy form, his head floated in Xiaoqi's blind spot on her right. Xiaoqi's expression turned serious as she quickly drew a hexagram magic circle on the ground with her finger. "Creatures from another world, hear my call and come to my aid. B-grade talent, summoning." Description: draw a hexagram magic circle to summon creatures from another world. Details: it said that cute girls can summon tentacle monsters. Do you dare to summon? Cooldown: 5 minutes. As soon as she finished speaking, the hexagram magic circle emitted a faint white glow, and a small creature appeared at the center of the circle. It was a little frog. The little frog looked confused, not understanding what had just happened. Xiaoqi glanced at it, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. The little frog suddenly noticed Zhou floating nearby. Zhou and the frog locked eyes. Zhou was speechless. The little frog instantly turned pale with fright, its body stiffened, and it rolled its eyes dramatically. With a poof, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Zhou was speechless once again. Seeing this, Xiaoqi frowned, puzzled by what had just happened. In the dilapidated ancient temple, a female player in the ghost floating beside her stared at the creature she had just summoned. The eerie scene had utterly terrified the little frog. From then on, a mysterious legend spread in the summoning world. Xiaoqi sighed. She'd have to wait another 5 minutes for the cooldown before summoning again. Quickly regaining her spirits, she turned her gaze to the broken corners of the temple. There must be equipment and items here to deal with ghosts. Zhou also stared at the scattered items on the ground, starting to calculate in his mind. Under the temple's Buddha light, Xiaoqi felt particularly relaxed. As she searched for equipment, she hummed a little tune. Zhou, still attached to her back, shook his head helplessly. "Your hunger period has arrived. Please accumulate fear points as soon as possible." Zhou's game interface suddenly flashed red, with a red triangular warning symbol blinking in the center. He slowly turned his gaze toward Xiaoqi, who was busy searching for equipment. "I'm sorry." Xiaoqi found a Buddhist bead under a brick in the temple. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly picked it up. Weapon: Radiant Buddhist Beads. Type: One-time use item grade, D effect, deals 200 points of Buddhist damage to Ghost's durability, 1/1. After reading the description, Xiaoqi put the beads on her wrist. Then, she noticed something glowing not far away. Her eyes lit up again, and she quickly ran over. She discovered a piece of equipment and two small items. Weapon, Vidra staff type, long staff grade, D attack power, +20, ghost damage +300% durability, 500/500. Xiaoqi looked at the staff and frowned. So ugly. She then kicked it aside. At that moment, a hand handed her the two small items. Item, Monk Fragment description, can repair 200 durability points of equipment. Item, Monk's Heart Sutra description, grants Buddha's Light after cultivation, increasing 1 point of defense and reducing 1 fear level when frightened. Xiaoqi instinctively took it and said thank you. Then she put the items into her pocket. Her originally cheerful face suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Isn't this temple supposed to be empty except for me? Who was the person who just handed me these things? Xiaoqi was startled. Thinking back to what had just happened, she felt goosebumps all over her body. She cautiously moved her body inch by inch, like a gear turning. At that moment, she saw a dark shadow standing beside her. The moment Xiaoqi saw the shadow, a chill ran through her entire body. Ah, she screamed, frightened, and threw the prayer beads she had just received. Zhou had only intended to scare Xiaoqi a little, but he hadn't expected her reaction to be so extreme, throwing the prayer beads directly at him. Zhou had no choice but to activate his skill again, hidden in the shadows. His figure flickered and instantly appeared behind Xiaoqi. After throwing the prayer beads, Xiaoqi bolted like a frightened rabbit. She ran a good distance before looking back, only to find the prayer beads lying quietly on the ground. The dark shadow from earlier had also disappeared. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, patting her chest. That scared me to death. But how dare a mere ghost provoke the mighty dragon of great power? At this moment, Xiaoqi's face was full of pride. Zhou couldn't see any trace of her earlier fear. He sighed inwardly, women are truly unpredictable. Xiaoqi cautiously scanned her surroundings, then ran back to pick up the prayer beads. She sighed. The prayer beads were just a one-time use item and had no effect after being used once. Helplessly, she tossed the beads aside and continued her search. Xiaoqi entered the main hall and saw 3 Buddha statues inside. The statue on the far left was entirely greenish bronze, its face filled with anger. Zhou glanced at it and immediately felt his soul shaken. He knew that if he stared at it any longer, his spirit would be harmed, so he quickly averted his gaze. The second statue was entirely silver, with a calm expression, neither joyful nor angry. The third statue was golden, as if cast from pure gold. Unlike the first two, this statue emitted a gentle Buddha's light and wore a warm smile that could clear one's mind of distractions. What surprised Zhou was that, apart from the first statue, which he couldn't look at directly, he could gaze at the other two without issue. Xiaoqi shifted her gaze from the statues to the incense table. On the table were a wooden fish and several pieces of fruit. Weapon, wooden fish type, sonic weapon grade, D attack power +25, deals area damage to nearby ghosts durability, 500 out of 500. Item, incense table fruit effect, restores 20% of your health. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. She picked up the wooden fish and put the fruit into her pocket. Holding the wooden fish in her hand, she felt more confident. She cleared her throat. Monsters and ghosts, go away. Monsters and ghosts, go away. Xiaoqi began striking the wooden fish. Thump, thump, thump. The wooden fish emitted crisp sounds that resonated through her body and into Zhou's ears. The sound was as thunderous as a clap of lightning. Zhou immediately took damage. -18, -36. He frowned. Xiaoqi struck the wooden fish a few more times, her face full of smugness. Wooden fish durability, for 80 to 500. Seeing the durability decrease, she was startled and quickly stopped. After giggling twice, Xiaoqi continued exploring the temple with the wooden fish. After circling around a few times and finding nothing useful, she left the temple. Outside the temple, 2 paths appeared before her. One led into the distance, with a conspicuous, orderly stone placed along it. The other led into a sinister forest. Xiaoqi fell into thought. Zhou sighed inwardly, is there even a need to think about this? One path clearly leads to a graveyard, while the other looks much safer. But he didn't intervene. He trusted Xiaoqi to make the right choice. Suddenly, Xiaoqi clapped her hands, having made her decision. Zhou was stunned to see her confidently heading toward the graveyard. He was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected her to be so bold. Damn! It seemed he had underestimated her before. He could even sense the powerful presence hidden within the graveyard. Just then, a few blood-curdling screams echoed from the graveyard. Aha! A player tried to escape from the graveyard, but countless wandering spirits were chasing him relentlessly. The spirits dragged him back. No! I don't want to. Please let me go. The spirits, devoid of thought, showed no mercy. The player was tragically pulled back. Xiaoqi, witnessing this scene, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Good thing I didn't choose that path, or I'd have been scared to death. Let's take the right path instead. She stepped into the eerie forest. As soon as they entered the forest, Zhou felt the heavy presence of dark energy. At the same time, he sensed many entities with power levels comparable to his own. Xiaoqi kept glancing around, tightly clutching the wooden fish in her hand. She kept encouraging herself aloud. Xiaoqi, you can do this. I'm not afraid of these things. These are just evil ghosts and spirits. In the end, they'll all be vanquished by the great brilliance of socialism. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality. Xiaoqi recited the core values of socialism under her breath, using them as her secret weapon against the terrifying atmosphere. She was ready to strike the wooden fish at any moment. Perhaps Xiaoqi's chanting was too loud, as a ghost of the same level as Zhou quietly approached her. This ghost was different from Zhou. It was only about 30 centimeters tall. It had a physical form and looked like a small piece of wood, with thin root-like legs. It crept toward Xiaoqi. Zhou, hiding behind Xiaoqi, saw everything clearly. Just as Zhou hesitated about whether to warn Xiaoqi, she suddenly turned her head. She spotted the E-level ghost. The moment she saw it, her face turned pale. Dong dong dong. 3 urgent strikes of the wooden fish echoed through the silent forest, the sound traveling far. The little wooden ghost let out a piercing scream upon hearing the sound. Zhou saw black energy dissipate from the wooden ghost, and its soul vanished just like that. Startled, Xiaoqi struck the wooden fish a few more times. Before stopping, Zhou, who had also sustained a few injuries, finally relaxed when he saw that the little wooden ghost was no longer a threat. Then, he grinned smugly. Xiaoqi, you're amazing. You easily took down another ghost. Xiaoqi sighed. What a pity. That big shot who just teleported here got taken out by such a low-level ghost. Sigh. Hearing her words, Zhou mouth twitched. Just then, the system sent Zhou a message. Your hunger period has arrived. Please absorb fear energy as soon as possible. His hunger period had come again. The dong 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 sound of the wooden fish from Xiaoqi just now was like a lamp in the darkness, providing a target for the ghosts in the forest. Zhou clearly felt that many ghostly presences around him were approaching Xiaoqi. And there were quite a few of them. Zhou secretly warned himself, this is bad. He looked at Xiaoqi. As long as he startled her one more time, he could get through his hunger period. He sensed that an E-level wild creature was closing in. Step by step. There was no time to hesitate. Zhou suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoqi and punched the wooden fish out of her hands. He had no choice. Zhou was currently in his ghost form, and if Xiaoqi continued to strike the wooden fish, he feared he would be overwhelmed. From the moment he appeared to the moment the wooden fish was knocked away, only a few seconds had passed. Xiaoqi stared blankly at the ghost in front of her, then at her now empty hands. Her gaze fell on the wooden fish that had been knocked away, and her face instantly turned pale. She screamed, "Aha! You have triggered a big fright." Zhou absorbed Xiaoqi's fear and completed a feeding. You have passed the hunger period. Please trigger an extreme fear to advance to a D-level ghost. Oh, advancement. Zhou's eyes lit up. Advancing to a D-level ghost would grant him real combat power. No longer would he have to hide in the shadows behind others. After finishing his feeding, Zhou flashed back to Xiaoqi's side. When Xiaoqi saw the ghost suddenly disappear, she was still scared but managed to maintain a sliver of composure. She rolled over to the wooden fish that had been knocked away, tightly hugged it, and began striking it again. 18-36-36-36. After a few strikes, she stopped to observe her surroundings. Hiding behind Xiaoqi, Zhou had lost quite a bit of health due to the invisible soundwave attack. Fortunately, he activated a hidden skill that allowed him to slowly regenerate health while staying behind Xiaoqi. Otherwise, Zhou might have been accidentally killed by Xiaoqi. Seeing no trace of ghosts around her, Xiaoqi let out a small sigh of relief. But this time, she clung to the wooden fish tightly, not daring to relax at all. At the same time, it's coming. Zhou Wen, through his unique sensing system, detected an E-level wild creature approaching. It was only 3 or 4 meters away from Xiaoqi. Zhou Wen immediately became alert. Suddenly, a creature burst out of the roadside bushes. Xiaoqi was startled and quickly struck. The wooden fish. When Xiaoqi got a clear look at the creature, she fell silent. Zhou Wen also quietly peeked out, and upon seeing the creature, he too fell into deep thought. The creature before them was majestic, with snow-white fur, upright ears, and dark fur around its eyes. It was none other than the legendary home-wrecking expert, a husky. Upon seeing the husky, Xiaoqi instinctively stopped and fell into contemplation. Why is there a husky here? Zhou Wen was also pondering, but his thoughts were entirely different from Xiaoqi's. In Zhou Wen's perception, this husky was actually an E-level ghost. But wasn't it just an ordinary dog? E-level ghosts were very weak and couldn't actively attack humans. What kind of strange creature was this dog? Then, Zhou Wen saw Xiaoqi do something extremely risky. She extended her hand, cautiously approached the husky, and gently patted its head twice. Seeing that the husky didn't resist, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, and she began to rub its head more vigorously. She spoke gently, "You're so cute. Would you like to fight with me until the end?" The husky didn't respond, only sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. Suddenly, Xiaoqi seemed to remember something, picked up a stick from the ground, and started drawing on the dirt. Zhou Wen noticed her actions and caught a hint of vigilance in the husky's eyes. This husky was definitely not ordinary. He was certain of it. Xiaoqi drew a hexagram magic circle on the ground and then said, "Creatures from another world, obey my summons and appear before me." As soon as she finished speaking, a pure, white, incredibly adorable little rabbit appeared in front of her. Creature, little bunny description, a cute little bunny summoned here, weighing 3 pounds, perfect for frying, stir-frying, or roasting. Note, bunnies are so cute, why would anyone eat them? Wow, so cute. Xiaoqi squinted her eyes in delight as she looked at the rabbit, then scooped it up into her arms. A data interface popped up in front of Zhou Wen, showing detailed information about the rabbit. Was this a summoning-type talent? Zhou Wen wondered. He quietly observed the husky's reaction. When the husky saw Xiaoqi drawing the magic circle, its body tensed, and it bared its sharp teeth. But when the snow-white rabbit appeared, it retracted its teeth. The husky's reaction further confirmed Zhou Wen's suspicion. This husky definitely had secrets. Xiaoqi, meanwhile, held the little rabbit in a daze, then patted the husky and said, "Let's go together." Without hesitation, she turned and walked deeper into the dark forest. The husky's face showed an almost human-like expression as it obediently followed beside Xiaoqi into the forest. Zhou Wen recalled the husky's strange behavior and his expression changed. He thought of a possibility. This husky might be like Wang Yunyun, whom he had encountered during a previous conflict, possessing a transformation-type talent and the ability to emit a ghostly aura. However, Zhou Wen didn't act rashly. He was still the weakest E-level ghost, completely lacking combat power, and could only rely on scaring others to level up. Xiaoqi placed the little rabbit on her shoulder, clasped her hands around a wooden fish, and cautiously observed her surroundings. Suddenly, the husky stopped in its tracks and let out a painful whimper. Xiaoqi immediately stopped and turned around in alarm. The husky curled up into a ball, howling in pain. "What's wrong?" Xiaoqi asked in a panic, glancing around nervously for any nearby danger. The husky, feigning illness, saw Xiaoqi's distraction and stretched out its soft neck. "Now's my chance," thought the player disguised as the husky. He suddenly opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and prepared to lunge at Xiaoqi to bite her. At that moment, a man's head suddenly emerged from behind Xiaoqi. Zhou Wen, having accumulated enough fear energy, no longer needed to maintain his black mist form and could appear more human-like. The sudden scene left the husky player stunned. In the eerie, dark forest, a man's head suddenly appeared behind a girl's neck. The sight was more terrifying than any ghost story. The husky player swallowed hard. "No, wait. I'm covered in ghostly aura, he shouldn't be able to recognize me." He let out a sigh of relief and abandoned the idea of attacking Xiaoqi. But just then, the human-like Zhou Wen smiled immediately, his head split into 2 halves, appearing on either side of Xiaoqi. Zhou Wen, with half of his face, stared intently at the husky and gave a chilling smile. The husky player was so terrified that he wet himself. A puddle formed beneath his dog body. Trembling all over, he retreated, his eyes filled with fear. Seeing the husky's reaction, Xiaoqi curiously asked, "Huh? What's wrong with you?" The moment she spoke, The two halves of Zhou Wen's face on either side also started to move their mouths. Ha! What's wrong with you? Ah! Whoa! On the battlefield of conquest of the four seas, cannon fire roared incessantly. Countless players screamed in agony. Their ships were being destroyed one by one, sinking into the sea, carried away by the waves. They shouted desperately. Why? Why is this happening? How could the NPCs attack us here? Not far from the sunken players, a luxurious ship stood still. The ship was packed with people dressed in indigenous clothing. They held enchanted stones in their hands, continuously unleashing powers to defeat nearby players. At the bow of the ship stood three figures, a frail old man in a black robe, a slightly chubby elder, and a short young girl. The elder placed his hand on the head of the young girl, Triss, with a solemn expression. Your Excellency, High Priest, will this really work? The frail old man sighed deeply. I hope so. The extreme domain has already been breached. Disaster is imminent. Triss listened to the conversation between the High Priest and her grandfather, her emotions a mix of sorrow and excitement. Zhou, I'm coming to find you soon, she thought to herself. Her gaze reflected her reluctance to part with the scene before her. Following a round of fierce bombardment, the High Priest suddenly said, It has begun. He took out a blue badge engraved with the image of a man standing on the bow of a ship, proudly gazing over the sea. Curio, King of the Sea. The High Priest solemnly hung the badge around Triss's neck. Instantly, a string of text appeared before her eyes. In this survival war, no one survived except you. Congratulations on achieving first place. This round of the Holy Grail war has ended. Seeing these words, Triss's face tensed with anxiety. The old island chief squatted down and hugged Triss. Go now, child. Triss's face was filled with complicated emotions. Grandpa, High Priest, I'm leaving. Grandpa, eat less sweets. And stop arguing with Grandpa High Priest. She sniffled, her eyes red. Before she could finish speaking, she turned into a streak of white light and disappeared from the battlefield of conquest of the four seas. The old island chief watched as Triss vanished, unable to hold back his tears. Will what we did really work? The High Priest gazed into the distance. Let's hope so. Ghostly battlefield. In the dark forest, the player disguised as a husky was freezing, overwhelmed by terror. What the hell is going on? Why are there ghosts pretending to be players? He was on the verge of a breakdown. He couldn't believe that the cute girl from a moment ago had suddenly transformed into a man's head. And that head could split in two. The husky player's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. You have triggered heart-shattering fear. Promoted to D-rank ghost. Zhou felt a warm energy flowing out of the unconscious husky player and into himself. He successfully advanced to a D-rank ghost. Upon advancing, he gained a new skill, Hidden in Shadows, Ghost skill, Hidden in Shadows. You can choose a player to form a contract with. Their shadow will become your most reliable protection. You can enter the contractor's shadow state at any time, transforming into a shadow. Immune to physical damage, and recovering 3% of your maximum health per second. Shadow Strike, blink within range, deals damage to human players equal to strength plus spirit times fear level. Deals erosion damage to ghosts equal to strength plus spirit times 10. Even the original Hidden on the back skill has been upgraded. Shadow Strike? Zhou looked at the new skill, unable to suppress his excitement. From now on, he was no longer the lowest level E-class ghost but a D-class ghost with offensive power. His mixed attributes had reached 16 plus 17 points. The naive Shao-Chi panicked when she saw the husky fainted in fright. What's wrong with you? Shao-Chi nudged the husky, and the scene that followed completely terrified her. She saw the husky's body gradually elongate, transforming into a humanoid figure. Because it had fainted, the husky's transformation ability temporarily ceased. The once adorable husky instantly turned into a greasy middle-aged man. Shao-Chi's hand froze. Mid-air, her face full of horror. Zhou instinctively covered his ears. Then, he heard an angry scream. Furious, Shao-Chi grabbed a wooden fish hammer and began furiously pounding the greasy middle-aged man. Since the wooden fish hammer wasn't a weapon, the damage was minimal. Zhou coughed twice, preparing to play the hero and help Shao-Chi deal with this guy. Shadow Strike, he muttered in a low voice, and his body instantly turned into black mist. At the same time, a strange sensation surged through him. He could appear anywhere within a 10-meter radius. Zhou immediately pursued the greasy player. With a swish, Zhou blinked over. He instinctively reached out to grab the player's head. His ghostly claw solidified from the blurry black mist. Like slicing a watermelon, he smashed the player's head with a heavy blow. You Have killed target number 1159. Temporary all attribute increase by 3 points. Gained 100 tokens. Immediately after, Zhou Wen used his hidden skill to blink back behind Shao Qi. All of this happened in just 2 breaths. Shao Qi, who had been using the wooden hammer to strike the greasy middle-aged man's head, froze instantly. The greasy big head in front of her had already turned into a bloody mess. Shao Qi was stunned for half a second. Weapon, ring blade type, semi-enlightened magical artifact grade, D attack power plus 28, consumes double durability. With each attack, can harm spiritual entities' equipment durability, 500 out of 500. Shao Qi glanced at it and pouted, so ugly. Skill book. Mysterious Qi method of the Xian sect level, D description, a rural method for cultivating Qi, not very useful. But it can save your life in critical moments. Details, converts 5% of physical damage into spiritual damage. Shao Qi picked up the skill book and shouted excitedly, "It's a skill book." Hearing the commotion, Zhou Wen looked over. Seeing the skill, he was surprised. He had been wondering earlier if players' physical attacks were ineffective against ghosts. What would happen to those who switched to firearms and cold weapons? Seeing this skill, he finally understood the issue. As Shao Qi picked up the item, the large tree in front of her suddenly shook, and branches began to fall. Immediately after, Zhou Wen and Shao Qi heard an elderly voice, "Little girl, you've broken so many of my branches. How do you plan to compensate me?" As the voice faded, the large tree in front of them slowly shrank, transforming into an old man with a lecherous expression. The old man stared at Shao Qi with ill intent. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, the old man froze for a moment before losing interest. "You're lying." Shao Qi angrily stepped forward. Clearly, they fell on their own. "Why blame me?" Hearing this, the old man chuckled, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile. "The trees in this dark forest are all my eyes and ears. If I say you broke the branches, then you broke them, no argument." Shao Qi's face turned red with anger. Zhou Wen silently sensed the old man's level. Then, he slowly stepped out from behind Shao Qi, reverting to his original appearance. "A mere D-level ghost dares to claim the entire dark forest as yours?" Zhou Wen said coldly. The old man was about to retort but froze upon seeing Zhou Wen, then exclaimed in shock, "The Dark Clan? Impossible! Wasn't the last dark ghost already eradicated?" Hearing this, Zhou Wen's heart trembled, and he was about to press further. But the old man stopped speaking, only staring at him intently. Shao Qi turned to see Zhou Wen and initially felt nervous. Then, noticing Zhou Wen's coordinates had appeared on the system map, she exclaimed, "Wow, you're still alive, big shot." Hearing this, Zhou Wen wordlessly reached out and flicked Shao Qi's forehead hard. Only then did Shao Qi realize she had misspoken. Seeing Zhou Wen arrive, she turned angrily and pointed at the old man in front of her. "Big shot. This guy was extorting me just now." Zhou Wen's face turned cold as he stared at the old man. Feeling Zhou Wen's aura, the old man immediately dropped to his knees with a loud thud. "My lord, I was wrong. Zhou Wen." The old man's attitude shifted 180 degrees, completely unlike the extortionist from moments ago. Zhou Wen looked at the suddenly kneeling old man and fell into deep thought. What was going on here? Zhou Wen stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the old man before him. "Tell me everything you know. What exactly happened?" The old man trembled in fear as Zhou Wen approached, prostrating himself on the ground and shaking uncontrollably. Hearing Zhou Wen's words, he raised his head, a puzzled expression on his face, and tentatively asked, "My lord, do you mean to say you don't know what happened to your clan?" Zhou Wen's heart tightened. As expected, there was something suspicious about his identity. Shao Qi, standing nearby, listened to their conversation, completely confused and unable to understand what they were talking about. However, seeing Zhou Wen's serious expression, she dared not ask and could only stand quietly to the side, gently stroking the little rabbit she had summoned. As she petted it, she sighed inwardly, as expected. Of a big shot, he can even control ghosts and monsters. The old man glanced at Zhou Wen and, feeling that he didn't seem to be lying, began to speak slowly. "Ever since your dark clan attempted to wipe out all the Taoist sects and Buddhist temples, you angered the laws of this world. The power of the laws intervened directly and annihilated your entire dark clan. Did you somehow find a way to survive?" After hearing the old man's words, Zhou Wen pondered silently. He hadn't expected that he was actually a ghost from a destroyed clan. He recalled the last battle in the arena, where he awakened his beast talent. Thinking further back, during the Four Seas conquest, he had coincidentally mastered the ability to control the weather. The most absurd part was that after collecting the final sea treasure, he unlocked the skill to control the sea. Now, with the revelation of his identity as part of the Dark Ghost clan, Joe suddenly realized that all these top-tier talents he had randomly acquired were battlefield-related. The old man, seeing Joe deep in thought, prepared to take the opportunity to escape. He slowly inched backward, eager to leave this place. At the same time, the old man felt puzzled about Joe. Members of the Dark Ghost clan were always arrogant and had never refrained from killing someone the moment they met. As he was lost in thought, Joe noticed the old man's movements. He let out a cold snort and murmured, "Shadow strike." Joe's figure flickered and instantly appeared behind the old man. His hand transformed into sharp ghost claws, slashing fiercely down the old man's back. The old man screamed in pain. "Ah! This is the Dark Ghost Claw." His back didn't bleed but oozed a pale green sap. The area where he was clawed resembled withered tree bark, rapidly rotting and turning black. Terrified by the attack, the old man scrambled to flee. Joe didn't pursue him, as his current strength was only at D level, limiting his damage and chase capabilities. Forget it, he thought, I'll let this old guy go for. Shao-Chi turned her head to look back but couldn't see Joe anywhere. She quickly scanned her surroundings and hid behind a large tree. A few seconds later, two players walked to the spot where Joe and Shao-Chi had been standing moments before. Both of them wore badges around their necks, marked with a silver scale symbol. 4 words flashed through Joe's mind: Equilibrium Guild. These two were members of the Equilibrium Guild. One of them had bright red hair and held a scythe-shaped weapon in his left hand. The other was a blonde youth with an alert expression, his eyes constantly scanning the area. The redhead glanced around and whispered to his companion, "He should be nearby." "Then let's search," the blonde replied. "I'll use this sniper rifle." "I'll definitely hit him," said the redhead, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I want him to feel what it's like to be taken down so easily." The blonde nodded silently. He pulled a completely black wheel-shaped device from his pocket. The red needle on the wheel pointed directly toward the location where Joe and Shao-Chi were hiding. "He's here," said the redhead, signaling to the blonde. The redhead raised his scythe and charged fiercely toward Shao-Chi, aiming a powerful slash at her head. "Ah!" Shao-Chi cried out in fear, startled by the sudden attack. The redhead looked down at her, a trace of confusion flashing across his face. "It's not him. It's a female player." The blonde walked over and scrutinized Shao-Chi carefully, then glanced at the needle on the wheel. "Impossible. It has to be him." "It's definitely him," he insisted. Hiding behind Shao-Chi, Joe started to feel puzzled. Who exactly were these two Equilibrium Guild players looking for? The redhead snorted a couple of times, intrigued. "Well, this is interesting. Could he be a master of disguise?" His gaze toward Shao-Chi grew more complicated. The redhead stepped closer to Shao-Chi, his scythe glinting menacingly in his hand. Shao-Chi was filled with terror. She had no idea what was happening or where these two fearsome individuals had come from, nor why they were fixated on her. Instinctively, she clutched the small rabbit in her arms tightly. The redhead's eyes lit up when he noticed the rabbit. "Hand over the rabbit," he demanded. Without waiting for a response, he snatched the rabbit from Shao-Chi's arms. After taking it, he shot her a taunting glance and, with a single swing of his scythe, sliced the rabbit in half. The redhead turned his attention back to Shao-Chi. She didn't revert. "It seems this rabbit isn't the key medium." The blonde hesitated as he watched the redhead's actions. "If it's not him, we should just leave," he suggested. "Maybe he's using some method to block the system's tracking." Hearing his teammate's words, the redhead frowned, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Leaving would be the safe choice. But there's still a kill to claim here," he sneered. "Even though the triple attribute bonus of this Ghost Realm battlefield isn't much, even a small gain is still a gain." With that, the redhead raised his scythe again, preparing to slash at Shao-Chi's neck. Shao-Chi's eyes reddened with tears as she watched the small rabbit she had summoned with so much effort get destroyed. Without hesitation, she quickly drew a hexagram magic circle in the air and began chanting softly. "Terrifying guest from another world, I summon you to descend and punish these two villains." Hiding behind Shao-Chi, Joe suddenly felt a surge of immense energy emanating from the magic circle. The blonde, sensing Shao-Chi's actions, shouted urgently, "Not good. Stop her, quick." The blonde had a special sensitivity to such things and, even before the spell was completed, could already feel the ancient, overwhelming aura emanating from the circle. The Redhead, seeing his teammate's anxiety, realized he had gotten himself into serious trouble. He immediately raised his scythe and charged toward Shao-Chi. Whether you're number 520 or not, you must die. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat when he heard number 520. Isn't that my number? Could they be looking for me? He immediately made his move, activating the skill Shadow Strike. A black shadow flashed instantly before the red-haired man's eyes. Not good, it's a ghost. Congratulations, triggered startled. Zhou Wen's attack received a bonus from the startled unit, doubling the damage. His black ghost claw lunged straight for the red-haired man's head. In an instant, a shadow claw shattered the red-haired man's skull. Minus 234 critical hit. Triple damage. Impossible. The blonde-haired man lost his composure upon witnessing this scene. He knew his partner was strong in combat, but he hadn't expected him to be struck down so easily by a ghost. This ghost must have sea-level strength. Zhou Wen's shadowy figure condensed in midair. At that moment, a bony finger extended from the summoning circle. The owner of the finger sensed Zhou Wen's presence and halted the summoning. A voice echoed. A descendant of the Dark Clan. Then, the owner of the finger withdrew. Shao-Chi's summoning circle also lost its effect. The blonde-haired man broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the ancient being's words. Impossible. There's actually a ghost from the Dark Clan in this ghost domain battlefield? Run. Run now. Forget about sniping, your life is more important. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a familiar stone, activating the spell inscribed on it. Instantly, flowing cloud patterns appeared on his body. Seeing this, Zhou Wen quickly tried to stop him. However, using the power of the flowing cloud patterns, the player moved at an incredible speed and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye, fleeing 1,000 miles away. Zhou Wen completely lost track of him. Forget it, if he wants to run, let him run. Zhou Wen retracted his shadowy form and returned to his original appearance. He turned to look at Shao-Chi, who was crouching nearby. Shao-Chi's face was streaked with tears. She looked up at Zhou Wen, sobbing, "Big brother, my little bunny is dead." Shao-Chi cried bitterly. Zhou Wen crouched down and gently patted her head. Don't cry. If you cry too much, I might not be able to hold back my laughter. Shao-Chi looked up at Zhou Wen, staring silently. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. In 5 minutes, a D-level ghost will appear near every player. Please prepare accordingly. This message appeared before all players. Many began to wail, especially the female players. They were terrified of the ghosts, while a few players looked forward to the challenge. However, D-level ghosts were far beyond their capabilities. Zhou Wen glanced at the remaining player count. Remaining players, 78. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, 2 players were searching for equipment. Suddenly, a player surrounded by flowing cloud patterns appeared before them. Startled, the 2 immediately raised their weapons in defense. But upon recognizing the newcomer, they lowered their guard. You're from the Balance Guild, the blonde-haired man asked, noticing the emblem on the newcomer's neck. And you're from the Order Guild, the other replied with a nod. Did you find the player with number 520? The blonde-haired man shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Not sure. The pointer led to a woman. But when I found her, I encountered the Dark Clan. The Dark Clan? What? The 2 others were stunned. I think that person might actually be a man. Yes, but we can't rule out the possibility that he's a woman disguised as a man. Upon hearing this, the 2 players from the Order Guild turned red with anger. How humiliating. A woman disguised as a man, this is a disgrace to men. By the way, does she look good dressed as a man? One of them suddenly asked shyly. Huang Mao exchanged a glance with his teammate, and they tacitly took 2 steps to the side. Shao-Chi left the dark forest, waiting for the appearance of a D-level ghost. Watching the 5-minute countdown slowly tick to 0, she grew nervous. A jar suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Wen and Shao-Chi. Ghost, jar ghost, level, D-level, description. This jar was originally just an urn, until someone used it to make pickled vegetables. Skill, jar jump attack, first scatters ashes to obscure vision, then launches an attack. As soon as the jar appeared, it sprayed out a cloud of dust. A ghostly claw extended from the jar. Shao-Chi was so frightened that she took a few steps back. Zhou Wen immediately activated Shadow Strike, slamming a claw onto the jar. Smash! The jar shattered with a single blow. A piercing wail echoed through the void, and the jar ghost vanished instantly. Shao-Chi finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Zhou Wen, her eyes full of admiration. Big shot, you're amazing. You took out the jar ghost in one hit. Zhou Wen shrugged helplessly. There was no helping it, Shadow. Strike was just too devastating against ghosts. Shao Qi continued to follow Zhou Wen. After walking for a while, Zhou Wen sensed a ghostly presence not far ahead. The aura was similar to his own. Zhou Wen stopped in his tracks, and Shao Qi bumped right into his back. A chill spread through Shao Qi's entire body, startling her. Big shot. What's wrong? Why did you stop all of a sudden? Zhou Wen said seriously, there's a ghost not far ahead. Be careful not to get scared again. Hearing Zhou Wen's concern, Shao Qi's eyes lit up. She nodded and smiled foolishly. The two continued forward. This time, with Zhou Wen's warning, Shao Qi wasn't startled. The ghost that appeared was a creature shrouded in colorful smoke. Ghost, illusion ghost, level, D-level, description. It gains materials for illusions by absorbing players' fear. By the way, it's an endangered species among ghosts. Skill, illusion, uses illusions to hide itself, then launches a sneak attack. Looking at the colorful ghost in front of him, Zhou Wen shook his head helplessly. This guy looked like it ran a dye shop, all bright and multicolored. As the two approached, the ghost noticed them. It emitted a cloud of colorful smoke, instantly enveloping them. The illusion ghost dragged the two into an illusion. Zhou Wen and Shao Qi found themselves in the same illusory environment. Zhou Wen looked around and was speechless. The illusion ghost's ability seemed more like it had temporarily created a small illusion connected to the outside world. That wasn't the issue, but the illusion itself was a bit odd. In the eerie and terrifying ancient setting, there was a luxury car parked on the road. What was that supposed to mean? Shao Qi, who had been tense from the colorful mist, couldn't help but laugh when she saw the luxury car in front of her. This ghost must have something wrong with its head. The illusion ghost seemed to understand Shao Qi's mockery. Ugh! It let out a cry, transforming into a locomotive and charging straight at Shao Qi. Shao Qi was so startled that she jumped to Zhou and stepped forward and launched Shadow Strike, his sharp claws piercing straight through the illusion ghost's body. The illusion ghost was injured, and the illusions dissipated. Zhou Wen looked at Shao Qi. It's just an illusion ghost, what's there to be afraid of? Shao Qi gestured defiantly. A train this big charging straight at me. Wouldn't you be scared? Zhou Wen shrugged, unwilling to argue with her. With one claw, he finished off the illusion ghost. Zhou Wen glanced ahead and said to Shao Qi, there should be another ruin over there. There might be something good inside. Hearing this, Shao Qi immediately perked up. She was eager to get her hands on some powerful artifacts. Being timid, she was often frightened by little ghosts. Once she had strong artifacts, she'd be able to wipe out any ghost that came her way. Thinking about this, a silly smile appeared on her face. Zhou Wen rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself that this kid was daydreaming again. The two continued forward, not walking far, before Zhou Wen sensed an aura ahead that made him uncomfortable. This aura was different from the one at the Buddhist temple earlier. It was clearly from another sect. As they approached, they saw a faint green light emanating from the area. It was a Taoist temple. This Taoist temple was completely different from the Buddhist temple. The roof was entirely gone, leaving only 4 crumbling walls. Shao Qi's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she excitedly hopped and skipped her way inside. Zhou Wen followed closely behind, cautiously observing the surroundings, ready to activate his skills and hide in the shadows at any moment. Just as they entered the temple gate, a sudden thunderclap roared from the sky. Lightning descended, striking directly at Zhou Wen. He quickly flashed behind Shao Qi. Shao Qi turned around at the commotion and saw a bolt of lightning, as thick as a baby's arm, fiercely striking the temple entrance. Zhou Wen emerged from the shadows behind Shao Qi and lightly patted her shoulder. Shao Qi jumped in fright, but upon seeing it was Zhou Wen, she breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, what was that just now? Zhou Wen shook his head. It's nothing, probably just a protective mechanism of the temple. Protective mechanism? Shao Qi froze for a moment, her face turning pale with fear. Boss, could it be that some powerful ghost is coming? She trembled as she spoke, trying to hide behind Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen pulled her out. Don't overthink it. Just focus on finding something useful. There aren't that many ghosts. Oh. Shao Qi immediately changed her expression, smiling brightly. Zhou Wen couldn't help but marvel at how quickly she could change her mood. Shao Qi began searching around the temple, while Zhou Wen strolled leisurely, observing the place as if he were in a garden. To his surprise, the ground in the center of the temple was remarkably clean, while the surrounding side rooms were on the verge of collapse. The walls of the side rooms were marked with patches of black mist, adding an eerie atmosphere to the otherwise quiet temple. What exactly happened in this small world? And what is the deal with the Shadow Clan? This battlefield was far more complex than Zhou had imagined, as if it concealed some great secret. As he pondered, Shao-Chi suddenly screamed. Zhou immediately used his shadow concealment skill to flash behind her. He peeked over her shoulder and saw Shao-Chi staring at a mirror. Following her gaze, Zhou saw that the mirror was entirely made of brass, its surface unclear and shrouded in black mist. What happened? Zhou asked. Seeing him, Shao-Chi turned abruptly and clung to Zhou, trembling uncontrollably. Zhou felt her frail frame, realizing how different she was from GZ. It was as if he were holding a pile of bones. With a sigh in his heart, he silently pushed Shao-Chi away, feeling a bit unwell. My chest hurts terribly. Shao-Chi, what happened? Shao-Chi immediately grabbed one of Zhou arms, pointing with her other hand at the mirror. Boss, there's a ghost in this mirror. Zhou stared at the brass mirror again. His instincts told him there was no fluctuation of similar energy within the mirror. He frowned and used his shadow strike skill on the mirror. Just as his ghostly claw was about to touch the surface, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Hero! Hero! Please spare me! Hero! Hearing this voice, Zhou stopped his attack. Shao-Chi's face slowly appeared in the mirror. Ghost entity, mirror ghost level, see description, an experienced mirror ghost. Skilled at hiding itself, it's usually hard to detect. A C-level mirror ghost. Seeing this, Shao-Chi let out a startled scream. She angrily pointed at the mirror. Boss! It's pretending to be me. The her in the mirror waved its hand upon hearing this. Hero! Hero! I must take the form of one of you to communicate with you. Zhou spoke, then take my form. He glanced at Shao-Chi beside him, who looked exasperated, gripping a peachwood sword, ready to strike at any moment. The her in the mirror sensed for a moment, shook its head, and gave a flattering smile to Zhou. Your status is too noble, I dare not offend you. Shao-Chi, looking at the serval version of herself in the mirror, couldn't help but get goosebumps. Unable to bear it any longer, she drew her sword and slashed at the mirror. Zhou initially wanted to stop her, but seeing the contempt in the eyes of the her in the mirror, he decided not to intervene. Clang! The peachwood sword struck the mirror frame, and the rebound force made Shao-Chi stagger back 2 steps. Her eyes widened. Impossible! Her precious peachwood sword hadn't harmed this damned mirror ghost. Shao-Chi wanted to charge forward again, but Zhou quickly held her back. He stared at the her in the mirror and asked, what exactly happened here? The Shao-Chi in the mirror looked puzzled. You're from the Shadow Clan, aren't you? Don't you know what's happening here? Zhou shook his head. He truly didn't know. He had only temporarily transformed into a ghost entity, due to his innate talent. The her in the mirror squinted, carefully sensing Zhou's aura, then knelt down. Seeing this, Shao-Chi was furious, almost losing her mind. Wanting to rush forward and beat it up, Zhou quickly blocked her. She stood in front of the mirror and said to Zhou, look at me, don't pay attention to this damned mirror ghost. Zhou smiled helplessly. At that moment, a voice came from the mirror. Master, isn't your Shadow Clan planning to wipe out all the humans and legacies in this small world? Don't you know about this? To annihilate all the humans and traditions in this small world. Hearing this, Zhou's heart tightened. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the mirror suddenly emitted a cracking sound. The mirror ghost screamed miserably as it died. No. Curse. I didn't leak anything. The shattered mirror startled Shao-Chi, making her jump, and Zhou was equally shocked. What on earth was happening in this world? He had thought the battlefield here was relatively peaceful, and the native players weren't so aggressive. Shao-Chi turned to look at the broken mirror ghost and weakly asked, Boss, what do we do now? This question pulled Zhou back to reality from his thoughts. He pondered for a moment and replied, let's finish searching this temple first. Shao-Chi nodded and began searching around. Zhou stood in place, staring at the shattered mirror, feeling that something was off about this battlefield. He shook his head, trying to dismiss these chaotic thoughts. We'll take it one step at a time, he muttered, then changed direction to continue searching the temple. Not long after, Shao-Chi suddenly shouted excitedly, Boss, come quickly! I found a mechanism. Upon hearing this, Zhou used his shadow shift skill to instantly appear behind her. He walked over and saw a stone sword lying horizontally at the edge of the main hall. The hilt of the stone sword was divided into two sections. The upper section was a newly added piece, which seemed to have been placed there by Shao Qi just moments ago. "Boss, I just put this thing on, and I heard a click sound," Shao Qi said nervously, worried that she might have caused trouble. Zhou extended his ghostly senses outward to scan the surroundings. Not far away, he sensed a strong aura of hostility behind a wall. Zhou opened his eyes and pointed to the area behind the wall. "It's there. Let's go." Shao Qi gripped her weapon tightly, standing resolutely in front of Zhou with a determined and angry expression. Seeing this, Zhou felt a warm surge in his heart. He pulled Shao Qi behind him and took the lead. Zhou approached the wall, took a deep breath, and said to Shao Qi, "Wait here for me. I'll go in and take a look." Shao Qi nodded nervously. Zhou's body gradually transformed into black mist and passed through the wall. Once inside, he discovered a tunnel. He solidified his form again and began searching near the entrance of the tunnel. He then pulled down a lever nearby. With a loud clang, the wall slowly descended. Shao Qi stared at Zhou in shock. Zhou calmly waved his hand, signaling Shao Qi to follow. Shao Qi quickly caught up and entered the tunnel. Zhou led the way, and the torches on both sides of the tunnel lit up one by one as he approached. The eerie green flames illuminated the path ahead. After walking for a while, they arrived at a hall. Inside the hall were 3 coffins, with the one in the center being larger than the other 2. Zhou approached the central coffin, where a stone tablet was placed on top. The tablet was inscribed with several lines: Secrets of Qingfeng Temple, description: before his death, the temple master of Qingfeng Temple condensed his power and wrote down his life's regrets. Content: he and I can never go back to the way things were. Zhou carefully picked up the stone tablet, and, after reading it, couldn't help but feel emotional. Shao Qi, curious about Zhou's reaction, leaned in to take a look. Zhou immediately pushed her aside. "This isn't suitable for kids to see." "Oh?" Shao Qi looked a bit disappointed. Zhou placed the stone tablet back in its original position. While the two were exploring the underground palace, 2 players entered the temple's entrance. Both had a blood-red eye symbol drawn on their sleeves and wore silver masks on their faces. 11, are you sure number 520 is here?" "Positive." 11 nodded and took out a black dial from his pocket. The red pointer on the dial pointed toward the tunnel Zhou and Shao Qi had entered. "He's here." 12, let's go. Just as Zhou placed the stone tablet back on the coffin, he suddenly sensed 2 unfamiliar presences above the temple. "Someone's here. You head out first," Zhou said to Shao Qi. He then transformed into black mist and returned to Shao Qi's side. As soon as he reappeared next to Shao Qi, the 2 players with the blood eye insignia appeared before them. One of them held a black roulette in his hand. Zhou was very familiar with this roulette. The 2 exchanged glances and then turned their eyes to Shao Qi. 11, is it her?" 12 looked at Shao Qi and hesitated for a moment. "Wasn't it a man in the video?" After confirming the roulette, 11 said firmly, "It's him." 11 put away the roulette, and a large blade appeared in his hand. His talent was a companion blade. Sea-level talent, companion blade, description: starts with a sea-level blade with 600 durability. The blade in 11's hand flashed. Shao Qi instinctively raised her peachwood sword to block. Seeing Shao Qi fend off the attack, 11 turned to 12 and nodded. "It's him." 12's entire body radiated ice crystals as he charged at Shao Qi. Sea-level talent, ice crystal. Sorcerer, description: possesses the ability to manipulate ice crystals. Shao Qi had never encountered such a scene before and was a bit flustered. 11's second attack came with another flash of his blade. Zhou, hidden in the shadows, launched a sneak attack on 12. Just as 12 was forming ice crystals, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and quickly used ice crystals to shield himself. With a crack, Zhou's ghost claw shattered the ice crystals. 12 broke out in a cold sweat and said to 11, "This is bad. He can control ghost entities, and it's a D-level ghost." "What? A D-level ghost?" 11 was shocked by 12's words. "Impossible. What exactly is his talent? Could it really be a random talent?" 11's expression changed immediately. He said to 12, "Take out that ghost entity he's controlling first." 12 nodded, patted himself, and suddenly a talisman appeared in his hand. Xianlei Divine Talisman. 12 shouted the name of the talisman, and purple lightning burst from it. Instantly, Zhou Wen's expression turned serious when he saw the talisman's properties. Its damage was extremely high and absolutely couldn't be taken head-on. He immediately activated his skill, hidden in shadows, and flashed behind Xiaoqi. The talisman released by 12 transformed into a thunder dragon, slamming into the underground palace. Seeing Zhou Wen dodge the attack, 12's face darkened. But at that moment, the thunder dragon didn't dissipate. Instead, it struck the wall of the underground palace, transforming into energy and merging with the palace. At that moment, the underground palace seemed to trigger a mechanism, and the bricks beneath their feet suddenly became loose. Everyone lost their footing and fell. After adjusting to the environment, Zhou Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. This was the place recorded on the stone tablet above the coffin. When 11 and 12 landed, 11 looked around. Beneath their feet was a stone-carved magic array, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. He blurted out, "Could this be the secret site of the Taoist sect in the ghostly battlefield?" 12 was equally shocked. This is the place where the B-level ghost entity was sealed. The two exchanged glances and turned their eyes to Xiaoqi, a ruthless glint flashing in their eyes. "We can't lose this time. He must die." 12 moved swiftly to the center of the magic array. He placed his final talisman on the ground. Zhou Wen saw this and felt a sense of foreboding. The talisman activated, and the laws intertwined. The dim chamber suddenly lit up as bright as day. A white orb of light appeared at the center of the magic array. In everyone's eyes, a progress bar appeared. B-level ghost entity resurrection progress, 0.02%, B-level ghost entity resurrection progress, 0.03%. The series of sudden events left Xiaoqi completely stunned. Zhou Wen patted her shoulder and whispered, "You've been strengthened, go make your move." Xiaoqi looked at him in confusion. Holding a peachwood sword, Xiaoqi was pushed in front of 11 by Zhou Wen. 11 glanced at her and raised his large blade with a deep voice. 520, your methods are too ruthless. Remember, the one killing you today is 11 of the Blood Eye Guild. Xiaoqi was baffled by his words and turned to look at Zhou Wen. At this moment, Zhou Wen, still in his ghostly form, was continuously using his shadow strike skill to leave claw marks behind 12. His attack power was immense, forcing 12 to defend desperately. While fighting, Zhou Wen kept an eye on the glowing orb nearby. The B-level ghost was slowly awakening. He recalled the content he had seen earlier on the coffin's stone tablet. The stone tablet had a few brief lines describing the rise and fall of a Taoist temple. The temple's master, in his youth, encountered a powerful sea-level ghost during his travels. Ultimately, the master used his charm to seduce and seal the sea-level ghost, bringing it back to the temple. This act caused a huge uproar within the temple. Overnight, this ordinary disciple became the temple's successor. He sealed the ghost beneath the underground palace, and from then on, the temple thrived on the reputation of this sea-level ghost. The temple's disciples harnessed the ghost's aura to create many powerful talismans. The master married and had children, but his wife died from excessive bleeding during childbirth. Years later, a female pilgrim visited the temple, leading to its decline. This pilgrim used her wiles to seduce the master and became his concubine. The aging master rarely favored the concubine, so she took the opportunity to seduce one of the master's disciples. Unfortunately, this disciple was the man the master's daughter loved. Worse still, the disciple was a scoundrel. After being deceived, the master's daughter, in her fury, unsealed the underground palace. The sea-level ghost, having cultivated for years, had reached B-level strength upon release. The entire temple became a place for the ghost to vent its wrath. When the master returned to find his home destroyed and his family dead, he was enraged. He sacrificed his life to seal the B-level ghost back into the underground palace. The method to release the ghost again was to reactivate the temple's power and channel it into the underground palace. And so, a melodramatic story gave rise to the rise and fall of this temple. 12, struggling to resist Zhou Wen's attacks, could now sense the aura of the B-level ghost gradually breaking through its seal. He sneered and said, 520, even if you can control ghosts, you'll eventually die at the hands of this B-level ghost. This time, we will definitely take you down. Zhou Wen turned to look at the white glowing orb. At this moment, the panel in his eyes showed that the Ghost King's revival progress had reached 94%. Zhou Wen swiped his claws to force 12 back and leaped toward the white orb. He attempted to destroy it, but just then, system data appeared before him. Energy source detected, B-level Ghost King, Black X Ghost King revival progress, 96% ghost energy, 36,780 Zhou was momentarily stunned by the data, then broke into a grin. These two players are doomed too. With that, Zhou plunged his dark ghostly claws directly into the orb. Beginning energy absorption, seeing Zhou actions, the retreating 12 let out a cold laugh. He turned and said, even if you command ghosts to interfere with the Ghost King's revival, you can only delay your death. 520, today you will die without a doubt. At this moment, Xiaoqi was fiercely confronting 11, her gaze resolute, as she continuously swung the peachwood sword in her hand to fend off attacks. With a crack, the peachwood sword broke, and 11 kicked the broken sword away. His long blade was now positioned beneath Xiaoqi's neck. 11 was quite surprised by Xiaoqi's strength. Based on previous footage from the city battles and the disputes, player no. 520 shouldn't have been at this level. 11 slowly raised his blade, preparing to strike down. Just then, 12 activated a talisman. The talisman instantly enveloped 11, teleporting him away. 12's voice lingered in the air, 11, you go first. Once this B-level Ghost King revives, it will indiscriminately slaughter everything. As long as you're alive, we can complete the sniping mission. Sniping? What's sniping? Zhou asked. Hearing the unfamiliar male voice, 12 froze for a moment and turned to look at the center of the magic array. The ghostly figure that had just been condensed from the black mist had now transformed into a human shape. 12's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Are you number 520? He incredulously pulled out the pitch-black roulette from his pocket, the red pointer pointing at Zhou. Impossible. 12 stared at the scene before him, unable to accept it. He looked at the white light sphere and saw that the revival progress had stalled at 99%, completely motionless, as if a network download had frozen. 12 instantly understood something. Pointing at Zhou, he said, your talent can actually transform into a ghost. 12 glanced back at Xiaoqi and immediately understood. This person is your teammate. After piecing together the key points, 12's expression darkened. Even so, you must die. The revival of a B-level Ghost King is not something you can withstand. Zhou shrugged indifferently, pointing at the B-level Ghost King stuck at 99%. Then he smiled. You mean this? At this moment, 12 realized that the Ghost King's revival progress was indeed stuck at 99%, completely unmoving. His expression changed drastically. What did you do? Zhou stretched lazily and instantly released a surge of overwhelming energy. He had now ascended to a sea-level ghost. 12 felt this energy and exclaimed in shock, impossible. You can absorb the energy of ghosts. Zhou smiled as a new skill interface appeared before him. Sea-level, Shadow Ghost, Ghost Skill. Shadow Concealment, can select a player to form a contract, can teleport freely within 50 meters of the contract holder, while in shadows, transforms into shadow state. Immune to physical damage, recovers 8% of maximum health per second, Shadow Strike, can teleport freely within range, deals damage to human players equal to strength. Plus spirit multiplied by fear level, deals erosion damage to ghosts equal to strength plus spirit multiplied by 10, Shadow Blade, gains an indestructible Shadow Blade for each player killed, Eternal Shadow Blade, attack power plus 40, increases output by 5% for each additional Shadow Blade, nothing is impossible. Shadow Blade. Zhou tested the new skill. A pitch-black long blade materialized in the void to his right. Zhou grabbed it, and it felt as though the blade had become part of his body, a surge of power instantly filling his heart. He gripped the blade, its edge pointing at 12. 12's expression changed drastically. Run! Run now! He desperately tried to relay this information to his teammates. If possible, he wanted to alert all the snipers. Zhou could transform into a ghost.at that moment, all the snipers would only focus on Zhou teammates, completely ignoring the real ghostly creature's attack. Cunning. Truly too cunning. Only now did 12 understand that Zhou earning the title of Moon King, the strongest rising star of the month, was no coincidence. If Zhou knew what 12 was thinking, he would probably just shrug. There's nothing I can do. My talent is just too strong, an SSS level talent, it's beyond my control. Zhou saw through 12's thoughts. This time, he used the Shadow Strike skill and instantly felt his blink range expand tenfold. Within a 100-meter radius, he could teleport in an instant. At the same time, Zhou's attack method changed. It was no longer the ghostly claw but the ink-black long blade in his hand. He appeared in front of 12 in a flash, the blade glinting The ink-black long blade silently sliced through 12's body. Impossible. 12's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell to the ground, slowly dissolving into a white light and disappearing. Just as Joe 1 killed 12, an identical ink-black long blade suddenly appeared on his left side. With a thought, the two blades vanished into the air. He walked over to Xiaoqi, who was sitting on the ground, and pulled her up. Xiaoqi, still in a daze, asked blankly, "Big shot, what just happened? Who were those two people?" "Probably enemies I accidentally offended," Joe 1 guessed. He had been too conspicuous in the arena, taking away many people's interests. Those people were surely targeting him. "Then, should we hide?" Xiaoqi asked. Joe 1 shook his head. "Let's go. If we encounter one, we'll kill one. If there are two, we'll kill two." He was brimming with confidence. Now, he had become the strongest ghostly creature among the C rank. His attack power was overwhelming. As long as Xiaoqi stayed alive, he could slowly recover his health. Zhou Wen led Xiaoqi out of the Taoist temple. They hadn't gone far when the system notification sounded. The second Ghost Realm riot begins in 10 minutes. A C-rank ghostly creature will appear beside each player. Please prepare in advance. C-rank. Xiaoqi was startled by the message. She looked at Zhou Wen for reassurance, seeking comfort. Zhou Wen gave her a reassuring smile. After tidying up Xiaoqi's disheveled clothes, he continued leading her toward the area near the Taoist temple. That place was likely a mass grave. After advancing to a C-rank ghostly creature, Zhou Wen could clearly sense a powerful presence lurking there. The aura was on par with his own. But as a top-tier ghostly creature, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of these opponents of the same rank. In his eyes, he was invincible among his peers, capable of taking on 5 at once. That's how confident he was. Zhou Wen held Xiaoqi's hand, comforting her. As they entered the mass grave, the ground was covered with withered grass. Not far away, a large mound of earth rose up. There was no need to think too hard, something was buried there. As they passed the mound, a mournful wind whispered in their ears. Xiaoqi couldn't help but cling tightly to Zhou Wen's arm, feeling scared. Zhou Wen glanced at her sideways and said indifferently, "Loosen up a bit, my arm's going numb." Hearing this, Xiaoqi puffed up her cheeks in anger. Zhou Wen couldn't help but pinch her round, chubby face. His gaze turned toward the depths of the mass grave. Using the unique sensing system of ghostly creatures, Zhou Wen detected the presence of 6 players there. These 6 people weren't attacking each other, and there were no ghostly creatures around them. Zhou Wen was curious, how could 6 players coexist peacefully? "Find a place to hide, I'll go ahead to scout the path and be back soon. If a sea-level ghost appears, you run first," Zhou Wen said to Xiaoqi. Then, his figure gradually faded, transforming into black mist and flying forward. Xiaoqi opened her mouth to say something but ultimately swallowed her words. She looked resentfully in the direction Zhou Wen had left and muttered softly, "Leaving me here, I'm scared too." She stared at the large dirt mound nearby, feeling a chill down her spine. "I'm not afraid to be alone." Xiaoqi clenched her fists to encourage herself and chose a large dirt mound to crouch behind. She looked around vigilantly, afraid that a ghost might suddenly appear. Zhou Wen, now in the form of black mist, flew deeper into the mass grave. Not far away, 6 players dressed in black robes stood among the graves. They were arranged in a hexagram formation, with a badge placed in front of them. The badge was engraved with a strange image of a chunk of flesh. Zhou Wen squinted and stared at the badge. He felt that this badge was very similar to the oddity, Beast King, he held in his hand. Zhou Wen did not act rashly and watched as the 6 players began to move slowly in a clockwise direction. With each step, they uttered a strange syllable. The 6 players circled the hexagram formation once, and Zhou Wen clearly saw fresh red blood seeping out of the formation. Seeing this, Zhou Wen's expression immediately darkened. What on earth was this? A summoning formation? The system interface displayed the following information: summon creature, unknown level, unknown details, and unknown entity summoned by 6 players system. Warning, stay away from it, stay away from it. Zhou Wen glanced at the information, but it brought him no comfort. He felt an overwhelming fear emanating from the grotesque mass of flesh. Controlling 8 shadow blades, he swiftly slashed at the surface of the flesh. Hisses, the flesh let out a wail, and Zhou Wen felt as if several tons of explosives had detonated in his head, leaving his mind completely blank. The creature, sensing Zhou Wen's attack, began crawling toward him. Just as the mass of flesh was about to touch him, Joe-Win's physical body slowly dissipated, transforming into black mist. At that moment, a chilling sensation swept through his brain, and the pain vanished. He regained clarity instantly. Right before him was the grotesque mass of flesh. Joe-Win saw its gaping maw, formed from the teeth of 6 players. Intestines coiled around its body, exuding a pungent stench of blood and decay. Joe-Win suppressed the urge to vomit. Facing this monstrosity, he felt no will to fight. It was far more terrifying than battling giant insects, a fear that defied all reason. Swallowing hard, Joe-Win activated the skill hidden in shadows, instantly teleporting behind Shao-Chi. The mass of flesh, sensing Joe-Win's disappearance, let out a near-piercing screech of rage. Its entire body writhed with blood and flesh, seemingly locking onto Joe-Win's presence as it continued crawling toward him. Joe-Win appeared behind Shao-Chi and urgently patted her shoulder. Ah! Shao-Chi jumped in fright, reflexively swinging a punch. Before it could land, Joe-Win grabbed her hand. "Run," he shouted, pulling her away from the chaotic graveyard at full speed. He sprinted without a moment's hesitation, as if his life depended on it. At that moment, he felt like a drowning man, each breath a struggle. After running over 100 meters from the graveyard, Joe-Win's breathing finally steadied. He stopped to catch his breath, while Shao-Chi stared at him in a daze. She had been dragged along in a mad dash, her body barely able to keep up. Fortunately, players' bodies didn't suffer injuries according to real-world rules, otherwise, Shao-Chi felt her legs might have been worn down to stumps. She was about to complain when she noticed Joe-Win's unusually serious expression. "Big bro, what just happened?" Shao-Chi had a vague sense that something major had occurred. Joe-Win waved his hand, bending over to catch his breath, and said it had nothing to do with her. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Shao-Chi didn't press further. She looked around and realized they had climbed up a hillside. Then, behind a large rock nearby, she caught a faint glimmer of treasure. Scrambling over on all fours, Shao-Chi picked up the equipment lying on the ground. At that moment, Joe-Win snapped out of his thoughts, his mouth dry as he muttered to himself. "What was that thing? What are those 6 players up to? What about that badge? Is it some kind of strange item? And what are the rules of this battlefield?" Joe-Win couldn't shake the feeling that the battlefield he had just experienced was being manipulated by some unseen consciousness. He even began to suspect that his entry into the Holy Grail game had been a trap all along. The deeper he thought, the more it felt like he was sinking into an icy abyss, chills running through his entire body. Suddenly, he sensed another presence nearby. "Who's there?" Joe-Win immediately used Shadow Strike to teleport toward the source. 8 shadow blades materialized in the air, all aimed at the figure. The blades gleamed as they slashed forward. Wait a second, the player in front of him suddenly shouted. Joe-Win controlled the 8 long blades, halting their attack. He looked at the player in front of him. It was the same order player with the blonde hair who had previously escaped using the flowing cloud runestone. "What are you doing here?" Joe-Win frowned, not relaxing in the slightest. The 8 long blades pointed at the critical parts of the blonde-haired player's body. The blonde-haired player felt bitter. As an experienced player, he knew that any sudden movement would result in the 8 black blades piercing through his body. Seeing Joe-Win, the blonde-haired player suddenly exclaimed, "You're that player number 520. Joe-Win's heart stirred. Along the way, he had encountered many players searching for him. He asked, "Why are you all looking for me?" The blonde-haired player stared at Joe-Win in surprise. "Haven't you checked the forums? Your story is all over the place." "My story? What story?" Joe-Win's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. The blonde-haired player took a deep breath and said, "There are 2 things. First, you've been crowned the strongest rising star, the September Moon King. Second, you brutally slaughtered other players in the Urban Warfare event. Blood Eye, Balance, Order, and several other guilds have issued a bounty on you. Anyone who successfully takes you down will receive double the rewards." At this point, the blonde-haired player abruptly stopped, leaving the latter part unsaid. That part was, "If you kill us, you can also earn an additional Death Sniper reward. These rewards would only be revealed during the final tally." Joe-Win was momentarily stunned, then felt a splitting headache. He tried to recall what he had done in the urban battlefield, but it was as if he had never experienced it. He couldn't remember anything from the latter half of the event. Joe-Win's face twisted, and the 8 long blades in his hands fell to the ground. The blonde-haired player took a deep breath and silently activated the flowing cloud runestone again, preparing to escape. Just as he took his first step, he felt a chill at his neck. Slowly lowering his head, he saw his own headless body. A pitch-black long blade floated in the air. How is this possible? The blonde-haired player died with resentment. Around Zhou Wen, the void condensed another pitch-black long blade, identical to the other 8. Zhou Wen clutched his head as if countless ants were gnawing at his mind, a mix of numbness and pain intertwining. Why is this happening? What exactly happened to me? Zhou Wen, his head splitting with pain, couldn't recall the latter half of the urban battlefield. But faintly, he seemed to hear rivers of blood flowing in the cries of players. Suddenly, his mind went blank. All thoughts vanished. His physical form dissolved into a mass of black mist. After a moment, Zhou Wen gradually calmed down. What exactly happened? So many top-tier guilds targeting him at once. No, something wasn't right. Zhou Wen suddenly realized a key point. As the target of a bounty, if he killed the bounty hunters, he should also receive rewards. The Holy Grail system was fair. He looked at the box on the ground. It belonged to the blonde-haired player he had just killed. Zhou Wen sighed, walked over, and looted the box. Inside, he found a pitch-black roulette wheel. The red pointer on the wheel was pointing directly at him. Zhou Wen checked the item information. Item, sniper wheel, special item, system gift, description, the system encourages such slaughter, gifting the sniper wheel to display the marked player's location at all times. He understood much more now. It was this wheel that had been guiding others to him all along. Zhou Wen put the wheel away. This game's situation was becoming increasingly complex. On one hand, he didn't know how many snipers were still lying in ambush, waiting to take him out. On the other hand, that mysterious flesh monster was also chasing him. Zhou Wen's situation was extremely dangerous. It seems there's only one way. Zhou Wen thought of a solution. He used the hidden in shadows skill and instantly appeared behind Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi suddenly felt movement behind her and quickly turned around to see Zhou Wen. Boss, where did you go just now? Zhou Wen shook his head. Nothing, I was just handling something. He said seriously. Xiaoqi, I need your help now. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi immediately straightened her posture, her face becoming serious. Her small face looked very cute. Boss, just tell me what to do. Pick a random direction and run. Don't follow me, Zhou Wen said. Xiaoqi's expression immediately changed, clearly looking a bit disappointed. Boss, is it because I'm dragging you down? Zhou Wen shook his head. Then, he used hidden in shadows again, instantly disappearing from in front of Xiaoqi and reappearing behind her. Did you see that? This is my skill. I can appear behind you at any time. Things might get very dangerous next, so I need to leave myself a way out. So you must leave here and not stay with me. Try to find a safe place. Xiaoqi finally understood Zhou Wen's intention and nodded. She waved her hand, her eyes full of reluctance, and said, then, Boss, I'm leaving. Zhou Wen watched her leave, then turned his gaze to the distance. That was the direction where the flesh monster had appeared. Zhou Wen could feel its presence again. Come on. At this moment, the system popped up a voice prompt. Attention all players, a sea-level ghost will immediately appear beside each player. Seeing this message, Zhou Wen frowned. He still had to go save Xiaoqi. Zhou Wen sighed and flashed behind Xiaoqi. The ghost that appeared beside Xiaoqi this time was a female ghost. She wore a snow-white long dress and red shoes on her feet. Her black hair covered her face. The ghost's information popped up. Ghost, resentful spirit level, CHP, 3000/3000. Description, pale skin, long legs, beautiful, but don't get excited. She's just a ghost. Note, it said there are no barren lands, only exhausted oxen. But she met a tragic fate on her wedding night. The mystery remains unsolved. When the resentful spirit appeared, her body paused slightly, then emitted a chilling killing intent. Zhou Wen quickly controlled 9 black blades to lock onto the ghost's evasion path, preparing to attack. But when the blades touched the ghost's body, it was as if they were cutting through air. They passed right through, leaving the ghost completely unharmed. Something was wrong. Zhou Wen stared at the ghost and controlled the 9 blades to slash at her red shoes. Just as the blades were about to hit the red shoes, the ghost let out a miserable scream. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. She knelt on the ground, bowing to Zhou Wen. Seeing this, Zhou Wen sighed. This was yet another effect of his Dark Ghost clan identity. Stand up and speak. Zhou Wen withdrew the 9 blades. The ghost slowly stood up, first bowing to Zhou Wen, then saying, Master, I didn't recognize you earlier. Please forgive me. This was clearly a lie. Ghosts have a keen sense of strong individuals, it was impossible for her not to recognize him. Her humble attitude didn't match her status as a sea-level ghost, but her mind was clearly very sharp. Joe sneered coldly. He waved his hand and asked the female ghost, "Do you know what happened to the Dark Ghost clan?" The female ghost trembled in fear upon hearing this, and suddenly knelt down, kowtowing. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have eavesdropped on the royal family's secrets." Joe's eyes lit up. This female ghost definitely knew something. "Speak quickly. Tell me now," Joe asked urgently. The female ghost trembled and kowtowed as she said, "I only heard fragments. It seems the Dark Ghost clan wants to wipe out all humans and Taoist traditions to prevent something from growing." This news sent a shock through Joe's heart. "What else? Tell me quickly." The female ghost continued trembling and kowtowing. Master, I only heard this one sentence. I really only heard this one sentence, nothing else. That was all." Joe felt a bit disappointed. He looked at the female ghost in front of him, still trembling all over and kowtowing desperately. Joe sighed. "You may leave." The female ghost's body shook violently upon hearing this, clearly surprised. Joe squinted his eyes. "What? Do you want me to send you off personally?" 9 long blades faintly appeared in the air. The female ghost immediately kowtowed 3 more times and turned into green smoke, disappearing without a trace. A glimmer of light flashed in Joe's eyes. He seemed to have understood the origins of the Dark Ghost clan. System announcement. Suddenly, the system's public announcement popped up. Supernova player Wang Yifei has slain the A-level ghost creature, Vesha Ghost King, in the Ghost Temple battlefield announcement. Supernova player Wang Yifei has slain the A-level ghost creature, Vesha Ghost King, in the Ghost Temple. The system will drop an A-level loot box. Players, keep up the effort. Joe glanced at the remaining number of players. Remaining players, 32. The player count was dropping so quickly, far beyond his expectations. He felt a sense of urgency and immediately sped away from the area, completely ignoring the pale-faced Shao Qi beside him. After pausing for just a moment, Joe sensed the presence of that flesh monster. He grew tense and, turning his back to the direction of the monster's aura, fled at high speed. His figure transformed into black mist, moving incredibly fast. "Big brother! Look! It's a high-level ghost creature!" Suddenly, a player shouted excitedly. Immediately, a golden glowing net enveloped Joe. He lost his ability to move and was dragged to the ground. Not far away, 2 players jumped out from behind a rock. One held a golden rope in his hand, his face full of excitement. The other wielded a massive Buddhist blade, its blade engraved with the character. Seeing Joe trapped, the player with the blade sneered coldly. He raised the blade and swung it toward Joe, intending to end his life with one strike. "Big brother, this ghost creature is at least B-level. This time, we'll definitely get a cultivation technique. Don't worry, we've already killed so many ghost creatures. This time, we're sure to get a technique." The big brother's eyes burned as he stared at Joe. The sudden attack infuriated Joe. Seeing the 2 about to strike, he coldly spat out 2 words, "courting death." The players were shocked to hear Joe speak human language. Their expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly pulled each other to escape. "This is bad. This ghost creature seems to be from the Dark Ghost clan. Impossible. The ghosts of the Dark Ghost clan were wiped out long ago. Damn it. The information from the Holy Grail system forum was inaccurate." Suddenly, 9 pitch-black long knives appeared around Joe, effortlessly shattering the golden net like swimming dragons. One after another, they sliced through the night sky, sharp as lightning, striking directly at the elder brother's back. "You have killed target number 4461, temporary all attribute increase by 3 points, 100 tokens. Obtained, elder brother." The younger brother watched helplessly as his leader was pierced through, gritting his teeth in fury. "Damn it! You vile ghost! I'll avenge my elder brother!" The younger brother roared, pulling out a string of prayer beads to throw at Joe. Joe snorted coldly, and another pitch-black long knife appeared behind him. The 10 long knives merged into one, instantly shattering the prayer beads. Then, with the momentum of piercing through the sky, the long knife charged at the younger brother. The younger brother was instantly pierced by the 10 long knives, his body riddled with holes. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as his body collapsed abruptly, slowly, transforming into white light and turning into a box. "You have killed target number 4462, temporary all attribute increase by 3 points, 100 tokens obtained. At the same time, another long knife appeared behind Zhou. At this moment, he held a total of 11 ink-colored long knives. These 11 long knives blended seamlessly with the night sky, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Zhou sensed the location of the flesh monster. Damn it! I've wasted too much time again. His face darkened, feeling the monster's movements growing faster and faster. After a brief pause, the monster had caught up again. Zhou had no choice but to transform into black mist once more, floating in the air and rushing madly toward the distance. As he sped forward, he noticed many weak players around him. Meanwhile, the system's fright level kept refreshing on the screen. You triggered hair standing on end, you triggered panic-stricken, you triggered hair standing on end. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, you have accumulated enough fright energy for promotion. Please perform an extreme fright. You will be promoted to a B-level ghost. B-level ghost. A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhou's heart. As long as he could be promoted to a B-level ghost, he might find a way to deal with that flesh monster. Just as Zhou continued forward, a simple temple suddenly appeared before him. It looked reassuring, yet something felt off. The temple was grandly built but faintly exuded a chilling ghostly aura. Near the temple, many ghostly creatures had gathered, greedily absorbing the ghostly energy from the temple like cats drawn to catnip. At this moment, a pure white beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky, even captivating Zhou's attention. He looked around and thought, could this be the place where the supernova king Wang Yifei slayed the B-level ghost king? Wang Yifei. The name felt somewhat familiar to Zhou. He recalled that he might have seen this person on the battlefield of the Four Seas conquest. Zhou calculated in his mind, if he wanted to be promoted to a B-level ghost, he might have to focus on Wang Yifei this time. Thus, Zhou transformed into black mist and slowly infiltrated the ghost temple. Along the way, the other ghostly creatures initially wanted to swarm and tear him apart. But as soon as they sensed Zhou's aura, they immediately knelt down, trembling, not daring to move. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that his identity as part of the Dark Clan still had its advantages. Maintaining his black mist form, he entered the ghost temple. As soon as he entered the hall, Zhou noticed the peculiarities of this temple. It did not worship the Taoist deities or the Buddha, but rather a statue carved from some unknown material. From a distance, the statue resembled a mass of black mist. Indeed, Zhou recognized it as the ghostly figure of his own shadow clan. In the center of the temple, Wang Yifei could barely contain the joy in his eyes. Before him, a pristine treasure chest was slowly descending. Zhou sneered, his figure flashing like lightning to appear instantly before Wang Yifei. Wang Yifei was just about to reach out to open the treasure chest when suddenly, 11 pitch-black long knives flew out from the void, aiming straight at him. At the very moment Wang Yifei was about to open the chest, he felt a bone-chilling cold, like a wind piercing through his soul. Not good. Someone's ambushing me. Wang Yifei was shocked. He quickly retreated, moving with incredible speed, his agility clearly very high. But Zhou pursued relentlessly. After killing 10 players and with the skill bonus from Old Wan's escape secret, his speed was unmatched by anyone. Just as Zhou's 11 black knives were about to strike Wang Yifei suddenly shouted, "Open!" Sin descends. Instantly, a blazing black light erupted from his body, repelling Zhou's 11 black knives. The light then transformed into a liquid that coiled around Wang Yifei. He looked unwilling. Having just used the Sin Descends skill to defeat an A-level Ghost King, using it again in such a short time was a tremendous strain on his spirit. The black fluid enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, black wings sprouted from Wang Yifei's back, and part of the black fluid solidified into symmetrical patterns on his body. From a distance, the black markings on his face resembled demonic horns. Zhou looked at Wang Yifei's transformed appearance and couldn't help but praise, Wang Yifei's talent is quite impressive. After completing his transformation, Wang Yifei roared at Zhou, "You forced me. A blind sea-level ghost." Zhou sneered. The 11 long knives that had been repelled flew back one by one under his control, forming a dragon-like formation that guarded him. Wang Yifei's black wings flapped, and his figure turned into a shadow, charging fiercely at Zhou. Clang! A metallic clash sounded in front of Zhou. What? How is this possible? Wang Yifei saw his attack completely blocked by Zhou's 11 long knives and was visibly shocked. Just moments ago, when he activated the second stage of Sin Descends, the A-level Ghost King before him was utterly powerless. Yet now, facing this sea-level ghost, he couldn't even break through its defenses. Zhou controlled 9 of the long knives to dance like a black dragon, continuously attacking Wang Yifei. At this moment, Wang Yifei was in his transformed state, with his strength and speed pushed to their limits. Yet Zhou, using only 11 pitch-black long knives, was able to consistently fend off Wang Yifei's attacks. This made Zhou once again appreciate the advantage of a powerful talent. Seeing his every move blocked by the ghost's long knives, Wang Yifei was on the verge of collapse. Why? I clearly have the identity of an A-level talent second stage liberator, so why can't I defeat this low-level C-level ghost? Ah! Wang Yifei burned with rage. Suddenly, black, eerie flames ignited at 5 joints on his body. These flames seemed to have a tracking ability, directly floating toward Zhou, even bypassing the defenses of his black long knives. Zhou stared at the eerie black fire. Information about the flame appeared before his eyes. Sin descends dark fire level. Tier 1 description, companion flame originating from the second stage liberation of the A-level talent Sin descends angel, capable of inflicting significant damage on spiritual entities. Zhou understood and his body gradually hardened. The black flame drifted past him without causing any harm. Wang Yifei, who was fiercely battling 11 long knives, saw the scene and his eyes nearly popped out. Recognizing Zhou, he exclaimed in shock, "It's actually you. What? Your talent in this game is turning into a ghostly entity?" Wang Yifei's eyes turned red. Why him? At the moment Wang Yifei was distracted, one of the 11 long knives suddenly struck his vital point. Wang Yifei let out a miserable scream. Immediately, the other knives, like sharks smelling blood, frantically lunged at him. Each knife mercilessly stabbed Wang Yifei. His face turned pale, and his life hung by a thread. I refuse to accept this. Rage ignited in Wang Yifei's eyes. Zhou stopped controlling the long knives. Their momentum halted, and they vanished into the void. Zhou smiled. I can spare you, but on one condition. Wang Yifei, who was preparing for the end, froze, his face showing confusion. Tell me the location of the divine power fragment in this world. Wang Yifei's face showed determination. Impossible. I will never tell you. He knew Zhou was now the target of major guilds. He would never betray the guild and hand over critical information to Zhou. Zhou coldly replied, then prepare to die. In the dark sky, the 11 long knives reappeared, pointing directly at Wang Yifei. Wang Yifei looked at the scene, his face showing struggle. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Stop! Stop! I'll tell you." Hearing this, Zhou controlled the knives to halt. Wang Yifei hesitated, and just as Zhou was about to attack again, Wang Yifei's eyes shifted. He said to Zhou, "Keep heading north, and you'll reach a canyon. That's where the strongest ghostly entities of this world, the Shadow Clan, gather. The divine power fragment is guarded by the Shadow Clan." Shadow Clan. Zhou noted the name again. After confirming the direction and distance of the flesh monster, he transformed into black mist and flew into the sky, heading toward the location Wang Yifei mentioned. Wang Yifei watched Zhou flying south, his face darkened. Cold sweat slid down his cheek. How can he be this strong? Wang Yifei clenched his fists. Limping and enduring the needle-like pain in his head, he walked to the airdrop box. Opening the box, he retrieved equipment. The joy of obtaining the airdrop had long vanished. He only wanted to push his A-level talent to new heights. However, what he didn't know was that not far from him, a massive hybrid flesh monster was approaching at an alarming speed. Perhaps he would never have another chance. Zhou wasn't sure if Wang Yifei's words were true, but he had to leave. The flesh monster was getting closer. Zhou instinctively glanced at the system interface showing the remaining players. Remaining players, 13. His heart skipped a beat. How is this possible? In such a short time, the number of players has decreased so drastically. Checking the public kill page, he found no recent notifications of players being killed. A strange fear gripped Zhou's heart, driving him to accelerate southward. Zhou speculated that the Shadow Clan's ruins might hold a solution to the current predicament. In the worst-case scenario, after obtaining the fragment of divine power, he could instantly return to Shao Qi's side and then race against time to defeat other players. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shao Qi walked alone into a grassland. She was fully focused on drawing a hexagram magic circle on the ground. This time, the hexagram magic circle was different from before. Shao Qi drew a massive circle, as large as 10 meters by 10 meters. After finishing the circle, she knelt at the center of the hexagram. Placing her right hand on her left chest, she began to pray. Power from another world. I want to become stronger. Please grant me strength. As soon as she finished speaking, the summoning circle began to flicker with a faint purple light. Xiao Qi suddenly felt a splitting headache, her spirit nearly collapsing, suffering severe mental damage. Yet she persisted. Gritting her teeth, she knelt at the center of the massive circle, feeling utterly powerless. She hadn't been able to help Zhou Wen. Inspired by the magic circle used to seal the Ghost King in the Taoist temple, she wondered if the larger the circle, the stronger the summoned creature would be. With this thought, she immediately began her attempt. The faint purple light of the circle suddenly erupted, and a creature appeared. Within the circle, Zhou Wen advanced a short distance and encountered a massive canyon. The canyon was filled with many similar auras, but upon closer inspection, these auras were entirely different from those of the Dark Clan. Zhou Wen transformed into black mist and floated into the canyon, discovering the source of these auras. They were smooth, black stones. As he approached, information popped up: item, soul stone description, a medium left behind by the Dark Clan after death, capable of rebirth after 1,000 years. Looking around the canyon, there were countless round stones of varying sizes. Zhou Wen's heart trembled. What had happened to the Dark Ghost Clan? Logically, all members of the Dark Ghost Clan should possess strength similar to his, as they shared the same skills. Zhou Wen felt a complex mix of emotions as he sensed the helplessness and sorrow of the spirits before their deaths emanating from these black stones. He unconsciously touched his cheek, and a cold tear slid down. He murmured softly, "What's happening to me?" Indescribable sadness enveloped him, his eyes moist. "Come." Suddenly, a faint voice reached him. Zhou Wen immediately quieted down. "Come." The voice sounded again, weaker than before. He followed the direction of the voice and saw a black stone the size of a millstone lying there. "Come." The voice echoed once more in his ears. Zhou Wen confirmed that the sound was coming from this stone. As he approached the stone, a miracle occurred. The stone released a dark yet warm energy that flowed into Zhou Wen. At first, he felt a slight discomfort, but soon this dark energy enveloped him. He felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, an overwhelming sense of peace washing over him. His mind gradually relaxed. At this moment, a notification quietly appeared in the character skill interface. Skill, Dark Source Power Manipulation Level, a description, exclusive to the Dark Clan. Details, a skill of limitless power. The stronger the mental strength, the stronger the skill. The information quickly disappeared again. After a while, Zhou Wen regained his senses, and the stone before him reverted to an ordinary stone, its previous aura gone. Suddenly, with a bang, the stone cracked open. A weak and tiny black soul floated out. This black soul had no eyes or mouth, resembling a floating pouch. A dark soul slowly opened its almost invisible mouth, and a voice echoed in Zhou Wen's ear. "I am the last of the Shadow Clan. Take the remaining power I have and leave this place. This world is about to be consumed by the force of the apocalypse. Leave quickly. Leave quickly." Dark soul repeated this 3 times. Then, with a bang, it transformed into pure dark energy and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Zhou Wen's heart was shaken once again, and tears streamed down like a flood breaking its dam. He didn't know why he felt this way. Staring blankly at the world, he couldn't help but cry. As his sobs echoed, all the black round stones in the canyon simultaneously condensed into pure energy. Though each individual energy was small, their sheer number was astonishing. Zhou Wen suddenly let out a wail. No! All the soul stones in the canyon gathered a surge of pure dark energy, which quickly poured into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen absorbed it all at once. At the same time, the system interface displayed a notification: successfully absorbed advanced pure dark energy. Fear level restriction lifted. Begin upgrade. Sea level A level. After absorbing the energy provided by the soul stones, Zhou Wen directly advanced to A level Ghost King. He had jumped straight from sea level to A level. New skills and information immediately appeared on his personal interface. A level, Shadow Ghost King. Shadow advancement, omnipresent skill, omnipresent description, I am everywhere. Details, you can appear anywhere. On the battlefield. Clone exclusive to Shadow Ghost King. Description, the Ghost King's presence is everywhere. Details, consumes source energy to create a clone with 80% of the original strength. Clones share skills. After Zhou Wen used up all the energy and advanced to A level Ghost King, he opened his eyes and looked around the canyon. The soul stones, no longer nourished by dark energy, had all turned into ordinary stones. The entire canyon was devoid of any aura similar to his. It was lifeless and desolate. Tears once again streamed uncontrollably from Zhou Wen's eyes. His gaze was filled with confusion as he thought to himself, "What is happening to me? Why am I crying?" Deep within the canyon, a black sphere slowly floated out and landed in Zhou Wen's hand. This black sphere was the divine fragment of this ghostly battlefield. Zhou Wen instinctively gripped it tightly and tucked it into his chest. The system issued another notification: a new A-level Ghost King has been born. The A-level Ghost King will appear near all players in 5 minutes. Players are advised to resist the Ghost King's attacks. After reading the message, Zhou Wen suddenly lost control and began releasing Ghost King clones. This time, he released 8. The 8 Ghost King clones ascended one after another. Zhou Wen was shocked. What was happening? He instinctively checked the remaining number of players. Only 9 were left. A thought flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. He immediately teleported across thousands of miles and appeared beside Xiaoqi. But he found that Xiaoqi was gone. Using the system to check the location of his team member, Zhou Wen was stunned to discover that Xiaoqi had already left the battlefield. He extended his senses but couldn't detect any box left behind from Xiaoqi's death. What happened here after I left? Zhou Wen muttered to himself. At that moment, within his sensory range, the indescribable flesh monster reappeared. The creature was rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed. Zhou Wen knew in his heart that the moment of the final battle had arrived. He created 8 clones once again, all of them standing beside him. Zhou Wen swung his arm, and the clones mirrored his actions simultaneously. Instantly, countless pitch-black long blades appeared in the void. The terrifying mass of flesh entered his sight. When Zhou Wen saw it, his heart trembled violently. For some reason, the monster had grown to over 10 meters tall, exuding a stench of blood and a foul odor of bodily fluids. Its entire body was piled with organs and flesh, and even from a distance, it was enough to shock the soul. Zhou Wen struggled to suppress his nausea, controlling his clones to charge together. Countless black long blades tore through the sky. It looked like a meteor shower streaking across the heavens. One after another, the black meteors plunged into the mountain of flesh, eliciting a piercing wail from the monster. Ah! Blood and strange bodily fluids gushed from its body. Zhou Wen and his clones directed the black long blades to return, launching another attack. Black meteors streaked across the sky once again. This time, the monster seemed to react. Its bloated body suddenly shrank into a ball, squeezing out white fat from within. All that remained was hardened muscle. The massive body, originally over 10 meters tall, shrank to about 7 meters. The monster abandoned many of its useless organs. It rubbed its entire muscle-bound body and let out a furious roar. The sound was as grating as nails scratching glass. Zhou Wen reflexively covered his ears, but it was already too late. Not good. This is a mental attack. The mental strike shook Zhou Wen so hard that blood seeped from his mouth. He swung his arm again, summoning countless black meteors in the sky. They converged into a massive, shining star and came crashing down with immense force. The radiant star, formed from the gathered meteors, struck the monster of flesh. Its body shrank again, and the muscles that constituted it all ruptured. The collision of the star triggered a thunderous boom. Boom! A shockwave rippled through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. The ground cracked and spread outward from the monster's position. Is it dead? Zhou Wen stared intently at the monster's location. As the smoke cleared, he saw the dark red mass of flesh still trembling. It's still alive. Zhou Wen's expression grew grim. He had exhausted every means at his disposal but still couldn't bring down this monster. At that moment, a system notification suddenly popped up. In this survival war, no one but you has survived. Congratulations on achieving first place. Battlefield anomaly detected. Automatic exit in 5 minutes. Instinctively, Zhou Wen glanced at the remaining player count. Remaining players, 1. As expected, he was the only one left. He exhaled a sigh of relief. This mass of flesh was unkillable and appeared increasingly strange. Now, as he was about to be teleported away, he looked at the battlefield with a mix of emotions. All of humanity and its legacies had been destroyed. And the Dark Ghost Clan, which caused all of this, had also been annihilated. White light began to emit from Zhou Wen's body. The teleportation was about to begin. Not far away, the mass of flesh seemed to sense something. It let out a bizarre hissing sound and charged forward. Its muscles contracted violently, rupturing many parts of its body. Weakened and injured, the monster dragged itself toward Zhou Wen. Just as it was about to touch him, Zhou Wen's body burst into a blazing white light. In an instant, the battlefield was left completely empty. Zhou had been teleported away. The monster searched frantically for Zhou but could not find him. Enraged, it let out furious hissing sounds. HSSSS. HSSSS. It hissed with rage, tearing at the surrounding ground in a fit of fury, but it didn't know that as Zhou left, his shadow didn't follow him. The shadow slowly stood up from the ground, gazing at the spot where Zhou had disappeared, and softly said, "Thank you." Then it vanished. In the moment it disappeared, a faint glimpse of a badge could be seen on the shadow's chest. The badge bore the image of a shadowed figure wearing a crown. Rare item Ghost King. Zhou's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in his small truck. The system began the settlement process. This round of Holy Grail war has ended. Token settlement begins. Killed 16 people, earned 1600 tokens. Kill performance score, 160 assist performance score, 0 search performance score, 0 survival performance score, 100 total performance score. 260 killed 11 snipers, earned 20,460 tokens. Obtained the Holy Grail, reward doubled, earned 204,600 tokens. Total tokens earned, 204, 600 token balance, 231, 360. This meant he could exchange for 2,313 months of life. My goodness, over 200 years of life. A small Holy Grail appeared in the truck compartment. Points +1. After the settlement ended, Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. That monster earlier was truly terrifying. Its entire body exuded an eerie aura. Zhou still felt uneasy. He stared at the token balance, puzzled. Snipers? He reviewed the sniper rules and a smile appeared on his face. He planned to open the battlefield ruins in the next round and switch to some powerful equipment. Oh right. How's Shao-Chi doing? Suddenly thinking of his teammate, Zhou felt a pang of concern. He opened the friend interface and saw that Shao-Chi was still in the game. Only then did he relax. Recalling the earlier experience, a trace of coldness flashed in Zhou's eyes. Sniping. He entered the player forum and found the post he wanted to see. The strongest rising star, Cold-Blooded Sniper Live updates. This was a post about sniper progress, with players constantly updating information. Sniping failed. There were several replies under the post. Zhou glanced at the guilds and names of the responders. They were all members of the Order, Balance, and Blood Eye guilds. He closed the post and began looking at other posts related to himself. After reading them, he was filled with confusion. He couldn't remember what had happened in the latter half of the urban battle. What exactly had occurred? As he was pondering, an email popped up. The sender's ID was XXXXX. It was Jeezy. Zhou opened the email. Zhou, remember, don't enter the extreme realm. That's not a place you can risk going. Quickly level up to the silver rank, then use this golden invitation. Hurry and level up to silver rank. The email contained very little information. When Zhou opened the attachment, he saw a golden invitation card appear before him. Zhou took the invitation and carefully unfolded it. It was an invitation made of gold foil, with his name written on it in obsidian powder. This was an invitation to the golden extreme realm. Extreme realm? What kind of place is that? He compared the golden invitation with the battlefield ruins he had previously obtained. From the interface, it showed that he still needed to play 2 more matches to advance to silver rank. Roughly calculated, he would also need to play a promotion match. In other words, he had to play 3 more matches to reach silver rank. Sitting in the truck's driver's seat, Zhou understood that the road ahead was still long. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Due to force majeure, this system will shut down the game. All players, please log off immediately. System recovery time unknown. What's going on? Zhou's heart tightened as he saw the message. He couldn't help but think of that terrifying flesh monster and the players who didn't turn into white light after dying. Could this be the reason for shutting down the game? He speculated in his mind. A countdown appeared on the interface. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Forced termination. The system's cold mechanical voice sounded. All players are forcibly logged out of the game. Zhou's vision went black. He felt as if he were falling. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in reality. He was still sitting in his wheelchair and looked up at the clock on the wall. 6 hours had passed since he had dropped Zhou off at school. Zhou fell into deep thought. What's the time ratio between the Holy Grail game and reality? He wheeled himself to the balcony, gazing At the endless stream of vehicles on the street, the busy delivery workers, and the white-collar workers out for meals. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in his heart, as if the real world was the true illusion. A thought flashed through his mind. What would happen if everyone entered the Holy Grail game? Joe shook his head and smiled bitterly at himself. After all, every death in the Holy Grail game reduced one's lifespan. Yet he, having used cheats in every round, hadn't lost any lifespan so far. Perhaps there were still many secrets in this world that he didn't know. His gaze turned to the distance, overlooking the city. Pingching High School. At this moment, Zhou Yun was sitting in the student council office, pondering the best plan for the next school-wide event. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashed before her eyes. A voice came from within the light. The teleportation seems a bit off, but this should be the place, right? In a luxurious villa somewhere, a young man with green-dyed hair was nervously fiddling with some items. They were shells and strange wooden materials. His expression was serious, his fingers trembling slightly, revealing his excitement. He pressed a shell onto the wooden material. With a click, the scattered materials and the shell fused into one. The young man laughed excitedly, looking up at the sky. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! The design blueprint can actually be 100% realized in reality. The data analysis is too powerful. It's practically godlike. In another room, 12 people sat quietly. The atmosphere was heavy. One of them spoke. The extreme realm of the Holy Grail game has encountered a disturbance. As an official organization, shouldn't we step in to help? As soon as the words fell, a mocking voice rang out. We're just here to maintain order. Isn't it enough to do our job? That person didn't say we should handle this when they left. Holy Grail system logging in, please wait. Holy Grail system version 1.5 update complete version name, Chaos of the Extreme Realm new mode activated. As soon as Joe logged into the Holy Grail game, this notification appeared in his mind. At the same time, a new mode called Chaos of the Extreme Realm was added to his game interface. Chaos of the Extreme Realm mode? Joe felt that things were far from simple. Ding! His mail system received a new message upon opening it. Joe was astonished. The email sender was none other than the Holy Grail game system. Respected strongest rising star, September's Moon King, this system invites you to experience the chaos of the extreme realm in advance. Completing the task will earn you a large amount of token rewards. You will also receive 5 points, reducing the number of matches required for promotion. Direct exemption from the promotion match. Please enter the chaos of the extreme realm as soon as possible to participate in this event. System email. Joe immediately sensed that something was amiss. Chaos of the extreme realm, what exactly was happening? He glanced at his friend list and found that GZ was offline. Instinctively, he opened the player forum. A prompt popped up on the screen. Player forum under maintenance. Please check the system email for specific reopening time. Joe frowned deeply. This move by the system left him completely in the dark. A large amount of tokens, 5 points, an additional promotion match, exemption from the promotion match. Behind these generous rewards lay a massive crisis. System, I want to know what the extreme realm is exactly? Joe questioned the system. Unexpectedly, the system responded almost immediately. The extreme realm is the battlefield players entered during competitive matches. Players only enter the extreme realm battlefield when advancing from bronze to silver, silver to gold, and gold to divine rank. Currently, due to uncontrollable factors, the extreme realm is on the verge of collapse, which is why the system has issued this task. A battlefield required for promotion matches. Joe was shocked. The system continued, its tone unusually serious. When the extreme realm battlefield collapses, the balance of other battlefields will also be affected. Ultimately, all battlefields will shatter, and the Holy Grail game will completely disappear. All players eligible to participate will die together when the Holy Grail game collapses. How is that possible? Once players gain eligibility to enter the Holy Grail game, their lifespan no longer belongs to them. Correspondingly, players can exchange tokens for lifespan. This is a fair trade. The system's words left Joe speechless. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. After a moment of silence, Joe asked the system, how many extreme realms have already been destroyed? The system's voice carried a hint of urgency. So far, only the extreme realm for advancing from bronze to silver is on the verge of collapse. Once this extreme realm collapses, all players below silver will collapse along with it. They will also die in reality. After hearing this, Joe sighed. Alright, I choose to enter the chaos of the extreme realm. The system had made it clear. If he didn't enter, he would likely die. This disrupted his plans, but the generous rewards made him feel it was worth it. The system seemed pleased, matching in progress, matched with other players, entering chaos of the extreme realm. This extreme realm is a card world, disabling teammate location sharing. Given that this is a system-issued task, players will receive more comprehensive information. Extreme realm, card world description, battlefield for advancing from bronze to silver. Rank details, a battlefield based on a card power system, more suitable for player competition. Due to certain reasons, the rules have been changed to team cooperation. After reading the system's world background, Joe was presented with the random talent selection phase. Ding dong, player detected entering the battlefield, randomly selecting SSS talent. Joe was extremely curious. Was this random talent system the same as the Holy Grail system? If not, would he be considered cheating? Talent selection successful. This round's talent card master. The player has acquired the following skills. Card spirit crafting. You have mastered the highest level of card crafting. Creating cards requires no materials, only the most basic power. Card spirit by association. When obtaining one type of card, you automatically understand and master all cards of that category. Quick play. Due to being frequently rushed for playing cards too slowly in games like Dodiju, you have mastered the skill of quick play, reducing card play time by 50%. After reading the skills, Joe couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This power was too strong. But what on earth was this quick play skill? Initiating teleportation, the system's voice rang out again. Joe's vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on a park bench. The surroundings were silent, with not a single person in sight. Lush green trees, low grass, a broken gravel path, everything looked ordinary. Is this the extreme realm? Joe muttered to himself. What exactly happened here? Everything seemed no different from usual, with no signs of anything unusual. He took a deep breath, preparing to start exploring. Just then, the system's text suddenly popped up. Player, Joe. This round's title: September Moon King, Strongest Rising Star. System prompt: please quickly rendezvous with the other 8 Moon Kings. Complete the rescue mission as soon as possible. The system has gifted you a card to enhance your defense. These messages flashed several times before slowly disappearing. Joe felt a sense of urgency from the system's prompts. It seems I need to act quickly now. He stretched his body and summoned the card gifted by the system. A gray card appeared, depicting 2 crossed long swords forming an X. Gray card twin swords. Joe activated the card, which emitted an ethereal glow, projecting a 2-meter square frame. The card then gradually disintegrated into specks of light. The illusory card frame hovered in front of Joe, now holding 2 grayish-white long swords. Joe picked up the swords and swung them, finding them not easy to wield. He shook his head. These 2 swords were nothing compared to the black long sword he had in the ghost battlefield last round. The card's attributes displayed before him: twin swords, attack power +5, durability 300/300, skill twinborn. Description: when one sword's durability decreases, the other will decrease simultaneously. Note: the swordsmith said, these swords are destined to accompany each other to the underworld. But in truth, they are just poorly made failures. After reading this, Joe couldn't help but sigh. This was practically trash among trash. Carrying the 2 swords, he cautiously ventured into the park. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. A canine-like monster, entirely charred black and emitting a foul stench, appeared. It sniffed the air, locked onto Joe's direction, and charged at him at high speed. It moved incredibly fast and made no sound at all. In this extreme realm, 3 players were gathered in front of a convenience store. One of them shimmered with halos of various colors, another was engulfed in flames, and the third was wrapped in golden light, his face blurred. In front of them stood countless dog-like monsters. On a certain street, a man in black armor stood with a pile of monster corpses behind him. The air was thick with a pungent stench and the smell of blood, scaring off many monsters. In a certain school, a man with a chubby child riding on his head held an ordinary long sword. His expression was gloomy as he fended off sneak attacks from monsters while running toward the safe zone. In a park, a woman stood in front of A statue, dressed in green clothing, her eyes closed, emitting a white glow. As Joe approached, all the players' attention focused on him. The last person has finally arrived. The rescue operation begins. Joe walked alone along the park's path. The surrounding silence was unsettling. Along the way, he encountered no living creatures. What on earth has happened in this extreme realm? He gripped the two gray long swords tightly and continued forward. Soon, he arrived at a fountain. In front of him lay numerous charred, foul-smelling dog-like monster corpses. Joe uncovered his nose and cautiously walked past them. He gently poked one of the corpses with his sword and flipped it over to examine the monster's appearance. The creature had a monkey-like face, which sent a chill through his heart. What is this thing? Could this be the truth behind the chaos in the extreme realm? He speculated. Inwardly, a message popped up on the screen: Doomsday creature, swift demon level, unknown status, dead description, Vanguard. Unit of the Doomsday Army System alert. Stay away from it. Stay away from it. Joe recalled the monsters made of internal organs from the previous Ghost Realm game. The information matched the description of the flesh block monsters he had encountered. He crouched down to carefully examine the cause of the monster's death. This creature had almost no external injuries. Joe frowned, unable to understand how it had died. He flipped the corpse again with his sword. Suddenly, the monster's body bent in an extremely unnatural way. Upon closer inspection, Joe discovered its spine had been broken. He poked it with his sword and concluded that the monster must have been struck by a tremendous force, breaking its spine and killing it. In other words, there must be an enemy stronger than the swift demon nearby. Realizing this, Joe immediately heightened his vigilance. But what he didn't know was that behind him, a charred, foul-smelling dog-like monster was rapidly approaching. Its leg muscles were taut, ready to pounce on Joe. Watch out! Suddenly, a cold female voice rang out beside him. Joe instinctively turned his head, raising his twin swords in front of him to defend. A creature almost identical to the one on the ground leaped toward him. Doomsday creature, swift demon level, unknown status, allied description, Vanguard unit of the Doomsday Army System alert. Stay away from it. Stay away from it. The monster lunged at Joe, its forelimbs equipped with sharp, bone-like blades. Joe met its attack with his long sword. A sharp screeching sound echoed. The monster was forced back, but Joe's sword suffered significant durability loss. -80 if the monster attacked again, the sword might break, leaving Joe vulnerable. At that moment, Joe heard a muffled sound. He glanced sideways and saw a gray-white mermaid walking on her tail fin, holding a massive bottle in her hand. The bottle was also gray-white, with water slowly flowing inside. The mermaid jumped in front of the monster and, like swinging a baseball bat, smashed it hard against the monster. The monster let out a miserable scream, was sent flying, and fell to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. Judging by its appearance, the monster was beyond saving. The mermaid turned and walked toward him. Joe raised his longsword cautiously. The mermaid approached slowly, and Joe's calves tensed, ready to enter combat mode. Old Wong's escape tips had increased his agility by 5 points. With his speed, he could easily dodge the mermaid's first wave of attacks. Just as he thought this, the mermaid bypassed him. He turned to look back. He saw a woman dressed in green, her hands emitting a faint green glow. She was beautiful, but her brows and eyes revealed exhaustion. The mermaid walked to the woman's side and gradually lost its luster, turning into a gray-white statue. The green glow in the woman's hands also slowly faded. She glanced at Joe and spoke, "Are you September's strongest rising star?" Joe nodded. Seeing this, the woman let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. My name is Mu Ling, the Moon King of August. My title is Spirit King. My talent is the ability to animate dead objects and make them fight for me. What is your talent? She asked directly. Joe moved slightly and used a skill to dispel the long sword in his hand. The sword instantly turned into specks of light. He gathered the light with both hands. The game interface before him displayed that he had 200 points of card spirit. Mu Ling looked at Joe, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. She frowned. Just now, Joe had almost been ambushed by a swift demon, and his lack of response to her question made her uneasy. Joe focused his thoughts, and a new card appeared in his hand. The card still had a gray-white border, with 2 crossed swords depicted on it. He crushed the card, and the virtual card frame reappeared. He picked up the 2 gray longswords and said to Mu-Ling, "My name is Zhou Wen, and this is my talent. I can quickly integrate into the battlefield world." He didn't tell the truth. After all, his talent was random each time and extremely powerful. But from a certain perspective, it did indeed vary with the battlefield. Mu-Ling didn't say much upon hearing this. She widened her eyes at Zhou Wen's words. Integrate into the battlefield world? She became serious, walked up to Zhou Wen, and handed him a card. The card had a light blue border, and its surface depicted an illusory blue glow. Card information floated before Zhou Wen's eyes. Card, basic mental recovery quality, blue effect. Restores 20% of maximum mental energy. Note, back when this card was in pill form, it was highly popular among men. Mu-Ling said to Zhou Wen, "Try analyzing this card. I'll help you find some card spirit and materials. Give it a shot at crafting." Zhou Wen took the card. Instantly, he gained the crafting methods for all cards in the same series as this one. Skill triggered, mastery through analogy. You have learned the crafting methods for all mental recovery cards. In other words, as long as Zhou Wen had enough card spirit now, he could craft these cards anytime. After using them, he could also recycle them with his skill and craft them repeatedly. With his quick card-playing skill, Zhou Wen activated cards much faster than others. After Mu-Ling handed him that card, she pulled out an identical one from her pocket. She crushed the card. Unlike the weapon card earlier, this one turned directly into a blue light. The light traveled through Mu-Ling's hand, through her skin, and into her body. Mu-Ling's previously fatigued expression gradually faded under the blue glow. Her exhaustion visibly lessened. A few seconds later, Mu-Ling opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Wen. Calmly, she said, "We should head to the convenience store now. There are a few Moon Kings from the past months there. They're all waiting for you." Hearing this, Zhou Wen's heart stirred. He couldn't help but ask, "How long have you been waiting for me?" Mu-Ling turned and led the way. "We've been waiting for you for 3 hours. 3 hours? Mu-Ling walked ahead, pushing a small cart. On the cart was the mermaid statue. She seemed to see through Zhou Wen's confusion and glanced at him. She said, "Although my ability can revive inanimate objects, it consumes mental energy every moment. In these 3 hours, I've already spent quite a bit of mental energy, so I save where I can." After hearing this, Zhou Wen took out the card Mu-Ling had just given him and crushed it in front of her. The azure light healed Mu-Ling's spirit. The fatigue on her face visibly lessened. Mu-Ling was a bit puzzled by Zhou Wen's action. "Have you already figured out how to use this card?" she asked, suppressing her irritation. Since Zhou Wen's talent was integrating into this battlefield world, it meant he could create these cards himself. Zhou Wen didn't answer. He waved his hands, gathering all the scattered card spirits in the air. Then, with swift finger movements, a brand new card appeared in his hand. He looked up at Mu-Ling and said calmly, "Do you still need mental healing?" Seeing this, Mu-Ling's eyes widened in shock. Words caught in her throat. She was at a loss for words. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, How did you do that?" Zhou Wen smiled. "It's simple. I don't need materials to make cards. So as long as you give me card spirits, that's enough." This time, Zhou Wen told a small lie. In reality, creating cards didn't consume anything for him, not even card spirits. But Mu-Ling was the strongest rising star of August and a powerful ally. Zhou Wen naturally didn't want to let her go. Mu-Ling finally understood. She had no choice but to continue pushing the cart. In truth, she had initially intended to ask Zhou Wen to help pull the cart. But seeing how strong his talent was, she decided to pull it herself. The two walked along the park's path. Along the way, Zhou Wen didn't encounter any swift demons, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't we seen any swift demons?" The most fatal injury was the gash on the heart. Zhou Wen looked at the corpse, his heart tightening. "Is this a native?" Mu-Ling nodded. Her expression was serious as her gaze shifted to the small pouch at the man's waist. She removed the pouch and opened it. Inside were 3 cards. One was the beginner mental recovery card that Zhou Wen had just synthesized. The other 2 were a beginner stamina recovery card and a drinking water card. Card, beginner stamina recovery card quality, blue, restores 20% of maximum stamina within 5 seconds, cannot be used consecutively in a short period. Note, definitely worth it. Card, drinking water card, sports quality, gray, creates 300 milliliters of pure water containing minerals needed after exercise, controllable via mental focus. Note, drink it. Seeing these 3 cards, Mu Ling showed a hint of disappointment. She tossed the cards to Zhou Wen. Let's go. We need to hurry to the convenience store and meet up with the other Moon Kings. There should be stronger cards there. Zhou Wen took the cards and fell into thought. He glanced down at the corpse on the ground, dressed in sportswear. It seemed this person was just out for a run. Naturally, they wouldn't be carrying any powerful cards. Zhou Wen crushed all 3 cards. The activation process for the beginner mental recovery card was the same as before. The beginner stamina recovery card projected a virtual frame and emitted a faint yellow-brown G. His mental attributes were not low, and his reactions kept up completely. Clang! Another piercing collision sounded. The swift demon was blocked. Again. Enraged, the swift demon accelerated its attack rhythm and charged fiercely. Zhou Wen didn't have time to take out the gray long sword for defense. A voice came from behind him. It was Mu Ling. A figure flashed past and stood in front of Zhou Wen. It was the mermaid. The gray-white mermaid, with hollow pupils, raised the water bottle and smashed it fiercely at the swift demon. The swift demon was sent flying, unable to even let out a scream, and was crushed into pulp by the water bottle. Zhou Wen turned around to look. The mermaid automatically returned to the small cart, stabilized itself, and reverted to a statue. Mu Ling's face was pale. Zhou Wen made another mental recovery card and handed it to her. Mu Ling waved her hand and said, "My mental strength is still sufficient. But using my talent multiple times in a short period is nearing its limit." This was mental fatigue. Mental recovery cards can't fix that. Just give me another water card. Zhou Wen understood and dismissed the mental recovery card. He gathered card energy and created a drinking water card, handing it to Mu Ling. She took it, crushed the card, washed her face and hands with the water, and let out a sigh of relief. "All right, let's move quickly. Follow me to the west. There's a security booth there. Let's see if there are any military-grade cards. It might also lighten my burden." Mu Ling saw through the situation. Although Zhou Wen could make cards, the 2 black long swords he carried were so poor that she couldn't rely on him to fight the swift demons. Zhou Wen and Mu Ling continued forward and soon arrived at the security booth Mu Ling had mentioned. Scattered around the booth were several corpses of swift demons. Zhou Wen pushed open the door of the security booth and immediately saw a security guard whose body was mangled, headless, with a large hole torn in his abdomen by the swift demons, and internal organs scattered everywhere. Mu Ling stared at the corpse on the ground and closed her eyes. The walls of the security booth were covered in bloodstains. This time, without Mu Ling needing to speak, Zhou Wen squatted down and opened the card pouch on the security guard's waist. Inside, there was only 1 card left. Seeing this card, Zhou Wen immediately showed an expression of delight. He pulled out the card. The card's border was deep blue, and the image DEP. "Let's go. You lead the way, and we'll head to the convenience store." "Okay." Mu Ling turned and walked out of the security booth, pushing her small cart ahead of her. Zhou Wen carried the electric baton, staying alert at all times. "What is our mission?" Zhou Wen asked. "To rescue the king of the world of this realm, have him activate the barrier of the world, and use it to fend off these apocalyptic monsters," Mu Ling replied. "The king of the world?" Zhou Wen's eyes lit up at the term, and he asked, "Who is the king of the world in this realm?" Mu Ling shook her head. "How would I know?" She seemed to understand Zhou Wen's confusion, and explained further, "Some players aren't famous in real life. Not all players are as well known as Fabre or Baichi. There are many who remain unknown in reality but are incredibly skilled in the Holy Grail game." Hearing this, Zhou Wen suddenly understood. "So, what rank are these kings of the world in the game?" he asked. Mu Ling glanced at him and said, "Once they return to their own small worlds, they no longer participate in survival wars. Usually, they're mentally exhausted and choose to manage a small world as a retirement haven. Of course, these players are all extremely wealthy. Tokens, points, and even resources unique to their small worlds. Most of the items you see in the store are provided by these kings of the world." Mu Ling patiently explained to Zhou Wen, and he finally understood. Mu Ling continued, "Players who can manage small worlds are very few. They are rewarded by the Holy Grail system for their significant contributions on the front lines." "What exactly are the permissions?" Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask. This time, Mu Ling didn't answer. When you reach the gold rank, you'll naturally find out. Alright, enough talking. I need to rest for a bit. Once we leave this park, we have a tough battle ahead of us. Seeing Mu Ling's exhausted expression, Zhou Wen nodded and refrained from asking further questions. The two continued forward, and the air once again filled with the smell of burning. Suddenly, the sound of wind rushed behind Zhou Wen's neck. He quickly turned around, narrowly avoiding a fatal attack. The attacker was a swift demon, and Zhou Wen broke out in a cold sweat. Entering combat state, agility increased by 5 points. The swift demon moved faster than any Zhou Wen had encountered before. If not for using old Wang's escape technique, he would never have dodged that strike. The swift demon, seeing Zhou Wen evade its attack, showed a hint of confusion in its eyes. Zhou Wen raised the electric baton in his hand, and the swift demon instinctively took a step back. Its instincts told it that this weapon was extremely dangerous and not to be confronted head-on. But soon, the warmth in the swift demon's eyes was replaced by a blood-red killing intent. It let out a piercing screech and lunged forward. Zhou Wen immediately raised the electric baton to meet it. The swift demon's sharp bone spurs clashed with the baton, and a dazzling burst of electric sparks erupted from the tip of the baton. The swift demon convulsed violently and crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a strong burnt odor. Mu Ling, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her nose. Zhou Wen seized the opportunity, gripping the electric baton and repeatedly stabbing the swift demon's body. The swift demon's eyes rolled back, its tongue lolled out, and its body trembled uncontrollably. After a few shocks, Zhou Wen realized that while the electric baton was excellent for control, its killing power was far too weak. This was understandable, as the baton was designed not to kill but to subdue dangerous enemies. Zhou Wen summoned the grey longsword once again and fiercely slashed at the neck of the swift demon. The blade pierced straight through its head. The swift demon shuddered and collapsed completely, unable to rise again. It was dead. Zhou Wen retracted the electric baton and the longsword, then summoned another electric baton. Turning his head, he saw Mu Ling standing far away, covering her nose while pushing a small cart. She frowned, her face full of disdain. Zhou Wen awkwardly chuckled twice and walked over. "How far are we from the park entrance?" he asked. Mu Ling rolled her eyes at him. "There's still some distance to the park entrance, but even if we get there, we can't leave." "Why not?" "There's an armed demon guarding it. I can't even break through its attacks." "What is an armed demon?" Mu Ling briefly described it. The armed demon was about 5 or 6 meters tall, with a slender body and taut muscles. From a distance, it looked like a solid wall. It doesn't have arms, so it can't attack. But its defense is extremely strong. Punching it feels like hitting concrete. And it can slowly regenerate. My mermaid can't even scratch its defense. Zhou Wen's mind stirred, and he asked, "What if the mermaid wielded my grey longsword? Could it break through?" Mu Ling laughed twice, looking at him as if he were a fool. "That shabby grey longsword of yours? I bet if my mermaid swung it a few times, it wouldn't even leave a scratch, and your sword would break first." Zhou Wen scratched his head. "Is there any other way?" Mu Ling shook her head. "No." Zhou Wen felt a bit disappointed and asked again, "Can we leave from somewhere else?" Mu Ling rolled her eyes at him even harder. "This card world has rules. It's forbidden to cross from other places. In other words, even if you reach the boundary between the park and the street, you still can't get through." Zhou Wen scratched his head again. "How do you know so much about this card world?" Mu Ling instinctively rolled her eyes at him. Zhou Wen couldn't help but interject, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Mu Ling squinted at him. "Are you from Dunhuang? Why do you talk so much?" Zhou Wen laughed. "I suggest you use potassium permanganate eye drops." Upon hearing this, Mu Ling's body visibly stiffened. Zhou Wen noticed the mermaid statue in her card emitting a faint white glow. He immediately shut his mouth and muttered, "Can't afford to provoke, really can't afford to provoke." Mu Ling led Zhou Wen forward for a while. The park exit appeared before them. Seeing the armed demon Mu Ling had mentioned, Zhou Wen froze. The taut, bright red muscle fibers formed a solid wall, slowly writhing. Unidentified yellowish-brown liquid clung to its surface. Zhou Wen felt a chill run through his body as he looked at it. When they reached the spot, Mu Ling sat on a bench near the park entrance. Zhou Wen sat beside her. "Is there really no way to deal with the armed demon?" Zhou Wen asked. Mu Ling shrugged. "You've seen it yourself. If you want to try, go ahead. Joe summoned the two black long swords but quickly retracted them after. Some thought. Those swords couldn't even kill the swift demon, let alone the armed demon. He still held the electric baton in his hand and walked toward the writhing wall of muscle. The muscle fibers made Joe feel so nauseous he wanted to vomit. Like a boxer staring down an opponent, he forced himself to endure the disgust and placed his hand on the armed demon's muscle immediately. Part of the armed demon's muscle began to tremble. A burnt, acrid smell wafted through the air. Only then did Joe stop, noticing that the muscle fibers in front of him had turned black. He glanced at the electric baton in his hand and then at the armed demon's muscles. This is just unreasonable. The muscles were charred. Joe lightly touched it with his finger and felt a wave of heat radiating from it. Sitting nearby, Mu Ling spoke. You've only burned part of his muscles. There's still plenty more in the rest of his body. We can't get through at all. Hearing Mu Ling's words, Joe fell into thought. He stared at the thick wall of muscles before him, his brows tightly furrowed. Suddenly, Joe's eyes lit up. He turned to Mu Ling and asked, "Does this armed demon absorb water?" Mu Ling shook her head. "No. If you poisoned the water and he absorbed it, large areas of his muscles would die. But the armed demon's muscles push water away, it won't seep in." Hearing this, Joe clapped his hands. "All right, I've got an idea." Mu Ling looked a little puzzled as Joe conjured 5 drinking water cards, summoning them one by one. Large masses of water floated in the air. Joe crushed the used card spirits and reconjured them, repeating the process. After accumulating a massive ball of water, Joe used his mind to control it, smearing it onto the armed demon's body. When the water touched the armed demon, Joe could clearly feel the muscles instantly tense, pushing the water away. The water merely clung to the surface. Once the water was used up, Joe realized he hadn't covered the entire surface yet. He summoned more drinking water cards and continued applying the water. After coating the last area, Joe wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled at Mu Ling. "Now, it's ready." This time, Joe summoned an electric baton card. Activating the electric baton, he wore a smile on his face. "Time to taste my power." The baton pierced into the armed demon's muscle fibers. With just a thought, the electric current began spreading through the water, covering the armed demon. The blue electricity, like an intruder storming into a city, rampaged through the armed demon's muscles. The armed demon's muscles began to tremble violently. The air was filled with an intense, acrid bird smell. Mu Ling frowned and took out a handkerchief to cover her nose. The blue current at the tip of the electric baton clung tightly to the armed demon like an octopus from the depths of the ocean. After a while, the once vivid red muscles of the armed demon turned black, charred like overcooked meat. The texture resembled dry, hard biscuits. Joe figured that if he punched it now, it might crumble into dust. He stopped the electric baton and hesitated for a moment before punching the armed demon. However, the expected powdery collapse didn't happen. Instead, it felt like punching a sheet of iron. Just a bit more force, and it would break. Joe dismissed the electric baton in his hand and summoned 2 gray longswords. This should break through his defenses now, he thought to himself. Then, with a loud shout, he roared, "Break!" The 2 longswords slashed violently against the armed demon. Zzz, a massive gash was instantly carved out. Mu Ling's eyes lit up as she watched. "A clever approach," she commented, her brows slightly furrowed, a subtle coldness flashing in her gaze. Joe had opened a hole wide enough for someone to pass through. Inside, the muscles were still bright red. He repeated the same method as before, summoning water, burning it with the electric baton, and slashing with the long sword. Under the chained assault, a large opening was torn into the armed demon's body. Joe took a deep breath, poked his head through the opening, and looked back at Mu Ling. "Let's go." Mu Ling pushed a small cart through the gap. Joe looked toward the park beyond. It was indistinguishable from the real world. A street stretched ahead, flanked by greenery, with towering buildings in the distance. The difference here was the complete lack of vitality. As soon as he emerged from the tunnel, Joe summoned his electric baton, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Not far away, a few small creatures were huddled together. Judging by their appearance, they were swift demons. Mu Ling stretched lazily, her mood seemingly good. "Not bad," she remarked. The swift demons noticed them. "Ah!" Squeak, squeak, squeak. They screeched as they charged forward, their movements swift and silent. Their monkey-like faces twisted with urgency. Joe summoned water, spreading it across the path the swift demons were bound to take. The moment they stepped into the water, Joe aimed his electric baton at the ground. Blue-white currents spread through the water. One of the swift demons immediately convulsed and collapsed. Its monkey-like face contorted in a grimace, its eyes filled with confusion. Even though the swift demons were immobilized, they instinctively crawled toward Zhou and Mu-Ling. Zhou manipulated the water to drench them completely, then increased the electric batten's current. Instantly, crackling sounds erupted from the swift demons' bodies. Their eyes rolled back, tongues lolled out, and their saliva evaporated from the electricity. Their tails tucked between their legs, resembling frightened puppies, except they were monsters. The air was thick with the acrid stench of Biu. Zhou saw this and quickly grabbed Mu-Ling. "What are you doing?" Mu-Ling's face was full of anger, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. She was on the verge of losing her patience. Zhou shook his head and said, "Take a closer look at that little girl. And think about this entire card world we've been traversing. Have you seen any other living people? Would those swift demons let such a good prey go? Think carefully." Hearing Zhou words, Mu-Ling calmed down. She stared intently at the little girl, only to discover that she was smiling. This was completely unreasonable. In an environment overrun by monsters, where everyone had been slaughtered, how could a little girl possibly smile? The little girl seemed to notice Zhou and Mu-Ling, staring blankly at them with that eerie smile still on her face. Zhou gripped his electric baton tightly, ready for battle. When the little girl saw Zhou activate the baton, her smile turned sinister. The shadow beneath her suddenly transformed into thin, elongated lines that rapidly extended toward Zhou and Mu-Ling dodged quickly. Zhou didn't understand what kind of attack this was, but he knew it was definitely bad news. He darted left and right across the open ground, desperately avoiding the shadows. But Mu-Ling wasn't so lucky. 3 thin shadows extended from the ground, and entwined with her own shadow. Mu-Ling lost her balance and fell to the ground. Zhou looked at her and saw that her eyes were tightly shut, her forehead covered in sweat, and she was invisible. Pain. Zhou took a deep breath. There was no choice now but to eliminate the threat completely. He charged toward the little girl, dodging the shadow attacks while keeping an eye on the precariously swaying billboard overhead. Just as Zhou was about to reach the little girl, the billboard suddenly transformed. It turned into a swift demon. The swift demon drooled, its ugly monkey-like face showing a cunning smile. With a whoosh, it dove down, raising its sharp bone claws and aiming directly at Zhou. Zhou's expression changed. "Not good, I've been tricked. What on earth was that thing just now?" Zhou immediately halted his attack on the little girl. He raised the electric baton horizontally to shield himself overhead. The swift demon, claws bared, swooped down from the air, clearly intent on killing him outright. At that moment, the building in front of Zhou suddenly emitted a rumbling sound. What happened next left Zhou utterly stunned. Pieces of the office building's walls fell off and quickly assembled into arms and legs. The building transformed into a giant hand that slammed down hard on the swift demon, sending it flying dozens of meters away. It was clearly beyond saving. Zhou watched this scene, his heart filled with shock. Then, a cold voice came from behind him. "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Help me finish it off." It was Mu-Ling's voice. From her tone, Zhou could sense her exhaustion and weakness. "Got it, leave it to me." Zhou accelerated forward and thrust the electric baton fiercely into the little girl's body. Instantly, blue and white currents surged across the little girl's entire body, followed by a loud boom. The little girl transformed into a slug-like monster. The monster's body was stitched together with human skin, its colors uneven, with some areas already blackened and rotting. Its head was slimy, resembling a snail's shell. Zhou's system information immediately popped up: Doomsday Creature. Phantom Demon Level, Unknown Status, Alive Description, Vanguard of the Doomsday Army System. Warning: stay away from it, stay away from it. Zhou summoned a ball of water, and in an instant, the Phantom Demon was struck by the electric currents, emitting a scorched stench. It was dead. As the Phantom Demon perished, the office building ceased its movements and began collapsing in one direction. Zhou quickly turned around and saw Mu-Ling lying on the ground. He hurried over. Mu-Ling's face was pale, her breathing weak, as if she could barely hold on. Zhou placed his hand under her nose to check her breathing and found it extremely faint. He panicked slightly but quickly dismissed the summoned electric baton. Instead, he spent 500 spirit points to create a mid-level stamina recovery card. Mid-level stamina recovery quality, deep blue effect, restores 25% stamina. Note: don't overuse, it has side effects after using the stamina recovery card. Zhou swiftly created a mid-level mental recovery card. Within seconds, Zhou Wen used several stamina and mental recovery cards on Mu Ling. Finally, Mu Ling let out a faint cough. Cough, cough, cough. She slowly regained consciousness, opening her tired eyes to find herself lying on the ground. Around her was a worried Zhou Wen. She noticed Zhou Wen still summoning cards in his hand. The blue-bordered cards and yellow light clusters continued to work within her body. Seeing this, Mu Ling was both surprised and too weak to question him. Zhou Wen smiled and explained, I discovered these cards after defeating that phantom demon. Mu Ling looked puzzled. Zhou Wen met her gaze with a firm expression. Only then did Mu Ling believe he wasn't lying. As for the truth, Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't reveal the secret of his talent. It was his trump card, not something to casually share. Mu Ling nodded and tried to stand up. As soon as she did, a pained expression crossed her face, and she clutched her temples. Seeing this, Zhou Wen quickly supported her arm to help her steady herself. How are you feeling? Zhou Wen asked with concern. Mu Ling, enduring the headache, replied, I just expended a lot of mental energy forcibly controlling that office building. I'm in bad shape now. We might need your help in the next battle, Zhou Wen said as he helped Mu Ling to her small cart and let her sit down. Zhou Wen began pushing the cart. It's fine. I used up my mental energy earlier because of you, Mu Ling said. I'll handle the next battle, Zhou Wen declared. How far are we from the convenience store? Mu Ling looked around and pointed in a direction. Not far, it's just over there. Zhou Wen nodded, one hand on the cart and the other holding the electric baton. He gave the cart a gentle push, but it didn't budge. A trace of awkwardness appeared on Zhou Wen's face. It's a bit. Before he could finish, Mu Ling's murderous glare made him stop mid-sentence. Zhou Wen awkwardly chuckled twice, then mustered his courage and began pushing the cart. As Zhou Wen pushed Mu Ling along, he sprinkled water along the way. His biggest fear was a sudden ambush by a swift demon. To prepare, he handed the electric baton to Mu Ling, thinking that if a swift demon dared to attack, Mu Ling could activate the baton and zap them. After walking for a while, Mu Ling lowered her head and softly said, I'm sorry. Zhou Wen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. It's okay. That little girl reminded me of my sister. You have a sister too? Zhou Wen asked, surprised. Mu Ling nodded, a hint of astonishment in her expression. You have a sister too? Zhou Wen repeated with a smile. My sister was really mischievous when she was little, but she's much more sensible now. Hearing this, Mu Ling's expression darkened slightly. Her gaze fell to the ground as she sank into thought. What about your sister? She was paralyzed after an accident. Mu Ling finished speaking, and Zhou Wen's hand pushing the cart paused for a moment, his heart tightening. Sorry for making you sad. Mu Ling shook her head and forced a faint smile. It's okay. The atmosphere grew heavy again. Zhou Wen continued pushing Mu Ling toward the convenience store. They were already close. Suddenly, Zhou Wen caught a strong, burnt stench, the smell of a swift demon. His expression immediately turned serious. He quickly summoned several water cards, controlling them with his mental power. To spread out ahead. Mu Ling, the electric baton. Mu Ling, covering her nose, handed the electric baton to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took it and said seriously, wait here for now. I'll go scout ahead. Holding the electric baton in his right hand and continuously creating water cards with his left, liquid condensed in the air, ready to be thrown at any moment. He advanced cautiously. Ahead was a corner, the source of the strongest burnt smell. Zhou Wen kept wetting the ground with water as he approached slowly. Watching the water spread, he inserted the electric baton into the puddle and flipped the switch. Blue currents danced in the water. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Ah! Who electrified me? It hurts. A figure burst out from the corner. His hair stood on end, his face twitching, and he was dressed in fiery red clothes, looking rather odd. Seeing Zhou Wen, he shouted angrily, was it you who electrocuted me? Just now? Zhou Wen froze for a moment and instinctively nodded. The man's right hand suddenly ignited a ball of flame, which seemed alive as it charged toward Zhou Wen. From behind, Mu Ling shouted, Fengbugen, stop. He's one of us. But the fiery youth ignored her completely. Zhou Wen quickly summoned a large mass of water to extinguish the flames. Fengbugen's eyes widened. Wow, you can control water. I have to fight you. Mu Ling urgently called from behind, Zhou Wen, just use the electric baton on him. Zhou Wen nodded and instinctively thrust the electric baton at Fengbugen. The moment the metal tip touched him, blue currents enveloped Fongbugen, and he began to convulse. He mumbled, "Stop. I know you're one of us. Stop." Zhou quickly withdrew the baton. Fongbugen was smoking all over, his hair still sparking with electricity. From the other side of the corner came two voices. Huang Xin, go check on Fongbugen. Ignore him. That idiot probably ran into one of our teammates. Two players emerged. One was dressed in a dragon robe, his face exuding arrogance. The other was dressed plainly, wearing black-framed glasses, giving off a scholarly vibe. Fongbugen jumped 2 meters away and shouted, "This guy is no ordinary person." Mu Ling pushed the cart over and introduced. "Zhou, this is June's Moon King, the Fire King Fongbugen. The one in the dragon robe is May's Moon King, Emperor Huang Xin." The player next to him interrupted Mu Ling. "Hello, I'm Yuan Shang, July's Moon King, titled the Curse King." Zhou froze. Upon hearing the title, Yuan Shang noticed his reaction and pointed to the sky. A colorful halo appeared, displaying the words, "Curse King. My talent is to enhance myself or weaken enemies through verbal curses." All eyes turned to Zhou. It was his turn to introduce himself. "I'm Zhou, this month's Moon King, though I don't have an official title yet. The system hasn't confirmed it, but my talent is the ability to quickly adapt to the battlefield and utilize the forces of this world." Hearing this, Yuan Shang's eyes lit up. "That's great. Can you make cards?" Zhou nodded, and 4 cards appeared in his hand: a gray longsword card, a blue electric baton card, a blue mental recovery card, a blue physical recovery card, and a gray drinking water card. When Emperor Huang Xin saw the drinking water card, he couldn't help but bite his lip, his throat moving slightly. Yuan Shang spoke up. "That's great. Can you make some drinking water cards for us? We've been fighting for a long time, and our supplies are gone." Zhou lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and the border of the drinking water card began to emerge. He consumed 100 card energy points and successfully created a drinking water card. After completing it, Zhou handed the drinking water card to Emperor Huang Xin. Huang Xin gave him a cold glance, snorted lightly, and then took the card. Yuan Shang shrugged helplessly. "Don't mind him. He's just a Chinibya teenager. His talent is related to emperors, so he's a bit odd." Zhou suddenly understood, his gaze becoming more complex as he looked at Emperor Huang Xin. Then, Zhou began making physical recovery and mental recovery cards. Finally, everyone had supplies. Fire King Fongbugen used a mental recovery card and showed a satisfied expression on his face. He couldn't help but cheer. "Finally, we have supplies. My mental energy was about to give out. What a timely rain." After saying this, he raised his eyebrows at Zhou. Zhou froze for a moment, not understanding Fongbugen's meaning, but Mu Ling unceremoniously gave Fongbugen a hard punch on the head. "Ouch!" Fongbugen cried out in pain. "All right, now that we've rested, let's head to the next place." "Wait, what about the convenience store?" Zhou asked. He saw Huang Xin and Yuan Shang glaring at Fongbugen with murderous eyes. Fongbugen swallowed nervously, shrank his neck, and stammered, "How was I supposed to know that? Convenience store was so dangerous." Zhou and Mu Ling exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. "Then let's go to the hospital." Yuan Shang adjusted his glasses. "The hospital? Why?" "According to the intel, the Lord of the World is injured. We need to go to the hospital first to find a medical card for him to heal." Hearing this, Zhou frowned deeply. "Even the Lord of the World can get injured?" "That's right." Mu Ling sat on a small cart, pushed by Fongbugen. "The Lord of the World used all his power to reinforce the world's barrier to resist the apocalypse monsters. Otherwise, this world would have already become a paradise for monsters." "Exactly." Yuan Shang nodded as well. Zhou finally understood. "Then let's go to the hospital." Emperor Huang Xin walked ahead, clearing the way for everyone. Zhou turned a corner and finally understood where the burnt smell he had noticed earlier came from. The entire street was littered with the corpses of swift demons, their bodies covered in scorched marks. Some corpses had been violently cut into pieces, scattered along the roadside. Zhou looked at the devastated battlefield before him, his gaze lingering on Fongbugen and Huang Xin. Fongbugen grinned, placing a hand on Zhou's shoulder. He pointed at the charred corpses and said, "See that? I did all that Bugen laughed proudly. Huang Xian clenched his fists, his face expressionless, silently watching. Mu Ling, pushing the small cart, covered her nose with a look of disgust. The way you burn them is so gross. It's nothing compared. The wind unwillingly widened his eyes, pointing at the dismembered body parts as he retorted, "Are you kidding me? You call this clean and swift?" Zhou glanced at the corpses. They had been hacked apart randomly, with no sense of order at all. Yuan stepped up beside Bugen, patting him on the shoulder. "You have to understand, Muling simply finds you distasteful." Bugen immediately jumped up. "No way! No way! Someone actually dislikes me?" He struck a ridiculous pose and raised an eyebrow at everyone. Zhou was speechless. Bugen's comedic timing truly had the spirit of Li Ba. Muling ignored him, pushing her small cart forward. Yuan shrugged and followed behind. Bugen turned to Zhou. Zhou cleared his throat. "Come on, let's go." He quickly followed Muling's pace. Suddenly, Huang Xian stopped in his tracks, his entire body radiating a dazzling golden light. A more regal and intricate virtual dragon robe appeared on him. "What's going on?" Zhou asked. "What happened?" Muling was also curious. Huang Xian didn't respond. Bugen, who had caught up, yawned at the sight. "Get ready for a fight. Whenever Huang Xian summons the dragon robe, it means there's definitely a monster ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of swift fiends suddenly charged out from the previously empty street corner in front of Zhou. These swift fiends had monkey-like faces, their eyes bloodshot and filled with madness. "What's wrong with these swift fiends?" Zhou couldn't help but ask. Several white, translucent rings appeared around Yuan. "Who knows," he said helplessly. "Let's deal with them first and talk later." He pointed his finger at the rings, which immediately gained color. There were 4 in total: red, orange, yellow, and green. Under Yuan's control, the red ring flew toward Bugen and stopped above his head. Flames unquenchable. The second orange ring flew to hover above Huang Xian's head. Sword aura intensified. Yuan turned to Zhou and Muling. "Are you two going to join the fight as well?" Zhou glanced at the red ring burning like fire above Bugen's head and the silent Huang Xian standing beside him, his head adorned with the orange ring. The number of swift fiends was rapidly dwindling. Zhou shook his head. "They seem to be handling it just fine, I'll stay out of it." Bugen truly lived up to the title of Fire King. His entire body was engulfed in fierce flames, which coiled around him like serpents, radiating an unbearable heat. The flames ferociously devoured the swift fiends, reducing them to ashes as they shrieked and writhed on the ground. Huang Xian, wrapped in golden light, unleashed bursts of miniature sword auras that shot toward the surrounding swift fiends. Though made of light, the sword auras were devastatingly lethal. Any swift fiend that ventured too close to Huang Xian was instantly shredded into pieces. After bestowing the auras, Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Let's just watch. These swift fiends are no match for Bugen and Huang Xian." Zhou handed Muling a mental recovery card. Leaning against her small cart, Muling gazed at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou, seeing the two of them dominating the battlefield from afar, realized he was of no use. He found a rock to sit on. Huang Xian caught sight of Bugen out of the corner of his eye, noticing that the number of swift fiends he had burned and killed far exceeded his own. Clenching his fists tightly, he declared, "I am the Emperor." His entire body glowed even brighter, and his sword aura became sharper and deadlier. With a single swing of his sword, the nearby ambushing swift demons were slashed into pieces. Bugen, unwilling to be outdone, smiled and shouted, "Xiaoxinshin, let's see who can kill more." Flames erupted from his entire body. These flames required no control, as if alive, they actively pounced on the isolated swift demons. The tide of the battle shifted instantly. The flames spread endlessly, turning the sky dark and the earth scorched. "The flames shall not extinguish." A red ring emitted a dazzling light. With Yuan's blessing, the flames burned wildly, continuing to ignite even in the air for a few seconds after consuming all combustible materials. Countless swift demons were reduced to ashes, and the air was filled with a pungent stench. Huang Xian, seeing that Bugen's kill count had surpassed his own, felt indignant. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew the golden glow surrounding him. In his right hand, he conjured a majestic and noble longsword. Sword energy, enhanced. The orange ring above his head radiated brilliance. With a swing of his sword, invisible sword energy cleaved through the swift demons, splitting them in half. Black blood splattered everywhere. Some swift demons, left with only half their bodies, writhed in agony, letting out piercing wails before succumbing to death. After executing this strike, Huang Xian's face turned pale. Clad in a virtual dragon robe, he floated in the air, breathing heavily. By this time, the swift demons on the battlefield had been completely wiped out by the two of them. Fengbugen, still exhilarated from the fight, suddenly found himself without any targets and had to retract his flames. He glanced at the kill counts for himself and Huang Xian, showing a regretful expression. Ah! Xiao Xinchen actually killed a few more than me. Huang Xian dispelled the virtual dragon robe and landed back on the ground with a cold snort. However, at that moment, in a corner unnoticed by everyone, a creature smaller than the average swift demon set its sights on Huang Xian. In a flash, it darted forward. Mu Ling, who was resting nearby, suddenly sensed something amiss. Her expression changed as she shouted, "Watch out!" Exhausted, Huang Xian also felt the icy killing intent, but his reaction was slightly delayed. A loud boom echoed. Flames suddenly erupted from behind Fengbugen, propelling him directly in front of Huang Xian. The strange swift demon clawed fiercely at Fengbugen's chest. The wound was so deep that bone was visible, and the surrounding flesh quickly turned black, emitting a faint burnt stench. Only then did Huang Xian react. His eyes suddenly shot out a golden sword energy, instantly slicing the swift demon in half. Yuan was the first to rush forward, supporting the nearly collapsing Fengbugen. Fengbugen's eyes were dazed, one hand tightly clutching the wound on his chest. "Damn it! That bastard actually managed to injure me." He coughed violently. Cough, cough. A mouthful of blood, carrying a strong burnt stench, spurted out. Yuan stared at Fengbugen's wound and muttered, "Dispel the toxin." A faint green ring appeared out of thin air, adhering to Fengbugen's wound. The ring shattered, emitting a soft green glow. Fengbugen cried out in pain. "Yuan Shang, what the hell did you just do to me?" Zhou Wen also ran over, summoning a ball of clear water to help clean Fengbugen's wound. But Yuan ignored Fengbugen's words, continuously summoning one faint green ring after another, applying them to the wound one by one. The wind unwillingly cried out in pain, "It hurts. It hurts so much." Finally, Yuan finished summoning several rings and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "It should be stable now." Mu Ling stepped past the others, staring at the eerie swift demon on the ground. Zhou Wen followed Mu Ling's gaze to the strange creature. System information popped up: Doomsday creature, Shadow Scythe Swift. Demon level, unknown status, alive description, Vanguard of the Doomsday Army, elite among elite. System tip: stay away from it, stay away from it, attacks cause poisoning, leading to flesh decay. This swift demon was different. Zhou Wen approached the corpse. This one was a size smaller than the others. It lacked the nauseating burnt stench. Its fur was jet black and glossy, but its ape-like face was still unsettling. Nearby, Fengbugen groaned in pain, clutching his wound. Yuan checked the data. Status: poisoned. By swift demon faction, Doomsday health continuously depleting. Death occurs when the toxin spreads to 90% of the body. It hurts so much, it's killing me. Huang Xian stood silently to the side, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. "How is he?" Yuan shook his head. "My spell can only temporarily slow the toxin's spread. To truly cure him, we need to get to a hospital as soon as possible." Zhou Wen nodded. "Then let's move quickly. After all, we're already on a mission to save the Lord of the World." The others nodded in agreement. The group reached a consensus. This time, Zhou Wen and Mu Ling pushed the small cart, with Fengbugen sitting on it in agony. Huang Xian took the stamina and spirit cards Zhou Wen handed him, replenishing his earlier depletion. He summoned the illusory dragon robe again, standing guard at the front. Perhaps feeling guilty because Fengbugen was injured saving him, Huang Xian was now fully focused, ready to unleash golden sword energy at the slightest disturbance. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's strong support allowed Huang Xian's relentless attacks to continue without exhausting him too quickly. The group crossed two streets when something suddenly blocked their path. There. Expressions changed. "It's an armed demon." Yuan stared at the crimson flesh wall, his face serious. Zhou Wen let out a breath. "If it's just a regular armed demon, I'm not afraid. At all. We can definitely use the same method we used in the park to clear the way." But Mu Ling shook her head. "This isn't an ordinary armed demon. Look closely." The crimson flesh wall's muscles squirmed rapidly. The entire wall was interconnected muscle tissue. Huang Xian released a small golden sword energy from his fingertips, testing the wall. The flesh wall could sense the sword energy in advance, and the targeted area instantly tensed up. A white light flashed across the crimson wall, and the small golden sword energy was deflected back. It almost struck Fengbugen, who was writhing in pain on the cart. Seeing this, the group fell silent. "What do we do now?" someone asked anxiously. "Can we fly over it?" Zhou Wen suggested. Huang Xian immediately flew into the air, attempting to cross above the wall. Unfortunately, the world's rules prohibited such actions. Unless it was an emergency, any attempt to fly over would be blocked by an air wall. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Wen asked, "Should we try flying higher? Maybe the system will recognize it as an aircraft and let us pass." Huang Xian shook his head and returned to the ground. "I can't fly any higher than I just did." This plan was also rejected. For a moment, everyone was at a loss as to how to deal with the armed demon in front of them. Yuan Yuanshang sighed and said to the group, "I have a spell that can sacrifice a person's life to unleash incredible power. It might be able to defeat this armed demon." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Ling looked at Yuan Yuanshang with a complex and unreadable expression. Zhou Wen and Huang Xian turned their gaze to Fengbugen, who was lying on a small cart, groaning in pain. Fengbugen remained silent for a while, then endured the pain and said, "If there's really no other way, use me. We must get to the hospital to save the Lord of the world. Otherwise, this trip will have been for nothing, and we won't gain anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Yuanshang sighed again. Huang Xian clenched his fists tightly, his expression conflicted. The group fell into a stalemate. Zhou Wen flipped through his unlocked security weapon menu, searching for something to deal with the current predicament. Unfortunately, the weapons with high power required more card energy than he had. There was only one item he could redeem, but he was still 500 points short. He looked at the others. "Do you have any cards left?" "Any type will do." Huang Xian and Yuan Yuanshang exchanged glances. Huang Xian took a blue card out of his pocket and handed it to Zhou Wen. "Take a look at this." Zhou Wen took the card, thinking, "This card probably won't be useful." Yuan Yuanshang looked slightly disappointed. Zhou Wen examined the card in his hand, which had a bright blue border and a delicate golden pattern. A lady's handbag. He activated the card, and a realistic handbag appeared in his hand. Zhou Wen dispelled it, recovering 250 points of card energy. He asked again, "Any more?" Fengbugen struggled to pull a card out of his pocket. When the group saw it, they were stunned. Mu Ling rolled her eyes repeatedly. This card also had a bright blue border, but the image was of a pink gel object half the height of a person. Zhou Wen turned to look at the others. Yuan Yuanshang nodded in approval. "Use it." Zhou Wen crushed the card. Instantly, the pink gel object appeared in his hand. The soft texture made Zhou Wen pause for a moment. His gaze fell on the indescribable part of the object. Card, male XXX. Quality, bright blue. Description, happy. Note, don't overthink it, you're a player. Trigger effect, unlocks the method for crafting themed cards. Zhou Wen's system menu simultaneously unlocked a series of related content. His face flushed slightly as he closed his eyes briefly, dispelled the gel object, and recovered 250 points of card energy. At this point, he had accumulated 1,000 points of card energy and summoned a new card. Zhou Wen walked up to the armed demon, his hands gathering light. This was 1,000 points of card energy. He closed his eyes and silently recited the name of one of the cheaper cards in the security series. The card energy converged, emitting a faint green glow. A brand new card with a green border appeared in his hand, its texture exceptionally refined. The card depicted a syringe. Card, anesthetic syringe, quality, emerald green, effect, paralyzes the enemy for 5 minutes. Note, security series, requires reporting for each use. Zhou Wen summoned the anesthetic syringe and injected it into the armed demon's muscle. The crimson muscle surged violently but couldn't stop the syringe from penetrating. He administered the anesthetic. The effect was minimal, so Zhou Wen dispelled the card and created another. After an unknown number of injections, the armed demon's muscle in the area finally stopped surging violently. The air was thick with a deathly silence, as if a group of lively elementary school students had been harshly scolded and dared not make a sound for the moment. Zhou Wen expanded his search range. He turned to Huang Xian and said, "Try again." Huang Xian raised his right palm. A massive golden sword aura erupted from his palm, piercing fiercely into the armed demon's muscle. This time, Huang Xian's attack was not repelled. Instead, it left a deep gash on the armed demon's muscle. It worked. Keep going. Confirming his attack was effective, Huang Xian immediately gathered more golden sword aura and slashed at the armed demon's grotesque red muscle fibers with all his might. In an instant, a massive tear was opened, revealing the street behind the armed demon. Huang Xian quickened his pace, summoning countless tiny golden sword auras to frantically slice through the armed demon's muscles. Soon, under Huang Xian's relentless attacks, the red muscles of the armed demon were torn open, leaving a large hole. The group passed through this hole and arrived at another street. How far is the hospital? Zhou Wen asked. Mu Ling glanced around. Not far now. We have to pick up the pace. We must reach the hospital before the Fire King succumbs to the poison. The group quickened their steps. After crossing one street and slaying a few swift demons, they finally reached the hospital's entrance. Upon entering the hospital, the neat and clean environment allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. The hospital had not been overtaken by the apocalypse creatures. The medicine cards should still be intact. As soon as they entered the hospital, Yuan Yuan proposed a plan to split up. Zhou Wen and Huang Xian, you search for the treatment cards needed by the Lord of the World, and grab some detox cards while you're at it. Mu Ling, check the psychiatric department to see if there are any treatment cards suitable for you. I'll stay here and guard Fengbugen. Huang Xian nodded without speaking. Zhou Wen glanced at Mu Ling, then at Fengbugen, who was lying on the stretcher barely clinging to life. All right, Huang Xian and I will search for the treatment cards. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Xian had already strode away. Zhou Wen quickly followed. In the hospital's first-floor lobby, only Fengbugen, Mu Ling, and Yuan Yuan remained. Mu Ling said nothing, turning to head toward the psychiatric department. Seeing everyone leave, Yuan Yuan visibly relaxed. He sat beside Fengbugen, a transparent ring appearing in his hand. He gently placed the ring around Fengbugen's neck. Yuan Yuan muttered softly, speech sealed. Zhou Wen chased after Huang Xian toward the treatment card area. Huang Xian didn't wait for Zhou Wen, disappearing with a few quick turns. Zhou Wen had no choice but to stop and carefully search for the cards. The treatment storage room held many cards, but some cabinets couldn't be opened. He could only retrieve some ordinary gray cards, such as those for treating colds and fevers. Just as he collected these cards, the system prompted, skill drawing parallels triggered. Zhou Wen immediately understood the method to craft minor illness treatment cards. He crushed all the gray cards in his possession, extracting card spirits. In no time, he accumulated 1,380 points of card spirits. Looking at the amount, Zhou Wen frowned. This efficiency is too low. I'll try another floor, he muttered to himself, leaving the first floor and heading to the second. Upon entering the second floor, Zhou Wen saw cabinets filled with azure and emerald quality cards. He picked up a card, and the system prompted again, skill drawing parallels triggered. This time, he learned to craft orthopedic treatment cards. After crushing a few cards, his card spirit points rose to 2,180. He had almost cleared out all the cards on this floor. Just as he was about to move to the third floor, he noticed a card pouch in the doctor's desk. Zhou Wen opened it and found a delicate card inside, wrapped as preciously as a gift. He carefully unwrapped the packaging, revealing a gold-edged card. Zhou Wen felt a surge of excitement. Quickly tearing open the card, he saw a dazzling golden Dio model in the center of the card face and froze. Information about the card popped into his mind. Card, golden Dio quality, gold usage restriction, each person can use it only once. Permanently enhances a certain ability. Note, one of the most popular cards in human history, suitable as a gift for relatives and friends. What shocked Zhou Wen even more was that the analogy comprehension skill was triggered again. He instantly mastered a series of complex, even somewhat extreme, card-making methods. Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically, his entire worldview shaken. He muttered to himself, this card world is truly amazing. Zhou Wen crushed the card forcefully, instantly absorbing 1,000 card energy points, which he added directly to his total. Now, he had 3,180 card energy points. Boom! Suddenly, he heard explosions coming from several floors above. Zhou Wen quickly ran upstairs. He saw Huang Xian lying on the ground in a disheveled state, his hair a mess, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The entire floor was covered in dust. Cough, cough. Zhou Wen couldn't help but cough twice as soon as he arrived. Once the dust settled, he could see that this floor was almost completely destroyed. What happened? Could it be another enemy attack? He grew tense. Huang Xian climbed up from the ground and waved his hand. No, it's the security system. Here. I just saw a few golden cards locked in a safe and tried to take them out, but it triggered the security system, which blew up the entire floor. Zhou Wen was speechless. Did you find the card needed to treat the Lord of the World? Huang Xian nodded, producing a card with a colorful border in his hand. Zhou Wen reached out to take it, but Huang Xian stuffed the card back into his jacket. He said calmly, I'll hold on to this card for now. Zhou Wen hesitated. If he got his hands on this card, he could use it to comprehend more powerful card-making methods. But given his current strength, he might not be able to protect it if something went wrong. He nodded. Alright, you keep it. Did you find the department with the detoxification cards? Huang Xian pointed to a floor above. I've taken the cards. If you want to check, you can go look. I'm heading back to check on Feng Bugan. With that, Huang Xian patted the dust off his clothes, summoned a virtual dragon robe, tidied his hair, and left downstairs. Zhou Wen sighed and continued to the next floor. This floor was no different from the previous ones, so he easily found an accessible cabinet and took out the cards inside. Analogy comprehension skill triggered. Zhou Wen once again mastered the methods for creating toxin-related cards. Without hesitation, he crushed all the exposed cards, absorbing their card energy. This time, his total card energy reached 4,980 points. Zhou Wen glanced at the floor above. It was filled with private wards, with no card treatment rooms in sight. Time to head back. He descended the stairs to the first floor. As soon as he reached the lobby, he saw Feng Bugan sitting quietly with his head lowered. Zhou Wen's heart tightened. Could this guy have died? He quickly crafted an advanced detoxification card, preparing to activate it to treat Feng Bugan. When Yuan Shang, who was beside him, pulled him back. No need, Huang Xian has already treated him just now. The effect is good. He should be asleep now. Asleep. At such a critical moment between life and death, he could still fall asleep. Zhou Wen was speechless. Don't worry, Feng Bugan's condition is stable now, he should be fine. Yuan Shang also breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall, waiting for Mu Ling to return, Zhou Wen also relaxed, putting away the advanced detoxification card he had just made and finding a place to sit down. At that moment, Huang Xian's body suddenly emitted a yellow glow. The virtual dragon robe once again covered his entire body, radiating golden light. In his hand, the enormous golden holy sword reappeared. In the hospital's first-floor lobby, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Huang Xian swung his sword with all his might. But the shadow moved incredibly fast, almost exploding with astonishing speed the moment the sword fell. Huang Xian's strike missed. The shadow directly rushed toward Feng Bugan, who was lying on the small cart. Yuan Shang, who was resting his head on his hand nearby, hurriedly gathered a white, transparent halo, preparing to act. Suddenly, Feng Bugan let out a painful scream. A black mist-like monster appeared beside him, with claws resembling chicken talons, aiming at Feng Bugan's head. Then, a transparent Feng Bugan soul was slowly pulled out by the monster. The transparent soul struggled, its face full of panic. Yuan Shang was horrified at the sight. This is bad, that's Feng Bugan's soul. If this monster takes it, Feng Bugan will lose his chance to revive. Quick, stop it. Huang Xian was the first to charge forward, his body erupting with golden light. Several small golden sword energies formed, converging into a sword energy storm that fiercely struck the shadowy monster. As soon as the golden sword energy touched the shadowy monster, its body rippled like a calm lake hit by a stone, but it quickly returned to normal. The sword energy storm smashed into the wall behind the black mist monster, shattering it on impact. However, it had no effect on the shadowy monster itself. Mu Ling walked in, her face changing drastically. When she saw the monster, she said, "It's the Doomsday Messenger. Doomsday creature, Doomsday Messenger level, unknown status, alive." Description: Assassin of the Doomsday Army trait, soul absorption. It particularly enjoys absorbing the souls of living beings. Players who die after their souls are absorbed by it cannot be revived by the system. System alert, run. Run, it has no physical form. Who has soul attack skills? Huang Xian, Zhou Wen, and Yuan Shang fell silent upon hearing this. Soul attacks. Such skills are even rarer than mental attacks, and ordinary players almost never have the chance to use them. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. The black mist slowly pulled Feng Bugon's soul out completely, then crushed it mercilessly. Feng Bugon's soul let out a painful scream. Ah ah! With a loud bang, boom, Feng Bugon's soul shattered completely. It turned into fragments of transparency. The shadowy monster revealed a horrifying expression. It greedily devoured the fragments of Feng Bugon's soul. Yuan Yuan. Shang watched the scene, his face filled with despair. It's over, Feng Bugon is dead. His soul has been completely drained by the monster. Huang Xian was burning with rage, his hair flying, his body erupting with dazzling golden light. The dragon on his virtual dragon robe seemed to come alive, circling around him. Huang Xian. Don't act impulsively. Mu Ling saw through his state and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Huang Xian, reminded by her words, gradually calmed down, his anger subsiding as a trace of composure returned to his eyes, though they were still filled with unwillingness. His body began to tremble, signaling the onset of the side effects of his talent. The golden glow on his body gradually faded. The black mist creature seemed to still be savoring something, a satisfied expression on its face, like an old man hiding in a restroom to greedily smoke because he couldn't afford cigarettes. Huang Xian angrily punched the hospital wall. Is there really no way to deal with this monster? The group fell into silence. The ability to launch soul attacks was exceedingly rare, not something just anyone could possess. Its rarity was comparable to the devastating power of true damage. Yuan Shang quickly formed several transparent rings, his gaze resolute. He turned to the group and said, "Be careful, this monster might attack again." Sure enough, as expected, after savoring the soul fragments, the black mist creature turned its greedy and eager gaze toward the group. It moved, leaving faint black shadows lingering in the air. Yuan Shang swiftly pushed the transparent rings forward, trapping the black mist creature in the center. He shouted, "Spatial confinement." As the creature moved, it seemed to collide with an invisible glass wall. It paused for a moment, then began to crash around violently. The creature was firmly trapped in a small space by Yuan Shang's spell. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Yuan Shang's forehead. "Go quickly, I can't hold it for long." With each collision from the black mist creature, Yuan Shang's face grew paler. Damn it! Zhou Wen flipped through all the card skills he had mastered, only to find that none of them could resolve the current predicament. The situation was at an impasse. Mu Ling was the first to react. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Go, don't let Yuan Shang sacrifice himself." In vain. Zhou Wen, though unwilling, ran toward the hospital entrance. Huang Xian was filled with anger and self-reproach. If only he hadn't been so stubborn, he would have noticed the Shadow Scythe Swift Demon earlier. Then Feng Bugon wouldn't have been injured. Feng Bugon wouldn't have died. Boom! The sound of shattering echoed through the space. Yuan Shang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "No, I can't hold on any longer. Go now." The black mist creature broke through the spatial confinement, a childlike look of triumph on its face. It gazed at the group as if staring at a delicious feast. Yuan Shang, his face pale, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gathered several transparent rings again, preparing to unleash his final move. Just then, a deafening sound of something piercing through the air rang out. As everyone was at a loss, the black mist creature was suddenly pinned to the hospital wall. What? The group was stunned. A cold, bone-chilling voice rang out. "I really doubt if you are truly the Moon Kings. Or are these newcomers just useless trash after all these months?" Zhou Wen shivered involuntarily upon hearing the voice. The coldness pierced straight to his bones. "What is this?" The group turned to look. A man clad entirely in black armor strode in. He swept a cold gaze over the group. When their eyes met his, they all felt a bone-chilling coldness deep in their hearts, as if they could be pierced through at any moment, sending shivers down their spines. The man extended his right hand. With a sharp whoosh, something flew back into his hand from the wall. It was a spear. The spear was pitch black and unremarkable in design, yet it exuded an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Meeting his gaze, it felt as though their legs were frozen in place, unable to move seeing this man. Mu Ling's expression turned serious. This person, he is the Moon King of February, known as the Bone King, a top-tier player, who has half-stepped into the golden rank, Mu Ling explained. Everyone was stunned. A top-tier player half-stepping into the golden rank. Zhou Wen pondered carefully. He could feel the man's strength, far surpassing his own by several times. This gap was not something that could be bridged by talent. Joe thought to himself, if neither of them had talent, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to make a single move before being effortlessly killed by this man. This man was too strong. The Bone King's steps were steady, not fast. But as he approached, an invisible sense of oppression enveloped everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Blood still at the corner of his mouth, Yuan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Is this the strength of a top-tier player? No, this is merely someone who has half-stepped into the top-tier domain. How strong must a true top-tier player be? Yuan's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement. The Bone King walked past the group, his gaze stopping on the lifeless body of Fire King Fengbugen, who lay slumped on a small cart. He merely glanced at Fengbugen before shifting his gaze, as if Fengbugen's life or death was of no concern to him. His eyes turned to the black mist monster sliding down the wall. The Bone King sneered. Is this your weapon? It actually managed to kill one of your teammates? The Bone King waved his right hand. The black spear instantly pierced through the black mist monster's head, embedding itself firmly into the wall. Joe was shocked. He hadn't even seen when the Bone King made his move, let alone the motion of the spear. This man had only entered survival war 7 months earlier than him, yet his strength was astonishingly overwhelming. Joe was completely intimidated. The others reacted differently. Huang Xin clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with a longing for power. Yuan tried to maintain his composure, but his trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. The strangest one was Mu Ling. She showed no reaction, as if the scene that had just unfolded hadn't happened at all. She simply stared intently at the Bone King. The Bone King retracted the black spear, and after a few swings, the spear vanished into thin air. He scrutinized the group, his tone laced with mockery. A bunch of weaklings. Elsewhere, at a certain school, Xiang Lei carried a chubby boy on his back, his expression tense, darting around the teaching building to hide. Whenever a swift demon spotted them, he would swing his standard longsword to kill it. The longsword was already covered in cracks, but fine purple currents connected the blade. After slaying one, he continued to evade, engaging in guerrilla tactics. The chubby boy grabbed Xiang Lei's hair. Hey! I'm asking, can you even handle this? And you call yourself the Moon King of April? Xiang Lei's face darkened. Stop pulling my hair, you little brat! Xiang Lei winced in pain, gritting his teeth, wanting to give the chubby boy a good beating. The chubby boy smugly patted Xiang Lei's head. Watch your tone when talking to me. I am the master of the world in this realm. Be careful, or I'll issue a confinement order later and ban you from entering here. Xiang Lei was fuming. He shouldn't have taken on this escort mission. The last escort target was strange enough, a novice forcibly sent into the game by the employer for 50 points. With no experience at all, they somehow managed to win. That incident had left Xiang Lei frustrated for a long time. This time, he was lured by the points again, and accepted this escort mission. And now, he was stuck with this damn chubby boy. The chubby boy tugged at Xiang Lei's ear. Can you do it or not? Where's your talent? Hurry up and use your talent. I specifically teleported you here because I saw how destructive you are. Xiang Lei said gloomily, my talent can only be activated after killing a player first. But there are no players here. Where am I supposed to find someone to kill? Let's not talk about that now. You keep claiming you're the master of the world, so use your own abilities. Xiang Lei slapped away the chubby boy's pudgy hand and looked around warily. The chubby boy immediately pouted and said with a distressed expression, didn't I use most of my power to guard the barrier of the world? You're so infuriating. Why has the apocalypse invaded the human realm? Apocalypse? Human realm? Xiang Lei's ears twitched as if he had just heard some earth-shattering secret. Suddenly, the chubby boy reacted and skillfully smacked Xiang Lei on the forehead. Then he said, hey, can you do it or not? How can you still be the Moon King of April like this? Xiang Lei's face darkened, and he was so angry he almost started steaming. Stop pulling my hair, you little brat. After saying this, Xiang Lei froze. He felt like he had said this line far too many times before. In the hospital, a few people stood silently, not daring to act rashly. Bone King walked over to Fengbugen, extended a finger, and touched his forehead. Fengbugen's corpse emitted a faint glow before being blown away by a gust of wind. Did he log out of the game? Joe asked. Bone King quietly watched the body dissipate. No, from now on, he will coexist with this world. Zhou understood the meaning behind those words and sighed softly. At that moment, Huang Xian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bone King glanced at him coldly and said, "Foolish." Zhou hurried over, preparing a healing card to help Huang Xian. Huang Xian shook his head to stop him. "This is the side effect of my talent. You can't heal it. Although I won't die, I probably won't be able to participate in the next battle." Bone King walked over and punched Huang Xian to the ground. "What are you doing?" Zhou glared angrily at Bone King. A piercing laugh came from under the dark helmet. "Ha ha ha." Bone King suddenly extended his right hand, grabbed Zhou by the neck, and lifted him into the air. "What are you trying to do?" Zhou shouted in alarm. "Mu Ling and Yuan Quickle as a sorcerer, it was effortless to give Huang Xian a buff." A trace of doubt flashed in Huang Xian's eyes. Mu Ling unceremoniously sat on the small cart and winked at Zhou. Helplessly, Zhou pushed the two of them out of the hospital. The atmosphere along the way was so cold it sent shivers down their spines. Bone King walked alone at the front, and every step he took, the clashing sound of his armor evoked a chilling sensation deep in their bones, making them extremely uncomfortable. Zhou couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly was Bone King's talent, and why was he so strong? Mu Ling seemed to see through his thoughts and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "I've heard his talent might be S-grade. He's currently at the half-step gold tier, and his S-grade talent has already been activated twice. When he officially enters the gold tier, his talent will upgrade to SS grade." Zhou was shocked. "He's that powerful?" Mu Ling nodded. "Typically, only players at the gold tier possess S-grade talents, but when he reaches the gold tier, his talent will be SS grade, putting him a level ahead of others." Zhou stared at his own panel with a complicated expression, where his SSS grade talent card master shone brightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that his talent wasn't real. Zhou's gaze began to wander. Suddenly, he remembered the card with the colorful border in Huang Xian's hand. If he could obtain that card, could he unlock the related card crafting method? After all, a card capable of healing the World Lord must be incredibly powerful. Zhou was just about to ask Huang Xian for the card when Bone King, walking at the front, suddenly stopped. The group halted as well, surprised to find the surrounding environment slowly changing. The previously lifeless, blood-stained street transformed into a vibrant forest full of life. "What's going on?" Zhou asked. Mu Ling looked around at the trees and said, "I think it might be the ability of a phantom demon." Phantom demon? Zhou recalled the phantom demon that had almost killed him. "No, that's not right," he frowned. "Why can this phantom demon alter the environment around us?" The phantom demon they had encountered earlier could only change the shape of its own body and had turned Swift Demon into a billboard at most. Suddenly, an explosion erupted beside Bone King. Bone King was blown to the ground by the unexpected blast. The group froze, and Mu Ling immediately became serious. A faint glow emanated from her body, and the earth began to tremble. She was preparing to directly transform the ground. Yuan summoned a transparent ring beside him, ready to respond at any moment. Zhou, meanwhile, was flipping through the dazzling array of cards in his hand, feeling utterly frustrated. There were no attack cards in the hospital at all. This was ridiculous. What kind of absurd talent was this? Zhou couldn't help but want to curse. As the group tensed up, the surrounding forest rippled like water and slowly disappeared. The street returned to its original state. The figure of Bone King, who had been blown away, also gradually faded. The real Bone King was now standing not far from the group, his right hand clutching a pitch-black, foul-smelling slug-like creature. Beside him was another monster Zhou had never seen before. Bone King used his pitch-black spear to pierce through its head, pinning it to the ground. With a sharp crack, Bone King twisted the phantom demon's neck on the spot. The monster on the ground had arms like bamboo tubes, a pitch-black body, a tiny head, and limbs with bizarre proportions. It was unlike any creature Zhou had ever encountered. Doomsday creature, mental blaster level, unknown status, near-death description, a low-level member of the Doomsday Army's blasting squad. Skill, mental blast can fire mental projectiles through its arms, inflicting incurable mental damage on enemies. System prompt: run. Run. The Bone King turned to look at the group, then continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. The pitch-black Spear vanished, merging into the void. Apart from the 2 additional corpses of the illusion demon and the mental blaster, there were no other abnormalities in the surroundings. The group silently followed behind the Bone King. Around a school several blocks away. The area was already surrounded by swift demons, mixed with illusion demons and mental blasters. Xiang Lei carried the chubby boy on his back, desperately resisting these monsters with the help of the school's terrain. The chubby boy tugged at Xiang Lei's hair. "Hey, are you sure you can handle this? How much longer?" Xiang Lei was on the verge of breaking down. "You little brat, you've got it wrong, haven't you? How long we can hold out isn't up to me. It's up to my teammates. The sooner they arrive, the sooner we can retreat." The chubby boy, dissatisfied, tugged at Xiang Lei's hair again. Xiang Lei grimaced in pain. "You little rascal, let me ask. Who's the strongest among my teammates?" The chubby boy's face twisted in pain. "Of course, it's that guy. He wasted so much of my world source power. If he's not the strongest, then none of this makes sense." "That guy? World source power?" Xiang Lei froze, feeling like he'd just heard some big secret. The chubby boy patted his own head, looking helpless. "Why do I keep letting things slip?" He smacked Xiang Lei on the top of his head. Xiang Lei was stunned for a moment, then asked, "How long was I just spacing out?" "Not long." "Really? But it felt like a long time." "Maybe it's just an illusion." Xiang Lei nodded in confusion. Several streets away, the atmosphere was unusually tense. The presence of the Bone King made everyone else too afraid to speak. Whenever someone wanted to say something, it felt as if a spear in the void was constantly watching them. Zhou Wen walked over to Huang Xian and made a gesture. He wanted to take the card in Huang Xian's hand that could heal the World Master. Huang Xian's face was pale, and he looked to be in terrible condition. Zhou Wen couldn't help but wonder what kind of talent did Huang Xian have to cause such severe side effects. Huang Xian's gaze was fixed in one direction. Zhou Wen bent down to follow his line of sight. All he saw was a blue sky, with nothing unusual. Only then did he realize something was wrong. He waved his hand in front of Huang Xian's eyes, but Huang Xian showed no reaction. Zhou Wen immediately grew nervous. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the chill brought by the Bone King's presence, and asked, "Huang Xian, what's wrong with him?" Mu Ling and Yuan Yuanshang also came over. Yuan Yuanshang summoned several transparent halos, placing them on Huang Xian's limbs. After closing his eyes to sense, his expression turned grave. "This is bad. Huang Xian's condition is very dangerous, he might not make it." The 3 of them stopped in their tracks. "If Huang Xian dies, can he still be revived?" Zhou Wen asked anxiously. "He should be able to. After all, he wasn't killed by a doomsday creature." Yuan Yuanshang explained, "Those doomsday creatures contaminate players' souls, which is why the Holy Grail system can't transmit them. Huang Xian died due to the side effects of his own talent. In this case, he should still be revivable." Lying on the small cart, Huang Xian suddenly shook his head and made a hoarse sound. "I can hold on, it's fine." At this moment, Huang Xian was in extremely poor condition, his face pale, as if he were slowly turning into a wax figure. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. The 3 of them felt a chill on their foreheads. When they touched their foreheads, they found a few drops of blood. Bone King's voice came from ahead, "You useless lot, hurry up and keep up. Otherwise, the next time, it won't just be a few drops of blood." As soon as the voice fell, the clanging sound of armor echoed again. The 3 exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and pressed on. On the streets ahead, a few oblivious swift demons lunged at them. Before the swift demons could get close, Bone King's pitch-black spear had already pierced through them. The corpses of the swift demons fell to the ground, and ice flowers bloomed. Mu Ling approached Zhou Wen and whispered, "Those ice flowers are the manifestation of souls freezing in the real world." Zhou Wen silently took note. With Bone King escorting them, the journey was unusually smooth. Swift demons and illusion demons were pierced one after another by Bone King. Under Bone King's protection, the 4 finally reached the school gate. Inside the school, there was a deathly silence. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The school was tightly surrounded by armed demons. Some swift demons climbed onto the armed demons, shrieking anxiously. Upon seeing Zhou Wen and the others, the swift demons became as excited as people spotting a lifeline. They charged toward the 4 of Then in unison, Bone King's pitch-black spear swung like falling leaves. Countless black streaks slashed through the air, resembling a rain of black leaves. The swift demons fell one after another, their bodies shattering, ice flowers appearing. The armed demons encircling. The school seemed to sense a threat on a soul level. The red muscle fibers on their bodies squirmed frantically, grotesque and nauseating. Bone King extended his right hand, encased in pitch-black armor, and pinched a tiny flame out of the void. The flame was entirely black, burning quietly. It seemed devoid of heat, yet it sent a bone-chilling cold through Zhou Wen and the others, as if it could freeze their very souls. What kind of flame is this? Yuan looked at the flame, trembling all over, his eyes filled with faint fear. Mu Ling's expression also turned to one of astonishment. This flame. She hesitated to continue. Zhou Wen urged, "What? About this flame?" Mu Ling didn't answer, only staring at the flame summoned by Bone King. The pitch-black flame, like a ghost, slowly floated toward the armed demons. The armed demons seemed to sense something, their muscle fibers trembling incessantly. Unfortunately, they couldn't move. What exactly are these armed demons? Mu Ling asked in a daze. They appeared suddenly during the apocalypse monster invasion. No one can explain them. These armed demons are likely the result of the apocalyptic forces altering the world's laws. The pitch-black flame flew a few meters and landed on the body of an armed demon. The flame burned a small hole in the muscle fibers and then drilled inside. Immediately, the ground began to tremble violently. The muscle fibers of the armed demons surrounding the school twitched madly, creating an extremely horrifying scene, as if they were enduring immense pain. A few seconds later, the armed demons suddenly stopped twitching. Their muscles relaxed, appearing as though they had lost all strength. At this moment, Bone King waved his hand, and the pitch-black flame emerged again from the hole it had entered. However, this time, the flame was slightly larger than before. What happened next left everyone stunned. The relaxed muscles slowly turned grayish-white. Then, a gust of wind blew them away, scattering them like dust until they disappeared without a trace. Inside the school, the chubby little guy seemed to sense the situation. At the school gate, he immediately grabbed Xiang Lei's hair again. "Pull yourself together, your teammates are here." Xiang Lei was about to respond, but upon hearing this, he froze. Ignoring the pain on his head, his face lit up with excitement. "Oh, they're finally here." Xiang Lei's eyes grew moist. His calloused hands had been fighting for so long, and finally, someone had come to help. A long-lost warmth surged in his heart. Xiang Lei knew he was no longer alone. He stood up straight, full of fighting spirit. "Charge! Let's fight our way out." Xiang Lei gripped his knife, its blade already damaged and crackling with electricity. The chubby guy sitting on his shoulder turned pale and quickly grabbed Xiang Lei's hair. "Don't be impulsive. Calm down. Don't charge, don't charge." No matter how hard the chubby guy pulled, he couldn't stop Xiang Lei. Xiang Lei rushed out of the school building and saw the densely packed swift demons around him. The swift demons all turned their heads simultaneously, their blood-red eyes locking onto him. Xiang Lei's heart tightened. He coughed twice and said to the swift demons, "Cough, cough, carry on, keep chasing." With that, he turned and bolted back into the school building. In an instant, the swift demons swarmed into the building like a tidal wave. Xiang Lei pressed against the door with all his might. "You brat! Didn't you say your teammates were here? Where are they?" The chubby guy yanked Xiang Lei's hair harder. "Don't rush. They just got to the school gate." "Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiang Lei was about to lose his mind. He could only desperately hold back the swift demon's onslaught. The impact left his whole body weak, and even his hand gripping the knife was about to give out. "Hurry up!" Xiang Lei thought helplessly, on the verge of tears. At the school gate, Bone King stepped into the school after incinerating all the armed demons. Zhou Wen and the others exchanged glances and followed him in. On the playground, the densely packed swift demons churned restlessly. Suddenly, the sound of clashing armor rang out. The swift demons turned their heads one by one. Their ferocious monkey-like faces stared at the school gate. When they saw Zhou Wen and the others, the swift demons froze for a moment, then broke into cruel smiles. Some of them licked their lips. Behind Yuan, a transparent ring began to form. He tapped it, and the ring turned black. Shield enhancement. The black ring flew toward Bone King. With a bang, a pitch-black spear suddenly appeared in the void, shattering the ring. Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. You! He glared at Bone King. Bone King reached out, grabbed the spear, and walked toward the swift demons. Can he handle it? Zhou Wen's heart raced as he watched. Bone King's aura was overwhelming, like an unyielding wall that no one could pass. A trace of worry flashed in Mu Ling's eyes. Leave it to him. After all, he's the Moon King of February. Mu Ling didn't finish her sentence. Bone King was the Blood Eye Guild's vice-chairman-in-waiting, a true top-tier powerhouse. Without strength, it would be impossible to achieve such a position. Zhou Wen fixed his gaze on Bone King. He watched as Bone King swung his spear. The air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. The wave-like swift demons surged toward him. Hell's in sight. A low growl came from beneath Bone King's helmet. His figure moved like lightning, charging directly into the swift demon horde. The swift demons, their faces full of excitement, pounced on Bone King like ravenous wolves. Suddenly, a shadow swept across the area centered on Bone King. It was his spear. The swift demons closest to Bone King had their smiles vanish in an instant. They were sliced cleanly in two, collapsing to the ground. The wound was encased in a thin layer of ice, with not a single drop of blood flowing out. Those watching the scene, including Zhou Wen, did not catch the burnt stench from the swift demons. However, the Bone King's attack was just beginning. The second wave erupted. Beyond the reach of the spear, a sudden layer of frost appeared. This frost instantly enveloped all the charging swift demons. Then, the group faintly heard a roar, like that of a rhinoceros. The swift demons, frozen into statues, seemed to be struck by an invisible force and shattered into icy fragments. Centered around the Bone King, all the swift demons in the vicinity were annihilated. The seemingly endless horde of swift demons had been reduced by more than half in an instant. The swift demons charging toward the Bone King hesitated momentarily, their ferocious expressions showing a trace of doubt as they saw their companions destroyed. But then, their blood-red eyes grew even redder. They charged again. Countless monsters surged like a tide toward the man clad in black armor. Around him lay a circle of monster corpses and ice shards. From above, Yuan watched the scene, his eyes glowing, completely forgetting the humiliation he had just endured. His gaze was filled with fervent longing. I will definitely reach his level. 2 more people. I just need to kill 2 more people. His eyes turned toward Zhou Wen and Mu Ling, filled with unmistakable killing intent. The Bone King swung the black spear in his hand. Suddenly, a string of small white text appeared before his eyes. This system can only randomly obtain unlocked SSS level talents. Once the player advances to the silver rank, they will be able to randomly obtain unlocked god level talents. Zhou Wen's gaze sharpened as he read this prompt. This random talent system was different from his Holy Grail system. Only now did he realize that his system was the true cheat. He calmed himself. God level talents unlocked. At that moment, Mu Ling walked over and lightly patted his shoulder. Don't worry about him. He entered the Holy Grail game 6 months earlier than us, and the resources he has obtained are beyond our imagination. Even if we combined all of our attributes, we wouldn't match up to him alone. Moreover, his initial talent was S level, so it's certain that the Blood Eye Guild has been heavily cultivating him. There's no need for you to rush right now. Mu Ling's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. The school, the teaching building, was surrounded by countless swift demons, the monsters restless and agitated. Not far from them, the ground was littered with the corpses of swift demons and shards of ice. The Bone King stood in the center, his long spear moving like a dragon, sending out waves of black shockwaves before gradually quieting down. Then, his long spear disappeared into the void once more. The Bone King took heavy steps toward the teaching building, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Zhou Wen and the others exchanged glances. Mu Ling sighed. Let's follow. Once again, Zhou Wen pushed Huang Xian as the group closely followed behind the Bone King. Ha! Inside the teaching building, Xiang Lei swung his standard issue longsword repeatedly, slashing at the grotesque monsters. He was panting heavily. Even he couldn't endure such prolonged combat, his stamina nearly depleted. The guild's physical training was nothing compared to the exhaustion he felt now. Xiang Lei gasped and asked, Kid, where are my teammates? How much longer? The chubby boy sitting on Xiang Lei's shoulders closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. They're close, almost at the entrance. Xiang Lei killed the last swift demon that had entered the teaching building, then heard heavy footsteps outside the door. Clang! Xiang Lei dropped the longsword in his hand, and the moment it hit the ground, it shattered into fragments. This longsword was something he had temporarily exchanged for, and it was a miracle it had lasted this long. Xiang Lei stared ahead with tired eyes, pulling the chubby boy off his shoulders and tossing him to the ground. The chubby boy yelped in pain, clutching his backside. "Hey, what are you doing? Get off me!" Xiang Lei rubbed his head, looking a bit helpless. "I've put up with you long enough." Finally, he could rest. Xiang Lei plopped down on the ground. At that moment, the door to the teaching building was pushed open, and the Bone King walked in. The Bone King saw Xiang Lei sitting on the ground, his face full of exhaustion. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to fill with tension. "It's you!" Xiang Lei forced himself to stand. The Bone King stood there, coldly scrutinizing him. Then, a grating laugh came from beneath the black steel mask. "Ha ha ha! Why can't it be my turn? And look at the sorry state you're in." Xiang Lei squinted his eyes. Zhou Wen and the others, who had followed, squeezed into the room as well. When Zhou Wen saw Xiang Lei, he almost called out. This was the handsome uncle who had taken him into his first survival war. But at this moment, Xiang Lei seemed not to notice Zhou Wen. He stared nervously at the Bone King. "What do you want?" The Bone King sneered. "What I want to do, you should already know." As the words fell, the Bone King once again wielded the pitch-black spear in his hand. The tip of the spear pointed directly at Xiang Lei's forehead. Everyone held their breath. "What are you doing? What are you doing? I didn't ask you all to gather here to fight." At that moment, a child's voice rang out. Everyone's gaze fell on a chubby boy who was rubbing his backside. The Bone King's eyes flickered, and the pitch-black spear suddenly thrust toward the chubby boy's forehead. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The spear tip stopped right in front of the boy's forehead, unable to pierce even a fraction. The Bone King exerted force with his wrist, but still couldn't push it forward. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" the chubby boy muttered, full of dissatisfaction. "Do you think you're so great?" He flicked the Bone King's spear away with a light tap of his middle finger. The Bone King wanted to counterattack, but suddenly, the chubby boy's eyes lit up with a strange glow. The Bone King instantly froze, unable to move. The chubby boy curled his finger, and a colorful card flew out from the Bone King's armor, landing in the boy's hand. The chubby boy took the card, let out a sigh of relief, and muttered, "Finally got it." He crushed the card, its edges radiating brilliant light. Immediately, a lollipop was summoned. The chubby boy hurriedly grabbed the lollipop and stuffed it into his mouth as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Seeing Zhou Wen staring at him, the chubby boy immediately shot him a look. "What are you looking at?" Zhou Wen's mouth twitched. "Stop staring." For some reason, Zhou Wen read something from the boy's gaze and had to look away. "Ah, so delicious." The chubby boy licked the lollipop, making satisfied sounds. "Oh, refreshing, this flavor is so familiar." Mu Ling was somewhat annoyed. "After all that effort, we just got you a lollipop?" The chubby boy glanced at Mu Ling sideways, his tone mature. "Some people have low comprehension and just don't understand." "You?" Mu Ling gritted her teeth in anger, wanting to rush up and punch the boy twice. "All right, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 people in total. Where are the other 3? Wait. Something seems off. Where exactly are those 3? The chubby boy asked. Zhou Wen explained, one of them had their soul absorbed by the Doomsday Messenger, and is already dead. Do you have any way to save him? The chubby boy laughed after hearing Zhou Wen's words. What way could I possibly have? Then, he glared angrily at Zhou Wen. At this moment, Xiang Lei finally noticed Zhou Wen but didn't greet him, only nodding lightly. By the way, can you take a look at my companion here and see if there's any hope for him? Zhou Wen pushed Huang Xian in front of the chubby boy. The chubby boy glanced at him. I'm not a doctor, how am I supposed to help him? Besides, the side effects of his kind of talent are basically incurable. Better start preparing for the aftermath. The chubby boy looked impatient. Zhou Wen almost couldn't resist punching him. The chubby boy turned to Xiang Lei. Of course, he can still be repurposed as a waste. After all, someone's talent requires killing a player to activate. Hearing this, Zhou Wen looked at Xiang Lei. He remembered Xiang Lei's talent required defeating an enemy player to activate. All right, summoners. I now have an important task to assign to you. The chubby boy suddenly became serious. Everyone listened attentively and looked at him earnestly. The chubby boy coughed twice. You need to go to the top of the tallest building in my card world and find my crown of kings. Only by obtaining it can I reopen the barrier of this world to fend off those apocalypse monsters. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingtun clenched his fists. Then why didn't you issue the mission earlier? The chubby boy spread his hands. No choice. The building is full of armed demons, and if you split up, you definitely won't make it to the top. That would be a waste of effort. It's better to gather everyone first and go together. The chubby boy glanced around at the group. All right, that's all. Hurry up and set off. Yuan looked at Huang Xian, who was gradually turning into a wax figure, and suddenly said, my talent allows me to double my enhancement by sacrificing a teammate, so I was thinking. Impossible. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zhou said impossible and then turned to look at the other person. The other impossible came from the chubby boy, his face resolute. Hearing this, Yuan had no choice but to give up. After all, this was the chubby boy's territory, and he dared not push his luck. The group walked a short distance outside when the chubby boy suddenly remembered something. Wait, I think I forgot to unseal that person. He immediately ran back. A moment later, Bone King followed the chubby boy out, looking obedient and compliant. Bone King was fully encased in pitch black armor, so no one could see his expression, but it was easy to imagine he was definitely not pleased. The proud Bone King had actually been subdued by the chubby boy, and just the thought of it made everyone excited. Xiang Lei dragged his weary body at the front. Zhou pushed a small cart carrying Huang Xian and the mermaid statue. Huang Xian's condition was worsening. Zhou could even see the ground beneath him through his body. Yuan walked over and helped Zhou push the cart. He smiled at Zhou. Zhou felt a sense of caution. He detected a hint of hidden fervor in Yuan's gaze. It was the same look he'd seen in Zhang Junwen's eyes when he looked at Zhou Yun. Trouble was brewing. Just as Zhou group left the school, a square chunk of flesh rolled in. It rolled to a swift demon nearby and extended countless tentacle-like little flesh claws. The swift demon's legs were tightly wrapped by the tentacles, and like ants carrying something, the tentacles moved the swift demon's legs beneath the square chunk of flesh. Then, the square chunk of flesh staggered to its feet. After falling a few times, it learned to walk. Next, it approached a dead phantom demon. Countless flesh claws removed the phantom demon's head and placed it atop the square chunk of flesh. A miracle occurred. The eyes on the phantom demon's head blinked. It looked around and let out a hissing sound from its mouth. Hiss, hiss. With eyes now, the square chunk of flesh began rapidly searching for other body parts of Apocalypse monsters. Once it had gathered them all, the square chunk of flesh transformed into a bizarre creature composed of various Apocalypse monster body parts. Fully assembled, the swift demon's legs exerted force and sent it to the top floor of the teaching building. The monster stared in the direction Zhou group was heading, toward the skyscraper. In its eyes, a trace of complex emotion flickered, as if it harbored human feelings. Zhou group walked down the street, the atmosphere somewhat subtle. Everyone couldn't help but sneak glances at Bone King, their faces showing a hint of schadenfreude. Bone King had now been honored as the chubby boy's mount. That's right. The chubby boy was currently sitting on Bone King's neck. Whenever Mu Ling couldn't help but look back, the Bone King would summon the Void Spear to scare her. But every time the Bone King did this, the chubby little one would smack the top of his head hard. The chubby hand hitting the Bone King's metal helmet made a bang-bang sound. As a result, the Bone King had to stop his attack. He clenched his fists, looking extremely unwilling. However, he couldn't defeat the true master, the chubby little one, and could only swallow his anger. With Mu Ling setting the precedent, Zhou Yuan Shang, and Xiang Lei also occasionally looked back at the Bone King. The Bone King waved his hand, intending to pierce them with the Void Spear. But each time, the chubby little one would smack his helmet twice. After several attempts, the Bone King completely gave up. Look all you want. Yet, the anger in the Bone King's heart continued to build. Suddenly, a commotion came from the enemy's front. Then, countless doomsday monsters appeared before the group. Most were swift demons, with a few illusion demons and mental exploders. Seeing the suddenly appearing monsters, the chubby little one shouted, "Protect me! Protect me!" The Bone King immediately summoned the Void Spear, preparing to unleash Hell's Insight. Wait, a man's voice came from among the monsters. Instantly, the monsters' bodies began to disintegrate, leaving white streaks like torn photographs, and they vanished one by one. A man in a white tailcoat strolled forward, holding a cane in his left hand and keeping his right hand in his pocket, wearing a white top hat. He stopped, removed his hat, and bowed to the group. "Hello, everyone. I am the Moon King of January, Time King Li Hun. Hi." Then, Li Hun Hai suddenly noticed something. His smile immediately turned serious. He quickly walked up to the Bone King and respectfully bowed to the chubby little one sitting on the Bone King's shoulder. "Honorable Lord of the World, I apologize for being late." The chubby little one exuded an imposing aura and nodded in acknowledgement to the Time King. After paying his respects, the Time King moved to the front of the group, smiling warmly at the others. "Dear companions, where shall we head next?" Unlike the domineering Bone King, the Time King appeared as gentle as a spring breeze, making people instinctively want to approach him. Yet, he carried an indescribable air of mystery. Zhou Wen didn't notice, but Yuan Shang, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat the moment he saw the Time King. How can he be this powerful? Doomsday System, analyze the chances of escaping if I were to fight him. A blood-red screen appeared before Yuan Shang, followed by the Time King's information. Doomsday System scanning. Target, Time King Li Hun Hai. Power level, divine warning, this is not the true body. Please conceal the existence of the Doomsday System. Survival probability, 0 impossible. A survival probability of 0? System, if I manage to kill 2 more players, no, 3 more players, and offer their souls to you, can my talent be upgraded to S level? The system interface displayed blood-red text again. Kill 3 Moon Kings to receive talent upgrade or talent imprinted into reality. Yuan Shang's gaze darkened. He stared intently at Zhou Wen, Mu Ling, and Huang Xian, who was about to turn into wax. Now, head to the building and retrieve his crown. Seeing that no one paid attention to Shi Wang, Mu Ling couldn't help but ask, "Crown?" Shi Wang's eyes lit up at the mention of the word crown, his entire demeanor brimming with interest. "Interesting. Let's go together, then." Shi Wang walked ahead, holding a white cane. The others exchanged glances before following him. The team assisting the Lord of the World had gained another member. They were happy to accept. However, at that moment, the sky was suddenly streaked with blood-red lightning. The chubby boy, upon seeing this, let out a despairing wail, covering his face with both hands, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Oh, no," he cried. "My world is finished." He clutched his face as if on the verge of collapse, looking as though he might die at any moment. What happened? What's going on? Zhou Wen stared at the apocalyptic scene in the sky, his heart beginning to tighten. The blood-red lightning lingered, as if the sky had been torn open. The chubby boy gritted his teeth too were suddenly attacked. Zhou Wen immediately became alert and dodged to the side. The monster appeared before them. Its lower body had the legs of a swift demon, its arms were those of a psychic blaster, and its head was shockingly the head of an illusion demon. In the center of the head was a hole, the very spot where the illusion demon had once been pierced by the Bone King's pitch-black spear. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Wen stared intently at the creature. Beside him, Mu Ling's eyes were dazed. As she softly murmured, "Limb collector." Mu Ling seemed to know something, but everyone was too tense to pay much attention to her words. Doomsday creature, limb collector, ***, level, unknown, status, alive, description, elite juvenile form of the Doomsday Legion, system prompt, an arrow. Escape, ***, the limb collector froze when it saw the Time King dressed in white. It tilted its head, staring at him as if trying to figure something out. It had clearly just killed this person, how was he now standing here in a different outfit? The chubby boy riding on the Bone King's shoulders exclaimed, in shock when he saw the monster. Damn it, it's one of these things. These Doomsday guys are really pulling out all the stops. What exactly is this thing? Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask. The Holy Grail system had provided him with pitifully little information, practically useless. The chubby boy explained. Solemnly, this is a limb collector. Its core is actually a piece of flesh cut from the offspring of some evil god. This piece of flesh inherits some of the traits of the evil god's offspring and can automatically collect the limbs of powerful creatures to strengthen itself. When you attack it, aim for the torso as much as possible. Only the torso is its true body. Its limbs are all pieced together from other creatures. After speaking, the chubby boy leapt off the Bone King's shoulders with a swift motion. He pointed at the limb collector. Bone King, Time King, you two are our strongest fighters. Right now. Go deal with it quickly, or we're in big trouble. If it grows up, the power of the evil god will contaminate my world. By then, even if I regain control, it will be too late. The Bone King showed no expression but stepped forward, pulling a void spear from thin air. The spear's tip pointed directly at the limb collector. Behind him, the Time King adjusted his top hat, a helpless smile on his face. This monster had just entered his temporal afterimage. That afterimage possessed 80% of his true strength, yet it had been easily defeated by the limb collector. This indicated that the creature was far more powerful than it appeared. Moreover, there was still someone lurking in the shadows. The Time King was clearly on high alert. The Bone King swung his powerful arm, driving the spear fiercely into the limb collector's torso. A burst of frost bloomed instantly at the wound. Got it, Zhou Wen focused on the Bone King's attack. But Mu Ling shook her head. No, it missed. Through her psychic perception, the limb collector seemed like an illusion. After a series of attacks, the Bone King appeared to sense something was off. He quickly turned, the pitch-black spear slicing through the air. With a loud bang, a creature was sent flying by the Bone King's strike. It was the limb collector. A dented wound marred its abdomen, frost spreading over the surface. Pain was etched across its face. The Bone King suddenly appeared in front of it, driving the spear through its head. The head was pierced through, frost forming on both its forehead and the back of its skull. The torso was also impaled. Is it over? Zhou Wen asked as he watched the scene. Mu Ling let out a sigh of relief. It should be. Xiang Lei limped back, leaning against the small cart, rolling his eyes and gasping heavily. Worse off than Xiang Lei was Yuan, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices and barely able to move. Just as everyone let their guard down, the chubby guy suddenly screamed. Something's wrong. It's not dead. This is the aura of an evil god. As soon as he finished speaking, the limb collector, pierced by Bone King, suddenly ignited with eerie flames. Clearly, it was already dead. Yet it let out a harrowing scream from its mouth. Its limbs burned into a puddle of flesh-colored liquid, grotesque in appearance. The flame burned for 30 seconds, and the entire limb collector turned to ashes. What the hell is going on? Time King stared at the scene before him, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. He shouted, "This is bad. Run! The evil god is descending." Time King had just used his innate ability. He employed his 1 minute into the future ability to battle the limb collector but was instantly killed in one blow. His future self died in an instant, unable to resist at all. Before their eyes, the flesh-colored liquid suddenly stood up, transforming into an oval-shaped flesh ball. What is this thing? Zhou Wen's vision flashed with information. Evil god's offspring. Level, unknown. Status, alive. Details, temporarily controlled by the will of an evil god. System prompt, await death, await death. The oval flesh ball suddenly grew 3 hollow cavities, resembling eyes and a mouth. Although it had no pupils, everyone felt as though it was staring at them. It made an eerie sound from its mouth. Amrati dong. Amrati dong. Amrati dong. As Zhou Wen listened, he felt that this sound was quite similar to the indescribable flesh ball summoned by 6 players he had encountered earlier in the ghostly battlefield. The chubby guy, upon seeing the flesh ball, immediately started screaming hysterically. Ah! No! It's it! It's the evil god! The harbingers of the apocalypse are here! This is madness! Run! Let's get out of here now! The chubby guy suddenly pulled out a gilded, colorful card from his pocket. Zhou Wen's eyes were drawn to the card. This card! His subconscious told him that this card was incredibly powerful. If obtained, it might unleash the true power of the card master. At that point, he might even become a god in this world. Simultaneously, the illusory blue Holy Grail system interface in front of Zhou Wen began to change color slowly. Very slowly. The blue color was fading into a pale white. But Zhou Wen failed to notice anything unusual. The large flesh-colored ball began to bounce, slowly making its way toward the group. Everyone hurriedly retreated. At that moment, the chubby guy suddenly shouted, "Xiang Lei, quickly kill that player named Huang Xian to activate your talent. Otherwise, we're all going to die. You need to buy me 5 seconds." The chubby guy's face was full of urgency. He was desperately trying to crush the gilded colorful card in his hand. But the level of the card was too high, and its activation speed was extremely slow. He held his breath, focusing all his energy on activating it. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lei looked toward Huang Xian, who was gradually turning into a wax figure. A decisive glint flashed in his eyes. Not far away, Yuan, still bleeding from all 7 orifices, revealed a look of resentment and viciousness in his gaze. He muttered under his breath. Apocalypse. I request possession. The game interface in front of Yuan was instantly engulfed in blood-red hues. Yuan, what's wrong with you? Zhou suddenly noticed Yuan's incessant bleeding and paper-pale complexion. Mu Ling, hearing Zhou words, turned her head for a glance. Upon seeing Yuan, her expression immediately grew serious. She shouted to the others. This is bad. Stop him now. He's a pawn of the apocalypse. The chubby guy's face turned bright red as he continued to try activating the card. Hearing Mu Ling's words, his face instantly turned pale. He turned his head to see Yuan's spine sprouting a pair of more than 3-meter-long blood-red wings. They were wet, dripping with blood. Yuan's face twisted in agony, his expression feral. He let out a low roar, slowly standing up. His arms and limbs swelled to 3 times their original size, tearing through his clothes with the bulging muscles. His legs followed suit, his shoes bursting apart as his enormous feet expanded. White spikes suddenly grew from his fingers and toes. A complex blood-red rune appeared on his forehead, followed by a pair of horns sprouting from the rune. They kept growing, reaching over 40 centimeters, and curled gently around his ears. Good. Yuan's eyes were blood-red, his mind foggy. With a sudden flap of his wings, an air current spread outward from his body. Yuan let out a furious roar. Zhou vision displayed the information of the transformed Yuan. Apocalypse player, winged demon. Level, a rank. Status, alive. Details, traitor of the Holy Grail system. Blinded by desire. System message, traitor. Eliminate him. Looking at the blood-red figure of Yuan and the eerie flesh-colored ball, Zhou felt a chill in his heart. After his transformation, Yuan's blood-colored figure flickered. In an instant, he appeared beside Huang Xian, who was gradually turning into a wax figure. He raised his now spike-covered arms and fiercely stabbed toward Huang Xian. At that moment, the wax-like Huang Xian suddenly erupted with a powerful sword aura. The moment Yuan's hand touched the sword aura, blood splattered as he was forced 3 steps back. What's going on? Zhou was startled. The wax figure suddenly returned to normal. It was Huang Xian. Slowly, Huang Xian pushed several rings out of his body. These rings all had one thing in common, each had a blood-red thread in the center that seemed alive. Zhou vision displayed information about the rings. Derivative, Apocalypse rings. Level, Gold. Details, a gift from the Apocalypse to its players, capable of leading them astray. System message, a tool of the Apocalypse's control, stay away from it. Control of the Apocalypse? What was that? Zhou's heartbeat quickened. He felt as though he was touching upon something immensely powerful. Suddenly, Huang Xian's eyes erupted with blazing light. 2 beams of light converged in midair, forming a massive sword of light. This sword slashed fiercely toward the apocalyptic Yuan. Huang Xian's face was grim. He had discerned the true cause of Fire King's death from those rings. It was likely that the Apocalypse envoy was also summoned by Yuan. The apocalyptic Yuan let out a furious roar, the blood-red streaks across his body growing even more vivid. Only 3 seconds had passed. Meanwhile, the flesh-colored ball was bouncing ever closer, now right in front of Time King. Time King stared at the offspring of the evil god, his face dripping with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, how could this happen? How did things come to this? Before coming here, he had used temporal calculations to predict the outcome. But he had never foreseen encountering the offspring of an evil god. Where had things gone wrong? Time King cast his gaze toward the chubby guy. Something's not right, absolutely not right. Why does his world source energy seem so depleted? Damn it! What the hell is happening? To think someone could block my space-time calculations. Time King was caught in a dilemma. He could choose to kill the offspring of the evil god or escape from this point in time. But if he killed him, the evil god would lock onto his coordinates. The apocalyptic evil god would use these coordinates to find his true spacetime and eliminate him. If he chose to flee, he would lose jurisdiction over this timeline. He wasn't the true Time King of this period, he came from the future. 1 second left. The chubby boy prepared to activate the card, but smoke emerged from it. The card's frame shattered. Activation failed. My source power. The chubby boy looked up at the sky in pain. Blood-red lightning flashed again in the sky, pulsating. As the firmament shattered, the chubby boy's source power began to be devoured by the apocalypse. At this moment, he was almost in despair. His world was invaded by the apocalypse. His people were slaughtered by apocalyptic monsters. The mercenaries he summoned were infected by the apocalypse. Worst of all, he had encountered the offspring of the evil god. Nearby, Joe seized the opportunity and rushed to snatch the card from the chubby boy's hand. At that moment, a voice rang out. Time reset. The struggling Time King gritted his teeth and activated a certain skill. His white tailcoat began to burn slowly. In front of him, less than 10 centimeters away, was the offspring of the evil god. Then, time froze. The figures of the evil god's offspring and the Time King began to dissipate. Joe noticed the shock on the chubby boy's face. Soon after, everyone disappeared. Time rewound by 1 hour. Joe and the others were sent back 1 hour earlier by the Time King, returning to the original timeline. After using this skill, the Time King's face turned pale. He had expended too much energy. He had just used space-time calculations again, and the results showed that if he used time exchange now, he still had a chance of winning. Hopefully. The Time King sighed and then fell into a deep sleep. Standing motionless before him was the offspring of the evil god. This period was filled with deathly silence and eerie tension. But the Time King was unaware. Not far from him, on a tall building, someone was standing. Watching this scene, the figure slowly turned around, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Time returned to 1 hour earlier. Zhou, Mu Ling, and Yuan were still fighting the Bone King. Zhou's vision went dark. Then he returned to 1 hour earlier. Zhou looked at the familiar scene, his heart trembling. At this moment, a line of text popped up on the white game interface. Due to certain rules, you have returned to 1 hour earlier. System protection activated. You will retain your memory. A series of memory fragments flooded Zhou's mind. Zhou gasped. So this is what happened in the future. The offspring of the evil god. Apocalypse players. Blood-red firmament. He looked at Yuan, his gaze now tinged with caution. Beside Zhou, Huang Xan, who had just been knocked down by the Bone King with a punch, lay on the ground. A piercing laugh came from under the Bone King's helmet. Ha ha ha. The Bone King's right hand suddenly extended. But Zhou was prepared. He slightly sidestepped to avoid it. Then he jabbed the Bone King's armor with an electric rod. Zhou focused his thoughts. Blue electric currents erupted, enveloping the Bone King and coursing along his body. The Bone King trembled all over. Clearly, he hadn't expected Zhou to suddenly attack him, let alone use a paralysis skill. Zhou felt a bit panicked. He didn't know what to do next. Just then, another string of information popped up in front of him. In the previous timeline, Zhou had come into contact with the Gilded Edge-colored card. Although he hadn't activated it, he had obtained the card's soul. Contacted Divine Card, Primordial Spirit Shield, expired, triggered skill, analogous. Comprehension mastered Divine Card crafting method. Remaining card souls, 103-180. Zhou mastered the method to craft divine cards. His eyes sparkled with joy. After obtaining the crafting method, Zhou held an electric baton in one hand to shock the Bone King while quickly crafting a card with the other. Card, mental domain level, divine mental power fully unleashed. Description, divine card, no further explanation needed. Afterward, Zhou withdrew the electric baton. The Bone King trembled for a few seconds before suddenly reacting. The Void Spear once again thrust toward Zhou. Zhou sneered and activated the divine card in his hand. Quick card activation initiated. Card activation time, 0.21 seconds. Instantly, a golden frame appeared in front of Zhou, shimmering with multicolored light. The card's effect was triggered. As the Bone King launched his attack, he suddenly noticed the divine card glowing in front of Zhou. Startled, he quickly retreated. His armor tightly encased his body, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "A divine card? How is this possible?" Even Mu Ling, standing nearby, was taken aback, not expecting Zhou to have been prepared all along. Centered on Zhou, a shockwave spread outward. The Bone King leapt back several steps before steadying himself, staring at Zhou with a serious expression. Zhou felt his spirit tightly connected to the card he had just released. It was as if he had transformed into a god. Using his mental perception, he seemed to possess a god's perspective. From the tiniest life forms within dozens of meters beneath his feet to the distant park scenery, everything was laid bare before him. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou's face. Suddenly, the Bone King, who had been on guard, was pulled toward Zhou by his power. The Bone King lost control of his own body. How is this possible? The Bone King was utterly shocked. The most astonished, however, were Mu Ling and Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang stared at Zhou Wen as if looking at a monster. He was just as weak as me moments ago, so how did he suddenly become so strong? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why can't even the Apocalypse system see through Zhou Wen? He grew anxious. Soon, he witnessed the Bone King, whom he had once revered as a powerful figure, being mercilessly beaten to the ground by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen controlled the Bone King, repeatedly smashing him into the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen used his mental power to reinforce the ground. Even though the Bone King was clad in armor, each impact caused him excruciating pain. With every slam, Zhou Wen asked, "Are you from the Blood Eye Guild?" Boom! A loud crash echoed. The Bone King was slammed hard into the ground, the sound alone enough to make one wince. Zhou Wen then manipulated the Bone King to rise again. "You don't plan to kill me?" Boom! Another loud crash. The Bone King was once again heavily slammed down. This time, his entire body trembled, and his arm moved slightly. Zhou Wen immediately intensified his mental control. The Bone King was lifted again and violently dropped. "Do you want to leave me for your guild's newcomers to practice on?" The Bone King this time, the Bone King was directly smashed into the ground. Zhou Wen walked to the Bone King's side, continuing to control him. The Bone King slowly raised his head. Zhou Wen sneered, "Is an S-level talent really that powerful?" Silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Wen could sense the burning anger in the Bone King's gaze. "You're angry too?" Zhou Wen was also furious. In the previous timeline, the Bone King's actions had been utterly excessive. This time, he planned to teach him a proper lesson. Seeing the shocked expressions of Mu Ling and Yuan, Zhou Wen felt particularly satisfied. He knew it. His SSS level talent would never be inferior to the Bone King's S-level talent. Zhou Wen released the Bone King. The duration of the divine level card was nearing its end. The Bone King seemed to sense something. But under the blessing of the divine level card, Zhou Wen clearly detected a sharp spear intent in the void, ready to strike at any moment. A smile appeared on his face. He squatted down and patted the Bone King's head. In his palm, another divine level card identical to the previous one appeared. The divine level card reappeared. The Bone King, seeing Zhou Wen able to create a divine level card out of thin air, was filled with shock. Zhou Wen activated the divine level card just as the effect of the previous card ended. He still appeared like a god in control of everything, stomping down with his foot, pinning the Bone King beneath him. Then, his gaze shifted to the side, to the crazed and fanatical Yuan. Meanwhile, at school, the chubby boy sitting on Xiang Lei's shoulders suddenly shuddered, his eyes filled with terror. "What's going on? My world is experiencing a time distortion. What exactly happened?" All the memories from the previous timeline suddenly flooded into the chubby boy's mind. He quickly skimmed through them and cried out in shock. "A descendant of the evil god has appeared. Damn it, what do I do now?" The chubby boy clenched his fists, his face full of anxiety. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something. His gaze locked onto Zhou Wen in the other's direction, and he was instantly filled with rage. "Damn it! What the hell happened? Why has my world's source energy decreased again?" He instinctively reached out to grab Xiang Lei's head. Xiang Lei suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head and looked up at the angry chubby boy in confusion. "You little brat, what are you up to now?" Xiang Lei's face was full of grievance and anger. A beam of light emerged from the chubby boy's hand and struck Xiang Lei's head hard. The memory Xiang Lei had just experienced was erased by the chubby boy, leaving him with a dazed and clueless expression. In the original timeline, the Time King, drenched in sweat, slowly woke up. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Beside him was the flesh-colored giant sphere, which was now clearly motionless, as if it had lost its life. The Time King sat up, panting heavily. "Damn it, such a huge expenditure. What is the origin of this descendant of the evil god? It consumed so much of my power. This time, I've really suffered a loss." "Actually, you haven't lost." A voice suddenly came from behind. The Time King shuddered and turned sharply, seeing a tall, thin figure. "It's you!" the Time King exclaimed. The man smiled as he approached the Time King, reaching out as if to help him up. The Time King looked at him warily, tentatively extending his hand. The man pulled him to his feet. "What are you planning? Why are you here? Could this world be related to your Restart Alliance again?" The man shook his head. You only got half of it right. Could it be? Time King's face showed surprise. You've found a new candidate. The man nodded. Images of the people he had just encountered flashed through Time King's mind, finally settling on Mu Ling's calm face. As expected. She does fit the style of your restart alliance. Damn it, this trip was a waste, Time King said dejectedly. At that moment, the man took out a gemstone and handed it to him. Take this. It's from our boss. Consider it your compensation this time. When Time King saw the gemstone, his pupils contracted sharply. Unable to control himself, he snatched the gemstone without hesitation. It's settled then. I'll take my leave. This descendant of the evil god is now in your hands. Time King's figure flickered a few times like an afterimage before disappearing. In the original timeline, only the man's silhouette remained. He looked at the shell of the evil god's descendant and the soul sealed in the chaotic flow of time and space, sighing. Recruiting a new member here is such a hassle. What's it going to be like in the future? As he spoke, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. From the tip of his finger, cracks began to form in the space. With a crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed. The cracks quickly spread into the distance. The space of this timeline began to collapse. The entire timeline slowly dissipated, eventually vanishing completely. The wind rose. Fragments of space were scattered by a wind that seemed to come from nowhere, revealing a pitch-black void that seemed to devour everything. This was the chaotic void. Standing in the chaotic void, he lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "All right, it's my turn now. After all, there's still a major player in this world." With that, his figure disappeared in an instant, as if he had never been there. On the street, Zhou Wen stepped on Bone King, his sharp gaze fixed on Yuan Shang nearby. Zhou Wen spoke, "What's the matter? Yuan Shang, aren't you going to explain yourself?" "Explain? Explain what?" Yuan Shang suddenly seemed flustered. Could it be that he already knows I'm with the Apocalypse faction? A premonition flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. That's impossible, Zhou Wen doesn't have the ability to foresee the future. Hearing Yuan Shang's words, Zhou Wen's expression immediately turned cold. So it's true. Yuan Shang. Why did you side with the Apocalypse faction? As soon as these words were spoken, Yuan Shang's previously amiable smile froze. Then, his smile slowly turned arrogant. Fine. You don't understand at all. The Apocalypse system gives me what the Holy Grail system could never provide. I have the Apocalypse system. As long as I keep killing other players and harvesting their souls, I can grow stronger and stronger. There's no need to follow the rules of the Holy Grail system. Once I'm strong enough, I can use points however I want, and make as many wishes as I please. What do you know? As he spoke, Yuan Shang's eyes burned with fanaticism and rage. He suddenly screamed, Why? How do you know all this? His face twisted, and his body slowly turned blood red. He had just shouted Apocalypse descend to the Apocalypse system and was about to transform into a mindless, slaughter-driven Apocalypse monster. Zhou Wen watched Yuan Shang's gradual transformation and couldn't help but laugh. Yuan was just like those people in real life who use cheats to boost their game rankings, not thinking about improving themselves but only looking for shortcuts. At this thought, Zhou Wen suddenly froze. He realized that the border color of the system in front of him had turned white, no longer the blue of the Holy Grail system. Zhou Wen panicked a little. He felt as if he, too, was a complete cheat player. At this moment, Yuan had completed his transformation. He looked as if he were burning, with blood-red hues covering the demonic horns behind his head and the spikes on his limbs. Yuan flapped his wings and lunged at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen shook his head. You still don't see the gap between us. As he finished speaking, a faint glimmer flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. In an instant, Yuan, who was flying in midair, was pinned back to the ground by Zhou Wen's telekinesis. Yuan struggled desperately. Just then, a message from the Holy Grail system suddenly popped up in front of Zhou. What? Detected, Doomsday System user subdued Holy Grail system issuing temporary mission requesting player number 520 to eliminate this individual. Double rewards will be granted during the settlement phase upon elimination. The sudden message startled Zhou Wen. He thought he had been banned. After seeing the message, he let out a sigh of relief, but his expression turned strange. He felt like he was also a cheat player bullying another cheat player. Wait a minute. I'm using cheats, and the system should know that. Logically, I should be the administrator of this game. With this thought, Zhou Wen's mind suddenly became clear. Yuan. Pinned to the ground, let out unconscious roars. Zhou Wen's eyes flashed with memories of events from the previous timeline, including Huang Xian's explosion before his death. Thinking of how the Fire King Feng Bugan was also killed by Yuan, his gaze turned cold. Scum like you, who trade others' souls for power, deserve to disappear completely. With that, Zhou Wen manipulated his telekinesis. The transformed Yuan, now in his doomsday form, was crushed even redder under the pressure of telekinetic force from all directions. His body emitted a dark red glow. The doomsday transformed Yuan let out a panicked howl. At this point, he could no longer be called human, he was nothing more than a mindless monster. Mu Ling, standing nearby, turned her head and closed her eyes at the sight. She knew what was coming when he browsed through the interface of the divine level cards and created a new card. Then, he crushed the card. The card's virtual frame turned into a golden border, radiating a dazzling rainbow glow. At the center of the card was a strange ball of light, which changed color every second. Yet anyone who saw it would never forget the previous color. Zhou Wen pressed the ball of light into the Bone King's mind. Contract activated derivative, light of the contract effective in current battlefield. Both sides cannot attack each other. A line of text flashed before Zhou Wen, finally allowing him to relax. Although the Bone King was pinned to the ground by Zhou Wen, he understood what had just happened. Slowly, the Bone King stood up and stared at Zhou Wen. He did not attack. On one hand, it was due to the restrictions of the light of the contract. On the other hand, he felt he couldn't defeat Zhou Wen. The Bone King grew deeply curious about Zhou Wen. All his previous disdain had vanished. What exactly is his talent? How does he know what I was about to say? The Bone King pondered silently. He felt as though Zhou Wen could foresee the future. After observing Zhou Wen for a while, the Bone King shifted his gaze to the deceased Yuan. Doomsday system. The Bone King murmured, then fell into deep thought. Zhou Wen walked toward the slowly wax-like Huang Xian. He began browsing the divine level card list. After some filtering, Zhou Wen settled on a card. He created the card, and its effect information appeared. Before him, card, purification level, divine effect, removes the negative effects of the player's innate talent. Note, divine level card, nothing more to say. Huang Xian stood up from the ground, his face pale. He clenched his fists, filled with humiliation. Earlier, he had been knocked down by the Bone King with a single punch, only to have Zhou Wen help him regain his dignity. His emotions were extremely conflicted. At that moment, a card suddenly appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. Huang Xian looked at the card. It was clearly the highest level divine card, far superior to the rainbow card he had found in the hospital. Even in the promotion matches, he had never seen a card more powerful than the rainbow card. In the Holy Grail systems market, rainbow cards were equivalent to A-grade items. Gold cards were B-grade, green cards were C-grade, blue cards were D-grade, and gray cards were E-grade. The quality of items in the card world was exceptionally high. But divine level cards had never appeared in the market. Legend had it that even the masters of the world hesitated to use divine level cards. Zhou Wen noticed Huang Xian's gaze on him and smiled. Then, the card's border lit up, and a green glow appeared at its center. The glow slowly entered Huang Xian's body. Huang Xian was shocked. He saw the negative effects of his innate talent on his game interface gradually disappear. Within seconds, the negative effects were completely removed. Immediately afterward, Zhou Wen took out another gold rainbow card and activated it. A golden light surged into Huang Xian's body, and his stamina rapidly recovered like a rocket. In less than 2 seconds, his stamina was fully restored. Zhou Wen was impartial and summoned another identical card. After activating it, the light flew into Mu Ling's body nearby. Mu Ling was initially stunned, then closed her eyes to feel the warmth brought by the light. Zhou Wen then used a mental recovery card, applying one to both Huang Xian and Mu Ling before stopping. Huang Xian stood up from the ground, dusted off his clothes, and bowed respectfully to Zhou Wen. "Thank you." Huang Xian's eyes were slightly red. He had once been an arrogant youth, especially after being chosen by the Holy Grail game and awakening his emperor's talent. He felt far superior to others. However, after this setback, he finally understood he wasn't as extraordinary as he thought. Zhou Wen waved his hand. "It's fine." After healing Huang Xian and Mu Ling, Zhou Wen walked toward the Bone King. At this moment, the Bone King seemed distracted, as if lost in thought. Zhou Wen cleared his throat lightly. Only then did the Bone King snap out of it, his gaze falling on Zhou Wen. When the Bone King looked into Zhou Wen's eyes, he was instantly startled. Zhou Wen's gaze was deep, as if it could see through everything, carrying a cold yet noble aura. Just by meeting his eyes, the Bone King felt as though he was staring at the leader of his own clan. And his leader was a god-level player. One of the earliest winners of survival wars. There were only a handful of people who could stand against his leader. Yet now, he didn't even dare to meet Zhou Wen's gaze. The Bone King's teeth trembled. What had this man become? Even Zhou Wen himself might not have realized that he was exuding an inexplicable pressure. Within a radius of several kilometers, the swift demons, upon sensing Zhou Wen's presence, tucked their tails and fled. The more intelligent phantom demons were no exception. They even abandoned the skins they had stripped from other creatures, fleeing with only their bare skulls. Bone King, I don't know if you're an accomplice of the apocalypse, but I hope you're not. We still have tasks ahead, and I hope we can continue to cooperate. After speaking, Zhou Wen extended his right hand, his gaze becoming calm. However, his left hand tightly gripped a god-level card, ready to activate it at any moment. This was a card capable of instant kills. Earlier, due to time constraints, Zhou Wen hadn't had the chance to thoroughly examine the card's details. Now, he finally had the opportunity to study it carefully, so he had specifically prepared this card. Hearing Zhou Wen's words, the Bone King was momentarily stunned, then revealed a bitter expression. Zhou Wen had already shown him the utmost respect. In truth, someone like him, a defeated individual, no longer had the qualifications to continue participating in this event. Zhou Wen had every ability to kill him outright. The Bone King took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. He nodded heavily at Zhou Wen. I am willing to serve you. The Bone King extended his right hand and shook Zhou Wen's firmly. Then, he voluntarily moved to the front of the team. Zhou Wen was still somewhat tense. After all, the Bone King was powerful, and he wasn't sure if he would pull any tricks. Even the light of contract might not be enough. If the Bone King suddenly launched a sneak attack, Zhou Wen might not have time to react. However, seeing that the Bone King was sensible and didn't attack him, Zhou Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he still didn't put away the god-level card. Better safe than sorry. In truth, the Bone King was simple. He only submitted to the strong. This was evident from how he didn't dare to act out after being defeated by the chubby boy. After being thoroughly educated by Zhou Wen, he abandoned his belief in only trusting the strong and became as obedient as a little child. To be honest, this change made Zhou Wen feel a bit unaccustomed. At school, the chubby boy was furiously yanking at Xiang Lei's hair, nearly driven mad with anger. He couldn't understand why his world source energy was being stolen bit by bit. From the dissipating energy, the chubby boy could clearly sense that someone was using a god-level card. Impossible. How could anyone else still use a god-level card? Didn't I recycle all the god-level cards into world source power? And as the master of this world, the cards representing authority should only be usable by me. The chubby boy fell into deep thought. But Xiang Lei, whose hair he was pulling, was already frantic. He tried to grab the chubby boy and give him a good beating. The chubby boy reacted quickly, skillfully patting Xiang Lei on the head. A flash of white light passed. Xiang Lei's memory was erased by the chubby boy once again. Suddenly, another wave of energy came from over there. The chubby boy was about to lose his mind. Another bit of his world source power had been drained. Damn it! Damn it! Who on earth is stealing my world source power? Wait, this can't really be considered stealing. The chubby boy suddenly realized. But this still doesn't make sense. I've already relocated most of the original inhabitants of this world. Who else could be creating god-level cards? And I clearly set the creation of god-level cards to require rare materials. Why is the release frequency so fast now? Just as the chubby boy was trying to figure it out, another wave of god-level card creation and release came from that direction. The chubby boy's face turned red with anger. My world source power. He was burning with rage. At that moment, he sensed the aura of the apocalypse. No, this is the aura of that doomsday loader. The image of Yuan flashed in the chubby boy's mind. No, the timeline is all wrong. Oh my god. Can someone tell me what on earth is happening? The chubby boy stood there dumbfounded, feeling the powerful aura of god level cards being released one after another. He was on the verge of collapse. This was clearly his world, yet he couldn't make sense of anything that was happening. And his power was still being drained bit by bit. Zhou Wen killed Yuan, and the task information immediately showed as completed. The Holy Grail system's cold mechanical voice sounded in Zhou Wen's ear. Upon completion of this extreme chaos round, rewards will be double. Thank you for your contribution to purifying the game environment. After hearing this, Zhou Wen shook his head with a bitter smile. The four of them stood on the street, none of them moving. Zhou Wen glanced around. Huang Xin looked at him respectfully. Mu Ling seemed deep in thought, and the Bone King, wearing a helmet, had an unreadable expression. Why are you all staring at me? Let's go, Zhou Wen said, only to realize that he was clearly the strongest among the four. They were all waiting for his orders. Zhou Wen felt a bit emotional. He waved his hand. Let's go, we're heading to the school. After speaking, Zhou Wen led the other three toward the school. At that moment, he suddenly felt something was off. It seemed like he had become their enforcer. His face showed a hint of anger. Sitting behind him, Mu Ling looked at Zhou Wen, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. The game panel in front of her had also turned crimson. A silent wave spread outward. In an instant, the environment around Mu Ling and the others transformed into a forest. At the same time, an invisible attack emerged. The moment the environment around Zhou Wen transformed into a forest, he activated a divine level card. As soon as the card was used, the surrounding forest shattered like bubbles, reverting to the modern urban streets. Standing before him were two monsters from the Apocalypse faction. One was a slug-like creature with decayed black skin, and the other was a being with cannon-like arms. They were the Illusion Demon and the Mind Blaster, respectively. The Illusion Demon was momentarily stunned when its created illusion was destroyed. Its two antennae crossed, faint currents flickering between them as it attempted to reconstruct the illusion. But Zhou Wen didn't give it the chance. He activated another divine level card. Quick play. A flash of light passed, and the eyes of the Illusion Demon and the Mind Blaster became dazed. Zhou Wen snapped his fingers. Follow me, guys. He walked directly past the two Apocalypse monsters, and they didn't attack him. Huang Xin, Bone King, and Mu Ling followed closely behind. As they passed the two monsters, Mu Ling extended her senses to probe their mental states and was immediately shocked. The Illusion Demon and the Mind Blaster had been drawn into an illusion by Zhou Wen, where they were relentlessly attacking empty air, depleting their own strength. After multiple attacks, the Mind Blaster let out a wail as its body began to disintegrate. Exhausted of power, it was directly obliterated by the world's rules. Mu Ling turned to look at the Illusion Demon, whose entire body was decayed and blackened. It didn't seem like it could hold on much longer. She withdrew her gaze and caught up with Zhou Wen. At that moment, Mu Ling's game panel updated, and the Apocalypse system replaced the top mission with Kill Zhou Wen, offering a reward of 1 talent evolution. Seeing the mission, Mu Ling sneered and closed the mission panel with her thoughts, ignoring the Apocalypse system. Zhou Wen could casually create and use divine level cards, and his card-playing speed was astonishing. It was practically like cheating. The Apocalypse system actually wanted her to throw her life away? She decided to stick to her previous mission, assassinating the Lord of the World. As Zhou Wen walked toward the school, he browsed through the list of divine level cards. In truth, there weren't many types of divine level cards, only a handful in total. But one card in particular left Zhou Wen amazed. Card, Primordial Spirit Shield, Quality, Divine Level, Effect, the shield bearer enters an invincible state. Note, Divine Level card, no further explanation needed. Card Spirit cost, 1 million. This card was likely the one the chubby guy had tried to activate for half a day in the previous timeline but failed. The card Spirit cost required to create it was astronomical, something Zhou Wen couldn't achieve at all. Then, Zhou Wen noticed another card. Card, Flower of the Yellow Springs, Quality, Divine Level, Effect, Bloom the Flower of the Yellow Springs, highly effective. Against multiple enemies. Note, why is this card here? Card Spirit cost, 100,000. Looking at the card's description, he muttered to himself. With this card, those armed demons surrounding the school should be easy to handle. Zhou Wen crafted the card. The group arrived at the school gate. Thick muscle fibers surrounded the school, leaving no gaps. Although Zhou Wen had seen this scene in the previous timeline, he still found it disgusting this time. The mountain-like muscle fibers pulsated incessantly, even dripping with strange bodily fluids. After being defeated by Zhou Wen, the Bone King had become quite obedient. Seeing the endless armed demons, he had some thoughts but didn't voice them. Of course, he had a way to deal with them, but he was more interested in seeing how Zhou Wen would handle the situation. The swift demons on the armed demon's back glared at Zhou Wen and the others with ferocious eyes. their red pupils almost bursting. They crouched restlessly on the armed demon, their monkey-like faces full of longing. Finally unable to hold back, they roared and charged forward. Joe held a card between his fingers, its golden edges intertwined with a rainbow-like glow, emitting a faint light. The card flew to his chest on its own and began to spin, facing the endless armed demons and the desperate charge of the swift demons. The activation of the card caused the air temperature to drop suddenly by several degrees. Mu Ling couldn't help but hug herself tightly, while Huang Xian summoned an illusory dragon robe to resist the cold. The Bone King, however, seemed unaffected, standing still as he stared at the card on Zhou Wen's chest, murmuring to himself, "This card, why does it feel so familiar?" The card absorbed energy from the air, slowly blooming into a cyan ice crystal flower. It resembled a lotus, a night-blooming cereus, and even a rose, yet it looked like no flower from this world. Quietly absorbing the energy around it, the flower unfolded gradually, its crystalline beauty captivating all who beheld it. The armed demons seemed to sense something, their muscle fibers trembling violently as if trying to flee, but they had no means to move. Whatever was about to happen, they could only await their doom. The swift demons also halted their charge, staring blankly at the flower. As it bloomed, its pristine, flawless petals exuded a faint fragrance that calmed the mind. Everyone felt a cool sensation in their heads as the fragrance spread through their bodies. Gazing at the blossoming flower, they were momentarily entranced. When the ice flower fully bloomed, its fingernail-sized petals drifted gently in the wind, landing on the armed demons. The moment the petals touched them, the armed demons' muscle fibers ceased trembling, and a thin layer of frost began to form. Soon, the entire armed demon was encased in ice crystals, which gradually turned white. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. From the milk-white ice crystals, countless fine branches sprouted, each tipped with tiny flower buds. The buds grew rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and eventually bloomed together, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty, like a celestial paradise. Even Mu Ling was mesmerized, while Zhou Wen looked on with admiration, marveling at the vitality of the ice flower. But the Bone King's expression changed drastically at the sight. "This is bad. It's the flower of the Yellow Springs. A flower that only grows near the Yellow Springs. Why can a god-level card summon the flower of the Yellow Springs? And in such numbers. We need to leave now." The Bone King's voice trembled as he urgently warned Zhou Wen and Mu Ling the flower of the Yellow Springs. Mu Ling froze at the words, her face showing panic. "This is the flower of the Yellow Springs. So many flowers of the Yellow Springs. Zhou Wen, cancel these flowers immediately." Her voice also quivered. Zhou Wen turned his head, looking confused. At that moment, as all the ice flowers finished blooming, their fingernail-sized petals floated away on the wind, drifting into the distance. At the school, a chubby boy who had been tugging on Xiang Lei's hair suddenly sensed something. His face turned pale with shock. "My world! Who is it?" The chubby boy was furious, but then a bone-chilling cold spread from head to toe, extinguishing his anger in an instant. Stammering, he muttered, "The flower of the Yellow Springs. Damn it! Who used that card? Don't they know that once the flower of the Yellow Springs blooms in the human realm, it's nearly impossible to eradicate? What on earth is happening?" As the master of this world, even the chubby boy began to panic. At first, the offspring of the evil god appeared, then there were thieves constantly stealing the source power of his world. And now, someone had actually used the Yellow Spring flower card. Little Fatty's heart was trembling. Tears welled up instantly, flickering like candlelight. Below, Xiang Lei looked confused, not understanding what little Fatty was panicking about this time. Watching the ice crystal petals spreading endlessly into the distance, Zhou Wen was also dumbfounded. After the armed demon disappeared, the group of swift demons in front of him had all turned into nourishment for the ice crystal petals. Zhou Wen opened the divine card interface to carefully inspect it. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a card that could resolve the current predicament. The crystalline petals left a thin layer of frost wherever they touched. The petals, fluttering in the air, would grow into countless yellow spring flowers upon landing. Not far away, a figure suddenly appeared. He stretched lazily, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Catching a glimpse of the thin frost out of the corner of his eye, he muttered, "Hey, isn't that the yellow spring flower? How could it be here? Interesting, someone's actually foolish enough to use the yellow spring flower in the human realm." He lit the cigarette and was about to take a puff when he suddenly realized something. The cigarette fell to the ground with a snap. His eyes widened as he stared at the blooming ice crystal petals not far from him. His face turned green in an instant. Zhao Pingcheng's lips trembled uncontrollably. Damn! Who's crazy enough to release the yellow spring flower in the human realm? This is big trouble. This new member is really something, always stirring up problems. In truth, if it were just the release of the yellow spring flower, he wouldn't be so nervous. The problem was that the aura of the yellow spring flower was too strong, creating a connection to the yellow spring realm. Ultimately, little Fatty's card world might be devoured by the yellow spring, forever losing its ties to the human realm. Seeing the ice crystal petals spreading endlessly before him, Zhao Pingcheng frowned. Luckily, the quantity isn't too large. The energy in this area isn't sufficient for the yellow spring flower to expand to the point of summoning the yellow spring. After assessing the situation, Zhao Pingcheng let out a sigh of relief. Now, he even felt grateful for the doomsday monsters wreaking havoc in this world. Seriously, taking on a mission is exhausting. Zhao Pingcheng picked up the cigarette that had fallen to the ground and put it in his pocket. He leapt off the tall building, landing steadily on the ground. He walked toward the blooming yellow spring flowers. The flowers seemed to have a consciousness, slowly drifting toward Zhao Pingcheng. But as soon as the petals touched him, they were shattered into icy fragments by an invisible force. Before they could hit the ground, they melted into water droplets due to the air's temperature. After circling around, Zhao Pingcheng blocked the nearby yellow spring flowers. Then, he walked toward Zhou Wen and the others. The group, wearing worried expressions, suddenly noticed someone approaching. Zhou Wen immediately pulled out a divine card, ready to act at any moment. Zhao Pingcheng ignored them and walked straight to the spot where the yellow spring flower had first bloomed. He placed both hands on the ground where the armed demon had disappeared. An invisible wave spread out, shattering the thick white frost and melting it with the temperature. After finishing, Zhao Pingcheng stood up, pulled the cigarette from his pocket, and prepared to light it. "Who are you?" Zhou Wen asked. Zhao Pingcheng took a deep drag of the cigarette and exhaled slowly. Glancing at Zhou Wen, he said, "I am the Moon King of March, Zhao Pingcheng." Sweeping his gaze over the group, his eyes finally rested on Zhou Wen. "Let's go. It's time to meet the master of the world." As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Pingcheng didn't move, only smoked, but his feet seemed to have wheels attached, slowly advancing. Zhou Wen retracted his card and created a card to break the illusion, activating it. Zhao Pingcheng didn't disappear. So they followed him. "Are you the Arrow King? Where did you go just now?" Zhou Wen remained cautious. After all, in the previous timeline, this Arrow King hadn't appeared. It might be a conspiracy from the Apocalypse faction. Zhao Pingcheng tilted his head, glanced at Zhou Wen, and smiled meaningfully. "You've already touched the secret of time. Some things, you have to think about yourself." After speaking, he lightly tapped his forehead twice with his left hand. Zhou Wen was shocked upon hearing this. "The secret of time? Who exactly are you?" The person before him also retained memories from the previous timeline. "You're not the only one who remembers these things, are you?" The Arrow King took a drag on his cigarette, his voice calm. "What about the Time King?" "The Time King has completed his mission and left this place." "Then who exactly are you?" "I told you, I am the Arrow King. Of course, I have another identity. In the future, you will be like me. But you'll have to pass the test first." "What is the test?" Zhou Wen felt he was touching upon a secret and couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhao Pingcheng took 2 more drags on his cigarette and flicked away the cigarette butt. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and coughed a few times. "Cough, cough. The rest, you'll have to find the answers yourself. Remember, the secret of time can only be uncovered by yourself." Zhao Pingcheng then said some things Zhou Wen couldn't understand. He revealed a tattoo on his arm, a snake biting its own tail. Then he let out a loud laugh. His body suddenly accelerated, rushing into the teaching building. Immediately, the sound of swift demons hissing came from the building. Zhou Wen followed him inside. Before him lay the corpses of swift demons, their deaths bizarre. It seemed as though some force had exploded outward from their stomachs, tearing them apart. Zhou Wen stared at the dead swift demons, lost in thought. Suddenly, the voice of the chubby boy rang out. "It's you! You stole my world source power." The chubby boy, who had been sitting on Xiang Lei's shoulders, jumped down excitedly, tears in his eyes, and charged at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't make sense of the situation and pressed one hand on the chubby boy's head to stop him from getting closer. The chubby boy swung his fists but couldn't hit Zhou, stomping his feet in frustration. Zhou suddenly looked at Xiang Lei and the Arrow King. Zhao Pingcheng smiled without saying a word. Xiang Lei, just like in the previous timeline, appeared. Exhausted. Zhou opened the interface for divine level cards. He created top-tier stamina and mental recovery cards and used them on Xiang Lei. The chubby boy saw Zhou create another divine level card and immediately screamed. No! My world source power. Why? You can use my world source power. The chubby boy was furious, almost rolling on the ground. He tried to snatch the card from Zhou hand, but Zhou played the card too quickly. A rainbow-colored light flashed and entered Xiang Lei's body. Xiang Lei immediately groaned, his stamina and mental state recovering rapidly. It was a speed and efficiency he had never experienced before. A few seconds later, Xiang Lei opened his eyes, his gaze regaining clarity. He gave Zhou a thumbs up. Now, he was still a bit dazed. He recalled the first time he brought Zhou to participate in survival wars, as if it had happened just yesterday. Now, Zhou had already become the king of the month for September. Truly, heroes emerge young. Xiang Lei was deeply moved. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. From the time Zhou entered the game to becoming the king of the month for September, it had only been a few days? About a week. Xiang Lei's expression immediately changed. He understood the implications behind this. Arrow King glanced at Xiang Lei, revealed a symbol, and pointed at Zhou. After seeing this symbol clearly, Xiang Lei's spirit lifted, and he muttered softly, so that's how it is. No wonder. He spoke so quietly that Zhou and the chubby boy didn't hear him. They also didn't see what Arrow King had shown Xiang Lei. The chubby boy's eyes were brimming with tears as he lay on the ground, looking as though he had lost all hope. My world source power. What exactly is world source power? Zhou couldn't help but ask. Then, he created another God-level card, activated it, and aimed it at Xiang Lei. The chubby boy's world source power diminished even further. Furious, he sat up, pointed at Zhou, rolled his eyes, and fainted from anger. The dignified master of the world had actually been angered into unconsciousness by Zhou. Beside them, Xiang Lei suddenly emitted faint electric currents all over his body. He froze for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. His talent had been activated. And it had been activated without defeating another player. Xiang Lei looked at Zhou, his eyes filled with enthusiasm, his voice trembling slightly. How did you do it? Zhou smiled. This God-level card can directly awaken a person's talent. However, the card's applicability is limited. It can directly activate talent. Xiang Lei's eyes widened, but then his gaze dimmed again. This God-level card was indeed too powerful. But as Xiang Lei thought about it, he realized he couldn't possibly afford it. No, he absolutely couldn't afford it. This was a God-level card. It was likely already an A-grade top-tier item. And the price of an A-grade top-tier item was absurdly high. Completely beyond his means. Xiang Lei looked at Zhou, his eyes full of envy. Although he didn't know how Zhou had obtained it, it was truly something to be jealous of. However, Xiang Lei quickly regained his composure. He believed that even without that God-level card, he could activate his talent by defeating other players. Faint electric currents began to emerge all over his body again. Soon, under his control, the currents disappeared. His face returned to the confident and handsome expression Zhou had seen when they first met. Xiang Lei picked up the chubby boy and slung him over his shoulder. Where are we heading next? Zhou spread his hands. I think we should go to the building. The building? Why go to the building? At that moment, Mu Ling and Huang Xian, who had arrived late, also entered the teaching building. Zhou walked over to Huang Xian, took out the shimmering rainbow card from his shirt pocket, and said, Don't worry, when that guy wakes up, he'll definitely say we should go to the building. Then let's go to the building. Huang Xian trusted Zhou completely. Arrow King nodded in agreement as well. The others had no objections either. So, the group set off toward the building. The chubby boy slowly woke up on Xiang Lei's shoulder. He opened his eyes, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and Xiang Lei promptly threw him to the ground. If you're awake, walk on your own. Xiang Lei actually wanted to teach the chubby boy a good lesson. The chubby boy was initially dazed, but as soon as he saw Zhou, he immediately perked up. With a furious glare, he charged straight at him. You liar! Give me back my world source power. Zhou activated the colorful, shimmering card in his hand with an expressionless face. A lollipop instantly appeared in his hand. He shoved it into the little fatty's mouth. The little fatty mumbled twice, then took the lollipop and started eating it seriously. After a while, he flicked the candy stick aside and said, refreshing. Then he grabbed Xiang Lei's sleeve, intending to wipe his mouth. Xiang Lei squinted, and fine electric currents flickered on his sleeve. The little fatty was immediately zapped on the lips, causing him to retreat in pain. Furious, he wanted to jump onto Xiang Lei's neck, but Xiang Lei was quicker, dodging the attack and pinning the little fatty down. A purple electric spark gradually appeared in Xiang Lei's left hand as he squinted his eyes. The little fatty's face was filled with terror. He swallowed hard and stammered, Xiang Lei, we've been through so much together, what are you trying to do? You little brat. I've put up with you long enough. Xiang Lei's head throbbed faintly. At this moment, Shi Wang stepped forward and pulled the little fatty up. Enough, we have more important things to do. Zhao Pingcheng smiled at the little fatty. Has your strength recovered a bit? Tell us, where's the next place the power is? Hidden? The little fatty rolled his eyes at Shi Wang and said dejectedly, the skyscraper. As soon as the little fatty finished speaking, Mu Ling, Bone King, and Huang Xian all looked at Zhou. Zhou spread his hands. There was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't exactly tell them that in the previous timeline, he already knew their next stop was the skyscraper. The little fatty noticed everyone looking at Zhou and couldn't help but glance over as well. Zhou suddenly remembered something, his expression changing. He looked at Shi Wang and said, the spawn of the evil god. Zhao Pingcheng immediately caught on. The little fatty's face showed panic. Then, what should we do? If he let the spawn of the evil god roam freely in his world, his card world would be taken over by it and become one of the worlds under the evil god's control. Although his world wasn't particularly powerful and was insignificant in the Holy Grail Order's hierarchy, it was the world his father had left behind. If he couldn't protect it, he would become a sinner under the Holy Grail Order, a sinner to all of humanity. Go back immediately. Right now. Mu Ling and the others didn't understand Zhou words and looked confused. Weren't we just saying we were going to the skyscraper? Why are we suddenly going back now? Zhou thought for a moment and said, Xiang Lei, little fatty, Mu Ling, Huang Xian, the four of you go to the skyscraper first. Shi Wang, Bone King, and I will go back to stop the spawn of the evil god and see if we can deal with it. The little fatty immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement. As long as I don't have to deal with that creepy thing, I'd leave right now if I could. Standing behind Zhou, Bone King slightly raised his head but said nothing. He summoned the Void Spear, entering a combat-ready state. Although he didn't know what the spawn of the evil god was, seeing Zhou and the World Master both looking so serious, it was clearly a formidable enemy. The little fatty excitedly ran toward Mu Ling. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly turned back to shout at Zhou, Big brother, please use less of my world source power, okay? It's really almost gone. The little fatty looked aggrieved. World source power? What's that? Zhou looked puzzled. The little fatty patted his forehead, looking utterly helpless. Stop creating so many god-level cards, or you'll drain the world's source energy. Zhou made an okay gesture, and the three quickened their pace, heading toward the school. Just as they reached the school gate, the limb collector sensed the direction Zhou and the others had left and immediately gave chase. After only a few steps, three figures suddenly appeared in front of it. Startled, it froze. This limb collector was different. From other doomsday monsters, it had already developed a degree of intelligence. Now, sensing a hint of mortal danger, it began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the void. The limb collector's head was directly pierced, but it remained unscathed and continued crawling backward. Stab its torso. Zhou commanded. The Bone King stepped forward, his spear piercing through its body. The limb collector froze, completely baffled by what had just happened. The Arrow King activated his ability. The limb collector's abdomen began to swell and twist at an unnatural angle, its entire body crumpling as if kneaded into a ball. Then, it disintegrated like mud. It looked completely dead. Zhou browsed the god-level card page, his gaze fixed on a particularly powerful card. He crafted the card and activated it. Quick play. A virtual card frame quickly materialized in front of Zhou. A petite, fiery red phoenix emerged from the card. The little phoenix seemed almost sentient, perching on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Zhou Wen communicated with it using his mental energy. The phoenix flew toward the limb collector's corpse. As soon as it made contact, a faint flame ignited on the corpse. The fire burned slowly, consuming the body entirely. When the flames died out, the phoenix returned to Zhou Wen. It hovered up and down a few times, and when Zhou Wen didn't respond, it spat out a small puff of fire. In dissatisfaction, startling him, the Arrow King quickly interjected, "This phoenix spirit needs to return. Make another card like the one before and send it back." Zhou Wen was momentarily stunned. "That's it?" Zhao Pingcheng lit a cigarette and took a drag. "This is a phoenix spirit. Even though it's in its juvenile form, its flames are no joke." Zhou Wen hurriedly recreated the card. Upon activation, a red swirling portal appeared within the virtual card frame. The phoenix spirit let out a satisfied cry and flew into the portal. The card frame slowly disappeared. Zhou Wen and the other two turned their attention to the limb collector's corpse. Zhou Wen felt a twinge of unease. He feared the corpse might liquefy again and transform into that flesh-colored sphere. He kept a close eye on the body. The situation turned out differently than he had anticipated. The limb collector did not liquefy again, nor did it turn into a flesh-colored sphere. Zhou Wen exchanged a glance with Zhao Pingcheng, and both let out a sigh of relief. Good, nothing happened. Zhao Pingcheng exhaled deeply. The limb collector's corpse had been completely incinerated by the phoenix spirit's flames, leaving not even ashes behind. It was as if it had never existed. "All right, let's go after them," Zhou Wen said. Although the limb collector was dead, he felt that things weren't so simple, as if he had overlooked something important. Meanwhile, on the other side, among the four heading toward the building, Mu Ling trailed behind. Her gaze flickered uncertainly, and her right hand, hidden behind her back, occasionally emitted a faint red glow. On her blood-red doomsday panel, a task was displayed: task, severely injure or kill the world. Lord, reward, talent upgrade. Mu Ling hesitated, her eyes clouded with uncertainty, unsure whether to carry out the task. However, she suddenly thought of something. Her bright eyes dimmed, and she let out a soft sigh. "Go ahead, otherwise." Mu Ling struggled internally and ultimately decided to continue siding with the Doomsday faction. Xiang Lei, walking ahead, sensed that something was off. He couldn't help but glance back at Mu Ling. Then, he saw Mu Ling suddenly smile at him. Xiang Lei froze. Immediately after, a sound rang in his ears. Xiang Lei turned his head to look. Before he could see what was happening, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. A punch landed squarely on him, sending him flying. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Huang Xian was startled and turned to look at Mu Ling. Not long after, Huang Xian was also knocked unconscious by a sudden black punch. Only the chubby boy was left, looking utterly confused, not understanding what had just happened. His face was full of bewilderment and panic. Then, he saw a blood-red glow appear in Mu Ling's right hand. Beside her stood a creature resembling a stone giant. The chubby boy's lips trembled incessantly. "You're with the Doomsday faction too. What are you planning to do?" He watched Mu Ling step closer and closer, his heart filled with fear. He kept retreating, the once innocent smile on his face now replaced by sheer terror. Mu Ling's expression was emotionless. She only said one thing: "I'm sorry." Immediately after, the stone giant's fist came crashing down toward the chubby boy. Terrified, the boy shut his eyes tightly. A faint glow emanated from a card in his pocket. "Ah ha!" A sudden shout rang out. A figure appeared beside the chubby boy. The boy opened his eyes. It was Xiang Lei. At this moment, Xiang Lei's legs were wrapped in purple lightning. In the instant he lost consciousness, he had used the lightning within his body to quickly regain awareness. Xiang Lei stimulated his muscles with electricity, instantly pushing his speed to the limit. The stone giant's fist came crashing towards Xiang Lei with immense force, tearing through the air with explosive sounds. Xiang Lei's right fist erupted with purple lightning, which condensed into the shape of a dragon's head. Xiang Lei shouted, "Dragon fist!" The purple thunder dragon collided fiercely with the stone giant's fist. Smoke billowed, and the explosion was deafening. Xiang Lei remained vigilant. "Is it dead?" Suddenly, the sound of wind rushed toward him. The stone giant's fist appeared before Xiang Lei once again. Xiang Lei was prepared this time. Using electricity to stimulate the muscles in his legs, he left behind an afterimage and narrowly dodged the stone giant's attack. As the smoke cleared, Xiang Lei saw that the stone giant was completely unharmed, and his expression darkened instantly. It turned out that the lightning had been entirely conducted into the ground through the stone giant's body. Mu Ling had clearly anticipated this. Damn it! If that's the case, I'll just eliminate the root of the problem first. Xiang Lei made up his mind. He transformed into another afterimage. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Purple lightning danced wildly. Xiang Lei, riding the current, charged straight at Mu Ling. But Mu Ling seemed oblivious to the attack. Her expression remained indifferent as she controlled the stone giant to continue attacking the chubby boy. Mu Ling didn't care about her own safety at all. Her only goal was to severely injure or kill the chubby boy. Xiang Lei also ignored the chubby boy. In a flash, he appeared in front of Mu Ling. The electricity in the air caused Mu Ling's hair to lift. Just then, a small stone giant suddenly appeared in front of Mu Ling. The stone giant blocked Xiang Lei's attack, leaving Mu Ling unscathed. Damn it! Doomsday Camp! Xiang Lei roared in fury. Mu Ling gave no response. On the other side, amidst the swirling dust, the chubby boy shrieked in alarm. Xiang Lei's heart tightened. He noticed a protective shield had appeared around the chubby boy. The shield blocked the stone giant's attacks. The chubby boy's face was pale, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and tears welled in his eyes. He shouted, Xiang Lei, take her down, quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Xiang Lei understood. Since you won't speak, I'll help you leave this place. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his entire body erupted with boundless purple lightning, as though the god of thunder had descended. The lightning engulfed the entire street, transforming it into a sea of thunder and electricity. Purple currents rampaged wildly, some even merging autonomously to form lightning creatures. These creatures roared ferociously at the sky. In Xiang Lei's thunderous sea, the lightning seemed to come alive. Though his attack wasn't as earth-shattering as Divine Tribulation, it was brimming with destructive power. The ground was pulverized by his electric currents. Even the stone giant couldn't withstand the onslaught of the lightning sea. After being violently struck multiple times by the lightning creatures, its body shattered into pieces, turning into a heap of rubble. The protective shield around the chubby boy firmly resisted the lightning sea's assault. For a brief moment, everything seemed calm. Mu Ling, however, had completely lost her defenses. Numerous lightning creatures launched attacks toward her. But just then, a blood-red glow flashed from Mu Ling's body. Xiang Lei noticed that within his lightning sea, part of the electricity had suddenly slipped out of his control. That electricity transformed into living creatures. These creatures now obeyed Mu Ling's commands. Under her control, they engaged in fierce combat against the lightning spirits born of Xiang Lei's Thunder Sea. The spirits in Xiang Lei's Lightning Sea could rely on the sea itself, recovering their injuries at any time. In contrast, the creatures Mu Ling controlled were entirely independent entities, rejected by the Thunder Sea. They couldn't draw energy from it to repair their bodies. After several rounds of attacks, the creatures Mu Ling had animated from the Lightning Sea were all defeated. However, another wave of blood-red light surged from Mu Ling's body. Several more lightning creatures appeared around her once again. Surveying the situation, Xiang Lei realized continuing the battle was meaningless. Moreover, the chubby boy's protective shield probably wouldn't last much longer. Resolving himself, Xiang Lei gathered all his remaining lightning energy and unleashed his ultimate Thunder Sea. A massive canine-shaped electrical creature materialized before him. Its entire form was composed of purple currents. It stood silently, its mere presence causing invisible electric shocks to scorch everything nearby, leaving charred traces in its wake. The Thunder Beast. This was one of Xiang Lei's unique innate skills. The Thunder Beast moved with agile steps, its limbs swinging as it charged toward Mu Ling. The lightning creatures under Mu Ling's control couldn't even get close before being swallowed whole by the Thunder Beast. Mu Ling clenched her right hand slightly. The tall building beside her suddenly stood up, sprouting two legs. Parts of its structure from other floors formed its arms. The building took heavy steps, producing deep thud-thud sounds as it moved across the ground. It clashed fiercely with the Thunder Beast. Far away, in a school on the other side of the city, Zhou couldn't shake a sense of unease, though he couldn't pinpoint why. As he pondered, a sudden surge of electricity erupted not far away, shooting straight into the sky. The area covered by the purple lightning seemed to transform into an ocean of thunder. Zhou was stunned. Something's happened on Xiang Lei's side. Let's go. He stared at the Thunder Sea in the distance. Its expanse was as vast as a football field. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Xiang Lei's strength. Zhou Wen quickly flipped through the card interface and found a card. He crafted and activated it, instantly boosting the speed of the three of them. They charged toward the direction of the Thunder Sea at an astonishing pace. When Zhou Wen and the others arrived, they saw a massive stone giant, towering over 10 meters high, standing firmly on the ground. The stone giant raised its massive arm and slammed it fiercely in one direction. Immediately afterward, countless beings emerged from the vast purple thunder sea that soared into the sky. They surrounded and attacked the stone giant together. Standing behind Zhou Wen, Bone King watched the scene with a grave expression and said to Zhou Wen, "Has Xiang Lei encountered a formidable enemy? He's actually using the Thunder Sea divine ability." Zhou Wen gazed at the figures of beings darting back and forth within the vast Thunder Sea. Unlike Bone King, who had extensive combat experience, Zhou Wen couldn't discern much and asked, "What's so special about it?" Bone King explained, "Those of us with combat talents naturally explore and develop unique skills of our own, like my Hell Insight. Xiang Lei's Thunder Sea is also a skill he developed himself, which we call a divine ability." As soon as Bone King finished speaking, the stone giant collapsed with a thunderous crash. The Thunder Sea, which had been piercing the heavens, gradually dissipated and condensed into a canine-like creature as tall as the stone giant. Bone King's expression grew even more serious upon seeing this creature. He said, "This is Xiang Lei's ultimate skill, the Thunder Beast. It seems they've truly encountered a powerful opponent." Beside him, Zhao Pingqing narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on the area where the Thunder Beast and Stone Giant stood. He once again sensed the aura of doom. King Shi shook his head. This escort mission arranged by the system was far too complex. It was highly likely that the system had sent them to eliminate players corrupted by the apocalypse. Zhao Pingqing took a deep breath and charged forward. When the group arrived, they were stunned by the intense battle scene. Xiang Lei and Mu Ling were actually fighting each other? Zhou Wen immediately ran toward the chubby boy lying on the ground. He picked him up and quickly retreated. Seeing Zhou Wen rescue the chubby boy, Xiang Lei finally felt relieved. During the earlier battle, he had indeed been somewhat restrained and unable to give his all. Now, Mu Ling's nightmare was just beginning. Zhou Wen still couldn't figure out what had happened. But when his gaze shifted to Mu Ling, he immediately understood. Mu Ling, who originally emitted a faint white glow, now carried a hint of crimson when activating her talent. Zhou Wen's expression turned grim. He dryly uttered two words, "The apocalypse." Xiang Lei took a deep breath, adjusted his mental state to its peak, and once again displayed a confident smile. Then, the massive thunder beast vanished with the wind. However, the electric currents did not completely dissipate. Instead, they slowly enveloped Xiang Lei. A set of purple battle armor appeared on Xiang Lei's body. "Thunder armor," Xiang Lei said slowly. Then, he pulled out a long blade from the void, entirely purple and as crystal clear as water. Wen Shou saw Xiang Lei's equipment, he turned to look at Bone King in silence. Bone King also remained silent for a moment before saying, "Any combat talent at the A-grade level can unlock a second stage, transforming into battle armor to assist in combat. Mine is an S-grade talent, so I can summon it at any time. Xiang Lei's talent is only A-grade, so summoning battle armor consumes a significant amount of mental energy." At the center of the battlefield, Xiang Lei stood fully clad in purple battle armor, gripping the long blade tightly in both hands. Suddenly, lightning flashed, so bright it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. Mu Ling squinted slightly. At that moment, Xiang Lei erupted with astonishing speed, so fast it rivaled the lightning itself. In an instant, he appeared behind Mu Ling, raising his longsword and slashing down fiercely. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Mu Ling had no time to react. Just as the blade was about to strike the back of her neck, Xiang Lei flipped the sword, striking her hard with the flat side. Mu Ling collapsed unconscious. On the spot, a deafening crash followed. Boom! 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 The giant summoned by Mu Ling fell to the ground with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiang Lei picked up Mu Ling. The Bone King, witnessing the scene, moved like a shadow. In the next instant, the clash of weapons rang out as Xiang Lei's purple longsword met the Bone King's black void spear. Both were forced back a step. A hoarse voice came from beneath the Bone King's mask. "Why didn't you kill her?" Xiang Lei removed his purple battle armor. "She's the only Doomsday player among us whose identity has been exposed. There are things we need to figure out. What exactly happened?" "What happened?" The Bone King sneered. You expect to get answers from an ordinary Doomsday player about something even the guild leaders refuse to discuss? Xiang Lei, have you lost your mind? Xiang Lei ignored the Bone King. He dragged Mu Ling to an open area and turned to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, I'll need your help with this. See if there's a god-tier card that can temporarily block her abilities. Zhou Wen flipped through the list of god-tier cards and finally found one that fit the criteria. Card, Mosley's Handcuffs, Quality, Effect, seals a player's abilities, ineffective against S rank and above. Note, one of Mosley's early works. A prized collectible for his fans. He crafted and activated the card. A pair of handcuffs appeared within the card frame, and the method of use instantly entered Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen walked over to Mu Ling and placed the handcuffs on her wrists. Mu Ling's abilities were completely sealed. After finishing this, Zhou Wen turned around to see Xiang Lei slumped on the ground, looking utterly exhausted, as if he were on the verge of death. Zhou Wen quickly used several cards to help him recover. The Bone King stood silently nearby, arms crossed. Zhao Pingcheng stared at the unconscious chubby man on the ground, hesitating over whether to kick him a few times. This chubby guy was notorious for overcharging in the merchant world, where the price of a 7-colored card could rival that of an A-rank item outside. Just as Zhao Pingcheng was about to act, the chubby man suddenly woke up. He sat up, looked around in confusion, and then, realizing what had happened, scrambled away from Xiang Lei, tears and snot streaming down his face in grievance. He wailed, "I give up. Can't you at least warn me before using Thunder Sea?" Zhou Wen glanced at the chubby man and noticed the black scorch marks left by lightning burns on his body. Xiang Lei, lying nearby, ignored the chubby man and silently continued his recovery. Fine. He admitted it, he had done it all on purpose. Zhou Wen crouched beside Mu Ling, quietly staring at her. He couldn't understand why Mu Ling would be a player from the Doomsday faction. Zhou Wen flipped through his medical cards and found one that could awaken someone from unconsciousness. He quickly crafted it and used it on Mu Ling. Mu Ling slowly opened her eyes. She looked around and tried to sense her powers, but she couldn't feel any response from her abilities at all. The once clear eyes now appeared lifeless. Zhou Wen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Mu Ling. Why did you join the Doomsday faction? Mu Ling looked up, her eyes hollow and devoid of any emotion as she stared at Zhou Wen. She said nothing. Zhou Wen looked into her eyes, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What exactly is Doomsday?" A mocking smile appeared on Mu Ling's face. In that smile, Zhou Wen saw a deep sense of pity. Mu Ling spoke again. Doomsday is not some moment in the future. It exists in this world. As soon as she finished speaking, blood-red smoke began to rise slowly around Mu Ling's body. The smoke, like a living entity, tightly enveloped her entire body. Doomsday possession. In the end, Mu Ling chose Doomsday possession. Beside her, Zhao Pingcheng stood expressionless, clenching his fists. His talent began to activate. Mu Ling's body started to twist and deform, eventually being crushed into a mass of flesh by an invisible force. Mu Ling was dead. Zhou Wen watched as Mu Ling's body dissolved into white light and disappeared, his mood heavy. Doomsday. He murmured, his eyes filled with confusion. What exactly is it? He had only just entered the Holy Grail game not long ago. How had he already encountered Doomsday? Zhou Wen turned to look at the World Master, the chubby boy. The boy wore a helpless expression. What exactly is Doomsday? The chubby boy's hollow eyes stared at Zhou Wen. Zhao Pingcheng's voice came from beside him. You can think of it as the dark side of the Holy Grail system, or as an entirely new system. Its goal is to compete with the Holy Grail system for players and achieve its own objectives. Players in the Doomsday faction grow much faster than we do. They only need to hunt players and offer their souls to the Doomsday system to upgrade their talents. Moreover, they control their own lifespan. The only limitation is that upon death, double the lifespan is deducted. Overall, the Doomsday system is far more brutal than the Holy Grail system. After finishing, Zhao Pingcheng seemed lost in thought. He walked over to Zhou Wen and grabbed his arm. A burning pain surged through Zhou Wen. Instinctively, he struggled, but seeing Zhao Pingcheng's calm expression, he stopped resisting. He understood that this wouldn't harm him. After a while, Zhao Pingcheng let go. A silver Ouroboros tattoo appeared on Zhou Wen's arm. Zhao Pingcheng smiled at him. You've begun to grasp the secrets of time. Zhou Wen seemed to sense something. He predicted that Huang Xian would wake up in 2 seconds. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, the knocked-out Huang Xian slowly regained consciousness. Zhou Wen looked at Zhao Pingcheng, but the latter ignored him. Huang Xin woke up, his head still muddled. What just happened? No one answered. Huang Xin then recalled the scene before he fainted. It seemed Mu Ling had attacked him. Seeing Huang Xin awake, Zhao Pingcheng walked over to the chubby boy and pulled him up. Don't overthink it. Let's go quickly, we're not far from the building. Zhou Wen lowered his head in contemplation. The group headed toward the building. After walking for a while, blood-red lightning appeared in the sky again. This time, the lightning seemed to truly harm the entire world. It lasted for a long time, as if it would hang in the sky forever, making people feel as though the heavens might crack open at any moment. The chubby boy stared blankly at the sky, his face filled with confusion. He cried softly. So young, yet bearing so much. Although he inherited his father's business and gained control of this world, he had only been managing it for a year. He felt lost. The group arrived at the base of the skyscraper. What met their eyes were countless armed demons tightly entwining the building. The skyscraper appeared to be entirely composed of columns of armed demons. Even stranger, these armed demons were no longer golden red and muscular but arranged in neat patterns. From a distance, it looked like a massive mural. Sensing someone approaching, the armed demon-covered skyscraper suddenly extended countless flesh-colored arms. These arms were entirely made of muscle fibers, looking extremely disgusting. Bone King stepped forward, his pitch-black spear gleaming. One of the armed demon's arms was pierced by Bone King and fell to the ground. The arm struggled twice before ceasing movement. However, the pierced area began to squirm. A brand new arm grew out from there. The surface of the new arm was covered in a transparent liquid, wet and slimy, still looking revolting. Even more bizarre, this newly grown arm could stretch farther than the others. Moreover, it kept reaching toward Bone King, as if it could sense his position. Zhao Pingcheng saw this scene and a trace of tension appeared on his face. These armed demons have probably already been controlled by the source of apocalypse. They've mutated even further. Thinking of this, Zhao Pingcheng's expression turned serious. Zhou Wen also realized something. If that's the case, wouldn't the ordinary apocalypse monsters also have been enhanced? It seemed to confirm Zhou Wen's suspicion. A faint rustling sound came from the surroundings. Heads peeked out from behind the tall buildings. These swift demons had all shrunk in size. Their bone claws glowed with a cold green light, all staring at Zhou Wen's group. Under the influence of the source of apocalypse, these ordinary swift demons had evolved, each transforming into shadow-scythe swift demons. Then, the scenery around Zhou Wen's group underwent a dramatic change. The original cityscape turned into towering mountains. Everyone stood on a small protrusion surrounded by high altitudes. The chubby boy looked at the surrounding scenery, his face pale with fear. He trembled, utterly at a loss. Zhou Wen controlled his body, slowly crouched down, and reached out to feel around in front of him. He didn't touch anything tangible, and a heavy expression appeared on his face. The illusion demons have evolved too. I guess they can now interfere with our senses. At that moment, a metallic clashing sound came from Bone King's armor. Faint white marks appeared on his armor. Zhou Wen sensed a gust of wind approaching and quickly activated a card. The card manifested a translucent pale yellow shield, enveloping everyone present. This shield was similar to the one the chubby boy had summoned earlier, but its defense was weaker, a lower-tier version of that card. The shield was continuously struck by impacts. It's those shadow scythe swift demons. They've already closed in on us. Zhou Wen used another card to break the illusion, and the world began to tremble. The source energy of the world diminished further. The high-altitude scenery around them receded like a tide, revealing the original street view. At this moment, they were surrounded by shadow-scythe swift demons. These small swift demons stared at Zhou Wen and the others with predatory eyes. Saliva dripped from their monkey-like mouths, sizzling and emitting white smoke as it hit the ground. Their saliva was now highly toxic. Zhou Wen felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Suddenly, the shield Zhou Wen had activated visibly dented in one spot. He looked in the direction of the attack. A monster 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary psychic blaster stood there. Its arms were as thick as bamboo tubes, solid and robust like cannon barrels. The psychic blaster steadied itself, supporting its massive arms. Then its arms tensed, as if gathering power. Suddenly, a psychic shockwave shot fiercely toward Zhou Wen and the others. The shield was struck again, and cracks actually appeared. The shadow-scythe swift demons, seeing the cracks, immediately went berserk and launched a frenzied assault. Huang Xian, Bone King, Xiang Lei, and Zhao Pingcheng continuously used their abilities to clear out the swift demons. Bone King relentlessly swept through the surrounding enemies with his Hell Spirit Horn. Xiang Lei once again unleashed a sea of lightning, summoning countless creatures to tear apart the swift demons. But to their despair, these swift demons seemed endless. No matter how many they killed, their numbers didn't seem to decrease. At the same time, more psychic blasters launched long-range attacks, attempting to destroy their shield. The chubby boy also tried his best, but even as his face turned red from exertion, he couldn't extract a single trace of source energy from this world. Now, only Zhou Wen could use the source energy of the card world. He continuously browsed the pages of god-tier cards, constantly crafting and activating large-scale attack cards. The sky trembled incessantly. The world's source energy was depleting rapidly, yet the number of swift demons showed no sign of diminishing. What was going on? Zhou Wen was deeply alarmed. Zhao Pingcheng, staring at the endless swift demons, suddenly had a suspicion. Just then, a strange sound echoed across the sky of the entire card world. The sound was at times solemn, at times somber, uttering incomprehensible words. Amrati Don, the mysterious murmurs reverberated through the blood-red sky. The moment everyone heard the sound, their eyes became dazed. The voice was like the language of angels, the whispers of demons, the murmurs of devils. It made people's minds wander, as if floating on clouds, even evoking a desire to give up resistance and leave this world. The monsters of the Apocalypse faction also grew solemn. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Their king, their master, had arrived. A voice broke the silence. Cough, cough, cough. The Arrow King spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze gradually clearing. He was utterly shocked. This time, the offspring of the evil god hadn't come, but the avatar of the evil god had descended directly. Almost at the very moment the maddening whispers began, all the Apocalypse monsters outside the shield collapsed to the ground. Their eyes were filled with fervor. They were all dead. With reverence for the supreme being in the sky, they departed from the mortal world. These dead Apocalypse monsters acted like catalysts, causing terrifying blood-red lightning to continuously appear in the sky. The card world was collapsing. The world's power had been completely drained and could no longer hold together. At the moment the world shattered, the chubby boy woke up, his expression listless. As soon as he woke, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a metallic taste. He stared blankly at the sky. Zhou Wen's ears echoed with that voice. His life flashed before his eyes like a movie. Childhood, elementary school, middle school, high school. As the memories resurfaced, Zhou Wen's unease grew stronger and stronger. Detected evil god's words, commencing purge, the sense of unease intensified. Suddenly, a transparent interface appeared before Zhou Wen's eyes. It was the SSS Talent System. 3, 2, 1. Clear successful. The memories flowing before Zhou Wen's eyes shattered instantly. His gaze froze on a single image. Zhou Wen was shielding a blurry-faced little girl. With his body swish, Zhou Wen regained consciousness. The scene before him reverted to the brutal card world. What on earth was going on? Zhou Wen closed his eyes. That memory just now? Why can't I recall it? What exactly happened 10 years ago? Zhou Wen's heart was filled with confusion. He opened his eyes and looked at the dying monsters outside the battlefield, utterly horrified. What is going on? What is this thing this time? The chubby boy stared at the torn sky, tears streaming down his cheeks, frozen in place. Zhou Wen looked up, seemingly seeing a crack appear in the blood-red sky. Cough, cough, cough. Xiang Lei also snapped out of the whispers, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Tiny currents of electricity flowed across his body. Xiang Lei, it must be said, was a genius. He had created many talent-derived skills comparable to skill books. Beside him, Huang Xian also exhibited anomalies. His dragon robe shimmered, and a tall, blurry imperial figure appeared behind him. The imperial figure gazed at Huang Xian with majestic golden eyes. Begin, the imperial figure bellowed. Countless tiny golden holy swords flew out from him, piercing into Huang Xian's body. Huang Xian convulsed in pain as if electrocuted, his eyes snapping open, golden pupils radiating dazzling light. Huang Xian had also regained consciousness. The towering imperial figure slowly dissipated. Only Bone King stood there, utterly bewildered. The group exchanged glances. Zhou Wen stared at the sky. Stop it. Don't look. Zhao Pingcheng shouted in panic. Immediately after, Zhou Wen's hair stood on end. He instinctively lowered his head. A creature appeared in the blood-red sky. No one knew what it looked like, no one knew what it was, no one dared to look up directly. The chubby boy's gaze was blocked by Zhao Pingcheng, who had teleported over. Time seemed to freeze. The silence was terrifying. The fear of the unknown filled everyone's hearts. Zhou Wen couldn't help but tremble. What is that? Zhou Wen suppressed the fear within him, slowly, forcing his rusted thoughts to turn. His fingers moved slightly. A divine-level card appeared in his hand. Mental domain activated. Zhou Wen's mental power spread outward. His mental power touched the sky. A three-dimensional image of a creature emerged in Zhou Wen's mind. A round, plump object, with several tentacles extending below it. It floated in the air, slowly drifting toward Zhou Wen and the others. Zhou Wen's entire body began to tremble. The fear of death surged in his heart. Suddenly, his vision plunged into darkness. At the same time, he felt himself being swallowed by the darkness. Am I going to die? Zhou Wen felt nothing else, but it was as if he had arrived in a place surrounded by endless darkness. Everything around him was pitch black, even his own existence seemed to vanish. Where is this? He was dazed and lost. You've arrived? A voice came from the darkness, indistinguishable whether it was male or female. Who are you? Me? I don't know either. But it seems someone calls me the master of time and space. Zhou Wen was shocked, the Ouroboros tattoo on his arm faintly heating up. Something's not right. The owner of the voice seemed puzzled. Zhou Wen was startled. Ah, I remember now. I have a descendant, he's called the Master of Time and Space. Zhou Wen froze. Your descendant. His voice trembled slightly. Seems like it's not my favorite one. What was his name again? I forgot. Zhou Wen. Ah, right, I called you here to tell you something. What is it? Zhou Wen grew nervous. He wasn't sure if the voice in front of him was really what it claimed to be. If it was true, do me a favor. Help me reclaim my glory. What is glory? The darkness fell silent for a long time. Zhou Wen thought the voice had disappeared, but then it spoke again. Glory? The voice paused for a moment. Sigh. It let out a sigh. First, start. The Realm War. Everything else is nonsense. Realm War? What's that? Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask. You'll understand when the time comes. Go now. Time's up. It seems like there's a little thing on your side. I'll take care of it for you this time. The voice gradually faded, as if it was moving far away. In the sky above the card world, the round, eyeball-like creature with a blood-red vertical pupil stared at Zhou Wen and the others. Suddenly, it sensed something, and its entire body stiffened. Immediately after, the eyeball-like body exploded, blood and unknown fluids splattering everywhere. The entire card world fell into a deathly silence. Zhou Wen opened his eyes. The card world was still in front of him, but this time, the round creature he had sensed earlier was gone. Zhao Pingcheng seemed to have noticed it too, as he suddenly sat down. On the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. What just happened? I was just out here doing a mission. Zhao Pingcheng hadn't expected to encounter a fragment of an evil god. He might be strong, but his control over time and space was minimal. The power wasn't his yet. He wasn't sure what had happened in the end, only that the evil god's fragment had completely disappeared from his perception. It was as if it had never appeared at all. The others couldn't sense the presence from earlier either and collapsed to the ground one by one. What on earth was that thing? Xiang lay still. Hadn't recovered. Huang Xian was drenched in cold sweat. He had just dreamed of his ancestor. The Bone King was still standing, but suddenly fell to the ground. The clanging of armor startled everyone, and they quickly looked over. They saw the Bone King lying motionless on the ground. Everyone's faces turned pale. The Bone King, could he be dead? Xiang Lei crawled over and lifted the Bone King's mask, revealing his dazed face. It seemed he was just scared and was fine. Xiang Lei let out a long sigh of relief, slumping to the ground and gasping for air. Zhou Wen's eyes were unfocused, his mind still replaying what had just happened. What exactly was going on? He felt as if the events in the darkness were just a dream. But if the evil god's fragment hadn't truly disappeared, he would have thought he had just been dreaming. The chubby guy stood there, blood streaming from his eyes. His gaze was empty and lifeless. Just then, a notification from the Holy Grail system popped up in front of all the players simultaneously. All players have completed the mission. You will leave the battlefield in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Everyone else was stunned. Before they could react, Joe 1 and the others had already been teleported away by the Holy Grail system. The entire world fell into a deathly silence, leaving only the chubby boy standing there alone. He continued to stare at the sky, the bloodshot veins in his eyes gradually fading. Tears slowly streaked down his cheeks, and his hair began to turn white. No one knew what would happen next. Suddenly, a bright red interface appeared before the chubby boy's eyes. Congratulations, you will become one of the creators of the apocalypse. You have obtained a golden identity, Demon Child. A stream of data flashed before Joe 1's eyes, and in the next second, he was back in his small truck. What the hell is this? Joe 1 was furious. The system's actions completely baffled him. The mission had just ended, and they were hastily teleported back. The system ignored his questioning and announced in a cold, mechanical voice, "The chaos of the extreme realm has been resolved. Player ID 520 completion. Rating, SS reward, 100,000 tokens, 5 points, exemption from the promotion match. Betrayer eliminated, rewards doubled. Additional reward, 200,000 tokens, 10 points. Do not discuss information related to the chaos of the extreme realm or the apocalypse in public as soon." As the announcement ended, the points and tokens were instantly credited. His token balance skyrocketed to 226,760. In the truck bed, there were also 10 crystal clear Holy Grails. Joe 1 understood that the Holy Grail system's actions were meant to silence him. If other players saw these rewards, they'd definitely go crazy. 200,000 tokens, 10 points, absolutely insane. Looking at the numbers in his account, Joe 1 sighed. He had no idea what the Holy Grail system was planning. He could only hope it was all for the best. He opened his friend request list and noticed a few new additions: Xiang Lei, Huang Xian, and Bone King. Bone King? Joe 1 was a bit surprised to see Bone King's friend request. He accepted them all. Xiang Lei, Huang Xian, and Bone King said nothing. After waiting for a while, Joe 1 hesitated and opened the friend search. He entered Muling's player ID and sent a request, but there was no response. Joe 1 let out a long sigh. Log out of the Holy Grail. He chose to go offline. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his bedroom. Rubbing his temples, Joe 1 felt a wave of exhaustion. Although he had only been in the Holy Grail game for a few days, the sheer number of events he had experienced was overwhelming. With a bitter smile, he said, "Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time." How is Jeezy doing now? Joe 1 thought of Jeezy, along with her alluring scent and soft touch. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Xiao Yun should be back soon. Pingqing No. 1 High School, at the school gate. Zhou Yun was holding the hand of a delicate little girl who looked like a porcelain doll, her face full of helplessness. As they passed by the snack street, the little girl unceremoniously tugged Zhou Yun to stop in front of a stall. With an air of righteous confidence, she said, "Xiao Yun, I want to eat this." Triss stood with her hands on her hips, looking completely justified. Zhou Yun stared at the little girl in front of her, feeling a headache coming on. Earlier that afternoon, she had been busy handling work in the student council president's office. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the room. The little girl had walked right out of it. The moment she appeared, she said, "Xiao Yun, I'm your sister-in-law." Zhou Yun? The years of scientific knowledge she had learned completely collapsed in this moment. Especially when she saw the little girl conjure up numerous fruits she had never seen before with her bare hands, Zhou Yun was utterly dumbfounded. It took her half a day to piece together the sequence of events. In short, she, the outstanding student council president of Pingqing High School, the campus goddess secretly admired by countless boys, now had a little girl as her sister-in-law. And she was even shorter than her. Wait, why now? Zhou Yun suddenly remembered the voluptuous Himiko. She was on the verge of breaking down and couldn't help but hold her forehead. What on earth was Zhou Yun up to? Clearly a shut-in. Where did all these troublesome matters come from? Zhou Yun sighed. She once thought she had seen through Zhou Yun, but now it seemed she still hadn't figured him out. Just like 10 years ago. As they passed by the snack street, Triss tugged at her. Zhou Yun looked at Triss's eager little eyes and immediately understood that she'd be getting home late again tonight. Is it her? Around the corner, two men stood. One wore sunglasses, lit a cigarette, and stared at Zhou Yun, who was holding Triss's hand. The other was a bald man. The bald man looked at Jo Yun and Triss, his eyes filled with desire. Is it her? Yes, it's her. Life or death, it doesn't matter. The bald man licked his lips. Seeing his action, a trace of disgust flashed in the sunglasses man's eyes. What about the little one? The bald man stared at the petite Triss, his heart burning with excitement. The man in sunglasses took out his phone and sent a message, leaving only one sentence: it's all up to you, life or death, it doesn't matter. Then he left, getting into a black BMW. The bald man, hearing these words, had a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He licked his lips and walked toward Jo Yun and Triss. Triss was holding a portion of stinky tofu, eating it with relish, her small eyes squinting into slits. Jo Yun helplessly took out her phone to pay for Triss. Suddenly, a figure bumped into them. Hey! The half-eaten stinky tofu in Triss's hand spilled all over the ground. Her little face instantly turned angry. Jo Yun saw that the person who bumped into them was a bald man with a sleazy appearance. Jo Yun instinctively felt that something was off about this bald man. His triangular eyes roamed over Triss, making people feel extremely disgusted. How do you teach your kids? Can't you watch where you're going? This outfit cost me thousands. Can you afford to pay for it? The man shouted loudly, furious. People around them turned to look. Seeing the stinky tofu stains on the man's clothes, they quickly averted their eyes. Some onlookers even ordered stinky tofu, ready to watch the drama unfold. The bald man put on a thug-like demeanor, extending a hand toward Jo Yun. Jo Yun's face turned pale, and she bit her lip tightly. The bald man revealed a lecherous grin, his gaze becoming even more obscene. Jo Yun looked into his eyes, and her heart sank. That look! Jang Junwon had seen it before too. Just as the man was about to grab Jo Yun, a small hand pressed down on his. Sorry, uncle, can I compensate you on behalf of my sister? Trish showed an innocent smile, pretending to look pitiful. The man was momentarily stunned, then his blood surged. His grin widened, stretching to his ears. Alright. In that case, you too can come. She shielded Triss behind her. Triss was still just a child. Jo Yun took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. She apologized to the burly man. I'm very sorry, sir. How much is this clothing? I'll transfer the money to you right now. Behind her, Triss had a smile on her face. The burly man listened to Jo Yun's words and revealed a strange smile. He reached out, attempting to touch Jo Yun's hair. Jo Yun alertly stepped back, avoiding him. The burly man stood there, sneering coldly. The surrounding pedestrians watched from a distance, none stepping forward to intervene. Of course, there were also a few high school students from Jo Yun's school, clenching their fists and watching excitedly. In their minds, they thought about how great it would be if they rushed forward, knocked the bald man down, and won the beauty's favor. Triss stepped out from behind Jo Yun. She smiled sweetly at the burly man and said, Uncle, can we talk somewhere else? Triss looked pitifully innocent, which only excited the bald man further. He nodded eagerly. Sure, let's talk in my car first. Triss maintained her sweet smile. Alright. She grabbed Jo Yun's hand and followed the bald man. Jo Yun's face turned pale, her palms sweaty, as Triss gently held her hand. Triss whispered to comfort her, it's okay. She suppressed her anger. As the little witch of Triss Island, she had never been bullied by someone like this. She was already thinking about how to teach this disgusting man a lesson. The bald man, consumed with excitement, had no idea what was about to happen. On the side of the street, a man wearing sunglasses in a black BMW watched Triss and Jo Yun follow the bald man into the van. He flicked the cigarette from his mouth out the car window. He didn't even need to watch what would happen next. Two weak kids couldn't possibly win against that disgusting guy. The man in sunglasses thought about the bald man's appearance and still felt repulsed. He spat on the roadside in disgust. So gross. Then, he started the car and drove away. Meanwhile, Triss and Jo Yun got into the bald man's van. The bald man locked all the doors. Then, he revealed a sly smile, driving the van toward the outskirts of the city. Seeing this, Jo Yun's face turned even paler. She tightly held Triss' small hand, feeling its coldness. Triss still wore a smile on her face. But when Jo Yun saw her smile, she couldn't help but shiver. That smile was like a devil grinning right in front of her. The bald man, full of excitement, drove the van out of the city. The vehicle stopped in front of a secluded little house. The bald man got out of the car and suddenly yanked the door open. He reached out, trying to grab Jo Yun and Triss, his eyes filled with greed and desire. He could no longer control himself, his mouth wide open, his tongue constantly licking his teeth. Triss still had a smile on her face, and a stick-shaped fruit appeared in her hand. She directly stuffed it into the bald man's mouth. The man froze for a moment, then the fruit quickly dissolved in his mouth. A strong, spicy flavor rushed into his throat, as if blocking his airway. His breathing became labored. The bald man staggered backward, suddenly sitting down on the ground. His face turned bright red. He clutched his mouth with both hands, trying to spit out the stick-shaped fruit. Triss held Zhou Yun's hand and easily jumped out of the van. She wore a smug smile on her face, watching the bald man struggling on the ground. The man vaguely felt that the Triss before him resembled a demon. From a remote area came a chilling scream. "Ah-ha!" After a long while, Zhou Yun appeared dazed, still holding several oddly shaped fruits in her hand. What had just happened was completely beyond her imagination. She stared blankly at the fruits in her hand, lost in thought. Triss, on the other hand, looked utterly satisfied, stretching lazily and appearing very pleased. Beside her, the bald man lay on the ground, his eyes rolled back, drooling, and covered in dirt. On his previously shiny bald head, thick, long, and curly hair had grown, looking extraordinarily bizarre. Triss turned to look at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun shuddered when she met Triss's gaze, trembling slightly. Her new sister-in-law was truly terrifying. At home, Zhou Yun had ordered a few dishes and was sitting in the living room watching TV, quietly waiting for Zhou Yun to return. Time passed bit by bit, but Zhou Yun still hadn't come home. Zhou Yun grew increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, a wave of fear surged in his heart. Zhang Junwen. Could the Zhang family be targeting Zhou Yun again? Thinking of this, Zhou Yun quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhou Yun's number. The phone rang for a few seconds before finally being answered. "Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. Where are you now?" Zhou Yun's somewhat dazed voice came from the other end of the line. "Big brother. The new sister-in-law you found for me drives really well." Zhou Yun heard the sound of whistling wind and screams over the phone. New sister-in-law? Was it Himiko? No, that's not right, new sister-in-law? He felt puzzled. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Is it Zhou Yun? Is it Zhou Yun?" Then, Triss's voice rang out from the phone. "Zhou Yun, I'm coming to find you." Surprised? Unexpected? Triss's excited laughter echoed from the other end. Zhou Yun froze, completely dumbfounded. "Triss? How could she appear? In reality? Where are you now?" Zhou Yun's trembling voice continued over the phone. Big brother. Come pick me up quickly. I'm almost at Huaichang City now." Zhou Yun's voice was choked with emotion. Huaichang City? Zhou Yun stiffened upon hearing the name. "How did you end up in Huaichang City?" Huaichang City was right next to Pingqing City, but their home was in the city center. How could they have gone so far? Zhou Yun's voice grew agitated upon hearing Zhou Yun's question. "It's Triss. Triss drove me here." Zhou Yun's voice over the phone was both excited and nervous. "That's the highway. Don't go up there." The call was abruptly disconnected. Recalling Zhou Yun's words before the call ended, Zhou Yun trembled all over. He immediately pushed his wheelchair toward assistance, muttering to himself, "Hang in there, Xiao Yun." On the highway, Triss's face was flushed with excitement, her cheeks glowing. She pressed down on the accelerator, the speed increasing continuously. Driving is so much fun. So thrilling. So this is a car? Triss gripped the steering wheel tightly, unable to stop herself. In the back seat of the van, Zhou Yun clung tightly to her seatbelt. Her hands gripping the interior handles with all her strength, trembling all over. On the highway, a van was recklessly weaving and darting. Strangely, every time it was about to crash into another vehicle, it managed to dodge just in time. Drivers on the road watched the van and couldn't help but get excited. This driving skill is incredible. Several sports cars were parked by the highway, with a few young men leaning against them, smoking. Suddenly, the van sped past them. The leading young man stared at the reckless van, unable to contain his excitement. He tossed his cigarette butt away and stomped it out. Then, he rushed to the driver's seat, started his sports car, and chased after the van. The others hadn't even reacted before their leader had already taken off. In almost an instant, they understood what was happening. One by one, their blood boiled as they opened their car doors and followed their leader in pursuit of the van. "My name is Li Ba, and I'm a rich second-generation heir. But I have another secret. Identity: a player in the Holy Grail game, and an incredibly lucky one at that. Today marks the third day of my vacation, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. My friends and I were racing on the highway. Just as we stopped to rest, my pride was fiercely provoked. A van roared past me at 180 miles per hour. I absolutely couldn't tolerate this. Today, I will show them who the true king of speed is. Li Ba was so excited he was about to explode. He had finally found the same thrill in real life as he did in the Holy Grail game. Up ahead, Triss was wildly speeding and cheering with excitement. Through the rearview mirror, she saw a line of sports cars closely following her. Triss thought for a moment and understood their intentions. A big smile spread across her face. Then let me show you who the real king of speed is. She shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, and the van unleashed another burst of astonishing speed. This van had been specially modified by a bald, burly man. Everyone in this line of work knows that escape speed is the most crucial factor. Then, Triss noticed a hidden compartment beneath the gearshift. She pressed it, and a red button appeared. A smug smile spread across her face. Sitting in the back seat, Jo Yun saw the red button and his face instantly turned pale. Wait! Don't press that! But Triss's small hand had already pushed it. In an instant, two metal components dropped from the van's trunk, revealing an external booster. At the same time, a new gear lever popped out on Triss's left side. She laughed even more gleefully and pushed the lever to its maximum. The van roared and surged forward, its speed skyrocketing once again. Jo Yun was in tears, sinking into deep despair. Li Ba, trailing behind, saw the van drop its booster and smiled. So, you're an expert too. He opened the hidden compartment next to his sports car's gearshift. The same red button appeared. Li Ba pressed the button. The engine roared loudly, and the sports car's speed instantly soared. This sports car had also been personally modified by Li Ba. The younger men following him were stunned by the scene. Their faces turned pale, and they trembled all over. Li Ba's car speed had already exceeded 200 miles per hour and was still accelerating. The younger men began to slow down, exchanging nervous glances. Are we still chasing? Chasing what? Do you want to die? Then what do we do? Forget it, let's head back. Young Master Li will stop when he's had enough fun. But suddenly, they all thought of one problem: this speed was insane, and an accident could happen at any moment. They shivered at the thought. Finally, someone gritted their teeth and said, let's follow, but don't drive too fast. If something happens, at least we can help. Everyone agreed to slightly speed up and stay not far behind Li Ba. Triss was enjoying the thrill of high speed, but she noticed the fuel was running low and showed dissatisfaction on her face. She began to slow down gradually. Li Ba saw the van slowing down and felt a bit disappointed. He eased off the accelerator and followed. Soon, his sports car approached the side of the van. At that moment, the van's window slowly rolled down. A small hand holding a stick-shaped fruit extended directly to Li Ba's mouth. Seeing this scene, Li Ba felt a sense of familiarity. Then, he opened his mouth in surprise. The stick-shaped fruit slid smoothly into his mouth and melted instantly. The familiar spicy flavor quickly spread throughout his mouth. Damn! Li Ba's vision went dark, and he felt dizzy. His whole body began to tremble, and his sports car abruptly stopped in the middle of the road. The van beside him also came to a halt. Triss opened the car door, jumped out, and angrily walked over to Li Ba. When she saw who he was, a smile appeared on her face. Li Ba! Li Ba's vision was still dark, and the spicy taste lingered in his mouth. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling him, and he instinctively turned his head. He saw Triss with a devilish smile on her face. Li Ba gasped in shock, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Jo Yun got out from the other side of the van and immediately crouched by the roadside, vomiting. Her face was pale, and she deeply regretted agreeing to Triss's request to drive. Seeing Li Ba faint, Triss snorted in dissatisfaction. Then, she summoned a row of fruits and began stuffing them into Li Ba's mouth one by one. After a few, Li Ba slowly regained consciousness. Just as he was about to speak, another fruit was stuffed into his mouth. Li Ba felt a chill in his heart. However, this time the fruit had a hint of sweetness, barely alleviating the burning sensation in his throat. He chewed a few times and felt much better. Looking at Triss, his voice trembled slightly. Why are you here? Triss, hands on her hips, replied unhappily, What? You don't want to see me? Hearing this, Li Ba couldn't help but shiver. The experiences he had on the Four Seas battlefields had left him with lingering trauma. Forcing a smile, he said, "How could that be? I'm very happy you could come to the real world." As soon as Li Ba finished speaking, a trace of sadness flashed in Triss's eyes. Then, angrily, she picked up another stick-shaped fruit and stuffed it into Li Ba's mouth. Tears streamed down Li Ba's face. Crazy. Even saying something nice is wrong? From behind came the roar of engines. Several brightly colored sports cars stopped behind Li Ba. A few young people got out of the cars, all trembling with fear. Some girls covered their eyes and clung tightly to their boyfriends, not daring to look forward. They were afraid of seeing Li Ba thrown out, bloodied and injured. When they saw the sports car stopped in the middle of the road, they speculated whether Li Ba had been in an accident. As they approached, they found Li Ba sitting in the driver's seat. In front of the car stood a little girl in a pale, delicate-looking high school girl. Because Li Ba's back was to them, they couldn't see his face. Triss noticed these people, grabbed Zhou Yun's hand, patted Li Ba's head, and said, "Hurry up and drive, we're going to find Zhou Yun." Hearing this, Li Ba, who was on the verge of tears and resignation, froze for a moment. Immediately, his spirits lifted. The spicy sensation from earlier seemed to dissipate in an instant. He exclaimed excitedly, "You actually know where the boss is." Triss, dissatisfied, placed her small hands on her hips and tilted her head, pointing to Zhou Yun beside her. "Look, this is Zhou Yun's sister." Li Ba turned his gaze to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun looked at the young man in front of him. His hair was dyed green, but his clothes were exceptionally luxurious. Zhou Yun nodded at him. The young man stared intently at Zhou Yun, looking very surprised. "I didn't expect the boss to have a sister." Li Ba became excited again. Triss slapped the back of Li Ba's head. "Hurry up! Drive for me! Quickly!" Triss had only spent an afternoon in the student council president's office at Pingqing No. 1 High School, but she had already learned quite a bit of modern internet slang from Zhou Yun's phone. Her words left Li Ba dumbfounded. Just as Zhou Yun was panicking, the roar of a car engine came from downstairs. A sleek supercar pulled up. At that moment, Zhou Yun was pushing a wheelchair, preparing to hail a taxi to Huaichang City. As the taxi stopped, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID was Zhou Yun quickly answered. "Xiao Yun, where are you?" "It's fine now, brother. We ran into someone claiming to be your friend, and they're giving us a ride back." "A friend? Who is it?" Zhou Yun suddenly felt a surge of doubt. Zhou Yun's phone was taken over, and a young man's carefree voice came through the line. Zhou Yun froze for a moment upon hearing the voice, then suddenly realized, damn, it was Li Ba. They actually ran into him. Zhou Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After explaining the situation to the taxi driver, he paid the 100 yuan fare. When Zhou Yun returned home and opened the door, he saw Li Ba sitting on the sofa, his green hair looking somewhat awkward. Triss was bouncing on the soft sofa, flipping through old photo albums of Zhou Yun and Zhou Yun. Hearing the sound at the door, both Li Ba and Triss looked up simultaneously. They froze upon seeing Zhou. "What? Boss? Zhou Yun?" Their voices carried a hint of confusion. Zhou Yun smiled wryly and said, "That's right, it's me. In reality, I'm just a disabled person." His tone was calm, his gaze resolute. This made Triss feel a slight pang in her heart. Sitting beside her, Li Ba began to sweat nervously. Now he understood why Zhou Yun was like a demon king in the game. It turned out that his physical limitations and reality had forged his psychological strength. Thinking of this, Li Ba couldn't help but shiver, though a smile appeared on his face. Thrilling, so thrilling. This was just like the villain bosses in movies: Penguin, Joker, Scarecrow. Zhou Yun pushed his wheelchair and sat beside the two. The three exchanged smiles. Zhou Yun, who was brewing tea nearby, looked at the sudden smiles on their faces, feeling puzzled. How did her brother know these two? Zhou Yun was full of questions. To her, her brother, who spent every day in a wheelchair, never left the house, and locked himself in his room laughing at his computer, had somehow managed to find two girlfriends. And he even knew a rich second-generation heir. Zhou Yun scrutinized Li Ba. His attire, she silently added in her mind, definitely not an ordinary rich kid. As Triss was smiling at Zhou Yun, her expression suddenly changed. A flash of hostility appeared in her eyes as she stared intently at Zhou Yun. "Another woman, who is she?" Zhou Yun froze upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Beside him, Zhou Yun was also stunned. The next day, Li Ba paid a visit, his face beaming with a smile and his expression full of excitement. He knocked lightly on the door twice. Zhou Yun and Trixie, both in pajamas, were freshening up. Upon hearing the sound, Trixie muttered to Zhou Yun, "Ignore him, it's Li Ba." Zhou Yun nodded absent-mindedly. This little sister-in-law seemed to possess some special abilities. Yesterday, one of her thoughts almost caused trouble for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen also wheeled himself out of the room. Through the peephole, he saw Li Ba outside. With a blank expression, he opened the door. "Ah, good morning, boss." Li Ba, upon seeing Zhou Wen, excitedly lunged forward. Zhou Wen quickly backed up a few steps, maneuvering his wheelchair. This left Li Ba feeling quite aggrieved. "What's wrong? Speak directly." Li Ba immediately perked up. "Boss, do you remember the design we worked on last time? My talent has a progress bar, and when it reaches 100%, I can actually create it in reality." Create things in reality? Li Ba was so excited he was practically drooling, while Zhou Wen lowered his head in thought. Finally, he asked, "Where did the materials come from?" Li Ba answered seriously. He coughed, cleared his throat, and said solemnly, "These materials are inexpensive, substitutes can be bought in reality." Zhou Wen's face showed interest. "Let's talk more." Noon. Zhou Wen, Trixie, and Li Ba gathered at Li Ba's temporary villa. The large open space in front of the villa was filled with various materials. Li Ba was assembling something. He had created the special gel used for small boats that appeared during the Four Seas conquest. The key was that this gel was extremely adhesive, far superior to similar glues in reality. Although it was just a small discovery, Li Ba was ecstatic. He had already begun fantasizing about piloting a Gundam in reality. Zhou Wen calmly observed the things Li Ba was making. It was indeed possible some useful items could truly be created in reality. After resting for a while, Zhou Wen decided to re-enter the Holy Grail game. This time, he chose multiplayer matchmaking. With Zhou Wen, a top-tier expert, winning the Battle Royale was no problem at all. The three of them logged into the game simultaneously. Zhou Wen opened his mailbox and saw an email from the Holy Grail system. Due to the erosion of the apocalypse, after entering the silver rank, you may be randomly transported to a small world controlled by the apocalypse. Please be cautious. After reading the email, Zhou Wen's expression turned serious. Last time, they had worked hard to defend the key stages of advancing from bronze to silver and from silver to gold. But the apocalypse had changed its strategy. It had added a large number of unguarded small worlds to the Holy Grail system, directly using these small worlds as matchmaking battlefields. This meant that in future matches, they might enter battlefields controlled by the apocalypse. Once inside, death was almost certain. Zhou Wen deleted the email and checked his tokens and attributes. Token balance, 226760. Character attributes, strength, 16 agility, 17 stamina, 16 spirit, 17 intelligence, 17. After the last battle, Zhou Wen realized his attributes were somewhat lagging behind. He decided to further enhance his physical qualities. Spending 23,500 tokens, his attributes improved significantly, reaching an excellent level. Character attributes, strength 26, agility 26, stamina 26, spirit 26, intelligence 26. These stats are already on par with veteran players who started 5 or 6 months earlier. Given Zhou Wen's rank in playtime, he is now among the best of the best. Li Ba sent a team invitation, and Zhou Wen clicked confirm. The screen shifted. Zhou Wen appeared in Li Ba's green pickup truck. As soon as he entered the vehicle, Zhou Wen was stunned. The interior was entirely green, making him wonder if Li Ba painted his skin green too. Would he completely blend in with the truck? Next, Triss joined. After a heated discussion among the three last night, they concluded, once Triss became a Holy Grail player, she could no longer return to the Four Seas conquest battlefield. This finally made Zhou Wen understand the words of the High Priest of Curse Island before giving him the Divine Power Fragment. Speaking of the Divine Power Fragment, Zhou Wen had 2 differently colored spheres in his precious items inventory. They came from Four Seas Conquest and Ghost Realm, respectively. For now, these fragments seemed useless. However, according to the player forums, the value of Divine Power Fragments would increase as Guild Wars progressed, eventually reaching a price that would tempt anyone. Triss shared her talent with Zhou Wen and Li Ba. A ranked talent, Gift of the Ocean, can freely create fruits from the Four Seas Conquest battlefield. Unlimited ordinary fruits, demon fruits capped at B rank, limited to 2. Zhou Wen was initially stunned upon seeing this talent. Then even more shocked. Triss suddenly produced a patterned fruit in her hand. It was none other than a demon fruit from the Four Seas Conquest battlefield. Zhou Wen and Li Ba were astonished at the sight of the demon fruit. Zhou Wen had specifically looked up content about One Piece last time and knew how powerful these fruits were. Aside from their weaknesses to water and sea stone, paramecia and zoan fruits were almost like innate buffs. Logia fruits even rendered physical attacks ineffective. Triss handed the fruit to Li Ba. Li Ba shuddered at the sight, awkwardly smiling as he said, This, I won't eat. It's. His face twisted, and he was on the verge of tears. Zhou Wen looked at the fruit and didn't find it particularly special. Triss didn't force Li Ba to eat the poisonous fruit either. Li Ba glanced at the game mode and asked, Should we try the Chaos Extreme mode? Hearing this, Zhou Wen's expression darkened. No, let's stick to normal mode. Whatever you do, don't enter Chaos Extreme mode on your own. Although they had managed to hold the line from bronze to silver levels, apocalyptic creatures still existed in other parts of that world. Even Zhou Wen could potentially fail there, let alone ordinary players, like Li Ba and the others. Upon hearing this, Li Ba looked at Zhou Wen's serious expression and nodded. Zhou Wen added, With your current strength, going there is suicide. Even I might get overturned. When matchmaking in the future, be especially cautious of apocalyptic creatures. If you're killed by an apocalyptic creature, it's a permanent death with no chance of revival. Chaos Extreme mode is full of these apocalyptic creatures. As soon as Zhou Wen finished speaking, Li Ba's eyes widened. Wow, that's scary? He had initially thought about trying the new mode for some excitement. I didn't expect this new mode to be so terrifying. Although Li Ba loved adventure, he was definitely not the type to gamble with his life. In the end, he still chose the traditional survival war mode. Since Zhou Wen and his group only had 3 people, they needed to find one more random player to fill the team in order to continue matchmaking. Li Ba clicked to start matchmaking. The group entered the matchmaking queue. 2 seconds later, a random player joined their team. At the same time, a new post appeared on the game forum, instantly causing an uproar. Strongest September supernova? I think it's just trash. From now on, I'll keep my eyes on him. The post was made by a newbie player with the ID 9942. He used the Holy Grail system to permanently target Zhou Wen. This meant that as long as Zhou Wen went online, he would also enter the game. If he managed to kill Zhou Wen, his rewards for each match would double. However, if he died, the penalties would also double. The post even included a screenshot of him obtaining the Eternal Sniping Order. As soon as the post was published, the entire forum exploded. Comments flooded in by the thousands, with players spamming the thread like crazy. Many even tipped him, eagerly waiting to watch him livestream his sniping attempts on Zhou Wen. Inside a small van, a bald man who resembled Bald Chang from an animated series wore a cold smirk on his face. He stared at the increasing number of tokens and post comments. Thinking that this Holy Grail system was just like short video platforms in real life, the more traffic he generated, the more he earned. In the Blood Eye Guild, several players were discussing this sudden appearance of a newbie. Bone King, who had just returned from survival war, walked over and heard about the situation. A cold smile appeared on his face beneath his helmet. People who rely on cheap stunts like this never last long. He recalled the god-tier cards Zhou Wen had used during the last Extreme Realm Chaos event, as well as his seemingly prophetic abilities, which still sent chills down his spine. He was desperate to figure out what kind of talent Zhou Wen truly possessed. Similar scenes were playing out in countless guilds. Players who had been thoroughly humiliated by Zhou Wen wore mocking smiles, unanimously agreeing that this attention-seeking guy wouldn't last more than 3 or 4 rounds of survival war. Meanwhile, the bald player, thrilled by the continuously rising token count, invested all his tokens into physical attributes. Character stats: strength, 30 agility, 30 stamina, 30 spirit, 30 intelligence, 30. His physical stats were now comparable to those of a player who had just entered the gold rank. Zhou Wen, however, was completely unaware of the forum drama. At this moment, the 3 of them entered a waiting space. It was a dark area where everyone could sense each other's positions and status, but faces were indistinguishable. The random player appeared in the space, glanced at Zhou Wen and the other 2, and said, "I'm a lone wolf. Once we're on the battlefield, you do your thing, and I'll do mine." His tone was cold, as if he were incredibly skilled. Li Ba couldn't help but laugh. He himself was trying to curry favor with Zhou Wen, hoping to ride his coattails to victory, yet this guy was acting all high and mighty. He was eager to see the lone wolf's expression when Joe dominated the battlefield. The surrounding darkness gradually dissipated, and they found themselves inside a plane. The plane was small, with only 4 seats, just enough for Joe and his team. The system's battlefield information appeared before Joe. Battlefield, thrilling battleground rules, pick up weapons and start fighting. 4. Every enemy killed, 3 points of all attribute growth are cancelled and converted into token bonuses. Each player's token settlement increases by 2% kill insects. At the same time, the random SSS talent system initiated a new round of talent selection. Detected that the player has entered survival war, matching the most suitable SSS level talent. Talent matched successfully. Joe's talent for this round appeared in his vision. SSS level talent, Jumping Master. You focus on jumping. You have performed countless splash jumps. You have gained the blessing of mysterious power skill, Splash Jump. Each jump grants you a buff effect lasting 2 minutes. You can have a maximum of 2 buffs at the same time. You start with 2 buff slots every 5 minutes. You gain a new buff slot. Joe stared at the description, his expression somewhat complicated. Splash Jump? He took a deep breath. Triss asked with concern, what's wrong? Joe said, it seems like I'll be king again this time. Triss. Li Ba. Nearby passers-by cast mocking smiles. At this moment, the airplane cabin door opened, and a piercing cold wind swept in. Everyone had a parachute strapped to their back. It seemed they were preparing to skydive. Triss asked excitedly, Joe, how do we skydive? Joe was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Only then did he realize that after being paralyzed for 10 years, he had never gone skydiving. The smile on his face gradually froze. He saw Li Ba seriously inspecting his parachute. When Li Ba noticed the two looking at him, he showed a confused expression. Scratching his head, he said, no way? Are there really people who don't know how to skydive? His tone carried a hint of mockery. Triss's face immediately darkened. She pulled out a stick-shaped fruit and coldly asked, are you going to eat this yourself, or should I feed you? Despair flashed in Li Ba's eyes as he obediently took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Another passerby player, as if oblivious to the three of them, finished inspecting his parachute and, after everyone had loaded the system map, jumped straight out. Joe watched this lone wolf player and couldn't help but laugh. He muttered to himself, I hope you survive. Then, Joe and Triss turned their gaze to Li Ba. Li Ba, looking innocent, took the antidote fruit Triss handed him and began teaching them how to skydive. After a simple explanation, Triss patted her chest, indicating she had learned. Joe was also eager to try, feeling he had picked it up quickly. When the two officially jumped out of the plane, they first exchanged glances, and then their minds went blank. Triss and Joe screamed simultaneously. Li Ba followed closely behind, shouting anxiously, don't panic, stay calm. But Triss tightly shut her eyes, clinging to Joe. What? Joe was also completely stunned. At this moment, a talent prompt appeared before his eyes. This jump has gained 2 buffs. Buff 1, float gain an air floating effect lasting 2 minutes. Buff 2, extreme speed gain an extreme speed effect lasting 2 minutes. Seeing these 2 buffs, Joe suddenly had an idea. His falling body miraculously stopped mid-air. Li Ba, who was anxiously giving instructions on the side, was stunned. Joe and Triss were both floating in mid-air. Triss was so scared that she didn't dare to open her eyes, clinging tightly to Joe. Li Ba watched helplessly as the two of them hovered and slowly descended, feeling extremely indignant. You too. I can't believe this. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged in his heart. Li Ba trembled with anger, pointing at them. Then, he himself flew farther and farther away. The panicked and screaming Triss suddenly felt her body stop descending. She cautiously opened her eyes and saw that she and Joe were actually floating in the air. Triss's face showed an expression of disbelief. Wow! Joe were actually suspended in the air. Joe, just recovering from the shock, was equally astonished. Yeah. He held Triss with one hand, slowly controlling their descent. They quickly caught up with the falling Li Ba. Joe and Triss acted as if they didn't see Li Ba, gently drifting past him. Li Ba, who was preparing to open his parachute, saw this scene and turned livid with anger. With a thud, Joe and Triss landed steadily on the ground. Joe looked up at the sky and noticed many small black dots slowly descending. A strange smile appeared on his face. He glanced around. There was a row of small houses, all with their doors and windows wide open. Inside, a few firearms were lying on the floor. Joe said to Triss, let's split up and search. Then, like a flash of lightning, he disappeared into one of the small houses. Joe picked up a classic-looking gun from the floor. Weapon, AK-47 type, automatic rifle, fixed damage, each bullet deals 2% of the target's maximum health, headshots deal 4% of maximum health damage. Note: classic design, classic look, familiar, isn't it? Just like in the movies, he loaded the bullets and began searching the surroundings. Band-Aid category, medical effect, restores 20% of your maximum health, cannot be used if health exceeds 75%. Gamers soda category, medical effect, grants 20 seconds of happiness, restoring 1.5% of maximum health per second. The gamer's soda and a few band-aids on the ground were also collected by him. After a thorough search, Joe walked out of the small house holding the classic AK. By this time, the other players slowly descending from the sky had no idea that someone had already finished looting, fully armed, and was ready to take them down one by one. Joe noticed that a few players in the sky were descending significantly faster than the others. C-rank talent, gravity acceleration description, increases your falling speed by 20%, and can also be applied to others. He stared at the players accelerating their descent, marveling at the bizarre variety of initial talents granted by the Holy Grail system. At that moment, directly above Joe, a team of players was descending together. They were ecstatic because their talent allowed them to fall faster. Normally, it wasn't very useful, but now it was a huge advantage. As long as they reached the ground first and grabbed weapons, the players still in the air would become their prey. But when one of these players spotted a small black dot on the ground, his expression froze. He shouted urgently to his teammates, "Move! Move! Get out of here now! Someone's already beaten us to the ground." One of his teammates glanced casually at the black dot on the ground and said dismissively, "What's the rush? That guy probably just reached the ground. There's no way he could have picked up a gun already." As soon as the words left his mouth, the player who first spotted Joe felt his eyelid twitch, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Immediately after, a burst of bullets whizzed past his ear, scaring him out of his wits. The player who had just claimed Joe couldn't have picked up a gun turned pale, his face looking as if he'd swallowed a bitter gourd. The scene was utterly dramatic. On the ground, Joe raised the AK, fired 2 test shots, and felt the recoil was quite strong. He steadied his grip with more force. After the system's token upgrade had enhanced his physical abilities, this level of firearm training was a piece of cake for him. He aimed at the 4 players in the sky and pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The muzzle flashed, and 7.62mm bullets shot out, tracing lines through the air and hitting their targets. One unlucky player in the 4-man squad was shot in the head. Even with stamina support, the subsequent bullets took his life. You have killed target number 6679. Gain 2% token boost. The player who first spotted Joe broke out in a cold sweat and tried to steer his landing direction away from the battlefield. At this moment, the player who had been proven wrong spoke up, "Relax, he probably doesn't use guns much. He can't aim properly." This time, he was serious. With his sharp eyes, he could tell at a glance that he was still some distance from landing. His heart was filled with despair. If he died, a significant amount of lifespan would be deducted. It felt as if his heart was bleeding. At that moment, Joe, who was wildly firing his AK below, pulled the trigger. But the bullets had already run out, and only the empty click-click sound was heard. The player in the air immediately showed a look of joy. Tears streamed down his face. He was overwhelmed with excitement. The cheater below had finally run out of bullets. He quickly adjusted the direction of his parachute, trying to get away from Joe. But the next scene left him completely stunned. Joe revealed a devilish smile and pulled out a round object from behind him. The legendary level 4 protective gear. The frying pan. Joe jumped twice in the air, stepping on the air as if he were flying. The player on the parachute almost had his eyes pop out. "This is impossible. How can you fly?" He was on the verge of collapse. But Joe floated toward him, flying closer and closer. The player desperately tried to use his legs to add weight, but it was useless. When Joe reached him, he was completely dumbfounded. His face was full of fear. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "It's you! The devil, number 520. The player was nearly driven mad. He had actually encountered the executioner feared by everyone in the Holy Grail game. Player number 520. He knew very well in his heart that losing to executioner 520 was something he could accept. If it had been someone else, he might have complained a bit. But facing Joe, he was nothing but a complete loser. When Joe approached the player gave up resisting. He looked at him calmly, with no concern for life or death in his eyes. Joe immediately felt a sense of respect and admiration. With a light swing of the frying pan, he delivered a headshot and sent him back to the Holy Grail system. You have killed target number 3698, received 2% token reward. Meanwhile, on the ground, Triss, who was searching through houses, was handling a firearm. For the first time, looking at the system message, she was completely confused and didn't know what to do. She picked up an automatic rifle from the ground and quickly ran outside. She had just heard Joe Wen's gunfire, so there must have been an enemy encounter. Triss, with her short legs, hurriedly stepped out of the house. When she saw Joe Wen descending from the sky, she immediately ran toward him excitedly. Joe Wen couldn't help but laugh when he saw how she was holding the gun. At that moment, Triss was holding the gun completely backward. Joe Wen reminded her, "Triss, you're holding the gun backward." Triss froze for a moment and immediately adjusted the gun barrel. "Joe Wen, is it like this?" Her finger accidentally touched the trigger. A burst of bullets SPR. He handed her the level 4 armor behind him and said, "Take this. It's the best protective gear in this world. If someone points a gun at you, just hold it in front of you, and no bullet can get through." Hearing this, Triss's face lit up with a happy smile. She hugged the frying pan tightly, like a silly little child. Joe Wen was completely speechless. She was already 21 years old, so why did she still seem so innocent and naive? He stared at Triss for a moment and sighed. Triss had grown up on Triss Island and had very little contact with the outside world, so her personality remained pure. She was practically a big child. Well, a legal big child. Joe Wen glanced around at the sky. This area was relatively remote, and not many players had parachuted here. He decided to give up on the idea of ambushing anyone, especially since he saw Li Ba wobbling as he landed. Joe Wen took Triss's small hand and continued looting houses. Li Ba, who had just landed, was full of frustration. He rushed into a nearby house, hoping to find some weapons to protect himself. But when he found the house completely looted, he stormed out in anger, shouting, "Who the hell loots a house and then closes the door?" Not far from Li Ba, Joe Wen, who was looting another house, heard the shout and frowned as he turned his head. Li Ba immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He looked around but didn't see any enemies. "What is Li Ba doing?" Triss asked curiously. Joe Wen replied expressionlessly, "Nothing, ignore him. Let's keep looting. Oh, and remember to close the doors after we're done looting. It's a good habit to have." This was because Joe Wen saw Li Ba enter the house he had just looted. Triss nodded half understandingly, looking a bit confused. Joe Wen entered a new house, loaded a few bullets into his AK, then picked up a Vector submachine gun and some level 1 armor. Armor, motorcycle helmet. Level 1, headshot immunity rate, 40%, durability, 400/400, armor, small vest, level 1, 5% chance to negate firearm damage, blocks 1% physical damage per hit, durability, 200/200, weapon, Vector. Submachine gun, type, submachine gun, fixed damage, each bullet deals 1.5% of the target's max HP, 3% for headshots, fire rate bonus, +2, note, a classic model with a classic design. Familiar? The submachine gun was great for ambushes and performed well in combat. Its high fire rate made it hard for enemies to react. Joe Wen thought about this as he worked. Beside him, Triss carried a backpack almost taller than herself, stuffed with bandages, drinks, painkillers, and other supplies. She held the frying pan in her hands with a serious expression, as if guarding something precious. Before long, Joe Wen finished looting the house. He took Triss by the hand and left, closing the door behind him. Joe Wen glanced at the mini-map. The battlefield for this game was strange. Half of it was ocean. Many players who had parachuted early had jumped straight into the sea and hadn't made it back yet. There was a harbor not far away, and Joe Wen decided to head there. The harbor had richer resources. Without hesitation, Joe Wen scanned the area but didn't find any vehicles. Feeling a bit helpless, he took Triss and prepared to run all the way there. Meanwhile, in a densely packed city of high-rise buildings, a player parachuted down from the sky. As soon as he landed, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He looked like a lone wolf. This was the random player matched with Joe Wen and his team in this round. After landing, he immediately sprinted into a building and began looting floor by floor. The building's resources were fairly abundant. After a thorough sweep, he was decently equipped. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He lay prone, on the rooftop of the tall building and spotted a player in the distance sneaking toward the building. A cold smile appeared on his face. A glimmer of light shone in his hand. In a flash, the player's body jolted violently. A phantom-like light gate appeared in front of him. The player opened the gate and stepped through. Soon, his figure appeared behind the sneaky player. The player suddenly heard footsteps behind him and turned around sharply. But the intruder was faster. The Thompson submachine gun in his hands erupted with fire, unleashing a burst of bullets that pierced through the player's head and body. The player was instantly killed. A faint white glow emerged from his body. You have killed target number 0045. Gain 2% token boost. The player turned into a loot box. The random player cautiously scanned his surroundings again before crawling over and slowly looting the box. After finishing, he licked his lips, his excitement even more evident. He climbed back up the tall building and surveyed the area once more. Li Ba had searched through several houses but found he didn't dare provoke Triss at all. After all, the taste of that spicy fruit was still fresh in his memory. The three of them cautiously made their way toward the harbor. A few seconds later, the two buffs Joe had earlier disappeared. He immediately jumped. He gained new buffs. This jump granted 2 buffs. Buff 1, recovery duration, 2 minutes, restores 4% of max HP per second. Buff 2, interrupt duration, 2 minutes, interrupts the actions of enemies ahead. Joe looked at the buffs and fell into thought. He could understand the first buff, but what did the second one mean? At that moment, a surprised voice came from ahead. Yo, boss. It's actually you. Joe turned to look. He saw Zhao XX wearing a green hat, a bulletproof vest, holding an M16A4, and sporting a goofy smile on his face. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. Zhao XX suddenly threw the gun aside and lunged at Joe, hugging his leg tightly. His voice was grating. Boss, I finally see you again. Zhao XX was so emotional that tears and snot streamed down his face. Boss, I even sent you a friend request before. Why? Didn't you accept it? Zhao XX looked aggrieved. Joe was momentarily stunned, then his face showed an embarrassed expression. He vaguely remembered accidentally deleting the friend request back then. Zhao XX was about to say something else when his body suddenly trembled, and a strange blush appeared on his face. Joe was startled, utterly shocked. Oh my god. What's wrong with him? A chill rose from the depths of Joe's heart. Instinctively, he kicked Zhao XX away. Zhao XX flew a short distance through the air before landing heavily on the ground, looking dazed. Then, he looked at Joe again. Zhao XX's face lit up with excitement as he lunged forward once more, hugging Joe's leg. Boss, I finally see you again. The tears and snot flowed all over again, and he was just as emotional as before. Boss, I even sent you a friend request before. Why didn't you accept it? Seeing this, Joe, Triss, and Li Ba were all dumbfounded. Joe glanced at the buff he had just received, and a look of realization appeared on his face. It seemed this buff was ridiculously powerful. Joe pulled Zhao XX up, pretending nothing had happened. But Zhao XX brought trouble upon himself. His gaze fell on Triss behind Joe, and he couldn't help but say, Yo, who's this little girl? So young and already playing survival games. After saying that, Zhao XX gave a lewd smile and reached out toward Triss. Triss's beautiful face immediately froze. Li Ba, standing next to her, instinctively took a few steps back. Several stick-like fruits of varying lengths appeared in Triss's hand. Seeing this, Li Ba silently prayed for Zhao XX in his heart. Zhao XX hadn't even reacted before the fruit's spiciness left him dizzy and dazed. After several rounds of torment, Zhao XX couldn't help but tremble all over at the sight of Triss. A voice in his mind warned him not to provoke this little girl again. Instinctively, Zhao XX touched his throat, lips, and nose. His throat burned painfully, his lips were swollen like 2 large sausages, and his nose was running uncontrollably. He was completely bewildered. What had just happened? His face was full of confusion. Even the joy of seeing Joe had vanished. At this moment, the dazed Zhao XX finally understood something. He backed away from Joe in terror, convinced that something major had just happened, though he couldn't remember it. He thought of the legends of the Noah Guild and immediately began trembling, standing there like a weak little quail. Joe looked at Zhao XX's state, helpless yet slightly sympathetic. Nearby, Triss was still fuming, but seeing Zhao XX's ridiculous appearance, her anger subsided a bit. Li Ba, on the other hand, acted as if he hadn't seen anything and was uninvolved, though his slightly trembling body and occasional glances at Triss betrayed his true thoughts. Zhou Wen walked over to Zhao XX, patted his shoulder, and removed the buff on him. Only then did Zhao XX snap out of it, the events of earlier flooding his mind like a tidal wave. He fully understood the painful ordeal he'd just endured. Looking at Triss, who was squinting slightly, cold sweat poured down his body. Zhao XX knelt on the ground without a shred of dignity, kowtowed twice to Triss, and said with a fawning expression, "Madam." Little Zhao was wrong. This action left Zhou Wen, Triss, and Li Ba all stunned. But what they didn't know was that Zhao XX, the seasoned veteran, was truly adaptable and skilled at hiding his strength. Although he was still in the bronze rank, he had long been qualified to participate in the silver rank promotion matches but had simply chosen not to. Zhao XX had hidden his abilities exceptionally well. Next, Zhao XX began praising Triss, which instantly made her feel elated, completely forgetting herself. Zhou Wen's fleeting sympathy disappeared without a trace. He walked expressionlessly toward the harbor. Passing through the corrugated iron walls, he saw some firearms and equipment laid out not far away. Armor, bulletproof vest level, tier 2 5% chance to be immune to firearm damage, reduces physical damage by 1% per hit durability, 400/400 armor, military helmet level, tier 2 60% headshot protection durability, 400/400. Zhou Wen walked over and picked up the equipment. He handed all his tier 1 gear to Li Ba, figuring that since Li Ba only had a submachine gun, he might as well let him be a carefree sidekick. Zhou Wen thought this to himself. Li Ba eagerly picked up smoke grenades, Molotov cocktails, and hand grenades. He kept fiddling with the grenade, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As he held the grenade, his innate data analysis ability automatically activated. As he continued to study it, various data points about the grenade gradually appeared before him, forming a clear percentage model. He was analyzing the grenade. Zhao XX began flattering Triss, starting from the medical supplies she carried, then talking about the wartime nurse Nightingale from World War I, and finally claiming that Triss was the future Nightingale. Triss was so flattered that she felt like she was floating. Then, Triss proactively stood in front of Zhou Wen and said, "Zhou Wen, leave all the medical supplies to me from now on." She raised her head high, tapping loudly on her small tablet. Zhou Wen gave Zhao XX a complicated look and then sighed silently. Triss was too naive. He placed his hand on Triss's forehead and gently rubbed it. Triss's face turned red like a little girl, extremely shy. Next, the group began searching the harbor's edge. Zhao XX found a shotgun, the S686, in a corner. Weapon, S686 type, shotgun fixed damage, each bullet deals 40% of the target's maximum health as damage, headshots deal 80% of maximum health damage. Armor ineffective. Note, a classic design, you must be familiar with it. Seeing the S686, Zhao XX trembled with excitement, his eyes shining as he let out two long howls. The S686 will always be my favorite. On the other side, Li Ba picked up every throwable item he saw on the ground and stuffed them into his small bag. Holding a grenade in one hand, he sped up his analysis process. Now he felt that as long as he returned to reality with enough materials, he could make grenades himself. He was so excited that he began fantasizing about holding a grenade in each hand and becoming an arms dealer. The thought thrilled him. Although privately selling arms would result in the death penalty if caught, just imagining it made his blood boil. Zhou Wen continued holding his AK, vigilantly observing the surroundings. He didn't notice that 4 people were hiding nearby. They were concealed behind a small house not far from Zhou Wen and his group. One of the players had peculiar eye colors and was staring intently at Zhou Wen and the others. This was his talent, B-level. Talent, thermal perception. As long as something was within his line of sight, he could see any living creature with body heat. On the battlefield, this was practically a wall hack. The 3 teammates crouched beside him, each holding an automatic rifle. This player was the team leader. He said, "There's a team of 4 players ahead. One is searching a box, another is crouching in a corner, probably afraid of being ambushed. The other 2 are in the small house at the front." He pointed to the small house ahead. Inside the house were Zhou Wen and Triss. Triss wasn't doing anything, she was just following Zhou Wen with an admiring expression. Although she wasn't sure if the prophecy was accurate, she felt Zhou Wen was trustworthy. Thinking about this, Triss's face turned red again. Then, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She remembered what Zhou Yun had mentioned last night about that Himiko. Apparently, Himiko was also Zhou Yun's sister-in-law. Although Zhou Yun and Himiko weren't married yet, The thought made Triss feel a bit angry. Meanwhile, the 4 people preparing to ambush them began to take action. The leader assigned each person their target and then led one of his teammates toward the house. They hid behind a cover. The leader turned to his teammate and said, "I'll peek out and take a couple of shots first. You cover me." The teammate nodded seriously. The leader peeked out, aimed at Zhou Yun, confirmed the position, then ducked back in and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he trembled all over. His expression turned unusually serious as he said, "I'll peek out and take a couple of shots first. You cover me." The underling looked puzzled. The boss peeked out again, ready to shoot. But once more, he trembled and pulled his head back. The underling was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what was happening. "Boss, are you crazy?" he thought. The boss still spoke. "Seriously, I'll peek out and aim at him first. You cover me." The underling stared blankly as the boss peeked out for the 3rd time. Inside the house, Zhou Yun was searching through items. Suddenly, he noticed a head peeking out from behind a rock outside the window, aiming at him with a scope. "Ha? What's going on?" Zhou Yun frowned. He immediately raised the AK automatic rifle in his hands and aimed at the figure. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fired. Both bullets hit the target's head with precision. Zhou Yun's marksmanship had clearly improved. He was no longer the novice who relied on luck. The boss had just peeked out when he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. He froze completely. Then memories flooded his mind, and he finally understood what had just happened. Internally, he roared, "What kind of magical ability is this? You have killed target number 4803, receives 2% token bonus." The underling saw the boss get shot in the head, blood and other fluids splattering everywhere. He was stunned, then scrambled away in a panic, crawling and rolling, his face full of terror. The boss, who had always been unbeatable in ambushes, was taken down today. He was utterly terrified. Similar situations were he could only detonate this grenade. At the moment of the explosion, his understanding of the grenade reached 100%. He had completely mastered the method of making grenades, even capable of creating one in real life. The opposing player was stunned. He stared at Li Ba warily and said, "Bro, something's off. Could it be that you figured me out?" Li Ba didn't answer, but his gaze was profound, like that of a master. The corners of his mouth stretched into a grin that reached his ears. The opponent was dumbfounded, watching Li Ba's strange smile. Li Ba's green hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, he shouted, "Help! Help!" The player panicked. "You're so unethical." Triss, who was searching for equipment with Zhou Yun, heard the shout. She wanted to pretend she hadn't heard it. Zhou Yun coughed lightly and said to Triss, "Li Ba seems to have fallen. Go help him." Triss pursed her lips, turned around, and showed an angry expression. She had finally managed to spend some time alone with Zhou Yun, only to have the annoying Li Ba ruin it. She strode over to where Li Ba had fallen. She saw another guy lying on the ground as well. The two were still making funny faces. Triss was so furious that veins popped on her forehead. She directly took out the level 4 armor Zhou Yun had given her and slammed it onto the head of the guy opposite. The guy was killed instantly. The 4-person team was now down to just the little underling who had escaped earlier. Triss looked at the fallen Li Ba. Li Ba saw her expression and felt a chill in his heart, panicking. He quickly said, "Sis-in-law, you can't do this." Triss froze. For a moment, her cheeks turning red. Li Ba screamed internally, "I'm doomed. 3 years in jail, here I come." Triss blushed and shyly walked over to Li Ba, helped him up, and handed him a bandage and a bottle of happy fatty drink. Li Ba took the items and slowly recovered his health. At this moment, Zhou Yun, who was searching for equipment in the room, suddenly froze. 2 buffs on him had refreshed. He jumped helplessly. Water splash leap. The panel displayed 2 buffs. One was the previous floating effect. The other was brand new, called Mist Form. This jump has granted 2 buffs. Buff 1, floating duration, 2 minutes, air floating effect. Buff 2, Mist Form duration, 2 minutes, 20% chance to block incoming physical damage from the front. After reading the new buff, Zhou Yun broke out in a cold sweat. What did this mean? If the opponent fired 30 bullets, only 24 would hit him. And those 24 bullets wouldn't even kill him. This was simply overpowered. Not to mention, if Zhou Yun was lucky, the 20% block chance could be even higher. This didn't even account for the armor's bonus. Zhou Yun had just left the small house and taken 2 steps when he heard faint footsteps behind him. He perked up his ears. Then came the sound of a gunshot. Bang! Zhou Yun immediately turned around. A layer of gray mist suddenly emerged from his body. This mist swallowed all the incoming bullets. In front of him appeared a young man holding a gun, trembling. It was the last player from the team that had ambushed them earlier. He had been waiting here for Joe and all along. Unexpectedly, the gunshot just now had no effect at all. His face turned pale. With fear, he fired several more shots. The weapon in his hand was the legendary shotgun, S686. The shotgun's bullets flew toward Joe like iron sand, incredibly fast. Although Joe had enhanced his speed, he still couldn't outrun the bullets. He could only slightly shift his body. Then, blood splattered from his body, and his face instantly turned pale. After firing the shot, the young man quickly ducked his head. His hands trembled slightly as he reloaded his weapon. Joe's face revealed a cold sneer. The AK in his hands shuddered lightly, spitting sparks. Gunshots echoed in the distance. The underling in front of him was riddled from head to toe by a burst of bullets. Dead, completely dead. The underling's hands, still trembling as he reloaded, first showed confusion in his eyes, followed by sheer terror. At last, he recognized who Joe was, the legendary executioner, the devil himself. His heart filled with regret. Had he known it was this devil, he would have fled long ago. But a person only has one life. This underling, after courting death, could only leave this world with endless remorse and excruciating pain. His body began to emit a faint white glow, transforming into a loot box. Joe reached for his backpack, but his expression suddenly changed. He remembered. He had given all his medical supplies to Triss. Triss was still assisting Liba and wouldn't be back anytime soon. Joe let out a bitter laugh. Those who commit countless evils will eventually reap what they sow. Joe waited in place for a while until Triss and the others finally arrived, albeit slowly. Upon her return, Triss glanced at Joe's injuries and immediately pulled out a medical kit and painkillers from her small backpack, her face full of concern. This sight filled Liba, standing off to the side, with dissatisfaction. He had only received bandages and a bottle of sugary soda earlier. But now Joe was getting a full medical kit and painkillers? Joe said nothing, simply took the items and began recovering his health slowly. Zhao XX asked Joe, "Boss, have we already searched the area around the harbor? Should we dive deeper into the harbor and compete with those other players?" Joe pondered for a moment and said, "Let's wait for now. We'll set up an ambush at the junction between the harbor and the big city." This kind of bridge-blocking tactic was something Joe had used plenty of times in real-life battle royale games. Though many times he'd been headshot by expert players charging through, he still found blocking bridges endlessly entertaining. Liba's eyes lit up. This was a classic battle royale strategy. He got it immediately. Triss shot Liba a glance and said, "What? You think you understand it again?" Liba, startled by her look, dared not make a sound. At that moment, roar, roar, roar. A series of low growls echoed from the road Joe and his team had come down earlier. What's that? Everyone turned to look. A massive creature with hardened fur and bright red spines all over its body came into view. It resembled a wolf. Joe's expression shifted. He guessed that this was likely an apocalyptic creature. Joe shouted in alarm, "Not good. Hide quickly. This is most likely an apocalyptic creature." Hearing this, Triss, Zhao XX, and Liba's faces all turned pale. Zhao XX even took a big step back, clearly terrified. As the creature drew closer, information about it appeared before them. Wild creature, Pippi Wolf. Level, D. Health, 2000/2000. Notes, it looks fierce but is actually very weak. Rumor has it its father is the legendary Nyen Beast. Seeing this information, Joe's expression darkened. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Joe cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask the awkwardness, and said to the group, "Well, apocalyptic creatures all look pretty strange. They don't resemble normal animals. If we encounter similar ones in the future and can't gauge their strength, just run far away." After saying that, he lifted his AK rifle with a fierce look and aimed at the Pippi Wolf in front of him. "Prepare to die. Pippi Wolf," Joe said coldly. The earlier embarrassment made his face feel like it was burning. The seemingly fierce Pippi Wolf collapsed to the ground immediately after being hit by Joe's 7.62 bullet. Trembling with fear, its tail wagged incessantly. Joe remained expressionless. "Die. Useless trash." The wolf looked imposing but was actually worthless. Soon after, under Joe's relentless bullet barrage, Pippi Wolf completely lost its life. Pippi Wolf let out a mournful howl before transforming into a box. Joe walked over and opened the box, feeling somewhat disappointed. Weapon, Great Machete Type, Broadsword Level, D Attack Power plus 21 Durability, 300/300 Armor, Small Vest Rank, Level 1 5% chance to be immune to firearm damage, blocks 1% physical damage per hit Durability, 200/200 Skill Book, Quick Turn Rank, D Effect, your turning speed increases by 200%. Note, you spin like a top. Keep it up, Demacia. The equipment was quite poor, and the skill book was completely useless to him. The buffs he carried were far stronger than the skill book. Just then, a sound of chains breaking suddenly echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. The two small squares originally in the upper left corner of his view now increased to 3. The leftmost two were Zhou Wen's buffs. One square had white flowing cloud patterns, representing levitation, while the other had white mist, indicating a fogging effect. The system displayed a prompt. After 5 minutes, a new buff slot will automatically unlock. Zhou Wen glanced at the others without jumping up. He felt that suddenly moving would seem odd and even more embarrassing. He suppressed the urge and turned to everyone, saying, "There are still equipment and skill books in this treasure chest. Anyone who needs them can take a look." Then, he opened the system's built-in map and began studying it carefully. Meanwhile, he noticed a countdown number in the lower right corner of the map. When the countdown reached 0, a large white circle would appear on the map. Everyone's ears were filled with the system's prompt, "The danger zone is shrinking. Players, please move to the safe zone as soon as possible." Zhou Wen nodded. It seemed that the popular battle royale game in reality was modeled after this Holy Grail war. He thought about this as Zhao XX opened the treasure chest. Zhao XX chose the skill book. The esteemed medic Triss had no interest in using guns to fight. Li Ba, on the other hand, grinned foolishly, holding a smoke grenade, seemingly unsure of what to do with it. Zhou Wen once again turned his gaze toward the depths of the harbor, where gunfire continued to ring out and there appeared to be many players. He finally decided to head in for a fight. If he were alone, he might block the bridge, but since they were a team, every additional kill meant more rewards. He had to consider the team. Zhou Wen led the group toward the depths of the harbor. A few seconds later, the two buffs on Zhou Wen suddenly disappeared. He helplessly jumped once, then gained new buffs. One was the recovery buff he had seen before, and the other was still fogging. The new buff was called Sage. Zhou Wen focused, and the new buff information appeared before him. This jump granted 3 buffs. Buff, Sage gained 2 minutes of mental immunity. Note, shock. Is this weakness or incompetence? Zhou Wen was stunned when he saw the effect. This buff was incredibly powerful. It can actually directly immunize against mental attacks. Not far away, at the top of a high tower in the harbor, a player was lying on the edge, carrying no equipment, as if he had deliberately chosen this tower when parachuting. He had a pair of sinister, triangular eyes, staring intently at Zhou Wen and his trio not far away. Seeing Zhou Wen, his heart trembled, and he instinctively licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of excitement. Number 520. It's actually you. The player became completely agitated. If he could kill 520, he might dominate the battlefield, become famous on the player forums, and even have a chance to be recruited by a major guild, which would greatly benefit his future development. He clasped his hands together, and an invisible ripple spread from them as he began crafting a mental grenade. If Zhou Wen saw this player, he would definitely recognize him. It was the same cunning old trickster from the Four Seas battleground who used mental explosion boxes to trap people. At this moment, Zhou Wen and his group had yet to notice the impending danger. Suddenly, Triss felt a tightness in her chest, as if she sensed something. Although the feeling was vague and she couldn't pinpoint it accurately, she still warned the group cautiously, "Be careful, it seems someone has their eyes on us." Upon hearing this, Zhao XX nervously gripped his S686, ready to fire and knock down the enemy at any moment. In contrast, Li Ba remained relaxed and fearless. He held a smoke grenade in his hand, his eyes flickering with streams of data as he used his mental analysis talent to carefully study the smoke grenade. The player on the tower had already prepared the mental grenade. He glanced at the distance between himself and Zhou Wen, calmed himself, and with a slight exertion, waved his hands, sending the mental bomb flying straight toward Zhou Wen below. Based on Zhou Wen's movement speed, this mental grenade was guaranteed to hit. The player sneered, then clasped his hands again to start crafting another mental grenade. He wasn't confident that one bomb would be enough to take down Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen gripped his AK tightly and quietly infiltrated the harbor. Suddenly, he felt as if something was above him. Instinctively, he looked up. A gust of cold wind swept past him, making him shiver involuntarily. He continued forward. The player on the tower froze upon seeing this scene. Impossible. He stopped crafting the mental bomb, gritting his teeth in disbelief at what had just happened. What's going on? Damn it! You're forcing my hand. The player extended his hands, bringing his fingertips together and aiming at Joe 1. This was the talent skill he had unlocked after leveling up Mental Cannon. As long as he locked onto a target, he could gather mental energy and launch an attack. Long range, fast speed, high damage, die. The player revealed a ferocious expression. His arms trembled, as if some force was breaking through his palms and shooting toward the distance. Joe below felt nothing unusual, but soon, he sensed something. He looked up. A gust of cold wind, even stronger than before, swept past him. This wind was colder than the previous one. Joe hugged himself tightly. Beside him, Triss seemed to have noticed something as well. Her expression changed slightly, and she squinted her eyes. Someone just used a mental attack. Mental attack? Joe's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion upon hearing this. Then his gaze turned grim. Another cunning old trickster was trying to ambush him. Fortunately, he had awakened the sage buff, otherwise, he would have been hit just now. Zhao XX vigilantly scanned the surroundings. As soon as he spotted a player, he would immediately fire, sending 2 bullets to send them home. The player on the tower was stunned to see Joe unharmed by the mental cannon. How is this possible? Why is my mental cannon ineffective? He began to lose his composure. He aimed his hands at Zhao XX nearby. Zhao XX, holding an S686, was vigilantly scanning his surroundings, unaware that danger was silently approaching. The player on the tower shook his arms again, and an invisible wave burst from his palms. Mental cannon, he shouted. Although yelling wouldn't increase the damage, he felt it added momentum. Suddenly, Zhao XX, who was on high alert, was struck by the invisible force and sent flying. He hit the ground, coughing up blood, his face full of confusion. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Joe's heart tightened as he saw Zhao XX knocked down. Instinctively, he looked toward the tower, where the player stood with arms spread, still staring at them. Joe sneered and raised his AK, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The player on the tower was startled, suppressed by Joe's aura, and fear surged in his heart, clouding his mind. Gunfire rang out, bullets whizzing past on both sides without hitting him. He was first surprised, then froze, a mocking smile appearing on his face. No wonder Joe was a master at precisely sensing human outlines. Seeing Zhao XX lying on the ground coughing blood, the player finally understood that it wasn't his talent failing, it was Joe being too strong. Joe pulled the trigger again, firing a series of shots. The distance was too great, and without a scope, he couldn't hit the player on the tower. Just as Joe was at a loss, he caught sight of a fire stick standing behind a container out of the corner of his eye. He immediately ran over. The player on the tower felt a pang of anxiety. Damn it! Don't run, come back here, he roared. Mental cannon. He shook his arms, releasing an invisible attack instantly. Joe below only felt a cold wind sweep past but suffered no actual harm. However, Joe knew that the cold wind was the opponent's attack. He quickly picked up the fire stick and the scope lying nearby. Weapon, 98K type, single-shot bolt-action sniper fixed damage, each bullet deals 50% of the target's maximum health. Headshot damage is 100% armor protection effect increased by 100%. Note, classic design, classic style, familiar, isn't it? Attachment, 4x scope. Note, the little brother of the 8x scope, the legendary 4x AK, precise and powerful. Joe breathed a sigh of relief. What luck. After attaching the scope to the 98K, he closed one eye and aimed at the player on the tower. Although it was only a 4x scope, it was clear enough to see the opponent. Suddenly, Joe recognized him. It was the old schemer who had used mental bombs to trap others in the 4C's battlefield. Joe took a deep breath, steadying his mind. The player on the tower saw Joe aiming the 98K at him and was startled. He sneered, "Even if I die, I won't let you succeed." With that, he jumped off the tower. Joe sneered. He had spent a large amount of tokens to enhance his attributes, and now the results were showing. With his 26-point mental stat, he could completely predict the old schemer's landing spot. His gaze turned icy. 1, 2, 3, he pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out of the barrel, the dark projectile gleaming coldly. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the harbor. The player who had been smug moments ago had his head shattered, brain matter and fresh blood splattered, like flowers blooming at dawn. His body emitted a white light and transformed into a box before hitting the ground. You have killed target number 0965. Gain 2% token boost. Joe put down the 98k and took a deep breath. His gaze shifted to Zhao XX, who was coughing up blood, looking weak and disoriented. He asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay?" Triss's hand trembled slightly as she suddenly retrieved a fruit from the void and directly stuffed it into Zhao XX's mouth. The fruit melted instantly, its bitter juice filling his mouth. Soon, Zhao XX's condition stabilized, and he sat up, taking a deep breath. He looked at Triss with gratitude in his eyes. Those players who used mental attacks were truly infuriating. Not only did they harm the mind, but they also caused unbearable pain. Zhao XX's gaze became resolute. The guy who ambushed him earlier was as good as dead. At that moment, Triss's face suddenly turned red, and she involuntarily let out a hiccup. The three of them turned to look at her in unison. Triss quickly covered her mouth, her face as red as a ripe apple. Joanne was startled, and Triss awkwardly shook her head. She clasped her hands together. And suddenly, a fruit appeared in her palms. The fruit was entwined with spiral patterns. It was a devil fruit. The color caught the attention of Li Ba, who was playing with smoke grenades nearby. And his eyes widened. He was so excited he almost jumped up. Joanne examined it closely. The fruit was entirely yellow and shaped like a spindle. Sand fruit, Li Ba exclaimed. The fruit's information instantly appeared before Joanne's eyes. Li Ba shouted, "This is crocodile sand fruit. Oh my god. Old Sand's fruit." His eyes sparkled as he couldn't resist reaching for the fruit. Triss, looking displeased, slapped his hand away and handed the fruit to Joanne. Seeing Li Ba's excitement, Joanne knew this fruit was no ordinary item. Without hesitation, he took a bite. After just 2 chews, his expression froze. My god! What was this taste? Joanne was on the verge of breaking down. The taste of the fruit. Joanne couldn't even describe it in words. But he was certain he had never eaten anything so disgusting in his life. He fought the urge to spit it out and forced himself to swallow the pulp. As soon as he swallowed, the Holy Grail game interface in front of Joanne suddenly displayed a temporary status. Temporary devil fruit, sand fruit grade, B. You have fully acquired the abilities of the sand. Fruit note, excludes elementalization ability. In an instant, Joanne felt he could control the sand on the ground. He connected with the grains of sand using his mental power, as if they had come to life. The sand slowly gathered from the ground, forming a humanoid shape. Joanne stared thoughtfully at the sand figure in front of him. Then, he controlled it with his mind. The sand figure continuously changed shapes, leaving Li Ba watching enviously. Zhao XX was also stunned. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Triss again. Who exactly was this young girl? Seeing how powerful the fruit was, Triss decided to keep some of the fruits she produced for herself. That's right, although she was the creator of the fruits, she could also eat them to gain abilities. Joanne played with the sand using his mental power for a while before finally releasing his control. The floating sand and dirt instantly lost their support and scattered messily to the ground. Joanne's face lit up with a smile. Not bad. Very strong. Triss's small eyes narrowed into crescent moons, looking very satisfied. Then, Joanne and his group continued forward, heading deeper into the harbor. At that moment, the sound of airplane engines roared from the sky. Joanne looked up and saw a massive crate slowly descending from the air. Li Ba and Zhao XX, upon seeing this scene, shouted excitedly, "It's an airdrop." Joanne nodded and calmly said, "Let's go, we're going to fight for that airdrop." Just as Joanne was about to set off, the area where the airdrop landed was already crowded with players. Among them, one woman stood out. She was fully equipped, and the metal around her constantly transformed into countless small daggers and swords, flying toward players hiding in the shadows, causing heavy casualties. Those players desperately fired back, but their efforts were almost futile. As their bullets dwindled, many were slain by her. This woman was Bai Qianqian, the same woman who had once joined forces with other players in a city gunfight to oppose Joanne. Bai Qianqian exhaled and looked around. The surrounding players had all been driven away by her. The iron blades she controlled flew back to her side, forming a shield to protect her. Bai Qianqian gazed at the swords in her hands, her expression complex. This technique was something she had learned from that great demon king. Thinking of the great demon king, a flash of anger crossed Bai Qianqian's face. Whether it was his frenzied slaughter on the city battlefield or Joanne later claiming the title of Moon King, she couldn't deny that Zhou was a complete antisocial maniac. She had also heard that her teacher had once tried to contact Zhou but was rejected by him. Thinking of this, Bai Qianqian's expression grew heavy. Recently, her teacher hadn't appeared for a long time. The same went for other major guilds. It was said that something big had happened in the Holy Grail game. The chaos of the Extreme Realm seemed to be the starting point of all the trouble. Of course, she still didn't know much about it. For now, Bai Qianqian's only thought was to keep growing stronger, then face Zhou openly in a decisive battle and completely eliminate him from the game. Thinking of this, a determined light flashed in Bai Qianqian's eyes. The airdrop slowly landed in front of her. She opened the crate and took out the firearms inside. A submachine gun appeared in her hands. Bai Qianqian loaded the bullets, her face expressionless. Just then, footsteps sounded nearby. She immediately pointed the gun toward the source of the sound, unleashing a rain of bullets. A scream followed. Someone's been hit, Bai Qianqian thought to herself. She once again controlled the iron blades around her to fly in that direction. She was convinced there was more than one person there. It had to be an entire team of players. This was her intuition. The ones who had arrived at the airdrop site were none other than Zhou and his group. Zhao XX charged ahead as the vanguard. As soon as he stepped out of the corner, he was hit by Bai Qianqian's barrage of bullets, losing most of his health. Immediately after, countless metal blades flew in from all directions. The group's expressions changed drastically. Li Ba, who was studying a smoke grenade, suddenly felt that this scene seemed familiar. Then, he directly threw a smoke grenade at their feet. Thick white smoke instantly enveloped the entire area. Bai Qianqian frowned. Although she could control those blades, without visibility, she couldn't accurately attack the enemy. To prevent a sneak attack, Bai Qianqian focused her thoughts. A large number of blades quickly flew back to her side, loyally guarding her. At that moment, the system panel in front of Zhou lit up with another notification. As time passed, a new buff slot was unlocked. He gained another buff slot. Now, he had a total of 4 buff slots. Zhou glanced at the remaining buff time. 6, 5, 4, 0. Time passed too quickly. The buff disappeared. Zhou jumped. The information for the 4 buffs reappeared before his eyes. One of the icons was a symbol of a pair of large hands. This jump granted 4 buffs: Recovery, Vaporization, Sage, Plunder, Buff, Plunder. You have gained the Plunder skill for 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, you can use it once on each player. Zhou gaze locked onto the newly appeared Plunder buff. He quickly calculated in his mind. Then, he used Plunder on the player opposite him. Instantly, a white patterned item appeared in his hand. Due to the smoke grenade obscuring his vision, Zhou couldn't see what it was. A peculiar texture came from his fingertips. He froze. A few words flashed through his mind: big, lace. This seemed to be. The player who had been ready to attack Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a chill on their upper body. The two things that had been restrained suddenly bounced wildly like untamed horses. Bai Qianqian's face instantly changed. As the smoke gradually cleared, Bai Qianqian saw Zhou. Zhou also got a clear look at Bai Qianqian. Her gaze was fixed sharply on the item in his hand, her eyes turning razor-sharp. A surge of fury ignited within her. As the smoke dissipated, Zhou instinctively looked at the item in his hand and then at the enraged Bai Qianqian. He immediately threw the item to the ground. He was about to lose his mind. Damn! How can Plunder grab something like this? 520, you're dead! Bai Qianqian roared, like an injured cub, full of rage. She fired her gun wildly. The gunfire sounded like the wails of hell. Fueled by her fury, the bullets were as sharp as arrows. If one of those bullets hit Zhou, it would easily pierce his body, leaving bloody holes. Zhou was speechless. In fact, he couldn't come up with any explanation. Damn! But he still pulled out his AK and returned fire at Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian, seeing Zhou raise his gun without hesitation, had flames of anger burning in her eyes. She swore she wouldn't stop until Zhou was dead. Zhou also focused entirely. Bullets hit his body, but thanks to his vaporization and recovery skills, the damage was minimal. However, when Zhou's bullets were about to hit Bai Qianqian, they turned into liquid metal, causing a completely purple devil fruit appeared in her hand. Triss held the devil fruit and directly stuffed it into Zhao XX's mouth, who was focused on fighting against swords. Zhao XX instinctively took a bite. Immediately after, he spat out the pulp. However, a notification about acquiring the fruit's power popped up in front of him. You have obtained the temporary devil fruit, Venom fruit. You have gained all the abilities of the Venom fruit except for elementalization. Triss smiled and quoted a classic line once said by Zhou Wen, "You've become stronger, now hurry up and go sacrifice yourself." Zhao XX entered a special state. It was as if he could perceive everything around him. His body began to transform into a purple liquid. Streams of liquid flowed out of his body, forming venomous dragons. These venomous dragons charged fiercely at the swords summoned by Bai Qianqian. The moment the swords touched the venomous dragons, they corroded instantly into a puddle of sludge, rendered completely ineffective. Seeing this, Bai Qianqian immediately withdrew her control over the swords. She focused her energy and began attacking Zhou Wen with bullets from her gun. However, thanks to his mist buff and recovery buff, Zhou Wen's health barely decreased. Although Zhou Wen couldn't land a hit on Bai Qianqian, the damage he took was minimal. Finally, Bai Qianqian fired her last bullet. The magazine was empty. She pulled the trigger, only to hear the empty click-click sound. While hurriedly reloading, the metal around her rose into the air, transforming into sharp swords that charged toward Zhou Wen and his group. After reloading, Bai Qianqian resumed firing. Zhao XX, as if he had activated a cheat, suddenly unleashed numerous massive venomous dragons made entirely of purple liquid from his body. The venomous dragons roared, baring their fangs and claws, as they charged at the metallic swords. The moment the swords touched the venomous dragons, they were completely corroded and disintegrated. Bai Qianqian was not surprised by this. The metals she controlled were merely meant to buy time. Her real trump card was still her gun. With her gun reloaded, Bai Qianqian aimed at Zhou Wen and fired again. Bullet after bullet struck Zhou Wen. Bai Qianqian's expression grew darker and darker. She had already fired a magazine and a half, yet Zhou Wen still hadn't fallen. He was only wearing level 2 armor, how could he be completely unharmed? Bai Qianqian couldn't understand at all. In her frustration, she gritted her teeth and threw her gun to the ground. She then manipulated the metallic swords she had formed, preparing for close combat with Zhou Wen. Seeing this, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. He tossed his AK aside and switched to a large machete. The two began to engage in melee combat. Bai Qianqian was highly experienced in close combat. Every move she made was sharp and decisive, carrying a ruthless edge. Zhou Wen felt the pressure as soon as they clashed. He had almost no experience in close combat and was completely overwhelmed by Bai Qianqian. At this moment, Zhou Wen focused his mind and controlled the sand on the ground. The sand suddenly coiled around Bai Qianqian's legs like ribbons. Bai Qianqian stumbled, her eyes filled with surprise. She hadn't expected to be restrained. Zhou Wen seized the opportunity to swing his machete, slashing Bai Qianqian's shoulder. Blood splattered. Bai Qianqian's health finally dropped. Her face turned pale. After breaking free from the restraint, the sandy armor completely covered his face. Bai Qianqian looked at Zhou Wen, her eyes carrying a trace of fear. In just 2 minutes, Zhou Wen's buff refreshed again. Seeing the new buff, his eyes lit up. This time, Bai Qianqian was utterly defeated. Zhou Wen focused, preparing to counterattack. Nearby, Triss, Zhao XX, and Li Ba watched as if enjoying a show. In truth, the only one truly calm was Li Ba. Triss anxiously stared at Zhou Wen, holding a handful of fruits, wanting to throw them to help but afraid of causing accidental harm. Meanwhile, Zhao XX, who had just experienced the powerful thrill of the venom fruit, was now writhing on the ground in pain, clutching his stomach with both hands, his eyes blank. His whole body was in a daze. Why? Why was this happening? He began to question his life. Why did he feel stomach pain, like diarrhea, in the Holy Grail game? He was now desperate to find a restroom. Li Ba, who had been watching the commotion, suddenly noticed Zhao XX's condition and showed a hint of sympathy on his face. That was no ordinary fruit but the venom fruit of the Navy prison warden Magellan. It was a fearsome and powerful fruit. Although it came with constant side effects, often requiring one to stay in the restroom, its strength was undeniably unmatched. Zhao XX continued rolling on the ground, his stomach in agony, with gurgling sounds constantly emanating from within. This jump has granted 4 buffs, Buff 1, Recovery, Buff 2, Extreme Speed, Buff 3, Vaporization, Buff 4, Great Strength. For the next 2 minutes, your next attack will deal 5 times the damage, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. In the fierce battle with Bai Qianqian, Zhou Wen's face showed a confident smile. Seeing his smile, Bai Qianqian's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. An indescribable sense of danger enveloped her. The buffs Zhou Wen had obtained were simply too powerful. She had no idea how devastating her impending defeat would be. Bai Qianqian continuously swung the metal blades she had conjured, slashing fiercely at Zhou Wen. But just as the blades were about to strike him, her mind suddenly went blank, her body trembling, completely forgetting her previous actions. Zhou Wen seized the opportunity, stepping back 2 paces to easily dodge the attack. Seeing this, Zhou Wen's face showed a satisfied smile. Among his buffs was one called Interrupt. Zhou Wen's gaze shifted to another buff, its icon a tightly clenched fist. He activated it. His arms suddenly tensed, as if some immense power was surging through them. Bai Qianqian, seeing this, became alert, sensing the unusual energy emanating from Zhou Wen's arms. Zhou Wen shouted, "Activate," and then swung the large machete in his hand, slashing fiercely at Bai Qianqian. With the great strength buff, the power of this strike was 5 times its usual strength. The machete cut through the air like a hot knife through butter. But Bai Qianqian reacted quickly. Knowing she couldn't block the attack, she transformed her metal blades into a massive shield. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was deafening. A deep gash appeared on the shield. Then, with a gust of wind, the shield split in 2. Bai Qianqian stared blankly at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen sheathed his machete without a word and turned to walk toward Triss and the others standing in place. Bai Qianqian suddenly had a red streak of blood appear on her forehead, the blood slowly trickling down. That's right. Bai Qianqian had been instantly killed by Zhou Wen with a single slash. Flecks of white light flickered as her corpse gradually dissipated on the spot, leaving behind only a crude box. Telisai witnessed the entire process. When she saw Zhou Wen swiftly and decisively sheath his blade and turn around to walk back, her heart raced, her gaze became unfocused, and she wore the expression of a love-struck fool. Zhou Wen walked back, completely ignoring Telisai's gaze, and turned to look at Zhao XX, who lay on the ground trembling faintly from time to time. Zhou Wen frowned and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Li Ba, who stood nearby, quickly explained, "He just ate the poison fruit." Zhou Wen's mind flashed back to the scene earlier, where the purple poisonous dragon inside Zhao XX's body had rampaged and slaughtered. Nodding, Zhou Wen said, "Isn't that a good thing? But what's wrong with him now? Does this fruit have side effects?" Li Ba glanced at Zhao XX, who lay on the ground in a daze, occasionally twitching, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! He didn't know that the side effect of the poison fruit is diarrhea." Diarrhea. Zhou Wen immediately understood when he heard this. He looked at Zhao XX, his eyes full of pity. All of a sudden, something occurred to Zhou Wen, and his chest tightened. He turned to Li Ba and asked, "My Sansan fruit doesn't have side effects too, does it?" Li Ba shook his head and replied, "It does, but they're very minor. The ability to elementalize is cancelled, but it doesn't really affect you since you can't use elementalization anyway." Zhou Wen nodded half understanding. Although he had researched some information about One Piece before, he hadn't looked into it in detail. Telisai shook her head, puzzled as to why Li Ba seemed to know so much about the fruit she had created. Li Ba noticed Telisai's gaze and secretly felt smug, wanting to say a few more words to show off. However, he quickly noticed that Telisai's expression was gradually darkening. He immediately ran over to her in a lowly and apologetic manner, telling her everything about the One Piece matter. After hearing the full story, Telisai finally understood. Her talent had already been displayed on Telisai Island long ago, but the High Priest had always forbidden her from using it openly. Only when she was leaving did the High Priest give her permission to use this talent. It was truly surprising that, as a local, Telisai possessed such an innate ability. Even she wasn't entirely clear on the specific details. Afterward, Li Ba said, "Actually, you can just go check the player forums. There are plenty of strategy threads there. I'm sure some of them explain the abilities of devil fruits." After all, many One Piece fans love diving into the Four Seas battle arena to fight. A trace of longing unconsciously revealed itself in Li Ba's eyes. However, the battlefield a player was assigned to was determined by the Holy Grail system. Players couldn't choose for themselves. This shattered the dreams of many, no, countless young dreamers. Zhou Wen glanced at Zhao XX, who looked like he was on the verge of death, and said, "What about him? We can't just leave him like this." His gaze shifted toward Telisai. Telisai immediately understood. She pondered whether she had any fruit that could alleviate diarrhea and abdominal pain. After thinking for a moment, she clapped her hands together. A fully green, round fruit roughly the size of a basketball appeared. Talasai walked over to Zhao XX and said, "As long as you take one bite of this fruit, it will relieve your stomach pain." Zhao XX, enduring pain, saw Triss holding a fruit the size of a basketball, her expression serious. Hearing her words, he panicked completely. A basketball-sized fruit. You want me to eat it in one bite? How is that possible? Zhao XX looked at Triss with eyes full of helplessness and grievance. Wasn't I just joking with you earlier? Why are you still holding a grudge? You're really hard to please, Zhao XX complained inwardly. Then, he noticed Triss's expression suddenly darken. Moments later, Triss cheerfully said to Li Ba, pry his mouth open for me. I'm going to stuff it in. Li Ba immediately stood at attention and replied, yes. Zhou Wen couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen. He turned his head to look at the system's built-in map. Behind him came Zhao XX's piercing screams and inexplicable muffled sounds. Zhou Wen pretended not to hear and focused on the map. They were currently at the edge of the harbor, not far from the harbor's center. If they continued forward, they would soon reach the center. Zhou Wen was confident. Once they reached the harbor center, they would surely encounter stronger opponents. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know why, he was eager to have a proper showdown with players of the same level. He really wanted to find out just how strong he was. Zhou Wen then looked at his buffs. After some thought, he decided to wait until the buff duration ended before making his move. He wanted to fight those players head-on, without any advantages, in a true test of skill. A real man's battle. With that decision made, Zhou Wen led Triss and the others deeper into the harbor. Along the way, Li Ba occasionally chuckled foolishly. The smoke grenade in his hand was like a deflated gas canister, occasionally releasing small puffs of white smoke that were quickly blown away by the wind, serving no purpose. Instead, the smoke made Li Ba cough incessantly. Zhou Wen ignored Li Ba's antics. All he wanted now was to find out how he measured up against ordinary players. After walking for a while, the sound of a battle suddenly came from ahead. Zhou Wen and his group hid behind an iron crate, listening quietly. Not far away, the roars of an unknown creature and the sound of fists landing on flesh could be heard. The fight sounded intense. The roars were deafening, and the sound of punches tearing through the air was chilling. Zhou Wen turned and said, "There seems to be a strong player up ahead. You all wait. Here, I'll go check it out." Li Ba nodded. Triss's face was full of worry. Zhao XX, on the other hand, looked utterly listless. His eyes were vacant, like a broken puppet, and he appeared utterly miserable. There wasn't a scratch on the corners of his mouth, and his stomach no longer hurt. But he had suddenly gone quiet and lost all joy. Seeing that none of his three teammates objected, Zhou Wen listened quietly again. In the distance, the dying roar of a beast echoed, followed by the thunderous sound of a punch. The beast let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing completely. Zhou Wen stepped out from behind the crate. He saw a wolf-like monster lying on the ground not far away, larger than a pippy wolf. Standing beside it was an arrogant young man. The young man was shirtless, his muscles taut and bulging. He was panting heavily, steam seemingly rising from his body. Zhou Wen recognized him immediately. It was Wan Jun from the Balance Guild, a brash young man specializing in melee combat. He had even tried to kill Zhou Wen once. The moment Zhou Wen saw Wan Jun also spotted him. He was stunned at first, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. "Zhou Wen, I finally found you!" Wan Jun shouted excitedly. Zhou Wen walked over slowly, calmly sizing up Wan Jun. Wan Jun no longer appeared as arrogant as when they first met. Instead, his aura was restrained, and his state was steady. Zhou Wen nodded inwardly. It seemed this guy had indeed grown quite a bit. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Wan Jun could now be considered a strong contender at the rising star level. A hint of battle intent appeared on his face. Wan Jun noticed it too and smiled, solemnly saying to Zhou Wen, "I want to challenge you to a life and death duel." Zhou Wen smiled faintly and said, "Just what I wanted." Hearing Zhou Wen agree, Wan Jun's heart ignited with a strong desire for battle and a sense of honor. He hadn't expected Zhou Wen to actually accept the challenge. After all, Zhou Wen was the one who had defeated all the rising stars and claimed the title of September's king. Although it was still unclear what system title Zhou Wen had earned, the thought of soon exchanging 300 blows with Zhou Wen made Wan Jun tremble slightly with excitement. Seeing that Wan Jun was unarmed, Zhou Wen also threw his AK to the ground. He remembered that hand-to-hand combat specialization prohibited the use of weapons. In other words, Won Jun intended to fight him barehanded. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, then also discarded his weapon and clenched his fists. He was ready to engage in a genuine, no-holds-barred hand-to-hand fight. He wanted to see where his current strength stood among his peers. When Won Jun saw Zhou Wen also going barehanded, a flash of the moment he was once defeated by Zhou Wen with a single punch crossed his mind. But soon, his fighting spirit reignited. He cast aside all memories of past failures. He even felt grateful to Zhou Wen. Ever since being defeated by Zhou Wen, he had carried a knot in his heart. Having recently broken through and improved his strength once again, he believed he could now have a proper fight with Zhou Wen. Won Jun glanced at his character attribute panel. His strength was at 15 points, agility at 18 points, and endurance at 20 points. His mental and intelligence stats were slightly weaker. These physical attributes were the result of his relentless battles. After all, even if he achieved first place in a battle royale, the most he could earn was 6,000 tokens, which could only increase his attributes by a maximum of 12 points. Moreover, with so many strong competitors, Won Jun couldn't always secure first place like Zhou Wen. He also had to spend points to buy lifespan, otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Zhou Wen took a deep breath, not rushing to activate his talent. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed firmly on Won Jun. Won Jun also adjusted his stance, clenching his fists tightly at his sides. In an instant, both of them threw punches simultaneously. Their fists collided like sandbags, producing a bang-bang sound. Triss and the others, hiding behind an iron crate, couldn't help but peek out to watch. As soon as their fists met, they quickly bounced apart. A trace of surprise flashed in Won Jun's eyes. That punch had used 80% of his strength, amplified by his hand-to-hand combat specialization, yet Zhou Wen had blocked it with ease. Zhou Wen's fist was slightly reddened. Although his overall attributes were higher than Won Jun's, the amplification from Won Jun's hand-to-hand combat specialization was very significant. This proved that a powerful talent could completely compensate for attribute gaps. Zhou Wen gathered his true energy in his dantian, his body once again brimming with strength. He charged at Won Jun with force, and Won Jun, equally fired up, met him head-on. Their fists collided repeatedly, their speed increasing with each exchange. Triss and the others were dazzled by the rapid succession of blows. A burst of rapid gunfire like bang, bang sounds echoed in his ears. As the battle grew fiercer, a trace of fervor flashed in Won Jun's eyes. He couldn't believe it, someone could actually fight him with such exhilarating intensity. Zhou Wen, however, was feeling a bit fatigued. It wasn't physical exhaustion but rather mental strain. Every time he exchanged punches with Won Jun, he felt a powerful counterforce. The faster their attacks, the greater the pressure Zhou Wen endured. He had yet to activate his own talent. He was waiting for Won Jun to use his skill first. Zhou Wen had used the Melee Master talent before. He knew that Won Jun must have already exchanged for melee skills through the Holy Grail system. Sure enough, Won Jun suddenly let out a loud shout. Tiger Roar Fist. The air shifted abruptly, and the wind surged. Zhou Wen's expression froze, as if he had heard a deafening tiger's roar. The sound seemed to explode right next to his ear. Before he could react, Won Jun's fist came hurtling toward him. This punch was overwhelming in momentum and heavy in force. Zhou Wen had no time to dodge. Won Jun's fist struck him, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters. His health dropped by more than half in an instant. He stood there in a daze, utterly astonished. But even more surprised was Won Jun seeing that Zhou Wen hadn't fallen but had merely taken 2 or 3 steps back. Won Jun was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He knew exactly how powerful that punch was. On other battlefields, any player without defense would have been knocked down instantly by such a strike. Yet Zhou Wen had managed to withstand it with ease. And he hadn't even used any skills, he had relied solely on his basic attributes to endure it. Realizing this, Won Jun's blood boiled with excitement. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to have a worthy opponent. Won Jun spoke seriously. Zhou Wen, bring out your trump card. Let's have a proper fight. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He was no longer the arrogant novice he once was. After dozens of intense battles, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Zhou Wen remained silent for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He lightly jumped, and 4 buffs refreshed simultaneously. He glanced at them and felt a sense of relief in his heart. Recovery. Mist form, mighty strength, plunder. With these 4 buffs active, Joe slowly walked toward Wan Jun and raised his fist. Wan Jun took a few deep breaths, the energy in his dantian gradually gathering in his fist. At this moment, he even employed the boxing techniques he had honed. In real life, Joe activated the mighty strength buff. His right arm slightly swelled, and a terrifying aura surged within it. Wan Jun's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward and suddenly swung his right fist. Tiger Roar Fist. The momentum of the Tiger Roar Fist erupted once again. Faintly, a massive tiger seemed to materialize behind Wan Jun, its red eyes fixed on Joe as it pounced. But in the face of this overwhelming momentum, Joe remained exceptionally calm. He showed no trace of panic and simply swung his right fist lightly. The 2 fists collided, instantly unleashing a violent shockwave. Air currents scattered, and cracks appeared on the ground. Triss and the others, hiding behind an iron crate, were blown back 2 steps by the gust. Mist form triggered. Mighty strength amplified. The outcome of the battle became clear in an instant. Joe and Wan Jun's fists were locked together. Their gazes were steady as they held their ground for a few seconds. Finally, a smile broke across Wan Jun's face. He spoke, impressive. This time, I lost. Joe, you're incredibly strong. His expression was both calm and exhilarated. Finally, he found a true rival who could become his goal. Although he was one of the rising stars of the Balance Guild, today he knew he still had to keep working hard. However, his thoughts were completely different from those of the guild's top players, so he was often ostracized and received few resources. It was precisely this experience that transformed him from a rebellious youth into the strong man he was now. Joe nodded at Wan Jun and lowered his right fist. Only then did Wan Jun react, stumbling back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. His muscles, internal organs, and bones had all been shattered by Joe's punch. Simply put, Joe had once again defeated Wan Jun with a single blow. Wan Jun had a smile on his face as his body slowly turned into white light and disappeared from the Holy Grail battlefield, leaving a box on the ground. You have killed target number 2121. Gain 2% token boost. Joe didn't open the box. He turned and walked back behind the iron crate, his gaze calm as he looked at Triss and the others. Triss couldn't discern much, but seeing Joe win, she grinned foolishly. Li Ba, on the other hand, remained composed, busy fiddling with smoke grenades. Among everyone present, the most excited was undoubtedly Zhao XX. The 2 punches exchanged between Joe and Wan Jun earlier were simply terrifying. Zhao XX had been stuck in the bronze rank for a long time without advancing to silver. One reason was his laziness to rank up, another was his strategy of accumulating tokens to enhance his physique. He believed in mastering the bronze rank to its limit before advancing to silver. In his view, those eager to rank up to silver were fools. Players without sufficient preparation who advanced to silver would have to face seasoned silver players with balanced strength. Those veterans had fought countless battles, and newly advanced bronze players were no match for them. But Joe, the power of Wan Jun's punch earlier clearly exceeded the damage an ordinary silver player could deal. Zhao XX couldn't help but admire Joe's strength. Yet, he was also filled with curiosity. How had Joe become so powerful? After returning, Joe first ruffled Triss's little head, then looked at the system's built-in map. At this point, the safe zone had started to shrink again, and the harbor where they were located was no longer within the safe zone. They had to hurry to escape the encroaching danger. Time passed, and on the system map, the dot representing Joe and his team had entered the safe zone. They successfully made it to safety. In front of them appeared a giant Pai wolf, 4 to 5 times larger than the one they had encountered at the beginning. Everyone's interface displayed its information: wild monster, giant Pai wolf level, CHP, 8000/8000. Note, it's really strong. Its father is the legendary Nyan beast, making it a second-generation monster. Seeing the giant Pai wolf, Joan was the first to raise his AK and fire. After a few shots that didn't do much damage, he decisively charged in for close combat. Joan currently had 5 buff slots, and he had just been lucky enough to acquire the mighty strength buff. With 2 punches, the giant Pai wolf lost a significant amount of health. Li Ba held a grenade in his left hand and fiddled with a smoke bomb in his right, occasionally glancing at Joan's fight, clearly distracted. Triss, on the other hand, had eyes full of admiration, fixated on Joan's battle. Every time Joan landed a hit on the giant Pai wolf, she would cheer. When it counterattacked, she would grow nervous and worried. The calmest one was Zhao XX. He controlled his body to release purple venom, which slowly condensed into a massive venomous dragon. The dragon charged toward the big Pai wolf. Clearly, this big Pai wolf had never encountered the power of devil fruits on the Four Seas battlefield. It swung its claw, attempting to swat the venomous dragon away. However, the wolf let out a miserable cry, its eyes filled with fear of the dragon. Seizing the opportunity, the venomous dragon coiled around it. Joan landed another punch on the big Pai wolf's forehead, dealing astonishing damage. -390. This time, the big Pai wolf looked as if it was about to cry, with tears welling up in its large eyes. It began to whimper, but it was useless. Joan still held a grudge against the Pai wolf for the earlier humiliation. To him, all Pai wolves had to die. He followed up with a series of punches, and the big Pai wolf finally collapsed, transforming into a treasure chest. At this moment, Joan unlocked the 5th buff slot. Congratulations on your long-term effort. You have unlocked the 5th buff slot, allowing you to hold up to 5 buffs simultaneously. Joan jumped up in excitement. Then, 5 brand new buffs appeared in his status bar. He was already familiar with the first few: Mist Form, Recovery, Interrupt, Mighty Strength. His gaze then locked onto the newly appeared buff. Clever Looting. You gain the ability to use the Clever Looting skill on treasure chests for 2 minutes. Each treasure chest can only be used once. Seeing this, Joan's heart stirred. He tried it on the big Pai wolf treasure chest that had just appeared in front of him. Immediately, the item information inside the chest appeared before his eyes. Weapon, Golden AK type, automatic rifle grade, B. Each bullet deals fixed damage equal to 2% of maximum health. Headshots deal 4% of maximum health damage. Note: looks very stylish. Durability, 500/500 armor, level 3. Helmet grade, B. 8% chance to be immune to firearm damage, can block 3% physical damage per hit. Durability, 400/400 skillbook, bullet cluster grade. B. reduces bullet deviation. After some thought, Joan decisively chose the skillbook. Then, 3 pieces of equipment appeared in his hands simultaneously. Joan was stunned. Is this the effect of clever looting? Moreover, the treasure chest hadn't disappeared and was still sitting there. He distributed the 3 pieces of equipment to the others. At that moment, Li Ba, who had been tinkering with smoke grenades and hand grenades, suddenly let out a shout. He jumped up abruptly, fumbling around in a flurry. They watched as he transformed the smoke grenade into a bizarre-looking object. It still looked like a smoke grenade, with no change in appearance. Joan and the others were startled by Li Ba's sudden action. Li Ba handed his newly crafted item to Joan. Smoke grenade grade, unknown. A smoke grenade combined with the power of a fragmentation grenade, modified into a triggered grenade. Joan's eyes lit up when he saw the smoke grenade, inspiration striking him. The safe zone continued to shrink. Joan and his team ran toward the safe zone again. He glanced at the Holy Grail game interface. There were still 52 players remaining. They pressed on. Suddenly, gunfire erupted ahead. The group exchanged glances. There were enemies up ahead. Joan's face broke into a mischievous grin. He crept forward quietly. On the other side, Zhao XX covered him. Li Ba held a Molotov cocktail in his hand, studying it intently. Triss sat beside him, conjuring small fruits from time to time and eating them with relish. She was no longer worried about Joan because Joan was simply too strong. Joan advanced together with Zhao XX. They arrived at an open area, which turned out to be a high-end residential complex. Joan could clearly see flashes of gunfire from several windows, glass shattering, and the constant sound of bullets ricocheting. 2 teams of players were engaged in a fierce battle ahead. Joan gestured to Zhao XX, who immediately understood and quietly crept toward one of the buildings. Joan, on the other hand, moved toward another building. This time, he had randomly acquired a speed buff. In a flash, his figure disappeared. By the time he stopped, he was already inside the building. He slowed his steps and carefully approached the room where the gunfire was coming from. Voices could be heard inside. A man said, "Boss, their firepower is too strong. We're almost out of bullets. What should we do?" "Don't panic. My ability has already locked on to them. Just hold out for 3 more minutes, and they'll be cursed, weakening their combat effectiveness. Then we'll finish them off." The boss spoke in a calm, confident tone. He continued, "You guys hold this floor. I'll go check upstairs." Joe, having heard this, quickly hid in a corner. Footsteps came from the adjacent room. A bearded, imposing man pushed the door open and stepped out. He exhaled slowly, as if relieved, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, "You're so stupid, so stupid. Their firepower is this strong, clearly, they're players with attack abilities. And yet you're still holding on. I don't want to play along with you anymore." The burly man, holding an AK rifle, began descending the stairs slowly. Joe followed silently behind him, his footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he was right behind the man, closely tailing him as they moved outside. The man reached the stairwell door, cautiously poked his head out to check both sides, and carefully scanned his surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he stepped out, his gaze landing on a nearby motorcycle. A smile appeared on Joe's face. He continued to follow the bearded man closely, step by step. Joe moved with such lightness that he made no sound at all. The man had no idea that a crazed player was right behind him. He walked out of the stairwell and took a few steps before his expression suddenly froze. In the sunlight, he saw two shadows on the ground. One of them was his own, but the other, thinner shadow was pressed tightly against his back. The man instantly broke out in goosebumps. He spun around abruptly, instinctively pulling the trigger. But there was no one behind him. The man panicked. He glanced at the ground out of the corner of his eye and was shocked to find that the shadow was still following him. He quickened his pace, took 2 steps forward, then turned sharply again, still no one. Looking back at the ground, the shadow was still there, right behind him. Cold sweat poured down the man's back as he swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear. "What is that thing?" he asked in a trembling voice. Despite his fear, he was a seasoned player in the Holy Grail game. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This is just some trickery." With that, he took a deep breath and pressed his hands to the ground. An invisible force spread out around him as he activated his ability. Rank ability, Force Field Curse, effect, weakens and enfeebles enemies within range ***. Joe didn't notice, but he felt his movements starting to slow down, as if delayed. He knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. So, Joe activated his powerful buff skill. The burly man was holding his gun when he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Looking down, he saw that the AK in his hand had disappeared. At the same time, a cold sensation came from the back of his head. The burly man slowly raised his hands above his head and turned around. This time, Joe didn't stay behind him but faced him with a smile. When the burly man saw Joe, he trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror, as if caught by a parent sneaking out to play at an internet cafe late at night. Stammering, he said, "It's you. Executioner. Number 520, that devil." His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. If the game allowed for bodily functions, he might have wet himself out of fear. Joe looked at his reaction, touched his nose, and felt a bit awkward. Suddenly, the burly man grabbed Joe's leg and began crying and shouting, Big brother, I beg you. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I don't have much time left. If you kill me, I probably won't live for much longer." Joe remained expressionless. The burly man was acting very convincingly. Suddenly, he pulled out a knife from behind and stabbed at Joe's heart. Joe was prepared. A thin layer of mist emerged from his body, blocking the burly man's attack. Mist skill activated. The burly man tried to retreat quickly but didn't expect the mist to trigger. Well, that worked too. Joe remained standing in place, with 2 AKs aimed at the burly man's head. After the failed sneak attack, the burly man dropped his pretense. He shouted loudly, 18 years have passed, and I'm still a tough guy. Kill me, and all you'll gain is emptiness. Do you really want to do this? The burly man's survival instincts were strong. His face carried an expression of righteousness, and he even pressed his head directly against Joe's gun barrel, his eyes full of scrutiny and challenge. Joe was unexpectedly moved by this aura, his eyes slightly red. Then, rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of gunfire rang out. The burly man's eyes widened as bullets pierced his forehead. He couldn't believe Joe wasn't swayed by his flowery words. This tactic had worked well on teammates many times before. In the end, the burly man could only sigh helplessly. Heartless. Then, his body gradually turned into points of light and disappeared, leaving only a loot box. You have killed target number 8976. Token gain increased by 2%. Joe began collecting the spoils. He took all the bullets from the burly man's body. After such a long battle, bullets were running low. Joe picked up the AK and turned to continue climbing upstairs. He had just taken 2 steps when he heard the sound of the door opening on the first floor. A shout came from below. Big brother, what happened to you? The underling, holding a submachine gun, rushed out and immediately saw Joe. Instinctively, he pulled the trigger. But Joe was faster. Just as the underling emerged, bullets rained down on him like a storm. Joe didn't bother to control the recoil. The bullets started to drift upward, and a few rounds pierced the underling's skull. The underling fell to the ground with a look of indignation on his face, his body turning into points of white light and disappearing completely. You have killed target number 0084, gained 2% token boost. Joe looked at the scene and shook his head helplessly. He felt as if he had turned into the legendary villain. Stepping over the box left behind by the fallen underling, he continued toward the second floor. Gunfire echoed from the rooms upstairs, indicating a fierce battle between someone there and the people downstairs. Joe coughed lightly twice and knocked on the door. Suddenly, a voice from inside asked, "Who is it?" Joe lowered his voice and imitated the burly man's tone. "It's me." A surprised voice came from inside. "Boss, is that you?" "Boss, I'm almost out of bullets." Immediately, a simple-minded guy pulled the door open with a big smile on his face. The moment he saw Joe, he froze. But Joe wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The muzzle of his AK spat fire once again. The whistling bullets pierced through the simpleton's body like sharp swords. The player was mercilessly ambushed and killed by Joe. You have killed target number 6588, gained 2% token boost. Joe covered his mouth with a chuckle and shook his head. He crouched down, opened the player's box, and took out some bullets. Then, Joe saw the weapon he had been dreaming of. Yes, the light machine gun DP-28. He immediately tossed the AK aside and picked up the light machine gun. A real man should face challenges head-on. Thinking this, Joe headed to the 4th floor. This time, there was no gunfire. He stopped in front of the door and listened quietly to the sounds inside. To his disappointment, the room was completely silent, with no noise at all. Just then, a violent coughing sound suddenly broke the silence. Joe kicked the door open and barged in. He saw a skinny young man holding a small pistol. Upon seeing Joe, the young man's face turned pale with panic. He closed his eyes and fired several shots in a row. Joe easily dodged them. The young man had used up all his bullets. By this time, Joe was already standing in front of him. Fear was written all over the young man's face. He regretted coughing earlier. The room had already been searched by others. How could someone else show up? Could it be that everyone outside had been killed? The young man speculated in his mind. Joe stared at him thoughtfully and slowly spoke. "You're not with the people downstairs, are you?" The young man nodded. Joe understood and silently aimed the light machine gun at his forehead. The young man gritted his teeth, as if making a major decision, and said to Joe, "Please don't kill me. I have a secret to tell you." "A secret? What secret?" Joe was surprised. What kind of secret could this young man have? The young man pulled out a square box from his backpack. Joe was momentarily stunned when he saw the box, and his breathing quickened. Yes, this was the box that pointed to the location of the divine power fragment. Item, guiding box, description, a box containing the location of the divine power fragment in the battlegrounds. Joe opened the box, and a beast-hide map came into view. The map was incredibly detailed and perfectly matched the system's built-in map. The system also provided a confirmation. This was the map that would guide Joe to the location of the divine power fragment. Joe carefully stored the beast-hide map in his backpack. After some thought, he tossed his AK rifle to the young man and said, "Consider yourself lucky this time. I'll let you go. Next time, you won't be so fortunate." The young man stared at the AK on the ground, stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly grew moist. He picked up the gun and bowed deeply to Joe. Joe nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. But just then, Joe felt the surroundings suddenly become eerily quiet. The Holy Grail system interface kept popping up notifications of missed resistance. Missed trigger. Missed trigger. Joe immediately understood something. The smile vanished from his face, and a cold, sinister energy flashed in his eyes. His gaze turned fierce and violent. Turning around, he saw the young man holding the AK, resolutely firing at him. The young man quickly emptied the bullets in the gun. Seeing Joe still alive, he began to panic. Joe's expression was cold as he walked up to him and grabbed his neck. He headed toward the window. This was the 3rd floor, falling from here wouldn't kill him, but Joe wanted him to experience the fear of free fall. Joe first fired several shots at the young man's forehead with a light machine gun. His health dropped sharply, almost to 0. Then Joe threw him out with one hand. No, the young man cried out in pain, his eyes full of desperation for survival. But Joe showed no hesitation and turned to leave. I already gave you a chance, Joe said, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. At the same time, a cold, pure energy emanated from his shadow. Joe's increasingly indifferent heart was instantly awakened by this chill. He regained clarity, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. What did I just do? He had clearly forgotten his actions moments ago. Turning to look, the young man had already disappeared. At that moment, the game system interface displayed a kill notification. You have killed target number 7896 token. Gain increased by 2%. Joe walked back to the window and looked down. A lone box lay in the middle of the road. His expression darkened. What had just happened? His memory was hazy, but he was certain the young man was dead. The scattered AK on the ground gave him a rough idea. Although he didn't know exactly what he had done, Joe already had an answer in his heart about the young man's fate. This incident sank his heart to the bottom. He felt something was off about himself. Joe scoffed coldly. At this moment, he truly realized he was in the Holy Grail war. This was a battlefield full of conflict and danger, where death could come at any moment. Previously, he had held a shred of goodwill toward the players in the Holy Grail war. But now, it seemed their struggles were not worth any sympathy. Joe's mindset quietly shifted. He continued upstairs. Pushing open a door, he saw 2 boxes neatly placed in front of him. Standing before them was a young man dressed in white. He had an extraordinary aura, sharp brows, and bright eyes, exuding a sharp, killing intent. Hearing the door open, the young man turned around. Seeing Joe, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, I don't want to fight you right now. His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Then, he stepped out of the window and jumped. Joe hurried to the window, but the young man had already disappeared. A trace of doubt flashed in his mind. Who exactly was this young man? Joe set the question aside and continued searching. However, there was nothing of value left. Joe went downstairs and arrived at the building Zhao XX had occupied. The building was severely damaged, covered in corrosive marks. It looked precarious, as if it could collapse at any moment. Joe even felt that the building was about to collapse. Nearby, a few boxes were scattered, covered in pitted holes, clearly marks left by Zhao XX's corrosive attacks. Suddenly, a roar and a loud crash came from upstairs. Roar! Boom! The floor was smashed through, revealing the battle scene above. Joe looked up. He saw Zhao XX transformed into a massive, purple venomous dragon, furiously attacking a player. Upon closer inspection, Joe couldn't help but shiver. That player was none other than the previous Wild Boar King, Wang Yunyun. At this moment, she had entered the second stage of liberation, transforming into a terrifying ancient porcine beast. The two were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging blows relentlessly. Collisions. Impacts. The entire building began to shake, with dust falling continuously. On the other side, Zhao XX's venom was corroding Wang Yunyun's skin. At first, it sizzled, but the venom quickly lost its effect. Clearly, Zhao XX's venom could melt pits into stone, yet it had no impact on Wang Yunyun. Joe couldn't help but recall his own encounter with Wang Yunyun. At that time, Wang Yunyun had completely lost her sanity, transforming into a wild boar beast and charging at Zhao XX like a living battering ram. Since the demon fruit couldn't convert into elements, Zhao XX had no choice but to withstand the attack head-on. The venomous dragons he summoned were nothing more than tickles to Wang Yunyun. At this moment, Zhao XX caught sight of Joe out of the corner of his eye and shouted anxiously, Boss, I can't hold on anymore. Come quickly. This guy is a silver tier player, here specifically to fish for easy kills. Joe nodded. He leaped forward, landing beside Zhao XX. Glancing at the buffs on himself, he realized the time was almost up and needed refreshing. He stared at the Wild Boar King in front of him, silent for a moment. The buff time finally expired, allowing him to regain enhancements. Joe jumped lightly. Water Splash Leap. This jump grants 4 buffs: Buff 1, Float Buff 2, Speed Buff 3, Strength Buff 4. Missed seeing the newly refreshed buffs, a smile appeared on Zhou Wen's face. These buffs were practically instant kill tools. He soared into the sky, rushing toward Wang Yunyun at incredible speed. Activating strength, his right hand slightly bulged. He swung a punch at Wang Yunyun's massive boar head. The giant boar, covered in earth-yellow spikes, suddenly froze, as if sensing a fatal threat. She frantically retreated, trying to escape. But she couldn't outrun Zhou Wen. In an instant, Zhou Wen was in front of her. He threw a punch. The fist, carrying terrifying power, struck Wang Yunyun's ferocious boar face directly. -390 Wang Yunyun was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao XX was dumbfounded. Her boar tusks had been broken by Zhou Wen's punch. Zhou Wen walked over. He saw Wang Yunyun's body rapidly shrinking as she lay on the ground, eventually revealing her original form. Wang Yunyun's face was swollen with a large lump. She stared at Zhou Wen in shock, her eyes gradually showing a hint of joy. She tried to counterattack, but her body suddenly turned into faint white light. The Holy Grail system began expelling her. Target number 4465 has been killed. 2% token increase obtained. Killed a sniper, earning double token increase. Zhou Wen remained expressionless. Zhao XX looked puzzled. Wang Yunyun wasn't dead, so why did her body turn into white light? With the system declaring her dead, Zhao XX had no clue about the secret behind all this. Just moments ago, Zhou Wen had used his inner force to shatter Wang Yunyun's brain with a single punch. Her body hadn't even registered what had happened yet, so naturally, she didn't realize she was already dead. Zhou Wen cast a calm glance at Zhao XX and said, "Let's go." Zhao XX retracted all the poison dragons, his face brimming with admiration. "Oh my god! How is he so strong? What is his talent, exactly?" Zhao XX grew more and more astonished. To him, Zhou Wen felt like one of those special abilities that appeared in each Holy Grail war, something unique and extraordinary. Zhou Wen, however, had no idea what Zhao XX was thinking. He was merely fixated on the number of remaining players, lost in thought. Currently, there were 34 players left. Calculating the token multiplier, that meant 68%. Not bad. Zhou Wen was now pondering how he could eliminate all the remaining players in one go. He didn't want to waste time hunting them down one by one. If the other players heard this, they would probably be in tears. Some of them, including a few snipers, were already plotting how to counter-snipe Zhou Wen. Yet Zhou Wen had begun devising a plan to catch them all in one fell swoop. The city lay in ruins. Collapsed walls and dark, shadowy buildings were scattered everywhere. The once intense gunfire had begun to fade as everyone moved into the final zone. Splash Jump. This jump grants 7 buffs. Buff 1, Levitation. Buff 2, Extreme Speed. Buff 3, Recovery. Buff 4, Super Strength. Buff 5, Vaporization. Buff 6, Plunder. Buff 7, Seize. Zhou Wen unlocked 7 buffs. At this point, he was practically invincible, with no weaknesses whatsoever. Recovery, Vaporization, Super Strength, Extreme Speed, these buffs were his staples. As long as he refreshed, Zhou Wen could almost always secure them. On his way, he managed to take out 3 more players. Winning the match would grant him an additional 30% token bonus. Now, there were only 29 players left. While this was still a significant number, these were all seasoned veterans, not the usual rookies. Ambushing them might be difficult, but they were definitely skilled at survival. Among the remaining players in the final zone was someone Zhou Wen and his group had encountered earlier, a random solo player. This guy was armed with a fully equipped M416 and decked out in level 2 gear. Using his talent, Nang Kai, he had managed to rob several people along the way. Even if he didn't win this match, securing a spot in the top 4 would still earn him a decent amount of tokens. As he thought about this, he looked up at the sky and his face instantly froze. His gaze became blank as he stared, dumbfounded, at the heavens. After entering the final zone, Zhou Wen racked his brain but couldn't come up with a foolproof way to eliminate everyone at once. So, he decided to pull off an ultimate move. As soon as he acquired the levitation and extreme speed buffs, he immediately flew into the sky, observing the players below from above. This move had a nickname, Paratrooper No. 1, Lubenwei. The flying hack is now activated. That's right. Zhou Wen, wielding a light machine gun, was flying steadily through the air, surveying the surroundings from above. The solo player on the ground saw Zhou Wen and had a vague feeling that he looked familiar. But for the moment, he couldn't recall from where. He only knew for sure that Zhou Wen was on his team this match. To Zhou, this was the only viable method left. The solo player stared at Zhou as he flew around with a light machine gun and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is he insane? How dare he fly in the air? Doesn't that make you a sitting duck?" he thought. However, Zhou, flying in the air, seemed to have locked onto a target. His figure moved swiftly up, down, left, and right. The previously silent final circle suddenly erupted with gunfire. Soon, the surroundings returned to a deathly silence. A passerby couldn't help but glance at the system's global message. It showed that another player had just been taken out by Zhou. The passerby was shocked. Impossible, is he really this strong? He felt that Zhou looked very familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, but couldn't recall exactly where. Zhou continued flying through the air. As soon as someone dared to fire, he would detect it immediately. With a mental strength of 26 points, it was no joke. He would rush to the player's side at the fastest speed and take them out with a few shots. Zhou scanned the surroundings and spotted another target. His figure flickered, leaving an afterimage in the air, and he appeared directly in front of the player. Ha! This player turned out to be his passerby teammate. The passerby was startled by Zhou's sudden appearance and instinctively raised his fully equipped M416. Realizing it was a teammate, he lowered his gun and let out a sigh of relief. Zhou smiled at him and said, "What are you doing here? Want to head into the final circle together?" The passerby coldly shook his head, rejecting Zhou's invitation. Without saying another word, he walked straight into the depths of the final circle. The passerby gave the impression that he could survive in the final circle entirely on his own. After all, he had a powerful talent, Nankai. B-level talent, Nankai. Description: you can open a door behind a player to the south of you. This was a perfect skill for ambushes. At that moment, the passerby caught sight of a player ahead out of the corner of his eye. With a flick of his hand, a phantom-like light door appeared in front of him. He dove in and appeared directly behind the player. The fully equipped M416 immediately opened fire. The player, completely unprepared, was instantly taken out by the passerby. Zhou, flying in the sky, witnessed this scene and nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to the passerby. The passerby provocatively looked up at Zhou in the sky, but Zhou had already flown away, ignoring him. The passerby wasn't angry and crouched down to loot the box. He didn't realize that not far away, another player had conjured. A few players trembled all over when they saw Zhou's figure, their faces filled with fear. It was clear they had recognized this great demon king. After avenging his random teammates, Zhou once again soared into the sky. Bullets came at him from all directions. Zhou completely ignored the incoming bullets. As the bullets hit, the durability of his bulletproof vest and helmet was completely depleted. The Holy Grail system interface kept popping up with vaporization resistance notifications. The bullets took away a fixed amount of health, but Zhou did not retreat. His recovery buff quickly restored his health, regenerating every second. What truly made Zhou fearless in the face of the dense barrage of bullets was a new buff he had just acquired, the last one to appear. A player who specialized in monitoring health bars stared at Zhou's health bar, his face suddenly changing. The gun in his hand froze as he stood there dumbfounded, staring at Zhou standing high in the sky. Zhou's new buff had given him a gray health bar. Buff: delay damage you take will be converted into a gray health bar, which will slowly recover after a 1-second delay. This portion of health will gradually regenerate. All the damage Zhou took turned into a gray health bar, which then quickly regenerated. His regeneration speed was actually on par with the damage the players were dealing to him. The gunfire continued, and one player shouted, "Lock on grenade." He threw a fragmentation grenade from his hand. The grenade, as if equipped with navigation, flew precisely toward Zhou. Zhou was powerless to stop it and could only watch as the grenade landed beside him. With a loud boom, the grenade exploded. Several players below saw the explosion and their faces changed. Did it kill him? Did it kill him? They shouted anxiously. Triss and the others also witnessed Zhou taking the grenade head-on. Triss looked a bit worried. Li Ba and Zhao XX glanced at the explosion in the sky, then went back to their own tasks, not worried about Zhou at all. In the sky, the smoke cleared, revealing Zhou's smiling face. The players below, seeing this scene, looked as if they had seen a ghost, their mouths agape. "Is this even human?" they murmured. Surviving a direct hit from a fragmentation grenade without dying. More players turned pale. They recognized Zhou, the ruthless and terrifying Demon King. Some lost their will to fight, only hoping to suffer less pain before their inevitable deaths. With just this round of attacks, Joe had already pinpointed the locations of several other players. He flew directly toward them, firing his light machine gun continuously. The players in front of him were as fragile as paper, unable to put up any resistance. You have killed target number 8848, gain 2% token boost. You have killed target number 6666, gain 2% token boost. Before long, Joe had reduced the remaining 20-plus players to just 9. He glanced at the number of players left and finally put away his gun, fearing that in his excitement, he might forget to retrieve the divine power fragments. Now it's time to find the divine power fragments, Joe thought, returning to the hiding spot where Triss and the others were. He shared his plan with them. Apart from Triss, who said she would go with him, the other two pretended not to hear and continued with their own tasks. Liba kept working on Molotov cocktails, while Zhao XX sat cross-legged in meditation, fully focused. The two of them glanced up at Joe, their faces full of indifference. Joe sighed helplessly, thinking, "You two are already so strong, do you even need our help?" Seeing them lying motionless like salted fish, Joe had no choice but to take Telesiah's small hand and head toward the location of the divine power fragment marked on the beast hide map. Passing through streets ravaged by war, Joe arrived at the entrance of a convenience store. The shop had a red signboard with large characters that read, "Come again convenience store." He looked inside through the window and saw someone sitting there. Joe pushed the door open and walked in. After a few steps, he saw a young man sitting on a chair, holding a comic book in his hand. "You're here," the young man said to Joe without taking his eyes off the comic book. Joe was a bit surprised and nodded in response, "I'm here." Telesiah curiously wandered around the convenience store, looking at various snacks. She picked up a pack of sunflower seeds, tried to open it, and began munching. Hearing her crunching sounds, the young man glanced up at Joe. Joe looked at him and was startled. "You're the person from earlier." The young man nodded indifferently, stood up from the chair, and tossed the comic book aside. He was dressed in clean white clothes, with features as delicate as a painting, looking extremely handsome. If he appeared in the real world, he would undoubtedly captivate many girls. Joe looked at his handsome face and sighed. "His looks are decent, but still a bit inferior to mine." Telesiah, who was munching on sunflower seeds nearby, heard this and nodded in agreement. The young man was at most good-looking, but he couldn't compare to Joe's perfect appearance. The young man looked at Joe, and a glowing orb appeared in the palm of his left hand. The orb emitted a faint radiance. Under his control, it gradually shrank, revealing a white shape. He directly tossed the orb to Joe. Joe glanced at it, divine power fragment, from bronze rank, urban gunfight number 002. From the Holy Grail system information, he learned that this was indeed a divine power fragment. Joe couldn't help but look at the young man in surprise. The young man reached into the void with his right hand and pulled out a snow-white longsword that radiated a chilling light. Even though they were only a few steps apart, Joe could feel the icy aura emanating from the sword. The young man slowly spoke, "Joe, I want to fight you." Joe's heart trembled as if struck by lightning. "He actually knows my name." Telesiah, who was munching on sunflower seeds, also stopped, her small eyes narrowing as she listened intently. The young man seemed to know Telesiah well too. He said, "Your heart voice hasn't been cultivated enough yet, so you can't hear my heart voice." At these words, Telesiah's face turned pale with shock. Joe held his breath. The young man in front of him swung the long sword, and the blade transformed into a sharp beam of light, rushing straight at Joe. The piercing killing intent felt like needles stabbing into his spine. Joe hadn't felt this way since his last battle with the Bone King. This guy is no weaker than the Bone King. Joe raised the large machete in his hand, holding it in front of him. Great strength. His muscles tensed as he prepared himself. A flash of cold light. The enemy drew closer and closer. The sword was already in front of Joe. Joe squinted his eyes. The large machete in his hand was like a dormant tiger, its aura restrained. Swish, the sword light passed directly through Joe's body. Yet he was completely unharmed. Joe? He froze, standing there with the large machete raised. The young man across from him saw this and his gaze darkened. He placed his hand behind his back and turned to leave. "I concede." Whom? Joe was dumbfounded. "What? It's over just like that? I was just getting ready to have some fun. I just took off my pants, and now you're leaving?" He felt utterly wronged. That young man had only drawn his sword once, and now he surrendered. The young man ignored Joe Won, sat back on his small chair, and started reading a comic. "You can leave now." His tone remained calm. Joe Won and Triss stood there for a few seconds, bewildered, before walking out of the convenience store. Just as they stepped out, there was a click from the store. Joe Won and Triss turned around. The door was already locked. Joe Won hadn't even processed what had just happened. They went in, grabbed a divine power fragment, and came out? What exactly did his sword cut? Why does this feel so strange? Joe Won scratched his head. Triss, holding half a bag of sunflower seeds, also looked confused. Then Joe Won glanced at the buff on himself and suddenly understood. He had a guess. Sage, that young man just now had used a mental attack. Joe Won happened to be immune to mental attacks, so he wasn't hurt at all. That was the only explanation he could come up with. But as for the real reason, Joe Won wasn't sure. As Joe Won and Triss left the convenience store, the young man sitting inside muttered to himself, "Immune to mental attacks, so he really is a member of the Rebooters Alliance. Looks like I'll be busy in the future. But how exactly is he immune to mental attacks?" The young man couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, the Holy Grail system popped up with a message. His pupils shrank sharply. The calm expression on his face shattered like a stone hitting a still lake, rippling with shock. The young man stood up abruptly, and in a flash, his figure disappeared. The convenience store returned to silence. Joe Won placed the divine power fragment he had just obtained into his small backpack, preparing to continue clearing out the remaining players. Just then, a portal of light suddenly appeared to his left, and bullets came flying out wildly. Gray mist rose from Joe Won's body. Several bullets hit him, leaving a few bloody holes, but the wounds quickly healed. Aside from some bloodstains indicating he had been injured, there was nothing else. After the bullets stopped, a player emerged from the portal. He had been full of excitement, but upon seeing Joe Won, his face immediately froze, turning pale with fright. He tried to retreat back into the portal, but Joe Won was faster. He grabbed the player and pulled him out. The portal summoned by the player disappeared instantly. Joe Won pinned him to the ground, his face ashen. Joe Won glanced at him, pulled out a DP-28 light machine gun, and fired 2 shots into his head. The player was killed on the spot. Joe Won muttered, "Why do I keep running into players with portal abilities?" As the buff time ended, Joe Won lightly jumped in place. Water leap. The buff refreshed. The final circle began to shrink. Joe Won floated in the air, overlooking the city below and the distant sea. The players hiding in the buildings gritted their teeth in frustration. Some even started complaining about their bad luck. Among them, one player, fully equipped with airdrop gear, remained calm. He peeked out, using his scope to lock onto Joe Won in the air. Holding his breath, he steadied himself, then ducked back in before peeking out again. Interrupt! After a few attempts, he pulled the trigger. A bullet shot straight toward Joe Won's temple, aiming to pierce through his skull. But just then, a strange gray mist suddenly emerged from Joe Won's body. The player, seeing this, immediately ducked back, cursing inwardly, "That damn gray mist again." This player was none other than Bald Strong, who had sworn on the forum to forever snipe Joe Won. He had garnered substantial token support from the player forum, using it all to enhance his attributes. With these upgrades, he was thriving. So far, he had already killed 8 players. Of course, if he managed to take down Joe Won, all the rewards for this round would double, including the token boost from the 8 players he had killed. Thinking about this, Bald Strong felt a surge of excitement. If he succeeded in sniping Joe Won, the favor of major guilds would come pouring in. Top-tier guilds like Blood Eye Order and Balance Guild would surely welcome him enthusiastically. He peeked out again but froze. Because as soon as he looked out, Joe Won's calm and composed face appeared right in front of him. He was so startled that he almost lost his grip on his gun. He pulled the trigger, bullets spraying toward Joe Won. Joe Won's figure flickered, instantly appearing behind him. The plunder skill activated. Bald Strong's rifle vanished without a trace, appearing in Joe Won's hands. Before he could react, Joe Won maintained his gun-holding posture and then delivered a fierce punch to Bald Strong's stomach. Bald Strong fell to the side in pain. No way! How could he possibly find me? Clutching his stomach, Bald Strong was filled with disbelief. Joe Won slowly walked up to him and pulled the trigger. Bald Strong was killed by Joe Won. You have killed target number 4848. Token boost increased by 2%. Killing the sniper triples the end of game token. Reward at this point, besides Joe 1 and 3 others, only 3 players remained on the battlefield. Gunfire rang out again. Joe 1 took down the 2 remaining players in the final circle. But apart from Zhao XX, there was still one player whose whereabouts were unknown. Joe 1 surveyed from above. The entire safe zone had shrunk to its smallest size. Yet he still couldn't locate the player. His brows furrowed. Where could that person be hiding? Joe 1 had already instructed Triss and the others to thoroughly search all possible hiding spots. No trace was found. Li Ba, busy tinkering with Molotov cocktails, suddenly spoke up, "Brother 1, could we be dealing with a health-lock cheat? That person might be staying outside the safe zone." Zhao XX chimed in, "Maybe it's an invisibility cheat, we can't see them at all." Hearing this, Joe 1's expression grew serious. If this continued, all their previous efforts might be wasted. But where exactly was that player hiding? In a small clearing outside the city, a player looked pale. His health was rapidly depleting, but he kept consuming medicine to recover, swapping guns and ammo. His health surged back up. He ran desperately. His talent was an A-grade recovery enhancement. Especially after activation, he could even decompose equipment into medicine to restore health. Thus, he was practically immortal. But now, he was in big trouble. His equipment and medicine were nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he anxiously ran toward a nearby building. He cursed his short legs and regretted not investing more in agility attributes. He had to grab weapons and equipment to recover his health. However, there was still some distance to the nearest building. He feared he wouldn't make it. Gritting his teeth, his eyes showed unwillingness. Damn it! But he still refused to give up hope for survival. He sprinted across the field. Suddenly, he spotted a treasure chest dropped by a wild monster ahead. Seeing the chest, he froze for a moment, then burst into joy, shouting, "Ha! The heavens won't abandon me!" He rushed to the treasure chest and opened it in one swift motion. At first, he saw an empty chest. Then, he noticed a smoke grenade placed beside it. The smoke grenade began releasing white smoke. Immediately after, boom! A loud explosion echoed. The player was killed on the spot by a fragmentation grenade disguised as a smoke grenade. Joe 1, who was frowning and pondering in the sky, suddenly noticed that the number of players on the game interface had decreased by 1. The cause of death showed that the smoke fragmentation grenade was thrown by Li Ba. Li Ba, who was busy tinkering with Molotov cocktails nearby, froze in shock. The system displayed that he had just eliminated a player using the smoke fragmentation grenade. Li Ba? Li Ba immediately became excited. "Brother 1, I just killed that player with the smoke fragmentation grenade." Joe 1 nodded. Zhao XX couldn't help but show an excited smile and began cheering. "Amazing! We won!" The 3 of them immediately turned their gaze to Zhao XX. Joe 1's expression became somewhat serious. Triss stared at him with a peculiar look. Li Ba had a face that seemed like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Zhao XX was initially stunned. Then, he suddenly realized something and shouted in anguish, "Damn it! I'm not on your team." In the end, Triss and Li Ba entrusted the task of eliminating Zhao XX to Joe 1. Zhao XX looked aggrieved and ultimately died under Joe 1's gunfire. Joe 1 and his team successfully claimed victory in the Battle Royale. No other survivors remain in this survival match. Congratulations to your team for achieving first place. This round of the Holy Grail War has ended. Proceeding with token settlement. Kills, 38, tokens earned, 3800 kill performance score, 380 assist performance score, 10 search performance score, 90 survival performance score, 100 total performance score, 580 tokens earned, 580 player obtained the Holy Grail, rewards doubled, tokens earned, 5800 total tokens earned, 9600. Token amplification, 76% counter sniper eliminations, 2 final token settlement total, 46080 token balance, 249340. You have completed the promotion match. Current rank, Silver. Next promotion match trigger requirement, top 5 rankings, 0/5. The screen flashed. All of Joe 1's equipment disappeared instantly. He returned to Li Ba's green car with only the fragment of divine power. Back in the small truck, Joe 1 and his team breathed a sigh of relief. Triss's cheeks were slightly flushed, her excitement evident. Li Ba appeared somewhat dazed, his expression complex. During the settlement, Joe 1 stared at the tokens in his hand, lost in thought. If he exchanged the tokens for lifespan now, he could easily live for 200 years. By then, technological advancements might even cure his legs. Joe 1 pondered deeply. Meanwhile, the system displayed a prompt, returning to player space. Shortly, Joe successfully advanced to the silver rank, and the system forcibly transported him back to the small truck. The truck began upgrading, its capacity expanding, though it wasn't particularly useful. Seeing Joe leave without saying goodbye, Triss pouted and shot a glare at Liba. She returned to her own small truck and browsed the player forum. Soon, a post caught her attention. Shocking! My talent can actually be used in real life. Triss stared at the post, lost in thought. My name is Zhu Xiaoming, an ordinary bronze player who just entered the Holy Grail War 2 months ago. Today, I actually used my talent in real life. Attention! This is not a joke. My talent is terrible, so don't worry. In the middle of the post, there was a screenshot, E-level talent, Old Wang's charm, description. You once studied beside Old Wang for a period of time, gained 500 points of attraction to elderly women. Triss? Someone replied below, just disperse already. Another crazy kid has lost it. What kind of talent is this? It's so useless. Then the poster updated again. Today, the landlady came to collect rent, and when she saw me, she froze. Tears streamed down her face as she said I look like her late husband, held my hand, and talked to me for a long time. Not only did she waive the rent, but she also said that if I ever don't want to work hard, I can come to her. Before leaving, she even gave me 50,000 yuan. Of course, I'm a self-reliant and strong young man, and I would never live off someone else. Later, I tried it elsewhere. The square dance ladies couldn't move when they saw me. One of them gave me 20,000 yuan just to chat with her. The rest of the ladies went crazy, fighting to give me money, almost causing a brawl. Just got out of the police station. What should I do? The post was flooded with curses below. Triss? In reality, talents can't be used? In the cabinet where Joe stored fragments of divine power, there was now a large white orb of light. Inside, there were already 3 differently colored orbs, one blue, one dark, and one white, each from a different battlefield. On the cabinet were also 2 items, a worn-out map and an invitation letter. Nearby was the place where he stored Holy Grail points. There, a small Holy Grail had appeared. Holy Grail points remaining, 11. Joe glanced at his small truck, which now had a much larger capacity than before. The truck's body emitted a silvery white glow. Suddenly, Joe seemed to think of something. He looked far into the roadside greenery. The area was still bustling with activity. Wild animals frolicked in the grass. Trees, wild grass, and flowers grew freely. Everything seemed normal. Rabbits ran, and deer softly called out. Joe finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, when he had partnered with Xiang Lei before, the sides of the truck had been covered with severed limbs. But Joe was unaware. Everything before him was just a facade. The bodies of those animals had already begun to undergo subtle mutations. On the grassland, a wild rabbit was nibbling on the grass. Suddenly, it stopped and looked at Joe. What? A flash of blood red appeared in its eyes. Nearby, a running deer glanced at Joe, and fine blood threads surfaced in its pupils. Joe remained oblivious. Elsewhere, a dark world devoid of light. A dilapidated church stood within. The golden paint on the door had peeled off, revealing blackened wood. Columns had collapsed, and walls had crumbled. The scene was desolate and ruined. From the church's decorations, one could tell how glorious it had once been. In the center of the church was a massive table. 6 people sat around it, all dressed in black robes. The robes were embroidered with different emblems, a blood-red eye, a silver scale, a simple cross, and a silvery white boat. They remained silent. No one spoke first. It seemed they were waiting for something, yet they appeared anxious and uneasy. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden flash of lightning streaked through the darkness. Outside the church, lightning stretched endlessly. The sky was illuminated as if torn apart. Strangely, the lightning was blood-red. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the sky. Finally, at the moment the lightning appeared, the atmosphere inside the church was broken. A person wearing a black robe embroidered with scales spoke in a weary and heavy voice. The golden extreme realm has fallen. There will never again be God-level players. Should we resist the apocalypse? As the words fell, the crowd remained silent. No one responded. Thunder roared, and the world outside seemed to be weeping. A person in a silver-white boat-patterned black robe stood up. Their voice clear, our fate is closely tied to the Holy Grail. If we go, we might die. If we don't go, it's a dead end. After speaking, she left her seat, destination unknown. The dark sky flashed with blood-red lightning once. More. Thunder rolled. Inside the church, no one spoke. Himiko slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes revealed extreme exhaustion. She stared blankly ahead, murmuring softly to herself. Infighting among guilds. Even with disaster looming. It's truly laughable. A faintly mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She returned to her small truck. Her truck appeared ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the body shimmered with a rainbow glow, mysterious and extraordinary. Himiko stood on the truck bed, gazing at the creatures before her, her expression distant. Once upon a time, the roads on either side of the truck were vibrant with life, just like the real world. Everything seemed normal. But now, the land on both sides of the truck was an eerie silver. The plants were also dark silver, emitting a silvery glow, yet without any metallic feel. Strange and abnormal. If someone could see Himiko's world, they would surely be shocked. The running animals were all enveloped in silver light. Their movements resembled teleportation rather than running. Observing closely would send chills down one's spine. Himiko sighed and withdrew her gaze. She opened the system interface and found Joe in her friend list. She began to send a message. Next, I have some things to take care of. Don't act recklessly. There might be anomalies in the real world, so be careful. As she wrote this, Himiko intended to say more but stopped herself. Then, with a gentle flip of her hand, a small token appeared in her palm. The token was crystal clear, as if carved from jade. It had no intricate patterns, only a small boat design. Himiko placed the small boat token into an email and clicked send, sending it to Joe. Shortly after, a small red dot appeared in Himiko's friend list. She clicked to check. It was an invitation from the president of the Order Guild, 6371, inviting Himiko to officially join them and enter the Golden Extreme Realm. The mission was to clear the main forces of the apocalypse and reclaim the Golden Extreme Realm, thereby delaying the awakening of the Holy Grail system. Agree. Himiko chose to join the team. She closed the Holy Grail game interface and sneered, not too foolish yet. Then she continued to gaze into the distance, looking at the silver creatures. Finally, Himiko chuckled self-deprecatingly. After watching for so long, it's getting a bit dull. She then appeared somewhat desolate, gently stroking the Ouroboros tattoo on her right arm, lost in thought. It was unclear what she was thinking. Elsewhere, Joe successfully advanced to the silver rank. But he was kicked out of the game by the Holy Grail system. The system began to upgrade. Joe sat leisurely on the sofa in Liba's grand villa, looking relaxed. He was waiting for Triss and Liba to log off together. His heart was a little excited. After working so hard for so long, he had finally reached the silver rank, with 100 points. Points. I can help you with a loan. Himiko's tempting voice echoed in his ears. A thought from the past flashed through his mind. Finally, his gaze fell on his own legs. He said hoarsely, 10 years, it's been 10 years. At that moment, the Ouroboros tattoo from the Holy Grail system suddenly appeared on his wrist. The silver snake's head, with scarlet light flickering in its eyes. Suddenly, a burning pain radiated from Joe's wrist. The sensation was familiar. He looked down and found that the Ouroboros tattoo had appeared on his wrist at some point. Now it was changing from silver to orange, emitting intense heat as if it were burning. It was extremely painful. Joe frowned, using his right hand to cover his left wrist, trying to conceal the tattoo. His right hand immediately recoiled, reddened from the heat. Watching this scene, Joe endured the pain and fell into deep thought. A battlefield. On a towering, perilous mountain. Smoke and mist enveloped the entire peak. The mountain was barren, devoid of any life or vegetation, exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation. Suddenly, 6 figures in black robes appeared on the mountain. Different emblems hung on their backs. Himiko looked at the mist before her and sighed softly. She had finally stepped into the Golden Extreme Realm. The other black-robed figures, upon entering, immediately scanned their surroundings with vigilance. The Golden Extreme Realm was incredibly dangerous. Now that it was under the control of the Doomsday Forces, the difficulty had multiplied. They were all guild leaders of major organizations and top-tier players, so they had to be especially cautious. Just as they appeared, a dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the mountains. Everyone's expressions changed. The mist suddenly surged in one direction. A woman with intricate patterns embroidered on her back spoke up. Wind follows the tiger, clouds follow the dragon. There's a dragon here. Himiko looked warily in the direction of the dragon's roar. A massive silver dragon emerged from The mist, its body covered in silver scales, majestic and imposing. It was over 20 meters long and about 5 or 6 meters wide. The silver dragon's appearance was almost identical to the legendary divine dragons. Himiko's fighting spirit surged as her mental energy radiated outward, ready to activate her abilities at any moment. Among the group, someone blurted out upon seeing the silver dragon, a dragon in the nascent soul stage. "We can't beat it, retreat immediately." Hearing that it was a nascent soul stage dragon, Himiko also withdrew her fighting spirit. The 6 black-robed figures leaped down the mountain like agile monkeys, reaching the base in mere seconds. The majestic silver dragon flew closer, scanning the now empty mountaintop before letting out another earth-shaking roar. Roar! Seeing no one, the dragon excitedly soared into the sky. Just then, a deeper, more resonant dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. Upon hearing it, the silver dragon froze. Its eyes shifted, and as a wisp of white cloud drifted by, its dragon form dissipated. In an instant, it transformed into a handsome scholar dressed in white. He held a folding fan in his hand and slowly flew to the mountaintop where the crowd had just been. Gazing at the gradually departing group, his eyes seemed to carry a hint of a smile. A few guild leaders flew a short distance away and stopped at a secluded spot. The silver dragon did not pursue them, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the Golden Extreme Realm is a cultivation world where every person and every creature is incredibly powerful. Even though they were now god-level players, they were still considered minor characters in the cultivation world. Some god-level players with strong attack talents had combat power here equivalent only to the nascent soul stage. If they encountered an old monster at the soul formation stage alone, the result would be certain death. At that moment, a task issued by the Holy Grail system popped up on everyone's interface. Task, search, objective, find the world source orb left behind during the Doomsday Invasion, ****. As long as this orb is eliminated, the Golden Extreme Realm will gain a certain immunity to the Doomsday Invasion. At that point, the powerful cultivation system would automatically activate the laws to resist the apocalypse. This way, neither the god-level players nor the Holy Grail system would need to intervene further. After all, the native inhabitants of this world were incredibly strong. After all, the history of this cultivation extreme realm could be traced back several epochs. The world source orb. Himiko looked at the message and felt something was off. The apocalypse hadn't sent an army but instead sent an orb? She pondered silently. At this moment, Guild Leader 6371 of the Order Guild proposed a suggestion. Searching for the world source orb is crucial. I suggest we split into teams. Splitting up will be more efficient. Hearing this, the Blood-Eye Guild leader scoffed disdainfully. Cut, we only have 6 people. Are you planning to go 3 per team or 2 per team? The leader of the Myriad Flowers Guild followed up. We can split into teams, but how should we divide them? 2 per team. 6371 and the Balance Guild leader said in unison. The two exchanged smiles, their thoughts aligned. The Spirit Race Guild leader, however, seemed not to hear and stood alone, lost in thought. What about you? What do you think? Everyone turned their gaze to Himiko. She shook her head and responded calmly, I have no objections. Then we'll proceed with this plan. Everyone nodded. The final team assignments were 6371 and Himiko in one team, Balance and Myriad Flowers in another, and Blood-Eye and Spirit Race in the last. Blood-Eye was clearly dissatisfied. Hey, this must be a mistake, right? Why do I have to team up with that cold, rigid boar? That's so dull. I want to team up with Myriad Flowers. 6371 and the Balance Guild leader looked at Myriad Flowers. The Myriad Flowers Guild leader directly ignored them. Everyone knew that the Myriad Flowers Guild leader was a graceful and charming woman. Of course, Blood-Eye was always frivolous. After his complaints were ignored, the group proceeded with the assigned teams. After splitting up, 6371 walked over to Himiko. He stared at her intently, his gaze sharp, carrying a hint of scrutiny. But Himiko saw panic and confusion in his eyes. She lowered her head and thought to herself, being used against my will. Her knuckles turned white, and anger surged within her. Then she relaxed her body and unclenched her fists. Her mental energy spread out, causing 6371 to become dazed. Finally, she withdrew her mental energy and moved westward with 6371 to search for the world source orb. The cultivation world was vast and boundless, making this task incredibly challenging. The group began to act according to their assigned teams. 2 people per group. And even if they encountered beings at the nascent soul stage, they could barely manage. After all, they were the elite among hundreds of thousands. Himiko and 6371 moved through the dense forest. The flickering interference light in Himiko's eyes left 6371 bewildered. He no longer looked like a guild leader, appearing disheveled and helpless. He stared at Himiko in confusion. What should I do? Himiko said nothing. With a cold expression, she walked up to 6371 and raised her right hand. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as Himiko struck 6371 hard across the face. The slap instantly dispelled the confusion in 6371's eyes, replacing it with anger. What are you doing? He asked coldly. Himiko sneered, I'm helping you wake up. If I remember correctly, when he left back then, he told you to manage the Holy Grail game and the order in reality properly. Everything must prioritize order above all else. Hearing this, 6371 seemed struck by lightning. Retreating 2 steps. He stammered, how do you know about that? You know him, don't you? 6371 suddenly became agitated, rushing to Himiko and trying to grab her shoulders. But an invisible force surged from Himiko, pulling 6371's hands down with a heavy gravity. He didn't notice the change, his eyes filled only with longing. Himiko slowly shook her head. The person he is now is not who he used to be. I'm just as lost as you are. But don't forget your original intention. He named your guild order for a reason. You need to figure it out yourself. He's not who he used to be now. The guild leader of Order 6371 stared blankly into the distance, muttering to himself. Himiko seized the moment to stir his emotions. 6371's body trembled, and he immediately shook off his earlier gloom. Once again, he exuded the aura befitting the leader of a large guild. Himiko squinted as a sense of righteousness rose from 6371. It was his fighting spirit. Himiko nodded silently. Let's go. 6371 took off his hoodie, revealing a simple, honest smile. It was the first time Himiko had seen 6371's true face. She thought to herself, as expected. Just as he said, he looks like an honest young man. Elsewhere, with all 4 guild leaders having left, the Spirit Guild leader remained standing in place. Beside him was Blood Eye. Blood Eye looked at the Spirit Guild leader, feeling a bit irritated. Hey, are you leaving or not? What are you standing here for? Blood Eye kicked at stones out of boredom. Among all the guild leaders, only the Spirit Guild leader, or rather, the entire Spirit Guild, seemed mentally unhinged. Their goal wasn't to win first place but to prey on the battlefield. The Spirit Guild leader, still standing in place, suddenly spoke, the end of days will come, why struggle? Hearing this, Blood Eye felt a chill down his spine. He took several steps back, warily watching the Spirit Guild leader. The Spirit Guild leader removed his hoodie, revealing a face emaciated from chemotherapy. His complexion was pale, devoid of hair. His skin clung tightly to his bones, the contours of his skeleton clearly visible. It was hard to imagine how much pain he had endured in reality. Blood Eye froze, then noticed the blood-red patterns gradually appearing on the Spirit Guild leader's body. His heart sank. The Spirit Guild leader slowly walked toward Blood Eye. Seeing this, Blood Eye also removed his hoodie, revealing an arrogant face. A face that in reality might get punched the moment it appears. He stared at the Spirit Clan leader. Spiral patterns emerged in his eyes, and a pair of identical blood-red eyes appeared in the void behind him. The blood-red eyes launched an attack first. A flash of blood-colored light streaked by. However, the Spirit Clan leader remained unscathed, steadily advancing forward. How is this possible? The blood-red eyes showed an awkward expression. At their level, no attack would be taken lightly. Why was his attack completely ineffective against the Spirit Clan leader? The Spirit Clan leader walked up to him without attacking but instead displayed his innate ability. Apostle talent, divine petition description, gain the favor of a deity through rituals. Note 1, the existence of deities far surpasses the Holy Grail system. Note 2, deals with deities are never fair. Note 3, the existence of Doomsday is on par with deities. Doomsday blessing, talents of Doomsday faction. Players are effective in reality. Then, he leaned close to the blood-red eyes and whispered a few words. The blood-red eyes showed a shaken expression. The Spirit Clan leader then pulled out a blood-red scroll from the void. The signature at the bottom read Doomsday. He intended to sign a contract with the blood-red eyes. Come, join us. The blood-red eyes hesitated for a moment before decisively pressing his handprint on the contract. Who shall we start with? The Spirit Clan leader gazed westward and said slowly, Noah. Elsewhere, the president of the Balance Guild and the president of the Myriad Blossoms Guild stood on a vast plain. Both were highly alert, ready to face any dangers that might arise in the extreme realm. Suddenly, the wind surged, and a colorful tiger, accompanied by a nauseating stench, blocked their path. They immediately used the Holy Grail system to scan it, discovering that the tiger was merely a nascent, soul-level demon beast. Feeling slightly relieved, they began to act. You cover me, the Balance Guild president said calmly. His black robe billowed in the wind as he moved like lightning. Skilled. In close combat, his moves were simple and direct, with no unnecessary actions or wasted energy. Yet every strike carried immense destructive power. The Myriad Blossoms Guild president, on the other hand, displayed a completely different style. A few pristine petals materialized in the void around her, drifting slowly toward the tiger despite the absence of wind. Seeing these petals, the Balance Guild president immediately began to dodge nimbly, ensuring he did not come into contact with them. He was extremely wary of the petals, fearing their potential effects. The petals finally landed gently on the tiger. The Myriad Blossoms Guild president formed a seal with her hands. The petals instantly radiated starlight, and light bands appeared. The petals connected to form a semicircular halo. The tiger, which had been fiercely battling the Balance Guild president, suddenly froze. Its entire body went limp, completely losing its combat ability. A trace of human-like fear and anger flickered in its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the Balance Guild president delivered a punch, killing the nascent soul-level colorful tiger instantly. After slaying the tiger, he glanced at the petals summoned by the Myriad Blossoms Guild president, his eyes filled with deep respect. The tiger's corpse quickly dissipated, transforming into a treasure chest. Treasure chest grade, a description, from a nascent soul-level demon tiger, containing rare materials such as 1,000-year tiger bones and tiger whip. However, the two presidents did not open the chest. They merely gave it a quick glance before ignoring it. This was not because they looked down on the treasure chest. In the realm of cultivation, every action could sow the seeds of karma. The rules of this world are based on cause and effect. They had suffered significant losses in the past, sacrificing much for little when attempting to ascend to God level. Players. The two continued running into the distance. Where exactly was the orb of the world's source hidden? They traversed plains and forests, eventually arriving at the edge of a pond. From afar, a bright orb floated in the water. The president of Balance stopped at the pond's edge, maintaining a distance of 100 steps, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the orb. The orb was pure white, about the size of a baby's fist. It floated quietly on the water's surface, undisturbed by any external force, emitting a soft, milky glow. The dark and chilly pond had become warm because of this orb. Orb of the world source type, world corruption item origin, apocalypse. A thin layer of mist shrouded the pond. The president of Blossoms observed the scene and said, in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, this pond should be the lair of that 1,000-year-old flood dragon. The president of Balance nodded solemnly. He then closed his eyes, entering a state of emptiness to sense any anomalies in the surroundings. His talent was S-rank balance type, with no particular strengths or weaknesses. This talent had no counter, making it difficult for any opponent to suppress him. Many guild leaders who had faced him found themselves at a loss. The president of Balance extended his mental energy outward, carefully sensing the subtle changes on the ground, at the pond's edge, on the water's surface, and beneath it. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright. He exhaled deeply, the white mist from his breath visible in the air as it dispersed. The president of Blossoms nodded silently. How is it? She asked. The president of Balance stepped forward. It's fine. The 1,000-year-old flood dragon inside should have been suppressed by the power of the orb of the world's source. It's already dead, so there's no danger. With that, he walked to the edge of the pond. Hearing his assessment, the president of Blossoms moved her fingers slightly, causing ripples to appear in the void. Countless pink petals danced in the air, encircling the entire pond. The petals automatically arranged themselves into a pattern. The mist above the pond gradually merged into the petals. The petal-formed array sealed the entire pond. Next, the petals floated in the void, forming an invisible barrier. Countless beams of light intertwined into traces, eventually condensing into a formation. Suddenly, a flower composed of light bloomed in the air. The president of Blossoms removed her black robe, revealing the face of a cold and dignified yet subtly alluring woman. Every movement she made exuded an air of superiority, clearly indicating that she was no ordinary person in reality. Her eyes sparkled as she guided countless petals to fall from the void, quietly forming a powerful array. Formation, blossoms level, A-type, derivative effect, blocks. Internal and external detection, concealing the karma of the cultivation world. Once the formation was complete, the president of Blossom's face turned slightly pale. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "This pond is now completely sealed by my formation. No aura will leak out. Even if we take the orb of the world's source, those creatures from the Apocalypse faction won't notice. Let's act quickly." Standing by the pond, the president of Balance nodded. In a flash, he appeared behind the president of Blossoms. A sharp pain erupted in the chest of the Wanhua guild leader. She looked down in shock, only to see a hand piercing straight through her chest, gripping her still beating heart tightly. Turning her head toward the attacker, she saw it was none other than the guild leader of the Balance Guild. A gust of wind blew past, lifting the hood of the Balance Guild leader, revealing a cold, indifferent face. The Wanhua Guild leader stared at her pierced chest, her expression filled with complexity. Why? The Balance Guild leader withdrew his hand and tossed the heart to the ground as if discarding trash. He then pulled out a cloth and meticulously wiped the blood off his hand. "There's no why. I am simply a member of the Apocalypse faction." As soon as he finished speaking, blood-red patterns emerged on his body, revealing his allegiance to the Apocalypse faction. Apocalypse? Upon hearing the word, the Wanhua Guild leader's gaze turned complicated. She stared blankly at her pierced heart. Was this all premeditated? The Balance Guild leader nodded, waved his right hand, and a pearl from the pond flew into his grasp. It wasn't the world source pearl at all but the inner core of a 1,000-year-old flood dragon. 1,000-year flood dragon inner core, grade, rare, attribute, can disguise itself as any object, usable only twice. Note, the 1,000 years of cultivation of the flood dragon is nothing more than a magical prop. The Wanhua Guild leader collapsed to the ground, her vacant eyes staring at the sky. She had failed. Although the Wanhua formation had blocked the cause and effect of her death, as a god-tier player with immense vitality, she couldn't help but voice the question buried deep in her heart. Why did you do this? Did 6371 betray us too? The Balance Guild leader, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the dying Wanhua Guild leader, a trace of emotion flickering across his face. "You should know, my talent is grade A balance. Although the Holy Grail system gave me a chance to advance, there was still a gap between me and you all. I don't want balance. I want to break through everything with sheer power and become the strongest. The Apocalypse faction can give me that chance. As for whether 6371 betrayed you, that has nothing to do with me." After saying this, his expression turned cold again. He turned and walked out of the Wanhua formation, the blood-red patterns on his body gradually becoming more pronounced. The Wanhua Guild leader watched as the Balance Guild leader slowly left the formation she had set up. A bitter smile appeared on her face before she quietly fell to the ground, leaving the world without a sound. At the same time, her soul was absorbed by the Apocalypse system within the Balance Guild leader. A system notification appeared before the Balance Guild leader. God-tier player killed, soul harvested, grade S talent balance beginning advancement. Upon leaving this battlefield, talent will advance to grade SS balance. Seeing this notification, the Balance Guild leader clenched his fist. His figure flickered and disappeared from the golden extreme realm. Elsewhere, Blood Eye and the spirit race stood in place, a blood-formed magic array beneath their feet. The array was adorned with various items that did not belong to this cultivation world. Each was soaked in blood and grotesque in shape, clearly relics from apocalyptic creatures of other worlds. Blood Eye and the spirit race were not searching for the world source pearl. They weren't summoning a random avatar of an evil god either. Instead, they were using the corpses of apocalyptic creatures to set up the array. A.M. Diladon. A.M. Diladon. The spirit race knelt before the magic array, their expression devout as they prayed. Blood Eye watched intently and slowly imitated the actions of the spirit clan, kneeling down and reciting strange prayers. Although the movements and words were peculiar, they conveyed a solemn and reverent atmosphere. Blood Eye's expression grew more serious. The blood-colored magic array began to emit a strong scent of blood. At the center of the array, a slowly opening portal of light appeared. Blood Eye widened his eyes, staring intently at the portal. A chilling sense of oppression emanated from it. In a daze, Blood Eye felt as if he were facing an unspeakable, terrifying entity. The portal began to tremble, as if something was about to emerge from within. Just as they completed the magic array, in this cultivation world, a deafening tiger roar echoed from deep within a certain mountain. The roar pierced the skies, and all living creatures in the mountain range immediately knelt to the ground. At the center of the mountain range was a tiger clan settlement. Upon hearing the roar, the demon tiger's eyes filled with reverence and envy, and they all bowed in respect. A massive tiger, over 100 meters long, slowly descended from a towering peak. Its fur was black and white, revealing it to be a white tiger. The white tiger's eyes glimmered with a cold golden light as it gazed from afar at the location where Blood Eye and the Spirit Clan were setting up the array. It raised its paw and swung it forcefully. In the void where the Spirit Clan and Blood Eye were praying, a gigantic tiger paw suddenly appeared and struck down fiercely. The two were knocked to the ground, and the magic array was instantly destroyed. The Spirit Clan member, hit by the sudden attack, spat out blood. Already on the brink of death, his face turned even paler, as if he might perish at any moment. More importantly, the portal began to vanish, severing the Spirit Clan's connection to the offspring of the evil god in the void. The Spirit Clan member shouted, "No!" His eyes filled with rage before he fainted. Beside him, Blood Eye was also injured but not as severely. He first lay on the ground pretending to be dead, observing that the owner of the tiger paw did not continue attacking, and then quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly, he got up and walked to the Spirit Clan leader's side. He crouched down, lifted the leader's eyelids, and carefully checked. Confirming that he was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief, sat on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Good, he's not dead. Good, he's not dead." Then, Blood Eye's eyes turned red again as he activated his innate ability. A phantom appeared behind him, and a pair of blood-red pupils slowly dripped crimson liquid. This liquid transformed into real blood, covering the Spirit Clan leader's body. The leader's originally pale complexion gradually regained its color. However, Blood Eye seemed mentally exhausted. After a while, the Spirit Clan leader finally opened his eyes slowly and sat up. He looked at Blood Eye and understood what had just happened. With a serious expression, he said, "This cultivation world has some monsters whose strength rivals that of gods on land. They haven't joined the Doomsday faction, but due to the restrictions of the Holy Grail system, they can't kill us. However, they can destroy our magic arrays. Let's set this matter aside for now. First, we need to kill GZ. Sacrifice her flesh and blood to the evil god. Then, you and I will gain immense power." The Spirit Clan leader closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then he began walking in the direction GZ and 6371 had left. Blood Eye gave the leader a deep look and silently followed him. In the real world, Joe sat on the sofa, waiting for Triss and Liba to return. A few seconds later, Triss and Liba suddenly appeared in reality. Joe finally understood that his return was also a sudden appearance. He secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he had stayed in his room the whole time, otherwise, his sudden appearance might have scared Zhou Yun. Back in reality, Triss's expression was somewhat strange. Liba suddenly let out a loud shout and rushed to his laboratory, busy with something unknown. "What's wrong, Triss?" Zhou Yun noticed her expression. Triss stared at Zhou Yun in a daze and said, "Zhou Yun, I just heard on the player forum that talents can't be used in reality? Can't be used in reality?" Zhou Yun recalled the scene where GZ used her talent to kill two ordinary people and felt a bit puzzled. Then, he suddenly realized something. Oh, logically speaking, talents shouldn't be usable in reality. Although only 10,000 people participated in the Holy Grail game, there would always be some psychologically twisted individuals. If talents could really be used, news would have broken out long ago. At this moment, Zhou Yun thought of Liba. Liba could actually use his talent in reality. Zhou Yun was thrilled. But he suddenly thought of a problem. What about me? He realized that he could only randomly acquire talents. When entering the battlefield, normally, he had no abilities at all. Would he really have to rely on the system's store to exchange for them? Zhou Yun frowned. The 240,000 tokens he had were only enough to buy 1/5 of an SSS level talent. It would take several months to save up. After all, an SSS level talent costs 1 million tokens and requires 5 points as well. Currently, the only thing Zhou Yun could exchange for was a B-level sand fruit. The price wasn't low either, 800,000 tokens. Zhou Yun almost spat out in frustration. The price was simply outrageous. It would be better to spend the money on improving his physical stats. Actually, there were other ways. Zhou Yun fell into deep thought. Just then, Liba suddenly let out a shout of excitement from his small laboratory. Ah! I did it! He then walked out holding something the size of a fist, his face full of excitement and a silly grin. Liba displayed the item in his hand. It was a round, spherical object with a pull ring, lying quietly in his palm. What is this? Triss asked dumbly. But when Zhou saw the item in Liba's hand, his whole body trembled, and he backed up several steps, pushing his wheelchair backward. That's a grenade. Liba, like a child who had won a prize, proudly held up the grenade. Triss looked at him speechlessly. Ah! She also let out a scream and hid behind Zhou Wen. Ahem! Zhou Wen coughed to cover his nervousness. Liba, quickly take that thing away. If it explodes, we're done for. After being reminded, Liba suddenly realized and nodded, carrying the grenade out. After walking a few steps, he stopped, his face full of excitement, and raised his eyebrows at Zhou Wen. Wait, I have to test the power of this thing. After saying that, he ran outside excitedly, pulled the pin, and threw the grenade. A few seconds later, boom! 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 A loud explosion erupted, and a cloud of black smoke rose. Zhou Wen and Triss's ears buzzed, and both were stunned. Although Liba's ears were also ringing, he shouted excitedly, I did it! I did it! From now on, I can make grenades too. I'll be the biggest arms dealer in the future. He stood with his hands on his hips, his face covered in soot from the explosion. Zhou Wen took a deep breath and led Triss outside. Beside Liba's small villa, a large pit, about 4 or 5 meters wide, had appeared, with charred marks radiating outward. Liba turned excitedly and ran back to the laboratory. Zhou Wen and Triss called out to him, but he wouldn't stop. The two exchanged a glance. Triss's face was icy cold, her teeth clenched tightly. She revealed several fruits in her hand. I'm going to make him pay right now, Triss said angrily, storming into the villa. Moments later, a muffled sound came from Liba's workshop inside the villa. Boom! Zhou Wen's heart tightened, and he quickly pushed the wheelchair back inside. Wails echoed from within, accompanied by thick white smoke. Zhou Wen rushed into the room, inhaled a few breaths of smoke, and began coughing, tears streaming down his face. He had no choice but to retreat. A few minutes later, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Zhou Wen pushed the wheelchair back inside. Upon entering, he saw Liba lying unconscious on the ground, his lips swollen and red. Nearby, Triss also looked dazed. The air still carried a pungent smell. Zhou Wen fanned the air, held his breath, and asked, Triss, what happened? Triss's eyes welled up with tears as she stared at Zhou Wen, then suddenly burst into sobs. Wah! The Golden Extreme Realm! The Spirit Clan President and Blood Eye walked one after the other along a perilous ancient path. The path was littered with white bones, some from animals, others from humans. Human bones were the most abundant. The cold wind on the ancient path was bone-chilling, making people shiver uncontrollably. Blood Eye couldn't help but ask, how fast are Noah and the others moving? They've already passed through. Here, the Spirit Clan President replied after a few steps, then added, I didn't follow the path they took. We're taking a shortcut to ambush them. Ideally, we can directly offer Noah's flesh and blood to the Lord God. That way, the power of the apocalypse can completely dominate this world, and we can receive generous rewards. After all, this cultivation world is filled with too many powerful and mysterious beings. The apocalyptic forces dare not act recklessly because any foreign entity entering here will be weakened. Of course, except for players of the Holy Grail system. The Spirit Clan President crushed a bone by the roadside and continued forward. As the two advanced, the chill in the air grew increasingly intense. The number of corpses along the path multiplied. Finally, after walking for a while, Blood Eye froze at the sight before him. A throne entirely made of white bones stood before them. Seated on the throne was a shadowy figure. Blood Eye trembled all over upon seeing the figure, unable to resist kneeling in worship. What kind of creature is this? How powerful is it? For once, Blood Eye's usually arrogant face showed astonishment. He could hardly believe that such a being existed, so powerful that it made him instinctively want to kneel. At that moment, the Spirit Clan President stomped the ground forcefully. The oppressive aura that made Blood Eye want to kneel instantly vanished. Using divine energy, the Spirit Clan President relieved Blood Eye of the pressure. Blood Eye, drenched in sweat, quickly stood upright and looked at the figure on the bone throne. What is that? The Spirit Clan President said nothing, staring blankly at the throne. What's wrong? Blood Eye sensed something was off. He then noticed cold sweat dripping from the Spirit Clan president's back, soaking his black robe and clinging to his body. Seeing this, Blood Eye's mouth twitched. What terrible luck to I in the end. Blood Eye did not kneel. The Spirit Clan leader, however, fell to his knees and respectfully bowed his head toward the bone throne. Only then did the oppressive pressure dissipate. After completing this, the Spirit Clan leader said nothing, carefully leading Blood Eye around the bone throne. After walking some distance, Blood Eye asked, "What was that just now?" The Spirit Clan leader was silent for a moment before replying, "That was the sovereign. The king we encountered on the ancient path earlier. He usually doesn't appear there. Our luck was truly terrible today." In his heart, the Spirit Clan leader thought, terrible luck indeed. Even worse, in front of the Lord of the Undead in this cultivation world, he had inadvertently released the aura of another deity. That was the real reason he had been suppressed. Thinking of this, the Spirit Clan leader glanced helplessly at Blood Eye. Blood Eye felt uneasy and trembled slightly. One must understand, releasing the aura of another sovereign so brazenly on someone else's territory was nothing short of provocation. It was fortunate that the Lord of the Undead did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, both Blood Eye and the Spirit Clan leader would have died there. At this thought, the Spirit Clan leader shuddered. Blood Eye noticed the sudden tremor and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" The Spirit Clan leader shook his head and said nothing, continuing to lead the way in silence. Atop a mountain peak, Himiko and 6371 were facing off against a massive creature. The creature was covered in a hard shell, resembling a dung beetle, but its abdomen bore a large wound, from which green liquid was slowly oozing. This creature was a giant beetle, its cultivation level roughly at the half-step nascent soul stage, and it was in a critical phase of metamorphosis. Originally, Himiko and 6371 had no intention of getting involved in this karmic entanglement. However, the beetle, in its attempt to ascend to the nascent soul stage, had inadvertently triggered its inner demons and charged at them with murderous intent. The two had no choice but to engage in battle. This was one of the flaws in the rules of the cultivation world. It was evident that this beetle had not been a virtuous being in the past, otherwise, it would not have triggered karmic retribution at such a critical moment in its advancement. Himiko manipulated gravity, pinning the giant beetle in place and rendering it immobile. Meanwhile, 6371, surrounded by a ring of azure wind blades, continuously attacked the beetle's wound. With each strike, the wound expanded further. After being struck countless times, the beetle let out a mournful cry. Its mind, previously clouded by the tribulation, regained clarity. It looked at the two humans before it, a trace of unwillingness in its eyes. This time, it had not lost to these two humans but to the karmic retribution of its past, this world's heavenly tribulation. Himiko noticed the look in the beetle's eyes. Calm, utterly unafraid of its impending death. For a moment, Himiko felt a sense of disorientation. The beetle let out one final screech. Hiss. This was its last curse upon the world. The beetle died, transforming into a treasure chest under the rules of the Holy Grail system. Treasure chest, mountain-moving beetle, grade, half-step nascent. Soul. Himiko glanced at the treasure chest. Recalling the expression in the beetle's eyes before its death, her mood inevitably grew heavy. In her opinion, the rules within some of the small worlds controlled by the Holy Grail system were overly rigid and harsh, much like the Holy Grail system itself. Himiko took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and stepped over the beetle's corpse. She stood atop the peak, overlooking the scene ahead. It was a fertile plain, with several shimmering rivers weaving through it, resembling silver ribbons from afar. The rivers seemed to emit a gentle glow. Himiko had a feeling the source orb left behind by the apocalypse was just ahead. The two quickened their pace. Himiko's strong and powerful legs exerted a slight force, propelling her directly off the mountain peak. As she descended, a fluctuation of her innate ability appeared, reducing gravity. Just as she was about to land, an opposing force surged from beneath her feet, allowing her to land steadily. Meanwhile, 6371, looking at the height from the peak, swallowed nervously and began climbing down slowly. Himiko believed that if she recorded this scene and posted it on the player forums, the reputation accumulated by 6371's Ordered Guild would likely collapse. A dignified guild leader, a god-tier player, afraid of heights. Himiko waited at the foot of the mountain for quite a while before 6371 finally climbed down. Himiko looked at 6371 with amusement, while 6371's face turned slightly red as he averted his gaze. Ignoring her, the two entered the fertile plain. The area was eerily silent. Though it appeared vibrant and full of life, there was no sound at all. Himiko couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She felt something was amiss. Just then, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the flowing river, blocking the sunlight and casting the entire plain into shadow. Elsewhere, the Spirit Clan leader and Blood Eye, who had escaped from the ancient path, also arrived at the foot of the mountain. The two climbed to the summit and saw the fertile region below, along with Himiko and her companion. The Spirit Clan leader sat cross-legged, chanting under his breath, "Amrati Dong! Amrati Dong!" Blood Eye stood nearby, watching the Spirit Clan leader with amusement. However, the Spirit Clan leader's expression was solemn. As he continued chanting, drumbeats began to resonate around him. Blood Eye's mocking smile faded as he seemed to hear the rhythm of ancient human rituals. In an instant, Blood Eye's gaze deepened. He stared at the Spirit Clan leader, his eyes seemingly piercing through him entirely. But at that moment, a loud noise drew Blood Eye's attention. The Spirit Clan leader, who had been praying, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly despondent. Everyone's gaze turned toward the fertile plain. Soon, a hint of astonishment appeared on each face. A massive silver dragon, hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide, coiled in the air. Its majestic dragon eyes surveyed the crowd. Slowly, it exhaled a translucent, pale yellow orb from its mouth. Immediately, the information about the orb popped up on the Holy Grail system interface in front of everyone. World source. Orb level, legendary faction, Apocalypse note, one of the methods used by the Apocalypse to erode small worlds. Players owning the Holy Grail can exchange it for valuable rewards. It's the world source orb, Himiko murmured as she gazed at the orb before her. Then, Himiko turned her attention to the dragon. Name? Race, silver. Dragon strength? Note? Of the pinnacle of cultivation, the dragon's entire body was covered in silver scales, which appeared solid, full, and thick. It was far more terrifying than the silver dragon they had first encountered on the mountain peak. The Spirit Clan president, who had been interrupted earlier, initially felt a surge of anger. But when he opened his eyes and saw the massive silver dragon that blotted out the sky, he fell silent. He muttered softly, "Has he joined the Apocalypse faction too?" Nearby, Blood Eye's ears twitched as if he had heard something. His eyes widened instantly. He suddenly felt that joining the Apocalypse faction was an incredibly wise decision. 6371 stared at the enormous silver dragon before him, radiating an aura of majesty. His body trembled slightly. The silver dragon cast a cold, indifferent glance at Himiko and 6371. The orb floated into the dragon's claw. With just one look, Himiko and 6371 felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss. Far away on the mountain peak, the Spirit Clan president used his apostolic powers to assess the dragon's strength. He felt a chill run from his head to his toes. He trembled as he slowly uttered 4 words, "Divine Realm Expert. Divine Realm Expert." Blood Eye was shocked upon hearing this. His hands trembled slightly. Impossible. How could a Divine Realm Expert appear in this golden pinnacle realm? The emergence of a being at the level of a terrestrial immortal is already the limit of what this small world can bear. But Blood Eye suddenly thought of something and quickly shut his eyes tightly. He dared not look at the silver dragon now. His innate ability was closely tied to his eyes. If he gazed upon the true form of this transcendent expert, his eyes might bleed, and he could lose his sanity, suffering immense mental trauma. Blood Eye dared not look. Himiko stared at the silver dragon before her, and memories began to surface in her mind. It's him. Why is he here? Himiko thought of something and couldn't help but glance at the silver dragon again. She was completely unaffected by the dragon's oppressive aura. Beside her, 6371 trembled all over, gritting his teeth and keeping his eyes tightly shut. Sweat streamed down his face, soaking him entirely. He was struggling against the dragon's overwhelming presence. The silver dragon before them had eyes filled with indifference and cold detachment. It swallowed the world source orb, then stretched its massive body and swam toward the distance. Its enormous form gradually disappeared into the towering clouds and mist, vanishing from sight. Only after the silver dragon departed did 6371 suddenly relax. He opened his eyes, his face lighting up with joy. He was just about to say something. Himiko spoke coldly, "That dragon left a long time ago." "What? That dragon left a long time ago. The joy that had just risen in 6371's heart vanished instantly upon hearing this. He plopped down on the ground, looking somewhat dejected. Damn it! He clenched his fists. So, he had just been struggling against the lingering dragon's might. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. How can the might of a single dragon be so overwhelming? 6371 muttered to himself. Himiko replied. That dragon is a divine realm powerhouse. Divine realm. 6371's face showed shock, followed by an overwhelming sense of fear. If that dragon had released just a bit more of its might earlier, he might have been crushed into a bloody pulp and died. What do we do next? 6371 looked confused. Himiko shook her head. The world source orb has already been taken by that silver dragon. It seems we won't be able to obtain it. Then what should we do? Himiko turned and began to leave, intending to retrace their steps. Do whatever needs to be done. 6371 quickly got up and followed. At the mountaintop, the Spirit Clan leader watched the silver dragon leave. Then, unhurriedly, he continued carving a formation into the ground. He could already foresee that Himiko and 6371 would definitely return. Ever since he became an apostle of the evil god, his intuition, or rather, his spiritual perception, had significantly improved. Although he occasionally heard whispers from other evil gods in his daily life, the overall benefits were considerable. Blood Eye only opened his eyes after sensing the faint dragons might gradually fade away. The massive silver dragon that had dominated half the sky was no longer visible. Blood Eye wiped the sweat from his forehead. He saw Himiko and 6371 climbing back up the mountain from the base and was overjoyed. Just as he was about to inform the Spirit Clan leader, he noticed that the leader was already carving a blood-red formation into the ground. Blood Eye shuddered as he watched the Spirit Clan leader's actions, once again revising his impression of the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan leader knelt on the ground, slicing open his own finger. Using the blood flowing from his finger, he drew the formation on the ground. As the blood drained, the Spirit Clan leader's face turned pale. Already emaciated, he now looked like a dried-up corpse. Finally, after completing half of the formation, the Spirit Clan leader's finger could know these normal guilds usually have little interaction with the Spirit Clan, so they are unaware of the main situation of the Spirit Clan. Now it seems clear why the Spirit Clan guild has so few members. Even his Blood Eye guild isn't this crazy. Himiko and 6371 were climbing at the foot of the mountain. Himiko lowered her head in thought. The world source orb is no longer here. But the silver dragon, why is it here? The depth of this golden extreme realm is far beyond what she imagined. Himiko felt that Doomsday's attitude toward this golden extreme realm wasn't very serious either. Perhaps, the Holy Grail and Doomsday both don't value the golden extreme realm. It seems as though whichever faction this small world falls into won't affect them in any way. The Holy Grail sent a few of them here purely for appearances. After all, even small worlds obtained by ordinary god-level players through merit exchange are valued by Doomsday, which directly releases the Doomsday creature army for invasion. Let alone such an important golden extreme realm? The golden extreme realm is the only path for the highest combat power among all Holy Grail system players to advance. If it falls into Doomsday's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Himiko pondered the intelligence she knew. As she continued to think, she suddenly realized something. This matter might be an opportunity. That's it. This is it. A light shone in Himiko's eyes. She had grasped the key point. World War. The Golden Extreme Realm is related to the World War. As this thought crossed her mind, Himiko's body couldn't help but tremble. She was excited. She felt she had uncovered the truth of this matter. Then, Himiko's gaze dimmed. She clenched her fists. Was it time to leave him so soon? A trace of reluctance flashed in Himiko's eyes. But, her mission was nearing completion. There wasn't much time left. Himiko took a deep breath, her gaze calming once more. Meanwhile, 6371 beside Himiko was also lost in his own thoughts. Damn it! Why is this dragon so strong? At the top of the mountain, the Spirit Clan leader in Blood Eye had already completed the magic array entirely composed of the Spirit Clan leader's blood. The Spirit Clan leader looked at the array before him and smiled. Then, he formed seals with both hands, and the array emitted an eerie fluctuation. The dried, dark red blood marks faded away. Soon, the array disappeared into thin air. Blood Eye rubbed his eyes and finally used his talent to widen his gaze at the ground. Even with his blood pupils phantom wide open, he couldn't discern anything. Blood Eye was shocked. The array he had just created with the Spirit Clan leader was gone. He couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, the Spirit Clan leader grabbed Blood Eye's arm and led him behind a large boulder beside the mountain peak. The Spirit Clan leader then took out a small array disc from his pocket, concealing their presence and aura. Himiko and 6371 reached the mountain peak. Without any precautions, they stepped into the array the Spirit Clan leader had just created. As soon as Himiko stepped onto the top of the mountain, she felt something was off. Then, a magic array entirely composed of human blood appeared beneath her feet. Not good. It's an ambush. Himiko's expression changed slightly. The gravity talent activated once again. She soared into the sky. However, the speed at which the magic array was activated was incredibly fast, directly sealing the space of an entire area. 6,371 summoned wind blades, continuously attacking the inscribed magic array. The relentless wind blades were deflected by a strange force just as they were about to strike the array, redirecting them toward the boulder where the Spirit Clan President and Blood Eye were hiding. The Spirit Clan President, who had just finished activating the array, was injured by this sudden attack, his face pale as he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He looked as though he was on the verge of death. The boulder was destroyed by the relentless wind blades, sending debris flying and stirring up a cloud of dust. A gust of wind blew through, settling the dust and revealing the nearly lifeless Spirit Clan President and the speechless Blood Eye beside him. Upon seeing Blood Eye, GZ furrowed her elegant brows and spoke coldly, "Blood Eye, what are you doing here?" At the same time, a sense of danger arose in GZ's heart. 6371 also turned his gaze toward Blood Eye, sensing something amiss. "Don't make a mistake." The Spirit Clan President, coughing up blood, shakily straightened himself and looked at GZ, who was trapped within the array. His eyes were filled with excitement. Placing one hand on Blood Eye's arm, he spoke weakly, like a candle flickering in the wind. "You delay them. I will sacrifice these two and summon the avatar of the Lord God's offspring here. This time, even the Tiger King at the earthly immortal level won't be able to stop us." This magic array was constructed using the Spirit Clan President's life essence blood. Once successfully activated, the array's stability would be extraordinarily strong. Hearing this, a trace of solemnity appeared in the eyes of both GZ and 6371. Wind blades continued to form in 6,371's hands. These blades were transparent and shapeless, with only a faint hint of cyan. If one wasn't careful, they could easily be struck, and their destructive power was considerable. Most importantly, 6,371's wind blades consumed very little energy and were ceaselessly produced. Among all the presidents, this talent was considered one of the most troublesome. The wind blades danced across the sky, attacking the Spirit Clan President, who was kneeling on the ground in prayer. Blood Eye gritted his teeth. Behind him, a massive blood-colored pupil phantom appeared once again. The pupil phantom contracted tightly, and the wind blades flying toward him suddenly stopped in a bizarre manner. The halted wind blades were destroyed by the incoming blades from behind. All the wind blades 6371 had just launched were obliterated, causing no harm to the two of them. GZ, floating in the air, had her hair and dress fluttering in the wind. Her enchanting face now bore a trace of solemnity. GZ stirred her emotions, entering another observational perspective. She could clearly see the power of the contract behind the Spirit Clan President and Blood Eye, realizing that the two had already reached an agreement through Doomsday. Moreover, due to the Spirit Clan President's unrestrained prayer, all his hidden secrets were laid bare before GZ's eyes. Evil God. Prayer. Sacrifice. Doomsday. GZ suddenly understood the Spirit Clan President was an apostle. A layer of frost appeared on GZ's originally enchanting face. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. The apostle. This cultivation world. Suddenly, a thunderous tiger roar echoed once more from the heavens. The roar shook the 9 skies, its source unknown. All the trees trembled, shedding a few leaves. The unawakened small animals shivered in fear and scattered in all directions. In the void, a massive tiger claw appeared again, striking at the magic array constructed by the Spirit Clan's leader. However, at that moment, a mutilatum. The Spirit Clan's leader remained focused, chanting prayers without distraction. The magic array, constructed with his life essence blood, suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. The glow formed a protective shield out of thin air, blocking the tiger claw, which possessed the power of a land immortal. After the claw struck, a crack appeared on the shield. However, judging by its resilience, the shield seemed capable of withstanding many more attacks from the Tiger King. The Spirit Clan's leader, still praying, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black, nearly dried blood. At this moment, his life force had dropped to its lowest point. The magic array, formed from his essence blood, was intricately tied to his very life. A single mistake could render all his efforts futile. Inside the magic array, Jeezy's eyes shimmered with a seven-colored light. She began to influence the Spirit Clan's leader, attempting to make him falter and stop his prayers. But to Jeezy's surprise, the Spirit Clan's leader's willpower was unshakable. She cast illusions of all 7 emotions and 6 desires upon him, yet he did only one thing in every illusion, kneeling on the ground, cutting his finger, and drawing the magic array, praying to the evil god. As a result, all the illusions Jeezy created were shattered. After all, the mere trace of the evil god's aura was enough to trigger strange occurrences. Jeezy dared not take the risk. Finally, the Spirit Clan's leader's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. I pray for the descent of the true Lord's child. The ritual was complete. A hideous smile appeared on his pale face. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his face devoid of any color. His breathing was faint, as if he were on the verge of death. The blood-eyed figure, who had been locked in combat with 6371, was filled with regret upon witnessing this scene. He cursed his incompetent ally under his breath and glanced around, planning to flee. How of the massive silver dragon that had first taken the world source orb and departed returned once more? At this moment, its scales shimmered brilliantly, exuding an extraordinary divine might. Above the world's firmament, blood-red lightning seemed almost sentient, weaving like a spider's web as it surrounded the silver dragon. The dragon's body trembled, and suddenly, blue lightning appeared across its scales. Heavenly thunder, the Tiger King in the distant mountains spoke in human tongue, uttering these 2 words. So, he has finally reached this stage. The Tiger King's gaze dimmed slightly. He had competed fiercely with the silver dragon for so many years, yet he had never dared to step into the mysterious realm of heavenly thunder. Unexpectedly, the silver dragon had achieved it. The silver dragon clashed fiercely with the blood-red lightning above the firmament. As its agile body moved freely, the heavenly thunder on its scales countered the blood-red lightning, dispersing vast swaths of it. What remained was the pure, sacred blue lightning. In just a few seconds, the blood-red lightning stretching for thousands of miles was completely cleared away by the silver dragon. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A chaotic passage suddenly appeared in the sky, and from it emerged a blood-red eyeball. Beneath it writhed slender, squirming tendrils, its enormous pupil fixed its gaze tightly on the silver dragon. The instant the blood-red eyeball appeared, all the god-level players present instinctively closed their eyes. It might have been merely an avatar of an offspring of an evil god, but its rank was so high that ordinary beings like them could not bear to look directly at it. They were, after all, human. Moreover, within everyone's mental perception, the bloodline of this eyeball-shaped offspring of the evil god seemed relatively pure. However, when Himiko sensed the aura above the sky, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. The rank of this eyeball offspring was second only to a certain evil god. Aside from the lowest-ranked evil god, the Mire Devourer, whom these god-level players could look upon directly, they dared not gaze upon any offspring of an evil god ranked higher than the Mire Devourer. They were still, in essence, human. At the moment when these offspring of the evil gods appeared, the dying Spirit Clan leader, who had been on the brink of death after setting up the magic array, seemed to be rejuvenated. His complexion rapidly recovered. The blood eye dared only to release its mental perception within its immediate vicinity. Within its perception, it seemed as though the Spirit Clan leader's face had gained more flesh. This discovery made the blood eye twitch the corners of its mouth involuntarily. Everyone retracted their mental perception, limiting it to a small area around themselves, not daring to extend it further. Meanwhile, the battle between the silver dragon and the offspring of the evil god in the sky had just begun. Roar! The silver dragon let out an enraged roar and launched its attack in the most primal way. It coiled its massive body tightly around the blood-red eyeball. The dragon's body began to emit a radiant glow. Its powerful and robust form could split mountains and shatter stones with ease. Especially at its divine level, every movement could inflict devastating damage on this small world. Yet the silver dragon seemed to harbor an irreconcilable hatred toward this offspring of the evil god. It abandoned all magical techniques, relying solely on its physical body to contend with it. The blood-red eyeball was tightly constricted by the silver dragon's body, while the tendrils below it struggled desperately. The silver dragon's body was taut, slowly contracting. It was determined to crush this offspring of the evil god into pulp to vent its deep-seated hatred. After a long while, the silver dragon felt the evil god's offspring grow weaker. With a sudden exertion of force, the silver dragon felt its body relax. The offspring, which had been resisting desperately, was turned into a mass of flesh. Crimson matter scattered from the sky. The silver dragon roared. Its eyes gleamed as it shifted its body aside, revealing a torrential rain of red blood mixed with chunks of flesh. As the blood and flesh fell onto the land of the small world, they corroded the ground, forming pits as if imbued with intense corrosive properties. Even the silver dragon's scales were eroded, leaving pits behind. However, a layer of silver light flashed across its body, and the previously damaged scales were fully restored, showing no signs of injury. The silver dragon stared intently at the area where the flesh had splattered onto the ground. For a long time, nothing happened. Its dragon whiskers fluttered, and a hint of mockery flickered in its eyes. It prepared to leave. Yet, at that moment, the area covered by the blood rain began to transform all. The soil turned into sludge. The sludge grew in volume, expanding and churning continuously, eventually enveloping an area hundreds of meters wide. Within the pit, the deer demon's mouth and nose were covered by the sludge, its limbs struggling desperately but to no avail. The crocodile demon tried to slide away on the sludge but was strangled by tentacles emerging from nowhere. Countless creatures in this small world struggled and perished within the sludge. The sludge seemed to possess a will of its own, contracting into an oval shape and continuously shrinking, until it finally took the form of the evil god's offspring as it had appeared initially. However, this time, its body was not composed of flesh and blood but of sludge. The silver dragon's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment upon witnessing this scene. In its understanding, high-ranking evil gods disdained producing offspring with lower-ranking ones. The eye-related evil gods held a rank of 10, comparable to the status of dragons in Western mythology. Meanwhile, the rank of the sludge devourer was equivalent to that of a slime. Yet, the offspring before it seemed to be a hybrid of a dragon and a slime. This completely contradicted the silver dragon's knowledge of reality. Among the people below, Himiko was the first to react. Her innate talent granted her a unique vision, allowing her to immediately sense the awkward rank of this evil god's offspring. Himiko opened her eyes and saw the sludge-formed eyeball monster in the sky confronting the silver dragon. The eyeball monster seemed to notice Himiko's gaze. Its massive pupil turned toward her. Himiko's pupils contracted. Not good. It had just launched an attack, but it was too late. The attack from this evil god's offspring was neither physical, mental, nor spiritual. It was conducted through Himiko's peculiar perception. The silver dragon did not intervene. In its view, these Holy Grail players who had intruded were no different from ants. Not killing them earlier was already the greatest mercy it could offer. Within Himiko's unique world of emotional perception, light clusters of various hues, representing countless living beings, began to sprout blood-red tentacles. These blood-red tentacles flailed wildly, striking the world before Himiko's eyes. With each strike, the tentacles shattered the color clusters representing emotions, writhing over them and absorbing their energy. Small, wet new tentacles were born. Gradually, the number of tentacles increased, completely overtaking Himiko's emotional world. Himiko's eyes became vacant, tinged with a hint of crimson, as if she might lose control at any moment. Suddenly, the Ouroboros mark on her wrist lit up. The Ouroboros began devouring its own tail until only the serpent's head remained. This caused her figure to blur slightly. At the same time, the muddy eyeball in the sky, locked in a standoff with the silver dragon, noticed the scene. It grew restless and uneasy, abandoning its confrontation with the silver dragon and charging directly toward the summoning array. Its purpose for coming here was Himiko. If Himiko escaped, all the effort and cost it had expended to descend into this world would be rendered meaningless. The silver dragon also noticed the situation with Himiko. A flicker of astonishment flashed in its eyes as it observed her gradually blurring figure. Then, with its powerful tail, it struck at the muddy eyeball. The eyeball had no choice but to evade. It sensed that Himiko was on the verge of leaving and let out an incomprehensible hissing sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The silver dragon's eyes gleamed with mockery. Using its massive, powerful body, it engaged the muddy eyeball in close combat. Although the eyeball could replenish the parts of its body damaged in the fight by drawing mud from the earth, Himiko's figure within the array grew increasingly indistinct until, after a violent blur, she vanished completely. Within the blood-red array, only 6,371 remained. The muddy eyeball, seeing that Himiko had completely disappeared, erupted in impotent fury, venting its madness. The tentacles formed from mud rapidly grew larger, longer, and more numerous, spreading across the sky like a fisherman's net. They exuded a heavy stench of mud mixed with the odor of blood and flesh. These tentacles clashed fiercely with the silver dragon. On the mountaintop, the elven clan leader, kneeling on the ground and receiving the feedback of power, looked on with a grim expression. A ball of blood-red energy appeared in his hand. He infused this energy into the array formed from his own essence and blood. The array instantly became suffused with a murderous aura, radiating an eerie and terrifying presence. Inside the array, 6,371 shivered as he witnessed this scene. A sudden flash of insight struck him. He felt that this time, there was no escape. He would likely fall into eternal slumber here. At this thought, a trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. Is this the end? I'm sorry. He suddenly sighed, thinking of someone. Gazing into the void, he murmured softly, I'm sorry. In an instant, the blood-red patterns of the array transformed into apocalyptic power, seizing the opportunity to begin absorbing 6,371 soul. The Blood Eye, sensing the situation, was at a loss for what to do. It could only drift aimlessly, as useless as a salted fish. Suddenly, the silver dragon battling the mud-like eyeball in the sky inadvertently swung its tail. A single strike of the dragon's tail caused a crack to appear in the formation binding 6371. Immediately, the crack began to expand, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. The formation was instantly broken. 6371 quickly regained its composure, took out an object, crushed it, and transformed into a streak of light, leaving this world. With the formation destroyed, the Spirit Clan's president spat out another mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. Yet his gaze was fiercely determined, like a lone wolf. Ignoring his injuries, he continued to cut his finger, letting blood gush out to construct a more advanced formation. He was attempting to summon a higher-tier artifact to aid the mud-like eyeball in securing victory. In this war, the construction of this formation was incredibly fast, completed in the blink of an eye. Nearby, the Blood Eye muttered inwardly, if you had such a trump card, why didn't you use it earlier? Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the void. An artifact slowly emerged. The silver dragon in the sky sensed this aura and grew solemn. A clear dragon roar echoed across the heavens. Clouds gathered, and the dragon disappeared into them, leaving the mud-like eyeball to vent its frustration helplessly, corroding the earth in its rage. The artifact gradually revealed its true form. At this moment, the mud-like eyeball, still venting in the sky, also sensed the aura. Its body trembled almost imperceptibly, and then, like a punctured bubble, it tore open a void in this cultivation world and slipped through, not daring to linger for even a moment. After summoning the artifact, the Spirit Clan's president bled from his eyes and collapsed on the ground like a dying dog. His entire body trembled as he gritted his teeth, appearing deranged. He knew he had failed to capture the prey desired by the offspring of the evil god. He would undoubtedly face retribution later. Rather than await punishment, he resolved to summon an even higher-tier artifact to annihilate the threat and save his own life. The Spirit Clan's president suddenly stood up, his face twisted with ferocity. He let out a powerless scream as the artifact he summoned revealed its true form, a 7-foot-long blood-red spear. The spearhead was a blood diamond, dazzlingly beautiful. Its brilliance refracted into crystalline splendor. The blood-red shaft was adorned with strange patterns, giving the spear an extraordinary aura. After being summoned, the spear hovered for a few seconds before seemingly locking onto a target. It then plunged into the void on its own. Moments later, a harrowing scream echoed throughout the entire cultivation world. The Blood Eye, not daring to act recklessly, knelt on the ground. Hearing the scream, it found the voice somewhat familiar. When the blood-red spear returned, it carried a massive bloodied eyeball impaled on its tip. No one present recognized the bloodied eyeball, but the surviving Blood Eye and the Spirit Clan's president felt their minds being invaded the moment they sensed it. Short, crimson tentacles began to take root in their consciousness, growing wildly and without restraint. But as the scarlet spear, with its magnificent tip, split the fleshy eyeball into two halves, the spiritual seas of the two finally returned to normal. Blood-Eye was filled with fear. He felt as though he had boarded the pirate ship of the Spirit Clan's president. He regretted it so much that his guts turned green. After the scarlet spear divided the fleshy eyeball in two, it acted like a straw, absorbing all the essence of the fleshy eyeball, leaving only the shriveled body of the offspring of the evil god. When this body fell to the ground of the cultivation world, a massive, lightning-fast tiger claw struck down, smashing the corpse of the fleshy eyeball into pieces. Then, the tiger claw reappeared behind the Spirit Clan president and Blood-Eye, directly slapping them out of the Golden Extreme Realm. Himiko, who had suffered severe mental contamination, was sent out of the Golden Extreme Realm by the Ouroboros tattoo gifted to her by the Rebooters Alliance. She returned to her silver van, clutching her head in pain, and collapsed in the vehicle's cabin. Misfortune never comes alone. At that moment, her appearance began to age rapidly. Her once lush black hair turned white at an alarming speed, and her tall figure shrank continuously. Within seconds, she transformed into a hunched old woman. A few seconds later, the emaciated Himiko fell onto the van, losing all signs of life, as if she had died. However, the Ouroboros tattoo on her wrist continued to emit a faint glow, sustaining the last trace of her vitality. 6371 situation was slightly better than Himiko's. After crushing that object, he returned to the guild hall. The Order Guild's hall was relatively simple, resembling a large office. Fortunately, there was no one in the hall at the time. He looked around and then lay on the ground, gasping heavily. His eyes were filled with horror and fear. He lay on the ground for over 10 minutes before the terror of surviving the ordeal gradually subsided. At this moment, a trace of pain appeared on his face. "That thing took me so much effort to obtain," he muttered. "I didn't expect to lose it in the Golden Extreme Realm." 6371 looked frustrated. Then he thought of Himiko and murmured, "I wonder how she's doing now." Blood-Eye suddenly felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him flying. He crashed heavily into something. At this moment, his spiritual senses no longer detected the lingering terrifying tentacles. These tentacles seemed to have lost their source of growth, slowly withering one by one until they turned to dust. Blood-Eye's face was pale. He opened his eyes and, upon seeing himself back in his van, let out a sigh of relief, collapsing like a pile of mud. He had no strength left in his body, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. He muttered in a daze, "It was truly terrifying. Damn it! The Spirit Clan is completely insane. Insane." He thought of the Spirit Clan president and couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, a purple shadow appeared behind him, coldly observing Blood-Eye. Scarlet liquid once again flowed from the pupil, and the blood-red liquid in Blood-Eye's shadow was absorbed by him, stabilizing his injuries slightly. Although he was now in a state of severe injury, his condition was still far better than the others. Although Blood-Eye didn't know how the others were doing, he was absolutely convinced the Spirit Clan president was very likely to die in this catastrophe. Damn it! He really dared to do it. A trace of admiration and resentment flashed in Blood-Eye's gaze. "I never want to cooperate with the Spirit Clan again in this lifetime." In the void, the contract he had signed with the Spirit Clan president was stared at by Blood-Eye's shadow. A nameless flame appeared and burned it to ashes. Blood-Eye grumbled for a while longer, then realized something. His figure flickered and appeared in the council hall of the Blood-Eye Guild. At this moment, several other guild elders were seated there. The moment they saw Blood-Eye appear, they, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, all opened their eyes. In Li Ba's small villa, Triss was tearfully complaining to Zhou Wen. "Li Ba is a madman. He actually used the fruit I conjured to make a bomb. He bullied me." Triss had never suffered such humiliation since she was a child. She was always the one playing pranks on others who would dare to prank her. The taste of the spicy stick fruit was not pleasant at all. Zhou Wen looked at Triss's angry expression with some helplessness, because Li Ba, sitting nearby, didn't seem to be in great shape either. He was completely dazed by the intense spiciness of the stick-shaped fruit. Zhou Wen rubbed his temples. The clash between Triss and Li Ba was giving him a headache. Zhou Wen had no choice but to use the same comforting tactics he had once used on Zhou Yun to calm Triss down. Only after Zhou Wen promised to have dinner with her did Triss cheer up and stop dwelling on the matter. It was getting late. The afternoon had passed in a flash, and it was already evening. This time, Li Ba drove his sports car, taking Zhou Wen and Tris along to pick up Zhou Yun from school. Although the public security in Pingqing City was fairly good, Zhou Wen couldn't shake the feeling that the Zhang family wouldn't let Zhou Yun off so easily. After all, this incident had caused the Zhang family to lose face in the entire aristocratic circle. A few days ago, Zhou Yun's parents had even called to inquire about the matter. However, Zhou Wen had managed to reassure them with a mix of truth and lies, so they no longer worried. Just as Zhou Wen and the others left the house, Zhou Wen received another text message from Zhou Yun on his phone. It read, "Brother, come quickly." Zhou Wen's pupils contracted, and anger flashed across his face. His previously calm demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming into that of a demon from the urban battlefield of the past. Li Ba, who saw Zhou Wen's expression in the rearview mirror, was startled and instinctively slammed on the gas pedal. The sports car shot forward dozens of meters in an instant. On the other side, at the school gate, Zhou Yun stood awkwardly at the entrance, facing a flamboyantly dressed young man in exclusive aristocratic attire. The young man was kneeling on one knee, holding a rose in his hand, and gazing at Zhou Yun with deep affection. The most critical part was that the young man was surrounded by numerous bodyguards in suits. Behind each bodyguard was parked a luxury sports car. Each of these sports cars is from a different brand. But the one thing they all have in common is, they all start at tens of millions. The parents who came to pick up their children from school were stunned by the scene. Some parents didn't even dare to drive their cars closer, afraid of scratching these luxury cars, unable to afford the compensation. On the other hand, many parents were gossiping as they watched the scene unfold. Their gazes toward Zhou Yun carried a hint of malice. They whispered among themselves, learning to cozy up to others at such a young age. Imagine what she'll be like when she grows up. Exactly. Who is she anyway? I heard she's the student council president of Pingqing High School? Her? A student council president? Always mingling with shady people. The group of parents continued their chatter as they watched the scene. In truth, they were just jealous. They were the dregs of society, unable to stand seeing others or their children doing better than them. A few students tried to argue with their parents, but upon seeing the embarrassment in their parents' eyes, they opened their mouths but ultimately said nothing. A young man flicked his hair, his gaze carrying a hint of sincerity. He said, "Miss Zhou Yun, would you do me the honor of having dinner with me, Tang Long?" Zhou Yun's face turned pale, her usual calm nowhere to be seen. The commotion was so great that even some teachers from Pingqing High School came out to watch. However, upon seeing the family crest on Tang Long's attire, they didn't step forward to intervene. After all, they were just ordinary teachers. How could they possibly stop the scions of aristocratic families? Tang Long's face was full of sincerity, his eyes captivated by Zhou Yun's beauty, exuding an air of deep affection. Yet inwardly, Tang Long sneered. Zhang Junwen was his cousin. Upon learning that Zhang Junwen had been taught a lesson, Tang Long's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know who this Zhou Yun really was. Although the Zhang family wasn't considered a major aristocratic family, they had extensive marital alliances. The current family head was a talented individual, eloquent and well-connected with various prominent families. Tang Long silently assessed Zhou Yun as he looked at her. He had to admit, Zhou Yun was indeed stunning. Her entire being radiated an aura of innocence, extremely pure. Especially when he saw her large, sparkling eyes, he felt as though his heart might melt. Of course, Tang Long's face carried a smile. A woman like this didn't have a particularly high status. At most, she was just someone to play around with. "Miss Zhou Yun, would you do me the honor of having dinner with me?" Tang Long repeated his earlier words, his sincerity growing even more intense. At this point, many girls around the school began to resent Zhou Yun, their jealousy palpable. Some even started fantasizing about themselves being Zhou Yun, imagining a romantic story with this wealthy young man before them. A few girls on the bus had dreamy, misty eyes, their emotions surging. Zhang Nianbing squeezed out from the crowd and stood beside Zhou Yun, giving her a resolute look. Vroom vroom. Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed from the street. A modified sports car, worth as much as 10 of Tang Long's sports cars, pulled up beside the street. Li Ba stepped out slowly. When he saw Tang Long, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. With his hands in his pockets, he strode over. "Isn't this Tang Long? What are you doing here?" Li Ba. Tang Long turned his head and immediately saw Li Ba. That signature green hair made him freeze for a moment. Then his expression darkened. However, with a beauty present, he couldn't show too much negativity. A smile still hung on his face. What brings young Master Li here? Tang Long stood up, extended his right hand, and offered a handshake to Li Ba. Li Ba squinted his eyes and walked up to Tang Long. Tang Long looked directly at Li Ba with a friendly expression. The surrounding girls, one by one, began to swoon, casting glances at Li Ba. Another rich man. The girls licked their lips and started throwing flirtatious looks. Li Ba stared at Tang Long, then narrowed his eyes. With a slap, a loud sound echoed as Li Ba struck Tang Long across the face. Li Ba's slap was so forceful that Tang Long's ears were ringing. The rose he was holding fell to the ground. Tang Long stared blankly at the ground, seemingly unable to believe that Li Ba had just hit him. Tang Long turned his head in anger, but with another slap, Li Ba struck the other side of his face. Everyone around fell silent. The girls who had been swooning moments ago were now dumbfounded. What just happened? Weren't they fine a moment ago? Rage seemed to pour out of Tang Long's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and glared at Li Ba. A few girls nearby secretly grew excited, speculating whether these two wealthy heirs were fighting over Zhou Yun. Some Fujoshi even looked at Tang Long and Li Ba with sparkling eyes. Therese pushed Zhou Yun forward. Zhou Yun scrutinized Tang Long, who stood before him. In terms of appearance, he was just average compared to Zhou Yun. Aside from the aristocratic limited edition clothing and the watch on his wrist, which hinted at his status, there was nothing that set him apart from ordinary people. Zhou Yun merely glanced at Tang Long indifferently, and then ignored him. He walked over to Zhou Yun's side, a smile appearing on his face. Have you been waiting long? Not long. Zhou Yun seemed a bit dazed. Zhou Yun looked at Zhang Nianbing, who was standing nearby, and gave a slight smile. Zhang Nianbing nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Yun felt a bit nervous. She leaned close to Zhou Yun's ear and whispered, "Big brother, Li Ba just hit that guy. Will there be trouble?" Her big, bright eyes revealed a hint of worry. She wasn't naive. Tang Long's grand display clearly marked him as a top-tier scion of a wealthy family. Li Ba hitting him might lead to serious consequences. Zhou Yun turned to glance at Tang Long again. Tang Long's face bore bright red handprints on both sides, yet he clenched his fists tightly, too angry to speak. Zhou Yun nodded. Don't worry about him. If Li Ba dared to hit him, it means he has the confidence to back it up. Let's head back first. Zhou Yun nodded. The four walked toward Li Ba's parked sports car. Li Ba looked at Tang Long in front of him with a playful expression and said, "You can't touch this woman. Even I wouldn't dare to touch her. You better think it through yourself." Hearing this, Tang Long's pupils contracted. The anger in his heart was extinguished by an inexplicable chill. A flash of fire suddenly appeared on the surface of his right fist, though he didn't notice it. After hearing these words, Tang Long turned his gaze to Zhou Yun, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Watching Zhou Yun's departing figure, he felt a sense of familiarity. A cripple. However, when Zhou Yun got into the sports car and looked back at him again, Tang Long saw Zhou Yun's face. His entire body stiffened, and a wave of fear surged in his heart. His teeth trembled, his lips quivered, and he stammered, It's him." Li Ba also turned around. After a pause, he said, "That's why you need to think it through." Upon hearing Li Ba's words, Tang Long instantly understood. Another wave of helpless fear enveloped his heart. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhou Yun turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Their eyes met. Tang Long felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his expression frozen. On his face, almost ready to cry. Zhou Yun merely gave him a faint glance before continuing to chat casually with Zhou Yun. After Li Ba's sports car drove a certain distance away, Tang Long finally collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, completely ignoring the gazes of those around him. Trembling, he pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was him. It was actually him. Damn it. Zhang Junwen. Damn it. Tang Long regretted it deeply. Zhang Junwen wasn't a Holy Grail player, so he naturally didn't understand Zhou Yun's terrifying nature. Tang Long's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Damn it. Zhang Junwen. Then he looked at the group of useless bodyguards around him and roared, "What the hell are you looking at? Hurry up and take me back." The bodyguards were equally helpless. Li Ba's status was undoubtedly more prestigious than Tang Long's. If a physical conflict had occurred between them, stepping in would have meant taking the blame afterward. The bodyguards sighed collectively. These days, even being a bodyguard isn't easy. After Zhou Wen dropped Zhang Nianbing off at home, he took Zhou Yun and didn't return home but instead went directly to Li Ba's small villa. After all, Zhou Wen's parents rarely came back, and with Li Ba, the wealthy dog, around, how could he not take advantage of him? During dinner, the four of them sat at a table and enjoyed a pleasant meal together. However, the one in the worst mood was undoubtedly Triss. She remembered that Zhou Wen had once promised to have dinner with her. She had imagined a romantic candlelit dinner for two, not this family-style gathering. After dinner, Zhou Yun went to her temporary room to study, while Zhou Wen and the others sat outside in the living room to discuss matters. When Li Ba learned that the Holy Grail system's abilities could be used in reality, his expression changed dramatically. He then took out his phone and started asking questions on it. Finally, he saw a message and stopped asking further questions, instead saying, "Up until now, we descendants of noble families have gradually started discovering that our talents can be used in real life." Noble families. Zhou Yun seemed to have caught on to something important and couldn't help but ask, "Noble families?" Li Ba nodded. In fact, in every generation, the direct descendants of noble families are brought into the game by the family head. Hearing this, Zhou Wen frowned and said, "But I remember that in the Holy Grail system, it costs 50 points to bring an ordinary person into the Holy Grail game, right? Can your noble families afford that?" Zhou Wen was puzzled. Li Ba shook his head. "Not exactly. According to the rules of the Holy Grail system, when a player with a blood relationship brings in their descendants, it only costs 5 points. Zhou Wen nodded, then thought of something else and asked, "Doesn't that mean your noble families have long since accumulated 100 points? To make a wish? What kind of wishes have you made?" Li Ba shook his head helplessly. "The conditions of the Holy Grail system are very strict, and there are many limitations when making wishes. We can't make wishes that affect real life, and even wishes centered around the Holy Grail system can't be too outrageous. Otherwise, they will be rejected. Generally speaking, our noble families use wishes to gain prophecies, to learn about the future direction of the country, or even the world. This allows us to benefit from it. This is how we use wishes within noble families. After all, as you know, a noble family is never ruled by just one person." Zhou Wen nodded in agreement after hearing this. Indeed, throughout history, noble families have never been about one person's throne. Li Ba continued, "Actually, accumulating 100 points isn't that difficult. Among the 10,000 players, some are even ordinary workers. They exchange points for real-world currency. After all, these points are only useful in the hands of prodigies. For most ordinary people, they are practically useless. Moreover, the competition in the Holy Grail system is so brutal that there's always the risk of falling at any moment. They might as well exchange their points for real-world money. Even if they die, the money can provide their families with a relatively comfortable life." Zhou Wen nodded. Li Ba then shared the latest information he had just received. "We've discovered that even many rogue players have started awakening their talents in real life. A small portion of these players has caught the attention of the authorities and is now under surveillance. Of course, those with particularly powerful talents don't seem to have awakened their abilities in real life yet. The first to awaken are those with E-level talents. But even excluding the particularly useless talents, E-level talents are still overwhelming. Compared to ordinary people, they instantly become the darlings of fate. Over in Country M, there's a player whose talent is E-level probability. He can increase the likelihood of certain events happening, so he went to a casino and played roulette in slot machines. When he came out, he had already become a nouveau riche in the eyes of high society. But since he was a Holy Grail player, his mindset was completely different from those of ordinary nouveau riche. In just 1 month, he had climbed into high society. Eventually, this person caught the attention of the FBI in M Country and was taken away. To this day, his fate remains unknown." M Country? Yes, M Country. Li Ba then shared a little secret with Zhou Wen. There are actually more than 10,000 Holy Grail players. In Huaxia, there are indeed only 10,000 players. But in other countries, the numbers vary and are uneven. Just then, Li Ba's phone buzzed, and a message appeared on the screen. Li Ba froze upon seeing the message. He handed the phone to Zhou Wen and Triss. After reading it, Triss's face turned pale, while Zhou Wen's expression darkened. Meanwhile, in an opulently decorated room, a young man sat on the sofa with a sullen expression. The surrounding servants dared not speak and could only stand silently. Suddenly, the young man grabbed a vase from the coffee table and hurled it to the ground. With a loud crash, the vase shattered, revealing the water and flowers inside. One of the servants, upon seeing the broken vase, couldn't help but show a trace of distress in his eyes. But what he felt sorry for wasn't the vase, it was the flowers he had cared for over a long time. After all, as an old servant of the Tang family, he had seen countless expensive items. Though the vase was worth tens of thousands, he didn't care much about it. He then picked up tools to clean up the mess. Damn it! Damn it! All of them are useless trash. The young man was Tang Long. After suffering a humiliating defeat at Pingqing No. 1 High School, he was now seething with rage. But when he thought of Zhou Wen's face and the words Li Ba had said before leaving, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. It's him. It's actually him. Tang Long's mind flashed to posts about Zhou Wen on the player forum. Zhang Junwen had no idea what kind of person he had provoked. Now Tang Long's hatred for Zhang Junwen was off the charts. Tang Long was just a small E-level talent. How could he possibly defeat Zhou Wen? Zhou Wen was the great Demon King, the executioner. Having provoked Zhou Wen this time, Tang Long could only resort to underhanded tactics in the real world. Tang Long's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, his face dark and grim. The surrounding servants dared not make a sound. The door opened. A female secretary in an office skirt walked in, holding a file in her hand, which she handed to Tang Long. Tang Long took the file. The secretary naturally sat on Tang Long's lap, leaning against him like a kitten. Tang Long shoved her aside and cursed, "Get out." The secretary, not knowing what had happened, stood aside in grievance, not daring to speak. Tang Long flipped through the file. It was information about Zhou Wen. As Tang Long browsed the file, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and froze. The message Li Ba received was from the Order Guild. According to the Order Guild's investigation, B-level file, Mad Dog Zhang Yong near Zhou Wen's location in Kyoto, in Huang'an province, a player with a D-level talent awakened. Shortly after, he got into an argument with someone. That night, he slaughtered the entire family of the person he quarreled with. From the 80-year-old grandmother to the 3-year-old child, no one was spared. The message was accompanied by several gruesome photos. An elderly woman with graying hair lay in a pool of blood, her throat torn open. Even in death, her eyes reflected deep terror. The adult male of the household also lay on the ground, his throat ripped apart, a kitchen knife still in his hand. The entire room resembled a scene from hell, blood splattered everywhere. His actions were even more brutal than Zhou Wen's. Zhou Wen was momentarily speechless, feeling as if a bone were stuck in his throat. Finally, Zhou Wen hoarsely asked, "Where is this person now? Was he caught?" The message did not mention the man's fate. Li Ba shook his head. He had once been proud of being a player in the Holy Grail game, but now his eyes dimmed as he said, he might have already entered the Holy Grail game to evade capture. Zhou Wen's gaze remained calm, and he stayed silent. Beside him, Triss's face was pale. Such an incident had never occurred on her island, and it was a shocking blow to her worldview. "Can't we intercept him in the game?" Zhou Wen's eyes flickered. Li Ba shook his head. "As of now, this player hasn't revealed his identity number. We can't intercept him." At the same time, a trace of worry appeared in Li Ba's eyes. He said, "Based on the information, more and more players are awakening their talents in the Holy Grail game. The world might descend into chaos." According to the Order Guild's investigation, the lower a player's talent rank, the easier it is for them to awaken. Zhou Wen took a deep breath, anger surging within him. Without saying a word to Li Ba or Triss, he directly entered the Holy Grail game. Before leaving, his eyes were deep and unreadable. His figure vanished from the sofa into thin air. Holy Grail game logging. In login successful welcome, player number 520. Esteemed silver rank player, Zhou Wen. As soon as he logged into the Holy Grail game, he heard the cold, mechanical voice of the Holy Grail. This time, there seemed to be a hint of joy in its tone. Was it just an illusion? Zhou Wen began to check the rewards he had received after advancing to the silver rank. He first looked at the game modes, which showed no changes. Then, he entered the game store and started browsing. As a silver rank player, he could now exchange for S-level and A-level skills and talents. Zhou Wen began searching for locking-type talents, but found nothing. To date, Zhou Wen had never obtained any locking-type talents or skills, nor could he exchange for them. Zhou Wen's face darkened, looking somewhat terrifying. He could do nothing. It was infuriating. Joe punched the side of a truck's cargo compartment, producing a loud bang. The animals by the roadside were startled by the sudden noise. They scattered and fled a few meters away, then stopped to look back. The small truck carrying Joe continued driving into the distance, its destination unknown. Scenes of the massacre that wiped out an entire family flashed through Joe's mind. Bloody photographs seemed to be telling him something. Beasts. Joe was filled with rage. A faint pain pricked at his heart. At that moment, Joe noticed a small red dot on his email system. He instinctively clicked on it. It was a letter from Jeezy. A token engraved with a silver boat then fell into his hand. Joe stared at the token, momentarily dazed. Item, Acting Guild Leader Token Guild, Noah Note, from the moment you receive this, you are the leader of the Noah Guild. Unless the original leader reclaims the token. Seeing this description, Joe's heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was that something had happened to Jeezy. He then checked his friends list. Jeezy was not online. Joe fell silent. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a wave of his hand, a worn-out map appeared in his grasp. This map was the battlefield relic Joe had exchanged for using the divine power fragments he had obtained from the gigantification battlefield with Long Yu of the Wanhua Guild. If Joe remembered correctly, using this battlefield relic would allow him to rank up once and enter advanced tier matchmaking. Whether he could win or not was uncertain, but he could gain stronger skills and talents. Among these, there might be a skill that could lock onto a target. With this thought, Joe made up his mind. Soon after, Triss and Li Ba also came online. They sent him team invitations, but Joe declined and sent them a message, telling them not to worry about him. Taking a deep breath, Joe used the battlefield relic. Do you wish to use this precious battlefield relic? Yes/no. The Holy Grail systems prompt appeared before Joe. Yes. Joe silently clicked yes. Battlefield relic used successfully entering matchmaking queue. The cold mechanical voice of the Holy Grail system echoed in Joe's ears. A waiting screen with numbers appeared before him. At the same time, another voice reached his ears. Random SSS level talent system upgrading. White, nearly transparent text appeared before Joe. Then, he saw the text deepen in color, turning a milky white. A percentage loading bar appeared in front of him. 5%, 8%, 13%, 28%, 37%, 49%, 51%, 84%, 99%, 100%. After waiting for a short while, the cheat system in front of Joe displayed that the upgrade was complete. Ding! Random SSS level talent system upgrade complete. Now renamed to Random God level talent system. This system will serve you in future games. Draw even more powerful God level talents. For each game you play using a God level talent, you will receive information on 10 SSS level talents, which you can exchange in the store. Joe felt a surge of excitement in his heart upon seeing these words. But he quickly calmed down. That scum among the Holy Grail players. He would make him pay for his blood debts. Suddenly, the battlefield ruins matchmaking queue in front of him trembled. A line of text appeared. Due to the current insufficient number of gold players in the human realm, unable to match a gold level game in the human realm, changing matchmaking mode, entering other 6 paths worlds. To begin gold level matchmaking, match successful, at the border of Huang'an province in Pingqing. Underneath the section near the highway. A small, cheap motel had its windows and doors tightly shut. Judging by the walls, this motel had been around for many years. Passing drivers were puzzled as they drove by. For some reason, the usual sounds of laughter and arguments were absent from the motel today. The owners of this small motel were a taciturn man and a sharp-tongued landlady. Many drivers and travelers who had stayed here had experienced the landlady's sharp tongue firsthand. Though small, the motel treated its guests with great care. It had even hosted many couples in the throes of young love, providing them a safe haven to take their first steps into adulthood. Today, however, the cheap motel was eerily quiet. It seemed as though no one was there. A few travelers who tried to stay knocked on the door but received no response. Frustrated, they left. What ordinary people didn't know was that just a door away from them, the motel was filled with the heavy stench of blood. A burly middle-aged man lay in a pool of blood. His throat had been torn open. His eyes were wide with rage. His hands were clenched into fists, gripping tightly even in death. He died with deep anger and unwillingness. Other rooms in the motel displayed similar scenes. Merchants, families with children, elderly women, many had their throats torn open, lying in pools of blood. However, cries and screams came from one room. A man with upturned eyes stood shirtless, his body covered in various strange wounds, burns, frostbite, slashes. His body bore them all. His bloodshot eyes revealed that he hadn't rested properly in a long time. In front of him were three women. One was a woman in her 30s, still charming. She was tightly bound with ropes, her eyes filled with fury. Another was a young woman in her 20s. Her eyes were vacant, as if she already knew her fate. She neither cried nor resisted, her entire being like a lifeless puppet. The last was a 17 or 18-year-old schoolgirl, crying and screaming. She had come here with her boyfriend to take their first steps into adulthood. Now her boyfriend was dead, and she was imprisoned in this room. The man slowly removed the clothes from his body. His gaze toward the three women was filled with lewdness. He seemed to be particularly drawn to the crying female student. Striding toward her, he approached with large steps. "No! Please, no!" The female student, seeing the man coming closer, showed a look of despair on her face. She screamed and struggled frantically. The man, however, wore a wicked smile. He grabbed the female student's wrist and pulled her toward him. "Please, no. I beg you, let me go. I'm just a student." The female student struggled continuously, her eyes filled with pleading. But her strength was no match for the man in front of her. Next, the man threw the female student onto the bed. The tied-up landlady suddenly spoke up. "Why are you tormenting a female student? If you've got the guts, come at me. I'll make sure to beat you so badly. You'll lose everything." The landlady's tone carried a hint of mockery, as if she looked down on the man. However, her palms were sweating profusely. Hearing this, the man, who was toying with the female student, grinned and turned his head to look at the landlady. The landlady straightened her posture and looked at him disdainfully. "What are you looking at? With that tiny peanut of yours? And you think you can handle three people? Do you even have what it takes?" The landlady was trying to provoke the man, hoping to redirect his anger toward her. The man, however, wasn't angered or annoyed. He simply grinned. He grabbed the landlady and pulled her up, tearing her clothes apart. Without any foreplay, he was about to commit an unspeakable act. A flash of despair and pain crossed the landlady's eyes. Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy filled the room. The man sensed the wave instantly. His expression turned sharp, and his body tensed reflexively. At that moment, he resembled a cornered dog. A strong white light filled the room, forcing everyone to close their eyes. When they opened them again, the three women's faces showed even deeper despair and misery. The man, on the other hand, appeared even more excited. On the floor of the room, a hexagram magic circle was etched. Standing atop it was a woman in a gray robe. The woman appeared to be in her late teens, stunningly young and beautiful. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, like a ripe peach at the peak of its maturity. In comparison, the three women in front of the man paled in every aspect. The moment this woman appeared, the man immediately recognized her identity. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. He lunged forward like a dog, activating his innate ability, aiming to leave a fatal wound on the woman's throat. She was also a Holy Grail player. He couldn't afford to be careless. Though it was a pity, he knew that after killing her, the body would retain its warmth for 30 minutes. The man was furious. He had already awakened a D-level talent. D-level talent, Dog Bite. Description: you can activate the Dog Bite skill, dealing damage equal to strength times 1.3. Critical hits deal double damage. Built-in CD, 3 seconds and he was still a player in the Holy Grail game. His status was naturally a notch higher than that of ordinary people. But it was merely because of a quarrel that he killed someone from the same village. Did those so-called righteous players really need to chase him down from miles away? At this thought, the experiences of the past few days surged in his mind, making the man even angrier. When Xiaoqi, who had been teleported into the small inn room, saw this scene, her delicate brows furrowed. She said faintly, "Scum." A ripple appeared beside Xiaoqi. The man charging toward her seemed to crash into an invisible, transparent wall. With a loud smack, he stopped in his tracks. He looked at the glass-like barrier in front of him in shock and suspicion, then quickly leaped backward, putting some distance between himself and Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi extended her right index finger and drew a fairly standard hexagram in the air. She then chanted softly. The entire inn grew chilly. Soon, the corpses of those killed by the man began to emit faint souls. At first, these souls appeared confused, but under the nourishment of the yin energy from Xiaoqi's summoning array, they seemed to recall something. Their eyes turned blood red one by one, and they flew to Xiaoqi's side. When they saw the man, black mist began to rise from their ghostly forms. They were filled with rage, desperate to rush forward, tear the man apart, devour his flesh and blood, and shred his soul. However, as if controlled by some mysterious force, the ghosts could not move more than 2 meters away from Shao-Chi. The man, seeing this, already had thoughts of retreat. His talent was mediocre, merely a D-level ability. Even when facing ordinary people, if he was caught off guard, he could be defeated. He dared not act recklessly. Since this woman could suddenly appear and summon ghosts, her talent must be formidable. The man glanced at the 3 women on the bed. He grabbed the one who had completely lost her will to resist, slung her over his shoulder, kicked open the window, and fled outside. The man had excellent physical strength. To his surprise, he had discovered earlier that as his talent awakened, the physical attributes granted by the Holy Grail system were also steadily improving. Carrying a woman while sprinting down the road was effortless for him. The ghosts watched as the villain escaped through the window, their hatred palpable. They longed to rush forward, but they were bound. One by one, the ghosts turned to look at Shao-Chi. Without expression, Shao-Chi formed a hand seal. The Yin energy in the Yin surged into the ghosts, making their once ethereal forms more solid. With a wave of her hand, the ghosts charged out. Their speed was faster than the man's running. After running a dozen meters, the man glanced back and saw the overwhelming swarm of ghosts, exuding a chilling aura. Their black mist-like bodies undulated in the air. The man estimated the distance between them. Gritting his teeth, he decided to throw the woman slung over his shoulder to the ground and run with all his might. At this moment, the woman saw the overwhelming swarm of ghosts behind her, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. She bit down on the man's scalp. Ah, the man screamed in pain. "You're courting death," he roared, activating his dog bite ability. His right hand seemed to come alive, instantly tearing the woman's neck apart. The woman let out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet, she had no regrets. However, due to this unexpected turn of events, the man was caught by the ghosts chasing him from behind. Inside the inn, the landlady and the student narrowly escaped with their lives. The female student burst into tears, curling up on the bed and sobbing, her eyes filled with fear and sorrow. The landlady, though slightly more composed, still looked pale, her eyes red-rimmed. Among the ghosts earlier was her taciturn husband. The landlady knelt solemnly before Shao-Chi and kowtowed 3 times. Then, she left the room to arrange her husband's corpse downstairs. The swarm of ghosts surrounded the man. Seeing the ghosts encircling him, the man's face twisted with ferocity. He shouted, "Get lost!" His right hand suddenly transformed, resembling a dog's head, emitting a faint black aura with a sharp, menacing edge. It seemed to come alive, faint barking sounds echoing faintly. He used his right hand to attack the ghosts. Instinctively, the ghosts retreated. The man sneered coldly and struck at the ghosts with his dog bite ability. However, his attack passed right through their bodies. He froze, staring in disbelief at his own attack passing through the ghosts. "How is this possible?" he murmured. The ghosts paused momentarily, then their faces lit up with a mix of joy and malice. Seizing the opportunity, one of them landed a heavy punch on the man's head. A bizarre phenomenon occurred. The moment the ghosts made contact with his body, their previously ethereal forms solidified. A dark bruise appeared on the man's head where the punch landed. The man, struck by the sudden attack, grimaced in pain. After several more attempts to harm the ghosts, he realized he couldn't inflict any damage on them. Fear crept onto his face, and he turned to flee. Seeing the man's disheveled retreat only fueled the ghosts' hatred. Their eyes glowed blood-red. On the highway, drivers caught glimpses of a black mist surrounding a man. The man screamed miserably, but eventually, his cries fell silent. This scene terrified many drivers, prompting them to step on the gas and speed away. Some curious onlookers even recorded the incident and uploaded it online. Back at the inn, after fulfilling their wishes, the ghosts returned one after another. With utmost respect, they bowed deeply to Shao-Chi. Following them, a slightly plump, somewhat short middle-aged man cast a grateful glance at Shao-Chi before heading downstairs. He was the owner of this cheap little inn. Among the group of ghosts, there was a young man with a suave appearance. He gazed at his girlfriend, who was curled up on the bed sobbing sorrowfully, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He crouched down beside her, gently placing his hand on her head, stroking it as he used to. The girl, startled by the warmth she felt atop her head, looked up. She saw her boyfriend, now a ghost. Her tears burst forth uncontrollably. The girl curled up in the boy's arms, sobbing her heart out. The other ghosts exchanged glances upon witnessing this scene. Though smiles lingered on their faces, their eyes betrayed a sense of regret. Xiao Qi went downstairs. She saw the innkeeper's wife sitting in a pool of blood. The innkeeper's ghost stood beside her, and the two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Xiao Qi felt a slight pang in her heart. She walked to the inn's entrance and sighed softly before dialing the authorities. After a long while, faint police sirens could be heard in the distance. Xiao Qi sighed again and dispelled the magical arrays. The bodies of the ghosts began to dissolve one by one. The schoolgirl, still clutching her boyfriend's hand tightly, seemed to sense something. But it was useless. The boy's spirit began to fade away. He still wore a gentle smile, though his eyes were filled with reluctance. Despair reflected in the girl's eyes. At that moment, the girl's figure vanished suddenly. Downstairs in the inn, the innkeeper's wife gazed at her husband's gradually fading spirit with a look of lingering attachment and deep affection. The man seemed to realize something, his face showing urgency, but his body dissolved regardless. Once the innkeeper's spirit was gone, the innkeeper's wife walked into the kitchen. With the disappearance of all the ghosts, Xiao Qi's face turned pale. Yet, she still managed to draw a six-pointed star array. A bright flash of light erupted beneath her feet, and she was instantly teleported away to an unknown destination. When Xiao Qi reappeared, she was in a room brimming with girlish charm, a pink bedspread and small stuffed toys placed on the bedside table. Xiao Qi removed her outer gray robe and lay down on the bed, her eyes filled with irrepressible exhaustion. In just a few days, she had endured the trials of years. Her heart was utterly drained. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. No one knew what had transpired during these past few days. Lying on the bed, Xiao Qi spoke using her thoughts. Teacher, how much longer until the passage between the human world and other realms opens, triggering the inter-realm war? A cold, clear female voice echoed in her mind. Not long now. A little less than a month. By then, the 6 realms of reincarnation will all converge with the human world. If the human world's strength is insufficient, I fear it will become a slaughterhouse for other realms. After hearing this, Xiao Qi fell silent, clenching her fists. For some reason, an image of Zhou Wen's face suddenly surfaced in her mind. Perhaps he. A sudden sensation of weightlessness engulfed her. The sensation of weightlessness this time lasted much longer than usual when Zhou Wen entered the survival battlefield. When he finally felt solid ground beneath his feet, he opened his eyes. What greeted him was a vibrant, lush little forest, filled with verdant green leaves. The air was incredibly fresh, which brought an unparalleled sense of joy to Zhou Wen, who had always lived near Kyoto. At that moment, the Holy Grail system suddenly popped up with a message. Due to unforeseen circumstances, you have entered another 6 realms of reincarnation world. This world is the animal realm. The system has matched you with 3 players. Note: the difficulty level of this world is extremely high. Please assess your own strength before exploring. The rules of this battlefield differ from the human realm. Players must explore on their own animal realm. Zhou Wen froze in place. At the same time, voices came from nearby. We've been matched with a new friend this time. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down. If it's those cold-blooded, treacherous Snake Clan folks, we need to be extra careful. But where did the new partner get teleported to? Why aren't they near us? Hearing this, Zhou Wen's hair stood on end. At the same time, rustling sounds came from the bushes beside him. There was no time for Zhou Wen to hide. Out stepped a small sheep, standing upright, with pristine white fur that was meticulously groomed. If one were to overlook the difference in species, she could be considered a little beauty. The small sheep walked out of the bushes and saw Zhou Wen. The two locked eyes. The creature immediately let out a terrified scream. Ah! Zhou Wen stared at the adorable little sheep in front of him, lost in thought. Just as the sheep let out her scream, 2 anxious voices came from behind the bushes. Xiao Xiao, hold on. Who dares to harm my Xiao Xiao? Following the voices, a chubby little pig with pink fur emerged, standing upright and holding a 3-pronged rake. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, the pig raised the rake and charged at him. Behind the pig, a well-groomed, majestic horse also ran out. The horse froze in its tracks upon seeing Zhou Wen, nearly twisting its legs in the process. At that moment, milky white text suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Wen. Detected. Current location is the Animal Realm battlefield. Initiating random god-level talent. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up as he saw this line of text. It was finally happening. However, in the eyes of the little sheep, Xiao Xiao, his gaze was utterly terrifying. Her face turned pale with fear, and she stood frozen in place. What shocked her the most, though, was the creature standing before her. He seemed to be the legendary human. At the thought of humans, countless stories her elders had told her as a child flooded Xiao Xiao's mind. Humans love eating lamb the most. To humans, every part of a sheep is precious. Lamb meat is incredibly delicious. They usually use it for hot pot. One person can eat 2 pounds of lamb in one sitting. Truly terrifying. Sheep skin is considered excellent material for clothing. The skin of a single lamb can only make a small lambskin coat. Of course, the scariest thing is that these humans occasionally shear the wool off the sheep. They use this wool to make wool coats. Every time she thinks about this, little sheep's face turns slightly red. For sheep, losing their wool means being completely naked. It's truly horrifying. However, as little sheep looked at the human in front of her, she somehow didn't feel frightened. Instead, as she gazed at Zhou Wen's face, she found this human to be rather good-looking. Zhou Wen, of course, was unaware of little sheep's inner thoughts. The milky white text in front of him began to refresh. Successfully randomized a divine-level talent. This time's divine-level talent is Borrow Heaven and Earth. Ability, you can replicate the talents of all players on the battlefield and upgrade them to SSS level. Ability range, all talents displayed in front of you. Note, your talent is extraordinary. I shall borrow it to enhance and glorify. After digesting the message from the random divine level talent system, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. Awesome! Truly worthy of being a divine level talent. Zhou Wen shouted in a low voice, borrow heaven and earth. Suddenly, the three-pronged rake in Pig Tianping's hand, which was attacking Zhou Wen, paused. He felt as though something had scanned him. Immediately after, something terrifying happened that nearly made his eyes pop out. A beam of light shone in Zhou Wen's hand. A majestic 9-pronged rake, silver all over, adorned with extraordinary divine inscriptions, appeared in Zhou Wen's grasp. In front of this 9-pronged rake, Pig Tianping's 3-pronged rake seemed like a grandson meeting his grandfather. For some reason, Pig Tianping felt that his 3-pronged rake no longer seemed as sturdy as before, it even felt a bit soft. Thinking of the scream little sheep had just let out, Pig Tianping gritted his teeth and swung his 3-pronged rake at Zhou Wen with all his might. Information about the 9-pronged rake talent flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. A smile appeared on his face. He adjusted the rake and gently flicked it. The two rakes collided with a metallic clang. With a clang, Pig Tianping's 3-pronged rake was sent flying. Pig Tianping staggered back 2 steps before steadying himself. Looking at Zhou Wen, who stood before him with a smile and the 9-pronged rake in hand, Pig Tianping couldn't hide his shock. Stammering, he said, 9-pronged rake. Meanwhile, Horse Wu Chang, who witnessed this scene, became fully alert. After repelling Pig Tianping, Zhou Wen dismissed the 9-pronged rake talent. He took a step back and then smiled. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhou Wen from the human realm. Human realm. Human. Horse Wu Chang and Pig Tianping reacted differently. Little Sheep blinked her sheepish eyes and looked at Zhou Wen, curious. A human. Pig Tianping's first reaction was, a human. Then, his gaze toward Zhou Wen was filled with fear. He suddenly recalled the terrifying stories his elders had told him when he was young. According to legend, humans loved eating pork. To eat more pork, they would crazily stuff food into little pigs' mouths until the pigs grew fat. Then, the pigs would become a delicious dish on human plates. This story was told to Pig Tianping by his father after he fell seriously ill from overeating as a child. Since then, Pig Tianping had started controlling his food intake and developed a deep fear of humans. Zhou Wen glanced at Pig Tianping. Pig Tianping immediately took 2 steps back, clutching his 3-pronged rake tightly, as if overwhelmed by immense fear. The one who seemed more shocked, however, was the handsome little horse nearby. The little horse stared at Zhou Wen, lost in thought. The human world. Just as my elders said. The little horse seemed to recall something, his eyes flickering. Zhou Wen looked at the majestic little horse in front of him, unsure of what he was thinking. Ma Wuchang's eyes sparkled. As he thought of many things, all connecting to the secrets his horse elders had once shared with him. Finally, Little Sheep took the initiative to approach Zhou Wen. She extended her small hoof and spoke in a clear, adorable voice. Hello, my name is Little Sheep. I'm from Sheep Village. Zhou Wen smiled warmly and shook her little hoof. After a brief handshake, Little Sheep quickly withdrew her hoof as if she'd been shocked. Zhou Wen maintained his gentle smile but secretly pondered. After shaking hands. For so many years, this was the first time he'd shaken hands with a sheep. It was surprisingly smooth. Seeing Little Sheep take the lead, Pig Tianpeng gritted his teeth, mustered his courage, and slowly moved in front of Zhou Wen. He also extended his little pig hoof. Zhou Wen kept his warm smile and shook Pig Tianpeng's hoof. "Hello, my name is Pig Tianpeng. I'm from Pig Village." Pig Tianpeng's voice was shy, sounding quite young. The moment Zhou Wen shook Pig Tianpeng's hoof, Pig Tianpeng suddenly remembered something his elders had once told him: humans had a habit of eating pig trotters. At this thought, Pig Tianpeng's face turned pale, and he quickly withdrew his hoof. Zhou Wen, on the other hand, was savoring the feel of that little pig trotter. It was quite plump. If stewed, it would surely be delicious. Subconsciously, Zhou Wen gave Pig Tianpeng another glance. Pig Tianpeng noticed Zhou Wen's gaze and immediately tensed up, his face showing even more fear as he instinctively stepped back. Finally, it was the majestic little horse's turn. The majestic little horse remained calm and composed. He walked up to Zhou Wen, lifted his right leg, and spoke in human language. "Hello, my name is Ma Wuchang. I'm from Horse Village." Zhou Wen shook hands with the little horse. Ma Wuchang's voice was crisp and steady, clearly that of a young boy. Zhou Wen had a rough understanding of the situation. The three little animals in front of him were all teenagers, or young girls. They were quite young. After a brief introduction, the three of them froze, not knowing what to say. Zhou Wen observed the expressions of the three little animals, then took the initiative to speak. "Where are we now? I just came from the human world, so I'm not familiar with this place." Ma Wuchang's eyes darted around a few times before he took the initiative to reply. "This is the trial ground. We have a total of 4 trial grounds. This is the second one. If we were to use the terminology from your human world, it would be the extreme boundary between silver and gold advancement." Zhou Wen was shocked upon hearing Ma Wuchang's explanation. He distinctly remembered that the Holy Grail system had matched him with a gold level game, so why was it now corresponding to the extreme boundary between silver and gold ranks? Zhou Wen began observing the three animals and was startled to discover that their physical attributes were superior to his own. Zhou Wen was alarmed. After all, his physical attributes were already close to those of a gold-level player. Zhou Wen looked at the majestic little horse. Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng, upon hearing Ma Wuchang's explanation, both showed confused expressions. They had no idea what extreme boundary meant. Zhou Wen ignored the expressions of Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng. The strength of these three animals far exceeded that of ordinary players in the human world. Zhou Wen lowered his head, deep in thought. Ma Wuchang, seeing Zhou Wen's contemplative expression, smirked coldly in his heart. Someone from the human world had actually come to their animal path. There must be some kind of conspiracy. No, I must carefully monitor his actions and report to the elders of my clan when the time comes. As Ma Wuchang was thinking this, Yang Xiaoxiao timidly walked up to Zhou Wen and asked, Zhou Wen, do humans really like eating sheep?" After Yang Xiaoxiao brought up this topic, Zhu Tianpeng also showed a nervous expression and added, "Do humans also really like eating pork?" Zhou Wen's train of thought was immediately interrupted. The two little animals in front of him were staring at him with eager eyes. Zhou Wen felt extremely awkward. In the end, Zhou Wen thought for a moment and decided to shift the blame onto the usual suspects at the dining table. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, "Sheep and pigs are so cute. Why would anyone want to eat them?" Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Yang Xiaoxiao immediately beamed with joy. She said indignantly, "Humph! I knew it. The elders in my family were just trying to scare me. When I get back, I'll definitely confront them about this." Yang Xiaoxiao looked ready to roll up her sleeves and settle the score. It was clear that this child had been deceived by her family elders since she was young. Zhu Tianpeng, who had been nervous, also felt a bit relieved. His gaze toward Zhou Wen became much friendlier. Finally, Zhu Tianpeng asked, "So, Zhou Wen, what do humans mainly eat?" Zhou Wen pretended to think for a moment before replying, "We mostly eat chicken and duck." "Ah!" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. It was quite unfortunate she had a friend who was a little chicken. Zhu Tianpeng, on the other hand, no longer looked frightened. As it happened, he had a grudge against a certain chicken. Suddenly, Zhu Tianpeng's gaze toward Zhou Wen became much more animated. proactively putting an arm around his shoulder. This scene left Zhou momentarily dazed. A pink little pig stood upright, one hand resting on his shoulder, happily oinking. Zhou felt that he had never encountered such a bizarre situation in his life. Meanwhile, Ma Wuchang stood silently by, not joining the conversation. He had clearly noticed Zhou awkward expression just now. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sneer. As expected, humans are a species skilled in deception. They eat sheep and pigs yet still deceive the two of them. No, I must warn Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping to keep a certain distance from Zhou. Otherwise, if this person suddenly gets hungry, he might make them his dinner. Zhou looked at Ma Wuchang's calm horse face. Due to the species barrier, Zhou couldn't discern Ma Wuchang's expression. However, Zhou always felt that this young horse seemed to harbor a slight hostility toward him. But then, Zhou took a deep look at Ma Wuchang. The smooth fur on his back and his strong physique. Zhou subconsciously swallowed. Suddenly, he had an urge to ride Ma Wuchang. Ma Wuchang, who was pondering something nearby, suddenly felt Zhou fiery gaze tinged with a hint of greed. Instantly, Ma Wuchang's muscles tensed, and he looked at Zhou warily. The entire horse was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that he wants to eat me? No, that's not right. Historically, humans rarely eat horses. Suddenly, Ma Wuchang thought of a terrifying possibility. Damn it! This person wants to ride him. At this thought, Ma Wuchang's face darkened. Yang Xiaoxiao pouted and asked, chickens are so cute too. Why eat chickens? After saying this, Yang Xiaoxiao paused, trying to mimic Zhou phrasing. Noticing Yang Xiaoxiao's actions, Zhou broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no! That phrasing must not be used on chickens, or it could lead to a major disaster. There might be some mysterious force that would erase this fragment of time and space Zhou was in. Although Zhou didn't know how he knew this, he had an inexplicable feeling about it. He hurriedly interrupted Yang Xiaoxiao. Yang Xiaoxiao was confused. She had just wanted to use the phrasing Zhou had used earlier about sheep and pigs. Why wouldn't Zhou let her say it? Silently, Yang Xiaoxiao repeated it in her mind. Suddenly, she recalled her cousin chatting with some shady friends in the past. Her little face turned red, and she silently cursed in her heart. Ugh. Zhu Tianping, on the other hand, was cheerful, occasionally letting out pig-like grunts while putting an arm around Zhou's shoulder. He was very enthusiastic, making Zhou feel a bit embarrassed. Zhou's eyes roamed over Zhu Tianping's body. Wow, this guy is plump and sturdy. Zhou almost couldn't resist reaching out his hand. The vigilant Ma Wuchang observed the entire scene from the side, lowering his opinion of Zhou even further. Of course, Zhu Tianping's eagerness to get close to Zhou had another reason. He had just seen Zhou use the nine-toothed rake's talent. That was truly astonishing. You must know that a nine-toothed rake is considered an extraordinary talent even among their kind. As far as he knew, one of his cousins, a prodigy of this generation, only had a seven-toothed rake. It was far inferior to the nine-toothed rake. Zhou naturally had no idea about Zhu Tianping's inner thoughts. However, from the current situation, it seemed he had blended in well with these little animals. Well, except for that aloof little horse. Suddenly, Zhou thought of something. He asked, the trial grounds, how do you eliminate others in your battlefield? Eliminate? Upon hearing this word, the little sheep Xiaoxiao showed a puzzled expression. Ma Wuchang also gave Zhou a strange look, as if he didn't understand the question. Zhou was momentarily at a loss, then rephrased, what is your method of competition here? The small animals exchanged glances and then answered in unison, our competition here is based on strength to obtain the opportunities in the inheritance grounds, or by sparring with peers. Of course, some may strike harder than others. Even if someone dies, we just consume some tokens to revive again. Hearing the rules of the animal realm, Zhou was astonished. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought all 6 realms were like the human realm, where competition and slaughter were the norms. It seemed that the animal realm placed more emphasis on inheritance and trials. The aloof little horse, Ma Wuchang, observed everything silently. Having been well read under the guidance of his elders since childhood, he now realized that the human realm's battlefield competition was actually elimination-based. As expected, it aligned with humans' combative nature. Ma Wuchang spoke, as far as I know, the hungry ghost realm seems to be similar to your human realm, both using competitive mechanisms. But it seems to Differ slightly, Ma Wuchang added after a moment of contemplation, uncertain. Each of the 6 realms has its own unique method of competition. Hearing this, Zhou Wen nodded. So that's how it was. Zhou Wen had gained new information, broadening his knowledge. At this moment, the little sheep Xiao changed the subject, looking at Zhou Wen and asking, Zhou Wen, is the 9-toothed rake you just used your innate talent? After this question, Zhu Tianpeng, who had been casually hanging on Zhou Wen's shoulder, couldn't help but secretly glance at Zhou Wen's expression. Zhou Wen shook his head and replied, no. My talent is merely the ability to borrow a portion of others' innate powers. For example, if I borrow Zhu Tianpeng's 3-toothed rake, I can unleash the power of a 9-toothed rake. Hearing this, the seemingly deep and composed little horse, Ma Wuchang, was suddenly startled and blurted out, doesn't that mean you can use all of our talents, and even more powerfully than we can? Zhou Wen instinctively nodded. He didn't elaborate on the specifics of his divine-level talent, borrowing heaven and earth. After all, in this foreign land, no, to be precise, this other world, it was a basic rule to keep some things to oneself and remain cautious of others. The little sheep Xiao couldn't help but show an envious expression. Since that's the case, then Zhou Wen's talent must be at the SS level, thought the trembling little colt on the side. He then looked at Zhou Wen with a slight change in his gaze. Someone with SS level talent must be a prodigy among the human race, a once-in-a-generation genius. So, the human world actually sent a prodigy into their beast realm. There must be some grand conspiracy hidden behind this. Little Colt's erratic thoughts began to run wild, his imagination boundless. Soon, a look of terror appeared on his long, horse-like face, but he quickly concealed his fear. His gaze toward Zhou Wen now carried a hint of wariness. In his view, Zhou Wen must be a spy sent by the human world, here to gather intelligence on their beast path, and perhaps even compete with them for opportunities. However, the relatively simple-minded sheep Xiao and pig Tianpeng didn't think that far. They only felt immense envy for Zhou Wen's talent. Pig Tianpeng even started daydreaming, imagining himself with Zhou Wen's talent, dominating all directions, using others' methods against them with overwhelming power. As he thought about it, Pig Tianpeng's face lit up with excitement. He grabbed Zhou Wen's hand. Come, I'll take you to farm for equipment and skills. Hearing this, Zhou Wen suddenly remembered his purpose for coming. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The vicious dog, Zhang Yong. The image of that man and the photos of the massacre appeared in Zhou Wen's mind. Animals, there must be many lock-on type talents here. A trace of anger flickered in Zhou Wen's eyes. On the side, Ma Wuchang, who had been observing Zhou Wen closely, noticed the coldness in his gaze. His heart skipped a beat. As expected, this guy is definitely here to steal opportunities. No way. Ma Wuchang suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. A spy from the human world was right in front of him, here to compete with the beast path for opportunities, to gather intelligence and eventually return to the human world, organizing a large group of humans to invade the beast path, treating them as food and clothing, slaughtering them. In Ma Wuchang's mind, he envisioned humans sneaking through the night, torches and butcher knives in hand, storming into their homes and killing recklessly. No way. I will never let that happen. A resolute look appeared in Ma Wuchang's eyes. With this thought, a fire ignited in Ma Wuchang's heart. He needed to plan. He needed to showcase his intelligence. He needed to ensure Zhou Wen's defeat. Ma Wuchang followed behind them, his steps growing firmer. The responsibility of his race now rested on his shoulders. In the dense, lush green forest, Zhou Wen led his 3 little animals, searching for something. After walking a few steps, Sheep Xiao suddenly let out a delighted cry. Look! Quick, look, it's a honey tangerine fruit. Zhou Wen followed Sheep Xiao's gaze. On a tree, there was a fruit, entirely orange, with an incredibly smooth surface, looking fresh and enticing. Zhou Wen stared at it for a moment, but the Holy Grail system didn't provide any information about the fruit. Sheep Xiao hopped over excitedly. With a jump, she plucked the honey tangerine fruit. Clearly, she was just a little lamb. Zhou Wen could see a trace of joy on her face, which filled him with immense curiosity. Zhu Tianpeng also seemed a bit excited upon seeing the honey tangerine fruit. Zhou Wen assumed the fruit must be very precious and couldn't help but show a serious expression. Ma Wuchang, who had been keeping a close eye on Zhou Wen, felt a jolt in his heart when he noticed Zhou Wen's sudden serious demeanor. Could it be that this honey tangerine fruit had some unknown effect? Why would this human show such an expression? Zhou Wen looked at the honey tangerine fruit in front of him but found no information about it. Finally, he said somewhat awkwardly, I can't see any information about this. Honey tangerine fruit. Can someone send it to me? Ma Wuchang? Yang Xiaoxiao eagerly volunteered and sent the information about the honey tangerine fruit to Zhou Wen. Item, honey tangerine fruit, description, a sweet and delicious fruit. After reading the information, Zhou Wen glanced at Zhu Tianping with a somewhat complicated expression. He had thought the fruit was incredibly valuable, but now it seemed it was just something extremely tasty to this little pig. Ma Wuchang had been observing Zhou Wen the entire time. When Zhou Wen's expression turned complicated, Ma Wuchang noticed him looking at Zhu Tianping and became even more confused. What could this human be plotting? However, as a talented member of the Ma family, even if he wasn't the prodigy of this generation, his intelligence was unparalleled. He was certain this human was scheming something. When Zhou Wen turned his head, he saw Ma Wuchang gazing deeply into the distance, lost in thought. Following his gaze, Zhou Wen saw a grassy field, lush and green. Suddenly, Zhou Wen seemed to understand and proactively handed the fruit to Ma Wuchang. Ma Wuchang, who had been deep in thought, was momentarily stunned when he saw the fruit being handed to him. He looked at Zhou Wen in confusion. Zhou Wen gave him a gentle smile. Instinctively, Ma Wuchang accepted the fruit, his heart tightening. Why? Why is he suddenly giving me this fruit? Could it be, this human has discovered my intentions? Is he trying to poison me? Damn it! As expected of a human prodigy. At this thought, Ma Wuchang swallowed nervously in fear. It's over. The beast path is doomed. Ma Wuchang looked sorrowfully at Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping. After his death, these two fools would surely be deceived by Zhou Wen until they had nothing left. Alas! My fate is sealed. Lowering his head with tears in his eyes, Ma Wuchang debated whether to expose Zhou Wen. What are you doing, Ma Wuchang? Eat it. Yang Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Zhu Tianping swallowed hard. He wanted to eat the honey tangerine fruit too. Ma Wuchang was utterly hopeless. His teammates, Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping, gave him a look. With a blank expression, Ma Wuchang took a bite of the fruit. Sweet and tasty, no different from what he had eaten before. He looked up to see Zhou Wen still gazing at him gently. Zhou Wen studied Ma Wuchang's horse face but couldn't discern any expression. However, he assumed Ma Wuchang must be happy. After finishing the fruit, Ma Wuchang was in despair. He waited for a long time. But he didn't die. Ma Wuchang was dumbfounded. Zhu Tianping, on the side, felt a bit dejected. He secretly swallowed hard. Actually, he had wanted to eat that honey tangerine fruit too. A few of them continued wandering around the forest for a while. They found quite a few fruits to stave off hunger. Zhou Wen also got to taste fruits from a different world. The honey tangerine fruit was very sweet. It tasted like an orange but wasn't sour, and it didn't have any seeds. This surprised Zhou Wen greatly. Along the way, Zhou Wen hadn't come across any weapons or equipment. He couldn't help but ask, why haven't we encountered any weapons or skill books along the way? Hearing this, Ma Wuchang's ears twitched, and he quietly observed Zhou Wen. Yang Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. Equipment? What equipment? Then Zhu Tianping spoke up. In the beast realm, the only things we can pick up along the way are some fruits. If we're extremely lucky, we might stumble upon a fortuitous opportunity. But we can't find weapons or Dao techniques. Even Dao techniques can only be obtained through such opportunities. So, under normal circumstances, we don't engage in battles along the way. Of course, there are exceptions. There are special places that produce malice and malicious souls. If we defeat the malice, we can obtain weapons rewarded by the Holy Grail system. If we defeat malicious souls, we can obtain Dao techniques rewarded by the Holy Grail system. These can also be considered a type of opportunity. However, the malice and malicious souls are usually very powerful. If you can't defeat them and end up being killed instead, there's nothing you can do about it. Zhu Tianping spoke while chewing on a honey tangerine fruit, his words muffled and his mouth dripping with juice. At this, Zhou Wen felt his worldview shift. He couldn't help but ask, what happens if you don't obtain any opportunities? Yang Xiaoxiao took over the conversation, her face showing indignation. Of course, we won't be able to improve our strength. At the end of the year, all the young generations of every tribe compete in strength, which determines the resource allocation for the next year. Yang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but recall the painful experience of being pressured by the elders in her family to cultivate diligently. Resource allocation. Zhou Wen was stunned when he heard this. Are your resources really limited? Zhu Tianpeng nodded. Our resources are limited. At the end of the year, the Holy Grail system distributes them to us. Of course, some tribes that naturally require fewer resources don't care about the year-end competitions. Powerful tribes like the Tiger Clan monopolize a large portion of the resources every time. Zhou Wen lowered his head in thought. He hadn't expected the Holy Grail system to wield such influence over resource distribution in the beast realm. Then he thought of the human realm. Why hadn't the Holy Grail system been implemented for all humans in the human realm? Why had it only been applied to a portion of people? This was a question. Behind him, Ma Wuchang noticed Zhou Wen lowering his head in contemplation, his body tensing up again. He carefully observed Zhou Wen's emotional changes. In the end, limited by the barriers between species, the young horse gave up on the matter. In his view, trying to read a human's emotions was less worthwhile than observing a monkey. At least he could understand a monkey. Thinking of this, the young horse shook his head helplessly. He recalled some hidden truths. Then, a trace of pity appeared in the gaze directed at Zhou Wen. Not far from where the group was gathered, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass. A black shadow darted out. It was a bamboo viper, about 3 feet long, with a vibrant green body. The slender snake coiled its body and then leaped up, hanging onto a tree branch. It raised its head, looking in the direction of Zhou Wen and the others, flicking its tongue to sense the signals lingering in the air. Finally, it locked onto a person in its infrared vision. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the bamboo viper's face, looking incredibly eerie. Finally found you. Zhou Wen was conversing with the 3 small animals when he suddenly felt a chilling presence flash by. Immediately after, Zhu Tianpeng let out an ouch, and was sent flying by an attack from an unknown source, crashing into a fruit tree. A fruit fell and hit Zhu Tianpeng on the head. Zhou Wen caught a glimpse of a black shadow out of the corner of his eye. The shadow moved incredibly fast, attacking Ma Wuchang next. Ma Wuchang reacted swiftly. The moment Zhu Tianpeng was struck, he let out a low shout, "Horse tramples 3000. A faint glow appeared around him, the mane on his neck standing on end, and his streamlined muscles tensed. Ha! He raised his 2 front legs, which instantly seemed to transform into machine guns. However, the black shadow appeared to be very familiar with Ma Wuchang. The moment it appeared in front of him, it leaped and flipped, landing on Ma Wuchang's right side. The shadow quickly left a mark on Ma Wuchang's body. The burning pain made Ma Wuchang twitch the corner of his mouth, but his bloodline, which was 1/4 Dawan, made him more pain-tolerant. Enduring the pain, Ma Wuchang adjusted the direction of his front legs, his hooves creating a terrifying sound like a machine gun firing in the air. The black shadow coiled around Ma Wuchang, climbing up his mane to the top of his head. The shadow's tail struck with force. Snap! Another burning mark appeared on Ma Wuchang's head. The thick-skinned and tough Zhu Tianpeng was unharmed after the black shadow's attack. Furious, he stuffed the fruit that had hit his head into his mouth, shouted loudly, and conjured a 3-pronged rake in his hand. Wielding the rake, he charged forward and swung it toward Ma Wuchang's head. This action frightened Zhou Wen. He quickly shouted, "Hold back!" Zhu Tianpeng came to his senses, instinctively reducing the force of his heavy swing. It was evident that Zhu Tianpeng had solid basic skills. Taking advantage of this moment, the black shadow on Ma Wuchang's head quickly leaped away, landing beside Zhou Wen. The instant the shadow saw Zhou Wen, it froze. Zhou Wen also saw the true form of the shadow. It was a small snake, about 3 feet long, with a vibrant green body. Its scales shimmered like gemstones, making it incredibly beautiful. The little snake froze when it saw Zhou Wen and stammered, human." Ma Wuchang, Yang Xiaoxiao, and Zhu Tianpeng all spoke up when they saw the bamboo viper. "It's you! Snake first! Snake first!" Zhou Wen looked at the small snake in front of him, thinking they might know each other. However, the green bamboo viper's body slightly coiled and once again launched an attack toward Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen remained calm and composed. Suddenly, Zhu Tianpeng, who was holding a rake, felt a trace of power drain from his body. At the same time, a brilliant light burst from Zhou Wen's hand, revealing a majestic 9-toothed rake. Zhou Wen swung the 9-toothed rake, which carried a shockwave effect with every attack. The small snake couldn't get close to Zhou Wen's body. Conversely, the snake's speed was so fast that Zhou Wen couldn't land a hit on it. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Ma Wuchang, enduring the pain from his head and abdomen, spoke up, "Borrow my talent." Zhou Wen understood immediately. The nine-toothed rake in his hand gradually shrank and disappeared. Meanwhile, Ma Wuchang, still bearing the pain, felt as though something had slightly drained from his body. Your talent is extraordinary. I shall borrow it to amplify its greatness. Zhou Wen borrowed Ma Wuchang's talent. After glancing at the advanced version of Ma Wuchang's talent, Zhou Wen smiled. SSS level. Talent, Trample 3 billion. Description, your attack speed increases by 1000%, with no side effects. Talent skill 1, shadowless. Your punches and attacks will be undetectable to the enemy. Talent skill 2, flowing fire. Due to your extreme attack speed, unique energy from the void is triggered and naturally harnessed by you. Talent skill 3, eternal stability. Your arms will not sustain damage. Talent skill 4, mind-body unity. Each punch you throw will inflict mental damage equal to the physical damage dealt. This talent. Zhou Wen smiled faintly. Isn't this the Pegasus Meteor Fist? But honestly, this talent seems a bit weak. Zhou Wen took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice, Trample 3 billion. Instantly, Zhou Wen's fists completely vanished from sight. The shadowy green snake continued darting around Zhou Wen, only to be struck by an invisible punch. Its swift-moving body suddenly froze in mid-air. Zhou Wen's fists relentlessly pounded the snake's body. His punches were so fast that they generated flames from friction with the air. The onlookers around Zhou Wen gaped in astonishment. At this moment, Zhou Wen didn't seem to be punching but rather shooting streams of fire. The green-scaled bamboo viper hung motionless in the air, its snake eyes turning slightly white. The entire snake appeared stunned. After a few more light punches, Zhou Wen finally stopped. Without Zhou Wen's attacks, the bamboo viper fell directly to the ground. It twitched a few times, its once vivid green scales now charred and blackened. Its eyes were white, and the entire snake emitted a burnt smell, with wisps of white smoke rising from its body. Yang Xiaoxiao, seeing this scene, hurried over. Her hands glowed with green light, enveloping the small snake. The green light slowly transferred to the snake's body. The snake's slightly charred scales began to crack and crumble into powder. Brand new, vibrant green scales grew in their place. Although it appeared to have a softer texture and wasn't as tough as the scales earlier, it seemed that the snake's injuries had been relatively well treated. After using her innate ability, Yang Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat off her forehead. Zhou Wen found the scene in front of him quite peculiar. A pig and a small colt sat nearby, while a little lamb sat upright on the ground, using her two hooves to treat the injuries of a green bamboo snake. How could this not feel a bit eerie? Zhou Wen looked at the green bamboo snake and asked, "Who is he?" Xu Tianpeng and Ma Wuchang spoke in unison, "Shi Xian." Ma Wuchang, enduring his pain, continued, "Shi Xian is one of the direct descendants of the snake sect this time, though his strength isn't particularly impressive." Hearing this, Zhou Wen raised an eyebrow. If he could fight you and Xu Tianpeng to this extent, you call that not particularly impressive? If he weren't here, wouldn't Ma Wuchang and Xu Tianpeng have been completely defeated? Ma Wuchang didn't notice Zhou Wen's skeptical gaze and continued speaking to himself. The elders of the clan intend to arrange a marriage between Yang Xiaoxiao and Shi Xian to bring additional strength to Yangjia village. Hearing this, Zhou Wen was utterly shocked. Are you kidding me? One is a sheep, and the other is a snake. Zhou Wen thought that if Stebbins knew about this, he might just rise from his grave, considering he was the one who proposed the concept of reproductive isolation. Ma Wuchang didn't notice Zhou Wen's dramatic expression. His gaze darkened as he looked at Shi Xian, who was gradually recovering. On the ground, he walked over to Shi Xian's side, staring at him intently. In a shabby little rental room, the peeling paint revealed the gray wall base hidden beneath the white surface. A shirtless, bald man sat on a small stool, holding a large bowl of instant noodles, slurping them noisily as steam rose around him. He was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening. The scorching summer heat mercilessly amplified the temperature inside the rental room. The windows were wide open, but the thick, stifling heat showed no sign of dissipating. In front of him was an old television playing some local news. After finishing the noodles, the man raised the bowl and drank a few sips of the broth before setting it down, licking his lips and letting out a satisfied sound. "Ah, that's nice." The bald man wiped the sweat off his face with his hand, then instinctively picked up a toothpick and put it in his mouth. Only then did he realize he had just eaten instant noodles. His expression turned a bit forlorn as he flicked the toothpick aside. But then, as if remembering something, he walked over, picked up the toothpick, wiped it on his clothes, and placed it back into the nearly empty toothpick holder. After doing this, he lay down on his shabby little bed, the sheets looking like they hadn't been washed in ages, so dirty they seemed to have developed a patina. However, the bald man didn't mind at all. Lying on the bed, he scrolled through messages on WeChat, as if waiting for something. But after waiting for a long time, there was no notification sound from WeChat. Frustrated, he tossed his phone aside. Suddenly, he felt that his life was utterly meaningless. But then, as if struck by a thought, he struggled to get up from the bed and looked at the photo on his bedside table. In the photo, a bald man was dressed in the same outfit as Bald Chang from Boonie Bears, mimicking Bald Chang's pose, holding a high-quality replica chainsaw with a joyful smile on his face. In his other hand, he held a golden trophy, his expression full of excitement. The bald man stared at the photo for a long time before letting out a sigh. Bang! He slammed the photo frame heavily onto the bedside table. He felt a bit dejected. Rolling around on the bed a few times, he quickly decided to pull himself together. He yanked open the wardrobe and rummaged through it to find the Bald Chang-style jacket that hadn't been washed in ages. He put it on, donned Bald Chang's hat, and grabbed a toy chainsaw. Opening Kuaishou, he recorded a few videos and uploaded them, then eagerly watched his view count and tips. But the views were pitifully low. Moreover, his follower count started to drop again. Among the comments, one particularly stung his heart, still struggling as a washed-up internet celebrity, posting these meaningless videos every day. Just a monkey trying to grab attention. The man was furious. He threw his phone with force, and it hit the wall, leaving a huge crack on the screen. Panicked, he rushed over, picked up his phone, and swiped a few times, only to find that it was just the tempered glass that had shattered, not the phone itself. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! Damn it! His heart was filled with rage. The Holy Grail War. The Holy Grail War. Could it solve my real-life problems, like putting food on the table? He muttered to himself, seething with anger. But just then, his figure suddenly disappeared. He wasn't alarmed, because he knew he had entered the game alongside the person he had been sniping at endlessly. The bald man sighed deeply, then gathered his spirits and quietly waited to enter the battlefield. He waited for a long time, feeling that this time the teleportation was taking longer than usual. Finally, after some time, he arrived at the battlefield where Zhou Wen was. He opened his eyes. A desolate grassland stretched out before him, filled with withered weeds and devoid of any living creatures. The bald man couldn't help but curse. What kind of lousy place is this? He scanned the surroundings. There were no weapons, no equipment, not even any wild monsters. Furious, he spat on the ground. What a crappy place, so damn barren. The bald man plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot. Ever since the day Zhou Wen had killed him, he knew he could never defeat Zhou Wen. Every time he matched with him, the number of years deducted from his lifespan doubled with each death. At this rate, he wouldn't have much time left to live. Thinking about this, he let out a bitter laugh. This is fine. This is fine. At least, he had once been glorious, had once eaten meat and drunk wine in big gulps, had once enjoyed millions of followers in traffic. He had experienced everything he was supposed to in this lifetime. Thinking of this, his gaze dimmed. The only regret is that since he rose to prominence, he has not returned to his mountain village to visit his parents. Now, he is destitute. His parents probably don't even know. The bald man lay on the ground as if he had given up on himself, looking up at the sky without moving, choosing instead to fall into a deep sleep. He felt very tired. It had been a long time since he had felt this relaxed. However, what he didn't know was that a group of creatures was slowly approaching him from not far away. Meanwhile, in reality, two elderly people dressed simply, led by a middle-aged woman, arrived at the door of a rental house. The two elderly people looked at the dilapidated rental house, their eyes brimming with tears. In the forest, Zhou Wen and his group looked at the still somewhat weak Snake Xian in front of them. Snake Xian first glanced gratefully at Sheep Xiaoxiao, then turned his gaze to Zhou Wen. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he stared at Zhou Wen, flicking his bright red tongue. Human, what is your purpose in coming to our beast realm? His gaze was full of hostility. Upon hearing this, Horse Wu Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of mutual understanding. A kindred spirit. So Snake Xian wasn't entirely brainless after all. Horse Wu Chang suddenly felt he had underestimated Snake Xian before. Zhou Wen felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to explain. Sheep Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Snake Xian, why did you attack us? Although Horse Wu Chang had been healed, Sheep Xiaoxiao's eyes still carried a trace of anger. Upon hearing this, Snake Xian's previously cold demeanor softened instantly, and his tone even carried a hint of flattery. He said, Xiaoxiao, Wasn't I just worried about you? After all, Pig Tianpeng and Horse Wuchang are both clumsy brutes, they're bound to cause you trouble. As he spoke, Snake Xian even used his emerald green body to form a heart shape. Sheep Xiaoxiao frowned directly. Zhou Wen, watching this scene, felt speechless. As expected, sycophants aren't exclusive to humans, other creatures are the same. Snake Xian, I don't need your concern, Sheep Xiaoxiao said angrily. She walked over to Snake Xian and stomped on his tail, kicking him a short distance away. Snake Xian then slithered back again. Seeing this, a trace of anger flashed in Horse Wuchang's eyes. He spoke coldly, Snake Xian, why aren't you with your snake clan looking for opportunities? What are you doing with us? Snake Xian straightened his body, flicking his crimson tongue, and said slowly, I'm here for Xiao Xiao. What does it have to do with you? As he spoke, Snake Xian straightened his body and coldly stared at Horse Wuchang, looking ready to attack at any moment. The wounds on Horse Wuchang's body faintly ached. He gritted his teeth slightly and said, want to fight? Who's afraid of who? Seeing this, Zhou Wen's mouth twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Sheep Xiaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, frowning and speaking coldly, what are you two trying to do? Upon hearing Sheep Xiaoxiao speak, Snake Xian instantly relaxed his body, wagging his tail as he looked at her. Anyone who didn't know better might think Snake Xian was a dog. The horse, Ma Wuchang, snorted angrily. Its gaze toward Shi Xian was filled with hostility no less intense than Zhou Wen's. Yang Xiaoxiao walked over to Shi Xian and began stomping furiously on him. Ah! Shi Xian's cries of agony echoed continuously. Zhou Wen couldn't bear to watch anymore and wanted to intervene. But Pig Tianpeng, standing nearby, grabbed Zhou Wen and said, don't worry. Xiao Xiao is as weak as a chicken, the damage she's doing to him isn't even close to what one punch from me could do. Zhou Wen was speechless as he listened to Shi Xian's wails. It sounded quite convincing. Finally, after an untold number of kicks, Yang Xiaoxiao, panting heavily, stopped. She was utterly exhausted from all the stomping. However, Shi Xian remained as shameless as ever, refusing to leave. There was even a smile on his face. Yes, a smile. Although by human aesthetic standards, the smile on Shi Xian's face looked quite odd, it was unmistakably a grin. Zhou Wen couldn't help but marvel at this snake's talent. It had managed to transcend species barriers and convey its expression to other beings. Truly remarkable. Zhou Wen clicked his tongue in amazement. Seeing Shi Xian still stubbornly refusing to leave, Yang Xiaoxiao looked toward Zhou Wen with a hint of pleading and helplessness in her eyes. Then she turned to Shi Xian and said, if you can defeat this human, I'll allow you to follow me. As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Xian immediately straightened his body, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Zhou Wen. He said to Zhou Wen, human, what you saw earlier was only half of my true power. I haven't even shown my full strength yet. Shi Xian's voice shifted from its previous gentleness to something more sinister and cold. Zhou Wen looked into Shi Xian's icy gaze, and for a moment, it felt as though a snake was coiling itself around his skin. A shiver ran down his spine. Yang Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, cast a pleading glance at Zhou Wen. She truly found Shi Xian to be quite a nuisance, otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to asking Zhou Wen for help. Zhou Wen could only helplessly spread his hands. After all, he understood just how terrifying a devoted pursuer could be. Zhou Wen spoke up, alright, let's do this. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Xian's figure vanished once more. All that remained around Zhou Wen were shadows darting back and forth. In that instant, Zhou Wen felt as though he were surrounded by thousands of snakes, encasing him completely. Zhou Wen's eyes showed a hint of admiration. It seemed the snake wasn't relying on any special abilities, it was purely its speed. Zhou Wen estimated that the snake's speed was around 30, maybe even more. At that moment, Zhou Wen suddenly heard Shi Xian's warning voice. Human, be careful. I'm about to use my special ability now. Don't blame me if you end up dead. Hearing this, Zhou Wen immediately became alert, as if facing a great enemy. He began to speculate. Shi Xian's special ability was likely related to poison. A faint light flickered in Zhou Wen's hand, and the elegant nine-toothed rake once again appeared in his grasp. This rake had the ability to disrupt the air, which could serve as a good defense if the snake were to spray venom. Nearby, Pig Tianpeng's eyes burned with envy as he watched Zhou Wen summon the nine-toothed rake once more. Looking at the three-toothed rake in his own hand, his gaze grew even more fervent. Although his own talent wasn't particularly high, he thought that, with a stroke of good fortune, perhaps one day his three-toothed rake could evolve into a nine-toothed rake as well. It's coming. Suddenly, Zhou Wen heard Snake Xian's voice near his ear. Zhou Wen stepped forward, firmly gripping the nine-toothed rake with both hands, and began to swing it slowly. The nine-toothed rake moved through the air as if plowing a field, leaving 9 faint marks in its wake. Suddenly, from the black shadow that had been darting around Joe, a liquid was sprayed out at high speed. The liquid splattered onto the 9 faint marks in the air and was instantly immobilized. Joe could now clearly see the liquid. It was a bright green venom, presumably Snake Xian's poison. As the venom touched the 9 marks in the air, it slowly dripped to the ground, corroding it into a pit with a sizzling sound, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Joe's pupils contracted. The corrosive strength of this venom was almost comparable to the toxic fruit that Zhao XX had once consumed. At the very least, this was a B-level talent. The snake shadow, which had been darting around Joe, let out a surprised sound upon seeing its venom blocked by the 9 marks in the air. Since when did the Pig Clan's rake have this kind of ability? No, wait. Snake Xian seemed to notice the number of teeth on the rake in Joe's hands. This is the 9-toothed rake. He let out a startled cry. It was actually the 9-toothed rake. This was simply unscientific. However, Snake Xian was undeniably a cunning villain. Even as he expressed his astonishment, he continued to release venom while speaking. The bright green venom from all directions enveloped Joe, but it was all confined in midair by the 9 marks. In an instant, the black shadow struck, breaking through the force field around Joe. Wive! The powerful snake tail lashed against Joe's abdomen, causing a burning pain that made Joe gasp sharply. Sheep Xiao Xiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, stood up and spat in disdain upon witnessing this. Shameless! Using sneak attacks like that. But Snake Xian replied, apologies, that's just a unique attack habit of us snakes. Please don't take it personally. Although Snake Xian said this, his attacks did not stop. The black shadow moved like a divine whip, striking at Joe with incredible speed. At the same time, bright green venom occasionally sprayed out from the shadows beneath the black figure. Joe found it increasingly difficult to fend off the attacks with the 9-toothed rake. Taking a deep breath, Joe decided to use the innate ability of the 9-toothed rake. It was time to show what an SSS level talent truly meant. Snake Xian, watching Joe continuously defend with the 9-toothed rake, showed a look of disdain mixed with deep wariness. How had this person defeated him earlier? At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Why had this human appeared in their beast path? Could it be that the realm war was about to begin? Snake Xian had heard bits and pieces about it. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, he could vaguely guess. Meanwhile, Pig Tianpeng, seeing Joe entangled by Snake Xian, subconsciously tightened his grip on his own 3-toothed rake. His expression dimmed slightly. Even the 9-toothed rake couldn't defeat Snake Xian? You should know that. Snake Xian only had an A-level talent. A-level talent, Shadow Venom description, you can shoot venom from the shadows. It was understandable that he couldn't defeat Zhu Tianpeng's B-level 3-pronged rake. After all, the family genealogy recorded that the 9-toothed rake, this companion weapon, was of divine weapon level. But why couldn't it even defeat an A-level talent now? Zhu Tianpeng thought about this. Then he saw the 9-toothed rake in Joe's hand radiate divine light. The 9-toothed rake quickly grew larger. Joe's face carried a smile as he gently swung the rake in a circle. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of air. No. To be precise, it was the sound of space shattering. Wherever the 9-toothed rake plowed through the space around Joe, 9 black marks were left behind. These 9 black marks lingered in the air. The emerald green venom that Snake Xian kept spitting out disappeared. The moment it approached the black marks, the 9 black marks continued to expand, enveloping the entire area where Joe and Snake Xian were fighting. Under Joe's control, Snake Xian, who had been darting through the air, suddenly froze as if immobilized. A trace of terror appeared in Snake Xian's pupils. What happened? What's going on? Why isn't my body responding? Snake Xian mustered all his strength to try to move again, but it was useless. He could keenly sense that his body was being confined by this space. No matter how much power he used, he couldn't break free. Joe adjusted the 9-toothed rake, and then lightly tapped Snake Xian. Effortless might. Snake Xian was instantly sent flying, disappearing into the distance. No one knew where he ended up. The entire snake gradually turned into a small black dot in the sky. Joe was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected a casual strike with the 9-toothed rake to have such power. Of course, Joe had deliberately controlled his strength, so Snake Xian wouldn't suffer much harm. This was because Joe had just attacked the small area of space around Snake Xian. In the blink of an eye, Snake Xian was gone. Zhou put down the rake in his hand, looking a bit dazed. Shu Tianpeng, tightly gripping his three-pronged rake, suddenly broke into a smile. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his expression was filled with joy. The small pig hooves holding the three-pronged rake were trembling. Yang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed to see Snake Xian sent flying. This annoying snake had been harassing her endlessly, driving her nearly insane. Of course, Yang Xiaoxiao's talent was related to healing. A-level talent, healing. Field description: you can heal the injured. She could easily sense the vitality of Snake Xian. It was clear that Zhou had held back just now, and Snake Xian had suffered almost no harm. However, the fact that Zhou could send Snake Xian flying was truly astonishing. It was a miraculous feat. The phrase miraculous feat suddenly appeared in the mind of Shinjun Shoma, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines. He looked at the rake in Zhou Wen's hand with a serious expression. Was that the power of the Zhu family's rake after it had been upgraded to its highest stage? Ma Wuchang suddenly had a thought. Could this person possibly have an SSS level talent? This talent is just too insane. A trace of longing arose in his heart. Witnessing the power of the nine-toothed rake, he was eager to know his own talent. What would happen if galloping over 3,000 were upgraded to its highest stage? This thought came to him after seeing Zhou use his talent. The majestic little horse unconsciously took 2 steps in place, appearing somewhat restless. Zhou was about to put away the nine-toothed rake when Zhu Tianpeng, holding his small rake, quickly walked over. There was a hint of yearning in his gaze as he looked at Zhou. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something more, but Zhou smiled knowingly. At the moment Zhu Tianpeng was about to ask, Zhou sent him the talent information of the nine-toothed rake. Shu Tianpeng stared blankly at the talent information that appeared before him. After a while, the little pig seemed to become filled with fighting spirit. His body trembled. So strong. Is this the nine-toothed rake? Seeing the shock in Zhu Tianpeng's eyes, Zhou smiled knowingly. In fact, from the very beginning when Zhou first met this little pig, he had noticed that Zhu Tianpeng lacked some courage and was somewhat self-conscious. This insecurity likely stemmed from his talent. Zhou speculated that Zhu Tianpeng's three-toothed rake was probably a B-level or C-level companion talent, not very strong. Along the way, Zhou had subtly probed the seed candidates, and true prodigies of various races would directly compete for opportunities and wouldn't waste much time exploring the outskirts. Then Zhou thought of something. He leaned close to Zhu Tianpeng's ear and whispered, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, this is just the most basic data of the talent. It hasn't been unlocked yet." Shu Tianpeng, who was already dazed by the information, became even more stunned upon hearing this. A stiff smile appeared on his chubby little face, and then he let out several pig squeals, laughing uncontrollably. You must know, the nine-toothed rake talent had only appeared once in their tribe a very, very long time ago. The data for this talent had long been lost. Currently, the most powerful talent in their tribe was the seven-toothed rake, which was 2 teeth short of the nine-toothed rake. But the gap was not just a small difference. Instinctively, Zhu Tianpeng gripped his small rake tightly. If Zhou had the emotional vision of Jizi, he would have seen a rising aura emanating from Zhu Tianpeng. This aura was called willpower, related to a system of talent advancement. Zhou patted Zhu Tianpeng on the shoulder, then turned to Yang Xiaoxiao, spread his hands helplessly, and said, "Sorry about that. I think I might have overdone it and sent him off directly." Yang Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. "It's fine. Honestly, I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Sending him off is actually the best outcome." Although there had been plans for a marriage alliance between the two tribes, Yang Xiaoxiao had even heard her father mention it. She didn't want Xu Xian to be so servile. It didn't reflect the demeanor of a snake tribe member at all. You must know, the snakes in the snake tribe were all extremely cold-blooded and ruthless, and their strength was formidable. Xu Xian was still far from that. He couldn't even be considered a prodigy of the snake tribe. On a vast, desolate plain, a bald man, panting and gasping, walked along the path. The scorching sun above relentlessly evaporated the moisture from his body. He kept cursing. "Damn this Holy Grail system. What kind of lousy place did it randomly drop me into?" Throughout his journey, the bald man hadn't encountered any weapons or equipment. Not even a bird flew across the sky. This place was practically the legendary barren wasteland where not even birds would poop. Moreover, as the sun grew hotter, the rising temperature left him increasingly dehydrated. Although he wouldn't die, the discomfort was very real. This only added to his complaints about the Holy Grail system. All he could think about now was surviving, clinging to his meager life. Instinctively, he summoned the Holy Grail system interface, wanting to check how many players were left in this round. When he opened it and saw the data, he closed it immediately, took a few steps, and suddenly felt something was off. He reopened the Holy Grail system page, stared at the number displayed, and was completely dumbfounded. 4,681 players. The bald man nearly fainted on the spot. He took a couple of sharp breaths of dry air. What the hell kind of mode is this? Over 4,600 players. Damn it! Is 520 out of their mind? The bald man was utterly despairing. If he died here, wouldn't he just turn to dust? At that moment, a row of figures appeared not far ahead of him. These figures slowly approached him. The bald man, on the verge of tears, thought they were players and immediately became vigilant. But as the figures drew closer, he realized they weren't players. They looked more like wild creatures. Now the bald man wasn't so worried. After all, his talent was an A-grade defensive ability. He had tested it before, and among all defensive talents, his was considered exceptionally strong. When the group of figures got closer, the bald man was stunned. The creatures on the other side were stunned too. The row of creatures all had bald heads, with faces resembling human features. The only difference was that they had no eyebrows. These creatures carried blue turtle shells on their backs, engraved with mysterious symbols. The shells exuded a faint, cooling aura, shielding the creatures from the scorching sun. Fate works in mysterious ways. As the two sides locked eyes, the bald man seemed to have an epiphany. He suddenly shouted, "Come forth, big baby!" From the void appeared a green round pot. The green pot actively attached itself to the bald man, fitting snugly on his back. It looked like a turtle shell. Now, the bald man and the group of turtle-like creatures looked strikingly similar, with the only difference being the color of their shells. A-grade talent, Destiny's round pot, description. While equipped with this pot, your defense is fixed at 500 points. Uses, 1/3, once all uses are exhausted, this talent will be destroyed. While this talent exists, it will guide your destiny. Both sides were completely dumbfounded. The Azure Sea Turtle clan, who were undergoing trials in the land of tribulation, unexpectedly discovered a new member of their kind. The group of divine turtles, each carrying a blue shell on their backs, surrounded the bald man and began dancing energetically. They performed a dance the bald man had never seen before. He muttered under his breath, "What on earth are these things? Are they monsters? What are they doing?" The bald man was utterly puzzled. However, as he carefully observed the turtle people, the Holy Grail system did not provide him with any prompts. This indicated that these turtles were not monsters. After the Azure Sea Divine Turtles finished their peculiar dance around the bald man, something strange happened. The shell on the bald man's back slowly turned blue, becoming identical to the shells of the Azure Sea Divine Turtles. Seeing his shell change color, the bald man was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What the F*** just happened? He was utterly stunned. In the beast realm, amidst a vast azure sea, numerous blue shells floated on the water's surface. At the center of the sea was a massive island, its color also a striking blue. Combined with the smaller blue shells scattered around, the scene sent shivers down one's spine upon closer thought. On this blue island, an elder stood on an altar. Though he had no eyebrows or hair, his face was deeply wrinkled, revealing his advanced age. The elder, dragging a blue shell on his back, shuffled back and forth. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, as if receiving a response. A smile spread across his wrinkled face. He chuckled dryly and said, "Excellent, excellent. Finally found it. Finally found it." Unaware of all this, the bald man was still surrounded by the Azure Sea Divine Turtles, unable to go anywhere. After finishing the coloring of his shell, the turtles arranged themselves into a formation, muttering something in a language the bald man had never heard before. Then, something astonishing happened. The blue shells on the turtles began to emit a radiant, mysterious, and elegant light. This light formed a teleportation array, which directly transported the bald man away. At the same time, the Holy Grail system's remaining player count interface displayed 4,680, one less than before. When the bald man opened his eyes again, he found himself on an island. The ground of the island was entirely blue, and there were no significant buildings, only something resembling an altar. On the altar stood an elder with a blue shell on his back. The moment the bald man left, The trial ground. A line of text appeared in front of him from the Holy Grail system. You have exited the Beast Realm trial ground and entered the Beast Realm main world territory of the Azure Sea. Divine Turtle Clan, please carefully read the Beastfolk Covenant and adhere to the laws as a law-abiding beastfolk. The bald man was completely stunned. Beast Realm? Beastfolk? Suddenly, several long documents appeared in front of him, and he couldn't close the Holy Grail system interface. He was utterly bewildered. Beast Realm. Azure Sea Divine Turtles. Beastfolk Covenant. What on earth were these things? The elder on the altar seemed to sense something and turned around. When he saw the bald man standing on the ground, he strode over with a vigorous gait. You can't tell at all that this is an elderly man. On the contrary, his speed is even faster than some young people. He walked up to the bald man with an excited expression, babbling a lot of words. However, the tribesman in front of him ignored him, staring blankly ahead as if there was something there. Seeing that his tribesman didn't respond, the old man rummaged through his turtle shell and took out a small pendant. This pendant looked very much like the plastron of a small turtle. The old man slapped the pendant onto the bald man's pot-like shell. Suddenly, the bald man's turtle shell pot emitted a faint glow. From the void, a single word seemed to echo, approved. Then, the previously smooth and flawless round pot appeared to be inscribed by an existence from the void. Bits of blue powder fell to the ground, and mysterious text was left on the once smooth surface of the pot. These characters did not belong to any known human language but looked incredibly enigmatic. Staring at them for too long would make one feel dizzy and disoriented. The system interface in front of the bald man suddenly popped up with a notification. Due to the influence of fate, your A-level talent, Destiny Round Pot, has now advanced to S-level talent. Azure Sea Divine Turtle, please continue to strive forward. S-level talent. Azure Sea Divine Turtle description. You are favored by fate and have gained a powerful talent skill? Skill? The bald man, who had been reading the Beastman Code of Conduct, was stunned upon seeing this notification. He had no idea what had just happened. Then, his face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The old man, who had been silently observing the bald man's reaction, was startled by the sudden laughter. He took 2 steps back and then fell to the ground. Because the turtle shell was curved, the old man couldn't get up for a long time and could only lie there, looking at the bald man with a resentful expression. However, apart from being able to make facial expressions, the bald man's body was still immobilized, firmly restrained by the Holy Grail system. He could only painstakingly finish reading the Beastman Code of Conduct. Finally, the dense text in front of him disappeared, revealing the original scene. When he saw the situation before him, he was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? A vast, boundless blue continent stretched out before him. There was no vegetation, and in the distance, there seemed to be an ancient altar. Lying in front of him was an old man with a turtle shell, who had no hair or eyebrows and was looking at him with a resentful gaze. That pitiful look in his eyes sent chills down the bald man's spine. Although the bald man didn't understand what had happened, he still ran over to the blue-shelled old man and helped him up. This time, the turtle-shelled old man slowly began to babble a string of words. The bald man was initially stunned. Then, the blue turtle shell on his back, inscribed with mysterious runes, emitted a faint glow. In an instant, the bald man understood what the old man was saying. Child, what is your name? The bald man was confused, but he honestly told the old man his name. My name is Wang Jing. The old man smiled with relief upon hearing the bald man say his name. After all, an entire chapter had passed where the bald man was only referred to as such in front of Wang Jing. The mysterious entity beyond the void was likely already seething with anger. That's why the turtle shell elder was the first to ask for Wang Jing's name. Very good, very good. The turtle shell elder nodded, his gaze at Wang Jing filled with satisfaction. Wang Jing looked at the turtle shell elder, and without realizing it, his hair stood on end. Could this turtle shell elder be an old pervert? Wang Jing trembled all over in fear. The elder's gaze grew profound. He spoke slowly, the door of destiny has already opened. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Zhou Wen and the others were sitting in the cool shade of the trees. They weren't in a hurry to leave. According to Yang Xiaoxiao, this was the time when the sun was at its hottest. Going out now could lead to dehydration. Of course, this period didn't last long, only about an hour or so. However, some powerful prodigies weren't afraid of the blazing sun and could fight under it to seize opportunities. This was something ordinary creatures like them couldn't do. Zhou Wen rested with them under the shade. Yang Xiaoxiao carried a fruit basket woven from tree branches. Inside the basket were a few fruits with a completely jade blue appearance. Just looking at them gave off a hint of coolness. Yang Xiaoxiao distributed the fruits and sent their information to Zhou Wen. Frozen fruit, details, a specialty of the beast realm, tastes amazing, ****. Zhou Wen took a fruit and bit into it. A cool sensation spread through his mouth, and a rich blueberry flavor burst forth. Then, the coolness turned into a biting cold. Zhou Wen instinctively closed his mouth, rubbing his tongue against the inside of his mouth. The sensation came so suddenly that it reminded Zhou Wen of eating popsicles in the dead of winter, freezing his tongue and teeth to the point of numbness. However, when Zhou Wen saw the other three little animals also shrinking, their mouths with frozen expressions, he felt a bit more balanced. Once the sensation passed, Zhou Wen's mouth was filled with a refreshing, sweet blueberry flavor. Unconsciously, he took another bite. This time, the freezing sensation was slightly weaker, no longer as overwhelmingly cold as before, making his teeth chatter. As Zhou Wen ate the fruit, he suddenly thought of Triss. He couldn't help but look at Yang Xiaoxiao and said, "Do these fruits have seeds? Could you give me some?" Nearby, Ma Wuchang, who was savoring the frozen fruit slowly to enjoy its coolness, immediately squinted his small eyes upon hearing Zhou Wen's words. 18 alarm bells went off in his mind. Listen. Just listen. This human wants the seeds of our beast realm's fruit. What is he planning? What is he planning? Isn't it obvious? A conspiracy. It's definitely a big conspiracy. Ma Wuchang stopped chewing his fruit and stared intently at Zhou Wen, like a dog guarding its food. The nearby Zhu Tianpeng, who had just finished eating his frozen fruit, noticed Ma Wuchang suddenly stopped chewing and felt deeply puzzled. Using his not-so-large brain capacity, he thought carefully. The conclusion he came to was that Ma Wuchang probably found the fruit too cold, and decided not to eat it. If you're not eating it, give it to me. Zhu Tianpeng cheerfully snatched the frozen fruit from Ma Wuchang's hand and stuffed it into his own mouth. The icy, sweet, and sour sensation once again filled Zhu Tianpeng's mouth, and he almost let out a sound of pleasure. Ma Wuchang, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt his hand lighten. The frozen fruit distributed to him had already been snatched by Zhu Tianpeng and stuffed into his mouth. He glanced at Zhou Wen, then at Zhu Tianpeng, with a look of utter resignation. Zhou Wen, noticing what had just happened, took another frozen fruit from Yang Xiaoxiao's basket and handed it to Ma Wuchang, then gave a gentle smile. Ma Wuchang, who was wondering if Zhou Wen had some ulterior motive, suddenly saw Zhou Wen handing him the frozen fruit. The entire horse stared at the fruit in his hand, falling into deep thought. This time, Ma Wuchang accepted the frozen fruit and chewed it silently. But with his head lowered, no one knew what he was thinking. The group rested in place for a while longer. The scorching sun above and the blazing heat gradually subsided. Only then did the group set off again. Zhou Wen was completely unfamiliar with this trial ground, so he asked, "Where are we heading next?" Zhu Tianpeng snorted twice and said, "The first place we're heading to should be the Cave of Malice and Evil Souls. We'll farm some equipment and techniques there first." Zhou Wen nodded. He hadn't yet encountered any weapons or skill books from the animal realm and was eager to see them. Yang Xiaoxiao walked ahead, leading the group. Along the way, they encountered many more fruits. Yang Xiaoxiao picked these fruits, somehow obtained their seeds, and handed the seeds to Zhou Wen. Over the journey, Zhou Wen had collected quite a few seeds. After traveling for a while longer, Zhou Wen distinctly felt a faint chill in the air, coming from not far away. "Do you feel it?" Zhu Tianpeng asked. Zhou Wen nodded. "Is this the Cave of Malice and Evil Souls you mentioned?" Zhu Tianpeng once again summoned his companion weapon, a small three-pronged rake, and said, "To Zhou Wen, we're about to encounter a large number of malicious entities. If we're not careful, we might get wiped out." Hearing this, Zhou Wen also summoned his nine-pronged rake. Since the nine-pronged rake had a shockwave attack feature, it should be quite effective against large groups of enemies. In comparison, Zhu Tianpeng's three-pronged rake seemed a bit lackluster. As they approached the Cave of Malice, Yang Xiaoxiao no longer led the way. Zhu Tianpeng took the lead instead. With his thick skin and tough body, even if he were to suffer a sudden attack, he wouldn't take much damage, giving the group time to react. At this moment, Yang Xiaoxiao essentially played the role of a healer. Zhu Tianpeng was the tank, and Zhou Wen was the support, filling in wherever needed. If Yang Xiaoxiao's healing couldn't keep up with the rate of damage, Zhou Wen might also borrow Yang Xiaoxiao's talent to restore everyone's health. At this moment, Ma Wuchang was following behind the group, effectively covering the rear, always on guard against attacks from Behind. The group advanced slowly. Zhou Wen also saw the cave that Zhu Tianping and the others had mentioned. The cave was located on a small hill. The entrance was not large, shadowed from the light, and the interior was pitch black, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, a chilling aura occasionally emanated from within, as if it were the rhythmic breathing of some creature. "This is it," Zhu Tianping said. "The strength of this malice cave isn't very high, and the number of malice spirits and malice souls isn't large either. We should be able to handle it." With that, Zhu Tianping took the lead and entered the cave. Zhou Wen and the others followed behind. As Zhou Wen stepped into the small cave, he found it more spacious than it appeared from the outside. However, the temperature was much lower than outside, and Zhou Wen could even see wisps of white vapor. The area near the cave entrance was littered with the white bones of small creatures. Looking at these bones, Zhou Wen could vaguely guess that when the scorching sun outside drove dehydrated small creatures into the cave, they were killed and devoured by the malice spirits and malice souls Zhu Tianping had mentioned, leaving only their bones behind. Zhou Wen sighed, thinking this was the law of nature, survival of the fittest. Zhu Tianping held his three-pronged rake horizontally, his gaze vigilant. Zhou Wen stood on the left, with Yang Xiaoxiao on the right. Ma Wuchang guarded the rear. Being a horse, Ma Wuchang's field of vision was much wider than the others, allowing him to effectively guard against attacks from behind. As they ventured deeper, the chilling cold grew more intense. At the same time, Zhou Wen felt a sense of disgust welling up in his heart. He wanted to leave, as if something revolting was lurking in the cave. The feeling was akin to having your pet dog lick you with its tongue after eating something disgusting outside, utterly creepy and nauseating. Suppressing the nausea, Zhou Wen followed Zhu Tianping deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cave, some blue stones were embedded in the walls. They didn't resemble any minerals Zhou Wen was familiar with. These stones emitted a faint blue glow, making the cave appear even more terrifying. "Be careful, they're coming out," Zhu Tianping suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wen saw several streams of gas drifting from the depths of the cave. These gases gradually solidified into grayish-white creatures. Their shapes varied, but their sizes were roughly the same. They looked like floating geckos in the air, their eyes glowing with a blue light similar to the gemstones embedded in the cave walls. "Be careful. Pay close attention to them," Ma Wuchang warned urgently. "When they move quickly, you won't be able to tell whether the blue light in front of you is from the wall or their eyes. These creatures are extremely cunning. Malice spirits." The name of these creatures flashed through Zhou Wen's mind as he stared at them. Outside the cave, a group of people appeared again on the path Zhou Wen and his companions had taken. Leading them was another rather plump pig. However, this pig seemed to have a purpose. Beside him was a petite chihuahua, sniffing the ground and letting out sharp barks. "Woof woof! They've entered this cave." The leading pig's face twisted into a sinister smile. "Found you. Zhu Tianping, Yang Xiaoxiao, Ma Wuchang, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, this time, he won't be able to save you." Behind this pig stood two other animals, a scruffy feathered wild chicken and a nearly featherless duck. This was their team. The nearly featherless duck, speaking in a raspy drake voice, said, "Zhu Dagong, after this is done, I want all the spoils." As he spoke, a glint of greed flashed in the duck's eyes. Zhu Dagong didn't even turn his head, continuing to walk ahead, though a trace of mockery flickered in his gaze. The scruffy feathered wild chicken behind him puffed out his chest and strode confidently after Zhu Dagong, ignoring the duck entirely. The duck was somewhat annoyed but didn't show it. He was just a passerby player, matched with Zhu Dagong's team this time. "Just wait." The duck clenched his fists, a hint of anger in his eyes, but beneath it lay a deep calm. "You'll be begging for my help soon enough." Though the duck appeared unremarkable, his strength was formidable. The malicious aura in front of Zhou Wen slowly approached. Zhou Wen immediately used the second innate skill of the nine-toothed rake, nine-toothed void. The rake enlarged, carving 9 black marks into the space. These 9 black marks spread throughout the blue-lit cave, covering every corner. Without Zhou Wen's permission, the malicious aura couldn't move at all. Their soul-like forms trembled incessantly, as if resisting the power of Zhou Wen's confined space. So strong. On the side, Zhu Tianping watched as Zhou Wen immobilized the massive number of malicious creatures with a single move. His eyes filled with admiration and longing. The small rake he held tightly in his hand seemed to hum faintly, as if it had a spirit of its own. It was excited too. Yang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. She thought Zhou Wen's move just now was incredibly cool. Ma Wuchang, hearing the commotion, turned his head and saw the scene of Zhou Wen restraining the malicious aura. He clicked his tongue in envy. He couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. He really wanted to know what attributes and effects his innate skill, Trample 3 billion, had. His current Trample 3000 inch was just too weak. Rank innate skill, Trample 3000, description, your attack speed increases by 300%. Warning. Each attack carries a unique energy from the void, but due to your low strength, this energy will harm your arms. Zhou Wen looked at the massive amount of malicious aura in front of him. He considered whether to use the companion skill of the nine-toothed rake, one strike. Victory! After some deliberation, he decided against it. After all, his three little companions were here for a trial, not to collect equipment. Wiping out all the malice creatures at once wouldn't benefit them much. Zhou Wen lifted the spatial restriction on one of the malice creatures. The malice trembled as it felt the force binding its movements disappear, and a ferocious, terrifying expression appeared on its gray face. It lunged forward. Shu Tianpeng. Zhou Wen called out. Shu Tianpeng took a deep breath and swung his three-pronged rake to meet the attack. Although Shu Tianpeng's small rake couldn't compare to Zhou Wen's nine-pronged rake, it was still extraordinary. His spirit energy entwined around the three-pronged rake, which seemed to resonate with excitement. Although the malice creature appeared gaseous, it could still be physically harmed when struck by Shu Tianpeng's rake. Zhou Wen turned his gaze to Ma Wuchang and asked, "Do you want to try your hand at one of these malice creatures too?" At this moment, Ma Wuchang looked at Zhou Wen with a somewhat complicated expression. What was this? Why did it feel like an elder of their race was standing by, protecting them during their trial? Without waiting for Ma Wuchang's agreement, Zhou Wen released another malice creature. This malice seemed smarter than its counterparts. It knew to pick the weakest target first, and charged straight at Yang Xiaoxiao. Ma Wuchang moved swiftly, appearing in front of Yang Xiaoxiao in an instant. The malice roared and lunged forward. Trample of 3000, Ma Wuchang murmured softly. He then reared up, his two front hooves firing like blue light Gatling guns, relentlessly bombarding the malice creature. The malice, caught off guard by the onslaught, momentarily lost focus, unable to react, and could only endure the storm-like attacks on its chest. After 3 or 4 seconds, Ma Wuchang abruptly stopped, panting heavily. His trample of 3000 was powerful but had a very short duration, requiring a rest after each use. Ma Wuchang wondered if his upgraded trample of 3 billion could solve this issue. If Zhou Wen knew about this, he would probably chuckle knowingly. The malice creature, which had just been enduring the relentless assault, suddenly realized the terrifying attacks had ceased. It immediately regained its ferocious demeanor and lunged forward again. Unable to use his innate ability, Ma Wuchang had to rely on the most basic combat techniques. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. He saw Ma Wuchang take a slight step back, then lean forward with all his strength, stomping heavily. The malice creature was forced back 2 steps. Ma Wuchang quickly turned around, his powerful hind legs kicking the malice apart. A pure blue energy slowly dissipated into the air, leaving behind a bead-like object on the ground. Ma Wuchang walked over, picked up the bead, and crushed it. He then gazed into the void, as if making a choice. Zhou Wen watched as a blue gemstone-like armor suddenly appeared on Ma Wuchang, covering him from head to back. The already majestic little horse looked even more imposing in the sapphire armor. A desire to conquer him rose once again in Zhou Wen's heart. After selecting Ma Kai, Ma Wuchang quietly let out a breath. Just moments ago, at the last second, he had used the Ma family village's ancestral close combat techniques. He hadn't originally wanted to use them, especially with Zhou Wen, a spy from the human realm, present. If Zhou Wen saw it, he might come up with some kind of countermeasure. After all, it was rumored that the human realm had developed various close combat techniques, such as punches and kicks, by observing animals. Ma Wuchang had to be cautious. He sneaked a glance at Zhou Wen and saw that Zhou Wen hadn't noticed him. Only then did he relax and stood beside Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at him with a faint smile. How was it? Want to go for another round? Ma Wuchang shook his head and said, let's rest for a bit first. In truth, Ma Wuchang didn't want to continue showcasing the Ma family village's ancestral close combat techniques in front of Zhou Wen. He had to stay on guard against Zhou Wen. On the other side, Zhu Tianpeng, who was locked in a fierce battle with the malicious spirit, suddenly let out a roar. A layer of silver light coated his 3-foot rake. The malicious spirit battling Zhu Tianpeng seemed to sensed the terrifying power of the silver light and quickly floated backward. However, Zhu Tianping maneuvered his small rake with a push, a pull, and a sweeping motion. In an instant, the malicious spirit was struck by Zhu Tianping's rake, and its soul body was torn open with a large gash. The gash glimmered with specks of silver light, which began to corrode the malicious spirit's soul body. Before long, the malicious spirit's soul body shattered, and it died. A pure blue gas emanated from it, dissipating into the air. On the ground, it left behind a round, blue bead. Zhu Tianping walked over, crushed the blue bead, and stared into the void for a moment. A fully blue helmet appeared in his hand. Zhu Tianping cheerfully placed the helmet on his head. Zhou Wen finally understood. In the beast realm, defeating wild monsters caused treasure beads to drop. These treasure beads were similar to the treasure chests obtained from defeating wild monsters in the human realm. Zhou Wen speculated. Then Zhou Wen made his move. The nine-toothed rake in his hand flashed and appeared above the head of a malicious spirit. With a thud, the unfortunate malicious spirit was smashed to pieces by Zhou Wen's rake. Pure blue gas spilled out, sinking to the ground like incense and being absorbed by the ground beneath Zhou Wen and the others. Thud! The soul body shattered, and a blue bead fell to the ground. Zhou Wen walked over, picked up the blue bead, and crushed it. 3 options appeared before him. However, Zhou Wen stared at the 3 options in confusion. On the Holy Grail system interface in front of Zhou Wen, the same line of text appeared 3 times. No equipment suitable for humans was found in the equipment library. No equipment suitable for humans was found in the equipment library. No equipment suitable for humans was found in the equipment library. Zhou Wen? What the? No way. Zhou Wen was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that all the equipment came from the Beast Realm's equipment library? Zhou Wen was a bit skeptical. He released another malicious spirit. Turning to Yang Xiaoxiao, he said, "Xiaoxiao, you kill this malicious spirit." Yang Xiaoxiao nodded. She fumbled around on her body for a moment, then pulled out a small dagger about 3 inches long and charged forward. The malicious creature, seeing Yang Xiaoxiao's frail and petite figure, underestimated her. It lunged directly at her. However, just as the malicious creature was about to pounce on her, Yang Xiaoxiao suddenly slid underneath it in a swift motion. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. The small dagger in her hand struck out quickly, slicing a huge gash in the creature's belly. Pure blue energy began to seep out from the wound. Once the blue energy had completely dissipated, it formed into a bead. Yang Xiaoxiao picked up the bead, crushed it, and entered the equipment selection phase. A few seconds later, 2 bracelets suddenly appeared on her wrists. Yang Xiaoxiao sent the information about the bracelets to Zhou Wen. Armor. Twin bracelets grade, B enhances healing effects exclusive to the Sheep Clan equipment durability, 400/400. Zhou Wen also requested the information for Zhu Tianping's helmet and Ma Wuchang's horse armor, feeling somewhat helpless. Exclusive to the Horse Clan exclusive. To the Pig Clan as expected, just as he had anticipated, the equipment from the animal realm was unusable for him. Moreover, after defeating the creatures, the Holy Grail system couldn't locate any weapons suitable for humans in the animal realm. This meant that no matter the outcome of Zhou Wen's visit to the animal realm, he wouldn't be able to exchange for weapons in the Holy Grail shop upon returning to the human realm. Zhou Wen felt a bit disheartened, but he hadn't lost hope. His true purpose for coming here was to obtain a skill book that could track and lock onto others. In the terms of the animal realm, this was referred to as Dao techniques. That was his ultimate goal. Ma Wuchang, standing nearby, noticed Zhou Wen suddenly deep in thought and couldn't help but feel a jolt of unease. Could it be that Zhou Wen, after asking for their equipment information, was already scheming something? Ma Wuchang's gaze turned resolute. No, I must stop him. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Ma Wuchang was the first to hear them. He immediately turned around, staring intently at the entrance of the path they had come from, and said, "Someone's coming. Prepare for battle." Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping reacted quickly, immediately, forming a triangular formation. Zhou Wen was a bit slower, but thanks to the points he had allocated to his physical attributes, his reaction was still swift. Almost simultaneously with the 3 small animals, he completed his movement. Clack, clack. Footsteps echoed. From the cave entrance, a dark red, extremely plump pig appeared before them. Its body was smeared with patches of mud, giving it a rather filthy appearance. Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown. This pig was nothing like Zhu Tianpeng beside him. Zhu Tianpeng's body was a lovely pink, clean and smooth to the touch, with plenty of meat. Behind the pig were 3 other animals. One of them was a chihuahua with meticulously groomed fur, strutting in with its head held high. Its gaze carried a hint of disdain as it glanced briefly at Ma Wuchang and the others, before fixing its eyes on Zhou Wen, pausing in surprise. It couldn't shake the feeling that this creature before it seemed somewhat familiar. A wild pheasant with mottled feathers moved rather slowly. It flapped its wings twice, flew a short distance, and landed on the ground. Finally, a scruffy duck, almost bald, strolled over. However, it stood noticeably farther away than the other 3 animals, with a hint of disdain on its face. When Zhu Tianpeng, Ma Wuchang, and Yang Xiaoxiao saw that pig, their expressions darkened. Zhu Tianpeng gritted his teeth and spat out the pig's name. Zhu Dagong. What are you doing here? The pig named Zhu Dagong let out 2 snorts, laughing arrogantly. Why shouldn't I be here? I told you, every time you, Zhu Tianpeng, enter a game, I will snipe you, until I turn you into a useless wreck. Zhu Dagong's ugly pig face was filled with resentment. It was unclear what the honest and simple Zhu Tianpeng had done to provoke him. Then Zhu Dagong noticed Zhou Wen and froze for a moment. However, he quickly recovered and sneered, so that's a human. Who would have thought? Zhu Tianpeng, not only is your lineage useless, but you've even associated with humans from the mortal realm. Looks like your lineage is planning to become traitors. With just a few words, Zhu Dagong fabricated a serious accusation against Zhu Tianpeng. Upon hearing this, Ma Wuchang's face immediately changed. If such words spread, Zhu Tianpeng's clan could be in serious trouble. What's going on? Zhou Wen, standing beside Zhu Tianpeng, asked. Zhu Tianpeng slowly began to explain. Our Zhu family village is currently divided into 2 factions. My grandfather and I belong to a weaker faction with fewer members. Those of us with less outstanding talents are often bullied by the other faction. The other faction? Yes. Zhu Tianpeng's eyes were filled with anger as he gritted his teeth and continued. Our faction is divided based on the talents awakened at birth. Our faction awakens the rake talent, while the other faction awakens body enhancement talents, allowing them to transform into ancient boar beasts. Their strength is formidable. Hearing the term ancient boar beast, Zhou Wen's mind inexplicably conjured up the image of Wang Yunyun transforming into a wild boar. His mouth twitched slightly. The scruffy duck squinted its small eyes the moment it saw Zhou Wen. A human. Unexpected, but seemingly not very strong. Who would have thought a human could appear in the beast realm? Was it because the realm war was about to begin? This scruffy duck seemed to know quite a bit. The moment it saw Zhou Wen, its eyes sparkled as if deep in thought. Zhu Dagong, looking at Zhou Wen, didn't realize who exactly was standing before him. But he didn't care either. Historically speaking, humans, especially those from the Holy Grail game, aside from a select few human prodigies, were not skilled in combat. Their greatest talent was scheming against one another, making them hardly worth fearing. Pig Dagong waved his hand. The chihuahua beside him retreated to the back. This chihuahua's innate ability was only to track people and had no combat power. Of course, if pushed to the limit, she might rush forward and bite once or twice. However, the likely outcome of that would be angering the opponent and then being beaten to death by them. Judging from the chihuahua's incredibly swift and skillful movements, she seemed to have experienced something like this before. The main combat power came from the mottle-feathered wild chicken and Pig Dagong. Zhou Wen and his group watched. For some reason, the bald duck stood far off to the side, looking like it had no intention of joining the fight. However, for Zhou Wen and the others, this was a good thing. One less enemy was always better. Although, for Zhou Wen, it didn't make much of a difference. No matter how many came, he could easily take them down. Pig Dagong took a deep breath. He shifted from a human stance back to being on all fours. His body began to grow rapidly. Zhou Wen guessed that Pig Dagong was about to use his innate ability to transform into an ancient boar beast. Absent-mindedly, Zhou Wen summoned his 9-toothed rake to prepare for battle. Ancient boar beast ability, how strong could it really be? Pig Dagong closed his eyes. At that moment, Pig Tianpeng suddenly pushed Zhou Wen, who was facing Pig Dagong, aside. Holding his small rake, he roared, "Open!" Pig Tianpeng stabbed his 3-toothed rake into the ground, and the energy around him surged violently. The energy formed a transparent barrier in front of Pig Tianpeng. Roar! Pig Dagong suddenly unleashed a powerful sonic wave from his mouth. The sonic wave was visible to the naked eye, appearing as golden rings. These golden rings passed through the energy barrier Pig Tianpeng had constructed as if piercing through paper, effortlessly. The golden rings struck Pig Tianpeng directly. Gradually, Pig Tianpeng's body began to show ceramic-like spots. The spots slowly expanded, though the process was relatively slow, starting from his legs and spreading upward. At this moment, Pig Tianpeng's gaze was incredibly calm, as if he hadn't just been hit. Only after releasing this ability did Pig Dagang open his eyes. He looked ahead and realized, to his surprise, that the one gradually turning into ceramic wasn't Zhou Wen but that timid, weak trash. Pig Tianpeng stiffly turned his head to look at Zhou Wen and said, "His ability isn't transforming into an ancient boar beast. His innate ability has mutated, his power turns people into ceramic. As long as the target's ability level is less than or equal to his, they will slowly turn into ceramic after being hit by his attack. His ability is A level." As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on Pig Tianpeng's face. He said to Zhou Wen, "You all should leave quickly. I can hold on for a while before I'm completely turned into ceramic. Take this time and run." In the emotional world, Pig Tianpeng's spirit was soaring. It transformed into a white streak, like a blazing flame. The bald duck, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly gave Pig Tianpeng a deep look. Clicking its tongue, it said, "This pig is much better than that fat pig." Zhu Dagang was utterly shocked by Zhu Tianpeng's decision to shield his companion from his attack. After all, the former Zhu Tianpeng would have scrambled to dodge at the slightest hint of his aggression. In truth, the terrifying aspect of his ceramic transformation was not the transformation itself. The truly fearsome part of his talent lay in the aftermath. Once the ceramicization was complete, any attack he delivered would shatter all internal organs, leaving his victims writhing in unbearable agony. Almost no one could withstand it. However, his talent came with a significant drawback, a considerable wind-up period. Typically, those with quick reflexes or speed-related talents could easily evade it. Once avoided, he would be unable to use this ability again for a short period. Zhu Tianpeng declared, "Finish this quickly." The mottled, colorful wild chicken locked its gaze on its next target, Ma Wuchang. Ma Wuchang puffed up his chest and roared as he charged toward the brilliantly feathered wild chicken. Trample the 3000. Once again, a barrage of hoofbeats erupted like a Gatling gun, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The colorful chicken was incredibly agile, dodging Ma Wuchang's attacks. Just as they were about to connect, mere seconds passed, and Ma Wuchang entered a cooldown state, panting heavily. Not a single strike had landed on the vibrant wild chicken. The chicken spoke calmly, "My turn." In a blur, its figure vanished, reappearing above Ma Wuchang's back. Its eyes, brimming with disdain, fixated on Ma Wuchang's blue horse armor. In an instant, its talons seemed to blur into phantoms. The moment they made contact with the blue armor, it shattered. In the next second, Ma Wuchang let out a cry of pain. By the end of the second, the chicken flapped its wings and landed back on the ground, speaking coldly, "The Ma family is nothing special." From Ma Wuchang's back, blood gushed forth as though it were free, pooling into a small stream that ran down his muscular frame to form a crimson puddle on the ground. Yet, Ma Wuchang did not fall. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he let out a furious roar. Again, he reared up on his hind legs, but the motion tore open the wounds on his back. Overwhelmed by the pain, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, tears filled Yang Xiaoxiao's eyes. She rushed over, green light emanating from her hands as she gently began to heal Ma Wuchang's wounds. In just a few seconds, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Zhu Dagang twisted his obese, filthy body and lumbered toward Zhu Tianpeng. Zhu Tianpeng gripped his small rake tightly, teeth clenched, his eyes unwavering. This defiant gaze infuriated Zhu Dagang, who had bullied Zhu Tianpeng all his life. His eyes flashed with vicious intent, and a fiery rage burned within him. "How dare you? Since when did you dare to look at me like this?" Zhu Dagang felt his authority challenged and flew into a rage. His massive, mud-covered hoof swung toward Zhu Tianpeng's face. Just then, a cold, indifferent voice echoed through the air. "Try laying a hand on him and see what happens." Zhu Dagang, who had been preparing to humiliate Zhu Tianpeng, suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his right hand. His heart seized with terror. For some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. It was as though the slightest movement would spell his death. In front of his right hand, a nine-toothed rake shimmering with silver light was horizontally positioned before Zhu Tianpeng's little pig face. It lay there, as if it were the edge of the world. Zhu Dagang dared not move a muscle. Zhou Wen felt a surge of emotion in his heart. These three little creatures, though clearly young, possess strength far beyond the silver players of the human realm. Their mindset was also commendable. Along the way, they had taken good care of him. And now, there were 4 bullies, only slightly stronger than them, coming to oppress them. It seemed they had been bullied many times before. Although Zhu Tianpeng hadn't clearly explained Zhu Dagong's ceramic transformation ability, Zhou Wen, based on the information from the Holy Grail system, could tell that being ceramicized must be extremely painful. Zhou Wen looked at the grotesque, mud-covered pig with a disgusting appearance, then at the evenly pink, fleshy Zhu Tianpeng. Zhou Wen made his move. There was no other reason, just one thought: he found the dirty pig in front of him utterly displeasing. Zhu Dagong's raised right hand froze in midair. He instinctively swallowed hard, staring blankly at the rake that had appeared before him. 1, 2, 3, 9. It was a 9-toothed rake. Cold sweat broke out all over Zhu Dagong. The 9-toothed rake. The legendary 9-toothed rake. How could this be? Wasn't it true that no one in their lineage had possessed the 9-toothed rake talent for hundreds, even thousands of years? Why was there now a 9-toothed rake right in front of him? Impossible. This must be an illusion. It had to be an illusion. Zhu Dagong roared internally. A reckless expression appeared on his face, suppressing the fear he had just felt. He roared, "Even a mere illusion dares to block me." He swung his right hand, again, aiming to strike Zhu Tianpeng. Then, everyone heard an incredibly shrill pig scream. "A whoa!" Zhu Dagong's right hand was pierced through by the 9 teeth of the rake. Blood slowly dripped down the silver surface of the 9-toothed rake. The dark red blood mixed with the dirt on the ground, creating a filthy mess. Zhou Wen shook the 9-toothed rake, sending Zhu Dagong's right hoof flying. Zhu Dagong spun in place before landing on the ground with a thud, clutching his right hand and wailing in pain. The bald duck watching from the sidelines let out clearly surprised. Interesting. Very interesting. How had this human just made his move? How was he so fast? I couldn't even catch it. And, the thing in his hand wasn't that the 9-toothed rake once wielded by the direct lineage of Zhu family village? Why was it in the hands of this human? Interesting, very interesting. The bald duck seemed to have discovered something intriguing, its eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zhou Wen then dispersed the 9-toothed rake and silently borrowed Yang Xiaoxiao's talent. Yang Xiaoxiao, who was treating Ma Wuchang, felt the green light in her hands dim slightly. Suddenly, a burst of green light, as bright as the sun outside, erupted from Zhou Wen's hands. The green light instantly enveloped everyone present, radiating a rich vitality. The advanced version of Yang Xiaoxiao's talent information also appeared in Zhou Wen's vision. SSS level talent, between life and death. Description: within the force field, you are the sovereign. Talent skill 1, Master of Life. You consume a small amount of mental energy to draw upon nearby life force to heal other beings. Talent skill 2, Controller of Death. You convert nearby life force into the power of death. Zhou Wen let out a cold snort, deliberately controlling this energy. Master of Life. The green light shone on Zhu Tianpeng's gradually ceramicized leg, quickly reversing the process and revealing a normal pink hoof. The wound on Ma Wuchang's back also healed rapidly. However, the 4 on the opposite side were not so fortunate. Zhu Dagong's right hoof began to heal slowly under the green light. But with a shift in Zhou Wen's intent, Controller of Death, his right hand began to decay at an even more terrifying speed. Aha! Zhu Dagong let out a piercing scream. His right hand rotted rapidly before their eyes. The once bright red flesh turned black, and a foul-smelling liquid oozed out. In just a few seconds, Zhu Dagong's right hand was completely corroded by the power transformed from the green light, leaving only an empty, hollow skin. All the flesh and blood inside had turned into a putrid black liquid. The mottled feathered wild chicken, after being bathed in the warm green light, found its swollen and painful feet healed. But in the blink of an eye, within a second, its feet began to rot and blacken. Just Li, SSS level talent, petrifying eye, talent skill, petrification. Everything your eyes see turns to stone, gradually petrifies the opponent based on the difference in strength. Talent skill, ceramic optimization mod. Enemies petrified by you will turn into ceramics, so that's how it is. Zhou Wen's eyes moved sharply. In an instant, Pig Dagong's body turned to stone at an incredible speed. His entire body was ceramicized, looking like a grotesque ceramic artwork. Pig Dagong's face still bore an expression of terror. The bald duck watching the scene nearby almost had its eyes pop out. It had already seen Zhou Wen use 3 different talents in succession, all seemingly of high level. How is this possible? Who exactly is this person? The bald duck felt a chill down its spine. Something unusual was definitely going on. Zhou summoned the nine-toothed rake once again. He gently tossed it to Pig Tianpeng. The nine-toothed rake seemed to have a spirit of its own, landing upright in the ground before Pig Tianpeng. The nearby three-toothed rake softened upon sensing the aura of the nine-toothed rake. Pig Tianpeng stared at the nine-toothed rake before him as Zhou Wen's voice echoed in his ears. Use the nine-toothed rake to finish him off. Zhou Wen's tone was calm, carrying an undeniable authority. He was also giving Pig Tianpeng a chance. The bald duck watching nearby suddenly looked at Zhou Wen with a deeper gaze. This human before him was very likely a prodigy of the human race. Thinking of this, the bald duck's beak curled into a slight smile. Scenes from the past flashed through Pig Tianpeng's mind. All these scenes had one thing in common: the ending was always Pig Tianpeng being ceramicized and shattered. A tear slid down the corner of Pig Tianpeng's eye. He did not hesitate. He swung the nine-toothed rake in his hand. With a loud crack, the ceramicized pig dugong shattered into pieces. The nine-toothed rake trembled, and the fragments turned to dust. Pig dugong let out a final wail. Ah! He was dead. He had lost his chance to participate in this trial. And he had died by his own talent. By the very person he had always looked down upon. Pig Tianpeng closed his eyes. It was over. The scenes in his mind continued to flow. All of them dissolved into nothingness. His spirit grew a little stronger. In the blink of an eye, Pig Tianpeng returned to his former adorable piglet form. He swung the nine-toothed rake twice, finding it very handy. Then, reluctantly, he returned the rake to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took the rake and used it to strike down a wild chicken in one blow. Only the bald duck watching from a distance remained. Good. Good. The duck looked at Zhou Wen with eyes full of approval. It waddled over in a crooked stride. Zhou Wen glanced at the duck indifferently and ignored it, asking instead, "Are there any other things in this malice cavern?" Pig Tianpeng, seeing the approaching duck, paused for a moment before replying, "There are still evil spirits in this malice cavern. If you kill them, they drop Taoist techniques." Zhou Wen nodded. "Then let's go deal with the evil spirits." The bald duck, having been ignored, showed no sign of anger. It simply opened its mouth and said, "Hey, you over there, human boy. Come over here for a moment." Zhou Wen ignored him, carrying his rake as he walked deeper into the malice cavern. Ma Wuchang and a few animals hurried to follow him. Seeing that Zhou Wen paid no attention to the bald duck, they pretended not to notice it either. Watching Zhou Wen and the small animals walk farther away, the bald duck was so furious it almost wanted to kill Zhou Wen on the spot. But it hesitated, reluctant to act. If it could successfully take over Zhou Wen's body, its future would soar to unimaginable heights. The bald duck followed them deeper into the cavern. As they ventured further, a new scene unfolded. The blue gemstones embedded in the stone walls emitted an even more intense glow. Zhou Wen could feel that the energy density in the depths of the cavern was 3 to 4 times greater than outside. In the depths of the cavern sat several shadowy figures. These figures were entirely black, shrouded in a faint black mist, their faces indistinguishable. Upon seeing these figures, Zhou Wen asked, "Are these the malicious souls?" Zhu Tianpeng nodded. "Yes, these are the malicious souls. They are incredibly powerful. And they love to gang up on others, completely lacking any sense of honor." Zhu Tianpeng spoke with righteous indignation. The group's entry caught the attention of the malicious soul creatures. One of them approached. Zhu Tianpeng, Ma Wuchang, and Yang Xiaoxiao immediately assumed a defensive posture. Zhou Wen also held his nine-toothed rake horizontally in front of him. The malicious soul walked slowly up to Zhou Wen, as if it had never seen a human before, scrutinizing him carefully without attacking. Zhou Wen tried to move forward, but the malicious soul stood in his way, refusing to let him pass. Zhou Wen stepped back, and the malicious soul stepped forward. Zhou Wen moved to the left, and the malicious soul moved to the left as well. Seeing this, Zhu Tianpeng and Ma Wuchang exchanged glances. They had never encountered such a strange situation during their previous visits here. Zhou Wen attempted to move forward again, but the malicious soul remained motionless, blocking his path. Zhou Wen's face darkened with frustration. He gripped his nine-toothed rake and activated his third innate skill, Heaven and Earth Reversal. Zhou Wen grabbed the end of the rake, and the 9 prongs clamped around the malicious soul's neck like a shackle. With a powerful flip, Zhou Wen hurled the malicious soul behind him. The bald Duck, who had just taken a couple of steps forward, suddenly saw darkness before its eyes as the pitch-black malicious soul crashed into its face. Ah! Which bastard did this despicable thing? The malicious soul landed squarely on the duck's face. The bald duck slapped the malicious soul off its face, killing it instantly. A deep blue orb dropped from the creature. This action by the bald duck stirred up a hornet's nest. The malicious souls, who had been resting on the ground, all turned their heads simultaneously to glare at the duck. Then, like a swarm of lunatics, they charged at the bald duck, determined to turn it into Peking duck. The bald duck was quickly surrounded. Joe and the others stood by, watching the spectacle. The duck was incredibly strong, capable of killing a malicious soul with a single slap. However, the malicious souls were no pushovers either. Taking advantage of the moments when the duck killed one of their own, the group of malicious souls managed to pluck 2 feathers from the bald duck each time. The bald duck immediately flew into a rage. He already didn't have much plumage to begin with. Why did these evil spirits always target others' weaknesses? This was downright dishonorable. The bald duck was about to lose his mind with anger. Nearby, Joe, who was watching the scene unfold, instinctively reached into the small basket on Yang Xiaoxiao's back, pulled out a fruit, and began munching on it with great interest. So this was how the evil spirits attacked people? Truly eye-opening. Xu Tianpeng didn't know what to say. Originally, the evil spirits weren't like this. For some reason, this time they had collectively become rather foolish. Are there any stronger evil spirits deeper in this evil Qi cavern? Zhou Wen asked. Xu Tianpeng nodded. Yes, but they're further inside. Normally, we don't dare venture that far. The evil spirit there is incredibly powerful, almost on par with a player at the gold tier. Zhou Wen was taken aback upon hearing this. According to Xu Tianpeng, if the evil spirit inside was comparable to a gold tier player, then in the human realm, that would be equivalent to a god tier player. After all, based on the battlefield ruins, Xu Tianpeng and his group's strength should correspond to the gold tier in the human realm. Yet, here in the beast realm, they were only at the silver tier. The disparity in strength was staggering. Zhou Wen hesitated, unsure whether to continue exploring. But just then, the bald duck behind him let out a loud shout. All the evil spirits surrounding him instantly vaporized and died, turning into blue beads. Clink, clink. The beads fell to the ground, bouncing and making a crisp sound. Seeing how brave the bald duck was, Zhou Wen decided that if they went deeper, well, he could always use his skill turn the tables to throw the evil spirit at the bald duck. With this thought, Zhou Wen led Xu Tianpeng and the others deeper into the cavern. The bald duck wanted to follow, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Something didn't feel right. However, opportunities like this didn't come often. If he missed the chance to possess this human prodigy, he might never rise again. After all, the body he had possessed now was far too weak, allowing him to exert less than 1% of his original strength. Besides, if he ever returned to the peak of his power, his old rivals and friends would probably laugh themselves silly at the sight of him in this bald duck's body. That was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Gritting his teeth, the bald duck followed them. Zhou Wen and the small group of animals passed through a pitch-black corridor and arrived at the location of the final cavern, about 10 meters underground. When they entered the last cavern, they noticed that the stone walls were not inlaid with blue gemstones like before. Instead, a single white gemstone was embedded at the very top. This white gemstone continuously emitted energy waves. The energy was so dense that Zhou Wen was astonished. The energy here was 40 to 50 times greater than that of the first cavern. Even the second cavern couldn't compare. In the center of the cavern sat a figure. However, this figure had no face. What could be seen, though, was that it had a solid form. Just as Zhou Wen and the others stepped into the final cavern, the evil spirit sleeping on the rock suddenly woke up with a start. Its faceless visage turned toward Zhou Wen and the others. Being stared at by it sent a chill down their spines. Zhou Wen felt as if a pack of dogs that had eaten Oreos was licking his hand. Oh my! This is terrifying. The evil spirit hesitated for a moment before slowly walking toward Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen and the others suppressed their fear and assumed defensive stances. After all, the being before them was at the level of a god-tier player. Although Zhou Wen had never fought a god-tier player before, he was certain that such a player would be incredibly powerful. However, the evil spirit did not attack Zhou Wen. Instead, it stood in front of him, carefully observing him. Even though it had no facial features, Zhou Wen could clearly feel the intensity of its gaze. A strange, cooling sensation dispelled the chill in his heart. What Zhou Wen didn't know was that there was a shadowy energy fluctuation on his own shadow. The evil spirit was carefully sensing the aura of this energy. Zhou Wen tentatively moved a step to the left, and the evil spirit mirrored his movement. The same scene repeated. On the side, Zhu Tianpeng and Ma Wuchang were dumbfounded. What was going on? At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the cave entrance. It was the bald duck. Zhou Wen continued using the third skill of the nine-toothed rake, heaven and earth reversal. The evil spirit immediately felt the world spinning and was flung away by the force of the skill. The bald duck, just entering the cave, suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing toward it. Instinctively, it looked up and saw the golden-ranked evil spirit descending upon it. The evil spirit landed squarely on the bald duck's head. The evil spirit seemed momentarily stunned, sitting there blankly. The bald duck, pinned underneath, struggled violently, furious beyond measure. Enough already! Suddenly, the duck's wings emitted a white glow. The white light slashed at the evil spirit, causing it to cry out in pain and leap back 3 or 4 meters. Enraged, the evil spirit lunged at the bald duck again. The bald duck, its face dark with fury, engaged the evil spirit in combat. Zhou Wen found a flat rock to sit on, pulled a fruit from the small basket carried by Yang Xiaoxiao, and began eating it with relish, watching the show unfold. The bald duck and the evil spirit were evenly matched. The duck, its body glowing with white light, fought valiantly. It used close combat techniques unique to its kind, landing blow after blow. The cave trembled from the aftershocks of their battle, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Each time the evil spirit was struck, its humanoid body would dent slightly. Although it could slowly recover, the bald duck's rapid attacks left it no time to fully regenerate. As a result, the evil spirit's originally human-like form became increasingly distorted. By the end, it was barely recognizable as humanoid. Furious, the evil spirit struck the bald duck with both fists, causing a few feathers to fall. At first, the bald duck was enraged, but as more and more feathers fell, it eventually gave up entirely. Its eyes now held only a cold, murderous intent. The evil spirit before him must die. The bald duck unleashed its full power. White light burst forth from its body, dazzling and radiant, illuminating the dim cave as if it were broad daylight. Zhou Wen, who was watching from the sidelines, was secretly shocked. The strength of this bald duck was incredible. It could actually contend with a god-level evil spirit. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. Your talent is extraordinary. I shall borrow it to bring it to greater heights. The battling bald duck suddenly felt a surge of energy sweep through its body, sending a shiver down its spine. However, Zhou Wen did not receive any talent feedback from the borrowing heaven and earth system. This meant that the bald duck wasn't using any talent. Zhou Wen was astonished. How could this be possible? The battle grew fiercer. Every move the evil spirit made seemed to carry a trace of rule-based power. Although Zhou Wen couldn't see it, he could faintly sense it, as if someone deep within his heart was telling him. The feeling brought by this rule-based power was like a sword hanging over Zhou Wen's head, ready to fall at any moment. Behind Zhou Wen's shadow, the floating shadow energy was slowly condensing. Especially when the light emitted by the white gemstone above the cave came into contact with the shadow energy, the latter rapidly expanded, then contracted, as if something was being born. Ma Wuchang, observing Zhou Wen's earlier actions, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. As expected, beneath his gentle exterior lay a sinister and ruthless nature. So this is humanity? For the first time, Ma Wuchang felt a sense of powerlessness. He now desperately wanted to leave this place, to escape, taking Zhu Tianpeng and Yang Xiaoxiao with him. This human was far more complex than he appeared. At this moment, the battle between the bald duck and the evil spirit had reached its climax. The bald duck gathered all the white light on its body into its right wing. With a single punch, it obliterated the evil spirit before it, scattering its soul. Everyone only heard a soft poof as the evil spirit was dispersed. A dense white mist floated into the air and then dissipated. The shadow energy, which had been slowly absorbing the light from the gemstone above, seemed to be stimulated and immediately intensified its absorption. After the evil spirit's death, the white mist that had escaped from its body was also absorbed by the shadow energy. A deep orange bead appeared, falling to the ground. The bald duck, utterly exhausted, forced its weary body to wave at Zhou Wen and said, "Hey, human kid over there. Come over and heal me." Then, the bald duck tossed the deep orange bead that had fallen from the evil spirit's body toward Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen instinctively caught the bead and then crushed it. The Holy Grail system interface appeared before him, displaying 5 pre-selection options. Zhou Wen's spirits lifted as he saw the options: attack, defense, mobility, control, pursuit. Zhou Wen chose pursuit. Immediately, a slot machine-like interface appeared before him, with various techniques flashing past his eyes. After spinning for a long time, it finally stopped. On a skill. When Zhou Wen saw the glow emanating from the skill, he gasped. The glow was golden. Wow! Legendary! In his ears, it was as if he could hear the exclamation of an old man. In front of Zhou Wen appeared the information about this Dao technique. Skill, perception of all things. Dao technique, originating from the beast path level. Description, a skill usable by all races, requiring high mental strength. Details, perceive all things. He was astonished. Then, he suddenly understood. After all, the evil soul in front of him had the strength of a god-level player. It was entirely normal for him to randomly acquire this Dao technique. Zhou Wen learned the Dao technique. Instantly, his perception range expanded, and he felt a sense of clarity and transparency, as if glasses that hadn't been cleaned for years were suddenly wiped clean. Zhou Wen released his perception. Loading perception system. The Holy Grail system interface suddenly popped up in front of Zhou Wen. A new system interface appeared, simple in design, but everything Zhou Wen perceived could be displayed on the perception system, like a 3D projection. The featherless duck lying on the ground tried to hide the exhaustion in its eyes. It still waved at Zhou Wen and said, "Hey, human boy over there, come here and heal me." Zhou Wen glanced at the featherless duck and walked over. As soon as he got closer, Zhou Wen's perception detected the strange flow of energy within the duck's body. In the perception system, he saw that the true soul of this featherless duck was actually a jackal. "Hey, human boy, hurry up," the featherless duck urged impatiently. In reality, as if it were too weak to move. But in Zhou Wen's perception system, the duck's body was unnaturally stiff. Its shell was being controlled by the soul of a jackal. The jackal's eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Zhou Wen immediately understood everything. He smiled and said, "All right." Then, Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly widened. The featherless duck in front of him turned into porcelain at an incredible speed. This sudden change left Yang Xiaoxiao, Zhu Tianpeng, and Ma Wuchang completely stunned. Ma Wuchang, upon witnessing this scene, stood up in shock. From that moment on, his gaze toward Zhou Wen completely changed. As expected, Zhou Wen had come here with a purpose. Ma Wuchang's heart sank. The featherless duck, now turned into porcelain, couldn't make a sound. But in Zhou Wen's perception system, the jackal's soul was roaring. "Human, what are you doing?" Zhou Wen smiled and summoned the 9-toothed rake, smashing the porcelain duck. The moment the duck's body shattered, the jackal's soul let out a painful wail. "I'll remember you. I won't let you go." Then, in Zhou Wen's perception system, the jackal's soul completely disappeared. Zhou Wen turned around. Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng didn't ask why Zhou Wen had done what he just did. Zhou Wen stretched lazily and led the 3 small animals back to the second level of the cave. At this moment, the ground was densely covered with beads dropped by the evil soul monsters. Zhou Wen had already found the skill he needed for tracking and locking onto targets, so he no longer had much use for these beads. He pushed the beads toward the 3 small animals. The animals exchanged glances and each took a few. The rest was all returned to Zhou Wen. Zhu Tianpeng always relied on his small rake, his gaze resolute. In Yang Xiaoxiao's eyes, there was a hint of clarity, while Ma Wuchang's expression carried a trace of stiffness. Zhou Wen instinctively scratched his head. He wanted to show some concern for Ma Wuchang, but something about him seemed off. Zhou Wen crushed the beads one by one, choosing various paths of Dao to fill the gaps in his limited skill resources. As Zhou Wen turned around, Ma Wuchang's gaze regained its clarity. He had deliberately feigned a stiff demeanor to mislead Zhou Wen. Now, as he looked at Zhou Wen, he felt as though Zhou Wen was a venomous snake lying in wait, sending chills down his spine. Thinking of the records about humans in his clan, Ma Wuchang couldn't help but recall how cunning humans were described to be. He glanced at Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng, took a deep breath, and resolved to leave them. He needed to return to Ma family village to report his findings, otherwise, something significant might happen. With this thought, Ma Wuchang's sharp eyes were filled with deep concern. He knew some of the clan's secrets. From the moment Zhou Wen appeared in their animal path, he realized that the event was about to unfold. The realm war, peace would no longer prevail. Zhou Wen led the 3 small animals out of the malice cavern. However, what Zhou Wen didn't know was that the shadow energy lingering in his shadow had stayed behind. on the final level of the evil soul cavern, continuously absorbing the energy emitted by the white gemstone. After an unknown amount of time, a crack appeared on the white gemstone, which had been glowing for countless years. It flickered like an unstable incandescent bulb before dimming completely, shattering into powder. At that moment, the shadow energy gradually took on a humanoid form. If Joe had seen it, he would have exclaimed, "Dark Ghost Clan!" The humanoid shadow energy glanced around, determined a direction, and left. As soon as they exited the Malice Cavern, Ma Wuchang began contemplating an escape plan. Although he felt reluctant to leave Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng, he knew that once he left, Zhou Wen would likely target the two of them. Perhaps they would reveal many hidden secrets, which could have a significant impact on the realm war. This matter was of great importance. Faced with the choice between the greater good of the animal path and personal friendship, Ma Wuchang had to make a decision. After a long time, Ma Wuchang chose the greater good of the animal path. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor as he approached Zhou Wen and said, "I need to find my clan. This recent battle made me realize my shortcomings. I must seek my own opportunities." Hearing this, Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback, while Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng reacted the most. "What? Ma Wuchang, you're going to participate in the trial?" Yang Xiaoxiao looked anxious, and Zhu Tianpeng couldn't help scratching his head, worriedly looking at Ma Wuchang. Trial? Zhou Wen didn't know what was happening or why Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng were reacting so strongly. Yang Xiaoxiao rushed to Ma Wuchang's side. "You know, the trial of your horse clan has an extremely high mortality rate. After death, the soul is still subjected to the burning of flames." Ma Wuchang shook his head. "I can't continue to be so dispirited. I must become stronger." At the same time, Ma Wuchang kept one eye on Zhou Wen's reaction. Zhou Wen did not show any emotion, which allowed Ma Wuchang's anxious heart to settle down. Zhou Wen nodded. "It's good to go through a trial." Zhou Wen had always kept his perception system active. Naturally, he could tell from certain details that this majestic little horse in front of him was lying. Although Zhou Wen didn't know the horse's true intentions or what it planned to do, everyone has their own aspirations, and he couldn't force it. Leaving the evil Qi cavern, Ma Wuchang immediately stretched his agile body and galloped away into the distance with his 4 hooves. That graceful figure, streamlined body. From behind, Zhou Wen, who had been watching him leave, felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He very much wanted to ride it, but that was just a thought and couldn't be realized, which left Zhou Wen somewhat regretful. "Let's go too." Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng walked on either side of Zhou Wen. Where else is there a trial site? Zhou Wen had already obtained the skills he wanted and didn't plan to stay in the animal realm any longer. After all, if he delayed any further, that vicious dog Zhang Yong might kill someone. After taking Zhu Tianpeng and Yang Xiaoxiao through one more trial, Zhou Wen planned to leave. Zhu Tianpeng scratched his smooth little head, blinked, and said, "There's another evil Qi cavern not far from here." "Ah, is there any other trial site?" Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless. Those evil Qi creatures were like child's play to him. He could take them down in one move, which didn't serve as a trial at all. As for Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng, Zhou Wen had figured them out. These two little animals claimed to be here for trials, but in reality, they were just here to mess around. However, they did possess basic combat abilities. Those evil Qi creatures didn't count as much of a challenge for them either. Zhou Wen estimated that Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng's strength ranked in the lower middle tier within the animal realm. But if converted to the human realm, they might very well be upper tier. Zhou Wen sighed softly. He still couldn't understand why the Holy Grail system only activated 10,000 players in the human realm for competition. At this moment, Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. The enemy of the Holy Grail system, Doomsday, was also active. The only thing he didn't know was whether there were Doomsday players in the animal realm. Walking through the forest, Yang Xiaoxiao occasionally plucked fruits from the trees, using some method to turn them into seeds and handing them to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen collected the seeds, closed his eyes slightly, and sensed all the unusual movements around him. But the area was exceptionally calm. Zhou Wen walked for half a day without encountering any danger or anomalies. Zhu Tianpeng held a completely red fruit in his hand, its surface smooth and shiny. He ate it with juice spilling everywhere, staining his little pig hooves and mouth with bright red juice. Zhu Tianpeng occasionally let out joyful pig squeals, appearing very happy. Zhou Wen asked, "Do you have an apocalypse system here, Tianpeng?" The pig, Tianpeng, who was eating fruit, froze for a moment and replied dumbly, "Apocalypse? What's that?" Beside him, the sheep Xiao Xiao also looked at Zhou Wen with confusion and puzzlement. Zhou Wen was speechless. He wasn't sure if Xiao Xiao and Tianpeng were too low level to have access to such information, or if the apocalypse system truly didn't exist in this beast realm. However, Zhou Wen could only let it go. After traveling for a long time, Zhou Wen and his group were about to exit the forest. By the side of a river stood two figures. One figure was shirtless, his body brimming with muscles. Standing upright like a human, his large, bell-like eyes were fixed intently on the fish and shrimp swimming through the river. It was a bull. To be precise, a water buffalo. Its bloodline didn't seem particularly pure, but its entire body exuded a sense of robust strength. Its abilities likely weren't weak either. Beside it was a fox covered in fiery red fur. Every movement of this fox carried a peculiar charm. The two of them were staring intently at the bottom of the river, seemingly waiting for something. Zhou Wen, along with Xiao Xiao and Tianpeng, crossed to the other side of the river and saw the water buffalo and the fox. The water buffalo seemed oblivious, continuing to focus on the riverbed. The fox, however, raised its head, a faint smile playing on its lips as it glanced at Zhou Wen and the others. The moment the fox saw Zhou Wen, a flash of astonishment flickered in its eyes. But it quickly returned to calm, as if the presence of a human in the beast realm was an ordinary occurrence. When Zhou Wen saw the fox, he froze for a moment. It felt as though he wasn't looking at a fox, but at a stunning beauty dressed in radiant red, captivating and enchanting, capable of toppling kingdoms. She gazed at him with a soft, delicate expression. Zhou Wen was momentarily dazed. But almost instantly, his mind steadied. It was as if he had seen Jizi. Well, to be precise, this stunning beauty wasn't as beautiful as Jizi. Zhou Wen's eyes quickly regained clarity. This surprised the fox. The surprise was even greater than seeing Zhou Wen as a human. Xiao Xiao and Tianpeng, however, didn't recover as quickly as Zhou Wen. Xiao Xiao's eyes were dazed, her expression blank. Tianpeng, on the other hand, reacted quite differently. His eyes were also dazed, but his gaze was fixed on the red fruit in his hand, drooling uncontrollably. His small mouth could barely contain it. Seeing this, Zhou Wen's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly. The red fox across the river smiled faintly and withdrew her innate ability. Xiao Xiao and Tianpeng's gazes also cleared up. Ha! At that moment, both Xiao Xiao and Tianpeng exclaimed in unison, as if surprised to see two figures standing on the opposite riverbank. Zhou Wen shook his head helplessly. He quietly asked, "What are they doing?" This time, Tianpeng genuinely looked clueless and couldn't answer. But a glimmer of intelligence flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes. She glanced at the source of the river, then followed its flow downstream, pondering for a moment, before saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this river should be the Cold Spring River. I heard from the elders in my clan that there is a magical type of shellfish in the Cold Spring River. Consuming it can strengthen one's physique. It's much more cost-effective than using tokens to exchange through the Holy Grail system. And the most crucial part is that you can feel your physique gradually becoming stronger. However, these shellfish are extremely rare." "You mean you can also use tokens to strengthen your physique?" Zhou Wen was a bit surprised. He had thought that the physical strength of the beast folk in the beast realm relied entirely on the opportunities and trials they mentioned. It seems that's not the case. There are other ways to enhance oneself. At this point, Pig Tianpeng understood and nodded his little pig head. He said clumsily, "That's right, we can indeed use tokens to strengthen our physique. Generally speaking, 5,000 tokens can increase it by 1 point. Zhou Wen was startled upon hearing this. Good heavens! 5,000 tokens. He could increase his physique by 10 points with that amount. Why is the price in the beast realm so exorbitant? Then how many points can consuming this magical shellfish increase?" Pig Tianpeng shook his head blankly and muttered, "I haven't eaten it. I don't know." However, Pig Tianpeng's mouth was watering as he stared intently at the river. "All right then." Zhou Wen suddenly missed Ma Wuchang, as he was surrounded by clueless little fools. Everywhere he turned, he hit a wall. Yang Xiaoxiao carefully observed the fox and water buffalo across the river. Finally, her gaze settled on the water buffalo. Yang Xiaoxiao instinctively tugged at Zhou Wen's sleeve. Zhou Wen lowered his head. Yang Xiaoxiao leaned close to Zhou Wen's ear and whispered, Zhou Wen, that water buffalo across from us seems to be Tainyo, the young master of Niu family manor, and also a prodigy. We might not be able to defeat them. Yang Xiaoxiao was a bit nervous. Zhou Wen looked at the muscular, unremarkable water buffalo across the river and showed a surprised expression. The one across from them was a prodigy. This was the first prodigy-level figure he had encountered in the beast realm. For some reason, a blazing fire suddenly ignited in Zhou Wen's heart. He felt a strong urge to challenge him. Yang Xiaoxiao had originally intended to make Zhou Wen retreat from the confrontation. But unexpectedly, her words only made Zhou Wen's eyes light up with excitement. Yang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her little face with her sheep hooves. Although the people of Niu family manor were generally mild-tempered and didn't strike too hard, it was inevitable that if Zhou Wen really wanted to fight him, injuries would be unavoidable. Yang Xiaoxiao was already preparing her breathing in advance, ready to use her talent on Zhou Wen after his defeat. Beside him, Pig Tianping also sensed the trace of battle intent rising in Zhou Wen. He was excited too. He wanted to know if his clan's nine-toothed rake could prevail against a prodigy-level figure. On the other side of the river, Fox Yaoyao clearly felt the battle intent emanating from Zhou Wen. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, making her look less like a fox and more like a stunning beauty. Fox Yaoyao smiled softly and said, "Tainyo, the human across the river seems very interested in you and wants to challenge you." The iron ox, which had been like a statue, unexpectedly nodded slightly after hearing Hu Yaoyao's words. However, his gaze remained fixed on the river, never wavering. Zhou Wen extended his senses, capturing a cross-section of the entire river, meticulously searching. Zhou Wen's mental power was extraordinary, spreading like a tidal wave to envelop the riverbed. Everything was presented within Zhou Wen's perception system. The fox on the opposite bank glanced in Zhou Wen's direction, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. She had detected Zhou Wen's overwhelming mental power. She thought to herself, to possess such mental power, he must be a prodigy among the human race. In this beast realm, enhancing mental power is particularly difficult. Even with my own A-grade talent and an innate aptitude perfectly suited for the path of mental power, my current mental power value is only 24 points, still 2 points lower than Zhou Wen's. No wonder he was able to break free from my charm just now. Hu Yaoyao set aside her usual playful demeanor, a trace of seriousness appearing in her gaze toward Zhou Wen. In just a few seconds, Zhou Wen sensed a faintly glowing shell beneath the river, extending its tongue to lick the silt. Now was the moment. Zhou Wen made his move, leaping into the river. At the same time, the iron ox, which had been motionless on the riverbank, suddenly had a sharp gleam in its eyes, as if it had also discovered the shell. It too jumped into the river. The sudden plunge of the two into the water startled the fish and shrimp, sending them scattering in all directions. The riverbed's silt was stirred up, muddying the water. Zhou Wen kept his skills locked onto the shell, which began to move slowly amidst the chaos, burrowing into the silt. The water buffalo, having relied on its eyesight to spot the shell earlier, now lost track of it entirely due to the disturbed sediment clouding the river. It groped around aimlessly, inching closer to the shell's location. But Zhou Wen was faster. Zhou Wen struck like lightning, swiftly grabbing the shell hidden in the silt. With his prize in hand, he stepped on the water's surface and leapt back to the riverbank. The shell's appearance was now revealed. It was entirely silver, adorned with faint golden patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping approached as Zhou Wen returned with the shell. Knowing that Zhou Wen lacked authorization to access information about beast realm entities, Yang Xiaoxiao immediately sent him the shell's details upon seeing it. The information appeared before Zhou Wen. Creature, silver shell, origin, beast realm, information, found near the shore of a certain river. It has been imbued with mysterious powers after prolonged exposure to the river's flow. Details: increases strength and constitution by 5 to 15 points. The water buffalo, dripping wet and having failed to capture the shell, slowly climbed back onto the riverbank. It showed neither anger nor frustration, but instead fixed its gaze intently on the shell in Zhou Wen's hand. At this moment, the shell sensed danger and tightly sealed itself shut, remaining motionless as if playing dead. Fox Yaoyao watched as Iron Bull returned empty-handed, a faint smile gracing her face. Then, Iron Bull suddenly exerted strength in his legs, leaping across the river to appear beside Zhou Wen. Pig Tianping immediately summoned his three-pronged rake, holding it horizontally in front of Iron Bull. "What are you trying to do?" Wen turned around and tossed the shell in his hand. The water buffalo was massive, over 3 meters tall, with muscles tightly knotted all over its body. Wen speculated that the buffalo's strength attribute might be several levels higher than his own. If it came to a direct confrontation, it would be nearly impossible to contend with. Wen's eyes flickered as he pondered which of his talents he could use to counter him. Iron Bull spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Fight me. I won't strike back. If you can break through my defense, I'll give you this shell. Otherwise, you might have to withdraw from this trial." Iron Bull's tone was slow and deliberate, but Wen couldn't help but smile upon hearing his words. What does it mean to say the harshest words in the calmest tone? Wen felt he had witnessed it today. Wen tossed the shell in his hand, and then directly threw it to Iron Bull, who instinctively caught it. Wen said, "I'll fight you. Win or lose, I'll give you this shell." His eyes burned with intense battle intent. Was this terrifying water buffalo truly the prodigy of the beast path? Wen clenched his fists. He represented the prodigy of the human race now, and he was eager to test himself. Although the shell was powerful, Wen lacked nothing when it came to tokens. Across the riverbank, Fox Yao Yao watched this scene with a faintly mocking smile, though her gaze carried a hint of depth. Impenetrable defense. The water buffalo opposite Wen stood firmly in place, legs shoulder-width apart, arms crossed over his chest, his body coated in a golden glow. He looked like a statue forged from gold, with the dark golden light gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Wen's eyes lit up. Not bad, a defense type talent. He thought to himself, I'll borrow it later. After some deliberation, Wen finally chose Ma Wuchang's stampede of 3 billion horses. Standing before Iron Bull, Wen launched his fists rapidly, creating afterimages in the air and shattering the air with the force of his punches. The mysterious power in the void attached itself to Wen's hands. Nearby, Sheep Xiao Xiao and Pig Tianping were involuntarily pushed back 2 steps by the sudden gust of air. The silent water buffalo maintained his posture without moving an inch. Wen's fists landed on the buffalo's body, producing a metallic clang sound. His fists were immediately repelled by Iron Bull's golden body, forcing Wen to take 2 steps back. His fists were now stained with a bit of golden paint. Wen shook his fists to alleviate the pain but couldn't shake off the specks of golden paint. He could feel that the golden paint was having a subtle effect on his fists. Wen was astonished. He speculated that if his fists were entirely coated in this golden paint, they might lose their strength and become soft and powerless. Thinking of this, Wen couldn't help but sigh. After an S-level talent is unsealed twice, it becomes equivalent to an unsealed SSS level talent. This is truly astonishing. Wen thought of a strategy. Your talent is extraordinary. I shall borrow it to bring it to greater heights. He turned his gaze to the iron ox, whose entire body resembled a golden statue. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The iron ox, maintaining its seemingly impregnable golden body, suddenly felt a slight weakness in its golden form. Then, it saw a silver glow emanating from Wen's forehead, surging like a tide to envelop his body. The iron ox, resembling a golden statue, remained unresponsive to this scene. But this was only the beginning. Wen's entire body turned into a silver statue, and then a golden glow appeared again at his forehead. The golden light quickly covered the silver, transforming Wen into a figure identical to the iron ox. Under the sunlight, the 2 appeared like golden statues. However, Wen's golden form looked as if it were merely covered in a thin layer of gold foil, lacking the solid texture of the iron ox's golden transformation. On the opposite side of the river, Hu Yao Yao was slightly surprised by this sight. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of curiosity about Wen. What kind of talent did this human possess? However, the next scene completely stunned both the iron ox and Hu Yao Yao. The iron ox broke its composure and blurted out, "This is impossible." A crystalline glow appeared at Wen's forehead. The golden hue covering his body was replaced by this crystal-like texture. Wen's entire being transformed into a crystalline, glass-like form. The iron ox stared blankly at the scene before it, unable to believe its eyes. As an S-level talent holder of impenetrable golden body, it was now witnessing its superior talent, the invincible glass body. But it wasn't over yet. Wen's talent had just advanced to SS level and had not yet reached SSS level. Once again, an invisible light emerged from Wen's forehead. SSS level talent, return to simplicity description, a top-tier defensive talent with Innate suppression of similar talents. Talent skill, return to simplicity. Your defense increases by 1000%. Talent skill, unbreakable. Your golden body cannot be shattered. Talent skill, suppression. All defensive talents before you are reduced by 2 on ceiling levels. Talent skill, equality of all beings. When attacked, attackers accumulate marks. At 10 marks, their talents are sealed, decreasing with talent level. The invisible light stripped away the crystalline form from Zhou Wen's body, returning him to his mortal, flesh and blood state. The Iron Ox was completely dumbfounded by this sight. Its entire body trembled. Return to simplicity. This was the SSS level superior talent of its own abilities. In the Iron Ox's perception, Zhou Wen's entire being exuded a faint pressure, a suppression stemming from the superior talent over its own. As this aura spread, the golden sheen on the Iron Ox faded, turning into mere gold foil. Zhou Wen smiled, baring his teeth as he walked step by step toward the Iron Ox. He raised his right fist and lightly punched the Iron Ox in the chest. A bang echoed. The Iron Ox was sent flying by Zhou Wen's punch, its golden body shattering and leaving behind golden fragments in the air. The Iron Ox turned into a shadow and disappeared. Appeared on the other side of the river. Then came the sound of several trees collapsing. Iron Bull was directly sent flying over 20 meters by Zhou Wen's punch. Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. He hadn't used much force just now. How did Iron Bull suddenly fly so far away? On the other side of the river, Hu Yaoyao could no longer maintain her composure. The expression on her face was incredibly vivid, as if she had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping also opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Yang Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say. That was a genuine prodigy, the pride of Nujiazwang. He had once been suppressed by 3 other prodigies of the same level from different clans, yet his golden body had remained unbroken. How did he end up being defeated with a single punch in front of Zhou Wen? Cough. Cough. In the woods on the other side of the river, dust filled the air. A row of fallen trees lay atop a muscular water buffalo. The water buffalo coughed twice and climbed out from the trees. At this moment, the golden foil on his body had shattered into fragments, falling to the ground as fine golden dust. Iron Bull walked back to the other side of the river. He stared blankly at Zhou Wen, holding the shell in his hand. Zhou Wen saw through the water buffalo's intentions, smiled, shook his head, and said to him, "I already said, regardless of winning or losing, this shell is yours." Zhou Wen knew the shell was extremely valuable. If converted into tokens, it would, aside from Zhu Tianping, whose mind was entirely preoccupied with food. Zhou Wen and Yang Xiaoxiao were both stunned. However, Zhou Wen quickly regained his composure. In terms of charm, the fox in front of him was still a few notches below GZ, so it couldn't enchant him. Hu Yaoyao asked with a smile, "May I ask where you are headed?" Zhu Tianping blurted out, "We're going to that cave not far from here." Hu Yaoyao's eyes flickered as she probed, "Are you referring to the Malice Cave?" Zhu Tianping nodded. Upon hearing this, Tainyo also came over, his eyes as large as bronze bells glaring at Zhu Tianping, causing him to instinctively swallow and take a small step back. Zhu Tianping remembered from his childhood how the people of Nyoja village would fly into a rage, their fury terrifying. Since then, his clan elders had warned him to stay far away from the cattle of Nyoja village, as they wouldn't recognize friend from foe when enraged. Zhou Wen stepped forward. "What? You know about the Malice Cave too?" he asked curiously. With their level of strength, could such an ordinary Malice Cave even catch their attention? Hu Yaoyao nodded and then said, "That cave has undergone a mutation. The malice inside has somehow become incredibly powerful, comparable to the golden rank. Tainyo and I were planning to go there to take a look." Zhou Wen nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "That sounds good. Why don't we travel together?" Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Hu Yaoyao's eyes. She had been waiting for Zhou Wen to say this. Zhou Wen, however, had kept his perception system active the entire time, and Hu Yaoyao's subtle expressions were glaringly obvious. How could he not know what she was trying to convey? Hu Yaoyao thought she was playing on the 5th level, but Zhou Wen was already 2 levels ahead of her. The group set off together, which made Yang Xiaoxiao feel quite uncomfortable. The reason was simple. Hu Yaoyao would occasionally display her alluring charm, which made Yang Xiaoxiao secretly curse in her heart. Her family had warned her about the Fox clan. The men were cunning and deceitful, preying on women, while the women were seductive and manipulative, preying on men. None of them were good people. She had been told to stay far away from them. However, Along the way, Yang Xiaoxiao saw Zhou chatting and laughing with the fox woman, without showing any of the infatuation her elders had warned about. This made the inexperienced Yang Xiaoxiao begin to question the truth of her elders' words. After passing through the forest, the group arrived at a relatively open plain. In the distance were jagged mountains. The plain was vast, and one could see the small hill on the other side at a glance. The area wasn't large, but the most striking feature was the pitch-black hole in the center of the plain, which seemed to devour the surrounding light like a monster. Even from afar, the group could feel a chilling and terrifying aura emanating from it. Zhu Tianpeng was dumbfounded upon seeing the plain. He stammered and gestured with his hands. Where's the mountain? Why is the mountain gone? I remember there was a mountain here. Yang Xiaoxiao looked at the pitch-black hole in front of her and began to form some guesses. Her small face turned pale, devoid of any trace of blood. She had just overheard Hu Yaoyao telling Zhou that the Malice Cavern had undergone a mutation. Judging by the current situation, this mutation seemed far from minor. After all, the Malice Cavern had always been nestled within the mountain range, but now the entire mountain range was gone. Instead, there was a massive, boundless hole in the ground. It was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. Hu Yaoyao stood still, smiling as she looked at Zhou, pointing toward the hole. This is our destination for this trip. Zhou's sensory system provided him with significant feedback. The enormous and incredibly deep pit was over 50 meters wide, and there was no light below. The blue gemstones that had previously been embedded in the walls of the Malice Cavern were nowhere to be seen. All that remained was pitch-black darkness, devoid of any light. At the same time, Zhou could sense a powerful creature at the bottom of the cavern, exuding a dense aura. This aura was very similar to the Malice Zhou had encountered in the Malice Cavern before, but its strength was on par with the god-level malicious spirit he had previously faced. Hu Yaoyao smiled and said, Zhou, do you and Iron Bull want to go down? If we kill this Malice, the equipment it drops should be excellent, likely A grade to S grade. Zhou expressed indifference, knowing he couldn't obtain equipment from the beast realm. However, he was still curious to give it a try. Just moments ago in the Malice Cavern, the bald duck had fought fiercely with the god-level malicious spirit. Since Hu Yaoyao seemed confident in Iron Bull, Zhou figured he probably wouldn't face any major issues either. With this thought, he nodded. Iron Bull had no objections and strode boldly toward the dark cavern. Zhou followed behind, walking to the edge of the pit. Iron Bull recklessly jumped straight down. Zhou stood at the edge, peering into the pit. It was roughly the size of a football field, completely shrouded in darkness. Nothing was visible, and there wasn't a single glimmer of light. Zhou could clearly sense that any light approaching the pit was instantly absorbed. Taking a deep breath, Zhou jumped in as well. After waiting midair for a moment, he landed safely. Activating his sensory system, Zhou could clearly pinpoint Iron Bull's location and the massive creature in front of them. The creature, standing at a towering height of 6 or 7 meters, appeared to be resting. Zhou and Iron Bull could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, as well as the gusts of air from its breathing. Iron Bull made his move. He strode forward with steady yet swift steps, reaching the creature within seconds. Raising his palm, as large as a fan, he slapped the creature's body. The creature's breathing noticeably paused, and it staggered to its feet, seemingly confused about what had just happened. Through Zhou's sensory system, he could see that the creature, brimming with powerful energy, resembled a gecko. Wild monster, mutated malice, rank, gold beast realm, HP? Note, a powerful mutated creature. If you don't want to die, stay far away. The gecko shook its head, its thoughts appearing muddled. The gecko exhaled a burst of hot air from its mouth and nose. Zhou quickly steadied himself. He had almost been blown over by the sudden gust. The gecko composed itself and noticed Zhou and Iron Bull. It let out an angry roar. Roar! Too tiny intruders had entered its territory while it was sleeping. Whoosh! Its mountain-like palm slammed down. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside Iron Bull. However, Iron Bull's speed was slightly faster than the gecko's. Just as the gecko was about to strike him, Iron Bull's entire body was covered in golden lacquer, transforming once again into his golden form. A metallic clang echoed. In the pitch-black darkness, Zhou seemed to see sparks. The gecko recoiled in pain, withdrawing its palm. Zhou also noticed that a layer of golden lacquer had peeled off Iron Bull's golden form, though it didn't seem to affect him much. Taking advantage of the moment, Joe summoned the nine-toothed rake. As soon as it appeared in his hand, he activated its second innate skill, Nine-Toothed Void. The black traces left in the air by the nine-toothed rake enveloped the entire dark cavern. The massive gecko's movements were now under Joe's control. Its body was pinned in place, trembling violently as it resisted the spatial force of the nine-toothed rake. Joe charged forward, swinging the rake in his hand to activate its fourth innate skill, Victory Strike. The rake in Joe's hand instantly grew larger, its majestic patterns glowing brightly, even dispelling the surrounding darkness. The gecko's eyes were injured by the sudden burst of light. In Joe's perception, the gecko closed its eyes and began to struggle violently. Joe swung the rake heavily at the gecko's head. Seeing the opportunity, Iron Bull dissipated his golden form. With a few agile leaps, he appeared atop the gecko's head. His fists were once again enveloped in gold, his arms transformed into golden pillars, and his punches struck like lightning. He aimed a flurry of hammer-like punches at the gecko's crown. Fists collided with its hard armor. Boom! The gecko cried out in pain. Hiss hiss hiss! A tearing sound echoed through the space. Crash! Joe's nine-toothed void was forcibly ripped apart by the gecko. It broke free, and the entire gecko began to go berserk. Joe could sense its life force recovering at an astonishing speed. A hint of admiration flashed in Joe's eyes. As expected, it truly was a god-level creature. The gecko broke free from the nine-toothed void. Its mountain-like palm struck at Iron Bull, who was crouched atop its head. This time, the gecko's strength was extraordinarily powerful. Even though Iron Bull quickly activated his golden form, he was sent flying by the slap, crashing into the wall of the pit. The impact caused spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the wall, with debris falling everywhere. Iron Bull's body convulsed, barely able to maintain his golden form. At the same time, Joe became alert. In his perception, the gecko's massive tail transformed into an invisible weapon, like a divine whip, lashing toward him. A blaze-like light appeared between Joe's brows, spreading across his body and transforming him into a glazed golden form. In an instant, a strange power rose again between his brows, dispelling Joe's entire glazed golden body and returning him to a state of simplicity. The tail, swift as a divine whip, struck Joe in a flash. A loud clang echoed as cracks appeared on the ground beneath Joe's feet. He was forcibly pushed 3 or 4 meters away by the tail, leaving deep marks on the ground. The gecko's tail seemed like an entirely different creature from the gecko itself, extremely agile. After landing a hit, the tail turned again, swiftly attacking. Before Joe could catch his breath, the tail struck him once more, sending him flying directly into the wall of the pit. A spider-web-like crack spread across the wall where he collided. A metallic, sweet taste filled Joe's mouth, and he instinctively spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He could clearly feel that the gecko's tail had utilized the power of rules, injuring him. Even Joe's SSS level state of simplicity couldn't withstand the gecko's attack, showcasing its immense strength. Nearby, Iron Bull was no longer as calm as usual. He said to Joe, "We can't beat it. Let's retreat. Its regenerative ability is just too strong. We can't wear it down no matter how hard we try." Joe's expression grew heavy. Among the talents he possessed, few could affect this giant gecko or cause it harm. Was this the end? Joe felt unwilling to accept it. At that moment, the giant gecko's tail attacked again. Joe had no choice but to use his state of simplicity once more to defend himself. A faint glow emanated from his body. The gecko's rule-based power had already far exceeded the limits of Joe's physical body. Gritting his teeth, Joe switched talents. His eyes began to glow, and the gecko's body slowly started to turn to ceramic. The process was extremely slow, but it was effective. Joe climbed down from the pit wall, his eyes fixed intently on the giant gecko while his sensory system monitored its every move, allowing him to react quickly. Seeing that Joe hadn't retreated but was still fighting and resisting, Iron Bull hesitated for a moment before charging forward as well, engaging the gecko's claws in combat. He used the opportunity to hone his skills. Eventually, Joe closed his eyes, entrusting his safety entirely to his mental strength and sensory system. The incredibly agile tail lashed out at Joe. With his eyes shut and his breathing slowed, everything around him seemed to fall silent. Joe found himself in a dark space, devoid of any light, where he could faintly sense the movement of the air. Right, a voice in Zhou Wen's mind said. He instinctively shifted half a step to the left, and the agile tail narrowly missed the spot where he had just been standing. The first strike missed. Zhou Wen felt no joy, continuing to sense his surroundings. All he needed to do now was buy time until the giant gecko's body was fully enveloped by the ceramic transformation. At that moment, it would be time for Zhou Wen and Iron Bull to counterattack. After the agile tail of the giant gecko missed its attack, it paused noticeably, as if shocked that the person had managed to evade its strike. But soon enough, the tail came charging again. It didn't resemble a gecko's tail, rather, it was like a snake, full of the snake's insidiousness and cunning. Even the tail has become sentient. Zhou Wen couldn't help but quip, suspecting that the tail might actually be the gecko's true essence. In Zhou Wen's heightened state of perception, every detail was magnified. This was a completely new experience, unlike the mental power activation card he had used in the card world before. Zhou Wen seemed to be pushing the limits of his mental strength. At that moment, a glint of sharpness flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. He sidestepped again, dodging an attack from his left. Then, he took a step back and shifted one step to the right. Once again, the giant gecko's tail missed its target. Meanwhile, the gecko's ceramic transformation, starting from its feet, had already begun to spread slowly. As long as Zhou Wen and Iron Bull could hold on for a while longer, this giant gecko would inevitably turn into a ceramic statue. By then, it would be at their mercy. Above the pit, Hu Yaoyao was releasing her mental power, carefully sensing the situation below. Suddenly, she felt a fleeting presence, her face showing a puzzled expression. She seemed to have detected a trace of something different from the gecko, Zhou Wen, and Iron Bull. This presence carried a faint sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. However, the sensation vanished in an instant, and Hu Yaoyao couldn't recall anything specific. Frowning slightly, she felt that something had changed, and unease crept into her heart. She called down to the pit below, "Zhou Wen, Iron Bull, come up. I just sensed a hint of something ominous passing by." Hu Yaoyao's voice, intertwined with her mental power, echoed through the pit, spreading out before being swallowed by the darkness. Below, Zhou Wen and Iron Bull didn't hear Hu Yaoyao's call. Zhou Wen continued to dodge the attacks from the giant gecko's tail. His fully activated mental state was taking a heavy toll on his body. Zhou Wen's head throbbed with pain, his blood pressure surged, and his brain felt like it was about to explode. He was on the verge of collapse. Sweat drenched his entire body, and his head felt swollen and faintly aching. Yet, Zhou Wen's eyes were filled with excitement. This was an incredibly fulfilling sense of challenge that he found utterly intoxicating. In reality, he was just a cripple, but here, he could revel in the thrill of controlling everything. Finally, Zhou Wen suddenly noticed that the giant gecko's tail seemed to have slowed down in its attacks. He activated his perception system and discovered that part of the gecko's tail had also begun to undergo ceramic transformation. This realization greatly excited Zhou Wen. If they could hold on a little longer. Iron Bull, who had highlighted a sense of age and antiquity. Iron Bull's eyes were sharp and piercing. He kept resisting, constantly adapting to the attack patterns of the giant gecko. Even when the giant gecko's faint traces of rule power struck Iron Bull, he could rely on his robust physique to stabilize himself in a short time. In the darkness, a small figure passed through, stopping in a place rich with dark energy. He was enveloped by the darkness, unnoticed by both Zhou Wen and Iron Bull. The giant gecko might have sensed him but was too occupied to act. This figure carefully observed Zhou Wen and Iron Bull's state, then remained motionless, blending entirely into the surrounding darkness, as if waiting for something. After a long while, 2/3 of the giant gecko's body had turned into ceramic, losing its ability to attack. The gecko let out a hissing sound, filled with rage, but its body was no longer under its control. Zhou Wen shed the tranquil, all-seeing sensation, drenched in sweat, his legs kneeling on the ground, hands supporting his body as he gasped heavily. At this moment, Zhou Wen felt as if his forehead was about to split open, his mental energy completely depleted. In this battle, Zhou Wen had poured out all his mental strength without reservation, leaving him mentally exhausted. However, the gains were significant. Iron Bull, quick! Kill this gecko! Iron Bull, who had long noticed the gecko's weakened attacks, unleashed astonishing power with his 1.8-meter frame. The ground cracked beneath his feet. In an instant, Iron Bull appeared beside the gecko and threw a punch. A loud, intense cracking sound echoed throughout the pit. The sound of ceramic shattering followed. Audible even outside the pit, where Fox Xiao Yao, Sheep Xiao Xiao, and Pig Tian Peng heard the crisp sound of the break. The gecko's body shattered into fragments upon Iron Bull's punch, falling to the ground and turning into dust. At the same time, a deep red bead appeared out of thin air, slowly dropping to the ground. Iron Bull walked toward the bead, but just then, a figure that had been lurking in the darkness moved. Swift as lightning, fast as a flash, the figure left behind a blur. In the darkness that no one could clearly see, the bead, which had just bounced on the ground, was swiftly taken by the figure. The figure moved at an incredible speed, disappearing into the darkness in an instant. Iron Bull froze for a moment. Upon seeing this, then fury surged from his chest. His body grew to about 3 meters tall, muscles bulging, as he angrily chased after the figure, determined to catch the thief. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, had exhausted his mental energy. Yet his perception system also captured the fleeting figure snatching the bead. Zhou Wen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. All that effort for nothing. Workers are always at the mercy of others. This famous philosophical saying involuntarily surfaced in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen switched to Sheep Xiao Xiao's talent. Green light blossomed, dispelling the darkness within the pit. This time, the large gecko was no longer present. The collision of green light and darkness resembled rain and snow under the blazing sun. The darkness quickly receded. Above the pit, Hu Yaoyao, Yang Xiaoxiao, and Xu Tianpeng suddenly saw green light bloom within the pit, dispelling the darkness. At the same time, the surrounding light was no longer absorbed by the darkness upon touching the pit but instead drove the darkness away, revealing the scene at the bottom of the pit to everyone. With a loud boom, Tainyo's muscular body shot out from below. In front of him was a figure running so fast that its appearance was hard to discern. Hu Yaoyao, already prepared, had her eyes emit a faint white light. A powerful mental pressure transformed into flying needles, brilliant like a sky full of stars. These needles were even faster than the figure ahead, piercing into the shadowy figure's body. The shadow let out a miserable scream, ah! Yet its speed suddenly surged, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The enraged Tainyo, unable to fly, could only stomp on the ground repeatedly, leaving behind massive pits and cracks in the earth. Tainyo, stop chasing. You can't catch him, Hu Yaoyao said. Her eyes glimmered faintly as she had just used her mental perception to sense the shadowy figure. It was likely a member of the Rat Clan. Moreover, with such incredible speed, its strength was probably not low, most likely one of the Rat Clan's prodigies. There were only a few prodigies in the Rat Clan, and when the time came to compete for opportunities, they would naturally meet again. Settling the score then would not be too late. How bold! Hu Yaoyao was somewhat displeased, a hint of cruelty flashing in her eyes. Hu Yaoyao stopped the rampaging Tainyo. Zhou Wen also emerged from the pit, looking somewhat exhausted. Seeing Zhou Wen's weakened state, Yang Xiaoxiao quickly approached, green light surging in her hands to restore Zhou Wen's strength and heal his injuries. Although Zhou Wen had already treated himself, he couldn't refuse Yang Xiaoxiao's kindness. Was that shadowy figure just now from the Rat Clan? Zhou Wen asked, having heard Hu Yaoyao's words as he came up. Hu Yaoyao nodded. Besides the Pang Clan, the only ones in the world with such extreme speed were the Rat Clan. Zhou Wen nodded silently, making a mental note of this. A prodigy of the Rat Clan, huh? Zhou Wen had just tried to use Chen Kuan to borrow the shadowy figure's talent, but to his surprise, the explosive speed wasn't derived from any innate ability. This situation was somewhat similar to that of the featherless duck. It was a technique of some sort unique to the figure. In other words, the Rat Clan prodigy had managed to toy with them using only their technique, even taking the divine-grade mutated Malice Pearl they had just slain. Zhou Wen firmly remembered this grudge. At the same time, the Holy Grail system panel popped up in front of everyone. On Zhou Wen's panel, white text appeared. The trial of the small world begins. All players wishing to participate in the trial, please proceed to the central plains of the trial grounds to undergo the trial. This message appeared 3 times before the pale white text gradually faded and completely disappeared. Hu Yaoyao and Tainyo exchanged glances, then turned to Zhou Wen and asked, "The final trial of the trial grounds is about to begin. Shall we? Do you want to come along too?" Zhou Wen pondered. He originally planned to leave this Beast Realm battlefield as soon as he obtained a locking-type talent, to avoid unnecessary complications. But now, the prodigy of the Rat Clan had stolen his possession. This was something Zhou Wen absolutely could not tolerate. Such a despicable act. Zhou Wen decided to deal with him first before leaving. Thinking of this, Zhou nodded and said to Hu Yaoyao and Iron Bull, I will go with you. After exchanging glances, Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpeng, with Zhu Tianpeng brimming with confidence, waved his large hand and pulled Yang Xiaoxiao to stand beside Zhou. He said to Zhou, we will go too. Zhou nodded. Elsewhere, Ma Wuchang galloped through the forest. He hadn't encountered any of his clan members along the way. Despite rushing for half a day, he still found nothing. After running for a while, Ma Wuchang stopped to rest. The intense exercise had caused a buildup of lactic acid in his muscles, leaving him sore all over. Ma Wuchang looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a tree. On the tree hung a completely pink fruit. Eating this fruit could significantly reduce the lactic acid in his body, allowing him to continue his journey. Ma Wuchang stood upright and leaped, trying to pluck the fruit. However, at that moment, a shadow flew by and knocked the pink fruit aside. What? My fruit? Ma Wuchang was somewhat annoyed, but then he saw the shadow clearly, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. It's you! Snake Xian! Snake Xian coiled the fruit with his tail, opened his large mouth, and was about to swallow it when he noticed Ma Wuchang. He paused for a moment. Ma Wuchang? Why are you here? Ma Wuchang sighed lightly. It's a long story. He then recounted the events and his thoughts about Zhou to Snake Xian. Snake Xian immediately became furious. His powerful tail lashed at Ma Wuchang as he shouted, Ma Wuchang, you just left Xiao Xiao alone with that human boy? Aren't you afraid something might happen to Xiao Xiao? Ma Wuchang snorted coldly. In the face of the beast realm's racial ethics, what did a mere woman matter? Ma Wuchang snorted disdainfully, seemingly unwilling to argue with Snake Xian. He remembered a story his clan elder had once told him, if a dog bites you, would you bite it back? Enduring the soreness in his muscles, Ma Wuchang continued heading toward his clan. Snake Xian thought for a moment, then split the pink fruit in half, ate one portion, and tossed the other half to Ma Wuchang. Ma Wuchang frowned. What are you doing? Snake Xian replied irritably, I'm going with you. Take me along, my weight won't affect you. Besides, I can handle some unexpected situations. Ma Wuchang hesitated and frowned. I won't go looking for Yang Xiaoxiao. Snake Xian shook his head. No problem. At that moment, a notification from the Holy Grail system appeared before both of them. Now, Ma Wuchang had no choice but to stop and look at Snake Xian. Snake Xian and Ma Wuchang exchanged glances. The Snake First and the Horse Impermanence clans will definitely participate in the trial. Meanwhile, Zhou, Yang Xiaoxiao, and Zhu Tianpeng were together and would inevitably head to the center of the trial grounds to take part in this trial. At this point, the two parties' conditions aligned. Horse Impermanence stuffed half of the pink fruit into his mouth. Snake First gave a slight bounce and leaped onto Horse Impermanence, lying hidden among the horse's maneless back. After consuming the pink fruit, the lactic acid in Horse Impermanence's muscles was neutralized. He stretched his agile body once more and galloped toward the center of the plains. At the same time, in a desolate area, a group of blue-shelled turtles on a pilgrimage also received this information. They glanced in the direction of the plain's center, then lowered their heads in silence and continued their slow march across the barren land. In the territory of the Azure Sea Divine Turtle Clan, Wang Jing sat obediently in front of an elder with a turtle shell. The elder smiled warmly at Wang Jing, his face full of satisfaction. In front of Wang Jing lay an ancient book filled with illustrations of movements. All the figures in the illustration shared a common feature: they carried a round, shell-like object on their backs. It was not hard to imagine that these illustrations depicted the inherited ultimate techniques of the Azure Sea Divine Turtle Clan. The elder looked at Wang Jing with great anticipation, but Wang Jing scratched his head, unable to calm his mind. His heart was filled with questions. What was the beast path? What were beast folk? Where exactly was this place? Whenever the elder noticed Wang Jing's distraction, he would look at him kindly, staring at him with a warm expression. Wang Jing felt a bit awkward and had no choice but to sit quietly in front of the elder, staring blankly at the illustrations. Near the giant island, members of the Azure Sea Divine Turtle Clan began to appear one after another on the small blue shell islands. They gazed reverently at the massive island. To the north of the plains, in a mountain range, the wind swirled, and creatures scattered in all directions. In the center, the ground was covered in blood. Several massive tigers with white foreheads and hanging eyes licked the blood off their claws, roaring wildly. Their roars echoed for miles, causing countless animals within 100 miles to flee in terror. Among these tigers, one was particularly enormous, far surpassing its peers. Its gaze was fixed on the center of the trial grounds plains. It let out a deafening roar. The tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains, its momentum even more imposing than the other tigers. The sound of its roar faintly traveled nearly 1,000 miles. This massive tiger perched on a large green stone, standing tall. The other tigers around it instinctively lowered their heads, as if paying homage to a king. To the west of the plains, in an endless forest, the towering trees reached the sky, blocking out all sunlight. The entire forest was shrouded in darkness. Boom! 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 The ground trembled as loud noises came from afar, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Many ancient trees that reached the heavens were toppled. A group of brown bears, their bodies radiating a shimmering glow, smashed trees. With a single swipe of their paws and strode forward. Their destination was the same, the center of the trial grounds plains. Similar scenes unfolded across the trial grounds. Joe 1 and the others bypassed the massive pit of the ominous cave. At this point, they were already close to the center of the plain. Along the way, Joe 1 and his group saw countless animals, each using their own racial techniques or innate abilities, rushing forward in fear of missing the opportunity. Now, Joe 1 and his group were strolling across the vast, boundless plain. Suddenly, Joe 1 exerted force with his legs and shot into the sky. He grabbed the neck of a passing wild goose and dragged it to the ground. The goose flapped its wings and let out a miserable cry, wailing, "Oh no! Oh no! Who's the heartless one? Who's the heartless one?" This wild goose, with mottled feathers, didn't seem to have a pure bloodline. Joe 1 dragged it to the ground, and unable to control his speed, plowed the goose across the ground for 8 or 9 meters. The goose lost quite a few feathers, its face was bloodied and mangled, and it was completely stunned. What does disaster from the heavens mean? This is what it means. And it didn't even come from the heavens, it came from the ground. The goose had been flying peacefully in the sky when Joe 1 suddenly rushed up and yanked it down. Now, the goose lay on the ground, utterly despondent. At first, it tried to resist, but Joe 1, in his return to simplicity innate state, punched the goose so hard that its head throbbed in pain. The goose was now suffering from a mild concussion. Actually, Hu Yaoyao had originally suggested that Iron Bull find a large, fast creature as a means of transportation. But Joe 1 couldn't wait and directly pulled down the passing wild goose. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The goose shook its head, still dazed from the concussion. It now saw overlapping images of the figures in front of it. Nearby, Yang Xiaoxiao and Pig Tianpan looked at Joe 1 with amazement, their eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Joe 1 coughed awkwardly twice, holding the goose's neck and said, "Brother, give us a ride. There aren't many of us." The reason Joe 1 had grabbed this goose was because, when it spread its wings, they measured over 10 meters in length. Its body was enormous, and Joe 1 figured it could probably bear the weight of their group. After hearing this, the goose burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably as if tears cost nothing. It wrapped its wings around itself, wiping its tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. By now, its concussion had improved somewhat. When it saw Joe 1, it was startled. You're human." Joe 1 coughed again and instinctively patted the goose's head. But he forgot he was still in his return to simplicity state, and the slap nearly drove the goose's head into the ground. After a while, the goose finally regained clarity. It glanced at the group's composition, first looking at Pig Tianpan with some concern. Then, when it saw Iron Bull, its face twisted completely, it broke down crying. "You're bullying me. Too much. Such a big guy. Such a big guy. How can I carry you? How can I carry you?" The wild goose cried heartbreakingly, wailing like a ghost. Many passing animals shivered in fear. Joe 1's face was full of black lines. Beside him, Hu Yaoyao couldn't help but burst into laughter, which made Joe 1 a bit embarrassed. Finally, Joe 1 grabbed the wild goose by the neck and pressed it to the ground. "I'll ask you one question, can you carry us or not?" The wild goose glanced at Joe 1's ferocious expression, countless human anecdotes flashing through its mind. It shuddered in fear and obediently nodded. "I can carry you. I can carry you." Only then did Joe 1 smile in satisfaction. "Why didn't you just say so earlier?" He let go of the wild goose, clapped his hands, and looked at Hu Yaoyao with a slightly smug expression. He said to her, "What do you think? I said it could carry us, and it can." Hu Yaoyao didn't reply, only looked at Joe 1 with a smile. Joe 1 was momentarily dazed but quickly snapped back to reality. Joe 1 thought to himself, even though it's just a fox, why does it seem so much like a person? He found it very strange. Although Hu Yaoyao was clearly just a fox, after spending so much time with her, he naturally started treating her as a human. Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianpang, looked at Joe with admiration. Then Joe waved his hand grandly, summoning the wild goose. The wild goose immediately lay on the ground, tears still welling up in its eyes. Joe glared at it fiercely and said, "What? Are you still not convinced?" The wild goose shook its head vigorously. "I have wind-induced tears. I have wind-induced tears." Joe nodded, took a couple of steps, then suddenly realized something. He turned back and slapped the wild goose on the head. "You have wind-induced tears, and you still dare to fly?" The wild goose's eyes filled with tears again, but this time it didn't dare say anything. It wiped its tears with its wings and began looking toward the sky. It didn't dare run away. Just now, when Joe caught it, that speed, it probably wouldn't escape Joe's clutches in this lifetime. It was better to obediently serve as their transportation. Yang Xiaoxiao, Zhu Tianpeng, and Hu Yaoyao climbed onto the wild goose's back along its tail feathers. Joe stood on the wild goose's back. Tinio glanced at the wild goose's frame, hesitating a bit. Joe patted the wild goose and said to Tinio, "Come on up, it's fine. This wild goose can definitely handle it." The wild goose cried, "You're not me, how do you know I can handle it?" Tinio pondered for a moment, then stepped forward. Fear filled the wild goose's eyes. "No, no," the wild goose wailed in its heart. Joe and the others arrived at the place the Holy Grail system had mentioned. The wild goose behind them was now lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Tinio, who was walking behind, scratched his head, his face showing a slightly sheepish expression. Although his size had shrunk considerably, his weight hadn't changed. As soon as he sat on the wild goose's back, the wild goose let out a miserable cry and collapsed as if its back had broken. Later, Joe had to use Yang Xiaoxiao's advanced healing ability to treat the wild goose. Otherwise, the wild goose would probably have died long ago, and they wouldn't have made it here. Joe treated the wild goose once more, then, satisfied, led the group toward the center of the trial ground. At the center was a massive platform made of yellow earth. A crowd surrounded it, and portals of light continuously appeared on the platform. In the middle of the platform were several seats, already occupied by a few figures. Joe scanned the scene. A rhinoceros as large as a giant, a massive beast standing 3 to 4 meters tall, a snail the size of a human. Joe could sense the powerful aura emanating from these creatures. They sat quietly in their seats, meditating. Surrounding the platform was a circle of animals. Some bore injuries, while others had wary expressions in their eyes. Hu Yaoyao walked up to Joe grinning. "It seems this trial is a merit-based selection process." As soon as Hu Yaoyao approached, the surrounding animals' gazes shifted. Their eyes were filled with a mix of admiration and infatuation. Hu Yaoyao's charm seemed to radiate involuntarily, captivating all the animals, regardless of gender. In their days, they overlooked the fact that Joe was human. Even the enormous snail seated on the platform glanced over. However, its gaze merely swept past Hu Yaoyao and finally settled on Joe. Staring intently. Joe smiled, then stepped toward the unoccupied seats. As soon as Joe ascended the platform, a portal of light appeared before him, as if inviting him to enter first. Iron Bull, Hu Yaoyao, Yang Xiaoxiao, and Zhu Tianpeng followed closely behind. Together, they stepped into the portal. In an instant, the scene before them transformed dramatically. They found themselves in a slightly surreal world. The air rippled, and the scenery appeared somewhat unreal, resembling an ink painting. This was an inkwash world. Hu Yaoyao surveyed the small world and said to Joe, "This should be a trial left behind by our predecessors of the beast path. It seems that to earn a seat, we must first pass the trial." Hu Yaoyao raised her fox paw and pointed into the distance. Not far away stood a massive stone tablet, engraved with intricate and complex inscriptions. Surrounding the stone tablet sat a circle of animals. Some wore expressions of joy, others of distress. Occasionally, one would sigh and hurriedly retreat through the portal. "What is that?" Joe asked. "That's a stone tablet for testing innate talent levels. Place your hand on it and activate your talent, and it will emit a corresponding glow," Hu Yaoyao explained, resting her paw under her chin as she thought. "I guessed that to pass the first trial, your talent level needs to be at least A grade." Joe nodded. A mocking voice came from behind. Oh, look at this. Is that a human?" Joe turned around to see 4 lizards clad in crude armor striding over arrogantly. The 4 lizards wore identical styles of armor, differing only in color. From left to right, the colors were blue, red, green, and orange. The one who had just spoken was the lizard in green armor. Yang Xiaoxiao was shocked when she saw the 4 lizards. She whispered to Zhou Wen, "Those 4 lizards over there are the 4 prodigies of the Western Gate. They are incredibly powerful. Moreover, their talents can combine to unleash immense strength. Their names are Shiman Xiao, Shiman Shi, Shiman Lu, and Shiman Shui. The one who just spoke is Shiman Lu." Zhou Wen listened and couldn't help but laugh. The names of these 4 lizards, when put together, formed the phrase "a small stream flows." Shiman Xiao, clad in blue armor, stepped forward and said, "How can a human be here?" His gaze carried a hint of disdain. The other 2 lizards looked at Zhou Wen with mocking expressions. Shiman Shui, dressed in orange armor, had an even more complex look in his eyes. Their parents were great admirers of human culture, which was why they named them "a small stream flows." Because of this, the 4 of them had been ridiculed by other members of the lizard clan since childhood. The eldest, second, and third brothers always felt ashamed of their names. However, Shiman Shui, deep down, did not reject it. On the contrary, he thought their names were much better than those of other clan members, like Shiman Dan, Shiman San, or Shiman Si. Shiman Shui sighed silently, saying nothing. Shiman Xiao crossed his arms and walked up to Zhou Wen, staring at him provocatively. Humans were rare guests in their beast realm. From birth, the 4 Shiman brothers had never seen a human. This was their first encounter, and Shiman Xiao intended to observe closely. He started by examining Zhou Wen's face. No scales, just smooth skin. It seemed his defense wasn't very strong. His appearance wasn't particularly impressive either. At most, I'll give him 2 points. Shiman Xiao scored Zhou Wen in his mind. Zhou Wen, on the other hand, coldly observed the 4 Shiman brothers in front of him. Shiman Shi, dressed in red armor, stepped forward to stand beside Shiman Xiao, also scrutinizing Zhou Wen. Not very tall, about the same as us. Nothing special about him. I'll give him 3 points. Next, Shiman Lu, clad in green armor, also stepped forward to stand beside his 2 brothers, examining Zhou Wen. Doesn't seem very strong. I'll give him 2 points. Finally, the 3 brothers reached a conclusion. Humans had low defense, were short, and lacked strength, just a weakling. Out of 100 points, Zhou Wen scored 7. At the same time, the 3 brothers turned to look at Shiman Shui. Shiman Shui had no choice but to step forward and join his 3 brothers in assessing Zhou Wen. Shiman Shui's intuition was sharper than his brothers'. He felt that Zhou Wen in front of him was like a sleeping beast. While his outward strength seemed unimpressive, his inner power was likely terrifying. Shiman Shui recalled what his parents had once told him: humans were different from the animals of the beast realm. The animals of the beast realm displayed their strength openly. Humans, on the other hand, were better at hiding their power. They might appear harmless, but their strength could be formidable. If you ever encounter them, be very careful and don't be deceived by their appearance. Shiman Shui couldn't help but recall his parents' warnings, a trace of worry flickering in his gaze as he looked at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen spoke coldly. "Do you have any business with me?" Shiman Xiao sneered. "Oh, you, a weak human, want to participate in the trials of the beast path?" Shiman Lu followed up. "Do you even qualify?" Zhou Wen, observing the attitudes of the 4 lizards, immediately understood their hostility. He no longer concealed anything and responded with a cold smile. "Do you do fortune-telling?" Zhou Wen's sudden question left the 4 lizards momentarily stunned. He continued. "What kind of creatures do you think you are?" Hu Yaoyao and Yang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Zhu Tianping scratched his head. Tainyo stood there, dazed and confused. The 4 lizards quickly snapped out of their daze upon hearing Zhou Wen's words. Shiman Zhao's face twisted in anger as he prepared to step forward and deal with Zhou Wen. At that moment, a notification from the Holy Grail system appeared before him. Combat is prohibited within the trial grounds. Shiman Xiao had no choice but to hold back, glaring at Zhou Wen with fury. His cold-blooded reptilian eyes radiated intense killing intent, and the other lizards' faces were also filled with anger. Zhou Wen ignored their attitudes, turning away to approach the stone tablet, intending to test his own talent. "Big brother, what should we do?" Shiman Lu looked at Shiman Xiao. His icy gaze had already concealed the anger from earlier. As the prodigies of the lizard clan, they naturally weren't as foolish as they appeared. Shiman Xiao sneered. "That human is going to test his talent. We'll go too." "I refuse to believe that. His talent could surpass ours." Shiman Shui hesitated, then spoke reluctantly. "That human isn't as simple as he seems. We should avoid provoking him." As soon as Shiman Shui said this, his 3 brothers turned to look at him, their eyes cold. Shiman Xiao sneered. Fourth brother, we all know you don't harbor hostility toward humans, but you must understand this, a human appearing in our beast path territory is no coincidence. The realm war is about to begin. He might very well be a vanguard for the human race. We must crush their arrogance and show them that the beast path is not to be trifled with. Shiman Zhao's eyes narrowed. You must also realize that, compared to humans, our resources are much harder to obtain. Shiman Shui's heart sank as he grasped the situation. He could only sigh and reluctantly agree. Fine, let's go together. Only then did his three brothers nod. In unison. However, Shiman Shui sighed inwardly, feeling that the human was far from simple. He feared they might end up embarrassing themselves instead. Zhou Wen and the others arrived beneath the massive stone tablet. Who wants to go first? Zhou Wen asked, glancing at the group beside him. Xu Tianping suddenly stepped forward, a hint of excitement in his eyes. I'll go first. Xu Tianping's unexpected move surprised both Yang Xiaoxiao and Hu Yaoyao. Yang Xiaoxiao, who knew Xu Tianping well, was particularly astonished. She was aware that Xu Tianping was not the type to take the lead in anything. Her gaze toward him now carried a trace of suspicion. She wondered if Xu Tianping had been replaced by someone else. Hu Yaoyao was surprised because she had observed countless animals to deduce their personalities, preparing herself for future mental manipulation. At first glance, Hu Yaoyao knew Xu Tianping's personality was the type that was timid, not courageous. What had happened to him? Hu Yaoyao couldn't help but cast a scrutinizing gaze at Xu Tianping. The others had no objections. Xu Tianping stepped forward toward the massive stone tablet. The surrounding animals, upon seeing Xu Tianping approach, showed expressions of astonishment. Isn't that Xu Tianping? I heard his talent and aptitude aren't very high. Why is he coming forward to be tested? Talent? Who knows? Maybe he's just asking for a humiliation? Some animals glanced at Hu Yaoyao, forming some guesses. Among the animals present, there were also a few pigs from the pig clan. When they saw Xu Tianping stepping forward, their eyes revealed a hint of mockery. What is that useless guy doing up there? He's really embarrassing us. Xu Tianping seemed oblivious to the comments directed at him. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At this moment, his heart was exceptionally calm. He had reached an extraordinarily tranquil state, able to clearly feel his heartbeat and the flow of blood throughout his body. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled closeness to his three-pronged rake, as if it were right in front of him, sensing his thoughts and understanding his mind. They had achieved a true unity. Simultaneously, Xu Tianping's inner spirit began to grow, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, slowly but steadily. Though the growth was slow, if it continued, it would one day become a vast bamboo forest. Xu Tianping's steps were unhurried. He walked slowly to the massive stone tablet and placed his hand on it. Boom, boom, boom. Xu Tianping felt his heartbeat quicken at this moment. Zhou Wen watched as Xu Tianping placed his hand on the towering obsidian stone tablet. Instantly, the base of the obsidian tablet lit up with different colors along the mysterious patterns. First, it was crimson, then it gradually deepened, turning orange, red and green, displaying various colors. It was as if a force was driving the mysterious patterns to continuously light up. The animals around the stone tablet silently counted the colors lit by Xu Tianping. Crimson, orange, red. It's reached green. Not bad, this little pig's talent reached green. Green. Several pigs from Zhu family village saw the color Xu Tianping had lit up and showed disdain in their eyes. Their talents were close to cyan, making Xu Tianping's performance pale in comparison. Xu Tianping still had his eyes closed. In the silent darkness of his mind, a single word emerged. You. Xu Tianping's heart trembled. He felt as though the three-pronged rake before him had spoken this word to him. The rake was communicating with Xu Tianping. Xu Tianping was utterly shocked inside. Me. Xu Tianping responded internally. At that moment, he felt the barrier between himself and the three-pronged rake completely vanish. He was the rake. The rake is him. Almost instantly, the massive obsidian steel in front of Xu Tianping began to emit a flowing energy. The colors surged wildly, fluctuating intensely, and finally shot straight to purple. In that instant, all the animals present stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief. Purple. How is that possible? The pigs from Zhu family village were all stunned when they saw the color purple. Everyone knew that purple was a level only the prodigies of the clan could achieve. Although the purple Xu Tianping triggered was only a pale shade, it still symbolized his extraordinary talent and aptitude. At this moment, Zhu Tianpeng smiled with a pure expression. The aura around him continued to grow, and the speed of its growth was somewhat astonishing. The tender bamboo nearby suddenly began to react under some unknown influence. It grew slowly, shedding its old, withered exterior and sprouting fresh, green shoots. It continued to grow until a vibrant green bamboo stood tall and proud. Zhu Tianpeng's aura was fully unleashed. Perhaps his innate talent alone couldn't reach the level of purple aptitude, but the obsidian steel in front of him also factored in the presence of his aura during the aptitude test. The four lizard brothers standing behind Zhou Wen were utterly shocked by this scene. How could it be? That little pig actually possessed purple aptitude. They themselves were only at the purple level, and their aptitude was even slightly paler than that of this little pig. Shi murmured to himself, how is this possible? What level of talent does this little pig have? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Some pigs from Zhu family village began shouting in disbelief. This must be fake. Zhu Tianpeng's talent was clearly only at level B. How could it reach purple aptitude? This obsidian steel must be broken. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present froze. A little pig with only level B talent, how could it possibly reach pale purple aptitude? How could this be? At this moment, Zhu Tianpeng withdrew his hand from the obsidian steel, a clean smile on his face, as warm as winter sunlight. At the same time, a faint silver tattoo appeared on his right hoof. It depicted a five-pronged rake. The tattoo flickered briefly before disappearing. Zhu Tianpeng walked back. Zhou Wen patted him on the shoulder and praised him with a hint of satisfaction. Well done. Zhu Tianpeng nodded firmly. Who's next? Yang Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhou Wen and Zhu Tianpeng, then mustered her courage and said, I'll go. Zhou Wen nodded. Covered in soft white wool, Yang Xiaoxiao walked forward. The surrounding animals all fixed their eyes on her, making her, who had never been in such a situation, a little nervous. Nevertheless, she approached the obsidian steel and placed her small hoof on it. The obsidian gradually lit up with different colors of light. Finally, the light settled on pale blue and stopped completely. Yang Xiaoxiao squinted slightly at her aptitude color. Seeing that it was pale blue, she let out a sigh of relief. Blue, it wasn't bad at all. Among all the talent colors, it could rank in the second tier. Then, Little Sheep hopped back with a hint of joy. Blue. The surrounding animals were all taken aback. Indeed, blue wasn't bad, it was only slightly inferior to purple aptitude, but even that was comparable to a prodigy. This little sheep seemed to have limitless potential in the future. A few animals with active minds looked at Little Sheep with fiery gazes. If they weren't mistaken, this little lamb should be female. Perfect. Their tribe had some younger members of suitable age. If they could trick her into joining, it would be a great asset to their family. Little Sheep happily hopped back. Zhou Wen, I have blue aptitude. Zhou Wen nodded and smiled gently. Then, he placed his hand on Little Sheep's head and ruffled it twice, as if treating a younger sister. Little Sheep beamed with a smile. Next, it's your turn. Hu Yaoyao spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Wen, as if trying to see through all the secrets of this human. These words spread, and all the animals turned their attention to Zhou Wen. The animals were all shocked. They had just been distracted by Hu Yaoyao's charm and hadn't noticed the human standing beside her. Many animals exclaimed in surprise. It was well known that, in their impression, humans were terrifying and sinister beings. Their cunning surpassed that of foxes, and their cruelty was more fearsome than tigers. Some of the weaker animals began trembling at the sight of Zhou Wen. A few rabbits looked at him with terror in their eyes, muttering under their breath, I hope he's not from Sichuan. The leader of the rabbit tribe, a plump one with big ears and a large head, looked at Zhou Wen with fear in his eyes. However, Zhou Wen didn't notice any of this. He smiled faintly and stepped forward, heading toward the obsidian steel standing in the center of all the animals. Zhou Wen walked slowly along the way. He didn't seem like someone about to test his talent or aptitude, but rather like someone strolling through a garden. Zhou Wen felt no pressure at all. Everything appeared so calm and natural. This composed demeanor made the four lizards behind him secretly uneasy. Shimen Shui once again felt that unfathomable sense about Zhou Wen rising in his heart. His eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something big was about to happen. Shimen Xiao muttered under his breath, he's really putting on a show. In this lizard's mind, Zhou Wen's calm attitude was interpreted as deliberate posturing. After a few steps, Zhou Wen arrived in front of the obsidian steel. The obsidian steel was tall, about 7 or 8 meters high, entirely pitch black, with divine patterns deeply engraved into its surface. On the steel, there was a slightly concave area, resembling the fingerprint scanner on a phone. Joe placed his hand on it. The obsidian slowly began to glow. At that moment, Joe suddenly recalled an incredibly exciting scene from a book he had read before. Xiao Yan. Battle. Energy. Third stage. Low level. Thinking of this, Joe couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wondered if he would end up like the protagonist in that book. But things didn't go as he wished. The next scene stunned all. The animals present. Joe's aura slowly rose along the obsidian steel. The red light was the first to ignite, followed by orange at an extremely slow pace. Yellow, green, cyan, blue. When it reached blue, the speed slowed down. The animals nearby held their breath, eyes wide open, nervously watching the scene before them, afraid to blink and miss something. BL blue. An animal stammered. It's not stopping. It's still rising. Another animal said, their voice trembling. The 4 lizard brothers behind them had also fallen silent, staring blankly at Joe when standing in front of the obsidian steel. The light radiating from the steel gently illuminated Joe, and the brilliant colors made his calm face appear even more striking. Among the animals present, a few female monkeys were already infatuated as they gazed at Joe. One murmured to herself, I want to have his babies. The transition from blue to purple took only a few seconds, but it felt like centuries had passed, as if time and space had come to a standstill. The aura continued to rise, and some animals couldn't help but exclaim, purple. It's purple. This human has reached purple. The animals witnessing Joe's activation of the purple light were all stunned. Many of them were only mildly surprised, as purple aptitude was not uncommon in the beast realm. Every tribe had its share of purple-talented prodigies. However, they hadn't expected this unremarkable human to possess purple aptitude, which left them somewhat astonished. They began to wonder silently how this human ranked among his kind, given the vast number of humans. Suddenly, the animals around them screamed, wait! The light hasn't faded yet. It's still rising. These words sent a shiver through everyone. How is this possible? A few prodigies who had stayed behind to watch widened their eyes, staring intently at the obsidian steel. Joe gently placed his hand on the steel. The aura had already been activated to an extraordinary degree, yet the purple light had not faded. It continued to rise slowly. The purple light had long surpassed deep purple, now tinged with a faint black hue. A line of pure white text appeared before Joe. 1. Detected talent aptitude tester, random divine talent system activating, interference in progress, interference complete. The white text flashed and disappeared. Joe's expression remained unchanged. In an instant, the obsidian steel before him erupted with a blinding light. Some of the weaker animals nearby were so frightened that they immediately covered their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they tried to flee. They thought Joe had just used his talent, but that wasn't the case. The stronger prodigies, unafraid of the light, stared blankly at the obsidian steel. In that single second, countless things had happened. The deep purple light emitted by Joe instantly turned black. Immediately afterward, the top of the obsidian steel erupted with a loud explosion. The top shattered, sending fragments flying, and golden light burst forth. In an instant, Joe stood upright in front of the steel, the radiance illuminating his face and body, stretching his shadow long and slanted. Gold? Golden? Hu Yaoyao was stunned. Yang Xiaoxiao, Zhu Tianpeng, and several ordinary animals all gaped in disbelief. Behind them, the 4 lizards, except for Shimen Shui, had faces ashen, pupils dilated, unable to hide their shock. How is this possible? Shimen Xiao murmured to himself. Indeed. How could this be? Shimen Shui thought to himself, his face showing a helpless bitter smile. Could humans truly be the spirits of all living things? A fatal question arose in his heart. He had many books on human culture at home, revealing secrets unknown to most animals of his age. After a long while, the golden light gradually receded, and the obsidian steel returned to its dark, unadorned state. Yet the scene remained etched in the eyes of the animals. Golden aptitude. This revelation left not only the ordinary animals stunned but also the purple aptitude prodigies among them with numb expressions. Among the animal crowd, one finally reacted. Stammering, golden aptitude, this human has golden aptitude. Another animal shouted, this human has golden aptitude. In an instant, all the animals snapped out of their daze. Their gazes toward Joe turned unfriendly. More precisely, they were filled with cold killing intent. Coincidentally, a prodigy from the chicken clan was present. His gaze toward Joe was sharp and filled with hostility. From what he knew, humans particularly enjoyed eating chicken. His kin were subjected to cruel treatment from birth, sexed by flipping their cloacae, male chicks immediately crushed to death, and female chicks sorted based on their parents' category. Broiler chickens were raised briefly before being sent to slaughterhouses and dining tables, while egg-laying hens endured inhumane conditions, their value drained before ultimately meeting the same fate. Thinking of this, the chicken clan prodigy's eyes turned icy, his body radiating hatred toward humans. Not only that, but the duck clan prodigy, who had a strained relationship with the chicken clan, also stood up. His wings faintly clenched, emitting a subtle blow. Humans! Humans! The surrounding animals began shouting in unison, slowly closing in on Joe. Humans have a saying, those not of our kind must have different hearts. And a human appearing in the animal realm must have some sinister plot. Since this human has golden aptitude, he must be a prodigy of the human race. We absolutely cannot let him leave. The group of animals surrounded Joe. What are you doing? Yang Xiaoxiao asked sternly, looking at the encroaching animals. Xu Tianping summoned the rake in his hand, ready to defend. But there was a sudden call. The rake paid no attention to Xu Tianping. This made Xu Tianping a bit anxious. However, without hesitation, he stood next to Joe, widening his eyes and glaring at the surrounding animals, determined not to lose in terms of presence. Hu Yaoyao's eyes flickered, but she remained in place. Meanwhile, Iron Bull silently walked over and stood beside Joe, also looking at the surrounding animals. What are you doing? Humph. You're also a beast from the animal path. Don't you know what you should be doing right now? A hyena, covered in mottled spots, spoke in a strange tone. At the same time, its gaze toward Yang Xiaoxiao carried a hint of greed. A sinister smile appeared on its face as it suddenly raised its voice. This little lamb clearly has some connection with this human. She must be a traitor. Traitor! As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Xiaoxiao's expression tightened. She wanted to say something, but, in the end, her face turned red, and the words got stuck in her throat. She couldn't speak them out. However, her whole body trembled, and she clenched her small hooves tightly, her anger evident. Joe came back to his senses, his face still wearing a gentle smile. He looked at the animals surrounding him and smiled warmly. If I remember correctly, doesn't the Holy Grail system prohibit fighting in the trial grounds? Joe said, with a faint smile. The animals around him froze, their momentum suddenly dissipating. The atmosphere that had been so aggressive moments ago began to crack. A fat, big-eared rabbit squeezed through the crowd of animals, trying to push its way in. It wanted to protest. It wanted to resist. It wanted to fight back against this human. It wanted to take this human's head and turn it into a spicy human head dish. In the back, a trembling gray rabbit from the rabbit clan looked around but didn't see their clan's prodigy. Its heart sank instantly. Moreover, you all know I have golden aptitude, Joe said, his tone meaningful as he glanced at the animals below. A chilling aura spread, and for some reason, the ordinary animals began to feel a trace of fear toward Joe. Inside Joe's Holy Grail space, a small object seemed to sense something and disappeared into thin air. Joe stood before the obsidian steel, and a commotion suddenly arose among the animals around him. Shortly after, a rabbit squeezed out from the crowd. Joe was momentarily stunned when he saw the rabbit. It had a fat head and big ears, with a head so large it almost matched the size of its body. The rabbit, panting heavily, pulled out a small dagger and swung it toward Joe, shouting, "Human! I challenge you to a duel." The rabbit looked fierce, its eyes bloodshot, completely ignoring the strange looks it was receiving from the surrounding animals. The hyena, on the other hand, showed a look of regret in its eyes. It had just managed to rally the animal's momentum, hoping to use it to crush Joe. But unexpectedly, Joe had effortlessly defused the situation with a single sentence, and now this brainless rabbit had jumped out to ruin everything. Grade. A talent, rallying description, you can gather the momentum of your allies. When your momentum overwhelms the opponent, you conceal their talent until your side's momentum dissipates. This hyena was a prodigy of the hyena clan, slyly blending in and rallying the momentum of the other animals. The hyena sighed and left the scene. The atmosphere instantly quieted down. At this moment, Hu Yaoyao walked over. The animals instinctively made way for her. Hu Yaoyao approached Joe. Looking at the circle of animals, she let out a soft laugh. That silver bell-like laughter was incredibly pleasant to the ear. The animals present were momentarily stunned upon hearing it, their eyes glazed over, their breathing slightly heavier. Some animals even had their mouths wide open, drooling uncontrollably, the saliva dripping onto the ground. Hu Yao Yao, with a hint of charm, said, "This isn't a big deal. Everyone should disperse. Go on with your respective trials." "All right. We'll leave right away." Yes. This is nothing major. Our focus should remain on the trials." Countless animals echoed her words. In truth, perhaps they didn't even realize what they were doing, merely following Hu Yao Yao's words instinctively. In just a few seconds, the large crowd of animals dispersed. Hu Yao Yao stood beside Zhou Wen and said, meaningfully, "That was simple, wasn't it?" Zhou Wen smiled again. Just now, Hu Yao Yao had demonstrated her talent in front of him. Now, Zhou Wen could also use borrowing heaven and earth to replicate her talent and achieve a similar effect. "Hey, human! Do you dare to duel me?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. Zhou Wen instinctively looked over. Even Hu Yao Yao's eyes showed a trace of astonishment. The rabbit was still standing there, arrogantly, holding its little short sword, its gaze sharp. Hu Yao Yao stared intently at the rabbit, her mind filled with only two thoughts. First, this rabbit is so fat. Second, why is this rabbit unaffected? Wait a moment. Spare him. Don't. Hold on. Wait. A few shouts came from not far away. A cloud of dust rose as several rabbits came running over, panting. These rabbits had a clear division of labor. Each one pinned down one of the fat rabbit's limbs, while another grabbed its tail. A rabbit with grayish-white fur and a smiling face poked its head out and said, "Don't mind him. Don't mind him. Sirs, he's just drunk too much." "I am not. Don't talk nonsense. I want to duel this human. I want to use his head to make spicy human head stew." The fat rabbit continued to shout, but soon its voice turned into muffled sounds. The gray rabbit had pressed its paw over the fat rabbit's mouth. "Please continue. Please continue." The gray rabbit wiped the cold sweat from its forehead and dragged the fat rabbit away. "Hold him tighter, use more force, don't worry about hurting him," the gray rabbit muttered. The other rabbits quickly nodded, holding the fat rabbit down with all their strength as they sprinted away. Zhou Wen watched the scene, unsure of what to say. Beside him, Sheep Xiao Xiao quickly added, "That's the prodigy of the rabbit clan, affiliated with." "Ah, I forgot which faction he's from." The rabbit clan reproduces way too quickly. There are so many factions, I can't keep track. Sheep Xiao Xiao was momentarily speechless, unable to recall the faction of the rabbit they had just seen. All right then. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt something stir within him, and with a thought, a portal of light appeared before Zhou Wen and his companions. The color of the portal was different from the one they had entered at the beginning of the experimental small world. Fox Yao Yao tilted her head and glanced at Zhou Wen. "Let's go, on to the next trial." Zhou Wen took the lead and stepped into the portal. Fox Yao Yao followed closely behind, while Sheep Xiao Xiao quickly ran a few steps and jumped into the portal. Only Iron Ox and Pig Tianping remained, staring at the portal with some hesitation. The two exchanged glances. Pig Tianping gritted his teeth and stood before the portal. Iron Ox gave a slight push with his shoulder, shoving Pig Tianping inside. The portal expanded as Pig Tianping squeezed through. Pig Tianping let out a miserable cry before being transported inside. Now only Iron Ox was left. He glanced at the portal, then hunched his body and jumped in as well. The group was transported to the second stage. Behind them, the four lizard brothers stood. The eldest, second, and third brothers had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, while the fourth brother sighed softly, summoned his own portal, and stepped through ahead of his three brothers. He was transported away, leaving the three lizard brothers standing in place. After a moment, Shiman Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Brothers, let's go. We can't let the fourth look down on us. And that human." Once all the animals who had passed the first trial were transported to the second small world, the scattered animals elsewhere shivered collectively. They looked around in confusion. Wasn't I just surrounding the human in front of the talent-testing stone tablet? How did I end up here? Many animals voiced similar questions. The prodigy of the chicken clan also looked bewildered. He regained his senses faster than the others in his clan. Standing tall and proud on the ground, his expression was solemn as he muttered, "Who was that fox just now? Why have I never seen her before? Has the Fox clan gained another prodigy?" A faint trace of worry flickered in his eyes. Similar scenes played out in various places. Several prodigies from different clans had all fallen victim. Behind a large rock, a rabbit was being firmly pinned down by several other rabbits. The rabbit struggled violently. "What are you doing? I want to duel that human. Why are you stopping me? What the hyena said is true. He's human. If he's come to our beast realm, he must have some scheme. We can't let this go. We must resist. We must eliminate this human and prevent him from leading other humans to invade our beast realm." As he spoke, the fat, big-eared rabbit's eyes turned red. The gray-white rabbit beside him shook his head with a bitter smile. He rubbed his fur twice, and a gray-white furball appeared in his hand. He quietly stared at the furball. Then the furball emitted a faint light, as if it had gained some spiritual essence. The gray rabbit stuffed the furball into the mouth of the chubby rabbit. The chubby rabbit, with reddened eyes, was still trying to harass Joe. But as the gray rabbit stuffed the furball into its mouth, there was a gulping sound, and the gray furball slid down its throat, transforming into a force of spiritual energy in its stomach. Instantly, the bloodshot veins in the chubby rabbit's pupils gradually faded, returning to normal. It froze for a moment, then broke out in a cold sweat, its face showing a look of terror. Trembling, it asked, "Did I just do something reckless?" The gray rabbit nodded from the side, and the other rabbits also nodded. The chubby rabbit's memory became clearer, and then, behind a large rock, came a wail. "Ah!" The sound scared a few timid animals nearby, causing them to scatter in all directions. A purple light appeared in front of Joe and his group. When the purple light faded, another trial small world was revealed before them. This world was different from the previous one. All the objects had slightly tilted lines, giving Joe the feeling that they had entered an oil painting. Yang Xiaoxiao followed behind, took a few steps forward, and then plopped down on the ground. She felt a bit dizzy and grabbed Zhou sleeve. Zhou quickly pulled her up. Yang Xiaoxiao stood unsteadily, feeling a little dazed. "Zhou, why do I feel so dizzy?" she asked. Beside her, Hu Yaoyao's eyes flickered with a subtle ripple. Yang Xiaoxiao suddenly shivered all over, as if doused with cold water. She jumped up with a startled cry. "Ha! Why am I not dizzy anymore?" Yang Xiaoxiao said in surprise. Zhou patted her shoulder and walked forward. The number of animals in this second world was already quite small. As for the layout, it was basically similar to the first small world. However, at the center stood an orange stone tablet. The mysterious patterns carved on this stone tablet were quite similar to those on the obsidian tablet in the first world. "What is the trial in this world?" Zhou asked. Shu Tianpeng and Iron Ox followed him in. Hu Yaoyao glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "If I remember correctly, the trial in this small world tests innate combat ability. After all, in our beast path, the key factor determining how long you can survive is your innate combat strength. But don't worry, this will be evaluated comprehensively. In the end, your innate ability will be given a combat strength score." Zhou nodded in understanding and looked at the orange stone tablet in the center. At that moment, a porcupine approached the stone tablet. It placed its palm on the recessed area. Instantly, the orange stone tablet emitted a faint sound, and a small illusory arena appeared behind it. The porcupine leaped onto the arena and walked to its center. Then, its body tensed like a fully drawn bow. The spines on its back began to glow, radiating a dark, shiny light. Next, the porcupine let out a loud roar. "Ha!" The spines on its back gathered black light, and then the porcupine took a step to the right and shook its body. With a low growl, the sharp black spikes it had gathered shot out like a torrential storm, landing above the illusory platform. After a few seconds, the porcupine collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Supporting itself on its knees, it stood up, rested for a moment, and then jumped off the platform again. It pressed its palm against the orange stone tablet once more. The orange stone tablet lit up with rippling patterns of light, rising to the cyan level. Seeing that its attack power could only reach the cyan level, a trace of disappointment flashed in the porcupine's eyes. It snorted twice and left in dissatisfaction. "Did you understand?" Hu Yaoyao asked. Zhou nodded. "Do you want to give it a try?" Zhou looked at Zhu Tianpeng. Zhu Tianpeng froze for a moment, then scratched his little head. I can't summon my little rake anymore." Zhu Tianpeng's expression was filled with confusion and helplessness. Zhou was stunned upon hearing this. Beside him, a glimmer of light flashed in Hu Yaoyao's eyes. "A talent-bound companion weapon that can't be summoned." Hu Yaoyao suddenly recalled some ancient texts recorded by her ancestors. Coincidentally, a similar situation had once occurred with a prodigy from the Pig clan. However, the ancient texts did not provide a detailed explanation. So Hu Yaoyao couldn't help Xu Tianping either. It's okay, Hu Yaoyao said lightly. Seeing that Hu Yaoyao seemed to understand, Zhou Wen didn't ask further. Finally, Zhou Wen paused and looked at the massive orange stone tablet and the virtual platform. He began to seriously consider which talent he should use for the test. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of something and asked Hu Yaoyao, "When does the scoring calculation begin?" "It starts when you step onto the flat ground and ends when you leave it. That period is the time for you to demonstrate your talent's attack capabilities," Hu Yaoyao explained. "Generally speaking, you'll have about 10 minutes to showcase your talent. After 10 minutes, you'll be forcibly removed." Not far from the platform, a ripple appeared in the air. The four lizard brothers emerged from it. This time, they didn't provoke Zhou Wen but exchanged glances with each other before striding toward the central orange stone tablet. Taking the opportunity, Yang Xiaoxiao tugged on Zhou Wen's sleeve and said, "Those four annoying lizards are going up." Zhou Wen also looked over. The four lizards took turns pressing their handprints into the indentation on the orange stone tablet and then stepped onto the platform. As soon as they got on the platform, the eldest, Shimen Xiao, flexed his muscles, and the color of his cyan-brown hard shell deepened. The second, third, and fourth lizards did the same as Shimen Xiao when they stepped onto the platform. The cyan-brown hard shells on their bodies all turned pitch black. Then, the four lizards shouted in unison, "Combine!" The black energy on their bodies interconnected. Zhou Wen had never seen such a scene before. He used the borrowing heaven and earth ability but only obtained basic information about their advanced talents. SSS level talent, Dragonkin, description, you transform into a Dragonkin, talent skill, bloodline suppression, you suppress races of the same bloodline, talent skill, Dragon body. Physical damage you receive is reduced by 70%, magical damage you receive is reduced by 60%, talent skill, Dragon flame, you can unleash terrifying dragon flames, dealing damage equal to 6 times the sum of your strength. And spirit attributes, talent skill, Dragon race, when attacked by a source of damage, Dragon Slayer warrior, you take a fixed 20% true damage, and you cannot deal damage to the owner of the talent, Dragon Slayer warrior. There was no information about combination talents above. Sheep Xiaoxiao immediately sent the talent information of the four lizard brothers that she knew to Zhou Wen. A-level talent, power of the lizard clan, description. Only unity leads to invincibility, talent skill, power of unity, you can share strength, life, agility, and spirit with other clan members who possess this talent, talent skill, clan protection, your skills cannot be copied or stolen. Zhou Wen saw this. What's going on? Interesting. Suddenly, the aura of the four lizards on the platform changed dramatically. In Zhou Wen's perception, the momentum of these four lizards actually merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. At the same time, their strength seemed to increase by about 4 or 5 levels. Their talent is quite intriguing. Above the illusory platform, the energy of the four lizard brothers surged, with a tide-like black light flowing between them. That black light moved among the four of them and finally settled in Shimen Zhao's body. Shimen Xiao let out a loud shout and performed a set of close combat lizard clan martial arts on the platform. The punches were seasoned and vigorous, nothing particularly special, just ordinary close combat techniques. However, it opened a new world for Zhou Wen. Unlike human martial arts, the lizard clan's techniques incorporated the use of their tails. The punches were bold and sweeping, while the tail attacks had a completely different style, sinister and ruthless. After Shimen Xiao finished the set of punches, the black light lingering on him, influenced by some kind of energy, slowly flowed into Shimen Xi's body. Shimen Xi also stepped forward and performed a set of close combat lizard clan martial arts with very standard movements. Next, Shimen Lu and Shimen Shui also received the black light, performed a set of punches, and then nothing particularly noteworthy happened. The black light circled in the sky once, then slowly disintegrated, splitting into 4 parts and returning to the bodies of the 4 brothers. They didn't go all out. Tainyo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "What do you mean? That black light they condensed together could definitely be used for a combination technique, but they didn't use it. They're hiding their strength." The 4 lizard brothers stepped down from the platform. The orange light of strength slowly glowed, and even without using a combination technique, the orange stone tablet gave them a faint purple acknowledgement. After stepping down from the platform, the 4 brothers didn't enter the next light gate to leave. Instead, they stood not far away, watching Zhou Wen's group prepare. They were waiting to see Zhou Wen display his talent. "Then I'll go." Zhou walked toward the orange stone tablet. There were only a few animals around. When they saw this human heading toward the orange stone tablet, they all turned their gazes to Zhou, murmuring softly, "A human? Why would a human appear here? Isn't this the human who obtained golden aptitude in the previous trial ground?" A spotted cat that had just passed through the previous trial ground and crossed the light gate to arrive here said, "Golden aptitude? Are you kidding me?" The raccoon cat responding to the spotted cat rolled its eyes. The spotted cat shook its head. "If you don't believe me, just watch." The 4 lizards standing nearby stared intently at Zhou. Zhou walked expressionlessly to the orange stone tablet. He placed his hand on the indentation. A platform appeared. Zhou leaped onto the platform. Divine light radiated from his hand, and the 9-toothed rake appeared. Zhou gripped the 9-toothed rake with one hand and used his one-strike victory. Innate skill. The rake struck the space directly. The space hit by the rake rippled briefly before returning to calm. Zhou could clearly sense that his strike had almost pierced through the illusory platform's space. Fortunately, as the platform was about to collapse, an unknown force smoothed out the damage caused by Zhou's attack. The 9-toothed rake dissipated from Zhou's hand. A layer of white light flashed across his eyes. Zhou stared at the ground for a moment before deactivating his innate skill. Zhou thought carefully. An S-level innate skill was enough to be recognized by the orange stone tablet as purple aptitude. Since he had already used 2 SSS level innate skills, his aptitude should far surpass purple. With this in mind, Zhou jumped down from the platform and stood before the orange stone tablet again. He placed the base of his palm on the indentation. Immediately, divine patterns on the orange stone tablet began to flow, lighting up in sequence. Before long, it reached purple, and it was a deep purple at that. The surrounding animals were not particularly surprised by this scene. Those who passed the first trial generally had decent innate skills. However, the second trial tested offensive capabilities, and most animals only achieved ordinary blue aptitude. Humans aren't that impressive after all. Exactly. The animals around began to chatter. But then, they suddenly noticed that the orange stone tablet's glow hadn't stopped. It continued to rise. The raccoon cat suddenly recalled what the spotted cat had said earlier, that this human had achieved golden aptitude in the previous trial. A shiver ran through the raccoon cat. It muttered in a low voice, "Could this human achieve golden aptitude again? Impossible." Some animals nearby overheard the raccoon cat and refuted. If he can achieve golden aptitude, it means his offensive power is overwhelmingly strong. In front of him, we'd all be like vegetables waiting to be chopped. A trace of worry flashed in the raccoon cat's eyes. At that moment, the orange stone tablet emitted a loud bang. The same scene as the previous trial unfolded. The top of the stone tablet exploded, and fragments of the tablet scattered everywhere. The deep purple aura seemed to have found a breakthrough. It surged forward all at once. Instantly, the entire second trial's small world was filled with golden light. The remaining animals stared blankly at the golden light that spread across the second trial's small world. The animal that had just refuted the raccoon was now silent, not daring to utter a word, fearing further embarrassment. The 4 lizard brothers saw the stone tablet radiating golden light and exchanged glances, revealing bitter smiles. "Big brother, this human is simply too powerful. We can't compare to him in terms of talent," said the third brother, Shiman Lu, somewhat dejectedly. Shiman Xiao, with a cold and frosty expression, stared at Zhou. Shiman Shui patted his third brother on the shoulder. "Don't worry, third brother. This human dares to come alone to our beast path. He must be one of humanity's top prodigies. From what I know, humans are generally quite suspicious. His coming here might just be to undermine the confidence of the prodigies of our beast path. We must not fall for the human's tricks." Shiman Shui clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. After a while, the golden light finally subsided. Zhou and his group had already left the stone tablet and summoned the illusory light gate, stepping through it to head to the third trial. The 4 lizard brothers quickly summoned their own light gate and followed to the third trial. Meanwhile, the news of Zhou obtaining golden talent qualifications in both the first and second trials had already spread. At the center of the plains, the rhino, wasp, and snail, who had already taken their seats, heard the news. The rhino and wasp's eyes flashed with disdain, while the snail pondered for a moment before letting out a light chuckle. It seems the owner of the 4th seat will soon be decided. The third trial. Zhou and his group passed through the light gate and entered the third small world. This small world was relatively normal, except that the ground was entirely made of limestone, which felt unpleasant to walk on. Zhou glanced at the number of animals around him, noticing that their numbers had decreased. Again. What does this trial test? This trial should test defensive capabilities. Defensive capabilities, huh? Zhou smiled and glanced at Iron Bull. Iron Bull shrugged. In the realm of defense, even he couldn't compare to Zhou, let alone anyone else. The central stone tablet was entirely green, the same size as the stone tablets in the first and second trials. Just as Zhou and his group passed through the light gate and arrived at the third trial, almost instantly, numerous other light gates opened, and many animals poured in. Their eyes were fixed on Zhou, with only one goal, to see what this human could achieve in the third trial. I think he won't obtain golden qualifications this time. At most, he'll get green or blue qualifications, said the raccoon to the spotted cat beside it. The spotted cat nodded in agreement. It thought the same. This human's talent was the pig clan's nine-toothed rake. His attack power was undoubtedly strong, but in terms of defense, relying on the nine-toothed rake would likely only reach green or blue qualifications. The animals undergoing the assessment beneath the green stone tablet suddenly saw a crowd of animals rushing in, all looking puzzled. They had no idea what was happening. Brother? What's going on? Why are you all coming in? A scrawny goat grabbed a civet cat and a spotted cat to ask. The civet cat and the spotted cat exchanged glances, and then the spotted cat slowly said, 100 tokens. The scrawny goat froze for a moment, then immediately became furious. 100 tokens. What are you thinking? After hearing this, the civet cat and the spotted cat turned and left, not intending to pay any attention to the scrawny goat. Judging by his emaciated appearance, his species likely didn't have many resources, and there wasn't much to gain from him. Finally, the old goat's face showed a pained expression as he shouted, "Wait, how about 50 tokens? 50 tokens, and I'll take this information." The spotted cat remained expressionless. 90. The goat was so angry he stomped his feet. 60, no more than that. The spotted cat was about to continue raising the price, but the civet cat beside him directly grabbed the old goat's hand and said, "Deal." The spotted cat was stunned. "Don't you have any sense of first come, first served?" "This goat asked me first," the civet cat shamelessly grinned. "Exactly, first come, last served. Despicable." With that, the civet cat and the spotted cat started wrestling with each other. Of course, it wasn't a real fight, just pulling each other's fur and cursing each other's mothers. Seeing the spotted cat and the civet cat fighting, the old goat was left ignored and started howling in anger. At the center of the third trial ground, beneath the enormous green stone tablet, a green-shelled turtle slowly walked up to the base of the stone tablet. It pressed its shell into a groove, and a flat platform, similar to the one in the second trial, appeared. The old turtle slowly climbed onto the platform. Once it was on, a slightly blurry figure suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the platform. The figure stood tall and proud with its back to the crowd, making it impossible to discern what kind of animal it was. However, upon seeing the old turtle, the figure seemed rather impatient. "Why is it you guys again? The Qinghai Turtle clan has been giving me a headache." The green-shelled turtle chuckled dryly, then summoned an enormous turtle shell and placed it over itself. It retracted its head into the shell and stayed in place, waiting for the figure to assess it. Seeing this, the figure flew into a rage and kicked the turtle shell, sending the green-shelled turtle flying. It crashed into the ground, leaving a large pit. "Seeing you Qinghai turtles just makes me angry. All you know is defense. Can't you learn something from the Bihai Divine Turtle Clan? No wonder you're at the bottom of the turtle hierarchy. Light purple aptitude." Next, the green-shelled turtle, dazed from the impact, didn't dare to complain. It could only slowly crawl out of the pit and summon a light gate to proceed to the next trial ground. After the figure finished speaking, the words light purple aptitude appeared on the green stone tablet. Zhou looked at the light and shadow and couldn't help but ask, "What is that light and shadow?" Hu Yaoyao patiently explained. To him again, this third trial site contains the light and shadow of the master of this small world secret realm. In a sense, it is the master of this small world secret realm selecting their inheritor. Of course, it's been over 100 years, and no one has taken the inheritance of this small world secret realm. Zhou glanced at Hu Yaoyao in surprise. Hu Yaoyao said, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, we've been here before. We've also gone through these trials, but we weren't chosen by the master of this small world secret realm. Naturally, this trial is also a rare place for battle enthusiasts to hone themselves." Zhou understood her. meaning and looked at Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping. Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping gave an awkward smile. We used to focus on clearing out the evil Qi caverns and wouldn't come here. There are too many prodigies here, and if we came, we'd likely get bullied. As Zhu Tianping spoke, he glanced at the group of pigs gathered not far away. Those pigs were plump and strong, with mud spots on their bodies. They looked fierce and had thick, dark bristles. Zhou Wen only took one look and immediately recognized that those pigs belonged to the ancient boar beast lineage. Then I'll go. Zhou Wen walked toward the green stone tablet. Seeing Zhou Wen's actions, the animals that had followed along became excited. They whispered among themselves. What do you think this human will activate this time? I bet it'll be purple. Purple? You're overestimating this human. I think it'll be green, no higher than that. The animals began to argue. Then, a timid voice spoke up. What if this human turns out to have golden aptitude again? As soon as these words were spoken, all the animals fell silent, and the scene was quiet for 2 seconds. A voice from one of the animals broke the silence. All right, let's start betting. Bet that this human's aptitude will be green or below, odds of 1 to 3. Blue aptitude, odds of 1 to 5. Purple aptitude, odds of 1 to 9. Golden aptitude, odds of 1 to 50. Hurry, hurry, hurry. As soon as this animal finished speaking, a message from the Holy Grail system appeared in front of all the surrounding animals. Signature, Thorny Thing is inviting you to join the human aptitude betting activity. I want to bet. I want to bet. A group of animals all placed their tokens on the betting page of the Holy Grail system in front of them. The raccoon and the spotted cat exchanged glances. One of them bet on blue aptitude, while the other bet on purple aptitude. Yang Xiaoxiao and Zhu Tianping also received the betting invitation. Yang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she placed all her 1,000 tokens on Zhou when lighting up golden aptitude. If she won, she would earn 50,000 tokens. Zhu Tianping also wanted to bet, but after checking his token balance, he gave up on the idea. Hu Yaoyao looked at Zhou Wen, who was gradually approaching the green stone tablet, and directly placed 50,000 tokens on him. Iron Bull had no idea how much the others had bet. Like Pig Tianping, he scratched his head while staring blankly at his balance. Ha! That person is quite interesting. The blurry figure on the virtual platform also noticed the commotion caused by Zhou Wen and turned its gaze toward him. Zhou Wen walked unhurriedly to the green stone tablet and placed his hand on it. The virtual platform lifted its restrictions on him, allowing Zhou Wen to step onto it. The blurry figure on the opposite side of the platform remained standing in place. Its back turned to Zhou Wen. Yet Zhou Wen could feel the figure scrutinizing him. Standing on the platform, Zhou Wen thought for a moment, then bowed slightly to the figure. Senior, you may begin. I am ready. Zhou Wen's demeanor was respectful, his face carrying a faint smile. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Zhou Wen seemed to see the blurry figure nod slightly. Was it an illusion? The figure moved. Zhou Wen's sensory system immediately captured the motion. In an instant, an invisible, peculiar energy appeared at the center of his brow, enveloping his entire body. Zhou Wen activated his SSS level talent, returned to simplicity, once again. However, he felt a light floating force pushing him, ejecting him from the platform. A voice echoed in Zhou Wen's ear. I have nothing to say to someone who cheats like you. I'll consider this trial passed for you. Hearing this, Zhou Wen's heart trembled. He felt that the blurry figure had uncovered the secret of his divine-level talent system, making him somewhat nervous. But the figure said no more. The green stone tablet absorbed Zhou Wen's energy. It began to emit a faint glow but did not extend to the mysterious runes before Zhou Wen's energy was erased by the blurry figure. Zhou Wen sensed it. He had already gained the qualification to open the light gate for the next trial. The green stone tablet did not radiate light. This unexpected turn of events caught all the animals off guard. Those animals who had placed large bets on Zhou Wen, believing he would display golden aptitude, turned pale. How is this possible? This is cheating. Is this even allowed? Players who had bet on Zhou Wen having purple, green, or blue aptitude also exploded in outrage. The Holy Grail system's ruling determined that Zhou Wen had not lit up any color, so it judged that all bettors had lost. The house took it all. Where's that hedgehog? Find it quickly. The furious bettors suddenly realized something. But as they looked around, the hedgehog was nowhere to be found. It must have fled after pocketing a huge sum of money. After all, this was a massive amount of tokens. Moreover, the animals who had made it here held significant status within their respective groups. Some gamblers had even staked their entire fortunes. Now, those who had lost were dazed, sitting on the ground and staring blankly at the sky. A single tear rolled down their faces as they recalled the days of running under the setting sun, pondering how to explain their losses to the elders of their tribes upon returning. Catch that human. It must be him. He's in cahoots with that hedgehog. Something's fishy. The furious animals couldn't find the hedgehog, not even the prodigies with investigative talents managed to locate it. So, the angry animals turned their attention to Joe 1. Make that guy compensate us for our losses. He must be connected to that hedgehog. The enraged animals surrounded Joe 1. Hu Yao Yao also looked at Joe 1 with a peculiar expression. Joe 1 glanced indifferently at the bizarrely shaped animals encircling him. All of them were speaking human language, clamoring for Joe 1 to hand over the tokens that supposedly belonged to them. Joe 1 had no idea what was going on. He simply took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Hu Yao Yao and the others. This ability was a talent Joe 1 had borrowed on his way here. It was incredibly powerful, one of the top-tier talents for escaping. That human is trying to run. When the animals saw Joe 1 suddenly vanish, they became even more convinced that he was in league with the hedgehog. Furious, the animals charged toward Joe 1. The ground shook, and the mountains trembled. Joe 1 calmly summoned a portal of light and led Hu Yao Yao and the others through it, entering the fourth trial ground. Don't worry. He can run, but he can't hide. Among the animals, there were also those who had earned the qualification to enter the fourth trial ground. They sneered as they summoned their own portals of light. A large group of animals surged through the portals, entering the fourth trial ground. Once all the duped animals had left, a small mound of dirt shifted, and a hedgehog emerged. The hedgehog furtively scanned its surroundings before letting out a sigh of relief. It wiped the sweat off its forehead with its tiny paw. At this moment, the hedgehog's entire body trembled with excitement, unable to contain itself. Looking at the number of tokens it had, the hedgehog felt as if it had ascended to paradise. This was heaven. Never in its life had it seen such an enormous amount of tokens. Even if it exchanged all these tokens for attributes, it would be enough to elevate it into the ranks of the prodigies. Tens of thousands of tokens, a veritable fortune. Just then, the hedgehog, still half buried in the ground, suddenly felt a shadow looming over it. Slowly, it turned its head, only to see Joe 1's smiling face. The hedgehog was utterly dumbfounded. Stammering, it said, How can it be you? Didn't you already go to the fourth trial ground? Then, the hedgehog noticed the figures of Hu Yao Yao, Yang Xiaoxiao, Xu Tianpeng, and Tainyo appearing in the air nearby. Hu Yao Yao's expression was somewhat complicated. Indeed, Joe 1 had just used Hu Yao Yao's talent to create an illusion, tricking all the animals into the fourth trial ground. Because, in Joe 1's sensory system, the hedgehog's hiding spot was as conspicuous as a torch in the dark. Hand it over, Joe 1 said, looking at the hedgehog. What? Hand over what? The hedgehog was still feigning ignorance, its big eyes darting around as it tried to find an opportunity to escape. But Joe 1 instantly appeared right next to it. He lifted him up. Although fighting was prohibited in the trial grounds, physical conflicts within the allowed scope were still permissible. The hedgehog was held in the air by Joe 1. Struggling, the hedgehog tried to break free from Joe 1's grip. But soon, he despairingly realized that this human strength was immense, and he couldn't escape at all. This reminded him of the fear he felt as a child, dominated by the strongman from the neighboring village. In the end, the hedgehog gave up. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Kill me if you want, but I won't give you the tokens." Joe 1 laughed. He hadn't expected this hedgehog to be the kind of guy who valued money over his life. Well, it made sense. Tens of thousands of tokens were indeed a fortune in the expensive beast realm. Joe 1 placed the hedgehog back on the ground. "All right then, you can go." The hedgehog froze for a moment, as if he had misheard. Joe 1 turned and walked away, no longer paying attention to the hedgehog. After Joe 1 and Hu Yao Yao's group had gone far, the hedgehog finally let out a confused sigh of relief and hurriedly left the trial grounds. As soon as he exited, he ran south without stopping. After running for a long time, he arrived at a camp. "Hey, fourth brother, why are you back? Weren't you out there competing for opportunities?" The camp was filled with hedgehogs. Some were resting, while others were sparring to improve their close combat skills. The hedgehog plopped down in the center of the group, waved for a bowl of water, and drank it all in one gulp. "Where's second grandpa?" he asked urgently. The elder went to the forest in the east, a hedgehog replied. Nodding, the hedgehog immediately ran toward the forest without stopping. Along the way, he was highly alert, fearing that the animals he had tricked out of their tokens might suddenly appear to block him. Fortunately, he was lucky. When he reached the forest and saw the elder, those animals still hadn't caught up. Second Grandpa, I have something important to report. The elder, who was leading a group of young hedgehogs in training, frowned in displeasure at the hedgehog's reckless shouting but still walked over. What is it, Fourth? The hedgehog reported the number of tokens he had acquired and recounted the entire incident to the elder. Then, with a thick-skinned grin, he waited quietly for the elder's praise. However, idiot! The old hedgehog suddenly cursed and slapped the hedgehog across the face. The hedgehog was stunned. He looked at the elder with a hint of grievance. The elder's face darkened, and another slap followed. Smack! The hedgehog dared not dodge, and could only let the slap land on his face. He staggered from the blow, almost losing his balance. He said aggrievely, Second Grandpa, what are you doing? I brought so many tokens for the clan. The hedgehog didn't understand, his eyes welling up with tears. The elder gritted his teeth and said, Have you ever thought about how many other powerful races prodigies placed bets in this gamble of yours? Although they can't do anything to you now, once they grow stronger in the future, they will definitely pose a threat to our clan. Tell me, aren't you an idiot? The hedgehog shuddered violently upon hearing these words, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yes. The old hedgehog kicked him hard in the stomach. Ouch, ouch. The kick sent him flying several meters. You will return those tokens immediately. If you don't return them, don't bother coming back. The hedgehog nodded in terror and hurriedly ran toward the trial grounds. Now, after hearing the elder's words, he deeply regretted his actions. He fervently hoped that the animals he had cheated out of tokens would come to find him so he could return them. After running for a while, the hedgehog arrived at the third trial ground. He was gasping for breath, panting heavily, his lungs burning with pain. He dared not stop for even a moment. He saw the human and his companions standing not far away, seemingly observing the trial participants in the third trial ground. He ran over. Here, take back your tokens. Joe won, Hu Yao Yao, and the others didn't look surprised as they retrieved their respective shares. The hedgehog then frantically searched for the animals he had just seen to return their tokens. Hu Yao Yao smiled as she looked at Zhou Wen. You really are something. Zhou Wen shrugged. In fact, to outsiders, everything that had just happened appeared as though the hedgehog had simply stood frozen in place for a long time after seeing Zhou Wen and the others. Then, he suddenly changed his attitude and returned the tokens. The entire sequence of events involving the hedgehog meeting the elder was nothing but an illusion. Hu Yaoyao's talent had indeed become much stronger after advancing. Let's go. It's time for us to head to the fourth trial ground, said Yang Xiaoxiao, tugging at Zhou Wen's sleeve. Zhou Wen, look, it's the four lizard brothers. Zhou Wen turned his gaze toward the illusory platform. Once again, the four lizard brothers stepped onto the platform together. The hazy figure on the platform gave them a barely noticeable nod. The four lizards activated their abilities, and their greenish-brown shells gradually darkened. The black energy on each lizard's body began to converge again. The four streams of energy merged into one, forming a single mass of black energy with four thin threads extending from it, connecting back to the four lizards. It looked as though the four lizards were being controlled by the black energy. The hazy figure took a single step forward and instantly appeared in front of the four lizards. A loud boom echoed, and all four lizards were sent flying. What? What just happened? The animals watching nearby were all stunned. The speed was so fast that they couldn't follow what had occurred. Zhou Wen was equally shocked. Using his perception system, he had managed to capture what had happened in that instant. The hazy figure had appeared in front of the four lizard brothers and casually struck the air in front of them. The force was transmitted to the black energy. When the black energy was attacked, it distributed the force evenly among the four lizards. However, it seemed that the force exceeded what the four lizards could withstand. The thin threads connecting them to the black energy snapped. Instantly, the four lizards weren't seriously injured, but the black energy they had gathered completely exploded. The four of them were also sent flying. A blurry figure swiftly returned to its original position and said, faintly, defense aptitude, pale purple. As the words fell, the green stone tablet's divine patterns lit up with seven-colored light, finally settling on pale purple. The four lizards, looking dispirited, breathed a sigh of Relief upon seeing their aptitude was pale purple. What exactly is their talent? It should be a bloodline talent. You can't replicate it, Fox Xiaoyao suddenly said, casting a deep glance at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was not surprised. Throughout this journey, he had realized that this fox was not as simple as she appeared. The fact that he often subconsciously treated her as human was enough to show her extraordinary nature. Her ability to notice Zhou Wen's talent as replication was already impressive. But she could never imagine that Zhou Wen's talent not only replicated but could also directly elevate to SSS level. Zhou Wen's god-level talent was beyond their imagination. With a thought, Zhou Wen conjured a phantom light gate before the group. Let's go. On to the next trial site. The animals nodded and stepped through the gate. Hey, do you think that human will come here? I bet he will. After all, he's already passed the first 3 trials. He has no reason not to come to the 4th one. Also, I think I just saw a hedgehog returning tokens to us. This betting thing doesn't seem related to that human. Should we leave? Are you stupid? We're here not just to reclaim tokens but also to see how strong that human really is. Ha! How much did you bet? The animal who had just spoken blushed slightly. 5 tokens? Ha! He's here! He's here! The human is here, and animals suddenly screamed. All the animals turned to look. A light gate opened, and Zhou Wen and his group emerged from it, stepping into the 4th trial site. All the animals stared intently at Zhou Wen and his companions. Sheep Xiao Xiao instantly panicked. With so many animals watching her, she felt stage fright. Pig Tian Peng maintained his usual silly demeanor, but subconsciously scratched the back of his hand, feeling an itch there. Iron Bull, the honest young bull, struggled mightily to squeeze through the light gate and, upon seeing the scene, felt a bit at a loss. Before Fox Yao Yao could use her talent to charm the animals, a flash of white light appeared in Zhou Wen's eyes. He spoke gently, disperse. There's nothing to see here. Go about your own business. Zhou Wen had used Fox Yao Yao's talent. Almost instantly, the animals nodded in unison and then wandered off, slightly dazed. Seeing the animals disperse, Sheep Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, patting her small chest. She had been terrified. But just then, a clear bird call rang out. Chirp! The sound was incredibly crisp, invigorating anyone who heard it. The animals that had dispersed froze for a moment before snapping back to attention. What was I just about to do? Wasn't I circling around that human? What on earth happened? It's a Baifeng. It's the Baifeng clan. An animal recalled hearing that clear bird call and spoke up. In the distance, a small bird flew over. This bird closely resembled a red-crowned crane. Its body, however, was marked with blue stripes and dotted with some red spots. Its beak was white. Baifeng? Zhou Wen was startled. Isn't Baifeng a mythical beast from legend? It's a bit complicated, but this bird does indeed have Baifeng blood in its lineage. You could consider her a descendant of a divine beast. Her racial talent is incredibly strong, basically born with an S-level ability. The Baifeng descendant flew closer. Why did you use mental power to manipulate them? The bird's voice was a crisp, youthful female tone, indicating she wasn't very old. What? Using mental power to manipulate? This human just used mental power to manipulate us. The Baifeng descendant's words were like a bomb dropped into calm waters. In an instant, the surrounding animals were furious. See? I knew this human had no good intentions coming to our beast realm. I've heard humans are deceitful creatures. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems true. He must be plotting something sinister, using mental power to manipulate us. We must drive him out. Zhou Wen sneered, looking at the divine bird Baifeng before him. We came here to participate in the trial, but these animals surrounded us, leaving us no way forward. Am I not supposed to make them leave? Hu Yao Yao stepped forward from behind, standing beside Zhou Wen, her tone carrying a hint of anger. To her fox clan, Baifeng could be considered a natural nemesis. Hu Yao Yao's fiery red fur resembled a flowing red dress. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Before him, it seemed not a fox but a stunningly beautiful woman stood. But Zhou Wen quickly snapped out of it, his gaze clear, showing no trace of the earlier days. The Baifeng descendant was puzzled. Why did this fox's tone seem a bit confrontational? Couldn't you have just spoken to them properly? Did you have to use mental power to manipulate them? What? Are you relying on your strength to bully those weaker animals? Let me tell you, not on my watch. Not here. The Baifeng descendant's words carried a trace of anger. In her view, Zhou Wen and his group were oppressing the weaker animals. In truth, she had no idea what had just happened. This Baifeng descendant must be out of her mind. Zhou Wen didn't want to bother with her. He walked straight toward the central stone tablet of the trial ground. This time, the stone tablet was blue. There was no platform around it, leaving the method of testing unclear. What is being tested? Zhou Wen asked. But before Hu Yaoyao could answer, the surrounding animals seemed to reach a consensus. They raised their arms and shouted in unison, "Human, get out! Human, get out! Human, get out!" The animals roared hoarsely. They showed no signs of being bewitched. Except for some weaker races that dared not speak out, all the animals with some strength in their tribes raised their arms and voices. That guy, Zhou Wen, in the state of perceiving all things, once again spotted the hyena from the first trial ground among the animal crowd. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. He used the petrification talent and quietly glanced at the hyena. The hyena, after successfully stirring up trouble among the crowd, smirked and tried to leave the area, intending to manipulate their momentum from a quiet place. What's going on? After taking a step forward, the hyena discovered that its toes had turned into ceramic. It was instantly shocked. What happened? What just happened? The hyena looked around but saw no one attacking it. At this moment, Zhou Wen also withdrew his gaze, focusing on the green stone tablet. The hyena noticed that its legs were still slowly petrifying, though the speed was not fast. It might take quite some time to completely petrify the entire dog. However, being suddenly attacked inexplicably, the hyena broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, while the trial ground prohibited mutual fighting, Zhou Wen used the petrification talent with infinite time delay. In a certain sense, it did not directly affect the hyena. Zhou Wen exploited a loophole. The hyena's expression turned grim, and it cancelled its control over the team's momentum, hurriedly running away. But what the hyena didn't know was that as it ran out, the petrification speed would suddenly accelerate, leading to a quicker death. The group of animals shouting for humans to get out, humans to get out, suddenly froze. They felt something was off. The descendant of the Baifeng, seeing Zhou Wen being ostracized by all the animals, sneered. "I suppose I don't need to ask you to leave, do I?" This Baifeng descendant was now arrogant, thinking Zhou Wen should leave in disgrace. But Zhou Wen didn't move. He stood in front of the blue stone tablet. "What is this trial testing?" "Speed," Hu Yaoyao replied. "Hey, human, did you hear me talking? Do you have any manners?" The Baifeng descendant was somewhat annoyed. "Annoying." Zhou Wen frowned. The bird had been clamoring non-stop, which was truly irritating. The Baifeng descendant widened. Her eyes, seemingly incredulous. Zhou Wen had just shouted at her. She screamed, "Human, I challenge you to a duel." With that, the Baifeng descendant transformed into a ball of flame and flew toward Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen frowned and dodged the attack. Hu Yaoyao stepped forward. "Why don't the two of you compete in speed? Whoever wins stays, and the loser leaves." The Baifeng, having failed her attack, received a warning from the Holy Grail system. The entire bird trembled with anger, her feathers quivering, her eyes red. "Human, do you dare to compete with me in speed?" Zhou Wen looked at the clearly dim-witted Baifeng descendant and ignored her, instead standing in front of the blue stone tablet and pressing his handprint onto it. Hu Yaoyao saw this scene and shook her head slightly. He said to the descendant of Baifeng, "He has agreed. You two can compete now." The surrounding animals, upon hearing about this duel, were instantly stirred into a commotion. That human is competing in speed against the descendant of Baifeng. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Besides, I remember that human's talent is the pig clan's nine-toothed rake. He doesn't have any speed-related talent. Why would he compete in speed against Baifeng? But it sure will be entertaining to watch. Hurry, let's call more people. What could be more interesting than the divine bird Baifeng competing in speed against a human? Several monkeys immediately became excited and started calling their friends, wanting to make the scene even livelier. Not far away, a hedgehog observing the situation suddenly felt an itch to gamble. He initiated a bet. "Winner, human, Baifeng descendant. The winning side will split all the tokens of the losing side." After receiving this information, Hu Yaoyao directly placed 50,000 tokens on Zhou Wen. Instantly, many animals' eyes turned red. Many who believed in the Baifeng descendant started betting wildly on her. The Baifeng descendant also noticed her large number of supporters. She laughed loudly. Human! You dare to compete in speed with me? I will make sure you remember this moment well. Zhou silently rolled his eyes. This bird's brain was indeed a bit problematic. She arrogantly flew to the blue stone tablet and stood side by side with Zhou. The fourth trial ground lit up with countless rays of light, and many animals emerged from them. These animals were all extremely excited and thrilled. Upon hearing the news that a human was competing in speed against the Baifeng descendant, they rushed over, afraid to miss anything. Especially when they saw the betting system, all of them revealed greedy expressions. Although the number of supporters for the Baifeng descendant was significant, there was also a small but powerful group supporting Zhou. Animals on both sides were fervently cheering and betting wildly. Most of Zhou's supporters were animals who had witnessed his display of golden aptitude in the first and second trials. They trusted Zhou immensely. A portal of light opened, and the four lizard brothers walked in. Seeing countless animals forming a ring, with the blue stone tablet and the human and Baifeng descendant at the center, Shiman Xiao also noticed the Holy Grail system's betting option. He said, "Let's bet everything on the Baifeng descendant. There's definitely profit to be made." Saying this, Shiman Xiao placed his remaining 1,000 tokens on the Baifeng descendant. The second and third brothers agreed wholeheartedly with their elder brother's prediction, and also bet on the Baifeng descendant. Shiman Shui looked puzzled. Shiman Xiao smugly explained, "You might not know, but that Baifeng descendant is the highest ranked among this generation's atavistic bloodlines. In other words, she is the prodigy of the Baifeng clan. A true leader-level figure. How could she possibly lose?" Shiman Shui looked toward the blue stone tablet. The Baifeng descendant stood arrogantly atop the blue stone tablet, basking in the reverent gazes of the many animals looking at her, thoroughly enjoying herself. In contrast, Zhou appeared very calm. All of this seemed unrelated to him. Shiman Shui secretly made up his mind and bet all his 1,000 tokens on Zhou. He believed Zhou would definitely win. "Human! How shall we compete?" The descendant of the Baifeng chirped incessantly, resembling a sparrow. There was no trace of noble blood in her demeanor. Zhou ignored her. It was beneath him. Hu Yaoyao spoke on Zhou's behalf. "It's very simple. You two will circle around this small world once, and whoever returns here first will win. These animals will act as judges." The animals below all nodded. "We're all judges." "That's right, don't even think about cheating. Especially that human." Hu Yaoyao glanced at Zhou. Zhou shook his head, indicating he had no objections. Hu Yaoyao smiled. "All right, let's begin immediately. 3, 2, 1, the animals present began the countdown. Standing on the blue stone tablet, the Baifeng ignited in flames and shot forward like an arrow. Her speed was astonishing, resembling a fiery meteor. However, Zhou remained standing in place, unmoving. This made all the animals supporting Zhou turn pale. "Move already! What the heck? What are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go! Baifeng is already far ahead of you." The animals were all anxious, but Zhou still stood by the blue stone tablet, completely unhurried. He was waiting for Baifeng to fly a bit farther. When Zhou saw that Baifeng had flown far enough, he silently chanted, "Borrow heaven and earth. Your talent is extraordinary. I shall borrow it to amplify its greatness." A mysterious radiance flashed briefly. Flying in the sky, Baifeng suddenly felt a slight loss of power in her body. Above the small world, Baifeng sped forward rapidly. The surrounding scenery blurred as it rushed past her eyes. Her speed had reached its peak, and the landscape around her was now indistinct. However, relying on her innate bird instincts, she could quickly avoid obstacles. Naturally, as she transformed into a fiery meteor, the animals around her would instinctively move aside to let her pass. The Baifeng descendant glanced back at Zhou. She didn't see him. Why is that human still at the blue stone tablet? Baifeng felt disappointed. Her clan elder had once spoken of the strength of humans. But now, it seemed that this human was nothing more than a cowardly weakling who didn't even dare to compete. Baifeng scoffed disdainfully, then flapped her wings to accelerate further. Below the blue stone tablet, Zhou successfully borrowed Baifeng's talent. SSS level talent. Baifeng descendant description: you have acquired the power of the Baifeng descendant. All attributes increased by 20 talent. Skill: purifying flame. You have gained the ability to control spiritual flames. Talent skill: soul suppression. Your cry can intimidate the souls of other creatures. Zhou smiled faintly. His body became enveloped in blue flames. The surrounding animals were startled and instinctively stepped back 2 paces, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Joe. The deep blue flames were a natural nemesis for these animals. What's going on? What is this human trying to do? Many animals were so terrified they felt as if their hearts would burst, thinking Joe was about to go on a killing spree. Some smaller animals took the opportunity to flee far away, warily watching in Joe's direction. If Joe made any sudden moves, they would immediately bolt. However, they were disappointed. Joe's figure suddenly shot forward, moving much faster than Baifeng. The surrounding animals were momentarily stunned as they watched Joe streak across the sky like a blue meteor. Then, the animals who had bet on Joe's victory began to cheer. As expected, this human was hiding his true strength. Fantastic. We made the right bet. He's definitely going to win. These animals clapped and celebrated. What's there to be so happy about? Another group of animals, who had bet on Baifeng's descendant, said sarcastically. The animals who had bet on Joe chuckled. Didn't you see how fast this human was when he flew out? He's much faster than Baifeng. If this human can maintain that speed, then he's definitely going to be the final winner. Your tokens. When the time comes. Ha ha ha, they'll all be ours. Smiles spread across their faces. Even animals from rival species exchanged grins, temporarily setting aside their grudges. After all, the tokens wagered by those who bet on Baifeng's descendant were enormous. Joe sped through the sky, his vast mental energy spreading out like an intricate web. Through the feedback from the all things perception system, Joe could sense everything around him. He only needed to maintain his speed and didn't have to worry about any obstacles. However, after flying for a while, a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, Joe caught a fleeting glimpse of an animal's figure. Seeing this, Joe's expression darkened. As expected, an animal had made a move to block him. The deep blue flames on Joe's body flared violently, releasing a towering blaze. The mountain that had appeared out of nowhere was instantly melted into liquid upon contact with Joe's flames. Of course, Joe didn't let the animal go. Although he hadn't clearly seen what it was, he had firmly locked onto it through his perception system. Once the competition was over, he would settle the score. The Baifeng descendant, who was flying rapidly ahead, suddenly heard a loud commotion behind her. She instinctively turned her head and saw Joe, his entire body engulfed in deep blue flames, catching up to her. Good. A fiery passion surged in the eyes of the Baifeng descendant. Among her tribe, her bloodline was the purest, and none of her peers could match her speed. Even among the descendants of other divine beasts, very few could rival her. It had been a long time since she had encountered a worthy opponent. The flames surrounding the Baifeng descendant grew wildly once more. This time, as she flew through the sky, she no longer resembled a fire meteor. From a distance, she looked like an enormous fire phoenix. Joe continued to maintain the intensity of his burning flames. The distance between him and the descendant of Baifeng was steadily decreasing. The animals pressing down on the Baifeng descendant looked grim and sullen. At this moment, some of the Snake Clan animals had a cold glint in their eyes. Among the animals suppressing the Baifeng descendant, a few from the Wolf Clan were particularly cunning, taking advantage of the cover provided by the surrounding animals. They began moving toward the place where Joe and the Baifeng descendant were competing. Halfway there, they encountered a few members of the Snake Clan. The two groups exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions, and decided to proceed together. Standing beside the blue stone tablet, Hu Yaoyao noticed this scene, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Friends from the Snake Clan and Wolf Clan, where are you headed? Hu Yaoyao's voice was crisp and pleasant, and with the enhancement of her mental power, it seemed to echo in the ears of all the animals. All eyes turned toward the snakes and wolves. The leader of the Wolf Clan, with sinister triangular eyes and a smile on his face, was about to say something when Hu Yaoyao interrupted him. Could it be that you're planning to do something shady to intercept that human? As soon as she said this, almost instantly, all the animals pressing down on Joe erupted in anger. Wolf Clan, it's you again. Can't you afford to lose? You're even cheating for such a small amount of tokens. Fine. If you're cheating, then we'll cheat too. Immediately, a few pangolins supporting Joe stepped forward. They gazed into the distance, looking toward the location of Joe and the Baifeng descendant. The ground began to tremble, cracks appeared, and a massive chunk of earth rose into the air, ready to block the Baifeng descendant. Damn it! Curse it! A few pangolins who had bet on the Baifeng descendant quickly manipulated the earth. to counteract the attack. The scene descended into chaos. The animals began showcasing their unique skills. A few elephants started running across the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces. Some apes and monkeys picked up these stones and hurled them toward Zhou Wen and the Baifeng descendant. The two factions fell into complete disarray, fighting among themselves. Only Hu Yaoyao, standing beside the blue stone tablet, couldn't help but curl her lips into a mischievous smile. The Baifeng descendant focused her energy, her body engulfed in flames, gliding swiftly through the sky. Everything on the ground appeared as mere black lines in her eyes. However, suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Pain shot across her face, and her flying speed noticeably slowed. The shadow struck her face but was quickly melted by the flames. What was that? She was utterly confused. The shadow melted away as she flew on, unsure of what had just happened. Then, the Baifeng descendant's nightmare began. Bang! 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 3 massive stones struck her in quick succession, sending her plummeting to the ground. Ah! The Baifeng descendant let out a miserable cry. The flames enveloping her body were extinguished as she crashed to the ground. The entire bird was left dazed. What had just happened? Quick, quick! Those animals supporting that human have all gone mad. They're indirectly affecting your competition. Hurry up, hurry up! A few cheetahs came sprinting over, panting heavily. Steam was rising from their bodies, and their entire forms were flushed red. It was evident they had paid a great price to deliver this message to the descendant of Baifeng. What? They actually dare to do this? The Baifeng descendant was stunned. Despicable. The Baifeng descendant gritted her teeth. In that case, I won't hold back my strength anymore. With that, the Baifeng descendant soared into the sky. A clear bird cry echoed throughout the small world. Everyone heard the sound. The two groups of animals interfering with each other froze in their tracks. Hu Yaoyao rubbed her aching temples and gritted her teeth as she spoke. That damned Baifeng. Zhou Wen also heard the bird cry. However, he paid it no mind. The ghostly blue flames burning on his body incinerated all the stones attacking him into liquid, which dripped onto the ground. They had no effect on him. Zhou Wen continued to accelerate. Suddenly, he felt as though something had appeared in front of him. Immediately after, he heard a scream. Ah! The voice sounded somewhat familiar. But Zhou Wen didn't stop. He continued to spread his perception and moved along the edge of the small world. The race between the two was already halfway through. The one who had screamed was none other than the Baifeng descendant. She had just flown into the sky, intending to unleash her innate divine fire, but was knocked back by the oncoming Zhou Wen. She crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her innate flames hadn't been released, and she suffered a backlash. Damn it! Despicable! He actually dared to ambush me. The Baifeng was completely dumbfounded. She had never encountered such a cunning opponent. Compared to this human, the Bei clan seemed like obedient children. The Baifeng was furious. She was utterly enraged. The feathers that originally had light blue stripes underwent a transformation. They were completely dyed crimson by the power within her bloodline. The bloodline of this Baifeng descendant was continuously stimulated by her anger, further purifying itself. The Baifeng descendant closed her eyes. The aura of the entire bird changed abruptly. A towering flame erupted, shooting straight into the sky. The animals in the distance turned pale at the sight of the flames. She's advanced again. Several bird clan prodigies, seeing the massive pillar of fire rising 30 to 40 meters high, had a look of caution and envy in their eyes. The Baifeng descendant suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, her pupils had a faint golden ring. She had just comprehended a new skill from her bloodline. Her innate skills had now reached 3. She murmured to herself, "This time, I have to thank you." In an instant, the enormous pillar of fire condensed onto her feathers. She lightly spread her wings, transforming into a red streak as she charged in Zhou Wen's direction. The gap in speed between her and Zhou Wen was rapidly closing. Through the All Things Perception System, Zhou Wen sensed the Baifeng descendants' increased speed. It seemed she had made another breakthrough. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Zhou Wen felt a bit helpless. Although his SSS level talent was extremely powerful, an S-level talent after its second liberation was not much weaker than his SSS level talent. If it weren't for certain special talents suppressing their subordinate talents, Zhou Wen's SSS level talent wouldn't have much of an advantage against those S-level talents in their second liberation. Moreover, due to the influence of proficiency, he might even be at a disadvantage. Zhou shook his head helplessly. However, at that moment, Zhou suddenly felt his arm lose control, and his flying speed was affected. His gaze shifted, and he saw a few spiders on the ground. They had formed a web-like structure, with an enormous spider at the center of the web, staring intently at him. Zhou snorted coldly. A mental-type talent, huh? Do you think you can mess with me? Zhou manipulated the flames on his body. The flames transformed into a meteor shower of fire, crashing down. Of course, Zhou didn't aim the flames directly at them but at the area beside them. This way, the Holy Grail system wouldn't issue a warning to him. After all, this was a trial ground. The group of spiders, terrified by the overwhelming blue flames, scattered in panic. Retrieve! A clear, youthful voice came from behind. The blue flames Zhou had released were absorbed by the descendant of the Bai Fong, merging with the fiery red flames burning all over her body, becoming part of her power. You insidious and cunning human, I will never let you go. The somewhat dim-witted Bai Fong descendant once again interpreted Zhou actions as bullying the weak. She became even angrier. Her merciless golden eyes, full of majesty, glowed brightly. She took a deep breath and suddenly let out a cry. Chirp! The sound echoed through the heavens, shaking the spirits of the animals nearby that had come to ambush. Some of the weaker ones even bled from their mouths and noses. Zhou felt a moment of mental disorientation. He was also affected. However, Zhou almost instantly switched his talent to that of Hu Yaoyao, gathering his mental strength to resist, and thus wasn't significantly harmed. Zhou took a sharp breath. This Bai Fong has such strong offensive power. At the same time, the Bai Fong's speed didn't slow down in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, she was about to catch up to Zhou. Zhou had no choice but to change tactics. He noticed a few panting leopards on the ground, and condensed a ball of flame, throwing it toward them. The leopards, scared out of their wits, bolted in all directions, their bodies sparking with electricity as they fled at high speed. A strange energy flashed in Zhou's eyes. Your talent is remarkable. I shall borrow it to amplify its greatness. One of the leopards, running at full speed, suddenly felt its speed slightly decrease, but it quickly returned to normal, so it didn't pay much attention. Perfect. Borrowed successfully. Zhou looked at the talent he had just borrowed and let out a sigh of relief. SSS level talent, Ancestral Return Thunder Beast Bloodline. Description: you have acquired the Ancestral Thunder Beast Bloodline, Agility Attribute plus 20, Strength Attribute plus 10, Talent Skill, Thunder Transformation. You can stimulate your cellular potential through lightning. Talent Skill, Wind Control. You can moderately manipulate the power of wind. Talent Skill, Yin Thunder and Yang Lightning. You can wield the power of Yin Thunder and Yang Lightning. Sealed. To use this talent, you must first comprehend the laws of lightning. Bai Fong, who was chasing Zhou, suddenly saw Zhou ahead erupt in a massive blaze of flames. The flames spread across hundreds of meters, engulfing the surroundings. Bai Fong couldn't help but stop and began absorbing the flames. By the time she finished absorbing them, Zhou's figure had already disappeared. Several hundred meters ahead, Zhou's entire body was wrapped in fine electric currents. Thunder Transformation. The electric currents deeply stimulated every cell in Zhou's body, unleashing their potential and vitality. Zhou's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing across the ground. The animals attempting to gather earth to block Zhou hadn't even reacted before they saw a flash of lightning streak past them. Instinctively terrified of lightning, the animals crouched on the ground in fear. Some of the weaker ones were so scared, they wet themselves, leaving the ground damp with puddles. Bai Fong, with her sharp eyesight, quickly spotted Zhou, who was already far ahead. Her body once again erupted in flames, the fire enveloping her feathers. With a light flap of her wings, she transformed into a streak of fire, chasing after Zhou. Ahead of Zhou was a small forest. In the forest stood a skunk with black and white stripes all over its body. It stood tall on a tree trunk, craning its neck to observe the commotion ahead, its gaze fixed in the distance. Behind it followed countless companions. The skunks were all silent but trembled slightly, visibly excited. This skunk was a prodigy of the skunk clan, renowned and feared by many prodigies of other clans. When it saw Zhou, now a streak of lightning, darting through the forest and approaching its position, it made an okay gesture toward Zhou and shouted loudly, "Brother, go ahead. I've been annoyed with that Bai Fong for a long time." Zhou, as a bolt of lightning, sped past the skunk, stirring up a gust of wind and scattering leaves. The entire forest trembled. The skunk wasn't sure if Zhou had heard what it said, but when it saw the imposing Baifeng descendant flying toward the forest, it turned to its companions with a sly grin. Comrades, usually, we take pleasure in annoying the prodigies of other clans. Today, a descendant of the Divine Beast clan has arrived. Shouldn't we do something? Confuse her. Mess with her. Annoy her. The skunks were all visibly thrilled, as if a great opportunity had just presented itself. They roared in excitement. The Baifeng descendant, who was about to fly over the forest, was still unaware of the impending trouble. She was slightly worried, knowing that her flame-covered body passing through the forest would inevitably cause it to burn. Some animals living in this forest might be harmed as a result. It's important to note that this trial ground is also home to some animals in ordinary times. Thinking of this, the descendant of the Baifeng slightly restrained her flames, covering her feathers with only a thin layer of fire. This way, her speed didn't decrease too much. She flew into the forest. Suddenly, she felt something was amiss. Then, there was a poof sound. The surroundings spun wildly, and the entire forest was enveloped in a yellow mist that seemed to come from nowhere. The yellow mist spread everywhere. Instinctively, she took a breath. Hiss! Immediately, the bird was stunned. She began to experience difficulty breathing, felt like vomiting, became dizzy and nauseous, and even her body felt numb. The scenery before her eyes turned into a blur of illusions. At that moment, she heard a loud shout. "Brothers! We did it! Retreat quickly!" Then, she vaguely saw countless dark shadows flashing through the forest. These shadows skillfully ran into the distance. Due to the yellow mist, she couldn't clearly see what kind of animals they were. The stench from this group of skunks truly disgusted the descendant of the Baifeng. Zhou, who had been leading the charge, naturally understood what was happening. He was speechless. However, seeing the happy expressions on the faces of those skunks, he thought they must be quite pleased. Zhou felt a bit emotional. Nonetheless, his speed didn't decrease in the slightest because of this incident. But Zhou frowned slightly. The stimulation of his cells through his innate ability was too intense, and it was now affecting his physical coordination. Zhou believed that if he continued sprinting at this pace, he might end up crashing to the ground. Although Zhou had a way to alleviate the fatigue in his cells, using Yang Xiaoxiao's innate ability would certainly work, but it would require a significant amount of time. Through his perception of all things, Zhou had already noticed that the Baifeng was now consumed by boundless rage, completely disregarding the lives of the animals. Living in the forest, she unleashed overwhelming flames that burned the entire forest to ashes. The once lush forest turned into a sea of fire. Skunks continuously emerged from the forest, their faces filled with terror. At this moment, the descendant of the Baifeng seemed to have transformed into a ferocious dragon, slaughtering everything in her path. Zhou frowned slightly. This was the best solution Zhou could think of. If he used Yang Xiaoxiao's talent to plunder vitality to nourish himself, it would consume a great deal of time. That Baifeng might even surpass him. At this moment, a river blocked Zhou's path. Within Zhou's omniscient perception system, he sensed many powerful presences hidden in the river. These presences were all too familiar to Zhou. They were the prodigies of various clans he had encountered before. Not good, someone's ambushing me, Zhou thought warily. He leapt forward, attempting to cross the river. But just as he heard a splash, a massive creature suddenly burst out of the calm river, sending water flying everywhere. "Since you're here, don't think about leaving," the massive creature said. Zhou immediately felt his body being restrained. Looking down, he saw an enormous carp biting him. Zhou was furious. "Let go!" A strange light flashed in his eyes. The massive carp, exuding a strong earthy smell, suddenly felt its strength drain away. At the same time, a sense of danger surged in its heart. Something was wrong. In an instant, it felt its mouth being torn apart, a searing pain shooting straight to its brain. "Ah!" The carp let out a miserable cry. Zhou transformed into a small, nimble golden koi, his entire body shimmering with golden light, his gaze sharp and spirited. SSS level. Talent, Golden Koi. Description: transform into a Golden Koi. Effect: you shed your human form and become a Golden Koi. Luck plus 20%. Talent skill: Blessing Light. You are protected by an unseen wool. Talent skill: Koi Clan Fortune. Locked. The golden light emanating from the koi tore apart the carp's mouth. Zhou's figure gradually grew larger, transforming back into his human form. Flames surged around him once more. Borrowing the talent of the Baifeng descendant, he sped through the air. Behind him, the enraged Baifeng descendant, her eyes bloodshot, had calmed slightly after venting her anger. Seeing the scorched forest below, her heart skipped a beat. It seemed she had caused some trouble. However, spotting Zhou Wen in the distance, she gritted her teeth, flapped her wings, and pursued him again. Zhou Wen focused his mental energy to sense the Baifeng descendant's position. The distance between them was already quite short. Not far from Zhou Wen and the Baifeng descendant, a figure clicked its tongue, spitting out a blade of grass it had been chewing. TSK, young people these days have no sense of honor. Such rat-like behavior, the figure said as it appeared. Zhou Wen saw the newcomer clearly. It was a foolish-looking roe deer. The roe deer let out a loud shout upon seeing Zhou Wen. "Look into my eyes," it bellowed. Zhou Wen instinctively looked elsewhere, but the Baifeng descendant behind him foolishly locked eyes with the roe deer. In an instant, her speed plummeted, as if her spirit had been shaken. Zhou Wen, perceiving all this through his omniscient perception, shook his head slightly. His body turned into a streak of fire as he continued to race forward. The foolish deer felt a chill in his heart when he saw that he had immobilized the descendant of the Baifeng. It's over. Something's gone wrong. Originally, he had intended to help the Baifeng descendant. The sound of winds suddenly arose. Zhou Wen tilted his head slightly. He saw a pang bird dart out from the side, moving even faster than him. Standing next to the blue stone tablet, Hu Yaoyao's expression changed slightly when she saw the pang bird. She murmured, "Why is he here?" Zhou Wen sensed the pang bird. Judging by its aura, this pang bird and the Baifeng descendant behind him were on the same level. In other words, this pang bird was also a descendant of a divine beast. "Shameless human! Where do you think you're going?" the pang bird shouted loudly. Its figure twisted and appeared directly in front of Zhou Wen, moving at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen was about to collide with it. The pang bird sneered coldly. However, a strange light flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. The pang bird, hovering in midair, felt a slight loss of its strength. It hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. Just as Zhou Wen was about to collide with the pang bird, the flames surrounding him suddenly receded. His entire body transformed into a streak of golden light, dodging the pang bird and flying past it. SSS level talent, Golden Rock Descendant. Description: the unparalleled speed of the Golden Rock Descendant, all attributes increased by 20, agility increased by an additional 20, talent skill, extreme speed, while moving, your acceleration is greatly enhanced, talent skill, golden wings, missing, talent skill, fiery feathers, missing, talent skill, bloodline? What? How is this possible? The pang bird was incredulous at the sudden burst of speed Zhou Wen displayed. What kind of talent does this human have? Zhou Wen was already very close to the blue stone tablet. All the animals watched as Zhou Wen turned into a golden streak, completely stunned. With a whoosh, Zhou Wen appeared beside the blue stone tablet. He pressed his palm into the groove on the blue stone tablet. Instantly, Zhou Wen's energy surged into the blue stone tablet, igniting the divine script. 7 colored lights shot into the sky. Finally, everyone heard a loud boom. The top of the blue stone tablet exploded, and golden light as brilliant as the sun illuminated the earth. All the animals stared at the dazzling golden light, completely dumbfounded. Golden aptitude. Not far away, the Baifeng descendant broke free from the foolish deer's gaze attack. She heard the loud boom and turned to look. She saw that the top of the blue stone tablet had already shattered, and that hateful human was now standing beside it. Golden light poured down in torrents. The Baifeng descendant looked at the scene before her, her golden pupils dimming. Her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. I actually lost. I actually lost to a human. As a divine beast bloodline, I actually lost to a human. The Baifeng descendant seemed to have suffered a massive blow. She took 2 steps back, then collapsed to the ground, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Hey! What's wrong with you? The silly roe deer nearby was scared half to death when it saw the descendant of Baifeng collapse. It hurried over to check on the descendant's condition and then breathed a sigh of relief. The descendant of Baifeng had only fainted from anger and agitation. Among the animals present, a small portion suddenly saw a notification from the Holy Grail system pop up before their eyes. You have completed a wager. Please enter the mail system to claim your reward. All the animals that had bet on Zhou Wen twitched their eyelids. They quickly opened the mail system, and then they were all petrified. It was a massive amount of tokens. Some animals trembled all over, unable to believe it. Some smaller animals looked at the number of tokens with tears streaming down their faces. These were enough to cover their tribe's expenses for a month. Then, these animals hurriedly opened the light gates and fled the trial grounds to find their tribes. They wanted to hand over these tokens to the elders of their tribes so their kin could live better lives. A flash of golden light passed by. The rock also flew over, looking at Joe with a complex expression in its eyes. It stared intently at Joe. "What? Are you really just a human?" Joe smiled. Hu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Joe return. He succeeded. But the surrounding animals fell into an eerie silence. Many of them even opened light gates and left the area. In the end, all the animals left. The once crowded scene was now nearly empty. "All right. You've completed the final trial. You should have earned the qualification for that seat," Hu Yaoyao said. Joe nodded. Indeed, the moment he had just obtained the golden qualification, he felt a connection. He could now open another light gate to the outside world and take that seat. "All right, let's go. We'll wait for you outside," Hu Yaoyao said. She then opened a light gate and left with Yang Xiaoxiao and Pig Tianpeng. Joe sat cross-legged on the ground, switching back to Yang Xiaoxiao's ability to replenish vitality for his cells. The rock nearby was startled when it saw green light suddenly emanating from Joe's body. "Are you still human?" How many abilities had this human already used? The rock's heart was in turmoil, its breathing quickened, and it could no longer maintain its composure. What exactly was this human's ability? Or was his ability to copy others? The mixed-blood rock felt a chill in its heart. Joe sat cross-legged, breathing steadily. The surrounding air continuously infused green vitality into his body. The faint green light reflected on Joe's slightly handsome face, rising and falling with his breaths. After a long while, Joe opened his eyes. The rock was still standing in front of him. Joe smiled and greeted it. Without waiting for the rock to say anything, he opened a light gate and stepped through it. The world spun. The surroundings instantly became spacious. Joe had appeared on the massive platform outside the trial grounds where it had all begun. In front of him was a seat. To his left were a rhino, a wasp, and a snail. The rhino and the wasp only glanced at Joe after seeing him, showing no reaction. The snail, however, was very enthusiastic and lively, greeting Joe. Joe nodded in acknowledgement and sat down on the chair. Around the high platform, Joe saw Fox Demon Yao and Yang Xiaoxiao. Yang Xiaoxiao was waving at Joe excitedly. Joe waved back, feeling quite cheerful. Of course, Joe also noticed the 4 lizard brothers standing outside. Judging by their expressions, they probably didn't perform well in the 4th trial. When Shiman Xiao saw Joe looking at the 4 of them, his face flushed slightly. They had just lost a large number of tokens all at once, and they might get scolded by their parents when they returned. Shiman Shui shook his head slightly and transferred his tokens to his 3 older brothers. Shiman Xiao, Shiman Shi, and Shiman Lu were stunned when they saw the transfer, looking at their 4th brother in disbelief. "4th brother? Don't tell me you bet on that human?" Shiman Zhao's voice trembled slightly. Shiman Shui spread his hands. Although he might get scolded, he didn't want to see his 3 older brothers get reprimanded. "Yeah." The 3 lizards, Xiao, Shi, and Lu, saw Shiman Shui's undeniable nod, exchanged glances, and then threw Shiman Shui into the air. The 3 lizards began cheering. Shiman Shui was completely dumbfounded. Why was the situation unfolding differently from what he had imagined? Joe sat on the chair, bored and with nothing to do. The rhino and the wasp were meditating, while the snail that had just greeted Joe had retreated into its shell to sleep. Joe couldn't leave the high platform and could only sit there in a daze. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the other seats remained quiet. "The plane trial has ended," the voice of the Holy Grail system rang out. At that moment, a blurry figure appeared on the high platform. The figure glanced at the 4 outstanding contestants seated and nodded almost imperceptibly. Then, the figure turned its gaze to Joe. Joe vaguely felt that the blurry figure seemed to roll its eyes at him, though he wasn't sure. The blurry figure spoke. "Very well, the 4 of you have excellent potential and may enter my small world to obtain an opportunity." As the figure spoke, it waved its hand, and Joe's vision went black. In a flash, the figure disappeared. When Joe opened his eyes again, he and the other 3 winners were standing on a stone bridge. The bridge was covered in intricate carvings and exuded a sense of antiquity. Beneath them flowed a river emitting golden light. The river was utterly calm, flowing smoothly like a motionless golden ribbon. In Zhou Wen's ears, the voice of the blurry figure echoed. In a moment, I will open the valve for the opportunities upstream. They will flow downstream, and what you can obtain depends on your abilities. Zhou Wen was taken aback. He had never heard of such a method for obtaining opportunities before. It was quite novel. Then, a commotion suddenly came from upstream in the river. Zhou Wen saw golden bubbles of various sizes floating on the surface of the river, slowly drifting downstream. Zhou Wen released the all things perception system, but he could only sense the size of the bubbles, unable to discern their weight. It seemed as though this place was specifically designed to limit his strong perception abilities. Suddenly, the nearby rhinoceros let out a loud shout. Ha! A black light emanated from the rhino armor on its body as it threw a punch. The punch stirred up a wave of air, causing the golden bubbles floating on the river to drift to the sides. Immediately after, the rhinoceros swung another punch, creating a sonic boom in the air. Bang! A massive bubble below was shattered by its punch. Everyone heard a pop sound as the bubble burst, revealing what was inside. A suit of armor, pitch black and covered in intricate patterns with dark red bloodstains, emerged and slowly floated toward the rhinoceros. Upon seeing the armor, a flash of excitement and passion appeared in the rhinoceros's eyes. It had succeeded. The armor flew over and automatically fastened itself onto the rhinoceros. Instantly, the rhinoceros's aura surged again. Zhou Wen sensed the rhinoceros's aura, which made his scalp tingle. This armor was extraordinary. The bloodstains on it were likely from a divine realm. Zhou Wen felt that the armor definitely had a significant origin. Just sensing it made him instinctively want to retreat. It seemed as though the rhinoceros had been stimulated. Nearby, the wasp's stinger twitched slightly. Unlike the rhinoceros, the wasp acted with elegance. Zhou Wen only heard a whoosh sound in the air, followed by a bubble being pierced by an invisible needle. With a pop, the contents inside were revealed. It was a fruit, entirely golden, as if crafted from gold. It didn't appear to have any peculiar qualities. Judging by the wasp's expression, it seemed uncertain about the fruit's purpose. Nonetheless, it carefully stored the fruit, intending to take it back to the clan elders for examination and research. The rhinoceros and the wasp had both chosen their opportunities, leaving only the snail and Zhou Wen. But then, something seemed off. Zhou Wen observed for a long time, yet the snail made no move. Zhou Wen also refrained from acting. The blurry figure in the distance waited for a while before yawning. With so many opportunities continuously floating downstream on the river, the blurry figure muttered in a low voice, the Tongtian clan always waits for opportunities to come to them and never takes action. But what is this human doing? The blurry figure was puzzled. The snail turned to Zhou Wen and asked, "Why aren't you taking the opportunities in the river?" Zhou Wen chuckled. "Why aren't you taking them?" The snail also laughed. "Who said I'm not taking them? I'll take one right now." Suddenly, the snail's aura shifted, becoming ethereal and eerie, causing Zhou Wen to feel a sense of caution. Then, he saw a bubble in the river suddenly burst, and an object flew out, directly landing in the snail's embrace. The snail extended its tentacles to put the item away, ensuring no one else could see it. After securing it, the snail looked at Zhou Wen with a cheerful smile. "See? Didn't it come to me?" Zhou Wen also smiled. He had just used the heaven and earth talent to detect that this snail had activated its own talent. So, Zhou Wen spoke with a smile, "Then watch closely. My opportunities can also come to me on their own." The snail naturally didn't believe him, its expression clearly saying, "You're joking with me." However, Zhou Wen turned his gaze toward the river. A strange glint flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. Borrow heaven and earth. SSS level talent, sky piercing. Snail description, power of the heavens, all attributes plus 10, mystery attribute plus 20, luck attribute plus 20, talent skills, stealth. The snail beside him suddenly felt as if it was being spied on. Not good. The snail was alarmed. Before it could react, the calm golden river suddenly began to boil. The bubbles floating on the surface churned, and the river surged violently. Seeing this, the snail's eyes gradually widened. "This is impossible." Then, with a loud bang, a massive bubble emerged from the river, pushing all the other bubbles aside. The blurry figure by the river was also stunned by the sight. The bubble burst, and a black light shot directly toward Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen felt a connection in his heart. The black light disappeared in an instant. The rhino and wasp nearby exchanged glances after witnessing the enormous bubble actively choosing its master, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. Well, didn't I say so? Opportunities really do come to me. Zhou raised his eyebrows at the snail and laughed heartily. The snail was dumbfounded. Now do you believe me? Zhou turned to look at the blurry figure by the riverbank. After a long while, the figure finally snapped out of its shock. It nodded slowly and snapped its fingers. Zhou and the others were once again teleported through space. When Zhou opened his eyes again, he was back on the tall platform. The surrounding animals looked at them with eyes full of envy. Zhou easily jumped off the platform and walked toward Hu Yaoyao and the others. How was it? What kind of opportunity did you get? Hu Yaoyao asked with a smile. Zhou summoned the black light. In his palm appeared a small obsidian sword about 3 inches long. It looked plain and unremarkable, with no distinguishing features. However, Zhou could confirm that the material of this small sword was the same as the obsidian steel used for his test. They were likely from the same source. But Zhou couldn't see any information about the small sword. Can any of you see the information on this sword? Zhou asked. Yang Xiaoxiao leaned in for a closer look, then shook her head. I can't see anything either. I see. Zhou was a bit disappointed. Just then, a familiar aura flashed by. A cold glint appeared in Zhou's eyes. Still daring to come. Zhou switched to the cheetah's talent. His figure turned into lightning, leaving his previous position. Almost simultaneously, a shadow appeared where he had just been standing. The shadow noticed Zhou's departure and realized it had missed its target, immediately fleeing into the distance. Zhou's eyes turned slightly white, and the fleeing shadow stumbled. Zhou saw clearly that it was a sleek, shiny-furred giant rat running at an incredible speed. Zhou sneered. The scene had happened so quickly that by the time Yang Xiaoxiao and the others reacted, the giant black rat had already disappeared without a trace. Yang Xiaoxiao raised her hooves in anger. Those rats are so annoying. It's fine, Zhou said. He had just used his petrification eye, and the giant black rat would slowly be affected by his talent. Unless it could find something to counteract Zhou's ability or another creature with a similar power, the rat would inevitably turn into ceramic over time. It's fine, let's go. Zhou patted Yang Xiaoxiao's head. After taking a few steps, Zhou suddenly heard a commotion among the surrounding animals. Although he had already sensed what was happening using his all things perception system, he still turned to look. A ceramic statue of a jackal stood near the platform, its face frozen in terror and its eyes filled with despair. Seeing the statue, Zhou smiled. What happened to this jackal? Not sure. Is it a talent? Probably. I know of a talent that can turn animals into ceramic. I know who has that talent. It's Pig de Gang from the Pig Clan. What? It's Pig de Gang from the Pig Clan. The jackals gathered around were enraged upon hearing this. Very well, very well. How dare he target one of our jackal brothers? Pig de Gang, huh? I'll remember him. Thanks, brother. You're welcome, you're welcome. Zhou switched to Hu Yaoyao's talent and whispered into the jackal's ears using his mental power, playing a small trick. When Zhou turned back, Hu Yaoyao was looking at him mischievously. Zhou's face turned red, but he pretended not to care and waved it off. If I want to leave this trial ground, what should I do? Zhou had already achieved his goal, and the rat that had provoked him was as good as dead under his petrification eye. He wanted to return to reality quickly to see if he could exchange for the all things perception talent. Although, if Zhou could win the game in this beast path, he would gain access to all the equipment and skill information in this battlefield for future exchanges. However, winning in this beast path seemed impossible. Who knew how the Holy Grail system would judge it? What? Zhou, you want to leave? Yang Xiaoxiao's small face tensed up, and Pig Tianpeng, who had been scratching his hand, widened his eyes and snorted. Twice. Zhou, you can't leave. Zhou shook his head. It's okay. All good things must come to an end. I have to leave eventually. A trace of reluctance appeared in Yang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Behind her, the usually silent and reserved Iron Bull couldn't help but clench his fists. Hu Yaoyao yawned. If you want to leave the Beast Realm, it's simple. How? Just wait for the battlefield of the Beast Realm to end on its own. What? End on its own? Zhou almost thought he had misheard. How much time is left until the trial ends? Hu Yaoyao smiled. This trial will end in 21 hours and 48 minutes. Not far from the trial ground, beneath a small hill, a hole had been dug. The small entrance was crudely covered with leaves. Inside, a shiny black rat was curled up on the ground. Damn it! Who dares to attack me? If one looked closely, they could see a faint sheen covering the limbs of this large black rat, resembling ceramic. Its fur was sleek and shiny, but its pupils were bloodshot. When I left, I think I heard that the one with this ability was Pig de Gang of the Pig Clan, Mousing thought bitterly. Very well. A mere marginal member of the Pig Clan dares to lay a hand on me. The large black rat's face twisted with rage. Pig de Gang had no idea what awaited him in the future. Joe held the mysterious little sword in his hand, repeatedly trying to activate it. Whether he infused it with energy or used his innate abilities to trigger it, the obsidian sword remained as unresponsive as a stone. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Joe was puzzled. After all, he had borrowed the innate ability of the heaven-piercing snail. With such an extraordinary ability, the opportunities it attracted shouldn't be this weak. Could it be that I'm using the wrong method? Joe pondered. Hu Yaoyao observed the little sword, searching her mind for relevant information, but she found nothing. Her eyes flickered. This mysterious little sword had emerged from the trial ground, so it must be extraordinary. After all, every animal in the beast realm had only one chance in their lifetime to choose an opportunity if they reached that seat. She and Iron Bull had come here long ago. Yang Xiaoxiao and Pig Tianping also tried to think, but given their limited mental capacity, they couldn't come up with anything useful and could only speculate aimlessly. In the end, Joe put the sword away. Forget it, let's find something else to do, he sighed. After all, there were still 21 hours left before he could leave the beast realm. Rather than wasting time, it was better to actively look for something to do. Find something to do? Hu Yaoyao tilted her head in thought. Then, she and Yang Xiaoxiao said in unison, let's go to Lonely River. Lonely River? What's that? Lonely River is the only trial ground for the Fish Clan in the trial area. They only have one chance to undergo the trial each year, and if they succeed, they undergo a transformation. The combination of Lonely River and Fish Clan immediately brought 4 words to Zhou Wen's mind: fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Is it because of the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate? That's right, it's precisely because of the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Thinking about it, there should already be a large gathering of fish there, preparing to swim up Lonely River and leap over the Dragon Gate. Alright, let's go watch the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. The transformation of life is something only those with great fortune can achieve. The scene of fish leaping over the Dragon Gate must be truly spectacular. Zhou couldn't help but feel his heart yearn for it. Since he had been paralyzed in a wheelchair at the age of 10, he had rarely traveled. Later, as his parents' company grew busier, they no longer had time to care for Zhou. Perhaps Zhou parents had somewhat given up on him. The group set off for Lonely River. After Zhou and the others left, a majestic little horse arrived at the trial grounds. On its head was a snake. It was none other than Ma Wuchang and Shi Xian. Huff, huff. Ma Wuchang panted, his forehooves feeling a bit sore. He paced in place. Get down already. What? Am I tiring you out by being on your head? I'm not even heavy, Shi Xian complained, but he obediently slithered down from Ma Wuchang's head. Finally, we've reached the trial grounds. I hope Xiaoxiao and the others are still here. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Ma Wuchang's eyes. Ma Wuchang noticed another horse of his kind nearby and quickly approached to ask, Brother, have you seen a person with a little lamb and a little pig come through here? The horse, hearing Ma Wuchang's description, immediately beamed with joy. Ah, you mean them? Of course, I've seen them. Ma Wuchang grew anxious, and Shi Xian slithered over as well. Where are they now? The horse, noticing that his kin was mingling with a snake, felt slightly surprised but quickly replied, I don't know where they went. However, that human just raced against Bai Fong earlier, and I won quite a few tokens because of it. What? Raced against Bai Fong? Ma Wuchang was stunned upon hearing this. What exactly happened just now? Brother, tell me in detail. Alright. The horse, seemingly in a good mood, recounted the events to Ma Wuchang. That human first activated the trial grounds. My goodness. His talent directly broke through the purple limit, causing the steel to emit endless golden light. By the time the horse finished recounting, Ma Wuchang and Shi Xian were completely dumbfounded. Ma Wuchang trembled slightly. All over. That human was actually this powerful. No. With his sharp mind, Ma Wuchang suddenly felt he had figured something out. That human was using this as a way to establish his dominance. To suppress the momentum of the beasts. It's him. If my guess is correct, that human will likely continue heading to other major inheritance grounds next, suppressing the momentum and prestige of the animals, using this as an opportunity to bring glory to humanity. At this thought, Ma Wuchang trembled all over, his body cold with fear. This human was truly terrifying. Let's go. Shi Xian, we need to hurry. What's the nearest trial ground from here? Shi Xian, still a bit confused, nonetheless answered with the nearest trial ground. It's Lonely River. After speaking, Ma Wuchang galloped toward the direction of Lonely River. Shi Xian stayed behind in place. Hey! Wait for me, Shi Xian called out, stretching its body and quickly crawling toward Ma Wuchang. No, Ma Wuchang thought to himself. I need to be faster. If I arrive late, that human might establish dominance. Again. Ma Wuchang was meticulous in his thinking. Among all his peers in the current generation of the horse clan, he was the one who thought the most. Unfortunately, the elders of the clan only valued combat strength, and not intelligence, which led to Ma Wuchang being less favored in Ma family village, even considered a marginal figure. Shi Xian exerted itself, slithering a few times before launching its snake body and landing on Ma Wuchang's neck. It tightly grasped Ma Wuchang's mane. The two animals ran toward Lonely River. The surrounding animals watched the horse and snake running together on the main road, feeling astonished. When did the snake clan and horse clan become so close? Didn't the horses of the horse clan say that no other species were allowed to sit on their backs? There was a reason for this, of course. Ma Wuchang didn't mind Shi Xian sitting on his back. Zhou Wen and his group were faster and had already arrived at Lonely River. A massive yellow river stretched before them, spanning over 40 meters in width. Its source was connected to a towering mountain, and the water flowed turbulently. Beside this great river was a smaller river, home to numerous fish clans. Zhou Wen had already sensed their presence through his ability to perceive all things. Their numbers were dense. Seeing this, Hu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Zhou Wen, and said, "Thank goodness, we've made it in time. The trial of fish leaping over the Dragon Gate hasn't started yet, so we can take a short break and observe." As she spoke, Hu Yaoyao turned and looked at a pair of monkeys nearby. She waved slightly at the male monkey. The male monkey immediately became dazed and couldn't help but walk toward Hu Yaoyao. The female monkey beside him couldn't hold him back. "Can you make me a chair?" Hu Yaoyao asked with a charming smile, her allure irresistible. The male monkey nodded frantically, drooling, his eyes nearly popping out. He wiped his mouth and said, "Yes, yes." Then, the male monkey, full of joy, turned and rushed into the nearby forest. The female monkey, seeing this, was so angry that her eyes nearly popped out. She picked up a stone from the ground, intending to throw it at Hu Yaoyao. But Tainyo, standing behind Hu Yaoyao, squeezed out from the crowd. His eyes, as large as copper bells, glared at the female monkey. Instantly, the female monkey, furious, threw the stone at the male monkey busy in the forest instead. Ah! The male monkey let out a miserable cry after being hit by the stone. After a long while, the male monkey returned with 5 chairs made of tree branches and placed them in front of Hu Yaoyao. Hu Yaoyao examined the chairs. They were sturdy. She then smiled gently at the monkey. The monkey gazed at Hu Yaoyao with dazed eyes, patted his chest, and squeaked twice. "You can trust me to get things done. If you need anything next time, just call me." Hu Yaoyao nodded lightly. The monkey, as if it had received some kind of permission, excitedly jumped and danced before returning to the mother monkey's side. Shortly after, the male monkey let out a startled cry. Zhou Wen looked over. A brutal domestic violence scene had already begun. After watching for a moment, Zhou Wen averted his gaze, not daring to look any longer. It was simply too violent. Hu Yaoyao sat on a chair, facing the vast, majestic, and towering river, quietly waiting. Zhou Wen, Yang Xiaoxiao, and Zhu Tianpeng each grabbed a chair and sat nearby, waiting for the fish clan to begin their trial. Iron Bull scratched his head as he looked at the small chair he had made. He placed the small chair on the ground and cautiously sat down. All they heard was a loud crack. Iron Bull ended up sitting on the ground. Everyone. Iron Bull gave an awkward smile, looking quite shy. Zhou Wen turned his gaze to the monkey. At this moment, the monkey, with a bruised and swollen face, was polishing a stone. Its hands occasionally emitted a faint glow. A peculiar energy flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes. He activated Borrow Heaven and Earth once again. Zhou Wen borrowed the monkey's innate ability. SSS level talent, craftsman, description, highly skilled, talent skill, dexterity. You have a 100% success rate when crafting items. Talent, skill, durability. The durability of items you use will not decrease. After seeing this talent, Joe glanced at the monkey with a hint of pity. This talent seemed a bit underwhelming, reaching SSS level yet still so ordinary. The ground slightly rose, and a chair made of earth and dust appeared. Joe gestured for Iron Bull to sit on it. Iron Bull cautiously perched half of his weight on the chair. Seeing that the earthen chair didn't collapse, he gradually applied more pressure. The earthen chair held firm. Gritting his teeth, Iron Bull finally sat down fully. This time, the chair didn't let out any groans of protest. It sturdily bore Iron Bull's weight. Iron Bull's face lit up with joy. Joe chuckled softly and sat on his own chair, quietly gazing at the vast and magnificent Lonely River. After some time, a massive number of animals arrived. These animals were all spectators, sitting on the two banks of the Lonely River. They all sat directly on the ground. Upon noticing that Joe and his group had chairs, they began searching for monkeys with construction talents, commissioning them to make chairs. As a result, the male and female monkeys became busy. However, smiles adorned their faces, as it was clear that the prodigies of these various races were generous with their tips. The monkeys made a small fortune. No one knew how much time had passed. Joe was starting to feel a bit bored. Suddenly, the rushing waters of the Lonely River began to change. Boom! 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 A drumbeat, powerful and resonant, echoed from an unknown source. It sounded like the war drums of ancient, primitive tribes preparing for battle. As soon as the sound rang out, the previously noisy animals on both banks fell silent. The spectators stopped making any noise. The entire scene became solemn and dignified. For some reason, the waters of the Lonely River grew even more turbulent. Joe believed if an ordinary person fell into the river, they would undoubtedly be swept to the bottom within seconds, and then vanish without a trace. They're coming. Suddenly, an animal spoke in a low voice. Joe's gaze turned toward the downstream of Lonely River. In the small river beside Lonely River, schools of fish were moving in groups. They were of various species, but all of them advanced in formation. They swam out of the small river, following the tributary into the main stream of Lonely River. In almost an instant, some of the fish at the front of the formation were flung out by the surging river water, disappearing downstream, completely gone. Seeing this, Joe gasped. The formation of the fish broke momentarily, but more fish from behind quickly filled the gaps, maintaining the formation. The first group of fish successfully entered the main stream of Lonely River. Cheers erupted from the animals on both banks, only to fall silent again. Every animal fixed their eyes on the scene, holding their breath. It was well known that the trial of fish leaping over the Dragon Gate only occurred once a year. This year, they were fortunate to witness it here, but next year, it might take place elsewhere. They might never see such a magnificent spectacle again. The waters of Lonely River were slightly yellow, resembling the Yellow River in reality. The waves crashed against the banks, and some animals that were too close were struck by the water and swept into the river, disappearing without a trace. This caused the onlooking animals to collectively take 2 steps back, distancing themselves from the riverbank. Downstream of Lonely River, the group of fish swung their strong, powerful bodies, battling against the fierce current. Soon, they advanced a distance of over 10 meters. The fish at the very front slowed down, using the force of the current to swim to the back of the formation. The second group of fish took their place, standing at the forefront of the formation, bracing themselves against the most violent impact of the rapids.